Chapter 1. The Awakening of the Martial Soul. Martial Soul, blue silver grass. Without soul power, you cannot become a soul master. Step aside quickly. A middle-aged man waved his hand in disappointment, declaring, "Next." Huang Lin, clad in a white uniform and draped in a black cloak, bore a soul emblem the size of a fist at the center of his chest, signifying his affiliation with the martial soul. Hall, sighs echoed around him. Yichuan couldn't help but glance over, noticing a plump little boy withdrawing his tender hand from a blue crystal ball. It was evident that this chubby child was not Tang San, nor was the middle-aged man Su Yuntao. This was not the stronghold of the Traversers, the Holy Soul Village. In this place was even outside the Douluo Empire. According to Yitian's knowledge, this was the Red Sun Village in the Douluo Empire, specifically in the city of Sunset. Beyond that, he was unaware of much else. Red Sun Village was a rather small settlement. Scarcely mentioned in the original narrative, Yitian was a traveler who, upon awakening, found himself in this realm, inhabiting the body of a 3-year-old child, devoid of the original owner's memories and without any parents to claim him. Faced with a language barrier, he endured considerable hardship in this unfamiliar land. Fortunately, he was endowed with extraordinary strength, capable of lifting heavy objects even at the tender age of 3, which allowed him to assist the villagers with their labor in exchange for food, barely scraping by. Over the course of a year, he learned the language of this continent within Red Sun Village, gaining a fundamental understanding that he was on the Douluo Continent. Yitian was well aware that on the Douluo Continent, a martial soul was an intrinsic ability possessed by every individual. Everyone inherently had a martial soul, which could be awakened at the age of 6, and these martial souls could take various forms, such as tools or animals. Animal-type martial souls were generally referred to as beast martial souls, while other types were collectively known as tool martial souls. There were, of course, some exceptional and mutated martial souls that fell outside these categories. After the awakening of the martial soul, only a small fraction of individuals would possess a unique power known as soul power. Only those who awaken with soul power could aspire to the most noble profession on the Douluo Continent, the Soul Master. Soul Masters are classified into 9 ranks, from lowest to highest: Soul Scholar, Soul Master, Great Soul Master, Soul Sovereign, Soul Sect, Soul King, Soul Emperor, Soul Saint. Entitled Do. The higher the rank of the Soul Master, the more formidable their abilities. To the pinnacle of the title Do level, one possesses fearsome powers capable of moving mountains and filling seas or shifting the stars themselves. Upon first arriving at the Douluo Continent, Yitian was filled with excitement and ambition. However, the harsh realities of life in an ancient village served as a stark wake-up. He embarked on a path akin to that of Tang San, relying on his remarkable strength to work in a blacksmith shop, leading a rather bleak existence. Today marked the 3rd year since Yitian's arrival, and he had transformed from a mere infant into a young boy. Over the past 3 years, he has explored various avenues, only to realize that systems elude him apart from possessing the wisdom and power of an adult. Everything else remains rather mundane. At this moment, he has just turned 6 and is queuing to participate in the village's annual soul awakening ceremony. Yitian stands outside, eavesdropping on the commotion within, eager to see if any of the little ones awaken a formidable soul. The Soul Hall of Homri Village is somewhat rudimentary, merely a larger wooden structure that cannot accommodate the throngs, forcing everyone to wait outside. Each year during this time, he visits to observe the awakening of the village children and their respective souls. Yet, with each passing year, his hope wanes, leaving him increasingly anxious. Over the past 3 years, not a single child among the dozens has awakened a usable soul. They either possess worthless souls or lack any soul power. This harsh reality has imparted the cruel nature of the Douluo Continent upon him. It is widely acknowledged that the strength of a soul is largely contingent upon the souls of one's parents. The children of Homri Village, whose parents toil as farmers, are unlikely to inherit any remarkable souls. Thus, their chances of becoming soul masters are exceedingly slim. In his heart, Yitian silently prays, "I do not seek any divine dragon, Pangus axe, or Sun Wukong-like souls. A simple sword or hammer, accompanied by innate soul power of 3 to 5 levels would suffice." He is pragmatic, having shed any delusions over 3 years of life as a blacksmith. Next, Yitian. At the call, Yishin's body tenses, and he takes a deep breath, stepping slowly into the room. "Little one, you've been peaking for 3 years. I hope you achieve a favorable outcome and become a soul master." The middle-aged man, upon seeing Yitian approach, cannot help but ruffle his hair. He recognizes this precociously polite child who has been observing for years. "Thank you, uncle." Without needing prompting, Yitian steps forward, positioning himself at the center of the hexagonal array. The middle-aged man's soul manifests as a small dagger, as he channels 6 levels of soul power into it, causing a soft golden glow to illuminate the space. Warmth envelopes Yitian, akin to soaking in a hot spring, as a gentle current flows through him. He then senses something stirring within, as if something is poised to emerge. Crack! A subtle sound resonates within him, heralding the breaking of something from within. The middle-aged man's eyes widen in astonishment, for within that golden radiance, a blinding golden light begins to surge, resembling a blazing sun rising steadily. He feels a surge of excitement, his emotions bubbling over, envisioning his role as a steward of the Soul Hall in Sunset City, reaching the pinnacle of his life within reach. For those like him, tasked with overseeing the awakening of ordinary villagers' souls, discovering a hidden talent from the village and guiding them into the Soul Hall could yield considerable benefits, significantly enhancing his prospects for promotion. However, he had been responsible for awakening the villagers' martial spirits for decades, yet had rarely encountered any promising talents. Huang Lin's eyes began to glimmer with excitement, for behind Yitian, a shadow gradually emerged, becoming increasingly distinct. His eyes started to radiate brilliance to Su-Wei, Su-Wei, Su-Wei. Suddenly, a grand melody resounded, akin to a dramatic background score. Yitian, momentarily bewildered, recognized the music although 3 years had elapsed. He could still identify this rather eccentric DJ anthem. As the DJ music played, the figure behind him solidified into a robust man clad in a striking red suit, wielding 2 peculiar flying axes, though his face remained obscured. Welcome to Yitian Continent, the master of Douluo Continent. Yitian has awakened with the universe beneath my feet. Who dares to challenge me across Douluo Continent? A voice boomed from behind Yitian, brimming with arrogance, almost inciting a desire to crush it underfoot. Not only was Yitian bewildered, but even the middle-aged man and the villagers outside wore expressions of disbelief. What is that voice? The middle-aged man, Huang Lin, gazed at Yitian in astonishment. He naturally understood that the Yitian mentioned in that voice referred to the young lad before him. "Don't know. What is that voice?" Yitian exclaimed, his mouth agape in shock, as he slowly turned to face the martial spirit behind him. This martial spirit was extraordinary. It did not materialize from his hands, but rather appeared from behind. With its flamboyant red suit, meticulously styled yellow pompadour, and those 2 oddly shaped axes, Yitian stood out remarkably. His martial spirit was the highlight of the awakening ceremony, overshadowing all others, and it suppressed every martial spirit in its presence. Yitian focused on the strange axes in the hands of the humanoid martial spirit and realized the sound emanated from them. How do those 2 axes resemble microphones? He couldn't help but cover his face, finding this martial spirit quite amusing. Note: during the launch of this new book, I humbly request the support of esteemed readers, seeking recommendations and positive reviews. Thank you. Chapter 2, Soul Power Testing. Everyone stood in stunned silence, their eyes fixed on the scene before them. They were not fools. They quickly discerned that Yitian was the source of the voice, emerging from the humanoid martial spirit. What was happening? The middle-aged man, Huang Lin, gaped in astonishment, having presided over martial spirit awakenings for decades. He had never encountered such a situation. Is it a mutated martial spirit? He murmured to himself, struggling to comprehend what martial spirit could exhibit such a bizarre phenomenon. Yitian could not help but cover his face in disbelief. He recognized that this martial spirit belonged to the League's most narcissistic, glorious executioner, Draven. Moreover, it was the ultimate chatterbox skin, the enhanced version of the gold-tier broadcaster Draven, that he pondered silently. I hardly ever play this hero. Why did I end up with this martial spirit? Only I can lead us to victory. At that moment, a resounding voice echoed from the deepest recesses of his heart. Unmatched power, supreme combat prowess. What was this? Yitian was taken aback as an imposing figure gradually emerged in his mind, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. When a king of man falls, the world is astonished. When the god-king perishes, all begins anew. I silence the monarch, disperse the gods as chaos engulfs the earth. War is upon us, a breathtaking, unrelenting war. Cataclysm descends. I shall trample you underfoot. I am the colossal wave sweeping across the realm. Yitian felt a tremor coursing through his body. The celestial figure was surrounded by a pack of wolves, wielding a massive crimson axe, with dark purple radiance soaring into the heavens, drawing ever closer. On the brink of manifestation, he was startled and quickly focused his mind to suppress the imminent appearance of the figure, dissipating the surging purple light around him. What was this figure? In an instant, clarity washed over him. This was his second martial soul that was none other than the brother of his first martial soul, Draven Darius, the Hand of Noxus, also referred to as the Hand of the Elementary Scholar. Moreover, the most pivotal aspect was that this Darius appeared adorned in the skin of the God King. Unlike the Hand of Noxus from the League's worldview, this was a mortal version representing the imperial might of Darius. Without a doubt, the Darius from the God King's narrative was considerably more formidable. Once a brother to the Order God King Garen, he was a guardian of justice and order, later turning against the God King Garen, becoming the harbinger of primordial annihilation. Vowing to emulate the Great Kui, seizing his axe to fell the gods and slay the God King. In summary, his background was immensely powerful. Yitian was now shaken to his core. The surprise came so abruptly that he found himself utterly unprepared. Though he lacked any systems or similar constructs, possessing these two martial souls meant that if he could survive the early stages, the entire continent would be at his mercy. While Yitian was uncertain of the tier of the God King Darius martial soul, he conservatively estimated that it would at least rival the top-tier martial souls like the Yitian Hammer or the Nine-Treasure Glazed Pagoda. He gazed at his Darius martial soul, axe in hand, standing resolutely in the sea of consciousness, surrounded by a dark red giant wolf. What category of martial soul is this? Yitian pondered, feeling perplexed. The Darius martial soul, accompanied by the wolf and wielding the axe, donned in armor, was indeed difficult to classify precisely. Hey, little one, don't daydream. Huang Lin roused the dazed Yitian. Your martial soul may be somewhat peculiar, but it seems far from a useless one. Huang Lin expressed his surprise. During this time, he had traversed several nearby villages, encountering no children with usable martial souls. He hadn't expected to find such a surprise in the remote Red Sun village. Though he was uncertain about the nature of this bizarre martial soul, the robust muscles and the two strange axes suggested that it was likely an offensive-type martial soul. For whether it is a strength-based or agility-based martial spirit, or perhaps a beast spirit or a weapon spirit, the conclusion can only be reached after testing. Indeed, I too believe this is not a worthless martial spirit. Yitian nodded vigorously, suppressing his excitement, while secretly pondering that while this martial spirit is certainly not useless, he himself may be. Huang Lin, wearing a smile, remarked, awakening a usable martial spirit is merely the first step. The most crucial aspect is possessing innate soul power. If one has soul power, one can become a soul master. At this point, his expression turned serious. Of course, if one lacks innate soul power, no matter how powerful the awakened martial spirit may be, it holds no significance. Yes, I understand. Yitian replied with in truth, he was not particularly worried about possessing soul power. For several years, he had harbored a sense that his innate soul power level should be quite substantial. The strength of soul power can influence many aspects, while his muscles may not be well developed to the point of consuming vast quantities of food like ancient warriors. His strength far exceeds that of an average person. At the age of 3, he could effortlessly wield a heavy hammer weighing dozens of pounds, surpassing even seasoned blacksmiths. If one were to delve deeper, it would undoubtedly indicate that his innate soul power is quite high, potentially at level 10. Of course, this is merely a speculation. The true situation can only be ascertained after testing. That's right, you have been observing for years, so you must be adequately prepared. Come, let's test your innate soul power level. As he spoke, Huang Lin handed the blue crystal ball to Yitian. Note, in the Academy version, the testing version from the Soul Hall in the city utilizes a yellow crystal ball. Following Huang Lin's previous instructions, Yitian retracted his martial spirit, the gold metal broadcaster Draven, into his body. Having prior experience suppressing the divine King Darius martial spirit, he executed this step with ease, retracting it at the mere thought. Instantly, the exhilarating DJ music ceased, and the world fell silent, with the sound of a pin dropping audible in the stillness. Huang Lin could hardly contain himself, his lips twitching in surprise at encountering such a peculiar martial spirit for the first time. He had never even heard of it before. Yitian pressed his calloused hand against the blue crystal ball and was astonished to discover that the seemingly beautiful blue crystal ball possessed immense suction. It felt as if something within him was flowing out, increasingly rapid and forceful, akin to a mighty river finding its outlet and gushing forth. He felt his body weaken, wanting to withdraw his hands, yet he could not escape the overwhelming pull. Unaware of Yitian's increasingly grim expression, Huang Lin remained fixated on the crystal ball, his heart soaring with exhilaration. For the blue crystal ball was glowing, radiating a brilliance akin to a flawlessly polished diamond reflecting sunlight, dazzling to the point of bringing tears to one's eyes. Yitian was also captivated by the dazzling brilliance of the crystal, so radiant that it could dazzle even the keenest of eyes. Unable to resist the overwhelming sensation, he instinctively closed his eyes, his heart brimming with happiness. He understood that the brighter the crystal sphere shone, the higher the innate soul power he possessed. Suddenly, he felt a peculiar shift in his grasp. The translucent blue crystal sphere began to develop faint cracks. Chapter 3. The Work-Study Student. Huang Lin widened his eyes, transfixed by the blinding light. It was only when his eyes could no longer bear the intensity, and tears streamed down his cheeks, that he reflexively shut them. A wave of elation surged within him, causing his entire being to tremble. According to traditional assessments, as long as the crystal sphere exhibited even the slightest reaction, even a mere glimmer, it would signify the presence of soul power in the individual being tested. At this moment, the crystal ball is shining with such dazzling light that there can only be one explanation. It is undoubtedly a person with innate full soul power. My God, I, Huang Lin, have presided over soul power awakening ceremonies for 30 years, and after a full 30 years, I have finally encountered a boy with innate full soul power. Huang Lin was overjoyed, his attention no longer on the ceremony, unable to resist daydreaming about the good life he would have in the future. Just as Huang Lin was filled with joy, Yitian began to feel a sense of panic, as his excitement was turning into fear. He noticed that the soul power within him was surging, roaring towards the crystal ball, but it seemed like the crystal ball was a bit overwhelmed, feeling as if it was about to shatter. Yitian immediately realized that the situation indicated that the soul power within him was not just level 10, but had exceeded the measurement range of the crystal ball and was about to shatter it. This situation was terrifying. When a person's excellence surpasses others' understanding, they are undoubtedly seen as a madman or an anomaly. In the public perception, the ceiling for innate soul power levels on Douluo Continent is level 10. If he were to display level 20 soul power, combined with the talkative Draven's martial soul, he would undoubtedly be considered an anomaly, especially since he was currently alone and had no powers to protect him. If this were to be exposed, it would be tantamount to seeking his own death. If many people knew he possessed innate level 20 soul power, they would not hesitate to eliminate a future powerhouse. This was even more terrifying than revealing a twin martial soul. The existence of twin martial souls was still within public understanding, but innate level 20 was not. What does innate level 20 soul power represent? Only a very few people on the entire Douluo Continent understand this. Although he had forgotten much of the plot, Yitian still understood that innate level 20 soul power was exclusive to God-given martial souls. Only a martial soul that represents the divine itself and receives the blessing of a deity at the time of awakening is afforded this honor. In simple terms, under normal circumstances, innate level 20 soul power is simply impossible to appear unless a deity intervenes during the awakening. This also means that whoever awakens with innate level 20 soul power will naturally become a titled Douluo, with the potential to ascend to godhood. On Douluo Continent, God-given martial souls are only possessed by Poseidon, the Grand Priest of Sea God Island, who has the Sea God martial soul, and Xianrenshu, who has the six-winged Archangel martial soul. It should be noted that even the Pope's family would not flaunt their child's innate level 20 soul power or claim that their child has the potential for godhood. What would happen to a simple blacksmith if he were to expose his innate level 20 soul power? When it comes to deities that can grant eternal life, it is easy to understand that his fate would not be good. No, I must keep this hidden. Having lived 2 lives, Yitian's mindset was far beyond that of children his age. Looking at the unconscious Huang Lin, he suddenly exerted force with his feet, using all his strength to push the crystal ball down with a fierce thrust, smashing it hard against the ground. Crack! The sound of shattering glass echoed, and the blinding light suddenly dimmed. Yitian breathed heavily, covering his small hand that was scratched by the shattered pieces of the crystal ball, standing up with an apologetic expression and saying, "I'm sorry, uncle, I accidentally trembled my leg and smashed your crystal ball." It was only at this moment that Huang Lin came back to reality from his life-altering reverie. Looking at the wronged Yitian, his first instinct was not to worry about the crystal ball, but to quickly check Yitian's injuries. "Little kid, how can you be so careless?" Huang Lin lightly scolded while tearing off a piece of exquisite fabric from his body to gently bandage Yitian. He wasn't a healing-type soul master, so he could only use this primitive method. As for his uniform, he expressed that it didn't matter at all since he had another set to change into. Yitian's fate for the rest of his life is at stake, so he must be treated well. Yitian pointed apologetically at the shards on the ground and secretly thought, He doesn't want you to pay for it, right? Huang Lin, of course, understood Yitian's thoughts and smiled. It's fine, that was just a small trinket, not worth anything. You don't have to pay. In fact, as a low-level measuring tool, this blue crystal ball is indeed not valuable. It is a mass-produced item specifically used to measure innate soul power levels, standardized by the Spirit Hall to save costs, with a maximum of 10 levels. Unlike the high-end yellow crystal balls used in the city for soul master rank identification, Huang Lin naturally didn't care about it. Seeing that Huang Lin hadn't noticed his little action, Yitian immediately felt relieved and tentatively asked, "Then, uncle, what level is my innate soul power?" "What level?" Upon hearing this, Huang Lin suddenly became excited. "Max level." The situation just now undoubtedly indicated that you have full innate soul power. In fact, he had been engaged in awakening ceremonies for 30 years and had only heard of full innate soul power, but had never seen it. Therefore, he was naturally unaware that the brilliance just now far exceeded that of full innate soul power, breaking through the limits of the blue crystal ball. That wasn't the light of soul power bursting forth. It was actually the light from the explosion of the crystal ball. Yitian immediately breathed a sigh of relief, letting his little heart that had been raised high settle down. He hadn't revealed anything. It was stable. To avoid appearing too peculiar, he asked with a puzzled expression, "Uncle, what is innate full soul power?" When Huang Lin was bandaging his wounds, he noticed that Yitian's little hands were full of calluses, and his heart couldn't help but feel a pang. He gently rubbed Yitian's little head. He explained, "When everyone awakens their martial soul, in addition to the form of the martial soul determining its strength, the amount of soul power is also crucial. You should understand the consequences of having no soul power. It means you can never cultivate. The amount of soul power during martial soul awakening is vital, as it determines the starting point for soul master's cultivation. The higher the innate soul power, the faster the cultivation progress afterwards. At the same time, because of the higher starting point, one naturally leads others. The so-called innate full soul power refers to the highest soul power that can be achieved innately during martial soul awakening." Yitian pretended to look confused and asked, "I have innate full soul power. Doesn't that mean I have great talent?" "Yes, your talent is among the best on the continent. You're ahead of others from the start," Huang Lin said with envy in his eyes. "When I awakened, my innate soul power was only level 1. So my lifelong achievements aren't high. You have full soul power at level 10. Your innate ability equals my 10 years of hard work." As for Yitian, he didn't feel jealous. Having passed the age of 50, he only wanted to recommend Yitian so he could retire and enjoy his old age back in the city. At that moment, Yitian looked at the old village chief with surprise and asked, "Village chief, are there any work-study positions available in our village?" Note, during the initial period of the new book, I kindly ask all readers to support it with recommendation votes and positive reviews. Thank you. Chapter 4. Wuhuan Temple Academy Work-Study Positions. Huang Lin stared blankly at Yitian, his mouth opening and closing without knowing what to say, completely at a loss. The old village chief was also stunned. He knew what work-study positions were, but the problem was, he didn't have any. As a village that had never produced any significant figures, where would they get work-study positions? In nearby villages, only one called Emperor Soul Village had work-study positions, which was said to have produced a Soul Emperor many years ago, although he thought this was just a fabrication by the people of Emperor Soul Village. Having lived here for over 70 years, he had never seen any Soul Emperor from there. However, the big shots in the city bought into this. What work-study positions? Huang Lin quickly said, "The Work-Study Academy is the most prestigious academy on the continent, and it hardly produces a few experts in 100 years. With your innate full soul power, you should go to a better academy." To bolster his credibility, he shared his own experience, intimidatingly saying, "I graduated from the Sunset City Academy, using a work-study position from the village. Do you want to come back to the village to host ceremonies like me in the future?" Yitian was secretly delighted. He had been waiting for this sentence. He pretended to be dazed and asked, "If I don't go to the Soul Master Academy in the city, where should I go?" Huang Lin replied, "With innate full soul power and a mutated martial soul, you naturally need to go to the best academy on the continent. Only there will your talent not be buried. Are we going to the Douluo Royal Academy in our Douluo Empire?" The old village chief had some insight and had heard of this academy. He suppressed the wrinkles on his old face and murmured, "The tuition fees for this academy are quite considerable. Even if we sold our village, we probably couldn't afford the tuition. It's certainly not the Douluo Royal Academy. Although the Douluo Academy is good, it can't be considered the best." Huang Lin shook his finger and said seriously, I will write a report to recommend you to the best Soul Master Academy on the continent. Located in the holy land of Soul Masters, Soul Master City, directly under our Spirit Hall Academy. He thought to himself that if the recommendation was successful, it would be a tremendous achievement, and his future would be secured. The Spirit Hall Academy. Yitian's heart surged with excitement. He originally thought he could just talk to Huang Lin and trick him into investing in a slightly better Soul Master Academy. He didn't expect this uncle to be so straightforward and directly push him to the headquarters. Yitian naturally yearned to go to the Spirit Hall Academy. Now, he was making a living by blacksmithing, and he certainly wouldn't refuse an offer from such a colossal entity as the Spirit Hall. Regardless of whether the Spirit Hall was good or bad, it had nothing to do with him. After all, he had no enmity with them and wouldn't harbor hatred toward the Spirit Hall. Little guy, do you have anything to pack? If not, let's head off now to the Spirit Hall branch in Sunset City and report to the main hall to seek a spot for you at the Spirit Hall Academy. Huang Lin couldn't help rubbing his hands together, excitement bringing a slight flush to his cheeks. He was eager to go, knowing that Yitian was an orphan and didn't need to consult any parents. No, all my belongings are on me. Yitian happily nodded, as he certainly couldn't bring along any tattered bedding or such. All right, then let's set off now. Huang Lin immediately began to pack his bag to take Yitian to Sunset City. Little Tian, make sure to come back and visit often. Little guy, goodbye. Afterward, Yitian bid farewell to the villagers of Homri Village one by one and followed Huang Lin to Sunset City, stepping onto the first step of his journey as a Soul Master. Uncle, what's the difference between the Spirit Hall Academy and an ordinary academy? Yitian asked curiously. He knew that ordinary Soul Master Academies were divided into primary, intermediate, and advanced levels, but he didn't understand what the Spirit Hall Academy was like, as it wasn't described in the original text. Huang Lin looked at Yitian, worried that he might still be fixated on the work-study student spot, and said directly, the Spirit Hall Academy is naturally incomparable to ordinary academies. Graduates from a Spirit Hall Academy can directly enter the Spirit Hall and continue to further their studies and develop to higher levels. But ordinary academies are different. Primary academies allow graduation with a soul power level of 10, but the duration of study is 6 years. Intermediate academies require a soul power level of 20 to graduate, while advanced Soul Master Academies require 30. This means that if you enroll as a work-study student now, with your innate full soul power, you can apply right away to capture a soul beast. Obtaining a soul ring will allow you to graduate. Huang Lin continued. Many teachers at primary Soul Master Academies just mislead their students, and some are even worse than me. Going there would only waste your talent. Upon seeing Huang Lin's enthusiastic explanation, Yitian couldn't help but feel a moment of daze. Upon reflection, it seemed to make sense. He remembered that in the original text, work-study students Xiao Wu and Tang San were caught by a teacher while practicing in a small grove and were publicly reprimanded. In a fit of anger, Xiao Wu ended up beating the teacher. The quality of teaching staff at primary Soul Master Academies, indeed, left much to be desired. Yitian decisively chose the Wuhuan Temple Academy. After all, he didn't believe that he could encounter a teacher like Yu Xiaojiang. Following the Wuhuan Temple was the right path. As for Shrek Academy, it was in the Xingluo Empire, while Shrek was still in the Tindo Empire, a distance of over 100,000 miles. Moreover, before Lu Erlong joined, Shrek Academy was surviving on registration fees and the support of Daimu Bai. The conditions there were probably not much better than those in Homri Village, and were worlds apart from Wuhuan Temple Academy. Furthermore, he currently had no idea about the timeline. It could either be the dilapidated version of Shrek Academy or the Shrek Academy after merging with Lamba Academy. Xiao Tian, let me tell you, the academies in the Empire are all established by nobles. As a commoner, entering such an academy will undoubtedly lead to a lot of bullying. If you want to integrate, you must first join a noble family and serve them for life to receive their support. Huang Lin chattered along the way, unable to stop. As a graduate of an ordinary Soul Master Academy, he couldn't clearly explain the benefits of Wuhuan Temple Academy. Therefore, he could only use his own experience to emphasize the drawbacks of ordinary Soul Master Academies. Yitian was very cooperative, occasionally gasping in surprise and often expressing shock, acting like a curious baby. The distance from Homri Village to Sunset City was not far. Huang Lin took half a day with Yitian to reach the city. Sunset City was quite ordinary, slightly inland, with no external threats. Thus, the city gate was only about 10 meters high, not majestic at all. And after countless years of wind and sun, it looked somewhat worn. Since it was not a big city and inconspicuous in the Xingluo Empire, the vigilance of the city gate guards was low. With Huang Lin's identity, they didn't even check, and they directly entered the city. Let us go for now. You will stay at the Wuhuan Hall in Sunset City with me. Huang Lin led Yitian towards the branch of the Wuhuan Hall. The Wuhuan Hall in Sunset City was a huge dome-shaped building, entirely brown, with a long sword emblem on the main door. Its front width exceeded 200 meters and was 20 meters high, consisting of 3 floors. For Yitian, who had stayed in the village for 3 years, it was undoubtedly magnificent. Master Huang, you're back. The 2 guards at the door greeted Huang Lin eagerly upon his return. These low-level personnel had only graduated from a junior Soul Master Academy and had a strength of less than level 20, so they naturally showed respect to Huang Lin, who was over level 20. Huang Lin hurriedly brought Yitian through the splendid hall and arrived at a door. Without knocking, he pushed the door open and entered. Huang Lin, you're not a kid anymore. Why are you acting so recklessly? A voice came, carrying a tone of reprimand. Master Stan, I've discovered a genius for our Wuhuan Hall. Huang Lin quickly replied loudly. Note, new book, please take care of it. Vote for it. Chapter 5 Wuhuan Hall Genius? What is a Wuhuan? What is the innate soul power level? Stan asked without looking up. He was the steward of the Wuhuan branch in Sunset City and also Huang Lin's superior, wearing a neat soul master outfit with a 4-sword emblem, indicating he was a soul master of the soul respect level. Full level, innate full soul power, and the Wuhuan is a mutated Wuhuan. I don't know what it is yet, but it doesn't seem simple. Huang Lin reported eagerly. Full level. Stan suddenly stood up, looking shocked. Are you saying it's innate full soul power? Yes, absolutely innate full soul power. That brilliance was simply blinding. Huang Lin said excitedly. Stan looked at Yitian and bent down, saying, little guy, come on, show me your Wuhuan. He was very curious about Yitian's Wuhuan because mutated Wuhuans usually mutated in a negative direction. Yitian frowned slightly and reminded, my Wuhuan is a bit peculiar. Uncle, you need to be mentally prepared. Stan said, don't worry, I've been here for decades, helping people awaken and identify their Wuhuans. I've seen more Wuhuans than you've eaten rice. Since he said that, Yitian no longer hesitated. With a thought, he summoned his first Wuhuan, the golden badge anchor Draven. Yitian couldn't help but twitch his lips, never expecting that the BGM of the martial soul would change. Accompanied by an explosive DJ, a figure emerged, gracefully dancing with 2 flying axes that served as both weapons and microphones. The axes moved through the vastness of the world, unimpeded across the 8 wildernesses. A voice filled with arrogance rang out, startling Stan into a sudden shudder. If Huang Lin hadn't rushed forward to stop him, he would have almost released his martial soul. Yitian looked very striking, his eyes full of dominance. Before he even made a move, he had already scared the lewd uncle in front of him to the point of losing control. Oh no! Yitian quickly put away his martial spirit. He didn't expect that the gold medal anchor not only boasted about business, but also provided real-time commentary, ruthlessly confronting others. He felt a bit worried. This was a martial spirit that attracted hatred. If he frequently let it out, wouldn't he have enemies everywhere? Is this what a mutated martial spirit is like? After Huang Lin's reminder, Stan also calmed down and asked in disbelief. Yitian didn't answer and looked at Huang Lin. The meaning was clear. This little guy, who worked in the village's blacksmith shop, knew nothing. Huang Lin said, this must undoubtedly be a mutated martial soul. How could a proper martial soul be like this? A blacksmith? Stan pondered for a moment and speculated. Could this martial soul have mutated from an axe? After all, those 2 axes were quite eye-catching. Perhaps it wasn't an axe mutation. Huang Lin also expressed his opinion. That martial soul looked very sturdy. It could also be a mutated blacksmith martial soul. A mutated blacksmith martial soul? Yitian and Stan both had a dark look on their faces. Huang Lin quickly said, it's hard to say after all. No one can really understand mutated martial souls. Some people's martial souls, after mutation, become pet-like entities with their own consciousness. His martial soul that insults others can also be understood. Yes, it can be understood. Yitian nodded his head. Although Draven's martial soul was a bit over the top, it was still quite normal compared to the numerous old man martial souls in Douluo 2. Stan glanced at Yitian, who was nodding like a garlic peeler, feeling skeptical in his heart. What could be understood? I certainly don't understand. Originally, Stan wanted Yitian to test his soul power with the orange high-level crystal ball he had. But after the commotion just now, he lost that thought. He said, there are many martial soul academies in the Martial Soul Hall, but the best is the main academy in Soul City, the holy land of soul masters. If you want to study in Soul City, your martial soul quality has to be high enough. How can we measure the quality of his martial soul? Huang Lin asked. Well, we originally had a guide. But this little guy has a mutated martial soul, so there's no reference point. We can only test it. Stan replied. Huang Lin said, I think this kid is fine. He's a genius. I heard there's a saying in the Yitian Empire about the competitiveness of martial souls, or something like that. Before Stan could respond, he continued. The founder of this saying once claimed that the innate soul power is proportional to the quality of the martial soul. Since this little guy has full innate soul power, his martial soul must be extraordinarily powerful. Stan said, that person is just a joke. The mutation of the martial soul has made him foolish, talking nonsense all day long. A little soul master trying to research a level he has never even approached. I dare say any high-level soul master is more authoritative than him. Yitian was suddenly shocked. What Huang Lin mentioned about the several core competitiveness of martial souls was exactly what Master Yu Xiaojing had come up with regarding the top 10 core competitiveness of martial souls. It was still a joke from the master, which made him feel a bit more certain. After all, it wasn't a big deal yet, and he might still be hiding in that small place of Nodding City. He felt that the master's ideas sounded somewhat reasonable. Since they needed to test it, Huang Lin asked, the little guy doesn't have a soul ring right now. How can we test it? Without a soul ring, it might be more straightforward to measure his innate abilities. Stan said, let's go to the backyard and test the strength of his martial soul. If it's strong enough, we can recommend him. That would be a great achievement for our Sunset City branch. Why does the Spirit Hall go to various villages to help children awaken for free? One of the reasons is to recruit talent. The role of these branches, besides supervising various places, is to supply fresh blood to the Spirit Hall. Yitian followed the two to the backyard of the branch hall. Stan pointed ahead and said, come on, little guy. Try the power of your martial soul on this tree. Yitian could only obey and came to the 5-meter-tall tree pointed out by Stan, summoning his martial soul. Accompanied by grand music, Draven's martial soul made a flamboyant entrance again. With the microphone on the axe booming, Yitian is giving a master-level lecture on the topic, how to use the number 1 martial soul of the continent. Huang Lin and Stan couldn't help but twitch their lips. If it weren't for the fact that this was a little guy, they would have definitely stomped his face into the ground and crushed it hard. He was too arrogant and too deserving of a beating. Yitian couldn't help but cover his face, feeling a bit ashamed. Yitian gently stroked his handsome and extraordinary little face, looking as if he was indulging in his own unique style of relaxation. Yitian couldn't help but get goosebumps. This time he dared not make any moves. The self-promotion in business was just too over the top. The key was that Draven's tone was quite arrogant, the kind that really gets on your nerves. Something an ordinary person could hardly express. Stan glanced at Huang Lin and whispered, what should we do? I really want to hit him. This martial spirit is just too annoying. Hold on. Huang Lin quickly advised. After a moment, he quietly said, actually, I want to hit him too. This martial spirit is really too arrogant. Feeling the killing intent behind him, Yitian silently thought, stay calm, don't do anything flashy. Note, during the new book period, I kindly ask all the handsome readers to support by casting a vote. Thank you. Chapter 6. Empire Bonds. Yitian looked at the trees ahead, contemplating how he should use his martial soul. Should he throw an axe like a weapon martial soul? Or should he attach himself like a beast martial soul? The microphone on the axe crackled to life, its tone filled with boundless arrogance. Yitian is exerting invisible pressure on the opponent, his aura overwhelming like a dragon's might, making the other side too afraid to move. Damn, this kid's martial soul is so shameless. It's a tree. How can it move? With his head, Stan is almost about to faint. This martial soul is too despicable. Huang Lin can't help but cover his ears, feeling some concern about this martial soul. Yitian couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. It was too embarrassing. He even wanted to slap his own martial soul. Yitian's mouth twitched, revealing a disdainful expression, believing that his opponent was weak and viewing him as nothing more than a worthless chicken. This martial soul is simply a self-destructive martial soul. I think we should keep our distance from this guy in the future. Otherwise, there could be unforeseen consequences. Stan said with a serious face. That's true. It's really too despicable, too arrogant, too shameless. Huang Lin exclaimed a long list of two, and then looked at Stan. I say, why don't we send him back? I'm afraid this martial soul will get him killed in the future. We can consider it, Stan said quietly. If his martial soul is just for show, we should still send him back. Otherwise, it might end up harming him. Yitian, of course, did not know about the whispers behind him. He took a deep breath, controlled his soul power, and infused it into the Draven martial soul behind him. Since there were no soul rings yet, the Draven martial soul couldn't manifest. so he could only try to see if he could throw an axe. At the moment he infused his soul power, a pair of uniquely shaped flying axes appeared in Yitian's hands, and the Draven martial soul suddenly emitted a red glow. Yitian felt a jolt, as if he had taken drugs, with his soul power quality suddenly doubling, giving him a sense of being able to split Mount Hua. He instantly realized that this was the Empire's synergy buff, the old version of the auto chess Empire's synergy buff that doubles attack power. He had an epiphany, because he simultaneously possessed the soul weapons of Darius and Draven from the Empire faction. Every time he activated a soul weapon, he could trigger the auto chess Empire's synergy buff. It would randomly select one of the two soul weapons, granting a double attack power buff. The duration of this buff lasts a full day, 24 hours. After that, using a soul weapon again would randomly trigger the buff again between the two soul weapons. He was ecstatic. This was incredibly powerful. This buff was even more potent than the all-state enhancement from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, practically allowing him to transform into Black Tiger off Fu, using basic attacks as if they were ultimate skills. Should he directly pick up the axe and chop, or throw the axe? That was a question. In CG Awakening, Draven's close combat ability was also very strong, daring to go up against Riven with the Rune Blade while wielding an axe. He was definitely not just a simple ADC. So let's try throwing one first. Yitian raised his hand, concentrated his soul power, and fiercely threw the flying axe at the large tree in front of him. The flying axe, glowing with the red light of the Empire's bond buff, traced an arc in the air as it shot towards the tree. As the axe flew, the fully charged microphone vibrated, releasing the background music while entering the gold medal commentator mode. Yitian lightly raised his 5 fingers, holding a divine weapon between them. Without any moves or trials, without offense or defense, his expression calm. Suddenly, a streak of flowing light shot out, heading straight for his opponent, rushing away. The flying axe, carrying the Empire's binding buff, was incredibly powerful, directly piercing through the trunk of a 5-meter-tall tree, and the residual force shattered the tree completely. What the hell? Such great power! Yitian was shocked. He didn't expect that after adding the Empire's bond buff, even without any soul rings, he couldn't perform Draven's protective stance. Yet it still had such terrifying power. This was a 5-meter-tall tree. Even an adult with an axe would exert a lot of effort to chop it down. Yet now, he casually tossed it, cleanly splitting it in two with one throw, and he felt that his soul power consumption wasn't much at all. He could still condense another axe to throw. The microphone's self-promotion began again. Yitian is unparalleled and imposing, with unmatched power. In the blink of an eye, his enemies are reduced to ashes. It's exciting and thrilling. This game's MVP is Yitian. Yitian quickly put away his gold medal spirit, thinking that if he continued to blow, it would go too far. He turned to Huanglin and Stan, only to see the two of them staring blankly at the large tree ahead, their eyes nearly popping out, and their mouths wide enough to fit an egg. He asked, "How is it, uncle? Can my spirit be recommended to the Spirit Hall Academy in Spirit City?" It was only at this moment that the two of them came back to their senses from the shock and ran over to take a closer look at the smooth cross-section of the broken tree. Then they went wild with joy. Ha ha ha! Stan couldn't help but laugh loudly, patting Huanglin's shoulder hard. "Our branch in Sunset City is going to make it big. We've struck gold." He looked at Yitian with fiery eyes. The dissatisfaction he had earlier due to Draven's spirit had long since vanished, and he even felt that what that spirit said was really reasonable. Without even possessing a spirit ring, Yitian already had attack power comparable to that of a battle spirit master. If he were to acquire a spirit ring, it was simply unimaginable, especially since this little guy had innate full spirit power and exceptional talent, being among the best on the continent. If he doesn't die prematurely in 20 years, he will definitely become a super powerhouse that shakes the world. Just thinking about this super powerhouse coming from his jurisdiction in the Sunset City branch made Stan unable to stop grinning foolishly. Fame, benefits, and power would all come rushing in. Huanglin felt the same, trembling with happiness. The opportunity for promotion he had waited for half his life had suddenly arrived. You take good care of Yitian first. The matter of helping the villagers awaken their spirits will be handled by others. I'm going to write a recommendation letter right now. After Stan finished speaking, he hurriedly left to write the recommendation letter to report to the higher-up Spirit Hall subchamber, which would then report to the main Spirit Hall. Once at the main Spirit Hall, there was no need to go through the Holy Hall and could directly make decisions, approve the quota, and send someone to escort Yitian to Spirit City. After all, it was just a matter of sending a student. There was no need to alarm the Platinum Bishop of the Holy Hall. A command from the Red Bishop would suffice. If it were to enter an ordinary Spirit Hall Academy, A command from the Spirit Hall subchamber would be enough. Master Huang, may I ask when I could start my training? Yitian asked eagerly. The implication of his words was when he could go hunt soul beasts, obtain a spirit ring, and begin the next stage of training. Note, new book seeking recommendation votes from all the handsome guys. Chapter 7. Soul Hunting Forest. Huang Lin came over to Yitian and said, "Little guy, you stay at the Spirit Hall for a few days. Once everything is arranged here, someone will come specifically to escort you to Spirit City." Master Huang, I heard that I need to hunt soul beasts and obtain a spirit ring before I can continue my training. Yitian asked somewhat anxiously. There's no rush. Once you get to Spirit City and enter the Spirit Hall Academy, there will be teachers leading the way and arranging for you to hunt soul beasts. Huang Lin now treated Yitian like a treasure and naturally wouldn't take him to hunt soul beasts on his own, not to mention the danger. He also felt he wasn't qualified enough in terms of professionalism, fearing he would mislead the young talent. Yitian quickly said, "But I want to cultivate right now." He was very anxious. His soul power had already reached level 20. If he didn't absorb a soul ring, he would undoubtedly expose the secret of his innate level 20 during the next inspection. This was a divine gift martial soul exclusive to him, representing the spokesperson of the gods, which could involve divine matters. He might face many troubles, such as issues related to divine inheritance. The key was that his innate level 20 soul power came from the god King Draelos, but there wasn't any divine inheritance left on Douluo Continent. With no other choice, he could only use the advantage of being a child to plead persistently. Unable to withstand Yitian's pleas, Huang Lin was a bit shaken. After all, this was his reliance for the second half of his life, and he couldn't afford to offend him. Note, new book seeking recommendation votes from all you handsome guys. Thank you. But what soul ring should you absorb? Huang Lin was somewhat troubled. This is neither a weapon martial soul nor a beast martial soul. So choosing the first soul ring is a problem. Anything is fine. Any soul ring is okay. Yitian said without hesitation. Just wanted to quickly get past the matter of his innate level 20 full soul power. He thought that since he had two martial souls, it wouldn't matter if the first soul ring of the first martial soul was a bit trashy. Huang Lin said, "That won't do. This is related to a lifetime. We must be cautious. I'll go find Stan and discuss it." He took Yitian back to his room and let him rest for a while. After all, he had been busy all day. Then he went to find Stan again. "Stan, that kid Yitian insists on hunting soul beasts to get a soul ring. What should we do? Let him wait. It's only a matter of half a month. Can't he wait that long?" Huang Lin said, "That kid probably just awakened. Everything is new to him. I'm afraid if we don't let him hunt soul beasts, it will leave a grudge. How about we help him choose a good soul beast?" He continued, "If we help him get a good first soul ring, it will also help build a good relationship for the future, right? You have a point. This kid has high potential. If we can befriend him from a young age, the benefits in the future will be endless." Stan pondered for a moment, then said, "All right, let us go find him a powerful soul beast as a soul ring." Shortly after, Huang Lin returned to tell Yitian that he and Stan would accompany him tomorrow to the soul hunting forest around Sunset City to help him hunt soul beasts. The soul hunting forest? Yitian was slightly taken aback. He only remembered the Stardow Forest. Huang Lin explained, "This is the place where the Empire raises soul beasts. Every city has a soul hunting forest specifically for providing low-level soul beasts needed for soul rings to low-level soul masters. Soul beasts are divided into 5 levels. 10-year soul beasts, 100-year soul beasts, 1,000-year soul beasts, 10,000-year soul beasts, and 100,000-year soul beasts. The corresponding soul rings are white, yellow, purple, black, and red. True forests are too dangerous. For low-level soul masters, no one can say what level of soul beast they might encounter. For safety, the Empire and the Spirit Hall have raised a large number of 10-year, 100-year, and a few 1,000-year soul beasts to protect low-level soul masters and allow them to grow safely." Yitian nodded, feeling a bit excited about the soul beast hunting trip tomorrow. He vaguely remembered that the limit for the first soul ring seemed to be around 400 years, and the limit for the second soul ring was about 800 years. The specific numbers may vary, but they shouldn't be too far off. Therefore, given his innate level 20 soul power, he might be able to skip the first limit and directly absorb an 800-year soul ring. As for challenging a 1,000-year soul ring, Yitian had no such thoughts. Isn't it good to live well? Why go risk death? What if he fails and dies explosively? In the morning, Yitian, led by Huang Lin and Stan, headed to the soul hunting forest. The soul hunting forest was not close to the city. It was several hundred kilometers away. As members of the Spirit Hall, it was naturally impossible to walk there, so the three of them traveled in a luxurious carriage. In his 2 lifetimes, it was Yitian's first time riding in such a carriage. Although it was a bit bumpy, it was very refreshing. The next morning, the carriage finally arrived at the destination, the soul-hunting forest. Yitian looked at the noisy forest and found it somewhat strange. It didn't look like a forest at all, but rather like a bustling market. It gave him a feeling reminiscent of visiting scenic spots in his past life, with dense shops lining both sides of the main road, selling all sorts of things from weapons to food, clothing, and daily necessities. There was an order for a group hunt of speed-type soul beasts, and they were just 1 person short, ready to depart at any moment. The group was set to hunt soul beasts. The muscle was in place. Now, they just needed a boss. Yitian was stunned. He never expected that there would be situations like gold farming groups bringing their bosses for hunting soul beasts. Huanglin explained, "This is just the periphery. Once you enter the interior, everything will be different." He looked down on these people. Although his strength was not impressive, he was still a member of the Spirit Hall, and the hierarchy of disdain still existed. After passing through the market and arriving at the edge of the forest, Yitian couldn't help but feel a bit shocked at the sight of the vast, lush old forest. Ahead stood a tall and sturdy iron fence that separated the forest from the open space, with several teams of people in exquisite armor patrolling the area. Stan pointed ahead and smiled. "Ordinary people need to go to our Spirit Hall to exchange for a pass to enter here. Of course, we don't need to. We just need to use the Spirit Hall's token." His tone was filled with pride, exuding a sense of superiority from above. As he spoke, Stan drove the carriage to the entrance of the soul-hunting forest, took out a token from his pocket, which was engraved with a sword, a hammer, and a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Upon seeing the token, the guard soldiers immediately straightened their faces, revealing a look of respect. "Step aside. Please allow the master to enter the soul-hunting forest." Yitian had some impression of the patterns on this token, representing several titled Douluos. The sword seemed to represent the 7-killing sword of the Sword Douluo from the 7-treasure glazed tile school. The hammer was the Yitian hammer, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex represented the blue lightning tyrant dragon family. Looking at the token, Yitian couldn't help but ponder that perhaps next time when he engraved a token, he should add an axe, and he thought to himself, one with a microphone. As for the God King Dreus's martial soul, he did not plan to cultivate it in the short term. He would wait until he had the ability to match it with the best soul rings. Stan stroked his beard and said, "Huanglin and I studied all night yesterday and the day before, planning to hunt a 100-year-old saber-toothed beast for your first soul ring." Chapter 8. Saber-toothed Beast, a 100-year-old saber-toothed beast. Yitian was slightly taken aback. What was that? He knew that beast represented ferocity, and saber-toothed couldn't possibly mean a saber-toothed ferocity. He knew almost nothing about the types of soul beasts, let alone distinguishing their age and species. Stan explained, "This is a soul beast that lies between a cat and a tiger, but is fiercer than both. However, it is different from a leopard. It is a soul beast that is very powerful in terms of both strength and speed. For you, it would definitely not be a loss." The night before, he and Huanglin had thought for a whole night about finding the best soul beast in this soul-hunting forest to serve as Yitian's first soul ring. Although they knew nothing about the compatibility of soul rings and martial souls, and were unclear whether Yitian's mutated martial soul was considered a weapon martial soul or a beast martial soul, it didn't matter what kind of martial soul it was. Equipping it with a soul beast that excelled in speed, strength, and attack capabilities would still yield a good result. Yitian is definitely a potential stock. They naturally need to invest well. Only by putting in a lot can they reap huge rewards. With so many soul beasts here, where are we supposed to find the saber-toothed beasts? Yitian asked, "Isn't this like looking for a needle in a haystack?" Stan revealed a mysterious expression. "Don't worry. Our Spirit Hall's enforcement team is patrolling here. When I came here, I'd already arranged everything, making them drive all the 100-year saber-toothed beasts to one place, leaving it for us." Yitian was taken aback. He didn't expect to enjoy a privilege like this. He thought to himself, on the Douluo Continent, strength is indeed paramount. I still lack strength. Just showing a bit of talent allows me to obtain things that ordinary people can't even imagine. Huanglin echoed from the side. Master Stan really has his ways, but for these few saber-toothed beasts, Stan has spent quite a bit this time, a considerable amount. At this moment, Stan quickly interrupted and said solemnly, "Why say these things? Xiaodian is one of us from the Sunsetting City branch. What I do is naturally expected." Yitian couldn't be clearer about Stan and Huanglin's thoughts. He quickly showed a touched expression and said gratefully, "I will definitely remember and never forget the help of the 2 uncles. Little guy, don't be so polite. Just train hard. That's the greatest reward for us." Stan said as he patted Yitian's little head. He exchanged a smile with Huang Lin, surprised that this little guy was so sensible. What is the age of those saber-toothed tigers? Yitian asked curiously. His limit for soul rings should be under 800 years, and now that he had the chance, he naturally didn't want to take a 100-year soul ring. Although they were all yellow soul rings, there was still a significant difference between a 100-year yellow soul ring and an 800-year yellow soul ring. Stan replied, according to the law enforcement team, they aren't very clear about the specific ages of the saber-toothed tigers. They only know that after 1000 years, their yellow fur will turn black. So they drove all the saber-toothed tigers with yellow fur to a specific location. Then, Uncle Stan, can you distinguish the specific age of the saber-toothed tigers? Yitian asked. We're not sure about that either, Stan said, but Huang Lin and I studied it carefully. The age of the saber-toothed tigers is also related to their size. We can observe a few more times and find a smaller one to handle. This is for safety. When fusing the soul ring, if the soul beast's age is too high, your body won't be able to handle it. You're still young and your body is weak. You need to be cautious when fusing such advanced ones. Huang Lin explained from his side. I understand. But when the time comes, can I choose by myself? Yitian said, bowing to Stan and Huang Lin. Thank you, Uncle Stan, Uncle Huang Lin. In that case, he planned to choose a slightly larger saber-toothed tiger for fusion. He couldn't waste his innate level 20 soul power and wanted to find a relatively optimal soul ring, so he wouldn't fall behind in the early stages. This should be fine. Just choose carefully and don't be greedy. Select a smaller saber-toothed tiger. That would be more secure, Huang Lin advised. Little Tian is so young, but has his own ideas. Not bad, not bad. He has the demeanor of a strong one. Stan praised, then continued, let us go. Get off the carriage. We can't ride anymore. We're entering the forest. The three of them left the carriage, with Stan and Huang Lin leading the way while Yitian followed behind. Stan took out a long sword from his bag and handed it to Yitian, saying, here, little Tian, this is for you. After we injure the soul beast, you must personally kill it to obtain the soul ring. Yitian took the long sword, which for Stan was only at waist level, but for him, it felt like a great sword, slightly taller than himself. Stan wasn't worried about Yitian being unable to lift the long sword. As a genius with innate full soul power, he had already surpassed his peers significantly in strength, so this weight was certainly not an issue. After giving the instructions, Stan's eyes suddenly lit up. Under Yitian's astonished gaze, he shouted, Spirit Cat, possess me. A faint yellow radiance emanated from the center of his forehead, spreading outwards along his brow. Stan's original black hair instantly turned yellow with the infusion of the yellow light and quickly grew longer. At the same time, yellow fur appeared on his exposed skin, making his body look slightly more robust, exuding a fierce aura. The previously loose Spirit Hall uniform became tight as Stan's martial spirit possessed him. His eyes had turned yellow, and the nails on his fingers elongated, resembling curved blades that gleamed coldly. Meanwhile, 3 soul rings appeared beneath him, continuously circling from his feet to the top of his head. One was white, and the other 2 were yellow. Let's go. Now that I have my martial spirit possessed, with my soul master level strength, there are few soul beasts in this soul-hunting forest that can contend with me, Stan said with a hint of arrogance. In this small place called Sunset City, at level 33 as a soul master, he already belonged to the top tier of experts, and everyone had to give him some respect, with the top expert Stan leading the way. The 3 of them moved smoothly and directly towards the location agreed upon with the martial spirit law enforcement team. Along the way, any soul beast that encountered the murderous Stan immediately fled, not daring to show even the slightest intent to attack. The strength of a level 33 soul master could only be matched by 1,000-year soul beasts. Certainly, these 10-year and 100-year soul beasts were no match. In the soul-hunting forest, most of the soul beasts were 100-year ones, with very few 1,000-year soul beasts present. The rare few 1,000-year soul beasts have been specially isolated, reserved for the nobles of Sunset City, and ordinary people wouldn't have the chance to encounter them. Note: new book seeking recommendation votes. Thank you. Chapter 9. Hunting. Please collect and recommend the new book. Yitian followed Stan closely, looking around. It was his first time seeing a soul beast, and everything felt new and exciting. We need to hurry. The location is deep in the forest, and it's still quite a distance away. If we move too slowly, we'll have to spend the night in the forest. Stan had been living comfortably in the Spirit Hall for years, and his soul power hadn't advanced in a long time, so he certainly didn't want to sleep in the woods. At this moment, Huang Lin had summoned his dagger soul to protect Yitian, as everything in the forest could potentially be a predator, so they had to be cautious Of course, Yitian didn't summon his own martial soul. Not to mention he had no soul rings. His martial soul couldn't manifest itself and could only be used like a weapon martial soul. The key point was that his gold medal live-streaming Draven was simply too overwhelming. Randomly playing a BGM and then doing some self-promotion. Who could withstand that? Drawing hatred was secondary. After all, with the top expert stand around, but the crucial thing was it could alert the snakes in the grass. The path was clear. Half an hour later, Stan said, "All right, let's take it slow. Up ahead is the agreed location, the place where the driven-off, saber-toothed tigers are." Stan lowered his voice and added, "Next, it's your turn to find your target. When you've chosen one, just tell us directly, and I'll go weaken it for you." Thank you, Uncle Stan." Yitian nodded, appearing very polite. Under the protection of the two uncles, he crouched down and searched for the traces of the saber-toothed tigers. The law enforcement team of the Spirit Hall worked steadily, and soon Yitian spotted a saber-toothed tiger. The saber-toothed tiger resembled a tiger, but appeared longer and leaner compared to the robust tiger, measuring about 3 meters in length and standing around 1.6 meters tall, towering over Yitian and looking quite imposing. Yitian was not in a hurry to let Stan and Huanglin take action. This was just the first one. Who knew if it was 100 years old or several hundred years old? It was necessary to compare several options. After a while, Yitian encountered another one. This saber-toothed beast was much smaller in size compared to the previous one, measuring only 2 meters in length and roughly the same height as him. He decided to pass. Yitian would naturally not choose this pitifully young saber-toothed tiger and had to make another choice. Along the way, he picked and chose, discovering that the smallest saber-toothed tigers that were 100 years old were at least 2 meters long and around 1.2 meters tall. The largest ones measured nearly 5 meters in length and stood about 2 meters tall, looking like a small van, truly a large predatory animal. Most of the other saber-toothed tigers were around 3 meters long and about 1.5 meters tall. Yitian was pondering secretly which one he should choose. If he wanted to be cautious, he would naturally select the saber-toothed beast around 3 meters in length. However, he had innate full soul power at level 20. So choosing a soul ring that was 300 to 400 years old would be a bit of a waste, wouldn't it? After thinking for a moment, Yitian made up his mind to take down the largest saber-toothed beast, considering his natural strength, forged from iron, and his robust physique. Choosing a first soul ring that was 800 to 900 years old was reasonable and not excessive at all. "Uncle Stan, I plan to hunt that largest saber-toothed beast," Yitian said. "That saber-toothed beast is not low in age." Stan expressed some concern. "Do you want to choose a medium one instead?" "I think so too. Maybe you should choose a medium one." Huanglin added from the side. "This saber-toothed beast as your first soul ring is a bit risky. I'm afraid your body can't handle it." "It's fine. I started forging iron when I was 3 years old, so my body is definitely fine. Plus, I have innate full soul power, so my soul power is also no problem." Yitian thought for a moment and added, "I feel a connection with it." "A connection?" Stan and Huanglin couldn't help but twitch their lips, secretly mocking him. Indeed, there was a strong connection. He was about to kill it and turn it into a soul ring. How could there not be a connection? "All right, you and Huanglin wait here for a bit. I'll go deal with this saber-toothed beast." After saying that, Stan whooshed and dashed out with a fierce gust of wind, heading straight for the saber-toothed beast. The saber-toothed beast, possessing the agility of a cat and the strength of a tiger, naturally wouldn't let Stan approach without reacting. As a soul beast with nearly 1,000 years of cultivation, it was a dominant force in this soul-hunting forest. How could it endure human provocation? A roar echoed through the forest, shaking the ground, and large leaves fell in a flurry. As a modern person, Yitian had never witnessed such a thrilling and dangerous scene. His adrenaline surged, his heart raced, and he felt a rush of blood. The nearly 1,000-year-old saber-toothed tiger transformed into a yellow light, instantly pouncing over, moving incredibly fast and carrying a strong scent of blood. Although Stan hadn't fought in a long time, his instincts were still intact. As a sensitive attack-type soul master, he naturally wouldn't be afraid of a 100-year-old soul beast. Roar! The 5-meter-long saber-toothed tiger lunged at Stan. Its sharp claws spread open like gleaming curved blades, coming down directly. Stan dodged. As a sensitive attack-type soul master, he couldn't face a soul beast head-on. He leaped and rolled forward, brushing against the edge of the giant claws. Clang! The beast's claw struck a nearby granite rock, sending sparks flying, and deep grooves were carved into the tough stone. One could imagine how sharp and powerful that claw was. If an ordinary person were hit by such a forceful claw, they would undoubtedly be severed in half. leading to certain death. Roar! The saber-toothed tiger howled, gathering a bright white light in its mouth, which then surged out. The air exploded with sound, and the white light whistled through the air, incredibly powerful. Akin to a cannonball, Stan dodged again. The power of his spirit cat martial soul wasn't strong, but his speed was exceptionally fast. With a crisp snap, a nearby tall tree was struck down by the white light emitted by the saber-toothed tiger, crashing to the ground with leaves flying everywhere. Wow, this saber-toothed tiger is really powerful, Huang Lin said to Yitian. I estimate this saber-toothed tiger is close to a 1,000-year soul beast. It's a bit too risky. Should we find another one? He was somewhat worried. It is well known that the maximum bearing capacity of the first soul ring is only within the range of 400 years, exceeding that could pose a life threat. There have been reckless individuals who attempted to use a 500-year soul beast for their first soul ring, but ended up being backfired, resulting in their demise. It's fine. Don't worry, uncle. I will definitely be okay, Yitian replied confidently. As a naturally born level 20 with full soul power, acquiring a 100-year soul ring wasn't a big problem. Moreover, he possessed innate divine strength. Yitian's gaze was fixed firmly on Stan, eager to see how he would take down this nearly 1,000-year-old saber-toothed tiger. Roar! The beast's roar shook the heavens, causing the forest to tremble, while the surrounding ordinary saber-toothed tigers were frightened into trembling little kittens. Note that this ferocious beast is extremely fierce in the first 3 rounds of attacks, relentless and exhausting. Stan was about to counterattack. Huang Lin was beside Yitian explaining the situation. Note, dear readers, could you please cast your votes? Chapter 10. The first soul ring, the saber-toothed tiger pounced towards Stan. It opened its massive blood-filled mouth, large enough to swallow an adult whole, with fangs that could be 2 feet long, emanating a chilling aura. Stan retreated. As a speed-type battle spirit master, his speed was fast enough to dodge this attack with ease. 3 rounds had passed. It was time for me to strike. He let out a loud roar, full of energy, as the first soul ring on his body suddenly shone brightly. He shouted, first soul skill, frenzied scratching. Stan's first soul skill was an explosive soul skill. Its specific effect was to gather all his soul power in one breath, unleashing 13 attacks, each one 10% faster than the previous. Stan charged forward, moving like a startled swan, his speed astonishing, and in an instant, he was close to the saber-toothed tiger. The sound of tearing flesh echoed continuously. Stan's claws were slicing through the saber-toothed tiger's flesh, and the attacks grew fiercer and more forceful. Roar! The saber-toothed tiger howled in pain, having been injured. One of its forelimbs was severed at the root by Stan's claws, causing it to lose its balance, stagger backward, and then fall to the ground. Stan did not cease his attack. He scratched at the saber-toothed tiger's face, interrupting its roar. Moments later, Stan leaped back quickly, returning to Yitian and Huang Lin's side. Breathing heavily, Xiao Tian, go ahead and finish off this soul beast. His expression was serious, and his tone was very cautious. I understand your thoughts, but remember to act according to your capabilities. Yitian approached the saber-toothed beast. At this moment, this nearly 1,000-year-old soul beast had its snow-white fangs shattered by Stan, with blood flowing all over the ground and several bone-white broken teeth lying there. Yitian did not use the Draven soul to kill it with an axe, but instead planned to stab it to death with the sword in his hand. Under the unwilling and fierce gaze of the saber-toothed tiger, Yitian raised his long sword and, with a puff, fiercely plunged it into its skull. In the next moment, the saber-toothed tiger trembled violently, convulsed for a moment, and then fell silent, dying instantly. On the corpse of the saber-toothed tiger, faint yellow dots of light began to gather, forming a circle of yellow light. Stan reminded again, Xiao Tian, have you thought this through? The quality of the soul ring is very high. Do you see it? It is very solid and is already turning purple, indicating that this soul beast may be close to 1,000 years old. No, uncle, this is it. I feel like I can integrate. Yitian insisted, remaining unfazed. All right then, use your own soul power to draw the soul ring to yourself, and then immediately begin to meditate to absorb the energy of the soul ring. At this point, Stan no longer insisted. Yishin Pan sat in front of the saber-toothed beast, gathering soul power in his palms. With a flash of red light, a loud electronic DJ music played, and the flamboyant gold metal streamer Draven appeared. The microphone on the axe vibrated. Yitian is a prodigy, laughing proudly through the ages. Yitian looks very eye-catching. According to the predictions of the surrounding onlookers, 100 of the onlookers believe that Yitian will achieve success. Yitian ignored the lively atmosphere around him, channeling his soul power to attract the soul power from the saber-toothed tiger's body, aiming to draw the yellow soul ring closer. He focused his attention on his Draven martial soul, keeping the God King Darius at a distance to prevent any mix-up with the soul ring. At this moment, as the century-old saber-toothed tiger soul ring approached, Yitian felt an unprecedented strong pressure. His muscles trembled, and his bones and joints cracked under the strain. The yellow glow came floating in like a golden hoop, firmly settling on the forehead of his Draven martial soul. Yitian instantly felt the pain, as if Tang Song was reciting the tightening spell, or as if someone was pouring boiling water over his forehead, causing him excruciating pain all over his body. A surge of fiery energy poured down from the golden soul ring on the top of his head, wildly rushing into his body. Steady, he encouraged himself silently. Undoubtedly, this force was too powerful, somewhat exceeding the limits of his body, leading to adverse effects. Shouting on, stay steady. You must face the power of this soul ring head-on. Only by overcoming it can you better control it. Stan reminded him from the side, feeling anxious as well. Yitian felt the hot current rushing into his body, experiencing a sensation akin to drinking boiling water continuously on a scorching day, causing his whole body to twitch in pain. How could I possibly be defeated by this little bit of power? A mere century-old soul ring. Can it really harm me? Yitian roared in anger, mobilizing Draven's martial soul to confront this overwhelming power head-on. Yitian is very steady, feeling relaxed, just like enjoying a hot spring. Luxurious, enjoyable, and delightful. Yitian cursed inwardly. Damn it, what a hot spring. I'm like instant noodles right now, boiling in hot water like magma. Behind him, Huang Lin and Stan heard Yitian's explanation of his martial soul, and their hearts finally settled. They couldn't help but marvel. Truly deserving of being a full innate soul power with an extremely powerful mutated martial soul. He was indeed exceptional, even in the matter of merging spirit rings. He was a cut above the rest. Moreover, the first spirit ring of a future great master was actually obtained with their help. They couldn't help but secretly ponder that if Yitian were to achieve title de law in the future and his deeds were passed down, they might also be remembered throughout history. As time passed, Yitian felt a sudden lightness in his body, no longer experiencing the previous pain. Soon after, that scorching energy began to transform into a warm current, slowly nourishing his body, truly feeling like he was soaking in a hot spring. Incredibly comfortable. It was as if he had undergone a tremendous health treatment, feeling refreshed all over, floating as if he were soaring through the clouds. This pleasant state lasted for a full hour until the fusion of the spirit ring was complete. Yitian began to meditate, carefully feeling the various benefits that the soul ring brought to him. Generally speaking, after a soul master absorbs a soul ring, they can sense what soul skills they possess. Yitian is no exception. He introspects himself, calms down to communicate with his martial soul, and feels everything that the 900 years of soul rings have brought him. However, unexpectedly, Yitian suddenly felt an inexplicable surge of information in his mind. A figure appeared in his mind. This figure had a muscular build, with dark eyeshadows. Although he had two ugly little mustaches, it did not give off a sleazy feeling. Instead, it made one feel that this person was extremely arrogant and overbearing. The moment he saw this person, Yitian understood. This is Draven. In his mind, Draven, with his signature axe, sat on a viewing platform dozens of meters high, in a place resembling an arena, with rows of prisoners below the platform. Draven leaned back, casually spinning a small dagger on his fingertip, looking disdainfully at the more than 10 death row inmates below. Now, I'm giving you a chance to live. You have two choices: unite and defeat me, or escape from here. Draven pointed to the open gate below the arena. If you can get out of here, I'll spare your lives. The more than 10 death row inmates exchanged glances and nodded, pulling out prepared blades from the sides of the arena, uniting to try to defeat Draven. This was the pride of the Noxians. They were unwilling to flee and wanted to leave in an honorable manner. Ha ha ha, Draven sneered. Welcome to the Draven's Glory Execution Ground. Note, new book seeking recommendations from all the handsome readers. Chapter 11. Seeking recommendations for martial spirit skills. Draven looked at the death row inmates below the platform, the corners of his mouth twitching as he revealed a hint of a contemptuous smile. He drove the spinning dagger into the chair beside him and then leaped down from the dozens of meters high platform. Boom! A cloud of dust rose dozens of meters high. The next moment, a spinning flying axe cut through the air, blood splattering, and the sound of rolling heads echoed. The headless corpses of the more than 10 death row inmates erupted into fountains of blood, welcoming Draven's dazzling entrance. At the same time, earth-shattering gasps filled the surroundings. Yitian felt like an outsider, watching everything unfold. He understood in his heart that this was Draven's showcase. This was also the source of Draven's title as the Glorious Executioner. He stood there lost in thought. Eventually, the arena disappeared. The death row inmates vanished. The cheers faded, and even Draven was gone. All that remained in his mind was that flying axe, the one that sliced through the air. In Yitian's consciousness, the axe spun around, ultimately coming in his direction. Before he could react, it instantly merged into his body. The moment the flying axe integrated with him, it was as if he had received a sudden enlightenment. An inexplicable information surfaced in his mind. The technique of that axe, the power of that axe, the charm of that axe. In an instant, he understood all the mysteries within. What is this? Yitian suddenly realized that this was a way of inheritance. Martial soul skill, spinning flying axe. The next attack using spinning flying axe will deal an additional 50 physical damage of the main body S attack, and the axe will bounce off the target into the sky. If the bounced axe is caught, the power of the next spinning flying axe will further increase the damage. The increased damage will be equivalent to an additional 10 of the main body S attack power. If the spinning flying axe continues to be caught as it falls, the damage will continue to stack by 10 until it eventually reaches a maximum of 100. Additionally, 2 spinning flying axes can be used simultaneously. In Yitian's heart, a tremendous wave was stirred up. There was no doubt that this did not belong to soul ring skills, nor to soul bone skills. This was a skill derived from the martial soul itself, similar to Tang San's Xian Yu Hand, the chaos cloak hammer method of the Haotian sect, and the secret technique of the great Sumeru hammer. It was the Q skill of Draven's martial soul, just with some modifications, but essentially the same. What does this ability represent? Every soul master knows. Why are soul bones precious? Isn't it because soul bones come with a skill equivalent to having an extra means? And having a martial soul that inherently carries a skill is simply unbeatable, as it means being one step ahead from birth, possessing many abilities that ordinary people do not have, which can be said to be akin to having a soul bone. Moreover, he was very aware that his martial soul could not possibly have just this one skill, with 2 martial souls combined. There should be at least 8 to 10 skills in total. If he were to reach the title of Douluo, it would mean that he had 8 more soul ring skills than other soul masters. Even if he performed poorly in the future and had no soul bones, he would still be stronger than many who were full of soul bones. Of course, it couldn't be compared to those with 3 lives martial souls, especially the 3-life grandpa version of Huoguo's martial soul. Yitian once again reflected on himself, wanting to delve deeper into the potential of his martial soul and to see if any new skills could be born. After some profound exploration, not long after, Yitian received another piece of inheritance information. Martial soul skill, Noxian Might. When Draven and Darius's martial souls engage in battle with enemies, every collision, as long as they touch the opponent's martial soul or body, will impose a layer of the Noxian Might curse on them. The Noxian Might curse will slowly erode the enemy's vitality, and this curse can stack up to 5 times. After 5 collisions with Draven or Darius's martial souls, the enemy will be inflicted with 5 layers of the Noxian Might curse. At that point, Darius's martial soul will enter a blood rage state. In the blood rage state, Darius's martial soul will deal double damage to enemies afflicted with 5 layers of the Noxian Might curse. Furthermore, in the blood rage state, when Darius collides with other opponents' martial souls or bodies, he will directly impose 5 layers of the Noxian Might curse on them. If an enemy has been afflicted with 5 layers of the Noxian Might curse by Darius's martial soul and is below their own marriage power threshold, Darius's martial soul can directly use the Noxian guillotine to execute them. Each layer of the Noxian Might curse effect will increase the power of the Noxian guillotine by 20. Yitian's heart surged with waves again. This passive ability was simply unsolvable. He didn't expect to actually inherit the passive ability Blood Fury. He noticed that the passive ability Noxian Might was a shared passive skill between Draven's and Darius's soul forms. For this, Yitian didn't find it strange. As an experienced player in the league, he naturally knew that Draven's original passive ability was actually similar to his brother Darius's, both being bleed passives. It was just that due to being too powerful in the lane, it was replaced with a bounty passive. As a soul skill, the bounty passive was clearly a bit overpowered, while the bleed passive was undoubtedly the most suitable. Although Draven's soul form couldn't trigger the Blood Fury state, it could pave the way for another soul form, Darius. Regarding the Blood Fury ability, he hadn't thought about it before. After all, in the game, it required cutting someone's major artery to trigger. In reality, who could let you cut their major artery? And it had to be done 5 times. This was purely difficult. After all, in reality, if someone got their artery cut by such a large axe, not to mention 5 times, they wouldn't survive even once. But the soul skill version of Blood Fury was obviously different. It could be triggered just by collision. This meant that if he held an axe and collided with a weapon soul master's weapon soul 5 times, he could inject 5 layers of the Noxian Might Curse onto that weapon soul master. At that point, he could directly switch soul forms and summon the God King Darius's soul form to activate the Blood Fury mode. Yitian also noticed that the Blood Rage mode is quite different from the game. In the game, Blood Rage affects oneself. However, after the soul transformation, Blood Rage affects the enemy. This means that after triggering Blood Rage, the effect is only valid for enemies with 5 layers of Noxian Power Curse. If one wants the Blood Rage effect to apply to other enemies, they need to collide with that enemy again. With this ability, it means that after Blood Rage is activated, one can recklessly charge in, similar to how intelligence drops by 250 in the game. Moreover, the triggering mechanism of Blood Rage is quite simple. In the future, it seems unlikely anyone would want to engage him in a battle of 300 rounds. Note, the new book still needs the care of the handsome guys. Please vote for recommendations. Chapter 12. Siege. The most domineering aspect of a Noxian Curse passive is the Blood Rage combined with the execution effect of Noxian Guillotine. Unlike in the game, where the execution is determined by health points, now it is limited by cultivation level. This also means that no matter who faces him, there cannot be situations like Tang Hao at level 90 defeating Qin Xuanji at level 95, where a lower level defeats a higher one, or cross-boundary confrontations. As long as there are no enemies with a cultivation level higher than his, they will definitely not be his opponent and can be directly executed with one axe. He secretly thought, only I can kill enemies across levels, and enemies cannot kill me across levels. Although he still didn't know how to learn the Noxian Guillotine soul skill, Yitian estimated that adding a few soul rings to Darius's soul should allow him to comprehend it. After all, he understood the cause of spinning flying axe because he added a soul ring to Draven's soul. However, there is no need to rush now. A divine level soul, like the King Darius's soul naturally, cannot be paired with some low-quality 100-year or 1,000-year soul rings. He should wait until his level is higher and Draven's soul starts to become somewhat fatigued before adding soul rings to the divine level King Darius's soul, starting from at least 10,000 years. Moreover, with the passive ability Blood Rage in existence, even without any soul ring skills, just relying on the soul power enhancement of the first soul, he can possess earth-shattering power. After all, there's also the Empire buff to support him. When Yitian finished comprehending himself and slowly opened his eyes, the sky had begun to darken, and the surrounding forest appeared very tranquil. He turned to look at Stan and Huang Lin, coincidentally meeting their eyes. Yitian's gaze is very nice, commanding, and imposing, as if a divine being is looking down upon the world. Yitian couldn't help but cover his face, feeling so embarrassed. The gold medal broadcaster Draven's martial soul was simply too shameless. This was blatant flattery. Success. Ha! Xiao Tian truly deserves to be called a genius. His future achievements are limitless. Stan laughed heartily. Needless to say, he's a title de loi, no doubt about it. Huang Lin chimed in. At their age, they had no hope for themselves anymore. Of course, their son wasn't young either. He had already experienced martial soul awakening and naturally had no expectations. Seeing a genius born in front of them felt indescribable, like a teacher whose student got accepted into the world's top university. Oh, Yitian was somewhat at a loss for words. This kind of talk meant to flatter a child made him feel a bit goosebumps. He secretly wondered if these two uncles had been influenced by the gold medal broadcaster Draven. Their commercial flattery was surprisingly skilled. In fact, it was true. While he was focused on absorbing the spirit rings, Draven had been non-stop praising and promoting for nearly an hour. Stan and Huang Lin had gone from wanting to stomp on Draven's martial soul to finding it very interesting and quite addictive. Yitian tried to calm the excitement in his heart as he walked toward Huang Lin and Stan. He knew that his path as a soul master had finally begun. From now on, he was no longer just a small soul warrior, but had become a true soul master. He hadn't even entered the junior academy yet, but he was already at a level where he could graduate. Yitian has taken action. Although this is a small step in his journey as a soul master, it is a significant leap for the entire Yitian continent. Yitian couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth and quickly put away his martial soul. If he kept boasting, he would definitely feel nauseous. Ha ha ha, Stan and Huang Lin laughed heartily. Xiao Tian, your martial soul is really interesting, Stan said with a smile. At first, I didn't feel much, but after listening for a while, it feels very intoxicating. He really couldn't find the right adjectives to express it. Yitian was somewhat speechless. I also think this martial soul is quite intoxicating. It's getting late now, we should hurry back, or we'll have to spend the night in the soul-hunting forest, Stan said. Although this forest isn't very dangerous, there are plenty of poisonous insects and snakes, and one careless move could lead to trouble. Yitian had no objections. He had been on the Douluo Continent for 3 years and had never stayed overnight in such a forest. Be careful, something is approaching us. At that moment, Stan's voice suddenly sounded. Huang Lin and Yitian's hearts jolted, and they looked in the direction Stan was staring at. At this moment, the sky had darkened, and the entire soul-hunting forest had turned pitch black, with many green glowing points appearing in the trees on the side. Yitian's heart skipped a beat. Although he only caught a glimpse, he could basically confirm that those were the eyes of a pack of beasts. Huang Lin, protect Xiao Tian well. We will fight our way out. Stan hadn't faced a tough battle in a long time, and he seemed a bit nervous at that moment. He said, that group of saber-toothed tigers has gathered together, wanting to kill us. How could that be? Huang Lin was surprised. We stayed there for so long without being attacked. Although that saber-toothed tiger that was nearly 1,000 years old is dead, its aura still lingers. It intimidated these saber-toothed tigers, which is why they didn't attack us. But now that we're leaving, it's only natural that they will come after us, Stan said. His voice was somewhat low, but he didn't seem panicked. But it's fine. These are only century-level saber-toothed tigers. It won't be difficult for us to fight our way out. Huang Lin tightened his grip on the dagger spirit in his hand. Although Stan was a soul master, humans were different from soul beasts. In terms of life and death combat, soul beasts were indeed superior. As a 25th level soul master, Huang Lin could only face 2 century-level saber-toothed tigers at most. Any more than that would pose a threat to his life. He wasn't sure if he could protect Yitian well. Yitian, standing beside them, couldn't help but furrow his brows. He was an idiot. Stan's soul master strength could only match a soul beast that was just 1,000 years old. Facing a pack of century-level soul beasts, he might not even be able to protect himself. Huang Lin was even less certain. Yitian even felt that with Huang Lin's strength and that little dagger martial soul, he might not even be able to defeat a saber-toothed beast that had been around for over 500 years. Stan and Huang Lin, both looking tense, focused all their attention on the saber-toothed beasts lying in ambush ahead, not noticing Yitian behind them, who had an expressionless face. In such a situation, if it were another 6-year-old child, they would have already cried out, either trembling in fear or having wet their pants. But Yitian was different. Having just experienced Draven harvesting a large number of death row inmates with a single axe, Yitian appeared very calm. After all, he was someone who had gone through big scenes. Moreover, he had attained level 20 soul power, along with 2 martial soul skills and 1 soul ring skill. In this Douluo Continent, he could be considered to have a bit of self-protection capability. Note, please give me recommendation votes. Thank you to all the handsome bosses. Chapter 13. Spinning Flying Axe. Douluo's Martial Soul Hall. Senior Text Volume. Chapter 13. Spinning Flying Axe. Get out of my way. Stan, maintaining his martial soul protective state, shouted loudly at the saber-toothed beasts hidden in the forest, wanting to use the aura of a soul respect to drive them back. Swish, swish, swish. A series of movements came from the forest, and a total of 11 saber-toothed beasts rushed out, fanning out in a semicircle, subtly surrounding Yitian and the others. In the darkness, the eyes of these 11 saber-toothed beasts emitted a faint green light, like 22 little bulbs, exuding a chilling, killing intent. The saber-toothed beasts did not notice Yitian behind Huang Lin and Stan, and were slowly approaching Stan. The strength of Stan as a soul respect made them feel somewhat uneasy, deciding to first tackle Stan, this hard nut to crack. Compared to the tense expressions of Stan and Huang Lin, Yitian stood expressionless in place, silently pondering. Unfortunately, the Imperial buff did not enhance Draven's martial soul, but was randomly bestowed upon the martial soul of the God King Darius. Regarding the dual martial souls, Yitian did not intend to deliberately conceal this ability. It wasn't as shocking as a 20-level innate divine martial soul, and generally wouldn't attract too much scrutiny. Tang Sen had to hide his twin martial souls because he was Tang Hao's son and had enmity with the Spear Hall. Having worked with Iron for 3 years here, he had no grievances with anyone. With this in mind, Yitian looked at the saber-toothed beast ahead and thought, if the first soul skill of the Draven Martial Soul is not effective, then I will have to reveal the God King, Darius Martial Soul. Seeing 11 saber-toothed beasts surrounding them, Stan let out a cold snort. A bunch of 100-year soul beasts dare to block my path as a soul master. They really don't know how to die. First soul skill, Frenzied Scratches. Stan immediately charged out, saying, Huang Lin, you take Xiao Tian and go ahead. I will hold them off. Stan, you. Huang Lin hesitated, feeling like he was betraying his teammate. I'm fine. These 100-year soul beasts can't hurt me. Once you get away, I can retreat, Stan said while fiercely battling a saber-toothed beast nearly 5 meters tall. Xiao Tian, let's go. Huang Lin's white soul ring lit up as he shouted, first soul skill, Sharp Dagger. Immediately, his dagger shone with white light, transforming into what looked like a laser dagger. No, Uncle Stan can't handle so many saber-toothed beasts. If we leave, he will definitely die. Yitian noticed that Stan was already at his limit, facing 2 saber-toothed tigers, nearly 5 meters long. If 1 or 2 more saber-toothed tigers joined the fight, Stan would undoubtedly die. Now that I have a soul ring and soul skills, I have the strength to fight, so I can't abandon Uncle Stan. Yitian turned around to help. But as soon as he turned back, he saw a claw with 5 hooked fingers attacking his face. He quickly shrank his neck, barely avoiding it, and crouched down to dart out from there. Looking back, he discovered that there were not just 11 saber-toothed tigers, but also a few hiding in the surrounding small woods. If it weren't for his quick reflexes just now, he would have been seriously injured. Dare to ambush me. After obtaining his first soul ring, Yitian's speed, strength, and reflexes had all undergone a qualitative leap, especially his strength. Although he was just a 6-year-old child now, his strength could easily surpass that of many level 20+ power-type soul masters. In an instant, Yitian activated his martial soul. A red light burst forth from his body. Accompanied by the red light, a circle of yellow soul rings rose up from beneath his feet, flashing with dazzling brilliance. A new DJ track began to play, and the microphone behind the axe let out an impassioned voice. In the cold forest, the autumn wind howled, and a silent, murderous aura filled the air. In this desolate situation, Yitian made a spectacular entrance. A thrilling slaughter was about to unfold. Let's see this exciting matchup, Yitian against the losers. As the red light flickered, the muscles in Yitian's body began to swell, and his small frame seemed to grow significantly taller. 2 axes appeared in his hands. He noticed that although his Draven martial soul could conjure axes, it was not a weapon martial soul, because it could also perform martial soul possession like beast martial souls. Spinning flying axe. Yitian raised his hand and activated his martial soul skill, causing 2 large axes to spin wildly, resembling a fan, filling his ears with a buzzing sound. At that moment, the saber-toothed beast turned around and let out a powerful roar, charging towards Yitian with great momentum, its large claws lunging at him. In the blink of an eye, Yitian raised his hand and launched a spinning flying axe. After inheriting Draven's legacy, he had completely mastered this skill, and as he threw it, there was no feeling of unfamiliarity at all. Whoosh! The spinning flying axe shot out instantly. Yitian was astonished to find that the spinning axe cut through the saber-toothed tiger's body as easily as slicing through tofu. When the muscles and bones in the tiger's chest were sliced open, blood gushed out, splattering Yitian's face. A fishy and salty taste filled his nose, spreading in his mouth, while the sticky, warm sensation on his face made him feel nauseous. The microphone on the flying axe began to function as a top-notch broadcaster while spinning and shooting. Yitian gathered energy in his hands, and suddenly, the axe glinted with a cold light, the chilling, killing intent spreading, a lethal strike concealed within. Ha! With a swift motion, Yitian raised his hand and swung the flying axe. A flash of cold light appeared, and the enemy was instantly decapitated. Wonderful, wonderful. Exciting, exciting. Yitian Gon retched twice, suddenly sprang up and flew away, aiming to catch the axe that was rebounding back. Catching the axe was the essence of the martial soul skill, rotating flying axe. If he couldn't catch it, then this skill would undoubtedly be quite useless. Yitian is conducting a master-level lecture on the topic, how to use the unparalleled axe. Yitian tightened his shoelaces and started to act. Pay attention to Yitian's spinning steps. Buzz, buzz, buzz. That huge flying axe pierced through a big tree on its way back and stuck into the ground, buzzing. At this moment, Stan and Huang Lin, who were in a fierce battle with the saber-toothed tiger, were shocked, and a storm surged in their hearts. It should be known that this was a century-old mixed beast. Moreover, it was a century-old soul beast of considerable age. A soul master who had just obtained a soul ring could at most match a 10-year soul beast. A 100-year soul beast would require a great soul master of level 20 or above to deal with. Even for someone like Huang Lin, a level 26 great soul master, facing a several hundred-year soul beast posed a life-threatening danger, especially against a fierce soul beast like the saber-toothed tiger, where one careless move could lead to death. Huang Lin believed that if a saber-toothed tiger of around 500 years came, he could easily be defeated by this level 26 dagger-wielding agile attack soul master. Yet, it was precisely this terrifying soul beast that was killed by a child who had just obtained his first soul ring with a single axe strike. Moreover, it was cleanly cut in half, without a hint of struggle, dying a swift death. Note, please spare a recommendation vote, everyone. Chapter 14, Seeking Votes with an Axe. Looking at the flying axe stuck in the ground and slowly dissipating, Yitian felt a bit embarrassed. This flying axe seemed to be quite disrespectful, completely not shooting back in the direction he was moving, but rather bouncing back in the opposite direction. He was somewhat puzzled. Logically speaking, he had already received Draven's inheritance, so he shouldn't have missed. The moment he swung the axe, he had already controlled the force and angle, ensuring the flying axe would return to his hand. Why did it bounce back in the opposite direction after killing the saber-toothed tiger? Haha, Yitian was just feeling sorry for his opponent. Yitian couldn't help but blush, thinking to himself, what a pity, I really didn't catch it. Roaring, a gust of bloody wind arose behind him. Without looking back, Yitian swiftly threw out a spinning axe from his left hand. In the moment he threw the axe, he began to move, not to kill the enemy, but to position himself to catch the axe he had thrown. To avoid missing the axe, Yitian acted in advance, aiming to catch it at the right spot. He wanted to see why the theoretical trajectory was so different from the actual one. He wasn't worried that this axe wouldn't be able to kill the 100-year-old saber-toothed beast before him. After all, he was now at level 20 with full soul power, and as soon as he fused another soul ring, he would transition from a soul master to a great soul master. Moreover, his Draven martial soul was quite versatile, combining the use of weapon martial souls and the enhancement of beast martial souls on his own body, coupled with his innate strength and the initial 50 attack power boost from the spinning axe. It would be incredibly easy to kill a 100-year-old saber-toothed beast with just one axe. Buzzing, the spinning axe drew an arc in the air, humming ominously, possessing terrifying lethality. As long as he could catch it and release it again, its lethality would increase further. Without any surprises, the spinning axe, with its fierce momentum, flashed like a startled swan and directly dismembered the 100-year-old saber-toothed beast. Yitian struck again, although there was a significant gap in their realms. The difference in combat strength was clear. Facing a weaker opponent, Yitian unleashed a fierce killing move. The commentary by the gold medal anchor Draven, who possesses a martial soul, was slightly slower than the actual events. Therefore, by the time the description was relayed, the saber-toothed beast had already lost its head, lying in a pool of blood. Yitian's killing move arrived in an instant. The distance of over 10 meters vanished, and the flying axe transformed into an enigmatic trajectory. In the forest, the sound of clashing echoed, and the insignificant enemy was instantly killed. Yitian did not look back. From the explanation of the gold medal anchor, he understood that the saber-toothed beast had been cleanly killed by him. He noticed that the returning position of the flying axe continued to show a significant deviation. Yitian hurriedly stepped forward to the position where the flying axe was launched, wanting to catch the first flying axe of his life. Damn! Looking at the flying axe just within reach, Yitian couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Struggling to steady his trembling body, he forcefully caught the axe with both hands. Facing the spinning flying axe he had thrown, he felt the airflow from its rotation brushing against his face and thought about the terrifying lethality of this axe. Yitian felt a chill run down his spine. What if this axe didn't recognize its owner and he accidentally cut himself while catching it? Fortunately, this situation did not occur. This was his own martial soul, and it wouldn't cut its own master like a real weapon would. Yitian started his spinning steps, his figure agile and swift like the wind, darting through the desolate forest. Wow, Yitian caught it. Yitian demonstrates unparalleled control, steadily catching the axe that comes like a flood beast. Yitian was somewhat speechless. This martial soul was just too impressive. Not only did it come with its own BGM, but it also had a gold medal commentator, the ultimate self-promotion version. Huang Lin saw Yitian swinging his hands effortlessly, instantly killing 200-year-old saber-toothed beasts, and couldn't help but cheer in delight as he moved towards Yitian. He kept thinking to himself that he had struck it rich, that his future was secured, and that the hardships of his earlier life were finally paying off. A genius had been discovered right in front of him, a super genius. No, this was a divine-level genius. Without relying on any external forces, having just awakened, he could easily kill 100-year soul beasts, and they were of the extremely powerful soul beast species. Moreover, it wasn't a fight to the death. It was a one-hit kill. One axe per beast, without any effort at all. Huang Lin was simply astonished. Stan felt the same way, his heart brimming with joy. What kind of divine operation was this? What kind of divine child was this? What kind of incredible luck had he stumbled upon? It truly felt like someone was sitting at home, and a divine being had fallen from the sky. He had no worries that Yitian would later turn against him. Earlier, when he told Huang Lin to take Yitian and escape, Yitian had chosen to stay behind instead, directly coming to his rescue. What did this indicate? It indicated that he was a grateful and pure-hearted divine child. Yitian continued to spin the rotating flying axe on his right hand. This was the flying axe he had just caught. He noticed that after catching it, the rotation speed of the flying axe seemed to have increased. There was no doubt about it. The ability of the rotating flying axe to stack damage had been triggered. The axe was now not just stacking 50 damage, but 60 damage. The moment he caught the axe, Yitian understood why the direction of the flying axe's launch had such a large discrepancy from the previously established position. This was because the force of the rebound was altered after the flying axe collided with the object and cut through it. Thus, there was a significant difference compared to the rebound force in the previously ideal state. With the difference in force, the landing position would naturally vary greatly as well. Yitian felt a bit uncomfortable, and this flaw would likely be difficult to resolve in a short time. To accurately determine the position of such rebound force, one could only rely on scientific calculations or become familiar through practice and instinct. The first option was certainly not suitable for him. If he were to list a few equations to calculate the falling position, it would be quite a challenge for him. After 3 years of forging, he could hardly remember those things. He had completely forgotten about equations and functions. Moreover, this was a world that emphasized metaphysics, and he naturally couldn't engage in science in such a place. If he were to go against the norm and talk about science here, telling the people of Douluo Continent that this world was actually a sphere, what if a few young heroes like Tang Xiaoyao came out and killed him? Then he would just have to practice hard in the future. Uncle Stan, Uncle Huang Lin, come over quickly. Yitian shouted with a childish voice. I'm going to use my first soul skill. Chapter 15. The celestial child, upon hearing Yitian's voice, Stan and Huang Lin were both taken aback, feeling a sense of unreality in their hearts. What did this celestial child just say? He is about to start. Is he going to unleash a big move? Wasn't that spinning axe earlier his first soul skill? They both recalled carefully and immediately thought of the fact that when the celestial child threw the spinning axe, the first soul ring on him did not glow. There was no doubt about it. This meant that he had not used his first soul skill. Although the two old friends had many questions, they did not doubt Yitian's words. Instead, they quickly got rid of the soul beast they were facing and started moving closer to Yitian. Boom! The axe exploded with a roar. Yitian once again gathered his soul power, reforming a flying axe in his left hand, and used the rotating flying axe skill to make the axe start spinning again. He noticed that this soul skill consumed quite a bit of soul power. If he didn't catch the axe and instead forcibly gathered it again with soul power, it probably wouldn't last long. He estimated that if he shot out 7 or 8 axes with one hand, he would be drained. Here it comes, the first soul skill. A double pierce. Yitian let out a thunderous roar, and the yellow soul ring on his body immediately radiated intense light, enveloping him in an instant. He then turned sharply while holding 2 massive spinning flying axes, and with unmatched force, hurled the 2 axes forward. At that moment, the slightly delayed commentary from the Golden Badge broadcaster came through. The ultimate move is revealed. Yitian once again calls forth a peerless divine weapon, and the atmosphere between heaven and earth instantly becomes charged with killing intent. Under the dim moonlight, beast shadows dart about, and the howling of the divine weapon is the only movement, concentrated and profound. As the floating clouds obscure the moon and the forest descends into darkness, Yitian strikes. Kill! The 2 spinning flying axes whistled through the air. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 2 flying axes this time were vastly different from before. The axe blades were enveloped in red light, exuding a captivating power. In midair, the red light on the spinning axes flashed, and, in an instant, it was as if they had split into shadow clones, with each axe suddenly transforming from 1 into 2. For axes? Yitian was taken aback, but quickly reacted, thinking, hurry, I need to catch the axes. He hadn't expected that by using his first soul skill, the double penetration, he could transform the limited 2 axes into 4. This was no small feat. It effectively doubled his attack range, frequency, and lethality, making it a soul skill that matched well with his martial soul abilities. The effect of the first soul skill, double penetration, instantly split the outward attack of the martial soul, achieving a double effect, with the split attacks being equivalent to the original. This meant that now, after Yitian activated his first soul skill, any attack released by the martial soul, whether it was soul power, ordinary axes, or spinning flying axes, would become twofold. Of course, while double penetration was indeed impressive, it was only applicable for ranged attacks. If you wanted to pick up an axe and engage the enemy in close combat, this soul skill would be of no use at all. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The howling in the sky grew louder, resonating in all directions as the 4 spinning flying axes whistled through the air, swiftly passing by. In an instant, 7 or 8 saber-toothed beasts were sliced apart, and then the 4 flying axes shot back one after another, whistling as they returned. With the ultimate move unleashed, Yitian poured all his strength into it, skillfully turning the tides. In an instant, the axe shadows danced wildly, and a fierce killing intent permeated the world. As the giant axes swept through, they left behind a trail of blood and carnage. Yitian chose to selectively ignore the passionate background music and the arrogant commentary coming from the microphone. Watching the axe rebound, he quickly followed up, dashing towards the nearest flying axe that had landed, aiming to catch it. However, this was clearly not easy. The speed at which the axe rebounded was extremely fast, and with Yitian's current reaction speed, it was impossible for him to operate 4 axes simultaneously. In fact, even operating a single rotating flying axe was quite difficult for him at the moment. This was because sometimes the position where the axe rebounded was rather inconvenient. For example, if the rebound position happened to be right next to a saber-toothed tiger, should he choose to pick up the axe or to kill the saber-toothed tiger? Yitian clearly understood this point. Therefore, he did not greedily try to catch 2 axes, but instead chose a relatively safe spot for 1 axe to fall and caught in his hand. Kill! A spinning flying axe flew out again. This time, Yitian did not condense a new axe to launch another spinning flying axe. Instead, he directly threw the spinning flying axe in his hand and activated his first soul skill. This would save a lot of soul power. The consumption of soul power for the soul ring skill of dual piercing was relatively small. Condensing another axe and continuing to use the spinning flying axe would undoubtedly consume a lot of soul power, since they were still inside the forest. It would be a foolish decision to exhaust his soul power just to kill this group of saber-toothed wolves, especially since he did not know what kind of soul beasts might be encountered later. One should always leave room for themselves and have an escape route, not seeking to attack the enemy with 3 parts while keeping 7 parts for oneself, but at least keeping 3 parts for oneself. The spinning flying axe accomplished its task again, dismembering the 2 saber-toothed wolves that pounced. The flying axe spun in the air, echoing. The invincible Yitian made his move, with cold eyes and swift actions. At the moment the moon revealed its clear brightness, the spinning divine axe sliced through the night sky, leaving a shower of blood in its wake. The beasts' cries were mournful, full of despair. Their bodies fell to the ground, and before they could even scream or moan, they met their end. Yitian quickly followed up, skillfully catching a well-aimed spinning flying axe, securing it once again. With these 2 attacks, he had thrown a total of 8 spinning flying axes, effectively killing 10 saber-toothed beasts. The remaining 3 saber-toothed beasts, completely demoralized, hurriedly tucked their tails and fled. No longer harboring any intent to fight, they were truly frightened out of their wits. Yitian watched the 3 saber-toothed beasts flee without pursuing them. There was no benefit in killing these creatures, so he wouldn't waste his energy. Huang Lin and Stan stared blankly at the scene before them, their hearts numb from shock. Tonight's events had reshaped their worldview. Such a monstrous talent truly existed. Just after awakening, he stood at the finish line of many ordinary people. They had spent their entire lives cultivating soul power and soul skills, yet they were still not as powerful as him right after his awakening. This once-in-a-thousand-years prodigy not only appeared before them, but they also helped him awaken and obtain his first soul ring. Lost in thought, Huang Lin seemed to envision this divine child dominating the Douluo Continent. He recalled Yitian's words when he first awakened his martial soul. Those cunning words, "Welcome to Yitian Continent, the master of Douluo Continent. Yitian has awakened. The universe is not worth discussing. The world is mine to command. Traversing the Douluo Continent, who dares to challenge me?" Suddenly, He had an epiphany. This little guy before him would be the god of the Douluo Continent in the future. Note: new book seeking recommendation votes from all you handsome guys. Chapter 16 Return to Da's Spirit Hall. Senior Text Volume. Chapter 16 Return. Yitian quietly watched the three saber-toothed beasts retreat. The ground flowing with blood and littered with corpses. The saber-toothed beasts on the ground were all dismembered by the spinning flying axe, their intestines spilling out. Various filth oozing everywhere, and a foul smell spreading. Yitian appeared calm on the surface, like an old dog, but his tender little hands trembled slightly. In 2 lifetimes, this was the first time he had killed, slaying a beast 10 times more ferocious than the tigers of his past life. Just then, a deep and resonant voice interrupted Yitian's contemplation and reminiscence. Exciting, thrilling, Yitian dominated the battlefield. Before him was an unbelievable scene. Yitian was a chilling figure, a fallen being trapped in endless despair, a ghostly deity reborn from hell, and also, Yitian came back to his senses, listening to the self-praise of the business world, and quickly put away the microphone axe in his hand. Saving a bit of soul power was better than nothing. The microphone disappeared, and the background music and commercial self-praise came to an abrupt halt. However, although he put away the axe, he did not retract the state of the Draven martial soul. They were still in the forest, and maintaining the martial soul possession state was undoubtedly safer. Xiao Tian, how do you feel? Stan and Huang Lin hurriedly asked. It's terrifying, but exhilarating. This was Yitian's honest feeling. After a moment of fear, there was an indescribable sense of exhilaration. The hardships he had endured since crossing over, the pent-up frustration in his heart, suddenly dissipated by more than half. Let us hurry back. The smell of blood here is too strong. If we stay any longer, we might attract more fierce soul beasts. Stan said, let's go back and get a good sleep. It won't be long before news from Soul Master City comes through. Huang Lin echoed. Regarding Yitian's unusual martial soul, whether it was a weapon or beast martial soul, and the spinning axe, and his first soul skill splitting attack, Huang Lin and Stan did not inquire in detail. Being nearly 50, they understood certain things well. Everyone has their little secrets, and those who love to dig deep usually don't end up well. The journey back was very calm. There were no reckless soul beasts attacking them along the way. Although they had just experienced a bloody battle and were stained with blood, they also carried the scent of many saber-toothed beasts. This scent kept many weaker soul beasts at bay. By midnight, the three had exited the soul-hunting forest and returned to the carriage. Xiao Tian, you should sleep for a bit. We'll be back at the Martial Soul Hall by morning, Stan said gently. He wanted to take good care of Yitian. Huang Lin felt the same. Soon, if nothing unexpected happened, Yitian would enter the sacred land of soul masters, the Martial Soul City, and it was uncertain when they would meet again. Naturally, they wanted to take this opportunity to build a good relationship and leave a good impression for future benefits. That night, Yitian did not sleep. Scenes from earlier in the soul-hunting forest kept flashing in his mind. After finishing a game, some exciting scenes could linger in one's memory for half a day, let alone after a killing spree. At the same time, Yitian was pondering how to better handle his spinning flying axe. The spinning flying axe in reality was completely different from that in the game. There were too many factors to consider. If he wanted to master it, as if it were an extension of his body, he would likely need a long time of practice. Yitian pondered to himself, after arriving at the Soul Master Academy. I must train hard and master the techniques for wielding the axes as soon as possible. Not to mention operating 4 axes simultaneously. At least I should be able to control 2 axes. Draven's martial soul needs to shine. To do that, I must learn how to catch the axes. Moreover, with the first soul skill, the double habit, my axes can be split into 4. The operational space with 4 axes is incredibly vast. If I can master it completely, my combat power will at least double, or even more, because the attack frequency will increase, and each attack will have nearly double damage enhancement. This is a triple boost in attack power, attack speed, and attack range, and the impact on my strength goes without saying. To fully master the spinning flying axes, I must conquer the following points. First, accurately grasp the force of throwing the axes. Second, control the rebound force of the axes. Third, calculate the rebound position of the axes based on the throwing force and rebound force. Fourth, the most critical point, how to execute the spinning steps mentioned by the gold medal anchor microphone. The fourth point is crucial. I can't just roll and crawl to catch the axes. I need to have a stylish swag movement, otherwise it would be too embarrassing. He thought about whether he could obtain a self-created martial soul technique similar to the Tang Sek's Ghost Shadow Misty steps at the Martial Soul Hall. As for creating one himself, that was impossible. He knew his own limits. After 3 years of forging, he still hadn't figured out any decent hammer techniques. While lost in thought, a wave of drowsiness hit him, and Yitian dozed off in a daze. This little body of over 6 years old didn't have the same energy as an adult. The next morning, Yitian woke up and had already returned to Sunset City. Without any delay, the three of them went back to the Spirit Hall in Sunset City. After a tiring day yesterday, they naturally needed to rest and recuperate for a few days while waiting for the admission notice from the Spirit City Academy. In the following days, Huanglin and Stan took Yitian on a tour around the entire Sunset City, buying many toys that children love to play with, as well as a lot of snacks that children enjoy eating. Yitian initially refused these, but he eventually agreed to accompany the two old men on their outing due to their enthusiastic invitation. As they put it, he would be starting school soon, and there would be less time to return to Sunset City later, so it was better to explore now and not leave any regrets for the future. They all understood that Yitian was an orphan who grew up in a small mountain village. In their opinion, Yitian should be curious about everything in the city. Therefore, they took him around to create a good impression, as they believed that holding onto the legs of the strong should start from a young age. During this time, Yitian also let go of everything in his mind and began to rest well, as he had been working hard for 3 years. Saying he wasn't tired would definitely be a lie. At this moment, he had no fancy techniques to practice, nor did he have the Tang sect's secret manuals to cultivate. Only a meditation method provided by Stan from the Spirit Hall. It was the most basic kind. However, for Yitian at this time, these things were undoubtedly very useless. After all, his soul power had already reached the limit of level 20, and if he didn't T-fuse with his second soul ring, no matter how much he practiced, there wouldn't be any results. This was the bottleneck. But having just fused with the first soul ring 2 days ago, it was unreasonable to go for the second soul ring now. The key point was that Stan and Huanglin were already somewhat unable to help him obtain the second soul ring. Note, please, I beg for recommendation votes. Chapter 17. Departure Sunset City, Spirit Hall. Ha ha ha. Huanglin laughed heartily as he approached, extremely excited, and said, Xiao Tian, the admission notice from Spirit City has arrived. People from the Spirit Hall of the Administrative Province will come to arrange your entry into Spirit City. Discovering a genius with innate full soul power entering the Spirit City Academy held extraordinary significance for them, who were from the lower ranks. So soon? Stan inquired as he rushed over, taking the admission notice from Huanglin's hand and reading it aloud. In view of Yitian's exceptionally high qualifications with innate full soul power, combined with his remarkable mutated spirit, the Spirit Hall Academy has admitted Yitian, and he will be heading to Spirit City as soon as possible. Ha, great. Without further ado, let's get Yitian's belongings ready immediately. It's best to start school early since the school season is just around the corner. Stan said. The two uncles acted quickly, and before long, they had prepared everything for Yitian, packing a small bundle for him, and happily sending him off to school. Yitian carried a delicate small bundle on his back and boarded the carriage heading to the administrative province of the Heavy Alliance under the gaze of Stan and Huanglin. There, he would gather with some academies heading to Soul City. After all, if each student were sent to Soul City individually, the expenses would be too high. Soul City is located between the two empires, and the journey is quite far. Yitian lay alone in the spacious carriage, contemplating his future at the academy. There was no doubt that he would have to stay in the Spirit Hall Academy for several more years. So he needed to plan his future well and figure out how to get along with a pair of 6-year-old kids. The destination this time was the Chongming Administrative Province, located near the border of the Douluo Empire and relatively close to Spirit City. The Douluo Empire is similar to the Heaven-Do Empire, with 3 kingdoms and a bunch of principalities beneath it. The Douluo Empire has 11 administrative provinces, 6 of which are directly controlled by the empire, while the remaining 3 kingdoms and several principalities share the other 5 provinces. Compared to the weakened royal family of the Heaven-Do Empire, the Douluo Empire is much more assertive. The subordinate kingdoms and principalities are under the rule of the Douluo Empire. If it weren't for the interference of the Spirit Hall, the Douluo Empire could have easily wiped out the subordinate kingdoms and principalities long ago. The Chongming Administrative Province is considered a vital area of the Douluo Empire, garrisoned with a large army, which is why the Spirit Hall has also set up a Spirit Hall main hall here. On the night of the 3rd day, Yitian finally arrived at the central city of Chongming Administrative Province, Biki City. The carriage marked with the Spirit Hall emblem passed through without any hindrance, entering directly at the city gate without being inspected. Biki City is the provincial capital, much larger and more prosperous and lively than Sunset City. On the streets, patrolling soldiers and a constant flow of people were everywhere. The carriage did not stop at all and went straight to the front of the Spirit Hall, main hall in the city. The Spirit Hall main hall was very prominent in the city, more lavishly maintained than the city lord's mansion, standing out distinctly and easy to identify. Little one, you can rest in the carriage for the night, and tomorrow a vehicle will take you to Spirit City, the staff at the Spirit Hall arranged. They did not intend to arrange accommodation for Yitian. After all, students had been arriving continuously these days, and if they arrange accommodation for each one, it would be too much trouble for the Spirit Hall. Yitian didn't mind. The environment in the carriage was quite nice, at least much better than his small house in Homri Village. He had no interest in strolling around by Chi City. No matter how bustling it was still not much compared to his previous life, and there was a significant difference. Moreover, as someone who talked a lot, boasted, and mocked martial souls, it was better to keep a low profile. Otherwise, if he got beaten up, who would he cry to? There was no conversation that night. The next morning, people from the Martial Soul Hall arrived, and not only that, but several carriages appeared, all filled with students heading to Martial Soul City. A small boy also entered his spacious carriage. The newcomer looked at Yitian and broke into a bright smile. "Hello, classmate." Yitian was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect this little guy to be so polite. Just a moment ago, he was worried that if a brat came along, he might have to teach him a lesson to show whose territory it was. It must be said that this little guy was somewhat adorable. Delicately carved and dressed very extravagantly, completely different from Yitian, the little blacksmith. "It's nothing, hello." Yitian forced a smile and nodded, then turned to look out the window, secretly pondering that this little guy must come from a good family. He had no intention of chatting with this child. Having lived 2 lives, he was nearly 30 years old in total, so it was natural that he wouldn't have much in common with a few-year-old kid. "Classmate, my name is Ire, from Phil City in the Heavy Alliance Administrative Province. I'm a support-type weapon soul master. What do you call yourself?" Ire looked at Yitian with curiosity in his eyes. Yitian was slightly taken aback, turned his head, and looked at AI Air. "My name is Yitian. I come from Homri Village in Sunset City. Why do you think I'm a student of the Wuhuan Temple? Most of those who set out today are students going to the Wuhuan Temple Academy. You are a bit older than me, but not by much, so you are naturally also a student." AI Air said. Yitian nodded. As for his age, he really didn't know, just that he was around 6 years old. "I see, that's really smart. Nice to meet you." Yitian smiled and nodded at AI Air. After saying that, he turned his head away again, clearly indicating that he didn't want to chat with the little guy named AI Air. Seeing this, AI Air slightly opened his mouth, but didn't say anything further. He also turned his head to look out the window at the scenery. Before long, under the protection of a group of Battle Soul Masters from the Spirit Hall, the whole convoy began to move, leaving the Heavy Alliance Administrative Province and heading toward the Spirit City. Compared to the laughter and cheerful voices from other carriages, Yitian, this little horse, seemed a bit dull, mainly because he kept looking out the window and didn't pay attention to AI Air. Looking at the other carriages, Yitian felt a bit strange because there were several to a dozen children in the other carriages. But in their 2 carriages, there were only himself and AI Air, which was clearly unusual. He looked at AI Air and asked, "Do you know why our carriage is so empty?" This carriage was not small, comparable to a camper van. Yitian didn't believe this was his special treatment. Undoubtedly, it should be because of the little guy in front of him. AI Air said quietly, "I don't really like noise, so I had the butler tell the people from the Spirit Hall to arrange for a relatively quiet carriage." Yitian was taken aback. Wow, this little thing has quite the background. Chapter 18. The Strength of the Spirit Hall. "I also quite like peace and quiet." Yitian asked, "Why don't you go to the Royal Academy of the Douluo Empire?" In his opinion, if AI Air is a noble, it would be better to go to the Royal Academy of Douluo. The Spirit Hall is not on good terms with the Empire. Wouldn't it be like biting the hand that feeds you for a noble to go to the Spirit Hall? AI Air was silent for a moment. "Well, my family thinks it's better for me to go to the Spirit Hall Academy." Yitian nodded. It was clear that AI Air had something on his mind. Since the little guy didn't want to say anything, he was interested in prying. "By the way, how much do you know about the Spirit Hall Academy?" Yitian asked, wanting to gather some information from AI Air as it relates to his future life. In the original work, only a few characters from the Spirit Hall Academy appeared, and after being defeated by the main characters, there was no further description. It was entirely unclear how things were. Huan Lin and Stan were also unclear about this, speaking ambiguously. Although they were members of the Spirit Hall, their low status meant they had never been to Spirit City in their lifetime. In his view, as champions of several consecutive high-level Soul Master competitions. The teaching quality of the Spirit Hall Academy must be unmatched across the entire Douluo Continent. As for the Spirit Hall Academy, I only know a little from my family. AI Air said. The entire Spirit Hall Academy is located in Spirit City, and it is divided into 3 major campuses based on the students' origins. They are the Douluo Campus, the Tiando Campus, and the Spirit Campus. Students from the Douluo Empire will enter the Douluo Campus. Students from the Tiando Empire will go to the Tiando Campus for their studies. The Spirit Campus is for the children of Spirit City and Spirit Hall members. The 3 campuses are all in Spirit City, closely adjacent to each other. The reason for the division into campuses is to create competition among students and foster a better learning atmosphere. The 3 campuses all belong to the Spirit Hall Academy, which claims that the teaching resources in these 3 campuses are equal, treating everyone the same without any distinction. The Spirit Hall Academy does not charge any tuition fees. Compared to other Soul Master Academies, this not only means learning more things and having better teachers, but it also means that students will forever remain in the Spirit Hall and become a part of it after graduation. Graduating from the Spirit Hall Academy is extremely difficult. Students must join the Spirit Hall's law enforcement team to carry out tasks, and only upon completing these tasks are they allowed to graduate. Graduating from a regular high-level Soul Master Academy only requires the strength of a Soul Sovereign, but the Spirit Hall Academy is different. Students who graduate generally achieve Soul Zone or higher strength. At that time, students can choose to stay at the Spirit Hall Academy to teach or enter the Spirit Hall to become branch hall masters or members of the law enforcement team. Yitian listened to AI Air recounting the situation of the entire Spirit Hall Academy as if he were reciting a passage, feeling an inexplicable shock. As expected of the continent's top academy, the difficulty of graduating is much higher than that of ordinary Soul Master Academies. No wonder there are so many experts in the entire Spirit Hall. He knew that the strength of the Spirit Hall was not as the outside world claimed. Currently, the general belief outside is that there are only about 20 titled Douluo in total across the continent. However, Yitian knew that the hidden strength of the Spirit Hall amounted to nearly 30 titled Douluo. Moreover, there is also 199 level limit Douluo along with a divine inheritance. As for how many titled Douluo there are exactly, Yitian was unclear. He estimated that he could only find out later. Right now, he only knew of 13 notable ones, which are Qiandalu, Golden Crocodile Douluo, Qianjun Law, Demon Suppression Douluo, Chrysanthemum Douluo, Ghost Douluo, Serpent Spear Douluo, Stabbing Porcupine Douluo, Demon Bear Douluo, Ghost Leopard Douluo, Sea Turtle Douluo, Holy Dragon Douluo, and Pope Bibi Douluo. Most of these are elders from the Elder Hall of the Spirit Hall. Among them, there are also the 7 high-ranking offerings, each of whom possesses at least 96 level soul power as super title Douluo. There are still a few unnamed title Douluo who perished together with Yu Shaojiang, the master of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect, during a soul hunting operation. Additionally, there were the soul hunting operations against the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect and a bunch of unnamed title Douluo in the Battle of Stardow Forest. One of them had just reached level 90 and was preparing to hunt for soul rings in the Stardow Great Forest when he was encountered and killed by the overpowered Tang San. This unfortunate soul should now be at level 89, striving to break through to title Douluo. Adding all these people together, there might be over 20 title Douluo. In the 2 great empires of Xingluo and Tiando, the total number of title Douluo is only about 10. Among them, the unfortunate Xingluo Empire has no visible title Douluo from the royal family. The disparity in strength among the various factions is extremely terrifying. Yitian estimated that the downfall of the Xingluo Empire was due to the royal family engaging in tricks like the 9 dragons seizing the air, where only the cunning survivors remained, using underhanded means to eliminate their siblings. Although this ensured the preservation of their throne, it also led to a depletion of talent within the family. It's important to note that to become a titled Douluo, one must rely on more than just scheming. A person's energy is limited, and if one is busy forming alliances and building relationships, when would they have time to cultivate properly? Those talented individuals who focused on cultivation would naturally not have time to negotiate benefits or garner support from various factions. These individuals usually only began to show their strength after reaching their 20s, gradually stepping onto the path of becoming the strongest. However, it was clear that the forces of the Xingluo Empire would not allow you that time, likely leading to your demise even during the soul respect stage. In the end, they were left with a group of useless individuals who relied on manipulation and interpersonal relationships, with the only noteworthy skill being a martial soul fusion technique. If it weren't for Dai Mubai's fortunate encounter with Tang San, he would have likely been eliminated by his brother long ago. The Yitian Empire was not much better. To solidify their rule, the best royal academies only allowed nobles to enter, despite the ratio of commoners to nobles being over 100 to 1. Such a rule effectively barred talents above the 99th rank from entry. It is indeed a miracle that such a mediocre empire could persist and dominate the continent for thousands of years. Thanks to the blunders of the two empires, the Spirit Hall was able to develop and grow rapidly within the cracks, becoming a powerful force capable of dominating the world. The reason for all this was that the Spirit Hall had focused on the right priorities. If there was a significant disparity between the number of nobles and commoners, there was also a significant gap between urban and rural populations. Among all the imperial and sect forces that looked down on the lower class of commoners, only the Spirit Hall established a small branch in every village. Moreover, they spent vast amounts of manpower and resources every year to provide free soul power awakenings for the children in each village. Note, during the new book period, I kindly ask for recommendation votes. This book's stance is with the Spirit Hall, so please refrain from criticism if you disagree. I feel the Spirit Hall is not evil and will be portrayed positively. Chapter 19, a 3,000-word chapter in Spirit City seeking recommendation votes. The Spirit Hall providing awakenings for 6-year-old children in every village was a form of welfare and public service for rural children like Yitian. The Spirit Hall's significant investment in manpower and resources naturally yielded rich rewards. Talented children like Yitian, or those with relatively good qualifications, will be sent directly to various Spirit Hall academies or to Spirit City for study. Meanwhile, average children would compete for a work-study position among several villages. With this work-study position, these children would attend ordinary junior Soul Master academies, progressing through intermediate and advanced Soul Master academies, eventually graduating as talents for the Empire. Children who did not get selected for the work-study program but were qualified to become Soul Masters would have to return home to farm, blacksmith, or sell vegetables. I don't know the registration fees for other academies, but Shrek Academy is equivalent to many years' total income for a rural family. Moreover, Shrek Academy, which is not merged with the Southpaw Academy, is considered one of the lower-tier advanced Soul Master academies. Yet even so, the tuition is still expensive. Other higher Soul Master academies go without saying. It is nearly impossible to expect parents to scrape together to send a child with less than average talent to study. Thus, the ratio of Soul Masters to ordinary people across the Douluo Continent is quite large, with the main fighting force of the two empires still relying on common armies. This is something the empires are quite pleased to see, as more Soul Masters complicate management. Those children with good qualifications who entered the Spirit Academy naturally grew up to join the Spirit Hall. In other words, the Spirit Hall has already siphoned off the top and middle tier talents, leaving the empires with a group of inferior seedlings. Moreover, these inferior seedlings might not even enter the empire after growing up, as seen with Huang Lin and Stan, who joined the Spirit Hall. Thanks to this talent selection, combined with the teaching quality of the Spirit Hall academies and the existence of extreme Douluos, all these conditions together create a snowball effect that grows larger and more terrifying with each generation. In summary, the Spirit Hall continues to develop and strengthen itself to consolidate its power. Meanwhile, the leaders of the two empires are short-sighted, even less far-sighted than many sect forces, knowing only to suppress the commoner class, weaken the national strength, and increase the noble power by less than 1% to solidify their rule. One side moves forward while the other retreats. Over time, the gap naturally becomes vast. The carriage heading to Spirit City continued on its way, and along the journey, Yitian did not chat with AI again, but silently gazed out the window, contemplating his future. If all goes well, he would spend at least 6 years in the Spirit Hall. After 6 years, he would have 2 choices. The first choice, graduate from the Spirit Hall Academy's outer court, then go to Soto City in the Barak Kingdom, a vassal state of the Yitian Empire, to study at Shrek Academy, waiting for Tang San's arrival, and then blend in, hoping to eventually attain a divine position. The second choice, after graduating from the Spirit Hall Academy, directly enter the Spirit Hall and become a member of the Spirit Hall. The first choice is very stable. Yitian believed that with his abilities, he could steadily become the second-in-command at Shrek Academy and smoothly progress to becoming a deity. The second choice carries risks, as the divine inheritance of the Spirit Hall is intended for Qian Renxue, and he has no chance of obtaining it. If he wants to become a deity, he must seek out divine inheritance himself or forcibly reach level 100. Initially, the first choice was always Yitian's plan, as it seemed like a shortcut, but now he plans to abandon this idea. He has never been someone who would resort to any means to achieve his goals. And he cannot bring himself to deliberately ingratiate himself with someone. He has no intention of getting involved in the personal grievances between Tang San's family and the Pope's family. From the perspective of an ordinary soul master, the Spirit Hall's pursuit of Tang San's mother and Xiao Wu's mother to seize their soul rings is not unjustifiable. After all, every soul master in the world bears the grievances of many soul beasts on their heads. This is not a battle between justice and evil. It is merely personal animosity. Moreover, the Spirit Hall's dirty tactics have not affected him directly. Therefore, he holds no animosity towards the Spirit Hall. He even feels a bit of long-lost warmth from Huang Lin and Stan. The higher a tree aspires to the sunlight, the deeper its roots must reach into the darkness of the earth. It cannot be denied that the Spirit Hall, as a large tree, has some dirty tactics behind the scenes, but the Imperial and sect forces are not much cleaner either. In fact, the Spirit Hall appears to be more honorable than the Imperial side. During the later battle of Jialing Pass, the Imperial side, in an attempt to forcefully attack Jialing Pass, even allowed Douluo to poison and slaughter the city, killing less than 1/5 of the over 500,000 troops, led by Qian Renxue, in just a few dozen minutes. When it comes to poison, who in the Douluo Continent can compare to someone with the dual top poison martial souls of the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul Eater Spider Emperor? Along with the already deified BB Dong, Douluo is not even comparable to BB Dong when it comes to poison. The plagues that Douluo can create are something BB Dong wouldn't be able to manage. However, BB Dong has never used such methods against ordinary armies. In fact, it is the noble and sect forces of the Empire that want to eradicate the Spirit Hall because it threatens their interests. But for the common people, the Spirit Hall is undoubtedly very beneficial, not to mention helping rural children awaken for free. The Soul Hunting Forest Project is the greatest support for low-level soul masters across the continent provided by the Spirit Hall. All low-level soul masters can obtain a certificate to hunt soul beasts in the Soul Hunting Forest and gain soul rings by going to the Spirit Hall for soul power level certification. In addition, the Spirit Hall also provides subsidies in the form of gold soul coins for low-level soul masters. Of course, the subsidized gold soul coins come from the Empire's coffers, and the establishment of the Soul Hunting Forest is also funded by the Empire. The Spirit Hall is merely responsible for distribution and operation. This also shows the disdain that the noble forces of the Empire have for the Spirit Hall. It's like a bandit, robbing the rich to help the poor, taking the Empire's precious gold soul coins to fund the common people and provide welfare for low-level soul masters across the continent. It is precisely because of the benefits that the Spirit Hall extracted from the Empire that many powerless and influential commoner soul masters can continue to cultivate steadily. Otherwise, even eating would be a problem. How could they cultivate? And all these benefits that benefit the entire continent will disappear once the Spirit Hall collapses. In Douluo Continent's unmatched Tang sect, Hall had to travel through mountains and rivers for several days to venture into the Stardow Forest to obtain his first soul ring. What kind of place is the Stardow Forest? It's a place where 1,000-year soul beasts are as numerous as dogs. 10,000-year soul beasts are everywhere. And 100,000-year soul beasts are often found. The difficulty of obtaining the first soul ring is evident. This shows that the Soul Hunting Forest project is no longer maintained by anyone and has been completely abandoned. The free subsidies for low-level soul masters are likely something the Empire would not continue to provide. If there were subsidies, people wouldn't need to sell grilled fish to make a living. Furthermore, with the collapse of the Spirit Hall and the rampant evil soul masters, it is easy to imagine how difficult the situation is for common people. As for whether one can become a god without being part of the main character group, he is not worried at all. The Douluo Continent has too many opportunities, and there are too many divine inheritances left behind. If it really comes to the stage where one needs to become a god, there will definitely be options available. After all, Tang San was able to find a bunch of miscellaneous divine inheritances after becoming a god. Wouldn't the two who became gods from the Spirit Hall be able to find them as well? Moreover, having a full soul power of level 20 innately indicates that he possesses a god-given martial soul, even if he doesn't go through the inheritance. He is confident that he can become a god relying on the martial soul of God King Dreus. Yitian looked out at the scenery, and his previously confused gaze began to firm up. Who is Tang San? He didn't know him at all. Whether he would get to know him in the future was a matter for later. In any case, he wouldn't deliberately approach him. Let be. First, he would focus on living well in the Spirit Hall before thinking about him. People who are two-faced and treacherous do not have a good ending. A week later, the entire team finally arrived at Spirit City. Spirit City was not small. It was much larger than Sunset City and comparable to the beach city of the heavy Alliance execution province that he had glimpsed earlier. Although the scale was similar, Spirit City was more than 10 times more magnificent than Beach City. The city walls of Spirit City were very impressive, standing 80 meters tall, appearing extremely grand from the outside. The thickness of the walls exceeded 30 meters, and they were entirely made of granite. Strangely, this city was not square like ordinary cities. Spirit City was hexagonal. This meant that the entire Spirit City had 6 walls, and all the patrolling personnel on the walls were Spirit Masters, wearing the unique attire of the Spirit Hall. Each of the 6 walls had a huge relief sculpture, identical to the emblem on the Spirit Hall token, symbolizing 6 powerful martial souls. Given the size of this city, it could be described as impregnable. The convoy stopped at the entrance of Spirit City, and many accompanying personnel got off their carriages but did not enter the city. Instead, they stayed outside Spirit City. Seeing Yitian's puzzled expression, Aier explained from the side, Spirit City is a holy place for all Spirit Masters. Among the more than 100,000 people living inside, most are Spirit Masters, and there are very few ordinary people. Oh, Yitian appeared calm on the surface, but he was actually shocked inside. He naturally didn't remember these details. He was well aware that most people in Sunset City were ordinary, especially in Red Sun Village, where there wasn't a single Spirit Master. The existence of so many Spirit Masters in Spirit City was simply unbelievable. Senior, do you see those 2 buildings? Aier pointed to a hill in the center of the city outside the window and said. Yitian stretched his head out of the window and noticed that the hexagonal Spirit City was built around a hill. On this hill, there were 2 very prominent buildings. The one on the hillside was magnificent, and even from such a distance it could be clearly seen. It was entirely a column structure, and the exterior of the dome was covered with golden material, shining brilliantly under the sunlight. Although the building was impressive, Yitian had seen hundreds of high-rise buildings, so he naturally did not react with the same excitement as other children. He calmly said, I see it. That's the Pope's Palace and the Douluo Palace, right? Chapter 20. Roommate asked for recommendation votes. Aier was a bit surprised because from their previous conversation, he had vaguely sensed that Yitian did not know much about Spirit City. Yet he was clear about the Pope's Palace and the Douluo Palace. Aier looked at the Douluo Palace with a bit of reverence. Rather than saying that Spirit City is the holy land of the entire continent, it would be more accurate to say that the Douluo Palace is the holy land of all Spirit Masters. Yitian looked up at the Douluo Palace, feeling indifferent. Although it was very solemn, it did not resonate with him at all. Aier said sadly, only the deceased Title Douluo can reside in the Douluo Palace. It can also be said to be the tomb of Title Douluo. Yitian was naturally aware that the Douluo Palace was a place for the dead. Before death, no one had the right to enter. Only during the grand ceremony could one enter under the lead of the Pope. He looked at the somewhat sad Aier and asked, what is wrong? Do you have a relative buried inside? My grandfather is buried in there. Yitian was startled. Ael's background was quite powerful, as her grandfather was a Title Douluo. No wonder she knew so much about the affairs of the Wuhuan city. Yitian didn't ask too many questions about this, while Al was staring blankly at the Douluo Palace, mumbling something to herself. The carriage continued on its way until they arrived in front of the Wuhuan Academy. Since this group of people had all departed from the Douluo Empire, they were directly sent to the Douluo campus of the Wuhuan Academy. It was the school season, and the Wuhuan Academy was bustling with crowds. Various luxurious carriages filled the streets, with students gathering from different locations. At this moment, Al had already composed herself and smiled at Yitian, saying from now on, we'll be classmates. I hope we have the chance to meet again in the future. Yitian replied with a smile, since we're in the same academy. There will definitely be opportunities. The 2 of them got off the carriage and followed the guidance of the Wuhuan Palace Academy staff to complete the registration process. The registration process was not complicated. Both Yitian and Al held their admission notices, so they completed it smoothly. The teacher from the enrollment office of the Wuhuan Palace encouraged them, saying, students Yitian and Al, from today on, you are students of the Wuhuan Palace Academy. I hope you will work hard to cultivate and become powerful soul masters as soon as possible. Next came the very standard arrangement for dormitories. The Wuhuan Palace had made thoughtful arrangements in this regard, ensuring there were no issues with bedding, as everything was already prepared. Yitian and Aier followed a staff member dressed in the uniform of the Spirit Hall Academy as they left. Although the Spirit Hall Academy is wealthy, it does not provide single rooms for students. Each room accommodates 4 students. Of course, this is not to save costs, but to foster friendships among students. The principle of the Spirit Hall in training students is to develop individual combat power to the extreme while promoting balanced development and teamwork, allowing all types of spirit masters to have room to perform. Naturally, this requires cultivating mutual understanding and cooperation among students from a young age. Generally speaking, the students in a dormitory will mostly become members of the same battle team in the future. Unfortunately, Yitian and AI Air were not assigned to the same dormitory. When Yitian followed the academy teacher to the arranged dormitory, the 3 roommates were already there. Naturally, Yitian could get along with 3 6-year-old kids and wouldn't feel out of place. Hello, we'll be roommates from now on. My name is Yitian, and I come from Hongri Village in Sunset City. Yitian nodded at his future little companions. Zhu Zhujin from Xinglua Imperial City. Zhu Zhujin was of medium height, a bit childish, spoke with his head slightly down, a little shy, and said very little, appearing somewhat uneasy. Zhao Yingjie from the Octo Administrative Province, AOL City. Big brothers, please take care of me in the future. Zhao Yingjie said, quickly bowing. Hey, we're all brothers from now on. Can we not be so formal? You're making me a bit embarrassed. I'm Zhang Xing. My martial spirit is a shield, and if we ever fight in the dormitory, I'll definitely be at the front. Zhang Xing was only 6 years old, but already nearly 6 meters tall, towering over Yitian by a full head, standing out in the entire dormitory. He shouted, brothers, how old are you? Let us line up by age in our dormitory. Although first, my birthday is in March, so I'm 6 years old now. I'm also 6 years old. My birthday is in September, Zhu Zhujin said softly. I'm also 6 years old. My birthday is in January, Zhao Yingjie said. Seeing that his little companions had all reported their ages, Yitian finally spoke up. I'm 7 years old this year. My birthday is in October. Yitian played a little trick and falsely reported his age. After all, isn't the awakening of martial souls supposed to happen at 6 years old? Why are you 7? Zhang Xing asked in surprise. His family was poor, so he could only wait for the annual free martial soul awakening ceremony held by the Martial Soul Hall. Yitian continued to make up stories, and due to the late reporting, he had to delay starting school for a year. Oh, Zhang Xing nodded repeatedly, no longer questioning it, and said with a naive expression, you're the oldest. You're our leader. He pointed at Zhao Yingjie and said, then you're the second brother. I am the third. Zhu Zhujin, you are the fourth. Everyone had no objections, as ranking by age was the fairest method. After all, if it were based on strength, Zhang Xing's build was clearly very imposing. That night, they had a dormitory talk, which was an essential routine. Zhang Xing was very lively and didn't hold back at all. Since we've established a ranking, we naturally need to choose a dorm leader. The dorm leader can't be chosen by age. We need to select the most capable one. My specialty is great strength and strong defense, and my martial soul reflects that. As he spoke, he raised his hand to reveal his martial soul. It was a shield, a very large one, resembling the heart of Freljord, like bronze shield, capable of covering his entire body. Beneath him, a yellow soul ring lit up and rose quietly. With the soul ring swirling, a surge of soul power rushed forth. Zhang Xing smiled slightly. My martial soul is called Twin Earthquake Shields, and strictly speaking, I can be considered a defensive battle soul master. As he spoke, he moved slightly, and the entire wall shield flashed with light, with a round shield splitting off from the center. This round shield was small, but the edges were very sharp. The twin shields could defend and attack. As he said this, he shook the large shield, causing the whole dormitory to tremble slightly. However, my attacking ability can't compare to that of a typical offensive battle soul master. My main role is still defense frontline. Zhu Zhujin, somewhat shy, said softly, my martial soul is the Nether Spirit Cat, and I am an agile attack battle soul master, but my soul power is only level 9, and I haven't yet applied a soul ring. Yitian couldn't help but glance at Zhu Zhujin. Earlier, he thought his name was just a coincidence, but he didn't expect it to be related to Zhu Zhuqing. The Zhu family is a prominent family in the Douluo Empire, so it shouldn't be possible for direct descendants to enter the Spirit Hall. However, Yitian didn't ask too much, as Zhu Zhuqing had already gone to the Tiando Empire for studies, so it was reasonable for him to visit the Spirit Hall as well. Chapter 21. Seeking recommendations for spirit souls, Zhu Zhujin's introduction didn't cause a stir, as the Nether Spirit Cat isn't a particularly famous spirit in the world. Zhao Yingjie said, my spirit is the Rune Dagger. Like Zhu Zhujin, I am with a soul power level of 9, soon to reach 10, and I will be able to obtain a soul ring soon. As he spoke, he displayed his spirit, But to everyone's surprise, he had not one dagger, but two. The daggers were engraved with dense runes, looking quite extraordinary. The three of them turned to Yitian. Yitian is not interested in being the dorm leader. Asking him to manage a group of unruly kids is just putting him in a difficult position, isn't it? My martial soul is. He paused, recalling his gold medal anchor Draven's talkative nature, which is a mutated martial soul, a rather strange type of mutated martial soul. So he could be considered a strong, attack-type soul master. To avoid showing off his martial soul, Yitian did not summon it like the others. Mutated martial soul? Everyone was taken aback, then spoke in unison. It's still a very strange, mutated martial soul. Yitian, although you're the leader, that cannot be an excuse for not summoning your martial soul. We will all be partners in the future. It's not good for you to hide it like this. Zhang Xing chimed in from the side. Clearly, he had quite a few objections to Yitian's unconventional behavior. Yes, aren't you supposed to set an example as the leader? Zhao Engjie also echoed from the side. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, Yitian emphasized, Ahem, my martial soul is a bit strange. So you all need to be mentally prepared. Everything the martial soul says has nothing to do with me. So eerie? The little partners looked at Yitian with doubtful expressions, having never seen a martial soul that could talk. Seeing this, Yitian directly summoned his martial soul. Under his feet, a shining halo rose up, and a bright yellow soul ring appeared, with surging soul power creating a wave-like pressure that startled his three companions. After all, Yitian's soul power was already at level 20, which was at least 10 levels higher than theirs, making the suppression from the level difference very obvious. At this moment, the microphone of the golden announcer Draven's martial soul began to activate. Wow, let's see what Yitian is going to do. Yitian seems to be just showing off. The MVP of this dormitory is none other than Yitian. Let's see who else is here. Oh, it's just Yitian and a bunch of little nobodies. Yitian is currently giving a master-level lecture on how to show off in the Yitian style. He looks at his dazed friends and quickly puts away the gold medal broadcaster Draven spirit. He feels a bit bitter inside. This spirit is too arrogant and is likely to cause him a lot of trouble in the future. He must be low-key and steady from now on. Otherwise, with both his body and spirit acting recklessly, he might not survive. His friends are stunned, staring blankly at everything before them, unable to regain their senses for a long time. Boss, why does your spirit also sing and curse? Zhu Zhujin asked in surprise, mouth agape. He doesn't get angry. After all, Yitian had explained the implications before summoning the spirit. If you were to get angry now, it would seem petty. Because it's a mutated spirit, right? If it doesn't seem a bit treacherous, how can it be called a mutated spirit? Yitian spreads his hands, wearing a bitter expression. This spirit comes out bragging and cursing. I'm just as helpless. Is this how mutated spirits are? Zhu Zhujin adds, this situation is indeed bizarre. Not surprising. Zhao Engjie says solemnly. I've heard my grandfather say that mutated spirits are unpredictable and untraceable. Any situation could occur. Yes, that's right. I've also heard from my family that most mutated spirits are useless, but sometimes extremely powerful spirits can appear. Zhang Xing says, boss, is your spirit powerful? Zhu Zhujin asks quietly. Although my spirit is a bit treacherous, it's still not bad. Yitian modestly replies, I think the boss's spirit is not bad. It has two oddly shaped weapons, definitely not a useless spirit. Zhao Engjie says, TCH, what are you guys talking about? The boss is just being modest. What do you mean not bad? Zhang Xing looks at Yitian and says, I feel that the boss's spirit is not just not bad, but extremely powerful. Because even I, the strongest shield in history, feel a bit uneasy. Boss, what level are you? Zhang Xing quickly introduces himself. I have innate full spirit power and just fused a 100-year spirit ring, so my spirit power level is 11. Innate full spirit power? Zhao Engjie exclaims. Zhang Xing, I didn't expect you to be so amazing. You have full spirit power, which is a rare talent. I thought my innate level 9 spirit power was impressive, but I didn't expect there to be someone even more impressive. Zhang Xing scratches his head, shamelessly saying, maybe it's just that our Zhang family has good bloodlines. Just look at my build, and you'll know our excellent lineage. Impressive. I only have innate level 8 spirit power, Zhu Zhujin adds. Zhang Xing, since you have innate full spirit power, why don't you become the dorm leader? No, the boss hasn't spoken yet. Don't interrupt. Zhang Xing looks at Yitian. Boss, you haven't mentioned your spirit power level yet. I guess you also have innate full spirit power, right? That's right. I also have innate full spirit power. Yitian nodded in acknowledgement, saying there was nothing to hide, as it was written on his admission notice. Plus, He had a soul ring right after awakening. Isn't that what it means to have innate, full soul power? What? Zhao Yingjie transformed into a shocked creature, exclaiming again, "Boss, you also have innate full soul power? This is really strange. It is said that innate full soul power is rarely seen in 100 years, and yet our dormitory has produced two directly. Ha ha ha, boss is amazing. It is said that those with innate full soul power, as long as they don't fall, will eventually become high-ranking figures." Zhu Zhujin said enviously. "Doesn't that mean our dormitory will become a new star in the Wuhuan Temple Academy? No one can bully us." "Of course, who can bully our dormitory?" Zhang Xing patted his chest and said boldly, "Whoever wants to bully you first has to get past my shield." Yitian quietly watched the three of them enthusiastically envisioning their future. The previously awkward atmosphere in the dormitory instantly became harmonious under Zhang Xing's influence, and even the introverted Zhu Zhujin began to join in. At this moment, Zhang Xing noticed Yitian sitting alone and quickly pulled him into the conversation, laughing. "From now on, I'll be the shield of our dormitory, and our leader is the strong attack-type soul master. So he has our spear, the kind that can't be broken. Now that we have the strongest spear and the strongest shield, aren't we invincible? Ha ha ha, we'll be together every day. Your matters are my matters." Yitian smiled and said, wanting to appear more sociable and blend in with them. Chapter 22. Early morning request for recommendation votes. By the way, boss, what is your soul power level now? Zhang Xing suddenly asked curiously. Yitian wanted to casually mention a soul power level, but after thinking about it, he had just awakened. If he said it was too high, wouldn't he'd be slapping his own face? He could only say, "I'm a bit higher than you." "A bit higher than me?" Zhang Xing mumbled. "Then why do I feel like your martial soul has such strong pressure?" After all, there was a full 9 levels difference between them, and Zhang Xing felt a sense of oppression coming from Yitian. "It might be because of my mutated martial soul," Yitian said seriously, making up nonsense. "My soul weapon sings while I speak, which seems to give off a stronger sense of pressure. That makes sense. But if only your martial soul's voice was really nice to listen to," Zhao Yingjie said from the side. "If your martial soul didn't tea-talk, that would be great." "Yes, boss's martial soul's entrance music gets me all fired up," Zhang Xing chimed in. "If I hadn't been holding shield just now, I might have accidentally crushed one of my eggs from excitement." "Ha ha ha, you're really too funny, third." Zhang Yingjie and Zhu Zhujin laughed heartily, no longer feeling any sense of unfamiliarity. Yitian couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He was a very serious person and generally wouldn't laugh unless he couldn't help it. With Zhang Xing, this lively character around, the atmosphere in the dormitory was very lively that night. However, due to the fatigue from traveling these past few days, Yitian chose to go to bed early and didn't participate much in the children's carefree chatter. With a first ray of sunlight rose, Yitian opened his eyes. He vaguely remembered that the discussion among the three last night had escalated to becoming titled Douluos and conquering all the beauties. This made him sigh. The children on Douluo Continent were really too mature, discussing such passionate topics at just 6 years old. However, strangely, although Yitian fell asleep the earliest, he was not the first to wake up. Zhang Xing's bed across from him was already empty. This surprised him greatly. After all, he was a blacksmith and had long been accustomed to getting up early and working hard. Moreover, he estimated that it was at most 5 or 6 o'clock now. What was Zhang Xing doing up so early? When Yitian put on his clothes and arrived at the playground in front of the dormitory building, he realized that there were indeed many early birds. Quite a few people were already exercising in the morning. Yitian quickly spotted Zhang Xing in the crowd. After all, Zhang Xing, with his 1.60 m stature, stood out like a sore thumb among a bunch of 6-year-old children. At that moment, he was only wearing a tank top and shorts, and his youthful body had muscles that rivaled those of adults, doing push-ups with one hand, looking quite relaxed. Several kids around him watched Zhang Xing with curious expressions, as if they had discovered a new world. Completely ignoring the gazes around him, Zhang Xing jumped up from the ground, finishing his training with a backflip. Upon seeing Yitian, Zhang Xing was a bit surprised. "Boss, I didn't expect you to have a morning exercise routine too." "Yeah, I exercise every morning." Yitian smiled and praised. "But I can't compare to you. Your muscles are impressive for someone your age." A little praise goes a long way with kids, making it easier to get along. Moreover, he wasn't lying. Zhang Xing's muscles were indeed quite rare, even among adults. "Ha ha, you're flattering me." Zhang Xing grinned broadly upon hearing Yitian's compliment. He looked at Yitian's small frame. "Boss, didn't you say yesterday that your soul power level is the same as mine? How about we have a competition?" "A competition?" Yitian was taken aback and said, battles between soul masters are no joke. Things could go wrong, so he shouldn't compete privately. When he left, he specifically checked. Although his imperial buff wasn't applied to the golden broadcaster Draven's martial soul today, greatly reducing its power, its lethality was still not to be ignored. Additionally, there was a full 9-level difference in soul power between him and Zhang Xing, making any comparison meaningless. Such a large gap is not easy to bridge. He could accidentally cause Zhang Xing significant harm. It's important to note that even without the imperial buff, he could easily take down a level 20+ Great Soul Master with a spinning axe against a 100-year Spirit Beast. Moreover, in the early stages, Spirit Beasts were generally stronger than Soul Masters. For instance, Yu Xiaojiang, a level 29 Great Soul Master, couldn't even handle a 400-year-old Mandala Snake. If it weren't for Tang San's timely intervention, he would have long been devoured by the Mandala Snake. And his martial soul skill, the spinning axe, could directly cut a saber-toothed tiger of nearly 700 or 800 years in half. What could an 11th level little soul master like Zhang Xing do? He estimated that with one spinning axe, he could directly split Zhang Xing and his shield in two. Don't worry, nothing will happen, Zhang Xing said, boss. You know there's a place called the Great Soul Arena, right? Great Soul Arena? Yitian was slightly taken aback. The name was quite impactful. After thinking carefully, he recalled. The so-called Great Soul Arena is a place for fighting martial souls, where soul masters battle. Only cities at the main city level can have one, and its scale can be seen as a symbol of a city's or even a nation's strength. The Great Soul Arena was jointly established by the 7 most prestigious soul master families on the continent and is not affiliated with the Empire. It can be considered a third-party force, wealthy enough to rival nations. Soul masters who become famous in the Great Soul Arena will shine like stars throughout the country, gaining not only huge profits, but also immense prestige. Moreover, the Great Soul Arena is a relatively fair place. There, even if someone kills a descendant of a prominent family, they need not worry about retaliation. As for the rules and regulations inside the Great Soul Arena, Yitian couldn't quite remember. Isn't the Great Soul Arena something created by the 7 families of the continent? How come there's one in Martial Soul City too? Yitian was somewhat surprised and said, moreover, our level is too low right now. Isn't it inappropriate to go to the Grand Soul Arena? Zhang Xing looked at Yitian with a face full of astonishment and couldn't help but exclaim, boss, I didn't expect you to know quite a bit. Of course, there's a Grand Soul Arena in Soul Master City. With so many Soul Masters in Soul Master City, they need to communicate and spar. Otherwise it would be too boring, right? He continued, of course, we definitely can't go to the Grand Soul Arena to seek abuse right now. But instead of going to the city's Grand Soul Arena, we can go to the Academy's Soul Arena to spar. The Wuhuan Temple Academy is different from other Soul Master Academies. It is specifically equipped with places for students to spar, known as the Academy Soul Arena, where there are dedicated teachers to oversee, ensuring that no problems arise. Chapter 23 Academy Soul Arena. Seeking recommendation votes, Zhang Xing's eyes were fixed intently on Yitian. Without a doubt, he wanted to find a sparring partner. Ever since obtaining his soul ring, he hadn't had the chance to use it in actual combat sparring. And now, with a natural sparring partner in the dormitory, it was only right to make use of it. Yitian quietly watched Zhang Xing, appearing calm on the surface, but internally feeling unsettled. Although he had previous experience fighting soul beasts, he had never battled against soul masters. After becoming a soul master, his opponents would naturally be soul masters. How could he keep fighting soul beasts? He tentatively suggested, how about we go give it a try? Try it. We must try it. Zhang Xing exclaimed. As soul masters, we are meant to battle. Otherwise, aren't we just for show? If your martial soul is just for show, it can at least sing to liven up the atmosphere, but I can't do that. That would be the definition of being useless. Sing? Don't forget, my soul weapon not only plays music, but also has a sharp tongue. If I try to liven up the atmosphere, wouldn't I just get beaten up? That's why we need to spar more and accumulate practical experience. I heard that after graduation, we have to complete the enforcement tasks assigned by the Academy. Zhang Xing said. Plus, there are Academy personnel watching us now, so nothing will go wrong. You're right. I didn't expect you to understand so much at such a young age. Yitian said, a bit excited. Then let's go. TCH, you're only a year older than me. Why are you acting so mature? Zhang Xing shouted, come on, let's set off right now. The two of them bickered and made noise as they headed toward the Academy's Soul Fighting Arena. After a while, Yitian asked, do you know the location of the Soul Fighting Arena? Why are we getting more and more off track? Aren't you the one leading the way? Why are you asking me? I'm not leading the way. With your big frame in front, if you're not leading, then who is? Nonsense. I just have a big body and long strides. Anyway, you're the boss, I'm just following you. The two clueless kids bickered all the way, asking several academy staff before finally getting directions to the academy's soul fighting arena. Yitian had a dark expression on his face, feeling as if his IQ was merging with the body of this age, which made him feel a bit uneasy. Indeed, one should not argue with children. One must be composed. In fact, the soul fighting arena of the academy was very prominent, located at the very center of the Luo campus, Tiando campus, and Wuhuan campus. Under the guidance of the teacher, the two of them made their way to the soul fighting arena at the center of the academy. As they walked, the guiding teacher introduced, the academy's soul fighting arena is not as grand as the large arenas in the city, and killing is not allowed here. It is a place for students to spar and communicate, as well as a venue for exchanges between the three campuses. Every year, there is a competition among the three campuses, and the results of this competition largely determine the resource allocation for the three campuses in the following year. What kind of resources does the academy allocate? Yitian asked curiously. Of course, there are many, such as the Wuhuan Mimicry Training Grounds, the division of the Wuhuan Gravity Zone Training Grounds, the division of the Soul Power Acceleration Training Grounds, and rewards for soul skills. The guiding teacher chattered on, listing a lot of things. Some of it Yitian could understand, while other parts left him utterly confused. Zhangxing was the same, after all. A 6-year-old child couldn't possibly know everything. What is the Wuhuan Mimicry Training Ground? Yitian curiously asked. I can't understand the Soul Power Acceleration Training Ground, but I seem to have forgotten about the Martial Soul Mimicry Training Ground. I only vaguely remember that the term mimicry has appeared many times in Douluo Continent, each with different meanings. This question is quite professional and would take a long time to explain. Let your teacher explain it to you later. Just remember, the Martial Soul Mimicry Training Ground can only be achieved by a few advanced Soul Master Academies, and our Wuhuan Hall Academy is the best. The teacher leading the way pointed to the tall building ahead. In front is the Academy's battle arena. You can go in and have some fun. I have other matters to attend to. After saying this, the teacher walked away directly. Yitian looked up at the Academy's soul fighting arena. The entire building was oval-shaped, resembling a magnificent stadium, standing several dozen meters high. Inside, there was one main soul fighting arena and 12 sub-arena, each with 5 platforms, allowing multiple groups of students to spar and communicate simultaneously. Let's go in and take a look, Yitian said, leading Zhangxing closer to the grand building, then stopping at the entrance to carefully observe the rules of the Academy's soul fighting arena. Boss, I checked, and here it's only for sparring battles. And there are 3 types of competition formats, 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and N-on-N. Zhangxing then muttered, it says N-on-N, but the limit is 10 people. What? ISNT their limit set? Are we supposed to bring a whole regiment for sparring? Yitian replied lightly. Since this was a soul fighting arena for the Academy's sparring purposes, the rules weren't too complicated. There was no need to pay a deposit, measure soul power, or go through a series of procedures. You just needed to submit your student ID. The student ID contained each person's information. Upon learning that both were new students who had just enrolled, the front desk staff glanced at Yitian and Zhangxing and smiled lightly, saying, I didn't expect you two little guys to be so combative. You just enrolled and haven't even attended a single class, yet you're eager to spar. Yitian smiled lightly and said nothing. Zhangxing, however, shouted, we are battle spirit masters, and we naturally need to start training in battle from a young age to grow in combat. The front desk staff laughed and said, I hope you two little guys still have this energy after today. After registering at the front desk, the two were directly assigned to a sub-battle spirit arena to prepare for their sparring. However, as it was the Academy's battle spirit arena, there were naturally no spectators. Hey, you two little ones, can you hurry up? I have urgent matters, a young man said nonchalantly. He was the host for the sparring session, as well as a referee and protector to prevent any accidents from occurring directly among the spirit masters. Usually, such hosts had a spirit power level 1 major rank higher than the students participating in the sparring. Hey, are you a teacher at the Academy? Zhangxing asked, frowning. No, the Academy's teachers don't have the time to play with you little rookies. I'm a senior student, just here part-time. The young man sneered. After all, since there are limited teachers at the Academy, sparring matches below the Spirit Master level are handled by the Academy's students as referees. I'm not a rookie. What level is your spirit power? So arrogant, Zhangxing retorted, feeling a bit indignant at being looked down upon. I'm 15 years old, level 28 spirit power, a powerful assault-type battle spirit master. What? You little rookies want to challenge me? The young man looked down at Yitian and Zhangxing. Although he was just here part-time, if these two were not careful, he could easily deal with them. Once in the battle spirit arena, wouldn't everything be decided by the referee? As long as there were no serious injuries, it would be fine. Chapter 24. Conflict, you big rookie. Only level 28 at 15 years old. Zhangxing wanted to continue, but Yitian pulled him back. Stop it. We're here to spar, not to cause trouble. Yitian gave Zhangxing a look, signaling him not to be impulsive. This was the world of soul masters, not the ivory tower of his previous life. It would be unfortunate if their sparring ended up with them getting taught a lesson. He was quite sure that if he and Zhangxing were to be punished here, no one would come to their aid. Although he didn't dislike this person, it was better to avoid conflicts when possible. Now you're scared? The young man sneered. It's too late. Since you dared to mock your senior, today you two will slap each other 50 times. If not, when I make my move, the slap's 1 TB light. Don't blame me if I end up making you crooked-mouthed. Zhangxing suddenly jumped up, ready to confront the young man. Yitian quickly pulled him back. With Zhangxing's 11th level soul power, if he recklessly attempted to take action against this 28th level soul power youth, the consequences were obvious. He would definitely be beaten to the ground. Boss, that bastard dares to mock us. Zhangxing shouted with red eyes. Although he appeared carefree, he was actually very proud inside. After all, as a once-in-a-century innate, full soul power, how could he tolerate this? I'm the boss, so I'll handle this kind of thing. You just need to shout 666 for me. Yitian displayed his innate power, shoving the tall and burly Zhangxing behind him, casually addressing the young man. At just 15, you only have a soul power of 28 levels, and you dare to call us little chickens? Truly, a horse doesn't know its own strength, and a monkey doesn't know its own rear is red. Yitian said coldly. Since the other party was being relentless, Yitian naturally wouldn't hold back. He had already seen that this person was simply in a bad mood and wanted to pick on a few weaker freshmen for fun. A typical bully who fears the strong and picks on the weak. Yes, you're a whole year older and only have 28 levels of soul power. Where did you come from, you useless dog? How dare you call us seniors? Go home and take a good look at yourself in the mirror before you come back and talk like that. Zhangxing echoed from behind Yitian. In fact, a 15-year-old with 28 levels of soul power is definitely not considered useless. According to the continent's usual standards, this person's talent could be regarded as excellent. However, in the Spirit Hall Academy, it appeared quite average. Suddenly, a burst of laughter came from the adjacent arena. Luozhou, you're no good. How can you not even intimidate a few new students? Laughter echoed from another arena as well. Two little chickens. Which one of us here is not stronger than you? How dare you look down on a 15-year-old great soul master? You really don't know what death is. Today I will make sure you two crawl out of the soul fighting arena on your knees. He was a part-time staff member responsible for the surrounding arenas, and Zhangxing's earlier remarks had undoubtedly mocked them all. Ridiculous, two newly awakened little ones. How would they know the hardships of cultivation? They still dare to mock us, not even having grown their hair yet. Go home and drink 2 more years of milk. Several people gathered around, some looking at Yitian and Zhangxing with hostility, while others had amused expressions, ready to watch the show. Boss, what should we do? Did I say something wrong just now? Seeing this scene, even Zhangxing, who usually had thick skin, felt a bit uneasy. Kid, who did you just call a useless dog? A chubby guy in the crowd spoke up, glaring at Yitian and Zhangxing. I'm talking about that guy. Zhangxing quickly pointed to the young man named Luozhou. I said he is a useless dog, not you guys. Ha ha ha, Luozhou, he is talking about you. Aren't you going to teach these two little chickens a good lesson? The chubby guy egged on. Kid, you two have some guts. Daring to target me and mocking me as a little chicken. You really don't know what death is. Luozhou twisted his neck, slowly approaching Yitian and Zhangxing with a sinister smile. He completely disregarded Yitian and Zhangxing. He was now a 28-level great soul master, a whole major realm above these two little kids. This gap was significant. Normally, when a soul master levels up, their body gets enhanced by soul power, increasing their strength. Especially during major realm breakthroughs, and when integrating soul rings, this enhancement is most pronounced. Soul rings can comprehensively improve a soul master's physical qualities, including their body and mental strength, with different martial souls and soul rings emphasizing different aspects of enhancement. With one major realm and several minor realms ahead, Luozhou was confident he could easily defeat these two arrogant little kids with one hand. As a senior, being insulted by two newly enrolled freshmen made him furious. He had never encountered such a situation before. With the situation having developed to this point, Yitian decided to go all out If he backed down now, it would truly be a disgrace. Yitian understood clearly that perhaps this person named Lu Zhou initially had little malice, just a bit of foul mouth. But now it was different. Lu Zhou had been egged on by those around him and could no longer back down. This was akin to a situation during military training when an instructor reprimands a group of novices and gets rebuked in return, under the watchful eyes of everyone. If Lu Zhou retreated now, it would truly be a loss of face. The two sides were destined to face off. Yitian raised a small head and glanced sideways at the seniors ahead. Although he was determined and composed, his innate level 20 soul power combined with his twin martial souls inevitably gave rise to a hint of arrogance. Since he had already offended them, he might as well offend them thoroughly. No, I'm not saying you're weak. He looked at the group of upperclassmen in front of him with a half smile and spoke nonchalantly. What I mean is, all of you present are weak. The words of Master Shi Xiang of the Broken Water Flow carried a unique flavor, and his mocking ability was fully on display. As for these few people, Yitian is naturally unafraid. Although his soul power is only at level 20 and he hasn't fused his soul rings yet, he has buffs active and possesses 2 active soul skills and 1 passive soul skill. Moreover, today his Empire buff randomly landed on the Draven Martial Soul, increasing the quality of his soul power by 100, which means his combat strength has already doubled. Yitian's words undoubtedly stirred up a huge wave, poking a hornet's nest. No one expected this newcomer to be so arrogant, actually launching a broadside attack and offending everyone present. Damn, this year's freshmen are really bold. Someone exclaimed. Perhaps their mindset hasn't changed yet. Not everyone would take 2 6- or 7-year-old kids seriously. It's the first day of school today, and these little rookies haven't even attended their first class. Having not gone through rigorous training, they naturally don't understand the rules. Someone recalled the date, and, somewhat surprised, said, the first class for freshmen is at 8 o'clock today, and it's almost 8. These 2 little rookies actually skipped class to come here spar. Chapter 25. Intense battle. In fact, Yitian and Zhongxing were so captivated by the soul fighting arena that they completely lost track of time. The concept of the first class had been thrown out of their minds. He looked at Lu Zhou. How are we fighting? Do you want to duel with me? Come on. Lu Zhou scoffed. Since you missed the first class, I'll take the role of your senior and teach you this lesson. What rules? You upperclassmen can challenge lowerclassmen at will? Yitian asked, somewhat surprised. He didn't believe that the entire Wuhuan Temple Academy was so lawless. Yitian didn't pay much attention to what Lu Zhou referred to as the first class. Being a little late was nothing. Right now, even if the King of Heaven came, he would still take care of Lu Zhou before leaving. If it were outside, that would naturally be unacceptable. But where is this? Lu Zhou sneered. This is the soul fighting arena, the place for soul masters to battle, as long as you don't get killed or seriously injured. Everything is within the rules. He cracked his knuckles. Moreover, this is also a tradition of the Wuhuan Temple Academy, which is that seniors must teach you little rookies that the world of soul masters is not just child's play. Haha, at this point, the people around burst into laughter. Everyone, step aside. I want to have a good spar with this little rookie. Lu Zhou dismissed the others and looked at Yitian and Zhongxing, saying, I allow you two to team up. The others quickly left the arena, and Yitian exerted considerable effort to finally get the reluctant Zhongxing off the stage. Now the two of them had no coordination, and staying on the stage would undoubtedly be very awkward. More importantly, Zhongxing's 11th level soul power was too weak and would only be a hindrance. Many people were waiting, and discussions began among the crowd. Both sides entered a combat state. Lu Zhou looked at Yitian. He did not see any fear in Yitian's eyes, only confidence and calmness. Confidence, huh? Lu Zhou crossed his arms and couldn't imagine where this 6-year-old kid got his confidence from. The crowd whispered among themselves. It was clear that Yitian was acting far too composed, nothing like a 6-year-old child. Don't worry, against a little guy like you, I'll go easy. I want to make you unable to get out of bed. Lu Zhou laughed. After all, it was a case of the big bullying the small. And if something went wrong, it wouldn't look good for his reputation. Make your move. Yitian directly summoned his Draven martial soul. The passionate DJ voice echoed. I'll buy. I'll buy. I'll buy. What is this? Which band suddenly arrived? What kind of music is this? The surroundings were instantly in an uproar, completely confused and a bit dazed by the deafening sound. At this moment, Yitian was not in the mood to observe the reactions of the onlookers below. He shouted, Draven's martial soul, possess. A strong red light suddenly erupted from his body, and Yitian's small figure began to slowly rise. His bones crackled, and his muscles expanded, tearing his clothes into a tight-fitting outfit. Beneath his feet, a shining yellow light suddenly emerged, and two oddly shaped axes appeared in his hands. The microphones on the axes were thumping, producing an exhilarating and energetic DJ sound. The happy times were about to begin. So let's take a look at today's exciting matchup, Yitian against the many new players. The list of powerful competitors for this match, Yitian, and Yitian. Yitian unleashed the king's contempt, filled with disdain, and within that disdain was a sense of contempt. And within that contempt was a feeling of what the hell, this is that kid's martial soul effect. What kind of martial soul is this? It not only talks and sings, but also mocks. It's simply astonishing to the point of being speechless. What the hell is this martial soul? Is it a theatrical martial soul? This martial soul is too damaging, right? This kid's martial soul is not only mocking Lu Zhou, but also mocking us. This kid has just one soul ring and dares to be so arrogant. He is probably going to get beaten badly later. A group of Zhongxing couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Even though he had seen Yitian's martial soul once, he was still quite amazed. Little thing, you dare to mock me? You're asking for a beating. Lu Zhou was furious and directly summoned his martial soul. Rock, protect me. A layer of black light instantly enveloped Lu Zhou's entire body. His body suddenly swelled, his skin turned gray, shimmering with a metallic sheen, and his height approached 2 meters. His fists grew larger, resembling the size of millstones, looking extremely terrifying with an imposing aura that was as unmovable as a mountain. 2 soul rings shone beneath his feet, 2 yellow, surging with soul power. I say, this is simply like a monster. His arms are almost as big as mine. Zhongxing nearly dropped his jaw, worried for Yitian's situation. Lu Zhou's martial soul is Rock, a defensive battle soul master, excelling in strength and defense at the same level. The little chick is about to cry, a senior student analyzed. With a gap of 1 major realm, plus the difference in soul rings, this strange martial soul, known as Yitian, probably can't even break through his defense. Defensive martial soul? Yitian was slightly taken aback. This person's martial soul was actually a stone. He felt a bit relieved. If the martial soul is a stone, then it must have high defense, capable of withstanding the flying axe, empowered by the buffs of his empire. The battle began. Lu Zhou wasted no words and struck first. He was truly enraged. This kid's martial soul was simply too annoying, incessantly boasting and mocking. Boom! The air rippled. Using such a physique to charge violently was indeed somewhat frightening. The massive body did not appear clumsy, but instead gave off a sense of pressure akin to a tank charging forward. Yitian was not afraid. No matter how strong the attack, it only worked if it hit. As long as this clumsy rockman didn't have R, he wasn't afraid. Lu Zhou's powerful punch was dodged by Yitian. The strength and defense of the rock martial soul were strong, but its local flexibility was definitely a bit lacking. As Yitian dodged the attack, he simultaneously swung an axe toward Lu Zhou's waist. This is not only a weakness of dogs and wolves, but also a common vulnerability in humans. Without the protection of bones, there are 2 important organs, the kidneys, which have relatively weak resistance to impact. However, as soon as Yitian's axe made contact, he felt a powerful recoil, and the opponent threw a punch down toward his head. If this hit landed, it could break his neck. Yitian suddenly leaned back and spun to retreat. Lu Zhou did not pursue, his expression like stone as his brows furrowed. There was a faint cut at his waist, the rock-like skin broken, with a trickle of blood seeping out. Although the wound was not deep, merely a cut through the skin, it stirred up turbulent waves in his heart. He was well aware of how strong his defenses were. Even a strong attack-type Great Soul Master of the same level, over 20, might not be able to break through his defenses. Yet now, his skin had been cut by a first-ring Soul Master. How could this not astonish him? Moreover, there was a mysterious force in that wound, seemingly spreading little by little, making him feel a sense of weakness. Note, seedling growth. I ask all you handsome guys for some recommendation votes. Thank you. Chapter 26. Flying Kites. The battle has begun, with the big chicken charging mindlessly. Yitian's swift axe moved like the wind, its strikes unpredictable. With one swing, he knocked the giant chicken's kidney away. The giant chicken felt as if a mountain was crashing down before it, overwhelmed by immense power, and instantly recoiled. Faced with Yitian's formidable might, the giant chicken displayed signs of defeat, frightened and trembling like a quail, afraid to advance further, even though Draven was boasting fiercely. However, Yitian did not retreat unscathed. He bore 2 cuts on his face and body, inflicted by Lu Zhou's fist, which carried the force of soul power. After all, without advanced footwork techniques, Purely relying on forced evasion made it difficult to cover all angles. The audience gasped in astonishment, knowing Lu Zhou's martial soul characteristics. Yet this little guy had managed to injure him. Although it was merely a surface wound, the gap in soul power between them was significant. If that little guy, named Yitian, had comparable soul power to Lu Zhou, it wouldn't have just been a superficial cut. It could have even led to a one-hit kill situation. Yitian was applying invisible pressure on his opponent. He was just pitying his adversary and was about to unleash his signature skill. Interesting, your attack is very strong. If we are at the same level, you are stronger than any assault-type spirit master I have ever seen. Lu Zhou ignored Draven's taunts, moving his body a bit, and unexpectedly felt a threat from this little guy. He noticed that his wounds had not healed and were increasingly painful and expanding over time. Your attack is poisonous? Lu Zhou said in confusion. Your martial spirit is an assault-type beast martial spirit. How could you fuse such a toxic soul ring? Whoosh. Yitian did not respond to Lu Zhou's words. He certainly couldn't say that this was his martial soul skill. He chose to take action directly, quickly creating distance. As an ADC, engaging in a head-on clash with a heavy tank would undoubtedly be a path to self-destruction, especially since he had only learned Draven's spinning axes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The spinning axes sliced towards Lu Zhou one after another. Yitian did not use the spinning flying axe. He was unsure of Lu Zhou's defensive capabilities. The previous axe strike had not been fully committed, as Lu Zhou had pulled back his punch midway. Therefore, he was also uncertain whether Lu Zhou could withstand his spinning flying axe enhanced by the Empire's buff. If a single spinning flying axe were to kill Lu Zhou, it would be difficult for him. Lu Zhou would not allow Yitian to create distance, continuously charging forward to withstand Yitian's flying axe attacks, unleashing his powerful soul power, intending to use brute force to overcome the situation. Everyone was dumbfounded. If one were to ignore the loud and flashy effects of the battle music and banter, this martial soul was indeed incredibly powerful. It combined the effects of both weapon and beast martial souls, and its attack power was simply unbelievable. They could see Yitian retreating while frantically throwing axes, each axe that struck Lu Zhou dissipating into soul power. Lu Zhou's body was continuously marked with wounds. The previously gray stone figure had been stained into a blood-red stone figure. He was still advancing towards Yitian. Although the arena was spacious, it was not infinite, and Lu Zhou was gradually forcing Yitian into a corner. Feeling the wall behind him, Yitian's expression turned grim. He noticed several large gashes on Lu Zhou's body, with flesh exposed and blood flowing profusely. And this was just from ordinary attacks. He suddenly realized that if he were to use the spinning flying axe, Lu Zhou would die, or at the very least be severely injured. He inwardly cursed. Damn it, if it weren't for the fear of killing you with one axe, would I be in such a difficult situation, being chased and fleeing in embarrassment? After this, he really needed to learn some melee skills. This flying axe was impossible to control in terms of power, and one strike could take a life. He knew well that there would be no shortage of sparring among soul masters. If he couldn't control his strength and ended up killing someone with a casual strike, that would be too ruthless. Yitian began to move in a spiral, his footsteps falling on the arena like a heavy rain, his figure darting through like the wind, stirring up a storm of blood and gore. The gold medal host rarely turned on a serious commentary. Yitian gradually began to understand the characteristics of this martial soul. If he concentrated and was in a serious fighting state, its commentary would become serious as well. However, if he was not in a serious fighting state, Draven's martial soul would start to boast and provoke others. First soul skill, Rock Shield. As he was about to be cornered, Lu Zhou shouted loudly. The yellow soul ring above his head flashed, and the ground suddenly trembled. Rocks shot out, sticking to his body, and then these stones wrapped around him tightly like close-fitting armor. His first soul ring granted him a defensive soul skill that provided immense defense, but significantly reduced his speed. This skill was very effective in a team, able to block damage for his teammates. However, it was not much help in one-on-one fights, especially against opponents who wouldn't engage him directly. With his already slow speed, activating this skill made him even slower, leaving him vulnerable to being beaten. However, at this moment, he truly had no choice but to withstand Yitian's attacks and continue the pursuit. He could feel that Yitian's attacks carried an inexplicable force that made his body feel weak. Moreover, blood was flowing continuously within him, and in a short time, he had already lost a large amount of blood. If this continued, even if he managed to catch up and defeat that little brat, he would suffer from excessive blood loss. The purpose of summoning the rock shield was not only to block Yitian's flying axe, but more importantly, to use the stones to cover his wounds and stop the bleeding. If Lu Zhou knew that Yitian was still worried about chopping him to death with an axe, he would definitely be infuriated. Yitian noticed that Lu Zhou's speed was slowing down after using his first soul skill, and he felt a sense of relief. Perhaps he could defeat Lu Zhou without using the spinning flying axe. The power of the spinning flying axe was too strong, and if he could save it, he would try to hold back. From the position of Lu Zhou's rock armor, Yitian already understood his intentions, but Lu Zhou's plan was destined to fail. The negative effects of the Noxian curse would not disappear with bandaging, especially since it had already stacked up to 5 layers. Even if the bleeding was stopped, the loss of vitality could not be halted. If he couldn't remove Yitian's soul power from the wound in the next period of time, he would suffer excessive loss of vitality and potentially go into shock, even facing life-threatening danger. Since Lu Zhou's speed was slowing down, Yitian naturally remained calm, using the axe to kite Lu Zhou while maintaining a distance of about 5 to 6 meters. Whenever Lu Zhou made a move to charge, he would throw out 2 axes, targeting vulnerable areas such as the eyes, joints in the legs, and ankles. These were places with weak defenses and where the rock shield could not provide protection, completely disrupting Lu Zhou's attack rhythm. Note, here I am again, shamelessly asking for votes. Come on, handsome guys, give me some support. Chapter 27. A quick rescue. Yitian is not foolish enough to throw his axe mindlessly. As each time he materializes an axe, a portion of his soul power is consumed. If he keeps throwing, it will quickly deplete his soul power. Unless he masters the technique of controlling the spinning flying axe, he can only reuse the axe. Lu Zhou is filled with rage, although his martial soul is a rock. It does not mean he enjoys being beaten. Logically speaking, he has already lost this match. He is purely using higher-level soul power and soul rings to suppress his opponent. However, he is unwilling to accept this outcome, as it concerns his reputation. He is a high school student, and being beaten by a first-grade elementary student would be a disgrace everyone present understands. It would be a lifelong shame. He needs to find an opportunity to severely deal with this slippery brat and restore some of his face. However, Yitian will not give him the chance to initiate. Yitian is now typically playing a kite-flying tactic with Lu Zhou, not using soul skills, only throwing an axe at his joints when Lu Zhou charges, relying on bleeding passively to wear him down. He actually hopes Lu Zhou would be sensible and admit defeat. He is confident he will win this battle. Under the protection of Lu Zhou's rock shield, Yitian's attacks are like a lazy frog not biting, just annoying Lu Zhou by jumping on his instep. Such attacks cannot fundamentally hurt Lu Zhou, but they can maintain the bleeding passive effect, slowly wearing him down like boiling a frog in warm water. Not only that, but Lu Zhou's attack rhythm is also completely disrupted. Simply put, it's frustrating and suffocating. The rock martial soul is not afraid of being hit, but this kind of battle is vexing, and maintaining the rock shield will consume a lot of his soul power. For Lu Zhou, he must get close. Right now, he wishes he could use fists the size of millstones to pound Yitian into meat paste, but Yitian will not give him a chance. If you have the guts, don't run. Fight me like a man. Lu Zhou roared, nearly losing his sanity to say such mindless words. The crowd erupted in an uproar. Does this kid still think he hasn't embarrassed himself enough? He is under triple suppression of soul power, soul rings, and soul skills, and he still wants to confront him head-on. Some scoffed. This kid is strong. If they were at the same level, Lu Zhou could even be killed in an instant. Some analyzed rationally. Indeed, I am a level 30 agility attack soul master, and with my soul honor level cultivation, it's a bit challenging to break through Lu Zhou's defense. This elementary student is only a soul master. Even a great soul master cannot break through Lu Zhou's defense. His future is limitless. Someone marveled, no longer referring to Yitian as a rookie. Capable people earn respect wherever they go. Come on, boss. Beat him. Crush this big rookie. Zhang Xing shouted from the side, cheering enthusiastically. Yitian unfolded his spinning steps, his body like a swimming dragon, soaring like wings, seeking gaps to escape the battle, swiftly leaving his opponent behind, unable to approach him. Just as the microphone was broadcasting live, Lu Zhou stopped his pursuit, let out a roar towards the sky, and a terrifying soul power erupted, dark light bursting from the rocks on his body. At the same time, the second soul ring above his head lit up. Oh no, Lu Zhou is about to unleash his second soul skill. Someone below couldn't help but exclaim. Lu Zhou's second soul skill, Stubborn Stone Charge, was quite powerful. If used against this little guy, it might not end well. Someone expressed concern. hoping it wouldn't lead to a fatal incident, or else no one would be able to leave. After all, Yitian had great talent, and such beings usually had backgrounds. If something went wrong during the spar, it could lead to serious problems. At this moment, Lu Zhou was like a ferocious beast. With a wild roar, his soul power surged, transforming into a rolling stone, rumbling towards Yitian. There was no need for technique anymore. This was a full-on charge, a fight to the death. "You little brat, I'm going to smash you into meat paste." Lu Zhou shouted with red eyes. The blood passive effect constantly acting on him had driven him completely insane. Damn! Yitian was shocked, not expecting this guy's second soul skill to be a displacement skill. The force of this charge, if he took it head-on, would be like being hit by a small truck, and the area of impact was even smaller. He steeled his heart. "This is your own doing. Get lost." With a loud roar, the flying axes howled, spinning like wheels. In the next moment, two flying axes, carrying violent soul power, spun rapidly towards Lu Zhou. Having released his second soul skill, Lu Zhou was charging forward to meet the two flying axes head-on. At this distance and speed, the two flying axes were like deadly scythes of death. Everyone's emotions surged as they awaited this long-anticipated moment. Facing Lu Zhou, who was about to collide with him, Yitian did not dodge. The two axes had already been thrown, and victory was already decided. Lu Zhou saw the axes flying towards him, did not evade, but raised both hands to strike, disregarding everything else. As long as he reached his opponent, he would win. The two high-speed spinning flying axes created intense waves of soul power and collided head-on with Lu Zhou, then brushed past him. Puff! Blood sprayed out as the two spinning flying axes barely grazed Lu Zhou's head, almost decapitating him. Thud! Two heavy sounds hit the ground. Although the spinning flying axes did not decapitate Lu Zhou, they flew out from his shoulder, neatly severing both of his arms. Bang! Lu Zhou, propelled by inertia, crashed headfirst into the horizontal railing around the arena, blood gushing from his body like a fountain. Huh! The weakling faced the agile Yitian, unleashing a fierce killing move, closing the distance of more than 10 steps in an instant. Then Yitian also executed his ultimate skill, causing a multitude of clashing sounds, with axe strikes howling on the arena, creating a chilling atmosphere. Yitian turned around without condensing a new axe or catching the axe that had been shot far away. The noisy background music and commentary naturally came to an abrupt halt. The scene fell into dead silence. No one was excited and no one cheered. Everyone looked at everything in disbelief. The entire arena was quiet, and no one dared to joke around anymore. This battle was enough to make them unable to smile, and it was unimaginable how much impact this scene had on them. As a senior student, being thoroughly beaten by a newly enrolled freshman, it was a gruesome defeat that came at an incredibly painful cost. Zhang Xing also gaped in disbelief at this scene, even though he appeared mature. He was, after all, just a 6-year-old child who had never witnessed such a brutal spectacle. Yitian couldn't help but tremble in his heart. He had never imagined that after his spinning flying axe was enhanced by the Empire buff, it would actually have such power that it directly severed Lu Zhou's arms. Such a scene, even in his 2 lifetimes, he had never witnessed. Feeling a wave of nausea, he quickly exclaimed, "Doctor, doctor, he needs emergency treatment." Chapter 28. The teacher appears. Yitian's face turned pale as he hurried over to stop the bleeding effect of the Noxian curse. This was no joke. If the bleeding effect continued to affect Lu Zhou, combined with the wound from his severed arm and without any measures to stop the bleeding, Lu Zhou could lose his life within 2 or 3 minutes. He hadn't expected his attack, after stacking the 50 bonus from the spinning axe, to have such terrifying power. However, he did not regret it. At that moment, Lu Zhou had already harbored intentions to kill. If Lu Tian had been hit head-on by Lu Zhou's second soul skill, his outcome would not be much better than Lu Zhou's current state. At this moment, the staff in the Academy's soul fighting arena were alerted and rushed out, instantly arriving at the platform. They were dumbfounded by the scene before them. The Academy's soul fighting arena was not like the outside world. Incidents of severe injuries were rare to witness. "Step back. Let me handle this. This kid is seriously hurt." A healing-type soul master hurried over, approaching Lu Zhou. His martial soul was an unnamed herb, a food-type martial soul. The 7 soul rings above his head shimmered continuously, indicating his soul sage level. As he used his soul skills to condense various medicinal herbs, he stuffed the soul power-formed herbs into Lu Zhou's mouth while applying them to the wound on his shoulder. Who did this? Why such cruel measures? One staff member looked at the senior student below, surrounded by 6 soul rings, indicating his soul king level. Seeing the shocking amount of blood on the ground, Cake was furious and roared. Do you not know the rules of the Academy's soul fighting arena? Maliciously injuring a fellow student must be dealt with by the martial soul enforcement team. The high-level students below remained silent, all pointing their fingers at Yitian, who stood in the corner. Yitian's heart skipped a beat, sensing that something was about to go wrong. Cake looked at him with an unfriendly expression and noticed Yitian, who was standing by the side. He paused for a moment, a bit confused about the situation, as Yitian clearly looked like an elementary school student. It's me and Lu Zhou who are dueling. Yitian nodded and stepped forward. There was no point in trying to avoid it at this moment. Me too. We're in this together. Zhang Xing quickly stepped up and loudly pointed at Yitian, saying, he's just a bystander. I'm the main fighter. He stood side by side with Yitian, knowing that since this was his fault, he couldn't let Yitian bear it alone. Zhang Xing leaned in closer to Yitian and whispered, Boss, stay calm. It's not a big deal. When I came here, my dad said that if anyone in the academy bullied me, just beat them up, and if anything happens, he'll take care of it. Yitian looked at Zhang Xing with some surprise, not expecting this little guy to be quite loyal. At this time, he naturally wouldn't think of taking the responsibility for the accident alone. Zhang Xing was also a genius with full innate soul power. Having the two of them face it together was better than facing it alone, and Zhang Xing seemed to have a strong background. Kak looked at Yitian and Zhang Xing with some surprise. Obviously, Zhang Xing's whisper couldn't escape the ears of this 68th level soul emperor. No matter what your background is, if you deliberately harm a classmate, that is a serious crime. Kak said sternly, pointing to one person in the audience. You, come up and explain what happened. A senior student stepped up and roughly recounted the previous events. Kak looked at Yitian with some surprise. As a teacher in the Academy's soul arena, he had seen many geniuses come and go. However, it was unprecedented to see a lower grade student beat up a senior student, and one who was just a new student at that. Teacher, I didn't mean to hurt anyone, but I really didn't expect my soul skill to be so powerful. After all, my soul power is much lower than that senior's, and I had no room to hold back. Yitian explained it. He was very rational, clarifying the situation in a few words, pointing out that this was an unequal battle and he was the weaker side, with no possibility of holding back. The key was to highlight his talent and the strength of his soul skills, showing that he could challenge those above him. He currently had no background, and the only way to extricate himself from this incident was to demonstrate his talent and value. As long as the people from the Soul Martial Hall weren't foolish, they should know how to make a choice. Whether it was right or wrong should be left to the Academy's enforcement team to decide. Kak didn't say much more. He was only in charge of the Soul Arena, and any disposition regarding these students naturally had to be agreed upon by both teachers, especially since these students seemed to have a rather complicated background. Let's go, you all come with me to the Academy's enforcement department. He was prepared to hand this hot potato over to the Academy's enforcement department, which was essentially the disciplinary committee. No need, just leave these two little rascals to me. At that moment, a person appeared beside the arena. It was a middle-aged man, tall and sturdy, with a serious expression, his long hair neatly combed back. His eyes were sharp, shining brightly with intensity, and he wore a robe bearing the emblem of the Martial Soul Hall, complemented by a flashy black cloak, making him look quite impressive. Teacher Huang, what brings you here? Upon seeing the newcomer, Kak was also very surprised and somewhat at a loss. I came to see if these two little rascals have grown 3 heads and 6 arms, daring to skip class on the first day of school. Huang Ying's gaze was unfriendly as he snorted coldly. Yitian and Zhang Xing exchanged glances with Huang Ying, both unable to suppress a shiver, secretly lamenting that the days ahead might not be easy. Huang Ying was not here for any other reason but to find Yitian and Zhang Xing. As a teacher at the Academy, the greatest honor is to teach outstanding disciples, and Huang Ying was no exception. A few years ago, the Wuhuan campus produced several prodigies, one of whom was even taken as a disciple by the Pope, and was referred to as the future golden generation of the Wuhuan Hall. With the influence of these prodigious students, and the victory of the Wuhuan campus's Soul Master team in the elite competition of the continent's Advanced Soul Master Academies a few years ago, they gained immense prestige, surpassing both the Tiando and Xinghua campuses. In terms of resource allocation, the Wuhuan campus took the lead, occupying nearly 6/10 of the resources allocated by the Wuhuan Hall to the Academy. The remaining 4/10 were contested between the Tiando and Xinghua campuses. Due to the weakening of the Yitian Empire's royal family, the control over the surrounding affiliated duchies and kingdoms was lax. The Tiando campus could still recruit some talented students from within the Yitian Empire to replenish their ranks. However, the Xinghua Empire was different. Compared to the weakness and cowardice of the Tiando Empire, the royal family of the Douluo Empire was much more assertive. In the urban area, it was difficult for the Wuhuan Hall to recruit exceptionally gifted students. This put the Douluo campus in a vicious cycle. The inability to attract talented students led to their inability to compete with the Tiandou and Wuhuan campuses, resulting in a decrease in resources allocated by the Wuhuan Hall. With reduced teaching resources, not to mention that talented students could not compare with those from the other two major campuses, even ordinary students struggled to compete. Note: new book seedlings seek care from all the handsome guys. Please give a vote and a good review. Thank you. Chapter 29 Classroom. In recent years, the Douluo campus has been declining, and the situation has become increasingly concerning. Even the teachers inside felt despair, as if they had the heart to kill the thief but lacked the power to turn the tide. However, this year's enrollment brought a huge surprise to the Douluo campus. They unexpectedly admitted two innate, full soul power geniuses, which excited all the teachers. Particularly, one of them was a wild genius. A wild genius is someone with no background and is completely pure in talent. Such geniuses are undoubtedly the most sought after. Once cultivated, they become one of their own. In contrast, those born into prestigious families or other powers carry certain marks and are not as pure, often leading to the situation where years of hard cultivation end up benefiting others. Huang Ying exerted tremendous effort and, relying on his impressive cultivation as an 88th level soul Douluo, managed to overpower other teachers to bring these two innate full soul power students into his class. This morning, filled with joy, he arrived early at the classroom and was secretly observing, eager to see these two little guys and to quietly assess their character. However, on the first day of class, these two little brats didn't show up, leaving him, the observing teacher, in a very awkward position. To make these two truant kids understand the wrath of a teacher, he sought them out. Upon learning that these two little rascals had skipped class to spar, his anger subsided somewhat. After all, a non-combative soul master is not a good soul master. When Huang Lin entered, it was just in time to hear Kark asking the senior students what had happened. He quietly observed from the side, and, after figuring out what had just occurred, felt a storm of emotions rise within him. This wild little brat had actually defeated a senior student despite being at a lower rank, and he did so without sustaining any injuries. What does this represent? No one knows better than him as a teacher. This indicates that this wild genius's mutated martial soul is incredibly powerful, even qualifying as a top-tier martial soul, particularly in terms of offensive capabilities. The combination of a top-tier martial soul and innate full soul power made him ecstatic, exclaiming that the Douluo campus had a hopeful rise. The other little brat also did not disappoint him. In such a critical moment, instead of trying to avoid responsibility, he actively took on the burden, willing to advance and retreat with his companion. Such character is rare, indicating that he is a reliable little guy. The saying 3 years to see the big picture, 7 years to see the old is no joke. It means this little guy is not ungrateful and is the type that can be well cultivated. Teacher Huang, this seems a bit against the rules. For such a serious injury incident, it would be best to notify the Academy's enforcement team to handle it, Kark suggested. Huang Ying turned around and coldly stared at Kark, his sharp gaze like a blade, making Kark feel very uncomfortable and uneasy. He knew very well that this teacher Huang Ying was known as the devil teacher and was very ruthless in his actions. As a soul king, if he clashed with its soul Douluo 3 ranks higher, the outcome would be dire. As their teacher, I am their guardian in the academy. Right now, I will take these two truant kids back. Do you have any objections? Huang Ying said coldly, emphasizing the words have objections slowly, his tone icy, sounding like the scraping of a file, carrying a chilling meaning. He certainly could not let the Academy's enforcement team take these two away. The enforcement team belongs to the 3 major academies. If they took these two away, given the strength displayed by this wild genius, wouldn't they be poached by the old bastards of the Wuhuan campus? No objections. Kark swallowed hard, saying somewhat awkwardly, but what about the student whose arms were severed? What explanation? Huang Ying turned around, looking at Kark as if he had heard a huge joke, staring at him in bewilderment. What explanation do you want? He shouted sternly. As a senior student, disregarding his status, he provoked a junior student to duel, and during the battle, he attempted to use his soul power and soul ring advantage to kill, only to be countered and injured. What explanation do you want? As he spoke, an 88th level soul power fluctuation erupted, but it was aimed solely at Kark. The air suddenly fell silent. Everyone felt a chill, and no one dared to breathe. An 88th level soul Douluo was furious. There were not many in this world who could balance that. Yitian and Zhang Xing both shrank their little heads and tiptoed behind Huang Ying, looking like quails. They weren't foolish, of course. They knew that the seemingly fierce and intimidating teacher in front of them was standing up for them, faced with Huang Lin's imposing presence. Kate couldn't help but take a few steps back, drenched in cold sweat, cursing inwardly. What kind of explanation could he demand, with Huang Ying like this? Why did he have to ask for anything? It was clear. If you dared to ask, I would dare to hit you. Nothing at all? Kate quickly responded. That guy brought it upon himself. He deserves it. Teacher Huang, you should go ahead. After all, class is important. Humph. Huang Ying abruptly waved her right hand, coldly turned around, and her black skin rose high behind her as she swept away. Zhang Xing stared blankly at Huang Ying, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Yitian quickly tugged at his clothes and gave a glance. Let's go. Let's hurry up and catch up. Oh. Zhang Xing quickly reacted and followed Yitian, scampering after Huang Ying. Kate couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, glanced at Lu Zhou, who was unconscious nearby, and inwardly cursed. Useless. Then he turned and left. Along the way, Huang Ying remained silent, and Yitian and Zhang Xing didn't dare to say much either, just quietly following behind. Yitian let out a sigh of relief. This teacher seemed quite reliable, although he hadn't revealed his spirit rings earlier, based on the reaction of that guy named Cake. It was clear that the teacher's cultivation level was quite high. Of course, the most important thing was that this teacher seemed very protective of his students. Yes, a good teacher. The two followed Huang Ying back to the classroom. Find a seat and sit down, Huang Ying said coldly. At this moment, the spacious room was already filled with people. Yitian and Zhang Xing were the last to arrive, so there were very few empty seats left, and none that were adjacent. The two could only randomly find an empty seat to squeeze into. Yitian's deskmate is a quite beautiful girl. However, this girl is cold and aloof, holding her head high and not even glancing at him. Chapter 30, Yin Huang Ying is on the podium. An entire classroom is silent, with no one daring to say a word. Huang Ying's gaze calmly sweeps from left to right, and immediately, everyone being watched by him feels an invisible pressure in their hearts. Because of the two little troublemakers, our class started a bit late. My name is Huang Ying, and I am your homeroom teacher as well as the grade director. You can call me Teacher Huang. Huang Ying's voice is very cold, giving people a shiver in their hearts. Yitian was very calm. Although Teacher Huang seemed indifferent, based on previous interactions, Teacher Huang was actually quite good. Huang Ying spoke on the podium. Today is the first lesson of the new semester, and it is also your first lesson in the world of Soul Masters. The fact that you are here indicates that you have considerable talent. The path of a Soul Master is not a smooth one. In other academies, you might get by, but that's not the case in the Spirit Hall Academy. Here, there is no distinction between nobles and commoners. I don't care if you're a little princess or a young master at home. Once you enter the academy, you are just a student, and everything from before must be set aside. Huang Ying's words were cold. We Soul Masters only have the road ahead, not one behind us. I want to tell you that because I am an elite, only elites can exist in my class. No garbage will pass the assessment. Now, I'm giving the garbage among you a chance. Leave my class and go to other ordinary classes, or else the days to come will be worse than death. After hearing his words, many students showed indignation on their faces. Being able to pass the assessment and become a student of the Spirit Hall Academy certainly qualified them as elites among their peers. Yet, in the mouth of this teacher Huang, they seemed insignificant. Yitian observed the nose and then the heart, without any unnecessary movements. From the previous situation, it was clear that this teacher Huang was quite formidable, and of course he was also a hot-tempered guy. No one stood up to leave. Everyone was spirited youth, and naturally wouldn't just admit defeat. If they left, wouldn't that imply they were worthless? Very well, very good. Huang Ying nodded and continued. I know that several of you have strong backgrounds at home. These backgrounds might work with other teachers, but they won't be effective here. He focused his gaze on a few individuals in the audience. I'm an 88th level soul Douluo. Unless you can find a title Douluo to trouble me. Everyone must behave in front of me. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts and looked up to Teacher Huang with respect. An 88th level soul Douluo is no simple character, especially since Teacher Huang looked relatively young. At this age, having such cultivation means he could even aspire to become a title Douluo in the future. Yitian was also quite shocked. He had guessed that Huang Ying's strength might be similar to that of Zhao Wuji and Flandra from Shrek Academy, but he never expected Huang Ying to be close to becoming a title Douluo. This was truly remarkable. After all, Shrek Academy, though dilapidated, was still a proper advanced Spirit Master Academy, and now he was in the lower grades of the Wuhuan Temple Academy. For students like them, The teachers at other ordinary junior Spirit Master academies were all over level 20 great Spirit Masters. For example, at the Notting Junior Spirit Master Academy in Notting City, the most powerful principal was just a level 40-something Spirit Zone. He couldn't help but think, is it a bit too extravagant for the Wuhuan Temple to have an 88-level Spirit Douluo as a homeroom teacher for elementary students? This was almost like inviting a world-class expert to teach preschool education, which was hard to understand. On the podium, Huang Ying wanted to speak, but suddenly a voice came from outside. "Teacher Huang, the principal asked me to come and get you to discuss something." Huang Ying was momentarily stunned. Was this a slap in the face? He had just said that if anyone wanted to trouble him, they would need to be at the level of a title Douluo. In the next moment, he was approached by a title Douluo. The principals of the 3 campuses were all titled Douluos. You all should get along well and understand each other, and classes will officially start tomorrow. After saying this, Huang Ying left directly. He still had to listen to the principal's words. As soon as Huang Ying left, the previously quiet classroom immediately became lively. Wow, how could Teacher Huang, with such high cultivation, possibly come to teach us? Someone exclaimed. We hit the jackpot. Coming to the Wuhuan Temple Academy was indeed the right decision. Someone else said with a look of relief. At this moment, a boy dressed in blue sportswear stepped forward. He had a handsome appearance, but was very arrogant, with a look of disdain in his eyes. This guy seemed to be called Yak. It must be him. He was said to be a young genius from Wuhuan City and seemed quite famous. Oh no, why is he here at the Xinghua campus? Wouldn't it be better to stay at the Wuhuan campus, which represents the highest standard of the Wuhuan Temple Academy? Who knows what he was thinking? Maybe he couldn't make it in the Wuhuan campus and came here instead. Is this the legendary saying of preferring to be a head chicken rather than a tail phoenix? Get lost, then according to you, aren't you a chicken's butt? Yak seemed to completely ignore the comments around him, always wearing a calm expression, treating the crowd as if they were dirt. At this moment, there was a commotion in the crowd, and another boy stepped forward. He had a flame-like hairstyle, and his hair color was also fiery red, with a rebellious look written all over his face. This was clearly not dyed. It was naturally red hair. He was quite tall, and if he stood out, no one would believe he was a teenager. Yak, long time no see, what brings you here? The red-haired boy's mouth curled up with a hint of provocation. Yak smiled gently. Yin, I didn't expect you to come here too. I was invited by Teacher Huang. Yitian was slightly taken aback. This red-haired brute was actually the so-called golden generation of the Spirit Hall. Yin? His personality really matched his name. Both the martial spirit and the person were brainless and reckless. Huh, who are you trying to fool? You came here, likely with ulterior motives. But I don't care. I came here for you anyway. Yin licked his lips, filled with interest. This time he didn't need to rush. Being in the same class meant there would be plenty of opportunities to spar, and there was no way to avoid it. They were both part of the Spirit City families and were quite familiar with each other, having grown up together. Yak smiled slightly and said softly, Teacher Huang asked me to come and take care of his new student, to set an example. Nonsense. Save those words for the ghosts. Being honest wouldn't kill you. And you still want to hide it from me? You came here for that coward Ire, didn't you? Yin said disdainfully. Yak chuckled, ignoring Yin, and instead looked at Ire, who was sitting beside him. Yitian also looked at Ire, the boy who once sat in the same vehicle as him. Chapter 31, New Conflicts. Yin stepped forward, blocking Yak's line of sight. This year's batch at Xinghua campus is a bunch of trash. The moment I defeat you is when I leave this hellhole. Completely ignoring the surrounding anger, this guy was openly provoking hatred, completely unaware that he was in Xinghua campus. Kid, don't be too arrogant. Xinghua campus is one of the 3 major campuses of the Spirit Hall Academy, and you can't insult it, nor can you insult the people of the Douluo Empire. A freshman beside them stepped forward and shouted angrily. Yin was too arrogant, almost provoking everyone's wrath. Yin put away his smile and disdainfully said, Do the people of the Douluo Empire only like to talk? No wonder they are all cowards, looking for death. The freshman, unable to hold back his anger, threw a punch directly at Yan's face. Yin wiped his face and sneered, Punk, haven't you finished drinking your milk yet? With that, he kicked out. With a loud bang, the student who was kicked flew more than 5 meters away, lying on the ground motionless. So weak. The freshmen at Xinghua campus this year are just a bunch of little rookies. Yak, what do you think we can learn here? This is the home ground of the Douluo Empire. How can they withstand such provocation? A group of people surrounded him. What? Do you want to gang up on me? For trash like you, it doesn't matter how many come. Even without my spirit, you are not my opponents. Instantly, 5 or 6 people were taken down, completely out of their league. Yin, with a physique comparable to an adult, was completely reckless in front of a bunch of kids. Yak did not intervene, just quietly watched. His eyes filled with disappointment. He knew that Xinghua campus had declined severely in recent years, but he didn't expect it to be this bad. The quality of the freshmen was very poor, and many hadn't even obtained their first spirit ring, unable to even manifest their spirits. Bang! Yan's hand was blocked. Ire had stepped in, his expression no longer gentle, carrying a hint of coldness. Yin, this is not the Spear Hall campus. Don't go too far. Besides, you are 2 to 3 years older than them. This is pure bullying. Hee, I thought it was someone else. Isn't this Ire? I thought you were going to the Spirit Hall campus. Why did you come to this hellhole? Are you afraid of your brother? But you didn't expect your brother to actually come here, did you? Coward. Yin shook off ire, adjusted his clothes, and looked at Yak. This year, I will defeat you and then leave this hellhole called Xinghua campus. Ire ignored Yin and did not greet his brother Yak, but he was happy to see Yitian and nodded at him. Just then, Yin suddenly kicked at Ire. This was a classroom, and the academy rules prohibited the use of spirit powers in combat, but there were no rules against physical altercations. The entire room erupted in uproar. No one expected this red-haired guy to sneak attack. Ire also didn't expect it and instinctively stepped back to dodge, but immediately after, Yan's second kick came at him. This time, Ire couldn't dodge. Although he blocked with his hand, he lost his balance and flew out. After landing a hit, Yin showed no intention of stopping, quickly following up with a fierce elbow strike. He had grown up in the Spirit City, surrounded by spirit masters, where sparring and fighting were as common as daily meals. A figure appeared in the arena, catching Ire while also taking Yan's fierce elbow strike. Classmate, you're quite fired up. Do you want to spar in the soul fighting arena? Yitian easily grabbed Yan's right elbow with his left hand. Yan suddenly exerted force, but found his opponent unmoving, which made him a bit embarrassed. He took a step back and twisted his right elbow to break free. He looked at Yitian with interest. Little chick, do you want to stand up for this coward? Yan pointed at Yak. Didn't you see that even his own brother isn't standing up for him? Yak shot a cold glance at Yin, but didn't respond. He was observing his brother Ire's performance. Yitian coldly glanced at Yin and did not respond. Such childish insults are really beneath him. He is almost 30 years old, and arguing with an elementary school student is just ridiculous. Yitian remained silent, but that didn't mean no one was speaking. Zhang Xing, who was equally robust, couldn't sit still and shouted at Yin. Red-headed ghost, are you looking for trouble? Don't provoke my boss. Just because you've put on a little weight doesn't mean you can act tough. Come on, let's see what you've got against me. Yin looked at Zhang Xing with some surprise. At this age, this height, and this physique, it was quite interesting. You all can come at me together. I'm not afraid. He was extremely arrogant, not taking anyone seriously at all. At this moment, roommate Zhao Yingjie stepped forward and quietly suggested to Zhang Xing and Yitian, why don't we go together? Let us take this little brat down. There are more of us, and in the end, it'll probably just be a formal reprimand. Seeing Zhao Yingjie stand up as well, Zhu Zhujin hesitated for a moment before also getting up and joining Yitian and Zhang Xing's side. Yitian glanced unexpectedly at Zhang Yingjie, the assassin brother with the martial soul of a rune dagger. Indeed, ruthless. One should not underestimate a 6-year-old child from the Douluo Continent. Although Zhao Yingjie spoke very softly, everyone present was a soul master, and many of them heard it. At this moment, they were all eager to try. As long as there was a leader, they would surely swarm to attack Yin. Youth is the most passionate, fearless, and reckless stage of a person's life. And when they get into trouble, they do not hold back. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many troublemaking kids. Seeing the situation was not good, Yak stood up, forcibly pulled Yin away, and said to the crowd, everyone disperse. This guy's like a mad dog. If you really lay hands on him, you won't be able to handle the consequences. Yitian and Zhang Xing naturally didn't let it go easily. They had just caused some trouble in the fighting arena, taking down a senior. If they continued to cause chaos and took down another student, Huangning would probably be furious with them. AI Air wasn't an easily provoked person. He was calm and composed, showing no signs of anger. In fact, he really couldn't beat Yin. Let's go to the cafeteria for a meal. It's on me, AI Air said with a slight smile. Boss, that red-haired guy is too despicable. How dare he insult you? Zhang Xing said indignantly. Earlier, Yitian had stood up for him and knocked down a senior with one hit, which made Yitian his idol. Seeing his idol being insulted naturally upset him. It's all good. Actually, I find that guy quite interesting, Yitian said as they walked. He didn't think there was anything wrong with a sneak attack, especially since there were a group of people surrounding Yin. If one was weak, they couldn't find excuses. Moreover, while such a straightforward brute wasn't very likable, it was also hard to truly hate them. And since Yin had shown up, Hulaina and Xie, you couldn't be far behind, right? Note, During the new book period, I ask all the handsome guys for recommendation votes. Chapter 32. Military training. The four of them chatted for a while, and being kids, they quickly became friends. Zhongxing was very friendly and unreserved. AI Air. Is that arrogant guy named Yak your brother? Arrogant guy? AI Air was amused and nodded. Yes, but we didn't grow up together. I lived in the Douluo Empire since I was young, while Yak lived in the Spirit City. I don't know why he chose to come here. Is your brother very strong? Yitian asked curiously. He had noticed that the guy named Yin seemed to want to challenge AI Air's brother, which indicated that AI Air's brother was stronger than Yin. I'm not familiar with him, so I wouldn't know. AI Air looked at Yitian and said, I can't tell how skilled you are either. Before Yitian could speak, the younger brother Zhongxing chimed in. Come on. Do you think my big brother works out every day for nothing? Sure, he might be slim, but he's all muscle underneath. Yitian was somewhat at a loss for words. After today's commotion, the teachers at the academy quickly learned that none of the new students were easy to deal with, especially that wild genius who, upon arrival, had already taken down a senior. The others were no pushovers either. They got into a fight right at the start of school, almost escalating into a brawl. Huang Ying must have received the news immediately, as he had been observing from the sidelines while attending a meeting. At this moment, the opinions among the academy's management were not entirely uniform. The little rascal from the Wuhuan campus actually dares to look down on us from the Xinghua campus and assaults fellow students. He should be severely punished, or else things will only get worse in the future. I think so too. Such students need to be taught a lesson, or they won't know the heights of heaven or depths of the earth. He should at least receive some form of punishment. The teachers were fervent in their opinions, but they did not mention Yitian incapacitating the senior in the soul fighting arena. After all, he was one of their own. A genius had finally emerged from the Xinghua campus, and this genius was a wild one, especially since he had taken down a senior from the Tiando campus. What kind of punishment was warranted? It would be a disgrace not to reward him. I say, are you all too idle? You should be doing your own things. Huang Ying spoke up. As an 88th level soul Douluo, he held a transcendent position among the teachers. Teacher Huang Ying, what do you think? The academy head Cuttlefish Douluo said with a smile. Huang Ying replied, the Xinghua campus has indeed been declining in recent years. Now that the Wuhuan campus has the support of the Ju Douluo and the Gue Douluo, it is becoming stronger. Our Xinghua campus is now even inferior to the Tiando campus. We must catch up. Starting with this new batch of students, we need to implement rigorous training. We should have higher expectations. We don't expect the next batch to represent the Wuhuan Temple in the elite competition of advanced soul master academies across the continent. But we must strive for our team to participate in the competition after next. Huang Ying firmly established the direction, saying it was time to be tougher. There was no hope for the next elite competition of advanced soul master academies, but there was still hope for the one after that, especially since a few good prospects had emerged today. Teacher Huang, that's a good idea, but our students' quality isn't very high, right? Are you planning to rely on that, Yak? And Yin? A teacher expressed skepticism. Those two won't do, of course, Huang Ying said. They are recognized by the Pope as part of the future golden generation of the Soul Wuhuan Temple. They won't stay here long. I invited them to stimulate the students and motivate them to work harder. He continued, there is still hope. A few geniuses have emerged this year. If properly trained, they may not be inferior to the golden generation. What are your plans? Cuttlefish Douluo asked. He was both the head of the Xinghua campus and an elder of the Elder Hall. Although the Wuhuan Temple Academy was just a school, there were still divisions among campuses and factions. As the academy head, he naturally hoped his campus's students would be stronger. I heard the Pope is even considering having the Wuhuan City campus train on the outskirts of the mysterious canyon. We can't fall behind and must keep pace. Huang Ying proposed. Teacher Huang, have you lost your mind? A teacher exclaimed. The mysterious canyon is known as the Death Canyon. It's more terrifying than the Star Do Great Forest. Are you trying to send these students to their deaths? No. We will only train on the outskirts. We want to go deep inside. For a soul master to rise, practical combat is essential. Huang Ying said solemnly. But the mysterious canyon is too terrifying. The soul beasts, they're not something to be trifled with. Why not let the students duel in the soul fighting arena? Another teacher suggested. No, the soul fighting arena is necessary, and we must also go to the mysterious canyon. Huang Ying stood firm. The radicals and conservatives began to argue fiercely. At this moment, Yitian and his companions had finished lunch and returned to their dormitory. In their earlier casual conversation, he learned from Iyer that Yin was not a new student. He had already been enrolled for 3 years and had transferred specifically to deal with Yak. As for Yak's intentions, Iyer did not elaborate. Yitian naturally wouldn't dig too deep, but he guessed that Yak probably came for ire. Judging by age, Yan is probably just over 9 years old, 3 years older than himself. From Yan's age, one can also deduce the current timeline of the Douluo Continent. Among the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, Hulaina is a little over 5 years older than Tang San, while Yin and Xiaoyu are around 6 years older. This means that Tang San should still be in Holy Soul Village swinging a hammer, and he should be about 3 years old at this time, which makes his age comparable to Dai Mubai, the eldest among the Shrek 7 monsters. This indicates that Shrek Academy is still in its early stages and will only merge with Lamba Academy about 10 years later. The first morning of school was spent in a lively atmosphere, and soon the formal classes began. In the afternoon, Huang Ying did not gather the students in the classroom, but instead went to the outskirts of the academy, to the garrison of the Spirit City Defense Forces. In the past, training was always held in the academy's playground, but this time it was evidently different. Huang Ying seemed to want to introduce a new routine, a military training, as the name suggests. However, most students did not realize this. It felt more like a picnic with new friends. Under Huang Ying's orders, everyone changed into simple academy uniforms and settled into a temporary tent accommodating 100 people, with all personal belongings stored away until the military training was over. Many complained incessantly, grumbling that they were all little princes and princesses at home and had never endured such hardships. Compared to Zhu Zhu's anxiety, Yitian, Zhangxing, and Zhao Yingjie remained quite calm. Yitian grew up in a mountain village and was already accustomed to this, while Zhangxing and Zhao Yingjie seemed to have trained frequently. The few of them didn't talk much, and their daily routines were very punctual. They went to sleep right on time, as they all sensed that tomorrow might not go well. Chapter 33. Military training begins at 1 o'clock in the morning. A piercing trumpet sounded, and the tents were flung open. Everyone looked blankly at a soldier in armor standing at the entrance. "I am your instructor, Li Haitao. You have 5 minutes to gather outside." "Damn, are you kidding? What time is it now? I haven't had enough sleep. Is this an academy? What kind of academy does this?" Li Haitao smiled slightly. "Teacher Huang has ordered that anyone who fails the military training will be expelled, so you better hurry." After finishing, Li Haitao turned and left, and the people in the tent seemed to have woken up a little. In fact, by the time Li Haitao finished speaking, Yitian was already ready. Zhangxing and Zhao Yingjie were also quick, while Zhu Zhuijin was slightly slower. The few of them rushed out immediately. On the playground, they were not the earliest arrivals. AI Ku, Yin, and AI Air were already there. Yitian and his group entered the team, and one by one, students continued to come out. Around them, there were about a dozen soldiers recording those who were late. After everyone had gathered, it took about 10 minutes. All the latecomers turned around and began to run 10,000 meters. Upon hearing Li Haitao's command, some immediately expressed their unwillingness. Li Haitao coldly said, "All doubters can leave immediately. No one is being forced. This is the military, not an academy. Your teachers have entrusted you to me, so everything will be carried out according to military regulations." Yin couldn't help but smile slightly. This was merely a child's play-level trick. "Today, your training task is to stand at attention until dawn." Lietos not. 5 hours later, only 7 people remained who could hold the position without moving. Yitian, Zhangxing, Yin, AI Air, AI Ku, Zhao Yingjie, and a girl. The others have already reached their limit. Zhu Zhuijin is no exception. Teacher Huang Ying, who has been observing from the sidelines, shows her disappointment. This quality is really lacking. For soul masters, this level of intensity is nothing at all. Yet only these few remain. On the other side, in the 10,000-meter run, it's almost a complete wipeout. It's already good if anyone can keep moving. Yitian looked a bit surprised at the only girl who had persisted, the cold little lowly who had sat next to him in the morning. He didn't expect her to hold on. Standing in military posture for so long is hard, even for adults, let alone this 6- or 7-year-old girl. If it weren't for his 20-level soul power, he wouldn't have been able to endure it either. After all, in his past life, standing in military posture was exhausting. U7 performed quite well. Today's training officially begins. We will now do a 10,000 meter sprint, Li Haitao said. He then waved his hand, instructing the other instructors to take care of those students who couldn't continue. The others immediately cheered. These few were too eye-catching and had been showing off. Now, they would have to pay the price. After standing still, they still had to run 10,000 meters. Li Haitao took out an hourglass and started timing. And with a command, the 7 figures dashed out simultaneously. Surprisingly, the fastest was that girl. Without a doubt, her soul power level was not low. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to persist. Yin smiled slightly. Yak, since we're free, let's have a competition and let these little rookies from Xinglua campus know how impressive we people from Wuhuan City are. Whatever, Yak replied calmly, his personality resembling that of AI Air, very composed. Boss, what are these two silly dogs mumbling about? Zhang Xing asked loudly from the side, not caring at all whether Yin and Yak could hear him. They're saying whether to let us little rookies know how impressive they are from Wuhuan City. Yitian answered honestly. Damn, that red-haired silly dog is so arrogant. Zhang Xing shouted provocatively at Yin. Red-haired dog, let us see who runs faster. Just as he was speaking, a figure darted past, and Zhang Xing was stunned. What the heck? How is this guy so fast? During his shouting, Zhao Yingjie had already dashed out. Boss, let's catch up. Zhang Xing also began to run faster. He was tall and strong, with each step equivalent to 3 steps of his peers, practically flying. Yin naturally wouldn't forget this foul-mouthed guy and immediately chased after him, but 10,000 meters is neither short nor long. If you sprint too hard at the beginning, you'll wear out later. He roared and chased after Zhang Xing. Yak smiled slightly, showing no expression, but his pace noticeably quickened. Seeing that the others had begun to exert themselves, Yitian was no exception. He started to accelerate. He couldn't let a few brats beat him. The group pushed themselves, chasing after each other, turning the 10,000 meter run into a 100-meter sprint. 10 minutes passed, and the friends on the playground were stunned. The speed of the few hadn't decreased at all. Li Haitao stared at the hourglass in his hand. These little guys were quite impressive. After more than 10 minutes of back and forth, Yitian had steadily run to the front, leading the pack. Everyone was astonished. More than half of the 10,000 meters had passed, and Yitian's speed hadn't decreased at all. Behind Yitian, Yak and Yin were also closely following, but they were still dozens of meters apart. Yin gritted his teeth and couldn't understand how the guy in front could run so fast. In the 3rd year of Yitian's training, he has been swinging the hammer every day, so his physical fitness is naturally outstanding. Coupled with his innate strength and level 20 soul power, his speed when starting off is extraordinary. As for the others, they have already fallen behind significantly. Zhang Xing's specialty is strength, not speed, and he is not very skilled at long-distance explosive running. In 4th place is the little girl, followed closely by AI Air, Zhao Yingjie, and Zhang Xing. Everyone in the audience, whether standing or lying down, is watching these 7 people, and they all feel that this has turned into a competition. The 10,000-meter distance has already passed the halfway mark, and for the young bodies, fatigue is inevitable. The harder they push, the more their speed declines. Yin lets out a loud roar and suddenly accelerates, his face turning red. He is unwilling to admit defeat and charges towards Yitian. On the other side, Yak also begins to speed up. He does not roar like Yin did, but instead pursues at a steady pace, appearing very light and agile. Yitian looked around and noticed that he was being chased. How could he possibly hold back? Being low-key and steady is not just about training. He had to speed up. Although it was forbidden to use martial souls, it didn't say anything about using soul power. Boom! The ground erupted in dust as Yitian unleashed all his abilities. His soul power surged within him, and he dashed forward as if flying, instantly clearing away the fatigue in his body and shaking off the pursuers in an instant. 15 minutes later, Yitian completed the 10,000 meter run. The playground was silent, and everyone stared wide-eyed, incredulous at this scene. Is this still a human? What kind of speed is this? What kind of endurance? Chapter 34. Explosive power. Li Haitao also had a hard time believing his eyes. This little kid is quite impressive. This is no small feat, however, despite his surprise. He wouldn't lose his composure in front of a group of novices. This achievement can be considered a new record among the freshmen. Report to the instructor. Mission accomplished. Yitian calmly said. Li Haitao nodded with satisfaction. This kid not only has ability, but also a very good attitude, unlike a few others who were troublemakers. Yak arrived second, a little over 17 minutes, and Yin was third, a little over 18 minutes. Following them were the only girl and Ayer, Zhang Xing and Zhao Yingjie. The two who had previously shouted the loudest arrived last. Even those who arrived last had impressive results, at least for a few 6- or 7-year-old kids. It was definitely remarkable. Li Haitao glanced at the hourglass in his hand and said loudly, "Assemble." After being punished to run 10,000 meters, all the students became obedient, not daring to delay even a bit, standing straight in formation. After some earlier training, the freshmen started to listen more and complained less. At least their attitudes had improved significantly. This military training will be divided into several levels. The first level is the elite level, and students at this level will have priority access to various facilities in the academy, such as the gravity training ground and simulation training ground. And elite students will also receive scholarships. Currently, there are only 7 elite students. As for the remaining students, you'd better be fully focused if you fail the assessment. I will not give you any scores, and you can only watch the academy's training from now on. Saying this, Li Haitao called out a few other instructors to take charge of training the group of students who could not keep up. After arranging everything, Li Haitao looked at Yitian and the 7 others. Come with me. He scanned the 7 people and found that among them, only Yitian and Yak were in great condition, as if nothing had happened, not even breathing hard. Your endurance is pretty good, but singular endurance is meaningless. After all, battles between soul masters rarely last for 300 rounds. Explosive power is the most important thing. We'll try explosive power first. Li Haitao was also curious. The quality of this group of students is very high. I'll do it. Zhang Xing was the first to step forward. The earlier 10,000-meter run was too embarrassing. He didn't care about losing face. He had to regain his honor. It didn't matter that he ran slowly due to poor endurance, but strength was his specialty. The others looked at Zhang Xing, who was full of confidence, wanting to see just how strong his explosive power was to match his arrogant demeanor. Instructor, how do we test? Don't tell me we're using a 100-meter dash for this. Zhang Xing took off his sweat-soaked shirt, revealing a strong, muscular body. Li Haitao glanced at Zhang Xing's muscles and pointed to a black stone pillar beside them. This is the power tester. Hit it with all your strength. Any part of your body is fine. I want your maximum explosive power. Can we use our martial souls? Zhang Xing asked. No, Li Haitao shook his head. You can only use your soul power. If you use your martial soul, then soul masters with strong attack beast martial souls would undoubtedly be the first, which would be unfair to others. What I want is your physical data, not martial soul data. Everyone thought about it. No one's explosive power could compare to a beast soul master with their martial soul activated. Zhang Xing stepped back a few paces, crouched slightly, resembling a bow drawing back, gathering strength, then suddenly shouted and charged forward like an unstoppable train, crashing into the power tester. Boom! 515 pounds. An explosive force of this kind from a 6-year-old child is terrifying, capable of knocking out an adult with just a few punches. Zhang Xing moved his body, a satisfied smile on his face. Though he had consumed a lot of energy from running earlier, he thought he could easily surpass the others. Li Haitao couldn't help but nod. Based on past performances, this result would secure him first place. Next, Iyer. Iyer stepped up and delivered a spinning kick to the power tester. 211 pounds. Li Haitao was not disappointed. Although it was a significant gap compared to Zhang Xing, it was still decent considering the difference in physique. Yin glanced at Yak and Iyer, then stepped forward, directly cutting in line. Let me give it a try so you can see what a real man is like. He approached the power tester, took a deep breath, squatted into a horse stance, suddenly gathered strength, and his fist seemed to flash with red light as he struck the power tester. Bang! 650 pounds. Li Haitao was stunned. This kind of strength without using a martial soul is rare even among his soul master troops. So this red-haired kid indeed has the capital to be arrogant. In terms of strength, you guys can't compete. Yin showed no mercy, directly giving a thumbs down, being extremely arrogant. Next, Zhao Yingjie. Li Haitao ignored Yin's provocation. Strong individuals naturally receive preferential treatment. Zhao Yingjie stepped up and delivered a punch that registered 199 pounds. This caused Yin to burst into laughter, calling Zhao Yingjie a joke. As he had shouted fiercely in class yesterday about wanting to take him down, yet this was all he could do. Zhao Yingjie pouted, looking a bit unhappy. He was an assassin type in the agility attack category and had little training in strength, so this kind of explosive power naturally couldn't compare to these guys. Next, Suyu. Li Haitao continued to call out. Ladies first, please. Yak smiled slightly and quickly stepped aside, making a gesture of invitation. The girl named Suyu had yet to step up. Yin mocked from the side. Girls should just go back to cooking and taking care of kids. This is a game for real men. Saying this, he puffed out his chest, looking very proud. Yitian couldn't help but twitch his lips, suppressing a smile. He finally understood why this Yin had never been able to catch up with Ulaina later. This kind of annoying person would undoubtedly leave a lifelong bad impression. Suyu stepped up, standing silently in front of the measuring device, giving Yin a cold glance. Yin didn't retreat at all, staring at her with great interest. Yitian couldn't help but grin, suspecting that if Li Haitao weren't here, this little girl would definitely slap him. Boom! 590 pounds. Everyone was suddenly taken aback. Although it couldn't compare to Yin, this was still a girl, and not the muscular Neza type. She looked delicate and weak, yet managed to achieve this result with a single punch. Yitian couldn't help but click his tongue. This was a technical type, with a high level of control over soul power. This skill was naturally much stronger than the rough methods he had learned from blacksmithing. So you looked at Yin and coldly said, "Should I go home to cook and take care of the kids?" "I can't tell that, but I can see you're not a real man." Chapter 35. Training Upgrade, One-on-One. Yin suddenly spat on the ground. "I'll let you use one hand. Just afraid you don't have the ability." Suyu remained indifferent, not the least bit angry. "Hey, red-haired bullfrog, what kind of skill is it to bully girls?" Zhang Xing immediately began to curse from the side. "If you really want to fight me, then you're a real man. I see you as just a real coward." As he spoke, he pulled Zhao Yingjie closer, knowing that the strength of this red-haired dog was clearly stronger than his own. If a fight broke out, he needed Zhao Yingjie to help. Zhao Yingjie naturally didn't refuse and immediately stood up, looking eager to try. "You call me a bullfrog?" He didn't back down at all. "What are you? A toad?" Zhang Xing pretended to rush forward. "Getting so worked up?" Li Haitao coldly glanced at them and said with a half-smile, "You better go back and stand still. Whoever dares to cause trouble during military training, I'll make them run 100 laps around the Spirit City." Hearing this, the three couldn't help but shrink their necks. They could handle running laps, but crawling laps was just too terrifying. Li Haitao finished recording the results and looked at Yitian and Yak. "Which one of you two will go first?" Yak glanced at Yitian. Yitian also imitated Yak's earlier gesture towards Suyu, making a gesture of invitation. After all, the big shots always make their entrance last, as the grand finale. Yak didn't chatter much, walked up to the measuring device, took a few steps back, and suddenly exerted force, his movements swift as lightning. Boom! 655 pounds. Yak remained calm, appearing relaxed. Yin couldn't help but curse softly. He had been tirelessly practicing and still found himself a little weaker than this guy. Always just a little bit, which was extremely frustrating. Yak smiled, seemingly unconcerned, and it was evident that he wasn't giving it his all. Each time he was just a bit stronger, perhaps much stronger than that. "Boss, come on, show them what a real man is like," Zhang Xing said, making a provocative expression towards Yin. Yitian nodded and approached the dynamometer to feel it, wanting to see how it worked. Yin, beside him, was a bit impatient. "Hurry up, stop dawdling. Red-haired dog, if you're looking for trouble, I'm up for it." Zhang Xing frowned and said that this guy was really asking for a beating and wanted to step on him hard. "You still don't stand a chance." Yin scoffed. Li Haitao smiled slightly. "Don't be anxious. This military training lasts a month, which is enough for you to vent your frustrations. I hope you can still be this energetic afterwards. Isn't it supposed to be 7 days? How did it turn into a month?" AI was a bit surprised. This didn't match the usual rules. "New rule, we need to build a solid foundation. From now on, all new students will have a month of military training at the beginning of each year," Li Haitao said. Yitian pondered for a moment. He wasn't sure how much power his punch had, but to surpass Yak and Yin, he would probably have to use all his strength. He took a step back. His eyes suddenly focused and threw a straight punch. Seeing Yitian's stance, Yin smirked and said, "No basic skills at all. Just relying on arm strength without engaging his waist and hips at all. What a weakling." Boom! A loud sound erupted. 780 pounds. This number truly left others dumbfounded. Yan's mouth dropped open in disbelief. Did he just get slapped in the face that quickly? This guy can produce such powerful force with a rough style of boxing? Zhang Xing Su, as if it were his own achievement, winked at Yin and said, "Did you see that? This is what a real man looks like." Saying this, he shot a provocative glance at Yak. Yak also gave a thumbs up. Yin immediately fell silent, while Yak looked at Yitian with great interest. "You 7 performed well. Today your intensive training is over. You can go back now. The future training will be even tougher, so be mentally prepared," Li Haitao said, as he planned to check on the training situation of other students. After giving a lesson on the first day, the entire first week was filled with monotonous and strict basic training. Military posture, running, military boxing, and repeating these few activities. But to be fair, it was very effective. At first, it was exhausting, but as they continued to practice, everyone's spirit began to change. After all, those who could enter the Wuhuan Academy were all of considerable quality. As long as they shed the pampering from home, their progress would naturally be extraordinary. By the end of the first week, the most outstanding were still Yitian, Yak, Yin, Zhang Xing, Zhao Yingjie, and Suyu. During this time, Yitian also got a method for cultivating soul power from Zhang Xing, starting the process of training during the day and cultivating at night. Although he had already reached a bottleneck, It seemed that Yu Xiaojiang's theory on soul master competitiveness stated, once a soul master reaches a bottleneck, even if they do not obtain a soul ring, their own soul power will continue to accumulate, and when they obtain a soul ring, it will be revealed. He wasn't sure if this statement was true, but in the original work, Tang San directly upgraded to level 13 after obtaining his first soul ring. So this theory seemed quite reasonable. After the first week of training, the second week began, and all students broke free from the monotonous running and started new training. Along the way, several students were curious, admiring the scenery. After all, it was their first time in Wuhan City, but this wasn't a field trip. The military training did not have a gravity training field, so everyone wore weighted gear. As soul masters, their bodies were the vessels for soul power. Only by strengthening their bodies could they withstand stronger soul power. The body is the foundation of revolution. It is the most crucial element in anything. Soon everyone understood how blissful it was to run laps on the playground. Traversing mountains and valleys while carrying weighted gear made them wish they could crawl. By the end of the first day, no one had any other thoughts. They fell asleep as soon as they could, seizing every moment to rest. Because the dreaded Li Haitao would occasionally conduct night drills. After a week of this torment, even Yak and Yin were starting to lose their composure. Yan's fiery red hair had dulled. The intensity was too harsh, and that bastard instructor was pushing them to the limit, especially targeting their group of 7. Yitian was also very exhausted. This was purely a physical torment. Even though his martial soul was powerful, it couldn't help him in this situation. It was impossible to rely on his martial soul to run. And aside from the issue of rule-breaking, his own taunting attribute could easily lead to Li Haitao giving him a good beating. Under such intensity, he didn't even have time to cultivate, often falling asleep while practicing. He was truly too fatigued. The long and grueling second week quickly passed. The third week of training arrived. This week mainly focused on teaching the students some basic weapon usage, as well as fundamental boxing techniques and body movement skills. For everyone, this was indeed a blessing. Although the basic training continued, the volume was significantly reduced, placing more emphasis on technical skills rather than brute strength and endurance. Chapter 36. Competition. As the third week began, the students were still training vigorously. Li Haitao was reporting the results to Huang Ying. Teacher Huang, the quality of the students this time is quite good. Huang Ying nodded. You've worked hard. It seems this strategy is correct. The louder the drum, the heavier the hammer must strike. In fact, for a while now, he had been secretly observing and analyzing the personalities and abilities of these students. He discovered that the wild genius was incredibly hardworking, hardly sleeping during the first week, training during the day, and cultivating at night. The second week was the same. Although he often fell asleep halfway through his cultivation due to fatigue, this persistence was still commendable. The heavens reward diligence. This effort may not show immediate results, but over the years, it would be astonishing, equivalent to having double the cultivation time compared to others. With the same talent, a normal cultivator might become a soul master by the age of 20. But with Yitian's cultivation, he could not possibly become a soul king. The higher the cultivation in youth, the more solid the foundation, leading to greater progress later on. On the training field, everyone was practicing basic boxing techniques and basic body movements, both of which were undoubtedly the most important. Yitian studies very seriously, which is his biggest problem. His foundation is too weak. Although he has innate strength, his control over his own power is quite low. Yin performs well, mastering various martial arts with great skill and wields swords, guns, and sticks with finesse. As a member of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, a future key figure, his talent and level of effort go without saying. Yak's performance is consistently stable, as if he has no weaknesses at all. Suyu stands out in this round, demonstrating extraordinary marksmanship that even Li Haitao admires. This makes Yitian somewhat suspicious that Suyu's martial soul might be a gun. Looking at everyone, Yitian feels puzzled as to why in the future, only Yin, Hulaina, and Xiaoyu of legends, while there are no traces of Yak, Zhangxing, and Suyu. Logically, their strength should not go unnoticed. Could it be that the few supporting characters representing the Spirit Hall Academy, who are not described in detail, are them? However, Yitian immediately dismisses this notion, as Yak's strength is currently above Yan's. Moreover, based on Yan's tone, Yak is a competitor of Xiaoyu. Is it possible that something happened to Yak and the others in the future, leading to an early demise? Yitian settled his floating thoughts and began to train seriously. The military training was just to help everyone get into character and to smooth out their previous sensitivity. It wasn't really about trying to become overweight in one go. As the training progressed, the intensity gradually decreased, focusing more on teaching technical knowledge. Zhang Xing was practicing with Zhao Yingjia, wielding a staff in his left hand and an axe in his right, continuously striking. Zhao Yingjia, holding twin daggers, was dodging and moving very agilely, clearly the type of assassin skilled in techniques. AI Air was sparring with Zhu Zhujin. Yin continued to pester Yak, wanting to find a chance to spar with him. However, Yak ignored him and instead came over to Yitian, asking, "Want to have a match?" This was the first time Yak had proactively invited someone since the military training began. Yin jumped in frustration, as Yak's action indicated he was being ignored. Yak didn't consider him a rival at all. Yitian, who was practicing his spinning steps, was taken aback and looked at Yak in confusion, thinking to himself, "Is he using me as a shield?" He noticed Yak was holding a longbow, and it was clear that this guy intended to challenge him to an archery match. Wasn't this putting him in a tough spot? In his 2 lifetimes, he had never touched such a thing, and the plastic bow and arrow he had as a child, which cost 50 cents and had suction cup tips, didn't count. "You should spar with Yin," Yitian said nonchalantly, not wanting to reveal that he was inexperienced. "I'm not good at archery. I'm better at close combat," Yin said coolly from the side. Zhang Xing was focused on sparring with Zhao Yingjia. Otherwise, he would have joined in and started mocking Yin. In fact, as long as Yin didn't encounter Zhang Xing, his confidence was still quite stable. "Yitian, go ahead and challenge him. We'll cheer for you. Yeah, what are we afraid of? Let him know how strong our Xinghua campus is." Before Yitian could say anything, the surrounding classmates were already excited. The presence of Yak and Yin definitely stirred everyone's competitive spirit. While Yan's arrogance was indeed annoying, Yak's calm pride was even more provocative. However, these two were truly over the top. Aside from Yitian, no one could gain an advantage in front of them. Even Zhang Xing was no exception. After all, Yin was 3 years older than Zhang Xing, and Yan's martial soul was the Flame Lord, while Zhang Xing's martial soul was a shield. One was an offensive combat soul master, and the other was a defensive combat soul master. If a real fight broke out, even 10 Zhang Xings might not be able to win. But not being able to win was one thing. Whether one was convinced or not was another matter. Zhang Xing's philosophy was, "I can't beat you, but I certainly won't concede to you. Yak, I think you should just forget about challenging him. This guy is just a wild card and can't handle anything with a bit of technique. If you challenge him to archery, he definitely won't accept. Why not try arm wrestling instead?" Yin said, making a sarcastic comment from the sidelines. Yitian was taken aback. This little brat guessed it right. If Yak had challenged him to an arm wrestling match just now, he would definitely have shown Yak who the real boss was. "How about you compete with Suyu? I see he plays around with flashy moves quite well, and his archery must be decent too." Yan's hatred skill has always been quite full. Suyu ignored Yan's colorful language and instead looked at Yitian and Yak. However, from her perspective, Yak was definitely very familiar with archery. His posture and technique were quite proficient and precise, almost textbook level. Moreover, she could tell that Yak was very concerned about his image. Since he dared to challenge Yitian, it indicated he had full confidence. As for Yitian, based on her recent observations, although Yin spoke mindlessly, he didn't miss this point. Yitian was indeed a wild card. He might be able to draw a bow and shoot arrows, but it was absolutely impossible for him to win against Yak. In contrast, in her observations, Yak's brother, the seemingly weak Ayer, had the best archery skills aside from Yak and her. "Boss, take him down, we support you." Yak's challenge naturally attracted a lot of attention, and those who had practiced earlier, like Zhang Xing and Zhao Yingjia, also came over. "Yitian, take down that arrogant guy Yak. You are our boss, right everyone?" Someone cheered. "Yes, take down Yak. You are our new big brother." "Exactly. Take him down, you are our leader." The crowd grew louder and more raucous. Seeing this, Yitian knew he couldn't back down. He had to compete with Yak. "All right, how do you want to compete?" He shrugged nonchalantly, forcing himself to stay calm, looking as steady as an old dog. Yak nodded. "A ready target, 10 arrows. Let's see who has the higher hit rate." Yitian glanced at the target in the distance. Although he felt that drawing the bow and shooting arrows was very simple, giving him a sense of being able to hit a perfect score at any moment, reason told him that this was just one of the 3 great illusions of life. Chapter 37. Archery. Yitian couldn't help but furrow his brows. He was an elbow and couldn't shoot a spear from a gate. It was clear that this was not friendly to him. He thought to himself that he couldn't embarrass himself in front of the kids. What's the point of playing this? Yitian's small face tightened, his expression calm and relaxed, with a tone that was deep and mysterious, saying if they were going to play, it should be something interesting. Interesting? Yak was slightly taken aback, then nodded and said with a calm expression, "You say, how do you want to play?" Yitian smiled, his words carrying a hint of arrogance. There's no point in just comparing accuracy. At this distance, anyone could hit the target. He raised an eyebrow at Yak and suggested, how about this? Let's compare power, stack 10 targets 2 meters apart, and see who can shoot through the most targets while still hitting accurately. This was a strategy he had just thought of. If it were just a matter of accuracy, he had no chance of winning. He needed to use some special means to determine the outcome with one shot. Yak frowned, completely confused by Yitian's thoughts. Given the quality of the bow and arrow, even if the bowstring snapped, it was impossible to shoot an arrow that could penetrate 10 targets. In fact, without attaching soul power to the arrowhead, it wouldn't even pierce through one target. What kind of trick is this guy trying to play? Yak felt a bit bewildered. I have no objections. He nodded and replied. He had come to challenge, but his opponent wanted to increase the difficulty. If he didn't accept, wouldn't that be embarrassing? He would rather pretend to be tough, even if it meant doing so through gritted teeth. He couldn't believe that someone with a lower level of soul power than his could shoot through 10 targets with one arrow. Meanwhile, Zhang Xing, Zhaoing Jie Zhuzhujin, and others were cheering wildly for Yitian. To them, since Yitian had made this request, he was bound to win, especially Zhang Xing, who had become a little fan of Yitian after the incident in the Academy's Soul Combat Arena, supporting him blindly. Watching the cheering crowd, Suyu couldn't help but curl her lips in disdain, a hint of contempt flashing in her eyes. In her view, Yitian's actions were merely an attempt to drag Yak down with him. It was quite simple. The bow and arrows here couldn't possibly shoot through so many targets. Since they couldn't penetrate them, his actions were undoubtedly not pure in motive. After pondering for a moment, she concluded, if neither Yitian nor Yak managed to shoot through the targets, then even if Yak's accuracy was better than Yitian's, it wouldn't be impressive, and Yak's prestige would drop significantly after winning. However, if Yak only hit the target but didn't explode it, while Yitian missed the bullseye but exploded the target, how would that be judged? It's important to note that exploding a target is much more shocking than merely hitting the bullseye, and the outcome of the match would be clear then. Most importantly, she could see that Yitian was a brute force type, and with enough raw power, he could indeed explode a target. This competition had shifted from a technical contest to a test of brute strength. This made Suyu, who followed the technical route, look down on the situation. She inwardly muttered, what a scheming dog. Yitian glanced at Suyu and found that the little lowly was looking at him with disdain, as if she wanted to belittle him to the dust. He felt inexplicably confused, as if he definitely hadn't offended her. If Yitian knew what Suyu was thinking, he would surely cry out in injustice and marvel at the magical imagination of girls. Sometimes, with just a glance or a word from someone, they could conjure up a grand drama in their minds. Their essay saying that you shouldn't guess a girl's thoughts when you think it's just a trivial matter. Little do you know she has already imagined a world war. At this moment, Zhang Xing was actively moving targets with a group of people, setting up all the targets in the training ground. Meanwhile, Huang Ying and Li Haitao were secretly observing. This is a bit difficult. The practice bows we have can't even penetrate the targets unless we add soul power. Li Haitao shook his head and said. Huang Ying frowned and analyzed. Although this little brat Yitian hasn't used his martial soul recently, I can tell that his soul power has already reached level 20, but he hasn't fused with his soul ring. As for that kid Yak, his soul power is at level 29, and he has the enhancement of second soul ring, making him qualitatively different from Yitian. Li Haitao was slightly stunned. Does Master Huang mean that Yitian is bound to lose? The gap in soul power could be made up for, but the gap in soul rings was too great, not only in physical quality, but also in the quality of soul power and soul skills. Huang Ying initially wanted to say yes, but then recalled the day when Yitian, using the strength of a single soul ring, effortlessly severed the arms of a level 20+ soul master with a defensive martial soul who had used defensive soul skills and immediately held back his words. Let us see how he performs. I think this kid might create a miracle. Huang Ying said lightly. You go first. Yitian gestured to Yak, indicating that he should take the first shot. I don't quite understand this game. Why don't you lead the way first? Yak was unwilling to give in this time. If he took the first shot, it would make him look foolish. Taking the first shot meant risking embarrassment, while taking the second shot would have a precedent set, making it less awkward. I'll go first. Yitian smiled lightly, then stepped forward slowly and took out a training bow. He tried to pull it back and found that the quality of this bow was simply terrible. He could break it with a strong tug. It's good if it can be broken. Yitian picked up an arrow. The training arrow was not very strong, and without adding soul power, it couldn't pierce the target at all. He pretended to draw the bow and shoot. Seeing him like this, Yak couldn't help but frown. His form was completely unstandardized, a typical wild style. Suyu showed an expression that clearly said she expected nothing less. Yitian held the bowstring tightly, slowly drawing the bow until it was fully drawn, making a cracking sound. Everyone's hearts moved with Yitian's action of drawing the bow, and now there was complete silence, all waiting for Yitian to shoot. With a loud bang, the scene fell into a daze, and everyone looked at this moment in disbelief, their mouths forming an A shape. Yitian broke the longbow in his hand. "Boss, should I help you pick another bow?" said the little fanboy Zhang Xing quickly. Splash! Yitian elegantly broke the longbow into 2 pieces. "No need. There's no bow here that's suitable for me." His small face was serious, displaying an expression of loneliness as if life was as desolate as snow. "Hey, are we conceding in this competition?" Little fanboy Zhang Xing cautiously said, a bit incredulous, as he vaguely heard the sound of his own heart breaking. "Tisich." Little lowly Suyu couldn't help but show an expression of infinite disdain. She felt she had overestimated this wild card, who actually wanted to back out at the last moment. Note: asking all the handsome readers for recommendation votes. Chapter 38 End. Concede? Yitian imitated Draven, skillfully spinning the arrow on his fingertips. Conceding was impossible. It would never happen in this lifetime. For him, scaring off a small fry was as easy as pie. He put on a high-class face and calmly said, "Since the bow isn't powerful, then I won't use it. I myself am the most powerful bow." The surrounding friends were instantly stunned. This act was too smooth, too straightforward, and not boring at all. Having never experienced the impact of the internet, they had never seen such momentum before. The presence of Echo and Yin paled in comparison to Yitian's current aura, as if they were completely obliterated. Little fanboy Zhang Xing's gradually breaking heart was instantly covered in cement. Yitian did not summon his martial soul, but instead exhausted all his abilities, pouring all his soul power into this arrow. He suddenly moved his hand, causing the arrow to spin rapidly. Yes, he intended to apply the technique of the spinning flying axe to this arrow. The spinning flying axe is a martial soul skill, similar to a soul bone skill, and does not require summoning the martial soul or activating the soul rings like soul ring skills do. An ordinary arrow would naturally not penetrate the target. However, with his soul power infused into this arrow, along with his innate divine power and the 50 attack boost from the spinning flying axe, its power underwent a tremendous transformation. Whoosh! Yitian threw the arrows in his hand using a spinning axe technique, launching them in a parabolic arc bang. Bang! Bang! A series of explosive sounds echoed, and Yitian didn't look back at the targets. With a wave of his right hand, he elegantly turned and left. Although he didn't look, the 10 explosive sounds that followed were clearly audible. Without a doubt, this strike had blown up 10 targets. The venue fell silent, and after a moment, there was a burst of intense applause and cheers. Zhang Xing jumped the highest, shouting, "Did you see that? This is my boss from our dorm. ISNT, he amazing?" Zhu Zhujin and Zhao Yingjia also cheered loudly. It was like witnessing a miracle. To throw arrows barehanded without a martial soul or a bow and pierce through 10 targets was simply unimaginable. This technique was something even a Soul King would find difficult to achieve. Yak, Yin, Suyu, and others were left in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. What kind of impressive maneuver was this? This wild approach was too powerful. Huang Ying and Li Haitao, who were observing secretly, exchanged glances, utterly astonished. They couldn't understand why the spinning arrows had such tremendous power. Shouldn't a direct shot have stronger penetration? "Teacher Huang, congratulations," Li Haitao said with a smile. Although he didn't understand the principle behind it, he knew that Yitian was a typical example of someone who was strong and unorthodox. Huang Ying was overjoyed. This wild genius was indeed exceptional, a good talent. He secretly resolved to nurture him well, putting in all his effort. Hey, it's your turn, you arrogant guy," Zhang Xing immediately shouted. Instantly, everyone snapped back to reality from their previous shock, their eyes fixed on Yak, eagerly anticipating his performance. Yak, looking helpless, smiled wryly and said, "It seems I've underestimated you. I'm impressed. I concede this match and bow to you." How could he compete now? He would rather concede, saving the last bit of face and leaving a suspenseful impression for everyone to ponder. Little lowly Suyu looked at Yitian in astonishment, secretly thinking, this wild approach is so powerful. The previous bad impression was completely swept away. If someone lacks strength and acts arrogantly, they're just a fool. But if someone has strength and acts arrogantly, they're They're like a regrettable Jack Ma who doesn't know his wife is beautiful. Yin, the arrogant guy, was also taken aback, muttering to himself, I wish I could be as carefree as you. Among everyone, Yak was the only one who noticed the details about Yitian. This guy's movements were too strange. That spinning technique was truly profound and inscrutable, completely beyond understanding. Yitian is not afraid that some people can learn this ability. It's not like creating a soul skill from scratch. The spinning flying axe is bound to the martial soul, similar to soul bone skills. He hasn't heard of anyone being able to steal soul bone skills. He has a feeling that if he can master Draven's several martial soul skills and solidify the foundation, it would be equivalent to having a treasure trove. During battles, he would be able to handle everything with ease, effortlessly using whatever he needs. This is just the first skill. He can't imagine what it would be like to obtain all of the martial soul skills from the God King Draven. It would be thrilling, and everyone should aim for them and train hard. The military training will end soon, and he hopes this experience will be helpful for everyone. Li Haitao stepped forward and said. Everyone responded with applause. This military training indeed changed each person, instilling a bit of military toughness in their will. As for Yitian, he transformed from an unknown into a prominent figure among the new students, the kind of leader. A month later, the military training concluded successfully, and Yitian outperformed Yak and Yin, finishing with the top score. After the military training, there were 2 days of rest. However, the children's entertainment options were quite limited, and Yitian couldn't fit in. After all, not every child is like Ma Hongjun. He declined Zhang Xing and others' invitation to go out and planned to focus on cultivating in the dormitory. Going out requires money, and he had none. It wouldn't be right to spend a child's pocket money. Where'd he go to get a second soul ring? Yitian felt a bit restless. Although the success of his cultivation would be retained without a soul ring, he still had some concerns. Moreover, what kind of soul beast should he use for the second soul ring? That's another issue. First, he needed to consider his current shortcomings before proceeding with the fusion of the soul ring, hoping to use new soul skills to compensate. His attack power is currently terrifying. If he can master the axe technique, it will provide a qualitative improvement, making his normal attacks significantly more powerful. In this situation, he shouldn't pursue attack power any further, as no soul ring skill can likely surpass the spinning flying axe. He needs to address his shortcomings. His biggest shortcoming, which is common to all ADCs, is his short legs. During the last spar with Lu Zhou, if he had longer legs, he wouldn't have been forced to cut off his arms. However, if he could obtain the second martial soul skill from Draven, Bloodthirsty Charge, it might slightly compensate for his short legs, but it would only be a temporary solution. This skill is not a simple displacement skill. The duration of the speed boost is too short, primarily used for explosive attacks after engaging an enemy and chasing them, mainly for combat purposes. What he needs is a skill that allows for a long-distance, instantaneous displacement. This isn't like in a game, where taking a few hits is fine. With such high burst damage, once a battle begins, he will definitely become the target. Without displacement, wouldn't that be certain death? Although the Spirit Hall encourages extreme development for individuals and balanced development for teams, if he focuses solely on attack, there will definitely be healers and meat shields like Zhang Xing to protect him. However, entrusting his life to others makes Yitian feel a bit uneasy. One can only rely on oneself. Chapter 39. Targeting the Stardow Forest after lunch, Yitian returned from the cafeteria, while Zhao Engjie, Zhang Xing, Zhu Zhujin, and Iyer planned to go to the fighting arena to spar and did not return to the dormitory with him. Their strengths are comparable, making sparring worthwhile. His lethality is too strong, far exceeding theirs, and if he forces spar, it could lead to serious problems. Zhang Xing and the others are naturally aware of this, so they didn't insist on him joining. How can he get a soul ring? Yitian pondered hard. The first soul ring is around 900 years. After the enhancement from the first soul ring, his body naturally became stronger, so the second soul ring should be a 1,000-year soul ring. During this time, he has learned that the maximum limit for ordinary people to fuse a second soul ring is 764 years. The limit for the third soul ring is 1,760 years. With his current abilities, he can't even think about fusing a 1,760-year soul ring. As for the cultivation level of a 1,000-year soul beast, it corresponds to a 3-ring soul master to a 5-ring soul king. The gap is significant. As a 1-ring soul master, is he really going to hunt them? Moreover, 1,000-year soul beasts are rare in the hunting soul forest. Usually, one must go to the surrounding major soul beast gathering places to hunt them. This is dangerous. The option to hunt soul beasts alone for a soul ring is out of the question. He has already passed on that idea. Why did he join the Spirit Hall Academy? Isn't it to have teachers lead and help him? However, it seems a bit inappropriate to have teachers take him to hunt soul beasts right after enrolling. This rapid increase in soul power is a bit too much. Awakening not long ago and already increasing by 10 levels is beyond normal understanding. In Yitian's view, the best method would be to temporarily refrain from hunting for a soul ring, continue cultivating for a semester, and wait for the teachers to organize everyone for a soul beast hunt to obtain soul rings at the end of the term. Then he could naturally propose it. This would be a typical example of accumulating strength for a sudden breakthrough. At the moment of fusing the soul ring, the accumulated soul power would explode, and he might even jump up several levels. It would be just like Tang San jumping from level 10 to level 13. However, this approach has significant limitations. The cultivation efficiency of soul warriors and soul masters and great soul masters is different. If the daily cultivation effect of a soul warrior is like a faucet, then a tidal Douluo is like the Three Gorges Dam. A soul warrior might cultivate for a lifetime and still not use as many soul skills as a tidal Douluo. Therefore, it is unlikely for someone to not fuse any soul rings, focus solely on hard work, and then emerge to fuse 7 or 8 soul rings. If he becomes a great soul master and then continues to cultivate, the efficiency of absorbing soul power will definitely increase significantly. Yitian was somewhat unwilling. From the age of 6 to 30 is the most precious time for a soul master. The cultivation during this period basically lays the foundation for future achievements, and it cannot be wasted. If there's a chance to improve, then one must strive to improve. Wasting future potential just to hide one's shortcomings is simply not worth it. Little guy, what are you thinking about? A sudden voice interrupted his thoughts, startling Yitian. However, he belonged to that type of person whose heart raced and emotions surged. Yet on the surface, he appeared calm as water. In fact, he had a slow reflex arc. By the time the feeling of panic reached his face and limbs, he had already calmed down. Therefore, in his past life, whether it was in horror movies, haunted houses, or bungee jumping, he always remained as steady as a rock, earning him the nicknames of E-Daring, E-Composed, and E-Expressionless from his friends. Yitian turned around calmly, and upon seeing the visitor, respectfully greeted, "Hello, Teacher Huang. I am contemplating life." There was really no other way. He couldn't exactly say he was thinking about what to have for dinner, right? Huang Ying raised an eyebrow, slightly believing this explanation. In fact, he had been observing quietly and noticed that this little guy always had a serious expression, occasionally flickering his eyes, as if in deep thought, suggesting a rich inner life. "I see your soul power has reached level 20. When you plan to hunt soul beasts to obtain your soul ring?" Huang Ying asked directly without beating around the bush. Yitian was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Huang Ying with a calm expression, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, but he didn't ask why such foolish words were spoken. After all, it was reasonable for an 88th level soul Douluo to see through a soul master's cultivation level. The reason for his surprise was that this teacher Huang actually came to ask him. He was an idiot. Teacher Huang asking this question basically meant that she wanted to help him hunt soul beasts. He originally thought that skipping classes and wasting his senior's time at the start of school would leave a bad impression on the teachers. But unexpectedly, the teacher actually liked this kind of spirited child. It would be best if he could obtain a soul ring as soon as possible. Yitian looked eagerly at Huang Ying and asked, "Teacher Huang, are you going to take me to hunt soul beasts?" Huang Ying explained, "In our academy, normally, if a student wants to hunt soul beasts, they need to report it and inform the teacher what kind of soul beast soul ring they need, how many years. And then the teacher will report it to the academy's enforcement team. At that time, the enforcement team will organize personnel to gather students who need soul rings based on their levels. And then they will collectively go to the Douluo Forest to hunt soul beasts." Yitian was somewhat surprised. "So if I report it, I can get the corresponding soul beast?" If it were really like this, then the treatment at the Wuhuan Hall Academy was too good. Of course not. Plans can never keep up with changes. Your report materials only serve as a reference. What soul beast to hunt is still decided by the enforcement team. Huang Ying shook her head and said, "Then should I go back and prepare the report materials?" Yitian's mood was somewhat heavy. He was very sure that if he wanted to hunt a 1,000-year soul beast and fuse a 1,000-year soul ring, there was a 90% chance that the members of the enforcement team would not help. No need, it's just the beginning of the semester, and not many people need to fuse soul rings. If you want to rely on the enforcement team, it will probably take a long time. Huang Ying said in a deep voice, "Then I will trouble you, Teacher Huang." Yitian Gong respectfully bowed to Huang Ying. At this point, if he still didn't understand, it would be foolish. Huang Ying nodded. "Pack your things. We will set off to the Douluo Forest immediately." Let's take advantage of these 2 days of rest to sort out your soul ring matters, so it won't interfere with the upcoming classes. After saying that, she elegantly turned and left. Yitian was pleasantly surprised, not expecting teacher Huang to be so straightforward in his words and actions. In the starry forest, having a soul Douluo to hunt soul beasts would be absolutely perfect. On the way back, Zhang Xing and the others were still at the soul fighting arena and hadn't returned yet. Yitian naturally couldn't wait for them to come back to say goodbye. He tidied up the dormitory and left a letter informing them that he would be going for special training with teacher Huang and would return in 2 days. Chapter 40. Consideration of Soul Rings. 15 minutes later, Huang Ying took Yitian away from the Wuhuan Temple Academy's Star Luo campus. Teacher, how we get to the Stardo Forest? Wuhuan City is located between the Star Luo Empire and the Tiando Empire. While the Stardo Forest runs through both empires, so Wuhuan City is quite close to the Stardo Forest. Of course we're walking, Huang Ying said sternly, questioning, what? Do you want to take a carriage? Seeing Huang Ying's changing expression, Yitian explained, no, I was just thinking that if we took a carriage, I could meditate and practice during that time. Huang Ying suddenly remembered the scene during the second phase of military training, when this kid was so exhausted he fell asleep while practicing, and his expression softened. He said, focusing solely on hard practice isn't good. You need to balance it. The body is like a bow. If it's always pulled tight, it will break. Yitian nodded, listening attentively and accepting the advice. Your soul power has been increasing a bit too quickly. Training should have moderation. Right now, you're in the foundational phase. Steady practice is more important than fast practice, understand? Huang Ying's tone was somewhat stern. However, he didn't think too much about it. First of all, innate full soul power indeed allows for fast training, and Yitian's first soul ring has a high intensity, bringing a large amount of soul power. Coupled with the bizarre factors of his mutated martial soul, fast training isn't a big deal. I will remember the teacher's teachings. Yitian nodded. In fact, after the soul ring fusion, his training speed would slow down. This level 20 soul power was innate, and such good fortune wouldn't continue. The two continued on their way, with Huang Ying walking leisurely while Yitian was sprinting alongside, sweating profusely in an effort to catch up to Huang Ying. Although Huang Ying appeared to be walking slowly, each step he took covered several meters, as if he were shrinking the distance, making it difficult for Yitian to keep up. 6 hours later, as night fell, Yitian and Huang Ying had already covered over 100 kilometers and were very close to the Stardo Forest. Yitian lay on the grass like a dead dog, feeling his legs twitching, unable to stand up any longer, his physical strength severely depleted. He was too exhausted to complain. This was what Huang Ying meant when he said the Spirit City was very close to the Stardo Forest. He cursed inwardly. This close is as ridiculous as a geoduck. Seeing that they couldn't reach their destination today, Huang Ying gave the order to rest, then built a bonfire on the spot and took out some dry rations from the Soul Guide, handing them to Yitian. Soul Masters don't have too many requirements, so we won't set up a tent. Just take some time to recover. Huang Ying's gaze was gentle. Covering over 100 kilometers was challenging even for adults, and this little guy's willpower was impressive. Do you have any plans for the soul ring you want? Huang Ying asked while adding wood to the bonfire. Yitian did not hold back and said directly, I want a 1,000-year soul ring with displacement ability. A 1,000-year soul ring? Do you know that the limit for fusing the second soul ring is just over 700 years? If it exceeds that, it could be life-threatening. Huang Ying said in a deep voice. He didn't pay much attention to the idea of a soul skill with displacement ability. It was a normal thought. I should be able to fuse it. Yitian said cautiously. I accidentally fused an 800-year soul ring for my first soul ring, so I think the second one will be fine. Huang Ying squinted and looked at Yitian. Show me your first soul ring. Yitian reminded that teacher, my martial soul is a bit tricky, so you should be mentally prepared. I've seen your information. Your martial soul can sing and curse, right? Huang Ying's expression was a bit strange. He had never seen such a peculiar martial soul and was now a bit curious. Summon it for me to see. Don't worry. I don't mind your martial soul cursing. All right. Yitian instantly summoned his gold metal anchor, Draven's martial soul. The BGM sound rang out. The invincible Yitian martial soul is back. Hey, old man, how about giving a round of applause? Oh ho! Yitian attracted everyone's attention. Yitian felt powerless to complain. Huang Ying was clearly a middle-aged person and not old at all, plus it was just the two of them here. Teacher, this martial soul is a bit talkative, Yitian said with a. However, Huang Ying did not pay attention to the chattering Draven martial soul, but focused on a yellow soul ring on Yitian. That yellow soul ring was very extreme, and there was even a hint of purple, which was a sign of a nearly 1,000-year soul ring. All right, you can put your martial soul away. Huang Ying frowned. The martial soul was too noisy, and listening to it for too long made him feel like hitting Yitian. You might consider equipping a 1,000-year soul ring. Huang Ying nodded and then said in a deep voice, but I remember your information stated that your martial soul is a strong attack type, yet you want a soul skill with mobility. Naturally, you need to consider soul beasts that can move at high speeds, but such soul beasts are mostly suitable for agility-type soul masters. That doesn't matter, as long as I can get the soul skill I want, Yitian said somewhat indifferently, recalling that Tang San, who had a plant martial soul, used animal soul beasts. Fusion is indeed not a problem, as long as you don't choose toxic soul beasts as your soul ring. Huang Ying suggested, this soul ring is up to you, but in the future, I prefer you to fuse with soul rings from soul beasts that have strong destructive power. We can't waste your martial soul's unparalleled attack power. Clearly, he was aware of Yitian's combat situation last time and knew what Yitian was thinking. If he could have a self-defense soul skill, then he could output even more recklessly. Okay, teacher, Yitian replied quickly. You're tired too. Rest well today, and tomorrow we'll go choose soul beasts. Huang Ying said, exhausted. Yitian fell straight into a deep sleep. Huang Ying smiled as he looked at him, took out a small blanket from the storage soul guide, and gently draped it over Yitian. There was no talk throughout the night. The next morning, as dawn broke, Yitian opened his eyes, touched the small blanket covering him, and felt a warmth in his heart. As a small worker in a blacksmith shop, he had long developed a good habit of waking up early. As soon as he woke up, he got up and set off. At the moment, Yitian's eyelids twitched. Huang Ying had already noticed. Yitian carefully folded the blanket and respectfully handed it to Huang Ying. He didn't overly express his gratitude with words, but he deeply remembered it in his heart, feeling that he had encountered a good teacher. After finishing breakfast, the two quickened their pace. As they were very close to the Douluo forest, Yitian moved at full speed and entered the outskirts of the forest in just an hour. He was excited and eager to know what kind of enhancement effect his second soul ring would bring and what his martial soul skill would be. Would it be Bloodthirsty Charge or the Path-Clearing Axe? Chapter 41. Confirming the prey entering the Douluo forest, the surrounding ancient trees towered high, and thick vines were everywhere, presenting a primitive scene. The vegetation was so dense that the tall trees were at least over 20 meters tall. This was just the outermost part. The dense forest had no paths, and the shadows of the trees made it impossible to see the true scenery within. Approaching the Douluo forest, Huang Ying looked seriously at Yitian and said, listen carefully, the Douluo forest is not the soul-hunting forest. The soul beasts inside are extremely dangerous, and there are some areas I wouldn't dare to enter myself. Therefore, after we enter the forest, do not leave my sight. Your martial soul can be quite loud, and under normal circumstances, there's no need to be on guard all the time. Okay, teacher. The terrain inside the Douluo forest was very complex, and the forest was terrifyingly dense, with no paths at all. However, Huang Ying's soul power surged, and everything that obstructed their way was crushed to dust where he stepped, forcefully creating a path. Under the intimidation of his powerful soul power, the soul beasts like venomous snakes hidden in the grass all avoided them. Yitian naturally followed closely behind, raising his head to the highest point, carefully observing his surroundings. The soul beasts here are not ordinary. One cannot afford to make a mistake. He could sense Huang Ying's good intentions. If it were just the first and second soul rings, the Academy's enforcement team wouldn't bring people to such a dangerous place like the Douluo forest. The enforcement team would simply go to a soul-hunting forest, where they would find suitable soul beasts for the student soul rings. However, soul-hunting forests are artificially enclosed environments for soul beasts, and both the quality and quantity are far inferior to the Douluo forest, with 1,000-year soul beasts being extremely rare. Teacher, do you know any soul beasts that have displacement skills? Yitian asked. He only knew a few fierce characters among the types of soul beasts and was unaware of the rest. There are many soul beasts with displacement abilities, such as the lightning tiger, gale wolf, and four-winged, three-headed serpent. Huang Ying listed a long string, then looked at Yitian's sparkling eyes. However, these soul beasts are quite rare. If you want to specifically search for them, it would undoubtedly be like finding a needle in a haystack. So what kind of soul beasts inhabit this area? Yitian was not foolish. Since Huang Ying brought him here, he must have had a target in mind. Pretty smart. Up ahead is the habitat of the Wind Thunder Sparrow, which is the only soul beast I know of nearby that possesses powerful displacement abilities. Huang Ying smiled. Wind Thunder Sparrow? Yitian was taken aback. The first reaction to that name was that it was fast and had strong attacks. The wind thunder sparrow is a gregarious soul beast, and it got its name because of its speed like the wind and its power like lightning. They have an ability to leap instantly and then fall like lightning, with terrifying killing power. Huang Ying explained, "You are a powerful attack-type martial soul. If you fuse with a soul ring of a soul beast that has no attack capabilities and only dodges, it would undoubtedly waste your powerful martial soul." He said with some regret, "Originally, the Gale Wolf and Lightning Tiger would have been the most suitable, but I truly don't know their whereabouts. So I can only choose the Wind Thunder Sparrow." Yitian didn't really care about this. As long as it was a displacement skill, it would be fine. If it was a godly skill like blink teleportation, that would be even better. Among the Shrek 7 monsters, it seemed that Xiao Wu had a teleportation skill. But Xiao Wu's skill didn't come from a fused spirit ring. It was an innate ability. He was also secretly pondering that the type of rabbit Xiao Wu seemed to have many abilities, including a flash transformation. However, even so, he didn't dare to hunt for fused spirit rings. After all, if he ended up with something useless like a waist bow or a charming spirit skill from a fused spirit ring, wouldn't that be a disaster? Yitian could only give up this plan. The allure of the waist bow was not important. What mattered most was that the little rabbit was so cute. How could he kill the little rabbit? Huang Ying suddenly stopped and shouted, "Martial Soul, Breaking Sun Bow." Fiery golden light burst forth from Huang Ying's body, and soul rings appeared around him. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black. An optimal soul ring configuration. At the same time, a golden longbow appeared in his hand. Huang Ying gently grasped the bowstring, and with a flash of golden light, a golden arrow with feathers appeared. But the arrowhead was shaped like an eagle's head, which looked somewhat strange. Whoosh! The golden, eagle-headed arrow flew out and instantly exploded, transforming into 4 golden eagles that vanished into the horizon. "Teacher, what is this?" Yitian was taken aback. Could this soul ring skill be a vision skill? My martial soul is the Breaking Sun Bow, and this is my 3rd soul skill, Eagle's Eye. Huang Ying explained it can split into 4 eagles, possessing unparalleled vision like that of an eagle, able to scout the surroundings and see every movement, every blade of grass clearly. Moreover, the vision of these 4 eagles is shared with me. What they can see, I can see too. With this skill, if there are any wind thunder sparrows nearby, we will definitely be able to find them. Yitian was startled by Huang Ying's introduction. At first glance, this soul skill seemed quite useless, as it could only provide vision. However, if used well, it could undoubtedly be a divine skill. It was akin to someone having a full map hack, possessing global vision. Moreover, Teacher Huang's martial soul was a bow. If he guessed correctly, this martial soul, called Breaking Sun Bow, must have a considerable attack range, possibly reaching hundreds of meters. That was quite frightening. It might happen that one could be killed without knowing who struck. Little guy, don't think too much. My martial soul, Breaking Sun Bow, is a strong attack-type war soul master, with a maximum attack range of about 3,000 meters. Huang Ying immediately saw what Yitian was thinking. 3,000 meters? Yitian was suddenly shocked. In his previous life, the farthest sniper rifle only had a range of a little over 2,000 meters. His teacher's martial soul was simply outrageous. He could run at full speed, but it would take him several minutes to cover 3,000 meters. If this was used for kite flying, one could kite someone to death. But don't think too much. At the maximum attack range of 3,000 meters, the damage will become very low, and against opponents of the same level, it might not even break through their soul power defenses. Huang Ying shook his head and said, "That's still impressive. Yitian acclaim it. Even if 3,000 meters is not that great, isn't an attack range of 1,000 meters still formidable? Don't forget, Huang Ying is a strong attack type, and his attack power is equally astonishing." A flash of golden light flickered in Huang Ying's eyes, and then he suddenly smiled and said, "Kid, you're lucky. 8 kilometers to the southwest, there's a gathering place for wind thunder sparrows, and there are quite a few thousand-year soul power wind thunder sparrows there." Yitian was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect to find a clue so soon after entering the Stardoe Forest, compared to the other people's haphazard ways of searching for suitable soul beasts. Teacher Huang's efficiency was simply astonishing. Chapter 42. Catching birds. Yitian followed Huang Ying as they weaved through the starry forest, heading towards the gathering place of the wind thunder sparrows. As they walked, Huang Ying said, "The wind thunder sparrow is a social spirit beast. We need to come up with a way to distract the 1,000-year-old wind thunder sparrow king from this group." He arranged, "I will use the eye of the eagle to summon an eagle to lure the wind thunder sparrow king and its main troop away. Then, in the chaos, I will stun a wind thunder sparrow around 1,000 years old, and your job is to go and collect the stunned wind thunder sparrow. Collect it? Yitian was slightly taken aback, feeling that this plan was a bit unreliable. Spirit beasts were not lacking in intelligence. Moreover, bird-type spirit beasts were known for their excellent vision. Wouldn't they notice that one of their companions was down and come back to investigate? If the wind thunder sparrows weren't completely drawn away, he thought about this and stopped speaking, looking up at Huang Ying, his meaning clear. Huang Ying nodded. You're not foolish. You're not a reckless person. The wind thunder sparrows are indeed intelligent and won't be completely distracted. At most, only a small part will be drawn away. But don't worry. Just pick it up and run. I'll cover you from behind. With a calm and bold demeanor, after a moment of contemplation, I thought to myself, if you don't enter the tiger's den, how can you catch the tiger cub? All right, I'll follow the teacher's arrangements. A glint of approval flashed in Huang Ying's eyes. Then let's take action now. The two of them wasted no time and directly approached the vicinity of the wind thunder sparrow's gathering place. Yitian and Huang Ying Mao were hiding behind a giant tree. Following Huang Ying's gaze, he saw dozens of wind thunder sparrows of various sizes densely perched ahead. Although the name contained sparrow, the wind thunder sparrow was not small at all. It was as large as an eagle, with feathers that looked incredibly tough, and a glimmer of electricity flickering in its eyes. In the center of these wind thunder sparrows, there was a particularly special large wind thunder sparrow, standing out like a crane among chickens, its body shimmering with silver light, as if it were made of metal, clearly indicating its hard physique. Especially its beak, long and sharp, flowing with a silver brilliance, was resting atop the treetop in a feigned slumber. Undoubtedly, this was the leader of the wind thunder sparrows, the 1,000-year-old wind thunder sparrow king. Huang Ying winked at Yitian, and then 4 beams of golden light flashed by, carrying a fierce momentum, striking directly at a wind thunder sparrow standing at the edge, shattering its pair of wings and causing it to plummet from the branch. These 4 beams of golden light were Huang Ying's sole skill, Eagle's Eye. Although this skill was primarily for reconnaissance, it did not mean it lacked offensive capability. While the attack power of the golden light-turned eagle was weak and unable to inflict damage on opponents of the same rank, with Huang Ying's level 88 soul power, taking down a 1,000-year-old soul beast was a piece of cake. After incapacitating one wind thunder sparrow, the 4 beams of golden light instantly retreated, disappearing into the sky. At the same time, the sound of bird calls echoed in the air. The feigned sleeping wind thunder sparrow king was enraged. Stretching over 3 meters long and as fast as lightning, it shot out directly towards the 4 eagles summoned by the Eagle's Eye. At this moment, without needing Huang Ying's reminder, Yitian instantly darted out, reaching the incapacitated wind thunder sparrow in just a few steps. Without saying a word, he punched the bird's head, knocking it out cold to prevent it from pecking him later. After knocking out the wind thunder sparrow, Yitian gripped its long beak and dragged it towards Huang Ying's position, looking as excited as a thief who had just stolen chicken. Suddenly, Huang Ying frowned, her expression turning grim, and she shouted at Yitian, "Hurry, the wind thunder sparrow king's strength is quite formidable. The eagles summoned by the eagles, I have already been destroyed." What? Damn it! Yitian's heart sank, feeling as if he were being targeted by a flood or a ferocious beast, and he immediately began to sprint frantically, using all his strength to escape with the wind thunder sparrow. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Suddenly, a flurry of urgent bird calls erupted, and a large group of wind thunder sparrows suddenly returned, their sharp eyes fixed on Yitian, a chilling murderous intent enveloping the surroundings. Bang, bang, bang. The harsh BGM sounded. At this moment, Yitian had no time to think about anything else, instantly activating his martial soul, his speed skyrocketing. Oh ho! Yitian tightened his shoelaces and began to move, carrying the big bird, the wind rushing beneath his feet like a startled swan, with the big bird following him. He didn't look back and continued to run for his life. Seeing this, Huang Ying's expression was heavy as she held her great bow and approached slowly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of breaking air rang out continuously as one figure after another rushed forward. These wind thunder sparrows leaped up instantly, then as if diving, accelerated at their highest point, transforming into bolts of lightning, crashing down with a thunderous roar, terrifying to the extreme. Yitian felt a chill in his heart, a bone-chilling sensation spreading throughout his body. Something terrible was about to happen. Damn it, something terrible. A piercing aura came from behind, as if it were going to tear his skin apart, giving him the feeling that he would be torn to shreds in the next second. Yitian suddenly jumped up, using the wind thunder sparrow in his hands as a cushion, rolling to the side to escape. Yitian's maneuver this time was very nice, buying ample time for his teammates. Suddenly, a roaring sound came from the air, and the ground was left in chaos by the rushing wind and thunder sparrow. The sharp beak of the wind and thunder sparrow was terrifying. Whatever stood in its way was shattered, reduced to dust. At this moment, Huang Ying made his move. Bang! 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 Golden light burst forth, as Huang Ying crazily pulled the bow, unleashing an attack as fierce as a tidal wave, desperately covering Yitian's escape. He was incredibly fearsome, displaying firepower equivalent to that of a legion, raining down terrifying firepower. In an instant, the wind and thunder sparrows suffered heavy casualties. The ground was stained with blood, and corpses lay scattered. Many wind and thunder sparrows were terrified and dared not continue charging. Seeing this, Yitian let out a sigh of relief and quickly rushed towards Huang Ying. It had been too dangerous just now. If it weren't for his quick thinking, he would have nearly been shot to pieces. Huang Ying was also startled. He never expected the wind thunder sparrow's skill to activate so quickly, leaving him momentarily stunned. If it weren't for this little guy Yitian's quick reaction, he would have probably been blasted to bits. Whoosh! In midair, a loud bird cry sounded, and the wind thunder sparrow king moved, transforming into a silver lightning bolt, rushing forward rapidly and slicing through everything around it. It was too fast. Yitian hadn't reacted yet when the wind thunder sparrow king appeared in front of him. Fifth soul skill, arrow of breaking the sky. At this moment, Huang Ying struck, and brilliant arrow light erupted, illuminating the sky as if a great sun had exploded, extremely dazzling. With a loud rumble, the wind thunder sparrow king collided with the arrow of breaking the sky, unleashing terrifying flames and an explosion that shook the mountains and forests. Come on, we need to retreat, Huang Ying shouted loudly. It's coming, it's coming. Yitian pulled the unconscious sparrow and quickly fled the scene. Chapter 43. Wind thunder sparrow king Huang Ying's gaze was cold and piercing, watching ahead. If a wind thunder sparrow ambushed Yitian from behind, he would shoot it down with a single arrow. He did not showcase the large-scale destructive soul skills again, only providing cover for Yitian's escape. Whoosh! Suddenly, the wind thunder sparrow king surged up again. As a 60,000-year-old soul beast, it wasn't so easily defeated. However, under Huang Ying's arrow of breaking the sky, it was still injured, one of its wings stained with blood. Upon seeing Huang Ying hidden behind, the wind thunder sparrow king's pupils expanded with a silver beam, filled with boundless killing intent. Boom! The air was torn apart, and the wind thunder sparrow king radiated blinding light, transforming into a bolt of lightning as it abandoned Yitian and dove towards Huang Ying. Crash! Huang Ying drew his bow, his gaze sharp, with soul rings behind him glowing fiercely. He released an arrow, and in an instant, the sound echoed like thunder. Golden arrows slicing through the sky towards the wind thunder sparrow king. The wind thunder sparrow king's gaze was terrifying as it unleashed its skill, leaping up with a thunderous roar, then seemingly teleporting, striking down like a bolt of lightning with overwhelming force. Huang Ying was quick. He reacted before the wind thunder sparrow king jumped, quickly dodging to the side, rolling to avoid the attack. The speed of the wind thunder sparrow king was astonishing. This was its skill. If one only reacted at the moment it jumped, it would be too late to evade. With a loud bang, lightning burst forth, and silver lightning surged. The ground where Huang Ying had stood exploded, soil and rocks flying, the ground rippling like ocean waves, surrounding stones and vegetation turning to dust, leaving a massive, deep pit in the earth. In the next moment, a flash of silver passed by as the wind thunder sparrow king leaped up again, continuing to unleash its skill, illuminating the entire forest with its silver light, as unstoppable as thunder. Crash! 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 Huang Ying rolled continuously, his fingers moving rapidly, constantly drawing his bow. His martial soul, the sun-breaking bow, did not require physical arrows. It directly condensed light beams with soul power, firing back to interrupt the wind thunder sparrow king's relentless skill releases and disrupt its rhythm. Huang Ying was a strong attack-type battle soul master, not a speed type. Simply evading would not yield good results. Only by launching a fierce counterattack in the subtle gaps of evasion could he possibly turn the tide. He was not afraid of the wind thunder sparrow king, but there was still a little soul master nearby who had not yet acquired a second soul ring. If it dragged on too long, unforeseen circumstances could arise. Taking advantage of the rolling gap, he summoned 4 eagles, each spreading out in the 4 cardinal directions. their sharp eyes surveying the surroundings, detecting every slight movement below. With the assistance of the four eagles, Huang Ying entered full observation mode, no longer relying solely on his own eyesight, but using the eagle's vision to meticulously observe the Wind Thunder Sparrow King's subtle movements, accurately capturing its falling trajectory and formulating countermeasures. With sufficient visibility and insight, even though the Wind Thunder Sparrow King's speed was still astonishing, it could now be seen through. Huang Ying began to maneuver with ease, even able to keep an eye on the situation with Yitian. Yitian was holding a small bird, staring blankly at the distant battle between Huang Ying and the Wind Thunder Sparrow King. His heart felt cold and heavy. He never expected that his simple desire for a 1,000-year soul ring would lead to such a large-scale conflict. Who am I? What am I doing? Where am I going? Just a moment ago, Huang Ying had asked him to go to his side, but now Huang Ying and the Wind Thunder Sparrow King were locked in a fierce fight, shaking the heavens and the earth. The area within 100 meters was devastated, with plants and trees completely destroyed. If he carelessly approached, wouldn't he be killed by an unknown AoE? This is too difficult for me. Yitian looked around, planning to find a relatively safe spot to hide for now. In a battle of this magnitude, even if he used the martial spirit of the god King Darius, he would still be killed in an instant. And now, the big axe in his hand was screaming. Yitian gazed into the distance. Above the forest, many birds were flying freely. In the east, a beam of cold light. In the west, a flash of arrow-like brilliance. Whoosh! At that moment, a silver light shot out, incredibly fast, following a curved trajectory, plunging down from the sky. It was so quick that it caught people off guard. If they weren't prepared, they would undoubtedly be hit. Clang! Yitian raised the axe in his hand, and a martial soul skill was instantly released. A spinning flying axe shot out with a whistling sound. This skill, after being infused by Draven, was so familiar to him that it felt like an extension of his own body. Swish! The Wind Thunder Sparrow, shining with silver light, collided with the spinning flying axe. And in a sharp contrast, a sparrow the size of a mountain chicken was cleaved in two by his axe. In such a situation, Yitian naturally could not be unprepared. Although he had a small complaint in his heart, it did not hinder his ability to observe his surroundings and listen carefully. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Immediately after, figures flew over. These were the Wind Thunder Sparrows that had previously been diverted by Huang Ying using for mighty eagles, returning to ambush the batch of Wind Thunder Sparrows that Huang Ying had annihilated. This group was among the stronger ones in the Wind Thunder Sparrow clan. They flew faster, so they could return first. Of course, they also died the quickest. The batch that arrived now was relatively weaker and naturally slower. This group of Wind Thunder Sparrows had no intention of assisting the Wind Thunder Sparrow King, and instead cast their sharp gazes at Yitian, who was fleeing the battlefield. Swish, swish, swish. One by one, the Wind Thunder Sparrows leaped up, their bodies shimmering with silver light, diving towards the fleeing Yitian as if struck by lightning. Ah, damn it! Yitian let out a furious roar. He certainly couldn't ignore the dense silver light above his head. He directly bit down on the Wind Thunder Sparrow he had knocked out, while the flying axe in his hand whirled and whistled. He didn't dodge. Faced with such concentrated attacks, there was no way to evade. It would be utterly foolish to think he could escape the sudden assault of a group of winged creatures with his short legs. First soul skill, double penetration. He wildly waved his hands, shooting out two spinning flying axes towards the sky. His soul power surged like a tidal wave, pouring out from his hands as if a dam had burst. Under the effect of the first soul skill, the two spinning flying axes instantly split into four. The spinning flying axes were large, and the four axes combined perfectly concealed his small figure below. At the moment of attack, he had already calculated the trajectory, intending to use offense as defense, cutting down all the Wind Thunder Sparrows that leaped down like falling thunder. He understood that without any displacement skills, he couldn't evade the strong displacement skills of the Wind Thunder Sparrow. Hiding was impossible. The only way to survive was to attack. The first batch of Wind Thunder Sparrows that arrived was the strongest, but had already been killed by Huang Ying. Now, most of this batch had over 100 years of cultivation, with only a few possessing 1,000 years of cultivation. Today, he was lucky. The Empire's buff had just refreshed on his Draven martial soul, and with his super strong attack power, he could barely cope. Chapter 44. Departure-seeking recommendation votes, Yitian. Disregarding the consumption of soul power and without trying to forcibly grab the axe, directly unleashed a barrage of lightning strikes at the sky. With reckless soul power expenditure and the effect of his first soul skill, he sent a flurry of spinning flying axes soaring through the air, stirring up a bloody storm. His rotating flying axe had such immense attack power, enhanced by the Empire's buffs, that even the 1,000-year-old wind thunder sparrows couldn't withstand it. In fact, 2 of the remaining 1,000-year wind thunder sparrows were killed under his chaotic onslaught. Suddenly, a torrential downpour of blood rained down from the sky, with severed limbs and feathers falling like rain, and the thick blood splattered down, unexpectedly dyeing Yitian into a blood-soaked figure. The wind thunder sparrows had launched their attacks from above, while he retaliated from below, naturally resulting in such a gruesome effect. As his ultimate move was unveiled, Yitian summoned his unique divine weapon, exhausting all his abilities, skillfully manipulating the situation. The flying axes spread out like a net, overwhelming the skies, each strike deadly, with blood splattering like rain, dripping into the ground and staining it a deep crimson. The serious commentary from the microphone began to narrate the scene. Yitian gasped heavily, having just unleashed a powerful burst of energy, betting a large portion of his soul power to forcefully rotate and activate the flying axe, a cyclical skill, resulting in an effect similar to the ultimate move of the female gunner. Good luck, sister. Seeing Yitian's situation, Huang Ying immediately felt relieved and focused on dealing with the Thunder and Lightning Sparrow King, wildly shooting a barrage of arrows. Boom! This time, the densely flying golden arrows, accompanied by trails of fire, produced a thunderous sound, resembling the heavenly thunder stirring the earth's fire, creating a terrifying scene. Huang Ying was aware that the Thunder and Lightning Sparrow King was extremely fast, so at the moment of shooting, he utilized his unparalleled insight to see through all of the Sparrow King's movements, sealing off all potential escape routes. A splash of blood erupted as the Thunder and Lightning Sparrow King let out a mournful cry, nearly falling from the sky. It couldn't evade the attack and was struck by an arrow imbued with powerful piercing capability, which pierced through its wing, exploding a large area of flesh and severely wounding it. Crash! 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 In the sky, arrows rained down densely. After heavily wounding the Thunder and Lightning Sparrow King, Huang Ying immediately supported Yitian, clearing away the scattered Thunder and Lightning Sparrows around him. Whoosh! In the air, the Thunder and Lightning Sparrow King screamed, its voice shaking the forest, covered in blood, exuding a murderous aura as it coldly glared at Huang Ying, leaping upward again to unleash its skills and attack Huang Ying. It was unwilling to accept its fate. The loss to its clan was too great this time. It had to take revenge. It didn't regard Yitian as a threat. To it, he was merely an insignificant ant, and it could deal with him after killing Huang Ying. However, this time it encountered a serious problem. All of its actions were seen through by Huang Ying, and the dense arrows sealed off all its escape routes, piercing through its other wing, causing it to explode. Blood splattered everywhere. With both wings injured and a large chunk torn off, the Thunder and Lightning Sparrow King lost its balance and fell on the brink of death. Even with its 60,000-year cultivation, facing an 88th level Soul Douluo was still somewhat lacking, especially since this Soul Douluo possessed a Bao martial spirit that was particularly effective against it. Teacher, can I come over? Yitian looked at the Thunder and Lightning Sparrow King lying on the ground, twitching, and asked uncertainly. Huang Ying said seriously, "Let's go, bring your little bird. We need to retreat now. The smell of blood here is too strong. If we stay any longer, we might attract extremely powerful soul beasts. What about this?" Yitian pointed at the Thunder and Lightning Sparrow King lying on the ground, unable to move but filled with killing intent in its eyes. He glanced at it and quickly averted his gaze. The look in the Sparrow King's eyes was too terrifying, filled with deep resentment and an endless tide of hatred. Forget it. Let it fend for itself. Huang Ying chose not to care for the half-disabled Thunder and Lightning Sparrow King. Yitian opened his mouth, hesitated for a moment, but still didn't say the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Looking at Huang Ying's back as she turned away, he didn't dare to hesitate. Twisting the sparrow in his hand, and hurriedly followed behind Huang Ying. "I know what you want to say," Huang Ying said. "That Thunder Sparrow King's gaze scared you. And you want to say to eradicate the roots, right?" Yitian nodded. Huang Ying shook his head and said, "If a human shows that kind of gaze, then no matter what, they cannot be left alive. We must eradicate them completely. But if it's a soul beast that shows such a gaze, then it doesn't matter. The conflict between soul beasts and soul masters is irreconcilable. They are natural enemies, so it is of no concern." Huang Ying said with a heavy tone, "There aren't many 10,000-year soul beasts, especially those over 50,000 years old. Killing one means one less. Since I am not yet at the stage of using soul rings, there is naturally no need to take its life. Saying this, the corner of his mouth slightly curled up, revealing a hint of a cold smile. However, I have left a mark on it. So if I want to find it in the future, it will be very easy. Yitian was slightly taken aback, secretly cursing in his heart. He had thought you were kind-hearted, believing that heaven had a benevolent nature, but unexpectedly, you turn out to be an old coin. He asked, do you plan to use it when you promote to the title Douluo? The Wind Thunder Sparrow does not match my martial soul, so naturally, I cannot use it as a soul ring. Huang Ying's tone was calm and unruffled, as if discussing something trivial. It's kept for you. So when you need to merge it into a 10,000-year soul ring in the future, you can come over and hunt it directly. Yitian's heart warmed slightly. After being here for more than 3 years, there were very few people who truly cared about him. Although he had not spent much time with Huang Ying, he could feel that she genuinely wanted him to be well. The kindness of a teacher is something a student will always remember. Yitian did not bother with polite words like thank you, but he buried this friendship deep in his heart. Don't think too much, I'm your teacher. Huang Ying's tone remained indifferent. The two sped along, with Yitian maintaining his martial soul state to keep up closely behind Huang Ying. Huang Ying glanced back at Yitian, who was panting as he ran, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Then she reached out her hand, not minding that Yitian was covered in blood, and directly lifted him by his armpit. Suddenly being picked up startled Yitian, causing his heart to skip a beat. Of course, thanks to his slow reflexes, he did not show it on his face and maintained a serious expression. With one hand holding Yitian, Huang Ying's speed suddenly increased as she raced toward the outside of the Stardow forest. She explained, you're covered in blood, which can easily attract nearby soul beasts. To avoid unnecessary trouble, let me take you. Yitian nodded his little head. Although being lifted like this was somewhat embarrassing, he had no choice. Besides, Huang Ying didn't even ask for his opinion and just picked him up. Chapter 45. Flight. Huang Ying took Yitian and sped through the starry forest. Yitian noticed that although Huang Ying was moving swiftly, stepping on the grass as if flying, her speed was astonishing, but she hadn't truly taken flight. He tentatively asked, teacher, can you fly? Flying has always been a dream of humanity, and physical flight is the dream within a dream. In his past life, although he had been on a plane and looked down at the blue sky, being on a plane was actually no different from being on a high-speed train. Huang Ying shot a cold glance at Yitian and curtly replied with 2 words, no. She felt that this little brat was deliberately mocking her, knowing full well that her martial soul was a bow, yet still saying such nonsense. Wasn't that a form of ridicule? Yitian was taken aback for a moment. At this moment, he was sandwiched between Huang Ying, feeling somewhat awkward, and he didn't pay attention to Huang Ying's expression. His mind was filled with thoughts, and he vaguely remembered that one should be able to fly after reaching the Soul Saint level. Teacher Huang, being an 88th level Soul Douluo, should theoretically be able to fly very skillfully. Why couldn't she? Yitian was somewhat puzzled and asked, why can't it? Huang Ying, seeing Yitian's confused expression and thinking about his background as merely a rural orphan, immediately softened her tone and explained, apart from soul masters who possess flying martial souls or some special soul skills, normally, ordinary soul masters do not have the ability to fly at all. Even ordinary title Douluos can only engage in aerial combat for a short time. They cannot sustain long periods of flight. Only the top title Douluos can control their soul power to break free from the Earth's constraints, ignore the limitations of space, and soar freely in the sky. My martial soul is a bow, which has no relation to flying-type martial souls, and my cultivation level hasn't even reached level 90. So it's naturally impossible for me to fly. Yitian was momentarily stunned, as it seemed to be the same reasoning. The poisoned Douluo could not fly and could only ride a snakeskin monster. As for Tang, San being able to fly, that was thanks to the soul bone skill from the right leg bone left to him by his mother. Yitian was a bit confused and couldn't help but wonder. I clearly remember that soul saints could fly. After a moment, he recalled that the ability to fly as a soul saint seemed to be a power that came 1,000 years later, and they being ancient soul masters, obviously weren't that advanced. The reason for this, Yitian guessed, might be that 1,000 years later, the control over soul power had improved. After all, talents emerge in every generation, and it wouldn't be surprising if someone invented lightness skills. It was similar to how in Dragon Ball, Sun Wukong couldn't fly before he learned the flying technique. Thinking of this, Yitian felt that it must be that someone in later generations popularized lightness skills, making this seemingly incredible technique a common knowledge, leading to later soul saints being able to fly. When he thought of flying, he inevitably remembered Huang Ying's soul skill. The 4 eagles summoned by the eye of the eagle. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he turned to Huang Ying, whispering, "Teacher, you can summon 4 eagles, right? I noticed those eagles are quite large, like big hawks. Why don't you try standing on them, and see if they can carry you to fly?" Upon hearing this, Huang Ying, who had been soaring through the grass, suddenly stopped in her tracks, feeling as if a bolt of lightning had exploded in her mind, causing a buzzing sensation that left her dazed for quite a while. Yitian looked at the dazed Huang Ying, feeling a bit confused. "What is going on? I didn't say anything wrong. Why does the atmosphere suddenly feel awkward? How did I not think of this?" Upon hearing this, Huang Ying murmured to herself, becoming somewhat incoherent, unable to suppress her emotions. Suddenly, joy lit up her face. Although her expression didn't change much, a serious face unexpectedly showed a hint of excitement. Seeing this, Yitian didn't speak. Being caught in the crook of his arm, he could clearly feel Huang Ying's arm trembling slightly, her heartbeat quickening, as if discovering a new world. "Teacher, do you want to give it a try? I just said it casually, but what if?" Yitian tentatively reminded, implying to Huang Ying not to be too happy too soon. "What if those few sand sculptures were useless? You wait over there for a moment. Let me try first." Huang Ying's words showed a slight fluctuation, not as calm as usual. Yitian quickly stood aside and raised the fainted winged thunder sparrow in his hand, vigorously wiping the bloodstains on his face with its feathers. Oh, my damn. Yitian suddenly cried out in pain. His small face, covered in blood, had truly become a bloody mess this time. However, this time it was not the blood of the winged thunder sparrow, but his own. He had just not paid attention. Although the feathers of the winged thunder sparrow felt smooth, they were incredibly tough, especially the edges of the feathers, which were sharp like blades. While wiping his face with a winged thunder sparrow feather, he was caught off guard and got hurt, leaving his little face marked with bloodstains, from which fine droplets of blood were seeping out. Huang Ying looked at the silly and cute Yitian and couldn't help but smile knowingly. Then he summoned his martial spirit, the breaking sun bow, and called forth 4 giant eagles. He took a deep breath, unable to suppress his excitement, and stepped onto one of the eagles, standing on 2 of them. Under his control, the 2 giant eagles suddenly flapped their wings, lifting Huang Ying into the sky. Soaring above the blue sky, Huang Ying's heart was exhilarated. He hadn't expected that his breaking sun bow martial spirit could soar through the sky like a flying-type soul master. It is known that flying-type soul masters have an unparalleled advantage over non-flying soul masters. "I can hit you, but you can't hit me. Are you afraid?" Moreover, his martial spirit was a bow with an extremely long attack range. If he could stand on the eagles and maintain a considerable distance in the sky, wouldn't that put him in an invincible position? As long as his opponent couldn't fly, even a tidal Douluo before him wouldn't be anything extraordinary. Can a tidal Douluo really unleash attacks over thousands of meters? Furthermore, even if there were fierce individuals capable of such terrifying attacks, that long distance would be enough for him to dodge. Yitian looked down at Teacher Huang riding on his beloved sand sculpture, and the serious expression he had maintained for a long time finally cracked into a smile, looking like the foolish son of a landlord. Huang Ying, riding on 2 eagles, circled in the sky for a moment before commanding the other 2 male eagles to swoop down, spreading their claws to grab Yitian's arms, lifting him straight up into the air. "Wow!" Yitian couldn't help but shout out, exclaiming loudly, "Teacher, can you put me on the back of the eagle? This position is a bit awkward." Huang Ying's voice came from the front. "No, we still have to hurry back to last Monday's class, so we must move at full speed. Your cultivation is still shallow, and you can't maintain balance on the eagle's back, so this is the only way." He stood on the 2 eagles, flying ahead, sometimes rising, sometimes descending, and sometimes spiraling upward like a child who has just received their favorite toy, having a great time. Yitian couldn't help but curl his lips, tightly gripping the neck of the winged thunder sparrow with his right hand, watching Teacher Huang Ying perform aerial stunts. He couldn't help but secretly complain, "Riding on my beloved little sand sculpture. Teacher Huang has really turned into a sand sculpture." The 2 rode the eagle and flew all the way, covering a distance of over 200 kilometers that would normally take nearly a day. But this time they reached Soul Master City in just 3 hours. Chapter 46. Fusion Soul Ring Seeking Recommendation Votes Soul Master City. Douluo campus of the Soul Master Academy. By late evening, Yitian stood in Huang Ying's dormitory, his small face tense, his expression very serious, staring intently at the winged thunder sparrow that was still unconscious before him, with the eagle as their mode of transport. They had returned to the Soul Master Academy in the afternoon at an incredible speed. However, Huang Ying did not let him absorb the soul ring immediately, but instead told him to rest for a while, have dinner, and replenish his energy before coming back. Huang Ying had carefully confirmed that this wind thunder sparrow had a cultivation age of about 1,500 years. If it were to be used as the third soul ring, it would be perfect, but using it as the second soul ring was somewhat forced. The limit for a second soul ring is 764 years, and this wind thunder sparrow had already exceeded the limit by nearly twice. If an ordinary person were to fuse with it, it would almost be a case of certain death. Normally, with his character, he would never allow Yitian to fuse with a soul ring that far exceeded the limit. But after carefully examining Yitian's body, he found that Yitian's physical strength was very high and his power was astonishing. Even in a normal state, he was stronger than many soul masters of the same level in soul possession. Moreover, Yitian's soul power quality was very high, giving him the feeling that this kid might actually be able to fuse with this soul ring that exceeded the limit, achieving the remarkable feat of completing a second soul ring with a 1,000-year soul ring. Xiao Tian, are you sure you've adjusted your condition to the best? Huang Ying repeatedly reminded him, her expression serious. This was not to be taken lightly. Yes, teacher, I'm ready. I even took a bath to relax properly. I guarantee there's no problem, Yitian said confidently. From his previous experience fusing with a soul ring, he realized that the difficulty of fusion was related to three aspects. First, it is related to physical fitness. Second, it is related to the quality of soul power. Third, it is related to mental strength. His physical fitness was undoubtedly exceptional, with innate divine strength and having swung a heavy hammer for 3 years. He was much stronger than many adults. As for the quality of soul power, the Imperial buff was still enhancing his Draven soul, which would randomly select again at midnight. So his soul power strength was twice that of his usual state. Regarding mental strength, having lived 2 lives, his mental strength was certainly not to be questioned. Seeing Yitian, who was full of confidence, Huang Ying nodded. All right then, you can begin. I will be here to protect you. Fusing a soul ring takes a lot of time and cannot be disturbed, especially in cases where one is fusing beyond their own limits. That's why Huang Ying had Yitian return to the academy to fuse. To ensure Yitian's safety, he had already arranged a team of healing-type soul masters outside, including one at the soul sage level. If Yitian showed any signs of discomfort during the fusion, this team of healing-type soul masters would rush in for emergency rescue. Yitian looked at the still unconscious wind thunder sparrow, bent down, grabbed its neck, and then twisted it hard, directly killing it. In just a moment, a rich purple light spread from the corpse of the wind thunder sparrow, gathering together to form an eerie purple soul ring. Thinking about how he was about to obtain his second soul ring skill and possibly awaken his martial soul skill, Yitian felt a surge of excitement in his heart. He tried to calm the turbulent emotions within him, sitting cross-legged and spreading his hands, instantly releasing the Draven martial soul. However, this time, under his deliberate control, he did not condense Draven's microphone axe. This fusion required silence. In a noisy environment, it was difficult to calm down and focus all attention on absorbing the soul ring. In front of the red soul power from his Empire Bond buff, the purple light surged like a flood, finding its outlet. Rushing into Yitian's body in a booming wave, the purple radiance enveloped him, and Yitian felt a massive heat flow suddenly rush into his body, giving him the sensation of just pouring a huge basin of boiling water over himself, which was still swirling inside him, scalding his intestines and organs. The name Wind Thunder Sparrow directly revealed that its attributes were anything but gentle. The domineering attributes of wind and thunder transforming the body could be imagined in terms of pain, especially since this soul ring's age exceeded the typical person's limit by more than double. Under the powerful fluctuations of soul power, Yitian felt as if his body was about to burst. The blood and energy within him were stirred by the surging soul power, rolling over like waves. Seeing Yitian's intense reaction, Huang Ying couldn't help but tighten his grip, his gaze fixed firmly on Yitian. Huang Ying's expression was somewhat serious. Merging ordinary soul rings was not dangerous, but merging extreme soul rings posed a risk. The harder the soul ring was to absorb, the greater the effect it would have. And naturally, the soul skills produced would be extremely powerful, with danger and reward being proportional. This stage was something only he could handle. Huang Ying slightly furrowed his brows, and a sharp glint of surprise flashed in his eagle-like eyes as he noticed that Yitian, sitting cross-legged, was enveloped in a red-purple glow. He naturally recognized the purple glow as the soul power emanating from a 1,000-year soul ring, but he was unsure about the red glow. He felt that the faint red light surrounding Yitian seemed to be his soul power, but then he dismissed that idea. As a teacher, he couldn't possibly be unaware of what soul power fluctuations looked like. Perhaps this was a characteristic produced by an anomalous martial soul. He thought to himself, as anomalous martial souls had no predictable patterns and could exhibit any situation. This layer of red light was very strange, capable of enhancing the intensity of soul power. Such an unusual amplitude was typically not a good sign, and it was highly likely to produce some frightening side effects. He needed to clarify its effects and hoped it wouldn't be too serious. Huang Ying's mind was filled with thoughts. As an 88th level soul Douluo, he was considered a high-level figure in the Spirit Hall, able to access many secrets that ordinary people could not. Remembering those things, he momentarily became somewhat lost in thought. Yitian's trembling body began to stabilize, and the unbearable pain from the earlier surge of soul power started to fade away. The previously intense soul power began to soften. The gentle soul power flowed slowly through his meridians, even giving him a feeling as if a mother's hand was softly caressing him, making his whole body feel warm and cozy, as if he were soaking in a hot spring. Yitian smiled slightly, understanding that he had made it through. Although the situation just now had been very painful, it was not dangerous. He even felt that the soul ring he had just absorbed had not yet reached the limit that his body could withstand. The pain was merely a slight discomfort caused by the meridians being washed by such strong soul power for the first time. There was no risk of shattering the meridians or tearing the body. After all, the first time is always painful, but it gets better with a little endurance. Note, to all the handsome readers out there, could you please cast your votes? Chapter 47. The Flying Sparrow seizes the embrace, seeking recommendation votes. In Huang Ying's residence, there was a silence. The fusion of Yitian's soul rings has reached its conclusion. Seeing that the fluctuations of soul power and vitality within Yitian had calmed down, Huang Ying let out a long sigh of relief. He turned around, took a gentle step, and walked to the door, cupping his hands toward a group of healing soul masters waiting outside. Thank you, Teacher Mo, for your trouble this time. The aura rolling inside that little guy has settled down, and this fusion went very smoothly. The elder known as Mo waved his hand slightly. You're too polite, Teacher Huang. We haven't done much, but witnessing the emergence of a genius is truly eye-opening. Huang Ying and Mo were engaging in mutual flattery. Yitian once again entered the illusion. This time, he did not arrive at Draven's arena of glory, but rather a battlefield, with mountains of corpses scattered across the ground, and thick blood staining the earth bright red, surrounded by debris. The sounds of shouting and killing rolled in, accompanied by the piercing whistle of arrows, wails of the wounded, and the neighing of warhorses. Two armies converged in one place, as if on the ancient, desolate black earth, where two massive beasts were locked in combat, each collision sending splashes of flesh and severed limbs flying. Yitian stared blankly at the scene, his heart pounding violently like a drum. This immersive feeling was unmatched by any grand spectacle or high-budget film. He could even smell the hot air expelled from the nostrils of the galloping warhorses. This hot air mixed with the intense scent of blood formed a nauseating stench that surged like a tide, overwhelming his senses and making his blood boil as if it were about to ignite. He could see thousands of figures charging forward, apart from a large man. He couldn't make out the faces of the others. All of them seemed to be obscured by a layer of mosaic, appearing particularly blurry. The large man he recognized was Draven. Draven wore black battle armor, which had been soaked in blood, with darkened bloodstains embedded in every tiny crevice of the armor. He closely followed a figure as massive as a mountain, the two of them back to back, fighting their way through the throngs of soldiers, leaping over arrows, obstacles, and the countless corpses on the ground. No one could stand in their way. Wherever they went, it was a storm of blood and carnage. Yitian glanced at the shadow beside Draven and then shifted his gaze away. He had already understood that the towering figure, even taller and more robust than Draven, was Draven's brother, Darius. This was one of many battles fought by the two brothers who relied on each other on their path to rise. Darius was obscured, and Yitian could not clearly see his appearance in this illusion. This was a scene of Draven's skill inheritance, so he naturally had to keep a close watch on Draven, observing every move he made. On the battlefield, Draven resembled the Grim Reaper, with his flying axes spinning in his hands, emitting roars like a beast. Each time he hurled an axe, it would bring forth a spray of blood and severed limbs. Draven had shed the typical ADC image, donning heavy armor and charging like a heavily armored warrior, though his robust physique seemed at odds with his nimble footwork. He was surrounded by a faint red glow, stepping with a rhythm as dense as rain, his axes slicing through the air in rapid succession, swiftly killing his foes. The movements were so fast that they were almost indistinguishable, leaving only a blurry sense of the axe's trajectories. Yitian closely observed Draven's movements, not missing a single detail. He noticed that Draven's action of throwing the axes was exceptionally smooth, as if the axes had a life of their own, following Draven's lead. The positions Draven advanced to were precisely where the axes would strike. Draven swung his axes at an incredible speed, creating afterimages as if for him. This was not a bloody and brutal battlefield. This was his stage. The clashing sounds of weapons were like music, and he danced to the rhythm of the melody. With countless splashes of blood resembling fireworks, and the rising and falling screams serving as applause. Yitian was stunned, staring blankly as Draven charged forward in a phantom-like manner, his spinning axe violently cleaving towards the head of an enemy general, crimson blood bursting forth with the rotation of the axe. At that moment, he seemed to embody the role of Draven, dashing fiercely across the battlefield, unstoppable, without the aid of support. With only an old brother beside him and 2 axes in hand, he advanced through a sea of fallen enemies, like straw scattered around him, wading through blood that reached his knees. The enemy surged forward like a tide, countless iron hooves kicking up clouds of dust, resembling a series of gray waves crashing forward. Yet he was unafraid. Even as the enemy poured in like a flood breaching a dam, nothing could shake his advancing steps. He was fearless, and so was Darius beside him, which in turn instilled fear in the enemies. After an unknown amount of time, Yitian, sitting cross-legged in the room, felt a slight twitch in his eyelids. The next moment, he opened his eyes to see his teacher, Huang Ying, looking at him with some concern. Seeing Yitian awake, Huang Ying gradually relaxed the tension in his heart. This was the first time he had seen anyone spend a full 6 hours merging a soul ring. And coupled with Yitian's flickering red light and the soul rings far exceeding the limits, even though Yitian's condition was stable, it still made him a bit worried. He asked, "How do you feel?" "I feel great. This soul ring is powerful, and the attached soul skill is also impressive." Yitian nodded, his tone trembling slightly with excitement. The gains this time were truly immense, not just in terms of soul ring skills, but also in the awakening of another martial soul skill. However, the most crucial gain was the experience obtained from embodying Draven's consciousness, along with unparalleled combat techniques and an unstoppable mindset. Upon hearing Yitian's words, Huang Ying's heart stirred slightly, and a flicker of surprise crossed her indifferent eyes as she blurted out, "Can you tell me what your second soul skill is?" Huang Ying did not phrase this as a command. The effects of soul skills are the soul master's private matter. Once the effects are known and spread, it would undoubtedly be targeted in future battles. Others might hesitate, but Yitian had no such concerns. He was unaware of this point. As in his previous life watching anime, every character's soul skill was introduced with narration during their moves. "Teacher, my second soul skill is called Flying Sparrow, Snatching the Embrace." Yitian introduced, "When this soul skill is activated, I enter a state of dominance that cannot be interrupted by ordinary control or confusion skills. When executed, I leap into the air and dive down like lightning, dealing area damage to the target zone, with the ability to break through soul power defenses. Dominance? Immunity to general control effects? With mobility and damage capabilities?" Huang Ying was suddenly taken aback, unable to help but exclaim, "No wonder it's a soul ring that far exceeds the limits for nearly 100 years. Such a powerful skill actually appears as a second soul skill. High risk, high reward." Chapter 48, Bloodthirsty Charge, Seeking Recommendations. Yitian looked at the excited Huang Ying, momentarily stunned. It was the first time he had seen the usually calm and composed teacher Huang lose her composure. Huang Ying, seeing Yitian's astonished expression, quickly regained her composure and said seriously, "In the future, do not disclose your soul skill effects to anyone except your family and companions." She reiterated, "This is very important." Got it." Yitian nodded eagerly. Huang Ying continued, "Your second soul skill is powerful because of its dominance effect. You should know that many soul skills come with confusion, deceleration, stun, and freezing effects. While these skills may not be highly lethal, they are quite threatening. Just think about it. During a fierce battle, if your speed is suddenly restricted, for example, if the gravity around you increases several times, what consequences do you think would follow?" Yitian immediately replied, "There will be a momentary pause, breaking the rhythm of the battle. and could even give the opponent a chance to exploit the opening and kill you directly. Yes, Huang Ying nodded. Your Soul Ring skill has a short duration for invincibility, but its effect is still considerable. Basically, this type of protective skill. Unless the opponent's strength is a whole realm above yours, they won't have the ability to forcibly break your invincibility effect, ensuring that you won't be interrupted while attacking. He raised a finger. And the most crucial point is that as long as your consciousness is clear, the invincibility can break free from some control, such as being slowed down or restricted, allowing you to quickly escape using this skill. In battle, life safety is the top priority. The one who survives will be the victor. Therefore, generally speaking, survival soul skills are more precious than purely offensive soul skills. Yitian nodded repeatedly. This soul skill can not only attack, but also escape, making it very practical. Although this skill cannot ignore the constraints of space like a blink, one cannot be too greedy in life. Some things cannot be achieved in one step. Yitian wanted to experiment with his new skills, but unfortunately, the space was too small to fully unleash them. He could only wait until the Imperial buff was not applied to Draven's soul skill and then try out the skills in the Academy's soul fighting arena. He carefully reflected on himself and realized that he had awakened a soul skill this time, which was Draven's W skill, Blood Rush. Soul skill, Blood Rush. After casting, it grants a 50 movement speed bonus for 3 seconds and a 50 attack speed bonus for 3 seconds when casting the spinning axe and catching a spinning axe. The effect of Blood Rush will refresh again without consuming soul power. If, after the duration, no spinning axe is caught, but Blood Rush is still maintained, it will consume a significant amount of soul power and stamina. There is still a difference between reality and the game. In the game, Blood Rush has a cooldown time and requires continuously catching spinning axes to refresh the cooldown. However, in reality, soul skills do not have a cooldown time, except for certain specific self-harming soul skills that cannot be continuously used due to physical reasons. Most soul skills can be used one after another as long as your soul power is sufficient. Therefore, this skill has been designed so that if you do not catch the axe, it will consume a large amount of soul power and stamina. As for how significant this consumption is, Yitian didn't want to give it a try. He estimated that with his current soul power, he could last less than a minute before collapsing from excessive consumption of soul power and physical strength. This is a skill that requires technique. Yitian pondered that he needed to find some time to practice how to catch the axe, otherwise the skill would be useless. If he could master these two martial soul skills and combine them with the split effect of the first soul skill, it would unleash an attack as fierce as a torrent, while continuously maintaining the effect of bloodthirsty charge. The combination of these states would be like having a 7-treasure glazed tile school support constantly applying soul skills to him, increasing his combat power by more than double. Just as he was lost in thought, Huang Ying's voice suddenly came through. Xiao Tian, I remember your student information mentioned that your martial soul type is unclear, belonging to a special mutated martial soul. Huang Ying's voice was somewhat heavy. Tell me, what was the red light that appeared when you fused a soul ring earlier? Yitian looked up at Huang Ying, who had a serious and earnest expression and was instantly taken aback. From Huang Ying's expression, he could sense that this question couldn't be brushed off easily. He was also unclear about Huang Ying's meaning and why she was so serious. I don't know either. Yitian stared at Huang Ying, hesitated for a moment, and slowly said, that red light seems like an amplitude skill that can double the quality of my soul power. But this ability is inconsistent. At midnight, every night, it fluctuates. It might disappear, or it might continue to persist. Yitian did not reveal everything, but selectively described some aspects, giving a simple explanation of the Empire's bonding effects. Hearing Yitian's words, Huang Ying was taken aback. It was the first time he had encountered such a situation. He asked, after disappearing, will it reappear again at midnight? What is the probability of it reappearing? Have you encountered any unusual issues, like certain side effects? Huang Ying's tone was very serious and cautious, but it was mixed with a hint of concern and worry. Yes, there are fluctuations every night at midnight, but the probability of an increase in appearance is around 50%. So far, there have been no issues or side effects. Yitian ansvaret sitraite forjardi. It seems that your mutated martial soul is quite special. I can't really say for sure what the reason is, but if there haven't been any symptoms and you haven't awakened any attributes that shouldn't be awakened, then perhaps it indicates that it's not a bad thing. Huang Ying nodded, his stern expression easing somewhat as he looked at Yitian. Aren't you curious why I am asking you these questions? The teacher is worried that there might be issues with my martial soul. Yitian raised his head and said, I know that most mutated martial souls tend to mutate in a negative direction. That's the reason. Huang Ying slightly nodded, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he asked, Do you know why there are so few soul masters with mutated martial souls on the continent? Yitian was slightly taken aback, not quite understanding Huang Ying's words. The reason for the low number of mutated martial souls shouldn't it be due to the low mutation probability? However, thinking back to the original work of Douluo, in the small Shrek Academy, there were only a few people, yet they managed to produce 3 individuals with mutated martial souls, Yu Xiaojiang, Lu Erlong, and Ma Hongjun. The probability of such occurrences, when looking at the entire continent, should be extremely high. Although most mutated martial souls tend to be weaker, with a large base number, it is likely that there will still be quite a few extremely powerful martial souls. Before Yitian could speak, Huang Ying continued. That's because many mutated martial souls were eliminated by our Spirit Hall right at the moment of awakening. Chapter 49. The origin of the Spirit Hall. Yitian was immediately stunned, looking at Huang Ying with some confusion, not understanding his meaning. Why did he want to eliminate mutated martial souls? Seeing Yitian's dumbfounded expression, Huang Ying explained, There are many attributes of martial souls. Among the attributes that are now widely known, there are ice, fire, poison, wind, water, wood, and holy. However, negative attributes such as darkness, evil, and slaughter are rarely seen. Do you know why? In Yitian's mind echoed the deity worshipped by the Spirit Hall, the 6-winged angel representing holiness and light. This deity, in theory, should symbolize positive attributes. Of course, he couldn't voice these thoughts and could only ask in confusion. Why? That's because all the soul masters with these attributes have been killed by our Spirit Hall. Huang Ying's tone carried a hint of iron and blood. He looked at Yitian and asked, Do you know our academy has a mimicry training ground? I know. The teacher who led us during the opening ceremony mentioned that our academy has the last mimicry training ground on the entire continent. Yitian replied. Huang Ying nodded and said, The so-called mimicry training ground refers to allowing soul masters to cultivate their martial souls in the environment most suitable for them. While this may not mean that the effort is halved for the result, it can play a considerable supportive role. He asked, So what do you think is the most suitable environment for martial souls with evil attributes, killing attributes, dark attributes, hatred, and other negative attributes to cultivate? Yitian's heart sank. Isn't this the evil soul master that appeared in Douluo 2? A soul master who rapidly increases their strength through cruel methods like slaughter and devouring. He calmed down and said softly, Slaughter, spreading these negative emotions across the continent, turning it into a negative land filled with evil and chaos. Huang Ying was taken aback, not expecting this little guy, Yitian, to understand these things. She sighed lightly in her heart, truly a child who became self-reliant at 3, maturing early and understanding things quickly. Regarding Yitian's information, the Spirit Hall had already registered it when he awakened his martial spirit, and it was recorded on his student card, so Huang Ying naturally knew. Huang Ying nodded and said, That's right. These evil attribute soul masters are guilty of all sorts of crimes. Some of them become bloodthirsty after each training session, while others become tyrannical, and some become lascivious. These soul masters are controlled and tempted by the evil martial spirits in their bodies. In order to cultivate, they have caused unimaginable destruction to the continent, leaving the people in misery and despair. These evil soul masters are extremely powerful, and their bizarre and cruel training methods allow them to cultivate at an astonishing speed. Ordinary soul masters cannot compete with them in either quality or quantity. However, at the most critical moment, a great god from the divine realm, representing justice and the holy angel god, turned their gaze to the Douluo Continent. Compassionate, she could not bear to see all that was happening on the continent. Thus, the angel god chose a righteous warrior, descending a miracle, projecting her own power to transform into the warrior's martial spirit, and bestowed upon him the angel divine armor, allowing him to lead the righteous to eradicate these evil attribute soul masters. The situation then reversed. With the help of the angel god, this warrior led the heroes to cleanse the continent of all evil attribute soul masters and forced the last evil soul master into a corner of the continent for suppression. To prevent these evil soul masters from rebounding, this warrior and the heroes who originally eradicated the evil soul masters established the Spirit Hall, founding the Spirit Enforcement Team to patrol every corner of the continent. Once they discovered a soul master containing evil attributes, they would kill them on the spot. Huang Ying concluded, This is the origin of the Spirit Hall. Yitian's heart trembled. No wonder there were no evil soul masters in Douluo number 1. No wonder the Spirit Hall held such a high status in the Douluo Continent. Both empires had to treat it with respect and dare not act recklessly. This was due to its contribution to saving the continent. As for what Huang Ying said about driving the evil soul masters into a corner of the continent to suppress them, he felt that the corner referred to was the City of Slaughter, because only that place suited the cultivation of evil soul masters. And the City of Slaughter was protected by the god of slaughter. Even the god of angels did not dare to provoke it. But why clean up the mutated martial souls? Yitian came back to his senses from Huang Ying's explanation of the Spirit Hall's history and asked in return. Huang Ying explained, once all the evil soul masters are cleaned up, even if a small portion is still alive, they have been suppressed and can no longer return to the outside world. Logically speaking, evil soul masters should have been exterminated, but the reality is not as we imagined. Evil soul masters continue to emerge endlessly. Although their numbers are few, they can still occasionally cause some horrific incidents. Later, we found that the parents of these evil soul masters did not have evil martial souls. Their martial souls awakened evil attributes due to mutation. For example, a couple with a blue-winged wind bat gave birth to a child who unexpectedly awakened a blood bat martial soul. The special thing about his martial soul is that every time he cultivates, he must consume human blood, requiring the blood of 3 people daily. You can imagine how many innocent lives he would need to cultivate to become a titled Douluo. If he starts a family and has children, how many more innocent lives would they harm? Not only that, some evil mutated martial souls can awaken at a certain age or during intense emotional fluctuations without undergoing an awakening ceremony. Therefore, to solve the problem from the root, we spared no expense to open branches across the continent, spending massive amounts of manpower and resources to help everyone awaken for free. This also brings benefits to the impoverished lower-class people. Although this move places a great burden on our Spirit Hall, it fundamentally addresses the issue, as many mutated and awakened dark, evil martial souls will be eradicated by local law enforcement at the first opportunity. Although there are still some that slip through the cracks. Compared to before, it has been significantly reduced, almost negligible. Moreover, these remaining ones do not form an organization. They're just a group of scattered soldiers. And once they show up, they can be easily dealt with by our law enforcement team. I see. Yitian nodded. He remembered that his first soul ring was the soul beast saber-toothed tiger that Stan had asked the Spirit Hall law enforcement team to help drive away. He had thought that the law enforcement team only maintained order in the soul-hunting forest and did not expect them to also deal with the evil soul masters. Xiaodian, I tell you this because I want you to know that compared to those sects and empires, our Spirit Hall is undoubtedly the #1 organization on the continent. Huang Ying's tone was very serious and sacred. Seeing this, Yitian also nodded seriously, with a serious expression on his face, and said earnestly, I will protect the glory of the Spirit Hall and maintain this glory, making sure that evil soul masters on the continent do not dare to stir up trouble. Good? Good. Huang Ying laughed heartily, feeling very gratified. He could naturally see that Yitian's words were heartfelt and not the slightest bit false. He reached out to rub Yitian's little head. If you grow up, it will be a blessing for the entire continent. After saying this, he looked out the window. The dark night sky was already tinged with a hint of fish white. Daylight is about to break, and you will officially start classes soon. You need to practice hard. So hurry back. Remember the teacher's teachings. Yitian bowed deeply to Huang Ying, turned around, and walked towards the classroom with his little arms and legs. Chapter 50. White-cut chicken seeking recommendation votes. In the early morning, the sky began to lighten. Yitian estimated that it should be around 5 to 6 o'clock now, and there was still a long time before class, making it a bit too early to head to the classroom. Moreover, he had broken out in a sweat while merging with the soul ring earlier, so it was just right to return to the dormitory to change into a clean school uniform and freshen up before going to class. At the beginning of the semester, the academy had provided 2 sets of Wuhuan Temple-style school uniforms among the bedding and other items for students to change and wash. On his way back to the dormitory, Huang Ying's words echoed in Yitian's mind, and he thought a lot about the enforcement team of the Wuhuan Temple and the legendary evil attribute soul masters. As he considered this, he suddenly felt a shock in his heart. Teacher Huang had previously mentioned that some evil soul masters become violent, bloodthirsty, and lewd after training. He had been captivated by the stories told by Teacher Huang earlier and hadn't noticed this point, but upon reflection, it stood out to him now. The characteristic of becoming lewd mentioned by Teacher Huang perfectly matched Ma Hongjun, right? His martial soul, the evil fire phoenix, would burn with desire every time he trained, as if he were about to ignite, and he had to go to some red light district to find women to vent his evil fire before he could calm down. Didn't this perfectly correspond to the characteristics of an evil soul master? Yitian speculated that either Ma Hongjun awakened the ordinary chicken waste martial soul at the age of 6 and was overlooked by the Spirit Hall due to its commonality, later mutating into the evil fire phoenix due to some stimulus, or that Ma Hongjun's martial soul did not awaken under the Spirit Hall, but under the Shrek Academy's Dean Flender. After all, Ma Hongjun was a talent discovered by Flender. If he had awakened a top-level martial soul like the Phoenix under the Spirit Hall, it would have been impossible for the Spirit Hall not to notice him. As these thoughts fluctuated, Yitian had already arrived in front of the dormitory door. Before he could open the door, it creaked open with a sound, and several voices came out in a noisy manner. Yitian knew that Zhang Xing had come out for morning exercise. Sure enough, Zhang Xing was the first to come out, towering over the other 2 companions, with a height that resembled that of an adult, easily overshadowing them by a head. He was broad-shouldered and muscular. "Ah, boss, you're finally back. I thought you got punished and was about to ask your family about it." As soon as Zhang Xing saw Yitian, he cheered up. He had been very worried these past few days. Although Yitian had left a small note, didn't he explain what he was doing, leading him to think that Yitian had been punished by the academy for cutting off a senior student's arm in the soul fighting arena. Yitian was taken aback for a moment and then said, "Didn't I say it? I went for special training to the Star-Do Great Forest." "Damn, boss. You trained there and didn't invite me? That's just too inconsiderate." Upon hearing that Yitian had been to the Star-Do Great Forest, Zhang Xing immediately shouted out, "I heard that the Star-Do Great Forest is an extremely dangerous place. It's the cradle of soul beasts, the favorite spot for powerful soul masters, and also the place where soul masters suffer the most casualties." Zhao Yingjie had a look of longing in his eyes and asked, "Boss, how was it? Was it particularly spectacular? Were the soul beasts inside very strong?" Yitian nodded. "Indeed, very strong. You casually encountered a 10,000-year soul beast. If it weren't for Teacher Huang being there, you wouldn't have seen me. So dangerous?" The 3 of them were all taken aback. Yitian walked into the dormitory, took out his freshly washed school uniform from the closet, and while changing clothes, briefly recounted the events of the weekend to his 3 roommates. At this time, most students were still asleep, but their dormitory was quite peculiar, waking up nearly 2 hours earlier than the others. Of course, the reason for all this was classmate Zhang Xing. After learning that Yitian also got up early to exercise, he no longer worried about being out of place and strongly suggested that Zhu Zhujin and Zhao Yingjie do the same. Upon realizing that the more accomplished Yitian and Zhang Xing were even more diligent than them, how could Zhao Yingjie and Zhu Zhujin remain steady? They quickly joined Zhang Xing's morning exercise team. The 4's morning exercise routine was simple: a 1,000-meter run, 100 push-ups, 100 pull-ups, and 100 squats. This set of training only served as a warm-up for Zhang Xing, Zhao Yingjie, and Yitian, as they still had classes to attend afterward. In the courses for soul masters, academic subjects were definitely secondary, while classes related to physical fitness and combat skills were the main focus. They naturally needed to maintain ample energy to face the upcoming classes. Morning exercises were merely to awaken their bodies for a better mental state throughout the day. They certainly could not engage in heavy strength training. However, for Zhu Zhujin, it was quite painful, nearly exhausting him. He hadn't been placed in the elite group during the last military training like the 3 older brothers in the dormitory, and having not experienced the subsequent brutal training, he naturally couldn't keep up with them physically. Zhang Xing, looking relaxed, teased the panting Zhao Yingjie and the exhausted Zhu Zhujin, saying, "You 2 are not doing well." This was Zhang Xing's showtime, and he couldn't miss the chance to show off. Zhu Zhujin was too tired to say much and could only roll his eyes at Zhang Xing to express his feelings. Zhao Yingjie glanced at him and shook his head, saying, "Don't get too proud. In a few days, you might not be able to keep up." Catching his breath, Zhu Zhujin shot a sideways glance at Zhang Xing and nudged Yitian, saying, "Learn from our boss. This is what a master looks like. You're just a typical small fry getting ahead." "What do you mean by small fry? Have you seen this sturdy frame and broad arms? This is what a real man looks like." Zhang Xing flexed his arms and struck a muscular pose. "You call that a real man? Have you even hit puberty?" Zhao Yingjie replied with a smirk, arching his back and puffing out his chest. "This is what a real man is. You're just a little chicken." Zhang Xing was instantly stunned, wide-eyed, with a rush of heat to his head, his face turning bright red. To cover up his embarrassment, he quickly retorted, "Hey, as if you're not a little chicken yourself." "I'm not a little chicken. I'm a big black bird." Zhao Yingjie slightly raised his head, looking down at Zhang Xing with a proud expression. Yitian looked at Zhao Yingjie with some surprise. Could this kid be an experienced player? More mature than Fat Ma? I'm not a novice. I'm a big blackbird. Zhang Xing suddenly imitated Zhao Yingjie's way of speaking in a sarcastic tone, then laughed loudly. I've never seen such a shameless person. I saw you urinating last time, and you still call yourself a big blackbird? You're clearly a white-cut chicken. The four of them left the training ground while exchanging barbs, went to the cafeteria, drank milk, had breakfast, and then slowly strolled towards the classroom. Chapter 51. Class. The four entered the classroom, casually found a spot, and sat in a row. Huang Ying sent someone to relay a message that he had matters to attend to during the first week, so all students would study on their own. The homeroom teacher had something to deal with, so they could only attend the minor subjects. Cultural courses are considered minor subjects, since not many people showed up. There weren't many seats in the classroom, so no special arrangements were made for everyone. After a few had done their morning exercises, there were already quite a few students in the classroom, and no one paid attention to Yitian and his group. Boss, this is the Academy's cultural class. It mainly talks about the heroes who have appeared in the history of the continent, as well as the glorious history of various titled Douluos. Zhao Yingjie introduced from the side. Of course, it will also cover some types and habits of soul beasts, as well as their attack methods. Overall, this course is quite important because we will inevitably have to deal with soul beasts in the future. Understanding the age, types, skills of soul beasts, and so on is very necessary. Yitian nodded. Indeed, a crucial part of a soul master's growth is hunting soul beasts to obtain soul rings. If one is unaware of what kind of soul beast soul rings suits them, or does not understand the age and attack methods of soul beasts, wouldn't it be like delivering vegetables? However, due to the large number of new students this time, the cultural studies teacher did not discuss knowledge about soul beasts, but instead focused on the evolution of soul masters. I must say, the cultural studies teacher was very stirring, captivating a group of passionate children. As young people love to hear stories, especially those that are heroic ballads. You are all the pride of heaven. Some of you will be the elites standing at the pinnacle of this world. You will lead the fate of humanity in the Spirit Hall, the cradle of soul masters, the holy land in the very center of the continent. I hope to see soul saints, soul Douluos, and even titled Douluos among you. The teacher, named Zhegang, spoke in a high-pitched voice, infused with a certain charm that made people feel excited, almost wanting to raise their arms and shout. A soul master who does not aspire to become a titled Douluo is not a good soul master. Remember, do not waste your talents and lives. The Spirit Hall Academy is the beginning of your glorious future. Yitian listened very seriously. This teacher's speech was much more powerful than the first lesson of the new semester in his previous life, making people excited to the point of trembling, almost wanting to crush someone else's eggshell. When class was over, the whole classroom immediately became lively. Young people are naturally lively and active, so it was impossible for them to settle down. Hello, yikurasmate. AI suddenly walked over, nodded, and showed a polite smile. Hello. Yitian also smiled and nodded. By the way, why didn't Yin and AI could come? They're not interested in cultural classes and chose to attend the Academy's practical courses. AI said easily. Practical courses? Yitian was slightly taken aback, feeling a bit confused. Aren't the Academy's classes arranged uniformly? Of course not uniformly. Everyone's cultivation level is different, and everyone's strength is different, so how could it be arranged uniformly? AI said as a matter of course. He was somewhat puzzled. Some students who are strong in practical skills but lack knowledge of soul masters would come here for cultural classes, while some students who are knowledgeable but weak in practical skills would go learn combat techniques. Isn't that very normal? You're right. We should go to the practical class. Yitian nodded and asked, where is the classroom for the practical class? Although he didn't have theoretical knowledge right now, he could make up for it later. In the world of soul masters, combat power is the key. He already had soul skills and attack power. He just needed a good stepping technique to execute the so-called spinning step and steadily catch his axe. Where? Zhang Xing and others also looked excited. They had sparred quite a bit at the soul fighting arena over the weekend. With their strength, they naturally lost more than they won. And now, they couldn't wait to improve their strength to get back at it. It's in the teaching building next door, the third teaching building to the left. The bigger one. AI pointed out the direction from the windowsill. He reminded them, at this point, the class has already been going for half the time, so you might not be able to hear the teacher's lecture if you go now. It doesn't matter, we'll just go check it out. We can come back next time. Yitian waved his hand, feeling a bit impatient. He looked at AI with some confusion. Aren't you going to the practical skills course? I'm not going. I personally don't like combat. Don't you remember? I'm a support type soul master. AI Air said in a low voice. Yitian took a deep look at AI Air. He could tell that AI Air seemed to have something on his mind, but he didn't ask further. After confirming their location, the four of them jogged to the teaching building for practical combat skills. The venue was large, with many spacious compartments around, truly extravagant. Excuse me, who are you looking for? A girl asked. She was over 7 meters tall and appeared to be considerably older than Yitian and the others. This was a place for junior students, and most students here were between 6 to 12 years old. By the age of 12, girls had already begun to develop, and children in the Douluo Continent generally mature early. So it was not surprising for kids around 10 years old to be between 7 to 8 meters tall. Hello, senior sister. We are here to participate in the Academy's practical combat skills course. Yitian said politely. Sugar is given to sweet-talking kids. The girl immediately smiled and said, You really know how to talk. However, the teacher has already finished the lecture, and it's practice time now. Then can we go in and take a look? Of course. The girl replied with a smile. Yitian nodded and led Zhang Xing and the others inside. Before long, they heard the continuous sounds of grunting and exertion, which made him feel a bit eager to try it out. At this moment, there were dozens of students practicing in the dojo, including Su Yu, Yin, and Yak. Especially Yin, who was dressed in the academy uniform, moved swiftly like a tiger, kicking his training partner several meters away in a flash. Damn, that red-haired dog is actually here, bullying people. Boss, do you want to teach him a lesson? Zhang Xing and Yin were not on good terms, but for now, he was not Yan's match and could only rely on the boss's authority. Yitian didn't really pay attention to what Zhang Xing was saying. He was focused on the training area here. The training ground in this teaching building was really nice. It had all kinds of equipment, and there were also practice devices similar to wooden dummies nearby. The little girl, Su Yu, saw Yitian and came directly over. Her tone slightly cheerful. Hello, classmate. I was really impressed by your amazing archery skills during military training last time. I hope you can give me more guidance in the practical courses in the future. Yitian, who was observing the training equipment and the area around him, was slightly taken aback and turned to look at Su Yu, not understanding why this little girl, who had been cold towards him not long ago, suddenly came over to be friendly. Chapter 52, Practical Class. You're too polite. We're all classmates. Yitian smiled slightly, feeling that Su Yu's words carried no malice. Seeing that Yitian was so easy to talk to, Su Yu smiled brightly, feeling that her earlier nervousness was unnecessary. Ike also noticed Yitian's arrival. He smiled faintly and exchanged a glance with a senior nearby, then nodded slightly. The senior squinted and smiled, and they communicated silently. Then he tidied his clothes slightly and walked slowly towards Yitian. Su Yu, who is this guy? He doesn't understand the rules, coming here at this time. A seemingly tough-looking student approached. His eyes were like sharp blades, constantly scanning Yitian, looking quite unfriendly. Yitian, just like me, is a freshman. This is Senior Rahil, a third-year student. Su Yu introduced the two parties. Rahil smiled and extended his hand. Are you the Yitian who made quite an impression during military training? I'm Rahil, also your senior. Not one to refuse a handshake from someone smiling. Yitian extended his hand and performed the handshake etiquette. Is this course attended by students from grades 1 to 6 together? Yitian was somewhat perplexed. The teaching methods of the Wuhuan Temple Academy were indeed quite harsh. Yes, this course is an elective, a general course for grades 1 to 6, and anyone can attend. As for the specific subdivisions of the course subjects, they are arranged by your respective homeroom teachers. Laxile smiled, but his grip tightened suddenly, with veins bulging. Yitian remained calm and collected. More reminders from seniors. Zhang Xing looked bewildered at the two smiling individuals and turned to Zhao Yingjie and Zhu Zhujin, whispering, Why do I feel the atmosphere is a bit tense? It's like they're about to fight any second. Zhu Zhujin shot Zhang Xing an annoyed glance and whispered back, You're really naive. Can't you see that the guy who looks like he's about to lose control has some issues with our boss? What? Zhang Xing was taken aback, asking in confusion, We just met for the first time and haven't provoked him. Why would he have an issue with us? Why does the world have so many reasons? Zhu Zhujin's expression darkened. If you're weak, there are always people ready to step on you. No reason needed. This guy probably thinks we're freshmen and easy to bully. Zhang Xing's expression suddenly turned grim as he recalled the scene at the duel arena, quietly suggesting, If this guy looks a bit disgusting, what if he causes trouble later? Should we beat him up? Don't panic. Look, this guy's almost losing it under our boss's grip. Zhao Yingjie remained calm, quickly assessing the situation. Zhang Xing and Zhu Zhujin looked over. Lashila's face was slightly flushed. He never expected that despite the other person's small stature, his grip was quite strong. He quickly withdrew his hand, looking displeased as he said, Xiaoyu, you must know what it generally means when a student doesn't listen to the teacher's lecture but rushes over during practice, right? So he was slightly taken aback and smiled, saying, they're new students. They probably don't know this yet. There's no need for seniors to take it so seriously. She glanced at Yitian, giving him a subtle wink, clearly indicating she wanted him to take a step back and avoid conflict with Lashila. What does it represent? Yitian was slightly stunned. Does it represent causing trouble? Of course, he couldn't say that outright. After a pause, he said, it represents that we're late. It represents that you're here to cause trouble. Lashila is preparing to teach you a lesson, so you know the rules. A boisterous voice interjected, laying all the unspoken rules bare. It was Yan's voice. He stood with his arms crossed, watching the scene with interest. He was also curious about Yitian and thought it would be best to learn more about Yitian through Lashila's hands. Yitian glanced at Rahila. Rahila retracted his fake smile. Yitian, come on, I'll go easy on you. He had originally wanted to embarrass Yitian, but almost ended up messing up himself. Now that Yin had opened the situation, everyone around was watching. If he didn't teach this kid a lesson, how would he survive in the future? Seeing that a good show was about to unfold, the surrounding students stopped training and gathered around. A spar? I'm fine with that. Yitian shrugged, sure, no problem. How do you want to fight? He had just acquired his martial soul skill and soul ring skill yesterday, and was eager for a chance to showcase his abilities. Rahila seeking him out was just perfect. Did this kid offend Rahila? This rule was just an unspoken one. Usually, there are no conflicts. So who would care about these things? Stupid. Rahila probably has his eyes on that girl named Suyu. What the hell? Suyu is only 7 years old. Can Rahila really be interested in such a little girl? What do you know? Maybe Rahila actually likes this type. He really is a beast. This is a classroom. Although it's spacious, there is no designated arena, only a simple area marked out with patterns. When Yitian arrived in the arena, Lahir had already assumed a stance with his arms crossed. Come on, Junior, I'll let you strike first. Lahir beckoned with his hand, not even releasing his martial soul, clearly not taking Yitian seriously. As a 6th grader about to graduate, he regarded Yitian, a newcomer to the school, as an easy target to bully, and as a senior, he naturally wanted to show some grace. Since he had taken that stance, Yitian felt obliged to respond, slowly walking over and suddenly kicking out. Thud! Lahir, caught off guard, was kicked 3 meters away, landing on the ground in a backward fall. Everyone was stunned. Was it really that simple? Had Lahir been weakened by diarrhea last night? Lahir, now furious, jumped up from the ground, realizing that this kid was too cunning for launching a surprise attack. Martial Soul, White Wolf, Possession. Lahir roared, 2 yellow soul rings flashing around him, and a surge of soul power erupted. His body twisted and expanded, bones cracking, skin rippling like a tide, layers of white fur covering his skin, and his hands transformed into sharp claws, nails glinting like daggers. At the moment Lahir's martial soul was activated, Yitian also summoned his Draven martial soul, entering the possession state. However, this time, the Draven martial soul was not surrounded by red light. The Empire Bond buff was applied to the Darius martial soul, accompanied by dramatic background music. Draven's microphone vibrated. Oh ho ho, it's Yitian's showtime again. Next up is a duel of the continent's #1 martial soul against a nameless little trash martial soul. The little trash martial soul trembles before the continent's strongest soul, shivering and wobbling. Chapter 53. Instant kill. Everyone was dumbfounded, almost dropping their jaws at the scene. What does this martial soul mean? Is this some kind of performance? And is Lahir trembling in fear? He was clearly trembling out of anger. They finally understood why Lahir wanted to teach this kid a lesson. If it were them, they would want to teach him a harsh lesson too. This martial soul was simply too despicable. Dare to insult me? You don't know the heights of heaven or the depths of the earth. Lahir muttered darkly. He believed Yitian was humiliating him by using his martial soul in this way. His leg muscles tensed, and in an instant he lunged forward, aiming a claw at Yitian's head. Facing this swift attack, Yitian remained calm, his delicate face showing no signs of disturbance. After witnessing his brother Draven roar on the battlefield, cutting down thousands, how could he be intimidated by this level of attack? Stepping forward, he grasped Lahir's outstretched claw as easily as if he were holding a blade of grass. Lahir's expression changed. He felt that what gripped his wrist was not flesh and blood, but a steel claw. He shook his claw, exerting all his strength to break free from that iron grip, but he was disappointed. The enemy remained unmoved. The little guy felt to him like not a human, but a ferocious beast, instilling a sense of helplessness. Get lost. Yitian Alliance. He already had soul rings, and facing a soul master of this level, he no longer needed to use the spinning axe to end the battle like last time. This senior, named Lahir, was nothing in front of him. He didn't even need the spinning axe, as he could easily deal with him relying solely on the power boost from the Draven martial soul's possession. Etienne's hand trembled, and a powerful force burst forth from his palm, transmitting into Rahil's body, causing Rahil's tense physique to go limp, unable to muster even a bit of strength. Finding it difficult to even stand, Rahil trembled violently, feeling as if Mount Tai had collapsed before him, an overwhelming violence pouring through his body, instantly leaving him collapsed on the ground. Oh ho ho! Yitian made his move, raising his hand to shake the wolf claw, intertwining figures, surging divine power in an instant. The enemy turned into a trembling little meow meow. Everyone was stunned, although Rahil's strength wasn't top-notch. It should have been more than enough to face a new student who had just enrolled. Yet, they never expected him to be defeated so cleanly and swiftly. There was no room for resistance, and in the blink of an eye, he was turned into that trembling little meow meow as described by the cunning martial soul. A trace of astonishment flashed across Yak's usually calm face. He never expected this wild card to be so strong. Rahil didn't even manage to force him to use his soul skills. After a moment, several junior students hurried over to help Rahil. Rahil, furious, pushed them away. Bastards, are you looking for death? I'll make you cry for your mothers. Although he still felt a bit weak and light on his feet, he was blinded by rage, with only one thought in his mind, to reclaim his dignity. Being taught a lesson by a new student, and in such a humiliating way, if this got out, his reputation would be in tatters. Yitian helplessly shook his head. From the beginning, he had already given enough face. Although he didn't understand why he was being targeted, there are always limits. Second soul skill, White Moon Slash. With a roar, Laxier leaped into the air, wielding his sharp claws. A dazzling white light flashed from his claws, drawing a massive crescent arc like a dagger. A blazing white light erupted, rolling out like a torrent, carrying a fierce momentum. Everyone's expression changed. They understood that Laxier was using his full strength. An attack of this magnitude, without a teacher supervising, could very likely result in serious injury. Yitian gave a cold smile. This strike was indeed fierce and swift, but it was ineffective against him. His attack power was frighteningly high, and such a straightforward assault was difficult to succeed in front of him. A thought crossed his mind, and the soul rings around him flickered, with the purple soul ring shining with an eerie glow. Everyone was stunned, staring at Yitian's purple soul ring, waves of shock surging in their hearts. What was that? Everyone was roaring and shouting in their hearts. This scene was a tremendous shock to their worldview. Yak, Yin, Suyu, and the three roommates were no exception. They couldn't understand why Yitian's second soul ring was actually a 1,000-year soul ring. The soul skill shining with purple light dazzled them, making it feel somewhat unreal. A sharp crescent-shaped white light flashed. Yitian did not directly smash this attack with the axe. Instead, he suddenly leaped into the air, his body adorned with strands of golden light, moving at an astonishing speed, just as he was about a meter away from the ceiling of the training ground. He shook violently, his whole body crackling with electricity. The silvery lightning danced like snakes, and with the support of this lightning, his figure shot forward like a thunderbolt, living up to the name of the swift thunder that strikes before one can cover their ears. Laxer had just unleashed a powerful strike, still in the posture of swinging his claw down, yet to retract it. In his view, the kid covered by his White Moon Slash suddenly disappeared with a bang. He couldn't see how the kid vanished, because the speed of Flying Sparrow snatching the embrace was simply too fast for his eyes to capture Yitian's trace. Boom! The current surged, silver swirling, as Yitian crashed beside Laxer, the force generated creating waves of air that sent Laxer flying. Yitian grabbed Laxile's ankle with a reverse grip. Using force to pull, drag, and push, a crackling sound echoed. Laxile crashed into the wall. Boom! Laxile was pressed against the wall, slowly collapsing, frothing at the mouth. Eyes rolled back, one leg twisted at an unbelievable angle. Everyone stared blankly at this scene. Not only did Laxile fail to see it clearly, but even they could not comprehend Yitian's movements. They only knew that he had vanished instantly under Laxile's attack, and in the next second, he appeared right in front of Laxile and easily defeated him. The surroundings were initially silent, but after a few seconds, it erupted into chaos, noise soaring into the sky. Is this a joke? Why does his second soul ring have 1,000 years? Absolument impossible. With the cultivation of a great soul master, no one could withstand the impact of 1,000-year soul ring. It should be impossible to fuse, or they would explode. This kid has a problem. No wonder he dares to be so arrogant. It turns out he has confidence. Everyone looked at Yitian in a daze, their hearts surging, and no one dared to provoke him again. Ik and Yin looked at Yitian with serious expressions, never expecting this guy to possess such strength. They asked themselves, even if they took action, they couldn't have dealt with Laxile so easily. Yitian entered the state of martial soul possession and shrugged helplessly. The senior is too enthusiastic, so I have no choice but to go all out. I momentarily couldn't hold back. Since I can't make people like me, I'll make them fear me instead. After all, violence is always the most effective way to solve problems. Wow, the boss is mighty. This guy was directly taken down and left in a mess. Zhang Xing exclaimed, even more excited than when he defeated his own opponent. Initially, he was quite worried and had prepared to call the entire dormitory for backup if anything happened. But he didn't expect the boss to be so powerful, taking down the opponent with just one move. Chapter 54. The Wooden Dummy, Seeking Recommendation Votes. Yitian is not someone who is afraid of trouble, especially with Huang Ying, an 88th level soldat, backing him up. As long as they are sparring normally in the academy, there shouldn't be any issues. So you couldn't help but smile a little. It must be said that this little loli looks very cute when she smiles, much better than when they first met when she had a serious expression on her face. She clapped her small hands and said, I knew you were an expert. Let's learn from each other more in the future. Yitian smiled faintly, saying nothing more. He had a strange feeling in his heart. Could it be that the guy just now came to him because of Suyu? You're quite strong. As a newcomer, you actually have such strength. That's impressive. Yin walked over, looking arrogant, his gaze fixed on Yitian. He pointed at the person collapsed on the ground. Rahil, this person was sent by that guy Yak to test you. Yak is a cunning fellow. You need to be careful and not let him get the better of you. Yin, don't try to sow discord. If you can't defeat me, just say so. Playing such tricks makes you look childish. Yak's voice came through. Yitian turned to take a look at Yak, who still had a calm expression on his face, showing no emotion at all. He squinted his eyes to observe Yak and Yin, feeling somewhat uncertain. He had just thought that Laxile's actions were due to Suyu, without suspecting Yak, who was watching coldly from the side. What is the relationship between you two? Yitian was a bit curious. He originally believed that although these two appeared to be in competition on the surface, their relationship was good behind the scenes, but it didn't seem to be the case. Yin crossed his arms and laughed at the expressionless Yak. This guy's my old rival. My goal for coming here is him. Because this sneaky guy always causes trouble for me and Xieyu. I know he pretended to accept teacher Huang's invitation to come here for his brother. So I came to make trouble for him. He paused to explain. Xieyu is my friend. You don't know her now, but you'll get to know her soon. Yitian was somewhat silent. He felt that Yak was very suspicious and was contemplating whether to take the opportunity to teach Yak a lesson, although there wasn't solid evidence yet. His intuition told him that this kid was the one behind it. This guy actually dared to cause him trouble. He had no grievances with Yak before. At most, he had embarrassed Yak during military training, but the key point was that Yak had been the one to start it during that training session. However, if he dealt with Yak now, wouldn't that just play into Yan's hands and make him a pawn? Boss, I also feel that Ayer's brother isn't a good person. Should we deal with him? Zhang Xing quickly came over to remind him, but I think that red-haired dog isn't a good thing either. If we get into a fight with Yak now, wouldn't that just give him a chance to laugh at us? Boss, let's not be impulsive for now. Should we ask Ayer about what is going on with him and his brother? If we end up being used by Yin, that wouldn't be good. Zhu whispered, being very cautious. Classmates, this is a place for practice. If you want to settle personal grudges, you can go to the duel arena after class. There's no point in causing conflict in this classroom. A girl stood up. Like Yin, she had long hair that resembled flames, and her tone carried an undeniable authority. Her name was Lingyu, a first-year student above them, and she was a level 21 soul master. Her martial spirit was very strong, and few dared to provoke her here. Suyu whispered to Yitian. Yitian was momentarily stunned. The little lowly exhaled like an orchid, making his ears a bit itchy, and he instinctively leaned to the side. The senior was right. It's better to settle personal grievances privately. Yitian nodded, shifting his gaze away from Yak and slowly walked to the edge of the training ground to familiarize himself with the surrounding equipment. Boss, when did you advance to a great spirit master? Zhang Xing asked Yitian, surprised. Previously, Yitian had said his spirit power level was just slightly higher than his own, but he didn't expect it to be so much higher now. I made significant progress during this special training, and Teacher Huang took me to choose my second spirit ring. Yitian casually replied. He carefully touched the wooden dummies standing on either side of the training ground. The wooden dummies stood firmly in the ground like great trees and were completely immovable. Moreover, the dummies were engraved with many mysterious patterns, similar to the wooden dummies used for practicing Yongchun, with numerous wooden branches extending from them. Once they started moving, they could attack from 3 directions simultaneously. Additionally, the arms that extended from the wooden dummies were not fixed in one position and would randomly change their attack points, making it difficult for the practicing students to predict the wooden dummies' attack patterns. After feeling them, he noticed that the material of these wooden dummies was quite special, different from ordinary wood, and was very hard, resembling steel. These are training wooden dummies specifically for students to practice with. No matter how much force you use to strike them, the dummy will counter with an equal amount of force, swinging its arms like a giant hammer, explained the little girl Su Yu as she approached gracefully. But this wooden dummy doesn't have legs. How does it attack? Zhang Xing asked, somewhat perplexed. What if I punch it and run away immediately? Su Yu explained, the wooden dummy cannot move. It is merely a prop to provide students with combat experience. If you hit it and then run away, it wouldn't be meaningful. If you want these wooden dummies to act, you must continuously strike them, using your own strength to provide them with energy. The faster you hit, the faster they will spin and attack. As she spoke, she struck the wooden dummy in front of her with her palm. Smack! The wooden dummy immediately began to rotate clockwise, and the arms around it started to move up and down, changing their attack angles towards Su Yu. Bang, bang, bang. A series of sounds erupted as Su Yu continuously used her elbows, palms, and shins to block the rotating wooden arms, creating a cacophony of impacts. Yitian observed carefully. The wooden dummy's attacks were comprehensive, as ordinary people only have 2 hands and 2 feet. However, the wooden dummy had 12 arms inserted all over its body, divided into 2 sides, each with 6 arms. Once the wooden dummy started to rotate, these arms would move up and down, launching a fierce attack like a torrent, as if a small team was simultaneously attacking you. The faster you attacked and the greater the force, the faster the wooden dummy would rotate, and the stronger the force would be as well. After a bit of a disguise, Su Yu stepped back, slightly out of breath, her little face flushed. Do you understand now? This is practicing with a wooden dummy. But I didn't dare to use too much force. As she spoke, she rubbed her forearm. This thing can really hurt when it strikes. Clearly, she had suffered a bit earlier. Chapter 55. Sparring. After Su Yu finished speaking, she didn't continue but instead stared with her bright eyes, standing quietly to the side, eager to see how the great master Yitian would handle the 3-pronged attack of the wooden dummy. Yitian Fronit. Isn't this making things difficult for him, Fat Tiger? He had never practiced Wing Chun, not even basic boxing skills. If he really faced off against this wooden dummy with 6 arms that could attack from 3 directions in an instant, wouldn't he be beaten like a dog? If it was just one person, being beaten like a dog would be fine. But if he was beaten badly in front of a little lowly, wouldn't he lose face? He remembered what Su Yu said. The greater the strength, the greater the counterattack force of the wooden dummy, and the speed would also increase. So if he could maintain his attacking power while significantly increasing his attack speed and movement speed, would the wooden dummy's attacks turn into slow motion actions? Next would be a replay of the left hand and right hand in slow motion. While Yitian was pondering, Zhang Xing and the others had already taken action. Zhu Jin and Zhao Yingjie were fine. They were both agile attack-type soul masters, not particularly strong in power, but their speed was their advantage. Therefore, their performance on the wooden dummy was acceptable, even though they would occasionally be hit hard by its wooden arms. However, since the impact wasn't too strong, they were still within the range their bodies could handle. Zhang Xing's situation was not so good. He was a typical power-type soul master, and his martial soul, Twin Mountain Shield, emphasized being immovable as a mountain, making his speed disadvantage obvious. The moment he threw a punch, the wooden dummy began to rotate, and 3 wooden arms that resembled hammers came crashing down. Instinctively, everyone covered their heads, and Zhang Xing was no exception. The price he paid was 2 heavy hits to his calves and waist, sending him flying nearly 3 meters away, rolling on the ground while clutching his waist in pain. Fool, who uses both hands to defend their head. Su Yu's little lowly voice came. The waist and ribs are among the most vulnerable parts of the human body. You put all your defense into protecting that big face of yours, abandoning the defense of other parts. It's simply foolish. The little lowly was sharp-tongued, her tone cold. It seems that not everyone with a big head is smart. Yitian couldn't help but twitch his mouth. It turned out this little lowly was quite fierce and not as easy to talk to as he had thought. Oomph. Zhangxing grunted as he supported his waist and stood up, his face flushed, growling at Suyu, I don't need such fancy defenses. If I unleash my martial soul, this broken wooden dummy won't hurt me at all. Suyu pouted, mimicking Zhangxing's movements and expressions, covering her slender waist. Her little face scrunched up as she awkwardly growled, you silly. What if the enemy doesn't give you a chance to unleash your martial soul and just stabs your water bucket waist instead? Zhangxing's face turned red, and after thinking carefully, he realized this was indeed the case. Unleashing a martial soul took time, and if a fast attack assassin were to launch a surprise attack, he wouldn't be able to react in time. He recalled what his father had taught him. A great soul master must not have low combat power themselves. They must learn to control their martial soul and not let the martial soul control them. I need to practice more. Zhangxing walked back to the wooden dummy, continuing his process of training. However, this time he was smarter, controlling his strength to avoid being sent flying by the wooden dummy again. Suyu continued to look at Yitian with big eyes, filled with anticipation. Yitian has already brought her several shocks. She feels that this is an expert. An expert undoubtedly deserves respect. Yitian slowly approached the wooden dummy and with a snap, lightly struck one of its arms with a palm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, the wooden dummy activated, as if thousands of springs inside had been wound up, providing it with sufficient kinetic energy. A total of 6 arms on the wooden dummy, 3 on the upper, middle, and lower sections, swooped in from the sides with a whistling sound. The arm at the top twisted and suddenly rose, deviating from its original path, and struck towards Yitian's forehead. Meanwhile, the arm at the bottom, which was initially aimed at his calf, also rose and redirected to strike at his knee joint. The arm in the middle, however, maintained its original trajectory without any change, directly swinging towards his vulnerable waist. As Yitian unleashed a palm strike, he activated his martial soul skill blood rush, similar to soul bone skills. It did not require him to summon his martial soul and reveal his soul rings to be activated. The moment he entered blood rush, his attack speed and movement speed increased by 50%. Along with enhancing his attack and movement speed, blood rush also improved his neural reaction speed, causing his reflexes to skyrocket instantly. Since the human body has an adaptation process, a sudden increase of 50% in speed necessitates a corresponding 50% increase in neural reaction speed. Otherwise, one might struggle to even walk. In simpler terms, it's like taking a big step and pulling a muscle. In a state of blood rush, Yitian felt as if the world had slowed down. A powerful force surged through him like flames, a divine strength pouring into his entire being. He lifted his calf, stepping onto the lower arm of the wooden dummy, using his knee to block the mid-level arm swinging towards his waist. At the same time, he struck the upper arm that was sweeping toward his head, causing the entire wooden dummy to rotate once more. The wooden dummy had 12 wooden arms in front and back, and once it started rotating, it would unleash strikes from side to side, coming back and forth. The loud sounds of impact echoed as the fierce attacks surged forth like a rushing tide. Yitian was not flustered by the wooden dummy's arms. He saw through the attacks around him. The 3-pronged assault felt like it was in slow motion, giving him enough time to react. Bang, bang, bang. A series of striking sounds erupted as the wooden dummy's speed increased. Yitian's counterattacks grew more fierce, his movements creating afterimages as his body flowed with the rhythm. The spectator area was silent. The surrounding students were so astonished that they even forgot to breathe. If they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, even seeing it wouldn't have been believable. Soul skills? This guy hadn't even activated his martial soul just now, nor had any soul rings flashed. How could he achieve such speed with just his physical strength? A few seconds later, a thunderous roar erupted from the onlookers, followed by loud applause. Suyu's eyes sparkled. Yitian's movements were incredibly smooth, showing no signs of panic. He consistently blocked the wooden dummy's attacks and countered with offense, demonstrating an almost perfect defense. Yin and Yak exchanged glances, both recognizing the shock in each other's eyes. What was going on? How could it be so effortless? It was illogical. The wooden dummy was notoriously difficult to deal with, and no one could achieve such insight unless their reaction speed and physical movements far surpassed the wooden dummy's attack speed. But to exceed the wooden dummy's reaction speed, one would need to be at least at the Soul King level. Yitian, as a great soul master, shouldn't be able to do this. Zhangxing, with a bruised face, had already stepped down from the wooden dummy, staring blankly at the scene before him. Then he suddenly jumped up, waving his fists in excitement. This was truly amazing. The boss was incredible. Note: dear readers, please give me your recommendations. Chapter 56, Seeking Recommendations. Yitian was getting faster and faster. Under the rapid and fierce attacks of the wooden dummy, he felt a rhythm of blocking and countering. Although he had not learned any traditional soul skills, he had seen Draven execute criminals at the honor execution grounds and had witnessed Draven and Darius sweeping across the battlefield like a giant wave. What they demonstrated was technique. Every movement, every strike, and even every muscle contraction was infused with skill. While these things couldn't be directly utilized, they provided him with significant inspiration. Such a venue and such equipment were excellent for maximizing the training of combat skills and reflexes. If trained over a long period, it could even develop muscle memory, allowing the body to instinctively counterattack even when caught off guard. Yitian was not entirely satisfied with his current physical condition, particularly regarding practical combat skills, which needed significant refinement. He could currently handle the relaxed attacks of the wooden dummy because his reaction speed far exceeded that of the dummy. However, this was not due to his body's innate reflexes. If he were to face a wooden dummy with an attack speed that matched his reaction speed, or if he were to release his bloodlust sprint state, he would instantly revert to his original form and likely fare no better against Zhang Xing in the next round. Deceiving himself was clearly meaningless. Yitian understood that if he could withstand the strikes of the wooden dummy in a normal state, then once he activated Bloodthirsty Charge, it would be like entering a dual-wielding mode. He stepped back, leaving the attack range of the wooden dummy. It had already been more than 20 seconds, and now his muscles were slightly sore, and his soul power had also been significantly depleted. If he didn't receive the rotating flying axe and continued to maintain the Bloodthirsty Charge state, he would soon reach his limits. The people around him stared blankly at this scene, feeling a mix of emotions and contradictions. A Grand Soul Master couldn't possibly have such speed. A fragile body couldn't withstand such power, and it could be said that it had collapsed even before being used. So the question arose: how did this Yitian possess such speed? The entire training ground was in an uproar. This second soul ring was from a 1,000-year soul ring, and his physical quality was so strong. It was absurd. Lingyu also stood by, arms crossed, staring blankly at the scene, her small chest rising and falling, perhaps feeling more turmoil inside than it appeared on the surface. Yak squinted his eyes and exchanged a glance with Yen, both lost in thought, unable to discern what was going on in their minds. Yitian took a deep breath, calming the turbulent energy and soul power within him. Ignoring the quiet discussions of those around him, he leaned quietly against the edge of the arena, intending to rest for a while. "Boss, how did you dodge those wooden dummies' attacks? Is there any trick? Teach me." Zhang Xing, with a bruised face, hurried over. After hearing Su Yu's words, he focused on protecting the weak areas of his ribs and waist during the subsequent battle. Of course, the cost of this was that he ended up with a bruised face from the wooden dummy's arms. Yitian looked at the bruised and battered Zhang Xing, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. "So you told you to focus on protecting your ribs and waist, but she didn't say anything about ignoring your head. As for technique," he paused for a moment. "Technique means that when the wooden dummy strikes, you need to react in advance and counterattack." Zhang Xing couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Boss, isn't that obvious? If I could react in advance," he pointed to the bruises on his face. "Why, I've gotten hit like this." Yitian replied, "Well, there's no other way. You just have to practice more." He pointed to Zhao Yingjie and Zhu Zhujin. "Practice makes perfect. You're a power-type battle soul master, and if you want to excel in this area, you'll have to pay several times the price compared to Zhao Yingjie and Zhu Zhujin." The boss makes a good point. Zhang Xing nodded, fully agreeing. "My strength is power, and it's normal not to excel in speed. If Zhu Zhujin and Zhao Yingjie were to compete with me in strength, they wouldn't stand a chance." After saying that, he returned to the wooden dummy and continued his previous torment. Yitian Simidet. Zhang Xing had a competitive personality. Otherwise, he wouldn't have developed such well-defined muscles at such a young age. Hey, master, how about we spar a bit? Teach me a thing or two." "So you said," bouncing over with anticipation. "Didn't that senior sister say earlier that we should go to the soul-fighting arena to spar?" Yitian replied with a smile. "We're just going to practice against each other without summoning our soul spirits, so no one will say anything. Suyu was very direct, if you don't want to." "I'll keep bothering you." Yitian smiled. "Then I won't be polite, please." Suyu tightened her waist and tied her hair up, getting into position. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from her, a captivating energy sweeping towards Yitian. Yitian was slightly taken aback. It seemed he had underestimated this classmate Suyu. Her strength was not to be overlooked. Although she hadn't reached level 20, she was much stronger than Zhang Xing. Suyu launched a flying kick at Yitian. Unlike Lahir, her leg techniques were not the kind that exposed many flaws. Her angles were precise, and her speed was incredibly fast. The girl's flexibility was impressive. When her leg swept towards him, it felt like a whip, combining softness with fierceness. At the moment Suyu lunged at him, Yitian activated his Blood Fury Dash again. This skill could be sustained for about a minute, and he had only used it for about 20 seconds at the wooden dummy, so he still had enough energy to use it again. However, he intended to finish the fight quickly. If it dragged on too long, it wouldn't be good. Suyu's whip-like leg was as fast as lightning, and it was evident that she had been training from a very young age. Otherwise, she wouldn't have such impressive skills. Yitian relied on the speed boost from his fierce sprint to retreat calmly. Suyu fully unleashed her leg techniques, closing in step by step, while the surrounding students shouted loudly, cheering for her. No matter how you looked at it, this little girl was much more pleasing to the eye than that seemingly indifferent guy who could unleash his martial soul to an infinite extent. Suyu's attacks grew fiercer, and several times her kicks narrowly brushed past Yitian's cheek, but each time they just missed. Suyu knew Yitian was skilled, but she didn't expect that her series of attacks wouldn't even touch him at all. Yitian planned to settle things quickly. Suyu's continuous attacks finally had an effect. She kicked Yitian's arm, and Yitian countered by grabbing her calf with a firm grip. Suyu felt the immense force on her leg, a powerful energy building up as if it was about to explode, threatening to shake her tensed muscles and send her into the same fate as Lahira. She was unwilling to accept this and try to break free, but realized she couldn't do it at all. At a critical moment, she made a swift decision, driving her knee towards Yitian's face, hoping to make him release her calf. This move was both fast and fierce. If it were anyone else, they would surely let go and take a defensive stance, or else they would be hit in the face by her knee. However, at that moment, Yitian did not do that. Instead, he pulled hard, leaning forward and slightly turning his body, catching Suyu's right knee with his left hand while pressing down on her arm with his right. With a gentle twist, he took Suyu down instantly. He smiled slightly, saying, "Suyu, you are quite impressive. For practice, this should be enough, right?" Suyu secretly exerted more strength, but found herself unable to break free at all. Yitian felt the force from Suyu's hand and immediately released his grip, quickly distancing himself while canceling the blood charge. He clasped his hands behind his back, and his palms trembled slightly. Using blood charge repeatedly without catching the spinning flying axe had been a bit too much for his body. He thought to himself that he needed to make good use of the time to practice and fill the gaps in his skills in this area. Chapter 57. Random check. After finishing the spar with Suyu, Yitian tried out every piece of equipment in the training area. Although his body was utterly exhausted, he wore a smile on his face. It had been a fulfilling day. That night, the dormitory was quiet without much noise or commotion. Everyone had spent the day training against the wooden dummy. Now they were so tired that they collapsed onto their beds and fell asleep within 3 seconds. A new day began with renewed energy, and the 4 of them headed towards the teaching building after their morning exercises. This time, they had learned their lesson and did not go to the academic classroom, but headed straight for the students' favorite practical combat class. Although the practical course was aimed at the junior college level, relatively few freshmen attended. Many of them had only just awakened their martial souls and were too weak to participate in the practical course. The first year for freshmen could be quite dull, mostly focused on building theoretical knowledge and understanding of spirit beasts, along with basic training, typically led by the homeroom teacher. However, Huangning seemed to have been very busy lately. Since the weekend, Yitian hadn't seen him, let alone attended class. When they arrived at the practical class venue, they were on time. The teacher had not yet arrived to start the lesson. After greeting Suyu, the 4 of them found a spot to wait for the practical class teacher. Before long, the classroom fell silent, and all eyes were on the podium. An elderly man with graying hair walked onto the stage, full of energy. Although his face was lined with wrinkles, it was rosy like a baby's, and his eyes sparkled with vitality. He slowly began to speak, his aged voice full of spirit. "My name is Aero, a level 71 Battle Soul Master, and I am your teacher for today's practical course. You are all students at the beginner level and need to build a solid foundation. At this stage, I do not recommend learning overly complicated techniques. For those who are strong attack or agile attack Battle Soul Masters, I suggest you practice basic moves like slashing, stabbing, punching, and kicking against the wooden dummy. Repeat, repeat, and repeat. Because if your foundation is not solid, those complex battle techniques will become mere flashy moves. For defensive type Battle Soul Masters, The first year is primarily about honing your body's ability to withstand hits. Being able to take a hit is the first element of survival. The audience was silent, all listening attentively to Aro's explanation. Yitian is no exception. Although these are all very basic things, the basics represent practicality. After listening, everyone shared their feelings. Aro smiled and said, "Ike, you have great talent. Why don't you share your thoughts?" Ike replied, "I think in addition to solidifying the basics, one must also possess extraordinary insight and calmness. As for the details of combat skills, that can only be honed gradually by oneself." Aro nodded. Ike's perspective was different from that of ordinary students, directly pointing out the key issues. "What Ike said is very good, but what I want to talk about today is footwork." Aro continued, "Whether you are an agile attack-type soul master, a strong attack-type soul master, or a support-type soul master, footwork is extremely important. Good footwork can not only facilitate offense, but also defense, and even control the situation. No matter how far you go, the most important thing in battle is to stay alive. Those who cannot dodge will definitely be the first to die." Today we will discuss several simple and practical footwork techniques. Although it took some time, Aro successfully engaged all the students in his teaching. What Aro discussed was exactly what Yitian needed. Only with good footwork could one handle the axe with ease. Aro did not delve into deeper combat skills and techniques, as discussing them would be overly ambitious and unhelpful. The classroom was silent, with only Aro's voice heard. This soul sage spoke very carefully, and different grades had different understandings, which is the highest realm of teaching, stimulating students' self-reflection. Time flew by, and it was almost time to end. Aro asked if any students had questions, as he could take this opportunity to explain further. The girl stood up. It was the red-haired girl named Lingyu. "Teacher Aro, my name is Lingyu, and I have a question." She bowed respectfully to Aro. "Go ahead." Aro smiled. The red-haired girl Lingyu said, "My martial soul is the flame-exploding bear. Logically, I should be a strong attack-type beast soul master. However, when I obtained my first soul ring, my martial soul underwent a mutation, and I cannot perform martial soul possession like ordinary beast soul masters. Instead, I can summon my martial soul to fight like a soul beast. Although the flame-exploding bear martial soul has strong attack power, much stronger than that of an ordinary beast soul master, it has a significant flaw. Its speed is not fast, and one could even say it is very slow. Without the help of control-type soul masters, it is difficult to defeat the enemy in one strike. I would like to ask how I should develop my path in the future. Please enlighten me, teacher." Lingyu eagerly wanted to fight like her ancestors, but felt constrained by her mutated martial soul, which forced her to hide behind her soul beast form. Aro's voice came through. "I understand your situation. A mutated martial soul is indeed a complex matter. You are clearly a beast soul master, but have become like a weapon soul master. In that case, I advise you to consider yourself as a weapon soul master and not to force the training methods of beast soul masters. To some extent, weapon soul masters have greater advantages in the later stages. Moreover, everyone has their own characteristics. A soul master is someone who brings out the strengths of their martial soul. Only by being yourself can you forge a strong individual." As soon as Aro finished speaking, the entire classroom stood up and applauded, and outside, thunderous applause erupted as well. Yitian remained silent and did not applaud. Lingyu's situation prompted him to bring up the concept of martial soul manifestation at Shrek Academy. This classmate seems to have some insights. Aro noticed Yitian's unusual behavior. Yitian was taken aback, feeling a bit confused. Was he being called out? He asked, "Is there something you need, Teacher Aro?" Wow, this kid is actually not paying attention. Students below started to murmur. A soul sage is giving a lecture, and this guy is daydreaming. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Lingyu also shot a sidelong glance at Yitian, looking somewhat unfriendly. This was the guy who had gone all out during the sparring session yesterday, and now he was slacking off in class. Aro smiled, a glint of wisdom flashing in his old eyes. This classmate just spaced out. He must have his own insights. Why not share them? Yitian looked at the kindly Aro and suddenly realized that if he couldn't come up with any constructive suggestions, the outcome would probably not be very good. Chapter 58. Gravity Training Ground. Yitian looked at Aro and felt that beneath Aro's calm exterior, there were already turbulent currents. He must offer some constructive advice. He thought to himself. He turned to Aro and said, "I just spaced out, thinking of something. Lingyu's martial soul is not a mutated martial soul." Huh? Lingyu turned to Yitian, her tone not very pleasant. "In my case, what is it if not a mutated martial soul? Isn't your first spirit ring obtained from the flame-exploding bear?" Yitian asked Lingyu. "How do you know?" Lingyu was slightly taken aback, a bit surprised. This wasn't a secret everyone knew. Only her family was aware of it. There is a saying in the martial soul world, which comes from a small place in the Yitian Empire called the top 10 core competencies of the martial soul world. Yitian said lightly, "This saying has elaborated on your situation. Called martial soul mimicry." Martial soul mimicry? Lingyu asked with a confused expression. What is the difference between martial soul mimicry and mimicry cultivation? Regarding this term, she only knew about the martial soul mimicry training ground. Yitian said, in the stage of cultivation that begins with the awakening of the martial soul. If the first soul ring obtained is of the same form as one's martial soul, there's a possibility of cultivating into martial soul mimicry. This means that if your first soul ring comes from a flame explosion bear that looks exactly like your martial soul, you might accidentally develop a mimetic martial soul. The martial soul mimicry itself does not provide a significant enhancement for the soul master. It mainly changes the way of fighting. Ordinary B-soul masters primarily enhance their physical strength through their martial soul, emphasizing certain abilities in combat. In contrast, soul masters with martial soul mimicry command their mimetic martial soul in battle. Relatively speaking, the self-burden is much smaller, and it is also easier to be protected by companions. However, the drawbacks are quite obvious. They are relatively fragile and must carefully control the mimetic martial soul to protect themselves. Yitian looked at Lingyu with some curiosity. Logically speaking, as a girl, achieving a manifested martial soul should be something to be happy about. He secretly scoffed in his heart. Being a dark daughter like Annie is still better than being a beast spirit walker like Udur. Lingyu was stunned, staring blankly at Yitian, unable to say a word for a while. After a moment, she turned around. What's wrong with liking to fight like a man? With fists hitting flesh? As a direct descendant of the violent bear family, she shouldn't have been able to enter the spear hall. It was precisely because of the uniqueness of her martial soul that the combat techniques from her family didn't apply to her, which is why she left her home and came to the spear hall to learn. Yitian was taken aback, left speechless, not expecting this girl to be so fierce. After hearing Yitian's words, Arrow paused for a moment, then suddenly raised his head, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. Who brought this up? His expression was as if he wanted to devour someone. Yitian was stunned when he saw this expression. Did this old guy have a grudge against Yu Xiaojiang? Or did he know about the relationship between Yu Xiaojiang and Pope Bibi Dong? Perhaps realizing that his expression was a bit frightening, Arrow quickly put on a smile. This idea is very interesting. The person who proposed this theory might even be a genius. Do you know who brought it up? He was eager to find out who came up with the theory of martial soul mimicry. I don't know. As I mentioned before, I learned it from a merchant who came from the Heaven Do Empire to the Douluo Empire. Yitian explained. Arrow laughed. That's impossible. If a mere merchant could know such things, then we wouldn't need to struggle for a living. Yitian naturally couldn't keep rambling. Perhaps this merchant had heard it from others. Who knows? The world is full of wonders. It's also possible. Arrow nodded. You mentioned he has 10 core competitive abilities of martial souls. What are the others? I'm not sure about that. If the teacher is interested, he can investigate in the Yitian Empire. Too much talk can lead to mistakes, so Yitian decided to stop babbling. In fact, this was a claim made by Shrek Academy 1,000 years later. As for whether it is included in Yu Xiaojiang's core competitive abilities, he had no idea. Arrow nodded, no longer pressing the issue. He asked Yitian, what do you think of that classmate's martial soul? Yitian pondered for a moment. She had just mentioned that her martial soul was rather slow, and perhaps she could pursue the path of a control-type soul master, using soul skills to restrict her enemies and create opportunities for her mimic martial soul. Clap, clap, Arrow applauded and praised. Not bad, this is indeed a win-win method. If you become a control-type soul master, it will perfectly complement your mimic martial soul. Lingyu's eyes lit up, and her previously gloomy face suddenly brightened. Thank you, she said, giving Yitian a hug, and then looked around, her sharp gaze sweeping over Ike, Yin, Laxile, and others. If these guys dare to trouble you again in the future, I will definitely help you deal with them. Yitian was momentarily taken aback. What did this mean? Did he just appoint himself a big sister? Aiku and Yin exchanged disdainful smiles as they looked at Lingyu, secretly thinking that if Yitian had come by himself, it would have been more appropriate. Who do you think you are? I appreciate your intentions. Yitian smiled and nodded, completely disregarding these matters. Lingyu did not respond further, but slowly sat down, contemplating how to develop her path moving forward. A few more people raised questions about cultivation. When class ended, a large group of people exited noisily, and the classroom suddenly fell quiet. The four in the dormitory walked together after dinner, heading back to their dorm. Boss, you really know a lot. Zhang Xing said with some admiration. Yitian ignored Zhang Xing. He was completely immersed in his own world. Today's lesson from Arrow had given him a lot of inspiration. The perspective and experiences of a powerful soul master are extremely valuable. Footwork is very important, but in reality, mastering it is much more difficult than general combat skills. As he passed by the Academy's soul fighting arena, Yitian looked up at a domed building next to it. He knew this was the Academy's gravity training facility, located at the center of the 3 campuses. It served as a communal area for all 3 campuses, where students from all 3 campuses could train. Hey, where are you going? Training. Yitian turned to look at Zhang Xing, Zhu Zhujin, and Zhao Yingjie. Do you guys want to go to the gravity training facility to work out? Not today. I want to practice on the wooden dummy at the combat training ground later. Zhang Xing shook his head. Recently, he had become addicted to being challenged and was determined to conquer the wooden dummy. Us too as well. Zhu Zhujin and Zhao Yingjie also shook their heads. Come on, ordinary strength training is already enough for us. How can we possibly go to the gravity training facility? Note, to all the handsome readers, please give us some recommendation votes. Chapter 59. A minor conflict. Yitian arrived at the gravity training ground next to the soul fighting arena. However, compared to the massive soul fighting arena, the gravity training ground was undoubtedly much smaller, only about 1/5 the size of the arena. The gravity training ground was undoubtedly a good place to hone the body. However, students preferred the nearby soul fighting arena, which focused more on combat skills, as soul power was the key. As long as the body was strong enough, it would naturally strengthen as the soul power level increased. Gravity training was monotonous and burdensome, and compared to the interesting soul fighting arena, there were rarely students who came often. Although the school encouraged it, cultivation was not something that could be forced. Moreover, the greatest benefit of gravity training was physical exercise, and in fact, the school did not pay much attention to it. However, Yitian did not think so. The body is like a cup, and soul power is the water in the cup. If the cup is small, what is the point of continuously adding water? The body is the foundation of soul power. Only by solidifying the foundation can the cultivation of soul power proceed smoothly. Yitian entered the dome building. The entire structure was divided into 5 floors, with 5 main areas: a 1-time gravity zone on the 1st floor, a 2-time gravity zone on the 2nd floor, and a 5-time gravity zone on the 5th floor. As he walked through, he noticed that aside from a few people training in the 1-time and 2-time gravity zones, the high gravity zones were empty. The students who were training were mostly strength-oriented, needing this method to enhance their power and physical strength. Using his student ID, Yitian stopped in the 2-time gravity zone. He didn't like crowds, and the 2-time gravity zone was quieter, suitable for him to exercise alone. Upon entering the 2-time gravity zone, Yitian felt his body suddenly become heavy, as if every cell in his body was trembling under the weight of an object twice his weight, with the pressure distributed across every cell. He performed a round of basic training, which was nothing fancy, just the footwork training explained by Teacher Arrow. Under this gravity, it wasn't long before Yitian was drenched in sweat. After all, there was no one around. Yitian took off his sweat-soaked clothes and lay on the ground, enjoying the pressure brought by gravity. His soul power required no control at all, forming a natural protection. This feeling was very comfortable. He lay there for a moment. Yitian felt a bit unsatisfied and planned to go up a level to test the feeling of challenging his limits. When he arrived at the triple gravity zone, he found the door wide open. Yitian was slightly taken aback. Who would come here? Upperclassmen? Probably not. Many people focus more on practice, as they believe soul power was much more important than physical training, so no one would waste their time here. He draped his sweat-soaked clothes over his shoulder and walked in directly. On the floor lay a person, staring in disbelief at the entrance. Their gazes met, and suddenly, they both froze. The person lying on the gravity room floor was a girl. Yitian had never seen a girl like her before. She was only about 8 or 9 years old, yet her childish face contained a hint of charm, a combination of purity and allure that seemed contradictory. Especially her eyes, which were filled with an enchanting allure, sparkling with a faint light beneath her big, fluttering eyelashes. She could instantly become the center of attention in the room. Her white school uniform clung to her body due to sweat, revealing a figure that was beginning to take shape. Her long, golden hair was casually tied up, and her fair skin radiated a subtle blush. Yitian was indeed stunned. At that moment, his heart began to race uncontrollably, a feeling he had never experienced before. Am I a Lilican? He questioned himself deep down. He felt that, with his adult mentality, It was impossible for him to have any improper thoughts about a little girl who was only in the 3rd or 4th grade in his past life. Even if the people from Douluo Continent developed earlier, it shouldn't be possible. The girl curiously examined the boy in front of her. His bare upper body appeared particularly relaxed in the 3 times gravity zone. His muscles were not prominent, but one could tell the resilience and strength contained within. Who is this? I haven't heard of such a newcomer at the Spirit Hall Academy. The two of them just kept looking at each other. One was standing, while the other was lying down. This is my training ground. Who gave you the courage to come up here? The girl's voice, possibly due to her changing voice, was slightly hoarse. Although her tone was cold, it had a captivating allure. Yitian was slightly taken aback. Who is this? So arrogant. He took a step forward and looked outside the door, wanted to see if there was a name indicating the owner of this training ground. If he had accidentally wandered into someone else's exclusive training area, he would have to apologize. The girl felt a bit relieved when the rude, shirtless guy stepped back. Another guy trying to get close, but he didn't know he was interrupting her practice. Would the outcome be disastrous? Especially since he saw her in such a messy state. Hey, this training ground doesn't have your name on it either. Yitian's voice broke through the girl's drifting thoughts, carrying a nonchalant tone. This is a public place, classmate. Occupying a public space is unethical. The girl was instantly taken aback. Is he a naive kid? She blinked at Yitian's eyes, momentarily stunned. She possessed an enchanting ability and could, to some extent, read people's hearts. From the deep, unfathomable gaze of the shirtless boy across from her, she realized that he might truly not recognize her. This surprised her. Doesn't he know who I am? She had been using this space for nearly a year, and students from all 3 campuses were aware of it. Looking into the boy's eyes and recalling his earlier tone, she suddenly felt displeased. Who is he trying to show this adult demeanor to? Not only does she intend to occupy the public space, but she also wants to teach him a lesson so he understands the consequences of interrupting her training. And also, one cannot be improperly dressed in public. The girl smiled, her prone body appearing very agile, like a nimble little fox. Suddenly, she vanished from sight and charged forward. Her movements were as swift as lightning, advancing right in front of Yitian, delivering a swift knife hand strike. Feeling the gust of wind coming towards him, Yitian was momentarily stunned, internally complaining, so aggressive? Is this a rampaging lowly? He recognized this strike. It was a basic sword technique demonstrated by Teacher Arrow. Although there was no sword, the sharp soul energy had already sliced through the air. Yitian tilted his head to dodge, but his cheek was grazed by the swirling soul power, leaving a cut. Anger surged in his heart. This little girl actually slapped him in the face, almost ruining his flawless face. Since she was occupying a public space and hitting him, Yitian naturally wouldn't hold back. He launched a fierce side kick directly at the girl's lower body. The girl did not evade. Instead, her long left leg came forward to meet his. Bang! After the collision, both of them instinctively distanced themselves from each other. Note, to all the handsome guys out there, please give me some recommendation votes. Thank you. Chapter 60. Confrontation. The two faced off in the 3 times gravity training room. Just one exchange made Yitian understand his opponent's strength. The girl's power was on par with his. Seeing her age and those captivating big eyes, Yitian suddenly realized. At this age, with those eyes, hey, what's your name? The girl was slightly stunned, then immediately furious. She had only guessed before, but she never expected this fool in front of her truly didn't recognize her. She coldly said, weaklings are not worthy of knowing my name. Getting a bit too pretentious. Do you think you're some hidden old master? Yitian laughed heartily. Indeed, everyone goes through a phase of being a bit dramatic in their youth. Boom! Without using any martial soul skills, Yitian took the initiative and charged forward. Under 3 times the gravity, he was confident that his naturally strong body would be more powerful than that of a delicate girl. Yitian struck out with a punch, and the girl, who had initially not paid much attention, immediately made a blocking gesture. Boom! The girl was forced back 5 or 6 meters, sliding out and revealing an incredulous expression. She couldn't help but vigorously shake her slightly numb forearm and exclaimed, "What great strength!" Her big eyes widened as she stared at Yitian, feeling that this person was quite strange. His strength in a normal state was actually comparable to that of a typical B-spirit master in their spirit possession state. Hey, are you a freak? How are you like a humanoid spirit beast? She was puzzled. This guy's strength was much greater than that of Yan, who had the Flame Lord spirit. Humanoid spirit beast? Yitian was slightly taken aback. That wasn't a good label. You should say I have innate divine strength. No matter what innate strength you have, I'll knock you down first. As she said this, the girl moved with agility, her steps light and dance-like. instantly arriving in front of Yitian. Her fair, slender fingers curled into claws as she suddenly swiped down at him. The entire set of movements was lively and agile, flowing smoothly and pleasing to the eye. Yitian did not dare to be careless. His body moved with the attacks. In this threefold gravity zone, he had a significant advantage. With his strong physique, even without using bloodthirsty dash, his speed remained impressive. The girl missed her strike, quickly pulled back, and launched a fierce counterattack. However, Yitian managed to evade the next 3 consecutive attacks. The girl felt a bit frustrated. Her strength was not her strong suit, and fighting in a threefold gravity area was somewhat taxing for her. Meanwhile, her opponent seemed to be in good condition, at least slightly better than her own. Logically, she should have used her martial soul by now, but seeing her opponent not using theirs, she suddenly didn't want to either, deciding to treat it as a practice sparring match. Her speed began to accelerate, and the entire gravity field seemed to turn into a stage, her graceful figure twirling. Her 5 claws sliced through the air with a sharp sound, interlocking seamlessly, while her variable footwork left onlookers in awe. Her agile form and elegant posture combined perfectly, transforming into a stunning sight. Yitian still hasn't used his martial soul skills. The girls on the opposite side haven't used their martial souls either. If he were to use a martial soul skill similar to a soul bone skill, where would he put his face? Facing the girl's attacks that surged like a tide, Yitian didn't look at the girl or her hands, but instead focused on her feet, feeling the light and agile steps beneath her. Yitian planned to judge the girl's attacks based on her footwork. Simply dodging her hand attacks was meaningless. Only by grasping the opponent's rhythm could he take the initiative in the battle. Executing a series of fluid moves in succession, the girl completely got into the zone. She had never encountered such an opponent among her peers before, someone with such powerful physicality and extraordinary skill and control. Her attacks were much more fierce than her opponent's, but it seemed like he was moving in sync with her rhythm. Facing her attacks, she surprisingly felt a sense of being countered, which was hard for her to believe. With a sharp glint in her eyes, she suddenly accelerated, resembling a gracefully curved female leopard, and pounced fiercely. Her movements were incredibly swift, completely cutting off Yitian's retreat without leaving any room for escape. She didn't believe that her strike could be avoided. Yitian felt a chill in his heart, as this strike gave him a sense of unavoidable danger. Since he couldn't dodge, he no longer forced it, stepping forward to close the distance between them, adopting a stance to gather his strength, and he launched a punch, sharp as a trembling spear, whistling through the air. At that moment, Hulaina suddenly stood firm, her right hand placed on her chest, exuding an aura of pride that seemed to challenge the heavens. Facing the incoming fist, the girl's eyes widened in surprise, her beautiful eyes shining with brilliance, her agile figure swiftly moving, her body tilting like a weeble to evade Yitian's punch. Then her body spun, suddenly accelerating, unleashing a flurry of clawing shadows. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, her soul power erupted, the force exploding outward, her sharp claws like hooks, fiercely gripping Yitian's wrist joints, intending to dislocate his arms and subdue him. Feeling the sharp pain radiating from his elbow, Yitian summoned all his strength. A surge of power shaking through his body, sending the girl's claws flying away. At the same time, he stepped forward, pouncing on the girl like a fierce tiger attacking a little lamb. Yitian was riding on the girl, gripping her hands tightly and pressing them down on her head. The powerful force made it impossible for her to break free from the restraint. "Hey, little one, you lost." Yitian smiled slightly, completely unaware of how suggestive this position was, creating an enchanting atmosphere. "Little one?" The girl looked at the bare-chested Yitian, feeling the sensations on her body, and couldn't help but blush. She glared fiercely. "You little brat. I'm older than you, get off me." The girl's entire body began to glow. Beautiful red light blooming around her, and 2 soul rings appeared, both yellow 100-year soul rings. Her eyes started to change, revealing a captivating watery glow, her pink eyes fluttering as if they could tug at the strings of one's heart. Fox-like pointed ears sprouted from her medium-length yellow hair, and with the release of her martial soul, she seemed to become even more beautiful. Moreover, a fluffy large tail grew from her back, emitting a red glow, enhancing her allure. Yitian stared into the girl's eyes, momentarily dazed, feeling as if the pair of pink eyes before him suddenly magnified, releasing a sharp gaze that seemed to strike at his soul. At the same time, a terrifying wave of red soul power surged out explosively. The girl did not use a soul skill. It was merely a vibration of her soul power. However, Yitian, who was under her gaze, did not have time to react and was knocked back by this powerful soul force, crashing heavily at the entrance. Chapter 61. Hulaina Dam. Yitian couldn't help but cover his head. He had just hit the back of his head on the threshold. Seeing this martial soul, he thought to himself, as expected, at this age, possessing such soul power, there is no one else but Hulaina from the future golden generation of the Spear Hall. Hey, this is a training ground, not a battle arena. Are you sure you want to fight here? Yitian asked Hulaina while holding his head. I just poke you, and you send me flying. Isn't that a bit too much? He raised his hand to adjust his clothes, and then said, What is your name? I'm from the Douluo campus, a first-year freshman, and my name is Yitian. Although he knew Hulaina's identity, he still needed to go through the proper introductions. At the same time, he understood that his earlier reaction was not due to any infatuation. He was a lowly fan. That kind of reaction was merely a sign of respect from his body towards Hulaina's martial soul. That is very reasonable. Yitian stepped out of the triple gravity zone. After a fierce battle with Hulaina under such intense gravity, he was now drenched in sweat and felt there was no need to stay any longer. He realized that engaging in a vigorous sparring session in the gravity zone was far more exhausting than simple training. The brief skirmish with Hulaina had drained a significant amount of his physical and soul power. He wasn't the only one feeling the strain. Hulaina was no exception. Moreover, she had been training here for some time before Yitian's arrival, so she was naturally sore and tired. Originally, she planned to teach this annoying guy a lesson, but at this moment, she had to let it go. Staying in the gravity zone was indeed uncomfortable. She retracted her martial soul and stepped out of the gravity zone. I am Hulaina, a third-year student from the martial soul department. Hulaina said, her voice slightly hoarse, but there was a unique charm in that slightly raspy tone. Hello, Hulaina. Nice to meet you, Yitian said as he extended his hand. Shall we call this a case of not fighting and not getting acquainted? Seeing Yitian's slightly sweaty hand, Hulaina felt a bit helpless. This was the first time she encountered such a situation. She looked at Yitian's face and found that he wasn't too unpleasant, pausing for a moment. Just as the awkward Yitian was about to retract his hand, Hulaina slightly extended her small hand and gently grasped Yitian's fingers, completing the handshake. Those who were familiar with Hulaina would probably be shocked. She had never shown such patience before. You are Yitian from Teacher Huang Ying's class, right? Hulaina suddenly smiled, as radiant as blooming flowers. Her smile was cunning. I've heard about you. Yin once told me he met someone named Yitian who was very strong and slapped Aiku in the face. An enemy's enemy is a friend. Aiku didn't get along with her brother Xiaoyu and Yin, which meant he was also at odds with her. Since Yitian had conflicts with Aiku, he could barely be considered friend. She decided not to pursue the earlier impolite behavior any longer. She was well aware of the power of the soul power shock she had just unleashed, and this guy appeared to be holding up despite the strain. Yitian suddenly realized that Yin, Xiaoyu, and Hulaina were childhood friends. It was no surprise that Hulaina knew about his impressive performance during military training. He thought to himself, I hope this guy isn't talking bad about me behind my back. Are you very familiar with Yin? After all, he couldn't act like he knew everything. We've been friends since we were little. He's like an older brother to me, Hulaina said with a faint smile. An older brother? Yitian was slightly taken aback, and he understood in his heart that Yan's failure was indeed destined. Isn't Yin in the same class as you? How did he get demoted? Although Yin said he came to the Douluo campus to sabotage Yak, Yitian still wanted to ask. You know Yak, right? I know. Yitian nodded. He's just a little brat who pretends to be deep all the time. Right? Don't be fooled by the way this guy looks like a good person. He actually has a lot of bad intentions. Hulaina nodded in agreement. She continued. Yak is supposedly accepting your teacher Huang's invitation to come to your class as a role model to inspire the students. But in fact, he is doing it for his brother, Ayer. Yitian nodded, as Yin had mentioned this before. He asked, why did Yak come to find Ayer? Is it deep brotherly affection? Naturally not. Yak grew up in Wuhuan City, and we are relatively familiar with each other, but Ayer grew up in the Douluo Empire. And I don't know much about their relationship, but it can't be very good. Hulaina shook her head. Yak seems to want to get something from Ayer, but I'm not quite sure what exactly he wants. Anyway, no matter what Yak wants to get, Yin is ready to cause trouble. I see. Yitian nodded. It seems that the relationship between Yak and Ayer is very complicated. I heard from Yin that you have a good relationship with Ayer? Hulaina asked Yitian. It's okay. Then you can ask Ayer. Yin has asked before, but Ayer didn't answer. Yitian pondered for a moment and shook his head. After all, This is AI Air's family matter, and I shouldn't interfere. Besides, we're just classmates. This is your freedom. How to proceed is up to you. Actually, I don't really agree with Yin specifically going to the Xinghua campus. Hulaina shrugged, looking indifferent. By the way, how long will Yin stay at the Xinghua campus? Probably about a year. After all, your teacher Huang Ying is indeed very strong, and it's said that he's expected to reach the level of a title Douluo in about 10 years. Hulaina said. Yitian nodded. Yin indeed wouldn't stay for too long. As a third-year student, how could he keep demoting himself to the first year? However, in the Douluo Continent, strength is paramount. The year of study doesn't matter at all. Dai Mubai is several grades higher than Tang San and the others. You said you've occupied this training ground for a year? Yitian looked at Hulaina and said, next time I come here, you won't kick me out, right? Hulaina glanced at Yitian, her youthful appearance already exuding a charming aura. This is the training ground for me, my brother, and Yen. If you want to come here to train, it's not impossible, but you have to help us deal with Ike. This is a public training area. Yitian corrected her. According to the rules, if I want to train, I can come here anytime. Then you better hope that when you come to train, you can take on all three of them. Otherwise, you might get thrown out. Hulaina smiled slyly, like a little fox. Having suffered a loss at Yitian's hands earlier, if this guy were to bump into her again next time, she wouldn't mind letting this pretentious little brat experience what a martial soul fusion skill feels like. Yitian glanced sideways at Hulaina, knowing full well what she meant. He wasn't afraid of a one-on-one match. However, Hulaina and Xiaoyu could fuse together like super science. Although he didn't know how strong the two siblings would be after fusing, he didn't want to find out. This kind of martial soul fusion technique was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. There would be a qualitative change between the two. After Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai fused with the strength of Tidal Douluo, they could even unleash god-level power, so it didn't matter whether they practiced or not. He said nonchalantly, mainly, I just find that arrogant Gaiyak unpleasant. Haha. The sound of silver, bell-like laughter came from the gravity training room on the 3rd floor. Chapter 62. Rotating Flying Axe Technique seeks recommendation votes. The friendship among children is the purest, with just a few words. Yitian and Hulaina cleared up their previous misunderstandings. After all, they were just kids under 10 years old. After chatting with Hulaina for a while, each went their separate ways. He walked out of the gravity training room and headed to the back mountain of the academy. Wuhuan City is not large. In terms of scale, it is much smaller than the Tiando Imperial City and the Xinghua Imperial City. The 3 campuses of Wuhuan Academy cover a vast area, with various facilities inside. Such a large-scale building naturally cannot be located in the center of Wuhuan City. Therefore, the 3 campuses of Wuhuan Academy are all located on the southwestern edge of Wuhuan City to facilitate students in hunting soul beasts and obtaining soul rings. The hunting forest is located right behind the academy, where many soul beasts are kept. Lower-grade students can report to the academy, and specialized personnel will take them to hunt soul beasts. Of course, this only applies to soul masters below the soul sovereign rank. For experts above the soul sovereign rank, they must go to the Stardoe Forest, as the hunting forest can no longer provide soul rings. As the hunting forest of Wuhuan City, its standards are naturally much higher than in other areas. Apart from the absence of 10,000-year soul beasts, there are still quite a number of 1,000-year soul beasts here. Yitian arrived at the edge of the soul hunting forest, not to hunt soul beasts. He had just obtained his 2nd spirit ring not long ago and estimated that he would be lingering in the Great Soul Master realm for the next few years. His main purpose for coming here was to practice his spinning flying axe. The spinning flying axe was his ultimate weapon and was also related to the release of his 2nd martial soul skill, Bloodthirsty Charge. So he naturally needed to practice it well. This move was not suitable for practicing on wooden dummies, nor could it be practiced with others, as peers of equal strength could easily be killed by a single axe strike, and those with a significant strength gap were not reliable. Mainly, he did not have any powerful friends. There was no other choice but to practice against trees. In fact, he had the intention to sneak into the soul hunting forest to find some soul beasts to practice with. However, after thinking it over, he decided it was better not to be so reckless for the time being. After all, the soul beasts in the soul hunting forest were not wild. They were captured by the Spirit Hall's enforcement team to provide soul rings for weaker soul masters, and the ownership of the soul beast belonged to the Spirit Hall. It would be good to get caught. If he had to pay for it, sorry, he had no money, and of course, he couldn't give his life either. Yitian chose an edge area where he wouldn't enter the forest and wouldn't encounter the enforcement team training inside. Soul power surged out, and he directly manifested his martial soul. The background music started playing. Ha! The class of teacher Yitian has begun. And today's lesson is how to stylishly catch an axe from all 360 degrees. Yitian ignored Draven's muttering and began to practice. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Two rapidly spinning, throwing axes were thrown out by Yitian. Today, the Empire's bond buff was not applied to Draven's martial soul, so the attack power of the throwing axes wouldn't be too terrifying. After the spinning axes cut down two large trees in front, they instantly ricocheted and fell in two directions. Yitian was stunned. Damn it, these two flying axes actually didn't move according to his wishes, but instead flew around randomly, with one falling to the left and the other to the right. How was he supposed to catch them? Thoughts surged in his mind, but his body movements were not slow. He chose to go for the axe on the right, and the moment he stepped out, he had already activated his martial soul skill, Blood Charge, causing his speed to suddenly increase. Catching the first axe was not difficult, but it was slightly rough on his hands when he grabbed it. The rebound force of the axe was a bit heavy, making it hard for his soul power to adapt for a moment. This was mainly due to the conflict between the force he used to catch the axe and the force of the axe rebounding back, as the two forces couldn't seamlessly connect. Although it was his own martial soul, the rebound force wouldn't hurt him, but it would cause a momentary pause, easily disrupting the rhythm of the battle. Catching one spinning axe wasn't a problem, but if he had to control 2, 3, or 4 at the same time, it would be a big issue. Each time he caught one, he would have to pause. He was a mechanical dancer. This was a very serious problem. Immediately afterward, Yitian practiced more than a dozen times again. Each time, it was the same problem, unable to predict the landing position of the spinning axe after the collision, as well as the delay at the moment of catching the axe. That little bit of delay was enough for your opponent to beat you to a pulp. After all, you can't treat your opponent as if they were dead. It seems this is a big problem. If it can be solved, wouldn't his combat power soar like he's riding a rocket? Yitian frowned and murmured to himself. Indeed, catching the axe in the game is a big issue. And it turns out that catching the axe outside the game is still a big problem. He couldn't help but complain. Why can't Darius's spirit and Draven's spirit switch places? If the weak first spirit were Darius's spirit, he would surely be very pleased. A primary school student's hands can't handle this much nonsense. Simply complaining won't solve the problem. Yitian, who doesn't believe in evil, practiced here for a whole afternoon, turning this edge of the forest into a mess. His idea was simple. If he couldn't catch well, he would just keep practicing, and if he caught more, the feel for it should eventually come. Hoo. Yitian crouched on the ground, breathing heavily with his hands propped up on a broken wooden post he had smashed. Continuously using soul skills and soul power had left him slightly exhausted. It was only because he kept a spinning flying axe in his hand that he managed to hold on. Otherwise, he would have been completely worn out long ago. Hey, what are you doing all alone here? A pleasant voice echoed from the forest, sounding like a lark singing. Hoo. Yitian looked at Hall.Welcome, who was slowly approaching from the front. He did not respond to her, still panting heavily, feeling a bit uncomfortable due to the exhaustion of both his physical strength and soul power. At the same time, a sense of vigilance arose in his heart. He realized that he could not push himself to the brink in future training. Otherwise, if there were malicious people lying in wait nearby, wouldn't he be walking straight into a dead end? Hey, I'm asking you a question. Why aren't you speaking? Hall.Welcome said, a little annoyed. In a muffled tone, Yitian took a deep breath, leaned on the wooden stake, and pointed to the surrounding chaotic scene. What do you think? I don't know. Hall.Welcome smiled slightly, her red lips glossy and her pearly teeth shining. Her big eyes rolled around, and with an incredulous tone, she said, You didn't come here to take a dump, did you? Yitian, who was still gasping for breath, suddenly choked and coughed violently. What the hell? Take a dump. He quickly stood up to prove his innocence. Such things could not be falsely accused. Rumors like this could get more and more ridiculous. If it spread out and went through a few mouths, wouldn't it turn from taking a dump here into eating crap? Ugh. He came here to practice. Note, to all the big bosses, please give me a recommendation ticket. Thank you. Chapter 63. Secret Base, Talking Properly. Do you make such a big fuss when you take a dump? Yitian said irritably. Hey, are you here to be a lumberjack? Hall.Welcome asked curiously. Are you building a house? After all, normal training wouldn't create such a commotion. Have you ever seen anyone build a house with a pile of wood shavings? Yitian said, a bit speechless, panting, I'm practicing soul skills. Your soul skills are quite powerful. Hall.Welcome looked around in surprise, squatting down to touch the shattered trees on the ground. Is your martial soul an axe? She was smart and guessed the type of weapon from the cuts on the wood. The weapon of my martial soul is an axe. Yitian didn't hide it. It wasn't a big deal anyway, and once he used it, others could see it. Huh. Hulaina didn't quite understand the implication, and she even doubted whether she heard wrong. You're a weapon spirit master. She confirmed again. A rough weapon spirit master with an axe as a martial soul. You're the rough one, not me. Yitian thought for a moment and said with certainty, your little partner, Yin, is the real rough one. Upon hearing this, Hulaina nodded in agreement. That's right. Yin is indeed a rough one. Just after saying that, she suddenly smiled. Yan's martial soul is the Flame Lord, and the Flame Lord is also a rough one among soul beasts. Hey, you don't think the simulated training ground of the axe martial soul is a lumberyard, right? That's why you're chopping wood here. She pulled the topic back, not forgetting about Yitian's martial soul. My martial soul is a human. I just wield 2 axes as weapons. Yitian casually explained, but he didn't summon it for Hulaina to see. He was feeling a bit exhausted and didn't want to engage in such pleasantries to please a little girl. A person carrying 2 axes? Hulaina opened her mouth in surprise. She had never seen such a peculiar martial soul. Humanoid martial souls were already rare, let alone a humanoid martial soul wielding weapons. Her little heart felt as if a kitten was scratching it, and she was very curious. Do you want to show it to me? I'm a bit exhausted. Maybe next time. Yitian smoothly used a stalling tactic. He knew very well that with girls like this, you couldn't outright refuse, or they'd keep pestering you. So, he pretended to accommodate her, stalling for time, and then planned to escape. Hulaina was here. Her little loyal dog, Yin, couldn't be far away. He had a bit of conflict with Yin. And if he got dealt with here, who would he cry to? Even if he wanted to get even another day, that wouldn't work. Hulaina didn't press the issue, nodded, and smiled. Next time we can spar at the Soul Arena. What are you doing here? Yitian looked Hulaina up and down. A person running alone into the soul-hunting forest suddenly made him panic, hoping he wouldn't get beaten up in this state. Fortunately, Hulaina was not the type to take advantage of others. She glanced at Yitian and said, don't worry, I'm not interested in your training. There's a park ahead that's my territory. I go there to train every day after finishing. You have your own territory? Yitian asked. Is it like the gravity training room on the 3rd floor of the academy? Are you declaring yourself king of the land? That's a reward given to me by the academy, Hulaina said proudly, like a little girl showing off her doll. Do you want to go visit it? Sure. Upon hearing this straightforward answer, Hulaina was taken aback. She had only been politely inviting him. She thought that in his exhausted state, he wouldn't agree to visit her secret base. Then let's go, but you mustn't tell anyone at the academy, she said sulkily, leading the way. Once she said it, she had to follow through. Yitian followed curiously, telling himself that he was doing it to learn more about the future golden generation and to understand more about Hulaina's teacher, Bibi Dong. Yitian followed Hulaina into the soul-hunting forest, strolling through the lush greenery. Hulaina bounced ahead, walking with a lively step. Feeling the steady breathing and calm footsteps behind her, she noticed that the old-fashioned brat was not speaking. She frowned, turned around, and looked at Yitian, who had a serious expression and seemed to be deep in thought, which made her a bit frustrated. She had invited him into the secret base. Yet this guy appeared so indifferent and unconcerned. With her eyes wide open and a fierce tone, she said, Hey, little old man, what are you thinking about? Her continuous thoughts were interrupted, and Yitian glanced at the puffed-up Hulaina, who looked like an angry hamster, and said with a faint smile, I'm thinking about cultivation. He looked at the youthful Hulaina and sighed inwardly. After all, she was just a little girl over 9 years old. Why don't you tell me? I might be able to help you. Hulaina said proudly, I'm a genius when it comes to soul power cultivation. Yitian didn't think too much about it. He didn't elaborate on the effects of his soul skills, merely mentioning the difficulties he faced with the spinning flying axe. It's quite hard to manage the situation. Why don't you ask your teacher? Hulaina said, somewhat puzzled. If you have questions, it's best to consult the seniors. Thinking hard alone is meaningless. My teacher has been out recently and hasn't been at the academy. I haven't even had classes during this time, so I can only attend supplementary classes. Yitian said with some frustration. He also wanted to find Huang Ying, but he couldn't locate her. This homeroom teacher was elusive. Rarely seen. Then I can help you ask my teacher, but don't get your hopes up too much. My teacher also has a hard time finding time. Hulaina said, bouncing ahead like a light and agile deer. Yitian was intrigued. Who was Hulaina's teacher? Naturally, it goes without saying. He just didn't expect that at this time. Bibi Dong had already accepted Hulaina as her disciple. He casually asked, Who is your teacher? Does it have anything to do with you? Hulaina bounced on her little legs and said, Anyway, I know your teacher is Huang Ying. Aren't you supposed to help me ask? I should definitely thank you. Yitian explained a bit. That's true, but let's wait until I ask before talking. Hulaina glanced at Yitian and seriously reminded him. And even if I help you, you should be thanking me, because I'm the one helping you. My teacher wouldn't care who you are. All right. Then let me say it in advance. Thank you to the beautiful, lovely, kind, generous, and warm-hearted Miss Hulaina for her help. I am as grateful as the surging river that flows endlessly. Yitian spoke effortlessly, charming the little kids. He was always good at it. Ha ha! A burst of laughter like silver bells rang out. You are so funny. Ha ha! Where did you learn these words? You should go work in the Empire. With your speaking skills, you could definitely become a high official. This is my hometown dialect. Your hometown people are so interesting. Chapter 64. Mimetic Training Ground. You come from Sunset City in the Starfall Empire? Hulaina unusually sat on a branch, talking to Yitian. This place was a forest on the edge of the Spirit Hall Academy's Spirit District, specifically separated for training. Various sizes and types of foxes lived here, making it Hulaina's exclusive training ground. It was also a specially designed mimetic training area for her by the Spirit Hall Academy. Her martial spirit was the demon fox, a legendary beast martial spirit. Beast spirit masters who train among soul beasts similar to their martial spirit experience mimetic training effects, significantly enhancing their training speed. So, all the soul beasts here were fox-like. Hulaina rarely initiated conversations with others. She had few friends, just her older brother and Yin, and other peers couldn't play with her. Because of her martial spirit, others looked at her with unusual gazes. But Yitian was different. In her eyes, this seemingly mature guy, despite his deep gaze, did not make her feel disgusted or dislike him. Having lived in Spirit City since childhood, Hulaina longed for the other places Yitian spoke of and his hometown. She felt that this pretentious little brat was very interesting, and his occasional strange remarks amused her. Yes, Yitian nodded. Is the sunset there beautiful? The sunset there is okay. Every dusk, thick clouds linger in the sky, and the sunset can only pierce through a little gap, shooting out streaks of crimson clouds, like fish swimming in the deep sea, occasionally flipping to reveal golden scales. Yitian casually rambled on about a piece of prose. Hongri Village is located high up in the mountains, where watching the sunset is indeed a kind of enjoyment, a rare moment of relaxation for him each day. The sky is so beautiful. Hulaina was momentarily stunned, thinking how wonderful it would be to fly high in the sky, to see the sun up close above the clouds. As a 10-year-old child, Hulaina has not yet developed the decisive nature that she would possess in the future, still retaining her innocence. In fact, the sky above is just like that. All you see are white clouds, and below are mountains and rivers. No matter how high you fly, you only see higher white clouds and more distant mountains. Yitian shook his head. As for the sun, getting too close to it could be deadly, and besides, there is no way to get close. Nonsense. You've never flown. How do you know? Hulaina rolled her eyes at Yitian, asking why getting close to the sun would be fatal. Yitian fell silent for a moment, pondering whether he should educate the ignorant ancient people about science. After thinking it over, he decided against it. There were lessons to be learned from the past. The last person who tried to promote science in the Nanzhao Kingdom, claiming the earth was round, had already been killed by a group of people out of love. Your thoughts are very dangerous, and even moths think so. Yitian made a gesture mimicking a moth flying into the flame. Oof. Hulaina tilted her little head up. I will definitely become a title Douluo in the future. Then ascend to the peak and go take a look secretly. Even if the moth flies into the fire, it still sees a glimmer of light. And its purpose is achieved. TSK. Not very old, yet so insightful. What did you read that? Yitian chuckled. Your martial soul doesn't have wings and can't fly. You're not just joking, are you? Nonsense, my teacher can fly. Powerful title Douluo can fly. Hulaina became a bit frustrated. Hello to the future powerful title Douluo. Yitian replied casually. He quietly leaned against a branch, gazing at the sky, pondering where Hulaina's martial soul training ground was among a group of foxes in the forest. Then where was his martial soul training ground? The execution ground? It couldn't be that he was expected to be an executioner. Or, suddenly, Yitian had a thought. Wasn't he the best training location for his golden broadcaster, Draven the Soul Arena? He understood that Draven's biggest characteristic was his love for showing off in front of people and gaining their recognition. If he could train in the Soul Arena, with cheers and applause, wouldn't it be twice the result with half the effort? This was truly a perfect training ground. He contemplated when to take a stroll in the Soul Arena, and it had to be the one in Soul City, not the academies. Hulaina sat on a higher branch and waved at a pure, white little fox on the ground. With a whoosh, The little fox climbed up the trunk like a small cat, its fur snow-white, fluffy like a snowball. Yitian suddenly lost his focus, and his feet lost balance, causing him to fall headfirst. He was taken aback and quickly spread his arms, grabbing onto the tree trunk. With a burst of strength, he flipped himself and leaped, catching onto a branch and stabilizing himself again. "You're quite agile." This scene was witnessed by Hall.Welcome, who smiled and said, "You managed to climb back up. I thought you would fall flat on your back." She gently stroked the small white fox in her hands. Yitian reached out to stroke the soft neck of the white fox, which startled the little creature and made it jump up to Hall.'s shoulder. Baring its teeth at Yitian, Yitian was about to grab the white fox on Hall.'s shoulder. Hall.' quickly tucked the white fox away, squatting on a branch and sticking out her tongue at him. "You have the nerve to touch someone else's pet without the owner's permission. Your face is thicker than a city wall." Yitian glared at the white fox in Hall.'s arms, scaring the little creature so much that it burrowed deeper into its owner's embrace, no longer daring to snarl at him. "This little thing is really timid." Yitian simileth, thinking that it couldn't even act tough with its owner right in front of it. Xiao Xue, the obedient one, quickly comforted the frightened little creature. She glared at Yitian angrily. "It's not a dog, not a dog." "Yeah, I know it's not a dog. It's a fox." Yitian withdrew his gaze, looked at the sky, and said, "I have to go now, or I'll miss dinner at the cafeteria. Bye." Hall.' waved her hand. "I'll ask for you tomorrow. Just wait for me in the triple gravity training room." "Thanks." Yitian didn't look back, waving his hand casually as he strode away from Hall.'s simulated training area. This future core member of the Golden Generation is indeed easy to get along with. But what about her brother, Xiaoyu? Back in the dormitory, the first thing he saw was the bruised and battered Zhongxing. He was sitting on the bed with an angry expression, while Zhu was applying a wet towel to his wounds. Yitian was startled and quickly shouted, "Xiao-san, who bullied you? Was it Aiku or Yen?" Zhao Yingjia, lying on the bed, lifted his head with a lackluster expression and said, "No one bullied him. He practiced on the wooden dummy all day and got hit by the wooden man." Yitian was taken aback for a moment, carefully looking at Zhongxing, who had been beaten to a pulp, and gave him a thumbs up. "This guy's a werewolf." Chapter 65. Huang Ying's class, by the way, boss. Teacher Huang is coming back tomorrow. I heard she will start selecting the class monitor. I think you're the only choice for the class monitor. Zhongxing covered his face and mumbled incoherently. Class monitor? Yitian pondered for a moment. As for such things, whoever wants to be it can go ahead. I'm not interested. He had no interest in being the monitor for a bunch of unruly kids. It was purely asking for trouble. He didn't have the spare time for that. If you don't want to be it, who will? Zhongxing opened his mouth, pulling at his wound, unable to help but cover his face and scream. To avoid pulling at his wound, he spoke in a soft, delicate manner like a girl. Are you going to let Yin or Yak take it? I absolutely won't agree to let that red-haired dog Yin have it. Just stop worrying about it. Let's talk about it when Teacher Huang comes back. Yitian waved his hand. He was not interested in class cadres or student council activities at all. He had tried it in his previous life. It was a thankless job, laborious and unappreciated. With that spare time, it would be better to meditate and practice more. Classroom of Freshman Class 6. 15 minutes before class in the morning. All the students had already arrived, and the classroom was surprisingly quiet, with not a single student daring to make loud noises. For a contra-level teacher, all the students held a considerable amount of respect and did not dare to break any rules, especially after going through military training, because there were no clearly defined seating arrangements. For people were sitting together in Yitian's dormitory, while the little girl, Suyu, was sitting in front of them. When Huang Ying walked into the classroom slowly, the atmosphere became serious, and everyone's gaze was fixed on him. "Yitian," Huang Ying called out. "Here." Yitian quickly stood up. "Based on your performance during military training, I announce that from now on, you are the class monitor of the new student class 6. Huang Ying didn't bother with any democratic voting and directly appointed the class monitor. Yitian slightly opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but found it hard to begin. If she publicly rejected Huang Ying's decision, would it be a bit too disrespectful? Who supports and who opposes? Huang Ying asked from the podium. We all support it. The students below echoed in unison. Yitian's performance during military training, along with defeating his senior in the practical class and demonstrating absolute strength against the wooden dummy, left no room for doubt. Ying glanced at Yak and found him sitting there calmly without speaking, which made him smile faintly, remaining motionless. He was here just to deal with Yak. Since Yak wasn't vying for the class leader position, he naturally had no interest. Huang Ying nodded. My decision is that whoever is the strongest can be the class leader. Whoever has the ability to defeat Yitian can take his place as class leader. Is that clear to everyone? Clear. Very good. Huang Ying nodded. Originally, his plan was to have Yak and Yin as the class leaders to motivate the remaining students. This was also the purpose of inviting Yin and Yak here. Having two experts leading and competing against each other would create a positive competitive environment to invigorate the group. However, he never expected someone like Yitian to emerge and shatter his previous plans. But that's fine. Yin and Yak were brought in as exchange students from the Martial Soul campus at a cost, and they were not destined to stay for long. If he could cultivate a leader himself, it would undoubtedly be the most suitable. I believe you have attended a few practical classes at the academy. How about it? Do you have any insights? Huang Ying looked down, pointed at Yitian, and said, "You are the class leader. Please speak first." Yitian couldn't help but scratch his head, knowing it would turn out this way. Because I am a strong attack-type soul master, my comments are only aimed at certain strong attack-type soul masters. That's fine. Having your own ideas is always good. Huang Ying nodded in satisfaction, saying, "You can speak freely." Yitian spoke at length. "I believe that the primary requirement for a strong attack-type soul master is explosive power, and secondly, agility. As a main output in the team, the strong attack type must maintain the ability to deliver a one-hit kill. At the same time, they also need some self-defense capability. Good agility can play a significant role in both offense and escape." He briefly shared some knowledge about ADC team fights from his previous life in League of Legends. In short, he rambled on for a while. Although it was quite vague, there was indeed some truth to it. Huang Ying nodded. Speaking of explosive power, he looked at the students below who were listening attentively. "Do you know how to practice explosive power?" "I know." Zhangxing was the first to raise his hand. "Go ahead." Zhangxing shared his training experience. "I believe that exercising daily, using equipment to train all muscle groups, and lifting heavy weights is key. Conducting overload training, following the principle of heavy weights with fewer repetitions, and continuously challenging the limits of your body will lead to greater explosive power." Huang Ying nodded. "Your idea is indeed correct, but I asked about practicing explosive power, not about turning you into a muscle-bound monster." He thought for a moment, smiled, and pulled out a cloth from the podium, displaying it in front of everyone. "What is this for?" Zhangxing was a bit confused. Could it really be that practicing explosive power relies on this cloth? Huang Ying smiled, lightly tossed the cloth, and punched it, causing it to instantly shred into tiny pieces, scattering on the podium. Everyone stared blankly at this scene. Zhangxing was stunned. "Is it really that simple?" Huang Ying smiled and pulled out another piece of cloth, handing it to Zhangxing. "Use your strongest explosive power and hit this cloth hard." Zhangxing took it, casually tossed it up, and then used all his strength to punch it, only to find that the cloth floated up, completely lacking a point of force. This is the simplest method to practice explosive power. If you can shatter this cloth with one punch, that means your explosive power is sufficient. The more the cloth shatters, the stronger your explosive power. Huang Ying explained. Thank you, Teacher Huang." Zhangxing bent down to pick up the cloth, nodding thoughtfully. Yitian glanced over and thought to himself that apart from competing with the wooden dummy, Zhangxing probably also had to compete with rags during this time. He should prepare a few more rags in the dormitory, or there might not be enough when the time comes. "Teacher, I would like to ask, as a sensitive attack type soul master, should we prioritize attack power or speed?" Zhao Yingjie raised his hand to ask. Yitian glanced at Zhao Yingjie, and this problem was akin to whether an assassin should focus on speed or attack power. In fact, an excellent agile attack type soul master should excel in both speed and attack capabilities. One cannot neglect either. This issue should be determined based on your martial souls. Huang Ying said lightly. For example, take the agile family within the Douluo Empire. Their inherited martial soul is the sharp-tailed swallow. The sharp-tailed swallow is known as the fastest martial soul on the continent, and as a flight-type soul master, the agile family's speed is unrivaled, leaving other soul masters in the same realm far behind. However, most of you have only heard of the renowned Yitian Hammer, the strongest attack-type martial soul on the continent. But why haven't you heard of the fastest martial soul, the sharp-tailed swallow? Below, there was a silence as everyone waited for Huang Ying to explain. They naturally knew about the fame of the Yitian Hammer as the #1 attack-type martial soul. But what was the sharp-tailed swallow? The strongest speed martial soul on the continent? They were completely unaware. Chapter 66, BB Dong's guidance looking at the silent crowd. Huang Ying nodded, satisfied with his students' curious expressions. In fact, Yitian below understood what was happening, but he remained silent, quietly watching teacher Huang show off. The agile family's sharp-tailed swallow was claimed to be the #1 speed martial soul on the continent. Logically, they should be on par with the Yitian hammer. However, this was not the case, as they existed as an affiliated sect of the Yitian sect. In simple terms, they were just a dog under the Yitian sect. After a pause, Huang Ying added, they were the kind that could be casually discarded. The main reason for this situation was that the sharp-tailed swallow was simply too weak in terms of attack, and their clan leader was also a fool who did not understand flexibility. Huang Ying openly expressed his disdain for the agile family. The agile family stubbornly believed that their martial soul, as the world's #1 speed martial soul, should focus on strengths and avoid weaknesses, maximizing their speed advantage. Therefore, they neglected and abandoned their attack capabilities. Over a long period, they had developed a suitable path for themselves, which was to determine which soul rings could provide them with faster speed. Thanks to this, they became scouts for the Yitian sect, with their main role being to gather information for others, relying on others to earn a living. Huang Ying shook his head and sighed, saying if they could be flexible and sacrifice some speed to ensure their offensive capabilities, they wouldn't have ended up in such a situation. Zhao Yingjie stared blankly at Huang Ying, and after a moment of realization, he nodded and said, I understand now, as a soul master. The primary element to possess is attack. Agility and speed merely serve to enhance offense, and one must not lose sight of the main goal. As long as you understand that, never turn your martial soul into a tool for survival. Huang Ying said solemnly, you must have your own ideas and pursuits. After a moment of contemplation, he added, of course, everyone has their own aspirations. If your lifelong goal is to be a good scout, then just pretend I never said anything. Yitian looked at Huang Ying, stunned and speechless. After thinking carefully, he realized that Huang Ying's words were not without reason. The Minji clan was the weakest among the 4 affiliated sects under the Yitian sect. After the Yitian sect closed its mountain, this large sect had total assets of only 100 gold soul coins, and they couldn't even afford a Zhuge divine crossbow. Any soul master at the soul master level could receive a monthly subsidy of 100 gold soul coins from the Spirit Hall after certification. However, the clan leader of the Minji clan, due to the relationship between the Yitian sect and the Spirit Hall, did not allow his clansmen to accept the subsidy from the Spirit Hall. Therefore, the poverty level of the entire sect was ranked 2nd in the Soul Master world, with no one daring to claim the first place. Moreover, they were inherently proud and looked down upon doing anything that would tarnish their identity. Thus, the combined wealth of all the members of the Minji clan could only match the monthly subsidy of one Soul Master. It was easy to imagine how poor the Minji clan was. The clan leader of the Minji clan, a dignified titled Douluo, had led his clan to the point where his clansmen were on the verge of starvation. It was evident how stubborn he was. After class, Yitian immediately went to the 3x gravity training ground after having lunch with his roommate. He still remembered that Hulaina had promised to help him seek advice from Bibi Dong on how to use the axe. Although Huang Ying had returned, receiving a bit of guidance from Bibi Dong would undoubtedly be extremely beneficial. When he arrived at the gravity training ground, Hulaina was sitting on the railing of the training area, puffing up her cheeks and looking very unhappy. Yitian sneaked over and stood to the right of Hulaina, reaching out to pat her left shoulder. Hulaina turned her head expressionlessly, looking at him with a dumbfounded expression. As a soul master, how could she not see this guy's sneaky behavior? She had just deliberately chosen not to expose him. She wanted to see what trick he was playing. Which bastard made the little princess angry? Yitian forced a look of indignation and said, let's see how I can beat him into a muggle. As he spoke, he gestured towards the sky, as if he was truly venting her anger. Hulaina couldn't help but laugh. Being called a little princess was undoubtedly a very happy thing for a young girl. However, the next second, she put on a serious face again. It's you? It's you. I kindly helped you ask the teacher, and you stinky guy, actually made me wait here for so long. Despite saying this, there was no anger in her slightly squinted big eyes. Yitian was very experienced in dealing with such young girls. He knew she wasn't really angry, but just needed a way to save face. If he didn't provide her with a way out, then she would truly be upset. Since you helped me inquire about my cultivation, I naturally can't be ungrateful. I was just preparing a gift for you, which is why I delayed for a bit. Yitian spoke confidently, saying that when it comes to deceiving others, one must be decisive and calm. Really? Hulaina looked at Yitian's empty hands with suspicion and asked, where's your gift? She certainly didn't believe that this guy had a soul guide. Of course, but it's not ready yet. I'll bring it to you tomorrow, he said, observing Hulaina's skeptical attitude. Yitian added, It's not the kind you buy with money. It's something I made with my own hands, so it's a bit slow. Not bought with money? Hulaina squinted her eyes. Can you make things? What is it? Is it beautiful or fun? It's both beautiful and fun. Yitian answered without hesitation, saying, You'll know tomorrow. It's definitely a brand new variety you've never seen before. I believe you, but if you dare to lie to me... Hum. Hulaina smiled like a little fox. I will definitely let you experience what a martial soul fusion skill is. Yitian felt a chill in his heart, not expecting that Hulaina could already use the martial soul fusion technique with her brother Shiyue. I went to great lengths to prepare a gift for you. And you actually don't believe me. It's too heartbreaking. Yitian made a sorrowful face. He felt a bit ashamed for Bibidong's guidance. He had really put everything on the line. I'm sorry. Seeing Yitian's expression, Hulaina felt she might have gone too far and quickly changed the subject. I've already asked the teacher for a solution for you. What did your teacher say? Yitian suddenly felt a jolt in his heart and asked with some surprise. Seeing that Yitian no longer wore a mournful face, Hulaina smiled and began to relay what she had learned from her teacher Bibidong. Her voice was very pleasant. The teacher said, You can't wait for the axe to determine its position before you act. You need to anticipate and even control the rebound position of the axe. This can only be mastered through practice, relying on your own long-term training and exploration to find the rules. Also, regarding the issue of the conflict between your own soul power and the soul power on the axe when you catch the axe, the teacher said, This is a very simple principle. You cannot collide your own soul power with the soul power on the axe. It's a straightforward principle. Going with the flow is the way to go. She said your martial soul is similar to a whip. You can't forcefully operate it in a straight line. You must grasp the rules within it and control it along the trajectory. It's just like beginners practicing with soft weapons like whips. Many people go through a stage where they can't master the trajectory and end up injuring themselves all over. And for your type of martial soul, my teacher said, you must have sufficiently agile footwork to match it. The sensitivity of your footwork is the most crucial point. Also, Chapter 67 Gift. In the southwestern corner of the Martial Soul City, within the Xinglua campus of the Martial Soul Academy, Yitian leaned against the rockery in the college garden, lying slanted under the shade of a tree. He had a worried expression on his face as he contemplated something. Without a doubt, this was the aftermath of the trouble left behind after he had decisively and effortlessly deceived others earlier. He was thinking about what gift to give Hulaina tomorrow. Buying something was definitely out of the question. Not to mention whether Hulaina would be able to tell. The key issue was that he had no money. He hadn't gone to the Spirit Hall to certify his Soul Master rank yet, and he couldn't even receive the monthly basic allowance of 10 gold soul coins. He thought about his own skills and wondered if he should leverage his profound background as a blacksmith to make a large iron ring and an iron hook for Hulaina to play with. The game of pushing the iron ring, also known as rolling the iron ring, was a traditional children's game that was popular across China in the 1960s and 70s. Players would hold a U-shaped iron rod or wire, pushing a black iron ring about half a meter in diameter while running forward. Some would even put 2 or 3 smaller rings on the larger one, making it sound louder when rolling. After visualizing this, he muttered to himself, if I made this thing and gave it to Hulaina, she would probably smash the iron ring on my head. I have to fulfill the boast I made, even if it brings me to tears. Zhang Xing, Zhao Yingjia, and Zhu Zhujin walked past under the flower rack, looking confusedly at Yitian through the vine-covered branches. They found Yitian a bit strange. He hadn't gone a train today, but had instead come here to daydream, muttering words that were hard to hear. Hey boss, it's time to eat. Zhang Xing called out from a distance, sensing that Yitian might not be going today. As expected, Yitian didn't even look back, turning his back to the others and waving a hand. You all go eat first. I'm not hungry right now. The three didn't insist, having trained for half the day and were already starving, so they couldn't hold on any longer. In an instant, they disappeared. What should he make? Yitian squinted, looking up at the sky, where a kite-like white cloud was drifting. A kite! A kite! He repeated it twice, and suddenly took off running, nimbly dodging the branches blocking his way, disappearing in a flash. He thought to himself, an iron ring couldn't be made, but a kite could. Don't girls like these colorful things? Moreover, it seems that there are no kites in Douluo Continent. It would definitely be a brand new variety never seen before. In his previous life, he had learned how to make one in manual arts class, and he vaguely remembered how to do it. Plus, he had honed his blacksmithing skills for 3 years after arriving in Douluo Continent. Just a kite. He believed it would be no problem. To make a kite, the first step is to build the frame, which is the foundation of kite making and the primary stage of the process. The structure of the kite frame is highly flexible and can be made into various shapes according to personal preference. such as triangular, diamond, or dragonfly and butterfly shapes, etc. Yitian made use of local materials and cut 2 golden bamboos from the bamboo grove next to the academy. He split them open and slightly bent them by burning. Due to the need for balance control when the kite is in the air, the kite frame is generally made into a symmetrical shape. This not only stabilizes the center of gravity, but also makes it easier to control, ensuring the kite flies normally. The production of the kite frame is very simple. You just need to securely tie the places that need to be connected between the bamboo strips with string according to the design shape. This step is much easier for Yitian than creating the uneven shapes when forging iron. With the skeleton in place, he needed to add flesh and blood to make it full and appealing, which is the process of covering the frame, that is, pasting the kite paper onto the skeleton. Yitian didn't think much of it. When he returned to the dormitory, he tore off the white cloak from his Wuhuan temple uniform to use as a kite sticker. He had already been quite unhappy with this cloak. He had outgrown the age of being overly dramatic. Cloaks, which might seem cool, were actually a burden, hindering one's movements during a fight. Of course, if someone practiced a martial art similar to the Casafumo technique, that would be a different story. Many students in the academy loved to wear cloaks, swaying them as they walked, and even waving their sleeves to let their cloaks billow behind them, pretending to look majestic. One of these students was Zhang Xing, which made him feel a bit ashamed. After tearing off the cloak from one of his uniforms, he recalled yesterday's memory and cut the cloak into the shape of a little white fox. At this point, the kite was mostly completed. The remaining tasks were to tie the string and test it. These 2 steps were crucial. Whether the kite soared smoothly or spun and fell was key to how well the string was tied. Yitian pulled out the delicate golden thread from the cloak's collar. He tried it out. As expected, it was a great tool for showing off from the Spirit Hall Academy, with excellent craftsmanship and great durability. Using 3 pieces of golden thread, each about 10 centimeters long, he tied them to the 3 points of the kite frame to form an isosceles triangle, which was a very stable shape. The median line on the base had to perfectly coincide with the symmetry axis of the kite frame. After securely tying it, the kite was finally completed. Next, he took out the remaining half of the cloak's hem, unraveled it, and pulled out the fine silk threads. He twisted 3 strands together to make them stronger, to be used as the string for flying the kite. Then, he used the remaining piece of golden bamboo to create the kite's reel, wrapping the string around it in circles. Finally, it was time to test fly the kite. He jogged to launch the kite into the sky, observing its performance. At first, it spun a few times, indicating an unstable center of gravity. After making several appropriate adjustments to the kite frame and the strings, the kite was finally well made and flew smoothly and steadily into the sky. He looked at the now completely dimmed sky and let out a long breath. Finally done. He looked at the kite in his hand, paused for a moment, wondering if something was still missing. After thinking for a while, he took off the gem-like collar from the cloak and used it as the little fox's eyes, embedding it on top of the kite. Then, he took out a pen and carefully began to draw and write on the kite. The masterpiece was completed. Yitian raised the kite he made, nodding in satisfaction. It was very beautiful, and finally, he had something to show for tomorrow. Entering the dormitory, he hid the kite behind his back, not wanting his friends to discover it. However, it was spotted by the sharp-eyed Zhang Xing. "Boss, what do you have in your hand?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Yingjie and Zhu Zhujin turned their heads as well, their eyes fixed on Yitian. Several pairs of eyes kept glancing back, trying to see what he was hiding. Did the boss skip dinner to make some food? Zhu Zhujin speculated. If it were something to eat, the boss wouldn't hide it away. Could it be some little secret? Zhao Yingjie squinted his eyes. Did Teacher Huang give you some special treatment? He hadn't forgotten the time when Teacher Huang specifically took Yitian to the Starry Forest. That doesn't seem right. We saw Teacher Huang at the cafeteria before, so he definitely didn't give the boss any special treatment. Zhang Xing tilted his head. "Boss, why are you holding something with a fox pattern?" Yitian took out the kite in his hand and began to talk nonsense seriously. I took a glance at the flying-type Soul Master and planned to simulate it. The little friends were all stunned. How to simulate? Zhang Xing immediately got excited. Can this thing allow a non-flying type Soul Master to fly? Of course. Yitian je suis le replié. But this thing is a bit small. If it were 10 times bigger, made as tall as you could be fixed on it, and with a jump, you could spiral up into the sky and enjoy the feeling of flying. Chapter 68. The Kite the next day at noon, after class. Yitian said goodbye to the little friends who invited him to train together, returned to his dorm to grab his kite, and headed to the place he had agreed upon with Hulaina. This time, they did not meet at the gravity training ground, but at Hulaina's secret base, her martial soul mimicry training ground. Hulaina was humming a tune and bouncing along the way, clearly in a good mood. Hmm? Suddenly she froze, squinting at the front with a hint of a smile on her lips. This time, it's your turn to wait. You smelly guy. Following her gaze, there was a small figure lazily lying on a branch in the distance, quietly watching the forest ahead like a little old man, holding a white object in his hands. Hulaina did not go over to greet him directly. Instead, she mischievously wanted Yitian to wait a little longer to experience the feeling of waiting for someone. She climbed up the branch, swinging her legs while sitting on the treetop, bored as she watched Yitian. Looking in the direction Yitian was staring, she felt that he was not really looking at the distant scenery, but rather at nothing in particular. She really wanted to see Yitian anxiously waiting, scratching his head in frustration, but Yitian remained quietly leaning there, seemingly unresponsive. In the end, she could no longer bear it, began to suppress her presence. Tiptoeing to sneak closer on the branch, she approached Yitian from behind silently, sly as a little fox, and finally pounced, covering Yitian's eyes with her hand. Guess who I am? Guess who I am? Yitian was taken aback for a moment. Is it a little pig? Hulaina was stunned for a moment, then burst into giggles, gently shaking her light golden hair while sitting next to Yitian with her knees hugged. In fact, Yitian had already noticed her presence when Hulaina first peeked close, but he chose not to point it out. However, he didn't expect Hulaina to cover his eyes. He felt a slight stir in his heart because this was an action that only occurs between very close friends. Long ago, he would have honestly mentioned the name of the person who covered his eyes. Later, he realized that such things shouldn't be said carelessly. If guessed right, it would be taken for granted, but if guessed wrong, it could lead to big trouble. So whenever someone covered his eyes, he would always respond in a very indulgent tone, pulling out the name of a cute animal. Hulaina shook his arm. Hey, Yitian, what's my gift? Yitian raised the small fox-shaped kite in his hand. La la la, how does it look? So cute. Hulaina widened her eyes seriously and gently took the kite. This painting looks exactly like Xiaobai's. I didn't expect you to be so good at drawing. She said softly, this is the first time I've received a handmade gift from someone. I really like this painting. She gently patted Yitian's head. She was nearly 3 years older than Yitian, but the only way to tell her age was by her height. Moreover, she always felt that this old-fashioned guy was even more like an older brother than her own brother Xiegu. Being with Yitian made her very happy. Yitian swatted away the hand on his head, interrupting the embarrassing head pats. A head can be severed and blood can flow, but a hairstyle must not be messed up. He ran his fingers through his hair, tidying up the mess Hulaina had made. This is not a painting. We call this a kite in our hometown. A kite? Hulaina looked at Yitian with curiosity. What is that? It's a game where you let it fly in the sky, while you control it from below. Yitian smiled slightly, taking the little fox kite from Hulaina's hands. Let me demonstrate. He stirred the soul power within his body, gently stirring the air to create a slow-moving airflow that lifted the little fox kite into the sky. Wow, it's flying. The little fox is soaring into the sky. Hulaina bounced on the branches, her eyes sparkling as she watched the little fox kite. Suddenly, she felt a slight sting in the corner of her eye, brushed her flowing long hair, and discreetly wiped the corner of her eye. It felt like something was stuck in her heart, making her feel a bit stuffy and uncomfortable. Girls' thoughts are often very delicate. Seeing this scene, Hulaina naturally believed that Yitian had gone to great lengths to create this gift because she had mentioned wanting to become a top-ranked title Douluo and see the earth, clouds, and sun from the sky. This gift that allowed the little fox to fly into the sky. She had lost both her parents at a young age and only had an older brother to rely on. Although she later gained a friend, Yin, and a teacher, Don, her brother was often busy with his cultivation, leaving little room for communication between them, and Yin was a reckless troublemaker. As for her teacher Don, she had more of a sense of awe towards her. Yitian was the first person to touch her heart. After a moment of daze, she began to hum a tune. Yitian remained silent, quietly listening beside her. He could tell that this was a lullaby, the kind used to soothe children to sleep. After Hulaina finished singing, she fell silent, simply sitting on the branch and gazing into the distance, quietly watching the little fox kite in the sky. What's wrong? Are you remembering something unhappy? Yitian tilted his head. Sharing happy things with friends is called sharing joy, while sharing unhappy things is called confiding. He reached out to tuck Hulaina's hair, which had been blown by the wind, behind her ear. Do you have something to confide in me, your friend? I just thought of my parents. Hulaina shook her head. When I was little, my mom would hold me to sleep, humming this song to lull me. Until one day, my mom and dad went to the starry forest, and they never came back. Hulaina looked up at the little fox kite, the gentle sunlight falling on her face, making her skin appear almost transparent, her small face devoid of any expression. Yitian turned his head to look at her face. The wind gently brushed past her profile, and he could even see the tiny hairs on her cheeks swaying. "I can lend you a shoulder." Yitian shifted his body slightly, exposing half of his shoulder. Hulaina stared blankly at Yitian for a long time, making him feel a bit uneasy. Suddenly, she turned to face Yitian and tugged at his face, saying, "You smelly guy, you little brat, you old-fashioned stinky brother." Yitian was suddenly stunned, and after a moment of daze, he swatted Hulaina's hand away and said irritably, "Why are you pinching my face? You nasty guy. I only pinch your face because I like you. I have no interest in anyone else's face, even if it's right in front of me." Hulaina stuck out her tongue and made a funny face. Yitian rubbed his face and looked at Hulaina with a bit of exasperation. "Isn't your brother see you round and chubby?" "Huh?" Hulaina was taken aback. "Why will my brother be round and chubby?" "Because you often pull his ears." Chapter 69. Instant Explosion Step Method. When Yitian returned to the classroom, he felt a mix of emotions as he lay on his bed, planning his upcoming training schedule. The urgent task was to get a soul skill related to step methods. Something like Tang Sek's Ghost Shadow Mysterious Step. This was the key to solving his axe-catching problem. It seemed he could only consult teacher Huang to see if he could obtain a usable step method from him, he thought. Among his few social connections, only Huang Ying had that capability. The next morning, Yitian hurriedly went to Huang Ying's residence, planning to probe for information to see if he could get a step method. He did not disturb Huang Ying to show his politeness and sincerity. He cleverly stood quietly at Huang Ying's door, almost turning into a waiting master stone. "Little guy, what are you doing here?" Huang Ying, who had been secretly observing for a while, was unsure of this little guy's intentions and couldn't help but ask. Yitian was pleasantly surprised and quickly turned around to respectfully bow to Huang Ying, saying, "Teacher, I have some questions about my training and would like to ask for your guidance. If you have questions, just knock on the door. I was just worried about disturbing your rest." Huang Ying smiled and replied, "You're quite thoughtful. What kind of questions do you have? You're still young, so focus on building a solid foundation. Don't be overly ambitious. You need to solidify your basics step by step." "Yes, I will remember your teachings." Worried that Huang Ying would continue to lecture, Yitian quickly corrected himself. "It's about soul skills." "Soul skills?" Huang Ying turned to look at Yitian, his gaze shifting from indifferent to gentle. Every soul skill is a trump card for a soul master, and Yitian asking him about soul skills indicated that he regarded him as a true teacher. No one dislikes the feeling of being trusted by others, and he was increasingly satisfied with this somewhat scheming child. He said gently, "Go ahead and tell me." Yitian shared his difficulties with Huang Ying. Huang Ying nodded and said, "In your situation, you need a flexible footwork to adapt to the rhythm of receiving the axe. As for the technique of receiving the axe, you must learn to follow the momentum." Yitian looked at Huang Ying, admiring her in his heart. As expected of an 88th level soul Douluo, her suggestions were quite similar to those of Pope Bibi Dong. He gazed at Huang Ying with clear intent. He needed a movement technique. "You should go back and think carefully. Listening to the class attentively is key." Huang Ying smiled at Yitian, who was looking at her eagerly. "Oh, okay, goodbye, teacher." Yitian nodded helplessly and turned to leave. The morning passed like this, and then Huang Ying's class followed. The classes had been quite frequent during this period, and for the next few days, they would all be Huang Ying's classes. This was Yitian's main subject, and no matter what, he had to be present. He couldn't skip class to go to Hua, Lina's secret base, to find her anymore. If he dared to skip the homeroom teacher's class, there would definitely be no good outcome. He always felt that Huang Ying's insistence on listening to the class attentively was a warning for him not to skip class anymore, even though he usually skipped the minor subjects. Damn, could teacher Huang be secretly observing me all the time? He recalled Huang Ying's soul skill that summoned 4 sand sculptures. Yitian couldn't help but look up at the vast sky, wondering if he could discover the sand sculptures hidden among the clouds. When he arrived at Huang Ying's main class, it was different from the previous lesson where everyone practiced basic chopping and boxing techniques. Today, she actually began to seriously discuss footwork. "Classmates, I don't need to elaborate on the importance of footwork for spirit masters, right? Today, I plan to teach you a very practical footwork technique," Huang Ying said lightly from the podium. Yitian felt a warmth in his heart. It turned out that the reason for listening attentively was because the teacher would clarify his doubts in class. Huang Ying did not look at Yitian. This footwork technique is called instant burst footwork, which is a special self-created soul skill, quite unique. Upon hearing this, Everyone was taken aback and perked up their ears to listen carefully. Huang Ying's words gave them a sense of unreality. Self-created soul skills are usually kept as secrets, and almost no one would bring them out in class. The so-called instant burst footwork, simply put, is about instantly condensing soul power and, through several complex soul power operation techniques, explosively achieving a faster speed in an instant. Huang Ying carefully explained on the podium the techniques of exerting force and the trajectory of soul power operation. Yitian listened carefully, taking notes in some places, as this could be considered a form of effort in studying, so he couldn't be careless. If there were any parts he couldn't understand, he could also seek clarification from teacher Huang after class. Yitian felt that although this footwork was not particularly profound, mastering it completely was indeed not an easy task. He looked around and noticed that many people around him were frowning, showing a look of confusion, which immediately put him at ease. It seemed that he was not the only fool. In this class, everyone was captivated, and they naturally understood the simple concept of gathering soul power. However, how to unleash soul power in a special way to form soul skills left them all bewildered. Yitian felt a sense of realization. If he could master the instant burst step that teacher Huang explained, the difficulties he faced in receiving the axe would be greatly reduced. The next challenge would be how to naturally accept the soul power from the rebounding axe so that when he caught the axe, there wouldn't be a sudden halt like in mechanical dance. Once he solved these small problems and turned the technique for catching the spinning flying axe into an instinct of his body, his attacks would be extremely terrifying. The teaching time wasn't long. This soul skill wasn't very complex, but it lasted about half an hour. When the last sentence was finished, Huang Ying casually threw the chalk into the chalk box, clapped his hands, stretched widely, and showed a relaxed smile. Talking too much about these theoretical things isn't very helpful. If you listen too much, you'll find it boring, he said with a smile. As soul masters, we say that no amount of theory is better than actual practice. How about this? Let us find a few people to demonstrate the use of the instant burst step and see how well everyone understands. Those who perform well can earn extra points, and those who don't want to lose any points. Who wants to volunteer? No one responded from below. Seeing teacher Huang's smiling face, they all knew it was a good sign. Besides, they had just finished learning, without even a chance to practice. He wanted the students to go up and test the step. Wasn't that just asking them to embarrass themselves? Even Yak and Yin didn't speak up. Although they were a bit older, they didn't dare to be confident about such a soul skill upon first hearing it. Huang Ying straightened his expression, his gaze sweeping across each face in the class, causing everyone to lower their heads involuntarily. Yitian was excluded. He was closing his eyes, carefully grasping the key points of teacher Huang's explosive step technique by combining the power techniques of Draven in the environment and the muscle twitches. He had a realization in his heart. If no one stepped up to take the lead, it would fall to him, the class leader. Chapter 70. Roll call. Huang Ying smiled at the silent students. No one is taking the initiative? Then I'll call names. Clearly, he wanted this effect. The next moment, his gaze directly pointed to the one student who was deep in thought about to speak. Seeing Huang Ying looking at him with a smile, Yitian's heart skipped a beat, realizing he couldn't escape, and immediately spoke up. Teacher Huang, I'm willing to give it a try. The treatment for volunteering to go up was naturally different from being called up. He thought to himself that if he was called up, it would be better to take the initiative. Huang Ying smiled slightly. Good. As the class leader, you should set an example. When Yitian went up, everyone was momentarily stunned. Then they all breathed a sigh of relief. This was the price of being the class leader and showing off. Come on, boss. You can do it. Zhang Xing quickly cheered for Yitian from his side. That said, he actually had doubts in his heart about whether Yitian could manage it completely. Because the time was too short, Yitian felt a bit helpless. Becoming this ridiculous class monitor brought no real power, but he was the first to take the heat. Since he had already spoken up, he naturally couldn't be hesitant. Without any hesitation, he calmly walked up with an indifferent expression. This was a special class arranged by teacher Huang for him, so he had to take it seriously and show what he was capable of. Yitian approached and stood beside Huang Ying. The classroom was too narrow to move around. Huang Ying pointed outside, and everyone gathered on the playground. Yes, teacher. The crowd responded in unison. Then they began to line up orderly towards the playground. Having just completed military training, the line was very neat and appeared organized. Along the way, Huang Ying turned to Yitian. Do you understand what I talked about earlier? I understand more than half, but there are still some points I'm not quite clear on, Yitian answered honestly, adding that he hadn't actually practiced it. So the students might not necessarily be able to apply it. It's okay if you don't understand. If everyone could learn just by listening, what would be the need for a teacher? Huang Ying smiled. He reached out and grasped Yitian's shoulder. His hand, trembling slightly as a wave of soul power surged out, instantly flowing through his arm and into Yitian's body. Yitian was momentarily stunned, not yet understanding what had happened, when he felt a vast soul force surge in from his shoulder, instantly flooding into his limbs and bones. When this soul force entered his body, it caused a slight swelling pain in his meridians, as if being pricked by needles, but after 3 or 2 seconds, the pain began to ease. Don't get distracted, hold on, and carefully perceive the trajectory of my soul force flowing within you. Remember this rule. This is the most exquisite method of soul force operation for the instant burst step technique. Huang Ying's voice reached Yitian's ears. Yitian felt a stir in his heart and immediately focused his mind, beginning to carefully sense the flow trajectory of the soul power that Huang Ying had injected into his body. He felt that this soul power was operating in a unique pattern within him. Following this trajectory, if he compressed and released his own soul power, he should be able to perform the instant explosion stepping technique that his teacher had mentioned. Yitian was somewhat excited in his heart. It turned out that teacher Huang had asked the students to sign up and be the first to test the instant explosion stepping technique just to assess the graduate students. Undoubtedly, whoever stepped up would gain this precious opportunity for direct transmission of teachings. Yitian twisted his ankle, carefully sensing and adjusting his posture according to the flow of the soul power. This was Huang Ying's soul power, and he naturally couldn't control its coming and going. So he could only manage his own body to cooperate with the performance of this soul power. After a moment, Huang Ying's soul power gradually weakened, and Yitian let out a long sigh of relief, feeling a surge of joy in his heart. Just in that brief moment, he had completely understood the method of utilizing that soul power and firmly etched it deep in his mind. Do you understand? Huang Ying asked. I understand, Yitian nodded. I understand everything. Thanks to you, teacher. Huang Ying nodded. All right, let's see how you perform. If you can learn this technique from even a trace of my soul power's movement, that would be quite impressive. On the playground, everyone was watching Yitian. It was time to showcase his true skills. Yitian took a deep breath and stepped forward. To better execute this move, he summoned his martial soul, fused with it, and increased his body strength. The background music started playing. Oh ho! With a sound of thunder, Yitian made a dazzling entrance, ready as ever. While the onlookers eagerly anticipated, what on earth is this? Here it comes again. The class leader's bizarre martial soul is out again. The students who had attended the practical class exclaimed, Whoa, this martial soul is so powerful. Someone pointed at Yitian, incredulous. Is he really calling us little brats? This is so arrogant. It's not Yitian speaking, it's his martial soul talking. This mutated martial soul is truly unique, even having seen it once. Huang Ying couldn't help but chuckle. This little guy's martial soul was surprisingly flamboyant, a perfect match. The mutated soul martial was indeed terrifying. Someone shouted, and before they could finish their sentence, they gasped in shock and couldn't help but hiss. The dorm mates had seen Yitian's martial soul a few times, but at this moment, they still couldn't help but twitch their lips. Ignoring the background music and the surrounding discussions, Yitian quietly circulated the soul power within his body. This time, he didn't plan to cheat by activating the martial soul skill blood rush, but intended to use instant burst step with integrity. He compressed the soul power in his legs, then exploded it in a special trajectory, executing it with the unique stepping technique of instant burst step. In an instant, Yitian began a frenzied sprint, transforming into a zigzagging lightning bolt that darted rapidly across the playground. Yitian followed the footwork taught by Huang Ying, perfectly combining the soul power within him with the steps he was taking. He felt as if his legs were wrapped in a layer of green whirlwind, and the weight of his body was expressed throughout. He also understood the essence of the instant explosion step, which was to instantaneously unleash the soul power within him, creating a rapidly spinning soul power storm around his legs. This soul power storm would act like a thruster, propelling his body, making it lighter and more agile. If he wanted to maintain the instant explosion step for an extended period and keep moving rapidly, he would need to unleash his soul power again before the storm on his legs weakened or disappeared, reconstituting the soul power storm. At that moment, there was silence. Everyone was stunned, watching this scene. Even the third-year students, Yin and Yak, were no exception. To master a self-created soul skill in a few days would be understandable, but to do so in a few minutes was simply outrageous. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yitian took off, The spinning step method unfolded, swift as the wind, fast as lightning, like a raging dragon running, and the little ones below were all astonished. Chapter 71. Spinning Step Method. Clap, clap, clap. Zhang Xing led the applause, and beside him, Zhu Zhujin and Zhao Yingjie couldn't help but shout, "Great job, boss." So awesome. They were very excited, cheering and shouting, not expecting that such an extremely difficult soul skill could be mastered by Yitian in an instant, with their dorm leader having mastered it. Didn't that mean they could also benefit from it as his little brothers? They would privately seek his guidance. Learning the instant explosion step was not easy. To unleash such power, one must have extremely strong body strength. Otherwise, one could not withstand the soul power explosion of the instant explosion step. The reason why Yitian's body can explode, due to the compression of soul power within him, is that he has experienced 3 years of blacksmithing. Although these 3 years had no impact on the growth of his soul power, they greatly strengthened his physique, allowing his meridians to fully withstand such an explosion. Coupled with his innate divine strength, his physical quality far surpasses that of his peers, even outmatching many adults. The explosive soul power operates using the technique of instant burst step, causing the concentrated soul power within to erupt, combined with the strength of his leg muscles, initiating a wild forward charge, transforming him into a bolt of lightning. Fast and even faster, Yitian thought wildly. He contemplated how fast he could go if he combined his fierce sprint with the instant burst step. Additionally, he has the skill Flying Sparrow Snatch, which allows for long distance, high-speed displacement. With all these factors combined, an ADC with long legs and high attack power would undoubtedly become a harbinger of death, killing gods and Buddhas alike. When Huangying saw this scene, he couldn't help but smile knowingly. That is his student. Even when he graduates, he will carry his mark, which is undoubtedly an exciting thing for a teacher. This speed is incredible. Isn't the instant burst step a technique for instantaneous explosive speed? How is he achieving such an explosion? Indeed, isn't an instant burst? Some were dumbfounded, realizing that this isn't an instant burst. This is a sustained explosion. Others were shocked, feeling a sense of awe. Even the incredibly proud AI Ku, Yin, Suyu, and others were taken aback, staring at the scene before them. Fast, and even faster, Yitian was on the track. The track on the playground was naturally not a straight line. There were also several curves. He tapped his feet, controlling the azure soul power whirlwind in his legs, forcing a drift while maintaining his speed, making it seem as if he was soaring into the air, tracing an arc in the sky. Even the calm Huangying couldn't help but raise her eyebrows, watching Yitian effortlessly speed around the curve. So fast, not slowing down on the bend. Yitian leaped up, and the soul power whirlwinds on his legs spun rapidly, resembling 2 rocket boosters. Although it didn't allow him to soar into the air, it made his body much lighter. With the propulsion of the soul power whirlwinds, Yitian actually covered nearly 10 meters in a single step, giving the illusion of shrinking the ground. The gold medal commentator began. Yitian soared like a dragon, appearing suddenly, stunning all the onlookers. He had the rhythm in his hands and stepped like a crane in the clouds. So skilled. Yak squinted slightly. He must have mastered this soul technique long ago. Otherwise, how could he be so fast? Yitian is truly impressive. Suyu was somewhat surprised, never expecting that Yitian was not only skilled in attack, but also adept at escaping. Is this kid really experiencing the soul technique for the first time? On the surface, Huangying remained calm, but internally, he was turbulent. Moreover, some techniques here were completely not part of the instant burst step, like turning. He couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, could this kid really be able to learn from one instance and apply it elsewhere? The instant burst step is a soul technique that instantly enhances soul power to achieve a sprinting effect over a straight distance. It is definitely not a technique that can be maintained for long, let alone used for turning. In fact, Yitian had just gained some understanding of this step technique. From this step technique, he suddenly recalled the movement trajectory of Draven's power when he fought on the battlefield in the last illusion. In the last illusion, he had immersed himself in Draven's body and carefully perceived every move of Draven. However, his cultivation was too low to fully grasp the profound meaning contained in Draven's every action. It wasn't until today, under Huangying's guidance, that he instantly realized the intricacies of Draven's footwork, that elegant and swirling step. Yitian stopped and let out a long breath. Even he felt out of breath after running a lap around the playground using the Shunbao step method. Good, 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 Huangying exclaimed 3 times in a row. Everything exceeded his expectations, and Yitian's performance made him more and more satisfied. It's all thanks to the good teaching of the teacher. Yitian flattered and quickly went to the back to rest, recovering the soul power and physical strength he had just expended. Next, Huang Ying shouted, looking at the students below, hoping someone would come up to try again. He didn't explicitly state that he would grant soul power enlightenment to those who volunteered, allowing them to feel the movement trajectory of his soul power within their bodies. His soul power enlightenment was only for the brave students. Yitian winked at his roommates and pointed upward. The meaning was very clear. Me. The three guys stood up together. Yitian couldn't help but cover his eyes. It was simply unbearable to watch. These three fools were just too clueless. Don't they know to go up one by one? At this moment, even a fool would know something was wrong. Huang Ying turned to Yitian and shot him a glare. His earlier small actions couldn't escape the sharp gaze of Huang Ying, who was as keen as an eagle. Yitian shrank his head, gave a forced smile, and quickly closed his eyes to begin meditating. Who else wants to give it a try? Huang Ying looked at the students below. Those who want to try, come up and line up. Suddenly, many people stood up, eager to give it a shot. Naturally, they were not fools. Try it out might yield some benefits. Seeing so many people get up, Huang Ying couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It was obvious that a bunch of them wanted to take advantage of the situation. Very well, good. He sneered coldly, his tone icy. If anyone comes up and cannot grasp it, then you will run 100 laps around the playground. He wanted to eliminate those who were not striving for improvement and were purely looking to take advantage of the situation. In fact, even if they had to run 200 laps, it would still be worth it if they could receive a soul power infusion. Upon hearing that they would have to run 200 laps if they couldn't grasp it, many people were immediately taken aback, some staring blankly at Huang Ying. More than half of those who had previously stepped forward slowly retreated after weighing the pros and cons. They had no clue what was going on. They simply wanted to join in the fun. If the cost of joining in was running 100 laps around the playground, then they'd rather pass. This playground was not small. One lap was 500 meters, so running 100 laps would be 50 kilometers. Wouldn't that tire them to death? Zhang Xing showed no hesitation and chose to trust Yitian. Zhao Yingjie felt the same way. Zhu Zhujin hesitated a bit. But after looking at the determined faces of Zhang Xing and Zhao Yingjie, he straightened his expression and made up his mind. He thought to himself, it's just 100 laps, right? It's not like I can't run it. If it doesn't work out, I can take it as a workout. Huang Ying looked at the group of retreating students with a flash of disappointment in his eyes, feeling somewhat angry at their lack of ambition. Very good. That's a very wise decision. He tugged at the corners of his mouth, revealing a sinister smile. Those who wanted to try lined up one by one, and he looked at the 12 who were still standing in front. I will inject a strand of soul power into you. Feel the changes within. Everyone was suddenly taken aback, looking at Huang Ying in disbelief. They were not like Yitian, who had taken a wild path. They were quite ignorant about certain common knowledge. Infusing soul power was not a simple skill. It required the practitioner to be quite familiar with the soul technique and to have a very high level of control over soul power to execute it. After all, making one soul power operate within another person's body along a certain trajectory was not as simple as reciting it. Without considerable penetrating ability, it was impossible to achieve. Even the ones in line, Yak and Yin, felt it was unbelievable. This kind of teaching could be considered foolproof if they could receive Huang Ying's guidance on soul power. Mastering the soul technique would not be a problem at all. Even if they couldn't grasp it on the spot, they could slowly understand it back home. It seemed they had made the right decision to accept Teacher Huang's request to come here as new students for imitation. Yin and Yak thought to themselves. In fact, Huang Ying was not entirely doing this class for Yitian. If it were just for Yitian, he wouldn't have brought it up in class. He had been thinking about what to teach Yin and Yak during this time. Although Yin was not from the Xinghua campus, he had invited him over to take a leading role, so he naturally had to give some benefits. Otherwise, wouldn't that just waste their time? Upon hearing Huang Ying's words, the students who had retreated felt regretful, wishing they could bang their heads against the ground. Some even stood up again, wanting to receive Huang Ying's soul power infusion. Everyone must take responsibility for their own choices. Huang Ying's tone turned cold. As a soul master, there is only a path ahead, no path behind. He coldly looked at the group of students who had stood up again. Seeing Huang Ying's somewhat icy gaze, the group of students clearly felt intimidated and slowly stood back down. One day, Yitian couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This was simply asking for trouble. A fence-sitter wouldn't have a good outcome. As expected, Huang Ying saw them retreat again and felt both disappointed and angry. Stop. Who told you to shrink back? Hearing Huang Ying's voice and seeing his expression, several of them froze, a sense of dread rising in their hearts. Go run 100 laps around the playground. Huang Ying pointed at a few of them. You're not allowed to rest until you finish. Yes. The few of them drooped their heads, having no choice but to comply. Huang Ying was clearly angry, and if they provoked him further, they would likely face an even worse outcome. Seeing Huang Ying furious, no one dared to speak again. Those who had stepped forward obediently lined up, while those who had not stood still. Now, one by one, come up. I will only teach once. I believe many of you know that soul power infusion consumes a lot of energy. How much you understand after this infusion depends on your own fortune. Huang Ying said. As he spoke, he reached out and patted Yak on the body. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, and Yak's expression changed as he felt a peculiar force penetrate him, causing intense pain in his body, his face slightly twisting. Endure it. Huang Ying snapped. Yitian didn't react at all earlier. Upon hearing this, Yak gritted his teeth, enduring the immense pain as he began to carefully sense the changes in this force. Huang Ying was not in a good mood and had no time for idle chatter. He approached Yan and struck again with his palm. Yan's face hardened as he forced himself to endure, not letting out a single cry of pain. He was very resolute. Following that, Huang Ying infused soul power into each person. Many people's expressions were pained. Some couldn't help but scream, and even some rolled on the ground in unbearable agony. Huang Ying did not punish the student who was rolling on the ground in pain, but rather calmly told him to prepare to drop out and go home. This was because the level of pain each person felt was not only related to their willpower, but also to their physical constitution. If the meridians in their body were too weak to withstand too much soul power impact, they would feel extreme pain to the point of wishing for death. This was an issue of innate constitution. If such a situation occurred, it would undoubtedly pose a significant problem in future training. So Huang Ying chose to let this student leave. Do you feel confident in using it? Huang Ying asked those receiving his soul power infusion. I understand some, but I'm not proficient. Yak replied. Huang Ying nodded, then give it a try. Yak got into position, and with a quick motion, he suddenly created an afterimage, stepping forward, and the soul power erupted, instantly propelling him forward over 10 meters. A fierce soul power storm gathered beneath his feet, causing his speed to surge, and he truly felt like the wind was at his feet. However, after rushing out 10 meters, his body suddenly shook violently, and the soul power storm in his legs abruptly vanished. Then his body faltered, crashing down onto the ground with a loud thud, landing on the grass beside the track. Yin couldn't help but laugh. Seeing Yak take a tumble made him very happy. If Yak could fall in a way that made him eat dirt, he would be even happier. But the outcome disappointed Yin. Yak's agility was remarkable. At the moment he fell, he curled up on the grass, rolled twice, dissipating the momentum, and stood up. He still wore a calm expression, his hair slightly disheveled, a bit of dust on him, but he had no injuries. Huang Ying nodded, praising him. Not bad. Although not proficient, you've already grasped the starting stance. He gave the advice. Your failure lies in the excessive pursuit of speed, which causes subsequent changes to lag behind your explosive start, resulting in a feeling of being strong at the beginning but weak at the end. Everything is difficult at the beginning. Practice more, and everything else will come naturally. Thank you, Teacher Huang, for your guidance. Yak nodded. He still did not fully showcase the instant burst technique, as he had not completely mastered its variations. However, he had entered the door and could barely use it. Though it was far from as good as Yitian's, yet it was still quite excellent. Huang Ying looked at Yan, who had previously shown a gloating expression that was evident in his eyes. Teacher Huang, there are still some things I don't understand. I need to go back and ponder them carefully. Yin replied honestly. He could be arrogant in front of others, but in front of Huang Ying, the Contra, he was very obedient. His martial soul was an ancient soul beast, a pure power-type flame lord. Once his martial soul was activated, it was like a giant. Moreover, he possessed both fire and earth attributes. Fire was for attack, and earth for defense, making his defensive and offensive capabilities immensely powerful. Because of this, his training direction had always been clear, focusing on both offense and defense, pursuing the effect of overpowering 10 with 1. Such flashy techniques were not within his consideration. If you can't do it, you shouldn't mock those who can. Huang Ying said lightly. What about you guys? He looked at others. None. Zhang Xing, Zhao Yingjia, and Zhu Zhu Jin shook their heads. Although they had some insights, they couldn't grasp the essence so quickly. In this situation, there was no need to try, as they couldn't use it at all, especially Zhang Xing. He was a defense-type soul master, not good at running. It would truly be a challenge for him to grasp a movement-type soul skill in a short time. Chapter 74. Weighted long-distance running? Yitian stared blankly at Zhang Xing, wondering if this was something a person would say. Did he really say that? How could he utter such fierce words? Little egg? Hmm? Suyu was slightly taken aback. Then her little face flushed with a rosy hue. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly as she turned and shot Yitian a fierce glare before walking away. Yitian was momentarily stunned, feeling innocent as if the pot had fallen from the sky while he was sitting at home. He wasn't sure whether Suyu's flushed face was from suppressing laughter or from embarrassment. However, he certainly couldn't seriously explain the difference between pulling the egg, as he put it, and grinding the egg, as Zhang Xing said. He turned to Zhang Xing, somewhat speechless, and then stood up and gave Zhang Xing a hard knock on the head, causing him to flee with his hands on his head. This is how rumors spread. He was merely making a metaphor, yet could not possibly be literally pulling the egg. Hey, boss, I was just repeating your words. Why are you hitting me? Zhang Xing yelled, looking somewhat aggrieved. Come here, let me rub your head. Yitian showed a grin like the big bad wolf and reached out to Zhang Xing. No way. Zhang Xing shrank his head back. As a mentally sound normal person, if he went over, he would look like a fool. All right, remember what you were supposed to do first? Huang Ying's voice came through. If you can't complete it, run 100 laps and set off now. He pointed to the group of students who were swaying and being punished. Follow them. You can't stop until they finish. The crowd wailed. They thought the teacher was just testing their courage and didn't expect they actually had to run 100 laps. Go on. I'll keep a close watch on you. Yitian waved to Zhang Xing, Zhao Yingjie, and Zhu Zhujin with a smile. Isn't it just 100 laps? Zhang Xing snorted. Soul power importation for 100 laps. I'm making a profit. Not a loss. Not a loss. Zhao Yingjie and Zhu Zhujin showed no signs of regret on their faces either. The students who had previously stepped up to receive soul power importation began to run. Their speed was much faster than the previous group of students who had quit halfway and were punished. Although they had not fully grasped the instant burst step method, they had gained something to some extent. As they started running, they instinctively applied some tips from the instant burst step method, making their speed quite remarkable. Huang Ying looked at the more than 20 students running and then at the 22 standing still. Do you know what you should be doing now? The 22 students standing still looked confused, somewhat at a loss. They had forgotten why they were here. Yitian's heart skipped a beat. This was going to be collective punishment, and if things went badly, everyone would have to run 100 laps. We are practicing the instant burst step? A clever student quickly replied. Who stands around practicing footwork? Huang Ying pointed to the track. Footwork is about honing your skills underfoot. Go, run 100 laps. A student complained, not expecting that they would have to run 100 laps without receiving any benefits or making any mistakes. What? If you delay for another second, you all will run 200 laps. Huang Ying shouted. He coldly said, I know that many of you want to tell me this is unfair, that you feel wronged. But I want to tell you that everything on the path of a soul master must be fought for. If you think something will fall from the sky, that is impossible. Now start running. No matter how much this group of students cursed Huang Ying in their hearts, they did not dare to voice their objections and all obediently followed the front line to start running. In an instant, only Yitian and Suyu were left in the entire class, and the atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Yitian and Suyu looked at each other. Suyu glanced at Huang Ying, then turned to look at Yitian, seemingly asking for his opinion. Ahem. After a moment of contemplation, Yitian spoke earnestly. Teacher Huang, our class as a whole, so the two of us should join the run. After saying this, he winked at Suyu. I think so too. Suyu nodded her little head. Her intuition told her that if they didn't go for the run, the next situation wouldn't be any better. All right, you can go. Huang Ying nodded. Suyu felt relieved from the heavy atmosphere, letting out a sigh of relief, and turned towards the track. She trained often, and both her strength and endurance were quite good. Although 100 laps was no small number, it wouldn't be a challenge for her. Yitian hurriedly followed along, as he always felt that Teacher Huang would trouble him because of the signals he had given to his roommates earlier. Wait, did I tell you to go over and run? Huang Ying's voice came faintly. Yitian was taken aback for a moment, a sense of unease rising within him. This was a bit troubling. Huang Ying reached into his pocket and with a clang, a square block of iron was thrown onto the ground. Yitian steadied himself and took a closer look at the iron lump. A sudden chill rose in his heart, and he felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Why does this thing look so much like a vest? Do you know what this is? Huang Ying asked. It seems, Yitian said, forcing himself to speak. It's a weight-bearing equipment. You brat, you're not trying to cheat, are you? Huang Ying chuckled knowingly. Then you know what to do, right? Yitian, replied listlessly. Got it. He didn't argue with Huang Ying and directly picked up the iron armor from the ground, putting it on. His body sank slightly, and Yitian estimated that the armor weighed at least 30 pounds. It was also a bit ill-fitting. Wearing it felt like being encased in an iron barrel, as if he had a trash can on his back. His face darkened a bit. Clearly, this style and size were not intended for junior students. It was outright child abuse. Of course, these thoughts were only in his mind. Yitian honestly began his running journey. If an ordinary student had to run 100 laps with his 30-pound armor, it would probably cost them their life. This was also the reason Huang Ying didn't allow Su Yu to train with the armor. But Yitian was different. Huang Ying already understood that Yitian was naturally strong, and the 2 soul rings provided a significant boost to his body. Therefore, training with the armor posed no problem at all. Yitian carried the heavy iron armor on his back and rushed to the edge of the square's runway. Starting to run, he felt a bit relieved that Huang Ying didn't make him use soul power and allowed him to rely purely on physical strength. Of course, Huang Ying wouldn't let Yitian rely on brute force to carry the 30-pound iron armor for long distances. Yitian was still in his developmental stage, and if he carried heavy loads for an extended period, he would become a muscle-bound brute. Chapter 75. Auxiliary Soul Skills. Yitian looked at the crowd ahead, feeling a bit bitter. The playground wasn't large, but a lap around it was about 500 meters. If one were to run 100 laps, that would be 50 kilometers, and with added weight, it would certainly not be an easy task. He noticed that Yin was leading the way, while Yak was leisurely maintaining a distance of about 2 meters behind him. Behind them were Su Yu, Zhang Xing, and others. Yitian maintained a speed that conserved energy, running steadily and somewhat slowly without urgency. He was carrying a heavy iron bucket, so he couldn't afford to be reckless. In just a short while, Yak and Yin had already surpassed him by a full lap. As they passed by, they even shot him a provocative glance. "Boss, can you really stand this? You should be carrying more weight than them and give them a good beating." Zhang Xing, who thrived on chaos, encouraged from the side. Zhu Zhujin and Zhao Yingjie also began to slow down, accompanying Yitian as they ran leisurely. Huang Ying stood expressionless in the center of the playground, watching the trainees run, and no one knew what he was thinking. "I suggest you catch up with them, or you'll regret continuing to jog slowly with me," Yitian cautioned, having noticed Huang Ying's gaze directed this way. However, Zhang Xing and the others were unfazed, even returning a smile to Huang Ying. Yitian was taken aback. These 3 fools really weren't afraid of death. Was this a friendly smile? No, it was a provocative grin. Seeing Zhang Xing and the others smiling at him, Huang Ying was somewhat surprised, but then returned a faint smile. She waved at Zhang Xing, Zhu Zhujin, and Zhao Yingjie, signaling them to come over. The 3 of them were stunned, suddenly feeling an ominous premonition rise in their hearts as they recalled what Yitian had just said. Huang Ying waved again. With no choice, the 3 of them had to steel themselves and walk over. "Teacher Huang, what do you want us to do?" The trio felt slightly uneasy. Huang Ying smiled. "Your dormitory is quite harmonious." "Of course, we are partners we can trust with our backs," Zhang Xing quickly replied. Yeah. Zhu Zhujin and Zhao Yingjie nodded vigorously. Huang Ying smiled again. "Since you are partners, the kind that can entrust your backs to each other, do you think you should just watch Yitian be punished while you sit back and relax?" The 3 felt a simultaneous jolt in their hearts. We shouldn't, they said stubbornly, but it felt as if they had swallowed a dead rat. Clang, clang, clang. A series of heavy objects fell to the ground. "Come on, each of you choose one." Huang Ying's voice was like a devil's whisper. Before long, 3 figures in iron buckets were running around the playground again. Others were terrified upon seeing this and no longer dared to cheat or slow down, hastily picking up the pace. Even Yak and Yin were shocked. Carrying such iron lumps was no easy task. "Boss, I'm about to die from exhaustion," Zhu Zhujin gasped, looking listless. Only when they really started running did they gradually feel the pressure of the weight. If it were just regular running, even without using soul power, a round trip of about 6 kilometers was nothing for them. The transformation from soul power gave them physical capabilities far beyond ordinary people, but with the added weight, their bodies clearly struggled to adapt. After 20 laps, Zhu Zhujin and Zhao Yingjie were already drenched in sweat, and even Zhang Xing looked somewhat fatigued. Their burden wasn't as heavy as Yitian's. Zhang Xing, Zhu Zhujin, and Zhao Yingjie's iron suits weighed 20 pounds. After all, although he was strong and muscular, his physique was not built for long-distance running, but rather developed through explosive weightlifting. "Let's hold on for a bit longer. If we can't run anymore, we'll drag you along." Yitian comforted Zhu Zhujin. His martial soul was not adept at carrying weight, and on top of that, his soul power was the weakest, making his body the weakest as well. By the time Yitian and the others, drenched in sweat, completed their 50th lap, Yin and Yak, who were running in front, had already surpassed them by 10 laps. The other students had at least outpaced them by 5 laps. Yitian's condition is actually okay. He doesn't feel unbearable, However, Zhu Zhujin and Zhao Yingjie are struggling a bit. Zhu Zhujin feels darkness closing in, as if a flame is burning in his chest. His mouth is dry, and his whole body is soaked in sweat, making him feel uncomfortable and sticky. The heavy iron armor is rubbing against his body during the constant jolting, leaving red scratches all over. I can't take it anymore, boss. I can't hold on. Zhu Zhujin gasped for breath. Yitian grabbed his shoulder and half protected him as they ran. Just hold on a little longer. It will soon be over. If you get through this fatigue period, it will be easy. Hey, how are you guys doing? Suyu chased up from behind, and seeing Zhu Zhujin and Zhao Yingjie as pale faces, couldn't he help but frown. You two are too weak. How can you not handle this? This is seriously dragging us down. Although she scolded them mercilessly, she came closer and grabbed Zhu Zhujin's other arm, placing on her shoulder. Together with Yitian, they supported Zhu Zhujin and ran. After all, she was the leader of Zhu Zhujin, Zhao Yingjie, and Zhang Xing, and while she had to reprimand her incompetent subordinates, she also had to take care of them. Hey, leaders, do you want to help me? Zhang Xing and Zhao Yingjie supported each other, looking eagerly at Zhu Zhujin, who was being helped by Yitian and Suyu. Get lost if you can run, then run faster. Yitian said irritably. Run faster. If you talk back, next time I'll turn you into a pig's head. Suyu was less polite than Yitian, waving her small fist at Zhang Xing. This is the consequence of trying to show off while being lazy, someone said coldly from behind. Exactly. Who told these guys to show off? It's so annoying that we all have to run because of them. Another person mocked. They were the type who didn't benefit but had to run 100 laps, and seeing Yitian and the others being punished, they felt a bit of schadenfreude. Bastard. What did you say? Do you believe I'll beat you up? Zhang Xing, with his bad temper, couldn't tolerate it. Seeing the tall and sturdy Zhang Xing getting angry, the two couldn't help but retract their necks, stopped their insults, and immediately sped up to overtake a few people. Don't be impulsive. With that energy, you might as well run properly. Yitian stopped Zhang Xing, as there was no time for infighting now. Suddenly, a low and gentle sound of a piano echoed, and the five of them suddenly felt a refreshing sensation all over their bodies, the comforting feeling making them involuntarily groan. A red light enveloped Yitian, Suyu, and the others, as if they had donned a red cloak, making them feel much lighter. What is this? Is this a soul skill? Suyu exclaimed. It's an auxiliary soul skill. Auxiliary soul skill? Yitian was a little surprised, turning to look back. Chapter 76, Ayer's Martial Soul. Yitian looked back at the people and saw Ayer jogging behind a few of them. He held an ancient zither in his hands, with 7 strings tied from thick to thin, looking very exquisite and antique. Yitian immediately recognized the source of the red cloak on him, which was the soul skill released by Ayer. He could clearly feel his soul power recovering. Not only that, but his body was also becoming lighter. The energy he had previously consumed was gradually being replenished. It wasn't just Yitian. Zhang Xing and the others also noticed Ayer behind them. Ayer smiled at the 5 of them. This is my first soul skill, Hongyi Yuchang. It can give you a layer of soul power cloak. Under the protection of this cloak, your soul power quality will increase by 10%, and your soul power recovery ability will strengthen, along with an increase in defense. He briefly described the effects of his soul skill to everyone. Thank you, Yitian nodded at Ayer. You're welcome. We are all friends here, Ayer replied. Yes, Ayer, I'm definitely going to be your friend. If anything happens in the future, just let me know. Zhang Xing suddenly threw away Zhao Yingjie's hand and ran off by himself. Is it really okay for us to use our martial souls? Zhu Zhujin asked in surprise. Of course it's fine. Teacher Huang didn't say anything. Yak explained. Unfortunately, I haven't activated my soul ring yet, so I can't manifest my martial soul. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in such a mess. Zhu Zhujin felt a bit regretful, thinking he was holding them back. Is your soul power at level 10 now? Zhao Yingjie asked Zhu Zhujin. Yes, I just reached it this morning. I haven't had a chance to tell you. That's great. This week we will report to the Academy and request the Academy to lead us to hunt soul beasts in the soul hunting forest to obtain soul rings. Zhao Yingjie said. He hadn't obtained his first soul ring yet and was getting a bit impatient. Hey, you guys can discuss this when you get back. Right now, we need to speed up. Maintaining this Hongyi Yuchang will consume Ayer's soul power. Suyu was immediately displeased when she saw the two chatting. It's fine. This soul skill doesn't consume much soul power. I can maintain it for a long time. Ayer said with a shy smile. Let's talk when we get back. We need to speed up first. Yitian released Zhu Zhujin's hand. Under AI air support, the fatigue they had felt earlier vanished in an instant. And Zhu Jin no longer needed the help of him and Su Yu. Okay, everyone nodded. The six of them then began to speed up, and with AI air's help, they started to overtake the classmates in front of them. Yitian noticed that the students running ahead were all shimmering with faint soul power, and a few soul masters with beast martial souls had already used their martial souls. He understood that over such a long distance, if they didn't use soul power, there wouldn't be many in the entire class who could finish the run. He secretly thought that Teacher Huang was still more merciful than Yu Xiaojiang. When Yu Xiaojiang made the Shrek 7 monsters run with weights, he didn't allow them to use soul power. At that moment, Yak and Yin caught up again. Having circled back from behind the six, Yak noticed the flickering red garment like soul power on the six and was momentarily taken aback. He looked meaningfully at Ire, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes, and then suddenly became ecstatic. This is the choice of fate, did you see it? Aren't you accepting your fate? He said to Ire. I don't know you. Ire turned away, ignoring Yak. Don't know me? Yak was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. You can't escape this. Since heaven has made this choice, you are my good brother. His thoughts were wild, in a hysterical way, as if he had just won 5 million. He couldn't suppress the emotions that erupted like a volcano. Ire didn't respond, his face darkened, a hint of sorrow flashing in his eyes, and he fell silent. Laugh at you, damn it. Zhang Xing saw Ire's expression and immediately became furious. If you laugh again, I'll beat you to death, you bastard. Although he didn't understand Yak's words, he knew that Ire was upset because of Yak. Are you looking for death? Yak's eyes narrowed, glaring fiercely at Zhang Xing, very unfriendly. If you dare to make a move, I'll make you crawl to finish the last few laps. Yitian said coldly to Yak. He looked at Ire and Yak, pondering deeply. Clearly there was something hidden between these two brothers. Seeing the situation tense up, Su Yu, Zhu Jin, and Zhao Yingjia quickly approached, subtly surrounding Yak. Yak, you coward, if I were you, I would have made a move by now. Yin watched from the side. Thank you, but this is between me and him. You don't need to worry. Ire shook his head. Old Huang is watching this side. If we don't want to run another 100 laps, let us not argue and just run well. After saying that, he no longer looked at Yak and started to run faster, giving it his all as if venting all the negative emotions from earlier. What is your relationship? Yitian looked at Yak. What fate are you talking about? This is a matter of our family. What does it have to do with you? Yak sneered. You better not interfere. Otherwise, even Huang Ying can't protect you. After saying that, he laughed loudly. You little pawn are nothing but an ant. You can't interfere. He stopped talking nonsense and began to sprint madly, instantly leaving Yin behind. Boss, what do you say? Zhang Xing asked. Should we give Yak a beating? I think we can arrange something for this bastard. Zhao Yingjia nodded. How about we knock him out once I get my first soul ring? After all, he is Ire's brother. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Su Yu pondered for a moment. If we do it, we must do it secretly. What are you afraid of? Just deal with it openly. Zhang Xing said boldly. Does this guy look like he is Ire's brother? Brothers like this are better off without. That makes sense. Sometimes brothers can be scarier than enemies. Zhu Jin nodded in agreement. Yitian ignored his roommates who were discussing excitedly. He looked at Yin and asked, Aren't you here to stir up trouble for Yak? Have you found anything? Yin glanced at Yitian, unexpectedly not acting arrogantly. But after a moment of contemplation, he spoke. There should be a connection between Yak and AI regarding their families. I suspect their families train talents in a way similar to the Xingluo royal family, where only one survives each generation. How is that possible? Yitian ran alongside Yin and asked, What type of soul master is Yak? I find it a bit strange, based on AI's martial soul. Yak should also be an auxiliary type martial soul. Why would an auxiliary type martial soul do such flashy tricks? Chapter 77. Yak's martial soul. Yak is a strong attack type. His martial soul looks exactly like AI's, but instead of a lute, it's a sword. Yin thought for a moment and added, It's a two-handed great sword. Isn't a martial soul that looks exactly like a lute still a lute? Yitian asked, a bit confused. Yes, the scabbard is a lute. And when you pull it from the lute's head, it becomes a sword. A very large sword. Yin looked at AI and said, That's why I was so surprised when that guy used his martial soul. The same martial soul, but with two completely different forms. You mentioned they could be from the Xingluo royal family, but one is auxiliary and the other is strong attack. What's there to compete for? Yitian was somewhat perplexed. Exactly, it's unnecessary. That's why Yak is so ecstatic. Yin looked at him as if he were an idiot. Did you see how Yak changed when he saw AI's auxiliary martial soul? Yitian was immediately speechless. You make a good point. I have nothing to say. He felt something was off in his heart. It was clear that things weren't like this, but he didn't want to argue with Yin. Never argue with fools. In his eyes, although Yin couldn't be considered a fool, he wasn't exactly smart either. Because Yak's gaze towards Ayer was not due to Ayer being an auxiliary soul master, which posed no threat to him, but rather a sense of relief. Yak's eyes seemed to want to devour Ayer completely, like a starving wolf that hadn't eaten for a week, making people shudder. Yitian wondered if Yak wanted to obtain something from Ayer. Although Ayer was running ahead, he did not dispel the effect of his first spirit skill. The layer of red spirit power still enveloped everyone, providing auxiliary effects. On the track, there were also a few girls struggling to walk. Their spirit power was limited, and their bodies were not strong enough to handle such a large amount of exercise, so they could only jog on the playground. As Ayer passed by them, he casually applied his Hongyi Yuchong to those students who were exhausted but still persevering. Under the effect of his auxiliary spirit skill, these students suddenly felt a jolt. Their nearly depleted stamina recovered, and they continued to run. Ayer's spirit skill was quite impressive. Suyu exclaimed. He applied it to so many people at once yet remained unfazed. It was an exceptional auxiliary martial soul. Yitian turned to look at Yak. The same martial soul, yet with different forms. It was quite strange. With the help of this auxiliary spirit skill, those who were lagging behind became more and more vigorous, running faster and faster, and soon completed the task assigned by Huang Ying. At this moment, on the playground's lawn, a dense mass of students lay down, all of whom had just finished running 100 laps. Yitian crouched down, his hands resting on his knees, gasping for breath, his whole body slightly trembling. Carrying 30 pounds of iron armor and running nearly 50 kilometers, even he felt waves of soreness throughout his body. Without the support of Ayer's Hongyi feather garment, Zhang Xing had already collapsed to the ground, sweat dripping continuously, as if he had just wrung himself out of water. Zhu Zhujin and Zhao Yingjie sat on the ground, feeling a haze before their eyes. Without Ayer's soul power boost, they nearly fainted. In comparison to Yitian, Zhang Xing, Zhao Yingjie, and Zhu Zhujin, Ayer and Suyu were in somewhat better condition. After all, they weren't carrying iron armor. Huang Ying took a deep look at Ayer. Not bad. You're doing well. Students should help each other. He looked at the students who had collapsed on the ground and said, "Today's class ends here. You can go back and rest." As soon as these words were spoken, the students couldn't help but cheer, feeling a sense of relief, having finally escaped from the grasp of old Demon Huang. Huang Ying smiled and said, "Dismissed. Tomorrow I'll give you a theory class. I suggest you don't just think about sleeping after returning. Take the time to meditate and cultivate. Digest the improvements and significance from today's physical training." Yes. The students responded in unison and then dispersed, each returning to their dormitories to clean themselves up. Back in his dorm, Yitian began to meditate and cultivate. Training was like rowing upstream. If you don't advance, you will retreat, and you cannot relax even for a moment. The next morning, bang, 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 a series of knocking sounds echoed. Yitian slowly opened his eyes and looked at the dark sky, feeling a bit confused. Who would come knocking at this hour? Who is it? Yitian opened the door, and to his surprise, it was Suyu. "How did you get in?" he asked, somewhat astonished. "This is the boys' dormitory." "Of course I walked in openly." Suyu replied playfully, "The academy doesn't prohibit girls from entering the boys' dormitory. I'm here to wake you up for training." Yitian squinted his eyes. "You snuck in while the dormitory manager was still asleep, didn't you?" He knew that the main entrance of the academy's dormitory wouldn't be locked. He and his roommates would often go out for morning exercises while the dormitory manager was still sleeping. The Wuhuan Temple Academy had no shortage of diligent students who would rise at the crack of dawn, and the academy naturally wouldn't impose too many restrictions on them. As for safety, that was even less of a concern, as no one dared to provoke the Wuhuan Temple. Hee. So you get a thumbs up, smart. She turned to look at Zhang Xing, Zhu Zhujin, and Zhao Yingjie, and disdainfully said, "Aren't these fools saying they practice every morning? Turns out they were just dreaming. They were exhausted yesterday and couldn't get up today. I plan to give them a break." Yitian raised a finger to his lips, signaling Suyu to be quiet. Over there, Zhang Xing was sprawled out, snoring like thunder, lost in a hazy dream. "Red-haired dog, take a shield from Grandpa Zhang. See if I don't blow your dog head off, you old man." Then Yitian saw Suyu cautiously lean into Zhang Xing's ear. Yitian couldn't help but cover his eyes, high energy ahead. Through his fingers, he saw Suyu taking deep breaths. He couldn't help but feel a bit sympathetic towards Zhang Xing, then quickly covered his ears. This was accompanied by soul power. "Get up." The entire boys' dormitory instantly erupted into chaos. Zhu Zhujin and Zhao Yingjie jumped up immediately, bending their bodies in a defensive posture. Upon seeing Su Yu, they were somewhat dumbfounded, looking bewildered and a bit at a loss. Bang bang bang. Yitian knocked on the bedboard, in front of female classmates. One still needs to pay attention to their image. Zhu Zhujin and Zhao Yingjie immediately felt embarrassed, their faces turning red as they hurriedly shrank back under the covers. They were only wearing underwear. As for Zhang Xing, his situation was quite miserable, rolling his eyes on the bed, foaming at the mouth, and his limbs twitching uncontrollably. Chapter 78. Su Yu's martial soul, you two hurry up and tidy yourselves. Su Yu pointed at Zhang Xing and said to Zhu Zhujin and Zhao Yingjie, and this one, get him sorted out and drag him to the training ground. What exactly are you here for? Yitian asked, do you want to join us for morning exercises? It's you who will join me for morning exercises. Su Yu corrected, you all just run a bit and do some push-ups. What kind of training effect can that have? You have quite an attitude. Yitian glanced at her. Since you want to train, why not do it with your roommates? Did you have a falling out? Not at all. The people in my dorm are all lazybones. They don't care about cultivation at all. Only you few look a bit more pleasing. So you brave. Well then, since you look down on our morning exercises, what do you plan to practice? Yitian asked. Just follow me. So you wave her hand. Let's go. Drag this guy over here. She pointed at Zhang Xing. When they dragged him to the training room, Zhang Xing was already awake, constantly fiddling with his ears. He mumbled, Su boss, if you want me to do morning exercises, I definitely agree with both hands and feet, but you almost deafen me with your shouting. That's too much. Su Yu shot Zhang Xing a fierce glare, scaring him into immediately shutting up and awkwardly smiling without saying another word. It's starting. Today is our first morning exercise. Su Yu was quite excited and very enthusiastic about the morning practice. Yitian has always believed that morning exercises help to foster team cohesion. Why is their dormitory more united than others? A significant part of it is because everyone continuously trains together and improves each other. Aside from not being able to gather at times, everything else is a team effort. Compared to Zhang Xing and others who are carefree, Yitian thinks a bit more deeply. Douluo Continent has never been a place where one can conquer the world alone. Yitian still has some ideas that require the whole team to work together. At least it's very necessary to strive for the next all-continent advanced soul master competition. The reward of 3 soul bones is not ordinary, and he doesn't intend to hand it over to the Shrek 7 monsters. Well then, let's start with a count. Su Yu still has the temperament of a little girl. 1. She shouted first. 2. The voice was like thunder. Morning exercises were about to begin, and Zhang Xing was also invigorated, youthful, and passionate, making Yitian want to give him a kappa hairstyle like a pot cover. 3. Zhu Zhujin also shouted along. His voice was loud, but lacked strength. 4. Zhao Yingjie also responded. 5. Yitian smiled. The group's lively character used to be Zhang Xing, and now there's also Su Yu. Although this behavior seemed a bit silly, when shouted out by a bunch of kids, it gave a cute feeling. We are soul masters. Morning exercises can't just be running. It must be real combat. Su Yu pointed to the various equipment on both sides of the training ground. How to train? Zhang Xing touched the equipment around him. We are soul masters? Why practice these? Of course, we need to practice soul power against each other. He looked at Su Yu. Come on, Su boss, show your martial soul. Let's spar. He was self-aware and didn't challenge Yitian. The incident where Yitian had cut off a senior student's arms with 2 axes left a deep impression on him. Su Yu looked at Yitian, then at Zhang Xing. Are you looking for a beating? Don't think that just because your skills are better than mine, you can defeat me. Zhang Xing sneered. Let me show you what it means to be as steady as a mountain. Saying this, he displayed his soul ring and summoned his martial soul, the twin thunder shields. Don't mind them. You two should train well. Yitian looked at Zhu Zhujin and Zhao Yingjie. Why don't you two spar? You're both agility attack types. You should have a good match. I can't beat Zhao Yingjie. Zhu Zhujin was a bit timid before the battle. It's only necessary to spar if you can't win. Yitian smiled. You have to challenge yourself. Soul power surged, and a yellow soul ring shone upward from beneath Su Yu's feet as she summoned her martial soul. A parasol appeared in her hand. The parasol was pink, but it was not made of cloth. Instead, it was constructed from thousands of long, curved blades. The blade body pink and the edges white, glimmering with a cold light. Su boss, what kind of strange martial soul is this? The shape of this parasol is a bit too frightening. Zhang Xing looked at the parasol, feeling a chill. My martial soul is called the 1,000-Blade Parasol. Su Yu smiled slightly. I'm a control-type battle soul master. Come on, let me see how powerful your shield is. Then I want to be polite. Zhang Xing took a deep breath, gathered his energy, and burst forth. Without any flashy probing, he directly launched his thunderous attack. Although he didn't use soul power, Zhang Xing's physique, combined with the collision force generated by his heavy build, was not to be underestimated. You dare to come at me without using soul skills? Su Yu snorted coldly. Who do you look down on? First soul skill, Deadly Parasol. Su Yu waved her hand. The thousand-blade parasol spun rapidly. The whole parasol shimmered with red light, and waves of soul power rippled outwards. She swung at the charging Zhang Xing, and a parasol-shaped red light burst forth, striking Zhang Xing's giant shield like a cannonball. Boom! Su Yu remained still, and before Zhang Xing even got close, she sent him flying with a single blow from her deadly parasol, making him land on the ground with a thud. Wincing in pain and looking at Su Yu in disbelief, Zhu Zhujin and Zhao Yingjia, who were practicing nearby, looked over in shock. Did an earthquake just happen? Zhu Zhujin mumbled to himself. Zhang Xing probably won't be able to get out of bed for 3 days. Zhao Yingjia couldn't help but twitch his mouth. His gaze at Su Yu had completely changed. Yitian didn't pay attention to the two stunned fools. Although Zhang Xing was blasted away by Su Yu with a single strike, he was somewhat surprised by Zhang Xing's performance just now. The details of the moment when Zhang Xing was sent flying by the deadly umbrella still lingered in his mind. If it were an ordinary person, even if the giant shield had blocked the attack from the beautiful umbrella, being blasted away like that and crashing to the ground would still have significant impact. But Zhang Xing was different. When he was sent flying through the air, his muscles instinctively contracted to form a protective shield, alleviating most of the impact. When he hit the ground, he instinctively rolled 3 times, perfectly dissipating the last bit of impact. So, while it seemed quite tragic and messy, in reality, he was not injured at all. Yitian was somewhat surprised. He could see the details, but he couldn't do it himself. He could only manage to roll on the ground, but he couldn't control his muscles to assist him. This set of fluid movements was less of a deliberate action and more of an unconscious response, purely instinctual. This kind of instinct was definitely not something that could be mastered overnight. It must be the result of long-term training, having become a conditioned reflex. He secretly pondered whether Zhang Xing had often been beaten before. Otherwise, how could he roll in such a familiar way that made people feel distressed? Chapter 79. Sparring Wow. Boss Su, your broken umbrella has such great power. It's almost as strong as my dad's fists. Zhang Xing dusted himself off and exclaimed. Yitian, Zhu Zhujin, and Zhao Yingjia couldn't help but twitch their lips. From what Zhang Xing meant, he often took punches from his dad at home. What do you mean by broken umbrella? Su Yu widened her big eyes and said, This is called the Thousand Blades Umbrella, 100 times better than your doorboard martial soul. Zhang Xing got back up, walked in front of Su Yu again, took a deep breath, and gathered all his soul power, his whole body resembling an explosive bear. Here it comes. This time I'm going to use my soul skill. He forcefully thrust his martial soul into the ground. First soul skill, Giant Shield Impact. A burst of earthy yellow light suddenly flickered on Zhang Xing's giant shield, and the immense soul power accumulated before erupting instantly, crashing towards Su Yu like a bulldozer. Su Yu curled her lips, suddenly jumped up, soaring nearly 5 meters high, and then spun her thousand blades umbrella wildly in the air. The rotating blade, umbrella, enhanced by soul power, radiated a pink glow, and Su Yu actually hovered in the air like a helicopter. Wow, there's this move too. Yitian was immediately shocked. Su Yu's martial soul was quite impressive. She wasn't coming down at all. He could tell that Su Yu's aerial maneuver was not a soul ring skill, but a self-created soul skill. Is the boss's martial soul still a flying type? Zhu Zhujin was so astonished his mouth couldn't close. It was clearly not a flying type, but it could be considered an application of her martial soul, Yitian thought. The utility of weapon martial souls is vast. For instance, a hammer can not only hit people, but also forge iron. Boss, do you have such an analogy? Zhao Yingjia said unamused. So you're saying my dagger martial soul can not only cut people, but also chop vegetables? Zhang Xing's attack missed Su Yu, but he couldn't stop himself and continued to crash forward, right into a wooden training dummy. Boom! Unprepared, Zhang Xing crashed violently into the wooden dummy, causing it to shake violently. The wooden dummy struck hard, immediately retaliated fiercely. Get away from me! Zhang Xing shouted, his shield vibrating violently as a surge of immense soul power erupted again. His soul skill, Shield Strike, wasn't just a simple charge. Hitting the target didn't mean it was over. It was a 2-stage attack, first the impact, then the internal force. Hidden within the first wave of impact was a more astonishing hidden strength capable of interrupting the enemy's soul power flow. However, what exactly was the Academy's wooden dummy? It was a device used for training soul master-level students. Even if Zhang Xing unleashed both his internal and external strength. He was still constrained by his own soul power and couldn't inflict even the slightest damage on the wooden dummy. Instead, due to the increased force, the rebound strength of the wooden dummy became unprecedentedly powerful. Bang! Suyu in the sky couldn't help but close her eyes, unable to bear to look at the scene below. Seeing Zhang Xing being knocked back at least 7 or 8 meters, spinning freely in a 365-degree fall, Zhao Yingjie and Zhu Zhujin couldn't help but get goosebumps all over. Is this training? This is risking life. Yitian raised his eyelids in surprise and couldn't help but complain. Foolish, really foolish, isn't this a spar? Why did you rush into the wooden dummy at the slightest disagreement? Suyu jumped down from the air and approached, asking, Zhang Xing, big guy, are you okay? I'm not foolish. Zhang Xing sprang up from the ground, scratching his head, just as he crashed into the wooden dummy. He remembered how he had been beaten black and blue by it, so he instinctively used his full strength. Forget it. Sparring with you is really boring. You just crash around aimlessly. It doesn't serve the purpose of sparring at all. Suyu said. After saying that, she looked at Zhu Zhujin and Zhao Yingjie. No, Su Laoda. You should go find Yi Laoda for sparring. Zhao Yingjie quickly shook his head. We just reported to the academy, and we will only be arranged to go to the soul hunting forest this weekend. Sparring with us is even less meaningful. Yeah. Zhu Zhujin nodded vigorously. The gap between us and you is very obvious. You should go find a boss. Suyu shifted her gaze to Yitian. Come on. Yitian nodded. He had just checked and saw that today's Imperial Bond buff was applied to the God King Drax's martial soul, so he could play with Suyu for a bit. This would also be a chance to test if combining his instant burst step and bloodthirsty charge would give him a flying sensation. Hey. You have two soul skills. I only have one right now. You can't bully me. Suyu still held some awe for Yitian. You can only use 30% of your strength. Otherwise, I won't be able to block it. She was very self-aware. As could be seen from the last time, Yitian easily defeated Laxil. If Yitian went all out, she definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. All right. I won't use it. You can give it a try. Yitian smiled. This time, he planned to only use his footwork and not use Flying Sparrow Snatch. Be careful. Suyu smiled slightly. Her leg's soul power exploded, forming a blue soul power whirlwind. The instant burst step was very familiar to her. Seeing Suyu charging with an umbrella, Yitian smiled and also used the instant burst step, quickly retreating under the acceleration of the soul power whirlwind to maintain distance from Suyu. Boom. The moment Yitian's martial soul manifested, the BGM started playing, and the microphone on the flying axe began to shout. Oh ho, welcome to Douluo Continent. The wind howls, the battle intent is fierce. Yitian's lightning-fast footwork unfolds, mysterious and unfathomable, truly remarkable. Your martial soul is really annoying. Suyu frowned. It was so noisy. Take this. Seeing she couldn't catch up to Yitian, she could only use her first soul skill, Death Umbrella. A pink light umbrella spun and flew out. Suyu's Death Umbrella was already fast, and after using the instant burst step to accelerate, its speed became even faster. Yitian did not dodge. At the moment Suyu struck, he activated his martial soul skill, Blood Charge. The reason for using this skill was not to target Suyu, but to facilitate the subsequent axe throw. The moment the deadly umbrella flew in, the flying axe in Yitian's hand began to spin violently. In the next moment, he threw it, not at Suyu, but at the deadly umbrella she had launched. Boom! The spinning flying axe collided with the deadly umbrella, and under the impact, the deadly umbrella disintegrated like bubbles in sunlight, vanishing completely. After shattering the deadly umbrella, the spinning flying axe did not continue forward to attack. Instead, it quickly rebounded backward. Under the enhancement of his bloodthirsty sprint, Yitian's reaction speed increased by 50%, making Suyu's movements appear to him like they were in slow motion. This gave him enough time to pay attention to the landing position of his flying axe. Chapter 80. Real combat with the axe. Staring at the trajectory of the flying axe, Yitian couldn't help but furrow his brows. According to the predetermined path, the flying axe should have landed 5 meters to his left, which was where he planned to turn and retreat next. However, after colliding with the deadly kill, the rebounding force of the spinning axe was altered, resulting in a significant deviation, with the landing position shifting to 3 meters on his right. That's quite a large discrepancy. Yitian glanced at Suyu, who had rushed in front of him. With a flip of his left hand, he raised another flying axe, striking it against Suyu's thousand-blade umbrella. He chose not to use the spinning axe again. At this distance, if he threw it, he wouldn't be able to control the force properly and could potentially injure Suyu. However, Even without using the spinning axe, his slashing strike was still formidable. With his innate strength further amplified by the enhancement from his martial spirit, the force of his strike was considerable, directly pushing Su Yu back several steps. Taking advantage of Su Yu's retreat, Yitian quickly took a few steps, his high-speed movement tracing an elegant arc as he approached the landing spot of the flying axe. Intending to catch it, he watched the flying axe spinning violently and rushing towards him, feeling the gust of wind against his face and the sensation of skin being torn by the force. Yitian silently recited, following the flow, to accept and digest the soul power from the flying axe, rather than resisting or offsetting it. He reached out to catch the rapidly spinning flying axe, which seemed like the scythe of death to others, but in his hand, it felt as gentle as a kitten. Yitian frowned slightly. Even though he tried his best to use his soul power to accept the soul power transmitted from the axe instead of resisting it, there was still a hint of awkwardness that made his right hand, which was gripping the flying axe, pause slightly. However, compared to the previous mechanical-like pause, this time was much better. Having a teacher is indeed beneficial, if one only focuses on hard practice without understanding the key points. Who knows how long it would take to improve? The microphone activated the thunderous commentary mode, and a strong voice echoed. Yitian's demeanor is effortlessly extraordinary, gathering soul power. His figure ethereal, exuding an overwhelming aura. With a single sound and a shout, both sides wield world-class skills, shocking the heavens and the earth, stirring a great battle. Shaking the surrounding area, the autumn water gleams with cold light, sharp blades point with brilliance, the blade and axe, dazzling amidst the fiery battle, flowing through the clouds. In the brilliance, one can see the profound chaos stirring the martial arts. Listening to the sounds emanating from the flying axe, Yitian couldn't help but blush. The narration is so exaggerated that one might think two titled Douluos are in a decisive battle. Su Yu charged forward again, her legs still enveloped in a green soul power whirlwind. Her talent is exceptionally high. Having trained for only a short time, she has already mastered the instant explosion step as if it were second nature. The thousand-blade umbrella swirled, and a deadly umbrella, flashing with pink light, flew out again, forming a rotating soul power storm in the air, howling as it came. Su Yu is very clever. At the moment she unleashed the deadly umbrella, she did not stop to wait. Instead, she used the instant explosion step again, rushing towards Yitian, and as she dashed, she closed her thousand-blade umbrella, transforming it into a weapon resembling a war spear. This is one form of her martial soul. After collapsing the umbrella form, the spear form has greater lethality and is more powerful in close combat. She knows that if she relies on the umbrella form and throws the deadly umbrella from a distance, she will definitely not be as strong as Yitian. After all, she can only throw one umbrella at a time, while Yitian has two axes in his hands. Therefore, she must engage in close combat. There is no retreat. Su Yu's actions naturally did not escape Yitian's observation. Seeing Su Yu charging at him with a spear, resembling a Valkyrie, he couldn't help but be startled. What the hell is this? Is this the thousand-machine umbrella? He wanted to ask if there were 12 other transformations beyond this. However, he did not panic. Controlling his strength, he drew back his hands and suddenly hurled out two flying axes, both spinning rapidly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The two flying axes, carrying violent soul power, spun at high speed towards Su Yu. Yitian controlled the force and direction, so the lethality of the two spinning flying axes was not extremely terrifying. Moreover, he aimed at Su Yu's life-threatening umbrella and the spear in her hand, which would not cause harm to Su Yu herself. Among them, the right-hand flying axe, which he caught once and had its power increased by 10%, was targeting Su Yu's soul skill, the life-threatening umbrella. Although he could not control the recoil, force, and direction of the flying axe well, he could still manipulate the force and direction of the spinning attack with precision. Boom! Bang! The two spinning flying axes struck Su Yu's life-threatening umbrella and the umbrella-shaped spear in her hand, one after the other. The life-threatening umbrella, rotating in midair, was shattered by the spinning flying axe. The moment the spinning flying axe collided with the spear in Su Yu's hand, she felt a tremendous force hit her, causing her hands to go numb, and she could barely hold on her martial soul steadily. Sensing the terrifying pressure from the spinning flying axe, she quickly opened her thousand-blade umbrella, using it like a shield to block her body. In the next moment, she was sent flying, and even with the thousand-blade umbrella blocking her, the force from the spinning flying axe still made it impossible for her to withstand. However, although she was knocked back, Suyu used the umbrella handle to propel her body, spinning several times in the air before landing steadily, avoiding a chaotic roll on the ground. Yitian was at the peak of his power, channeling his soul force as he threw the flying axe, which pierced through the white rainbow, unleashing a mighty force that swept outwards. Two streaks of light surged forward rapidly. The swift light came charging in like a startled swan, with a momentum as if the heavens were collapsing. The opponent raised his spear to meet it, his soul force surging like a mountain. Under the impact of their clash, the opponent felt as if Mount Tai was collapsing before him, his immense strength rebounding him, and he quickly twisted to the side. The moment Yitian threw the flying axe, he no longer paid attention to Suyu, instead focusing on the two flying axes in the sky. He noticed that the trajectories of the two flying axes were surprisingly consistent, both descending from a distance of 5 steps to the left at a 30-degree angle. He took a step forward, and with the boost of his bloodline sprint and instant burst technique, the 5-step distance vanished in an instant, allowing him to catch the two descending flying axes. The moment he caught the axes, he felt his body momentarily halt, a sensation akin to mechanical dancing reappearing. He paused for a brief moment in a pose reminiscent of raising his arms and shouting wildly with the axes in hand. However, because he had activated the bloodline sprint, his speed was so great that the brief pause was not very noticeable. At least in front of Suyu, Zhangxing, and others, Yitian only trembled slightly. Without any apparent stalling motion, Yitian let out a long breath, knowing that when he caught one axe, he could still barely control his body to accept the soul power from the flying axe. But catching 2 axes at the same time was a bit too much, and the awkwardness was quite obvious. He sighed and put away his martial soul, saying, "All right, we still have class later, so let's stop our sparring here." Exactly. Suyu also put away her 1,000-blade umbrella, standing with her hand behind her back, appearing calm and indifferent. However, if someone passed by her, they would notice that her hands behind her back were shaking uncontrollably. Chapter 81. Theory class. After the morning exercise, the group began their classes. Naturally, soul masters couldn't just engage in fighting. Theoretical knowledge was also very necessary. After all, soul masters couldn't be illiterate, right? They also needed to understand various soul beasts, habits, attack methods, habitats, and a bunch of other things. However, compared to the excitement of practical classes, cultural classes were simply too dull and boring, which was the norm for most students. This lesson was about soul beast knowledge, and teacher Li Jin was passionately explaining various common knowledge about soul masters. Compared to the knowledge about soul beasts that Li Jin was discussing, Yitian preferred the practical subclass taught by teacher Alo. As a soul master, having to read aloud every morning and memorize text was too torturous for him. So, he could only listen attentively in class, remembering as much as he could, without letting the knowledge from cultural classes waste his precious time outside of class. "Teacher, could you tell us about the 100,000 your soul beasts?" a curious student asked. "Yeah. Teacher, please tell us. Let us broaden our horizons." Other students chimed in. Clearly, compared to discussing the categories, types, ages, and habits of soul masters, the students prefer to hear about the elusive yet powerful 100,000 year soul beasts, just like how people in the streets love to recount the deeds of titled the law. "I understand your little thoughts. 100,000 year soul beasts are too elusive. Even I have never seen one." Li Jin shook his head and said, "Teacher, you haven't seen one either?" A student asked, "Do you need to be a titled Douluo to encounter a 100,000 year soul beast?" Indeed, only a titled Douluo had the qualifications to be compared with 100,000 year soul beasts, but it was only a qualification. Li Jin nodded. "Since you want to hear, I will roughly talk about it. Soul beasts over 100,000 years old are very difficult for even a single titled Douluo to contend with, because to cultivate to 100,000 years, the soul beast must possess a powerful bloodline inheritance. To suppress a 100,000 year soul beast, one must at least be a titled Douluo of level 95 or above, or possess a sufficient number of soul bones." The students below immediately gasped. In their understanding, humans had always been the rulers of the continent, while soul beasts were merely lambs to be slaughtered, cowering in a few major gathering places. But Li Jin's words undoubtedly shattered their worldview. What if a 100,000 year soul beast comes out? Can we humans resist? Someone asked. Li Jin smiled. These are not problems. Although 100,000 year soul beasts are strong, we humans are not weak, especially our spirit hall, which is not afraid of 100,000 year soul beasts at all. Those are too far from you, The vast majority of you will never encounter a 100,000-year soul beast in your lifetime, and even if you do, it will be a dead end. So, in my class, I will only talk about common soul beasts. Li Jin said rigorously. First, let's talk about a few common types of soul beasts, the jungle wolves of the Douluo Forest. They're about the size of a calf, with extremely tough fur, strong vitality, and their military-like discipline and large numbers make them one of the leading causes of soul master casualties in the Douluo Forest. Moreover, the wolf king of the jungle wolves possesses extremely high intelligence. They choose their targets wisely and keep their distance from opponents they cannot defeat, but they will swiftly kill ordinary prey. Li Jin pointed at a drawing of a jungle wolf on the blackboard, explaining that understanding the structure and habits of soul beasts was very important for soul masters. He kept writing and drawing while explaining, but the students seemed not very interested in such topics. The weakness of the jungle wolves is quite obvious. They are very afraid of flames, and their resistance to flames is also very low. If a soul master skilled in fire attributes is present, it can greatly intimidate them. However, the number of jungle wolves is enormous, and human soul masters mostly enter the Douluo Forest in small teams to hunt. So, if you encounter jungle wolves while hunting for soul rings in the Douluo Forest, you must retreat immediately, even if you find only one jungle wolf. It is no exception. It could attract hundreds or thousands of them, and due to their large groups, it is easy for a 10,000-year level being to emerge among the jungle wolves. Li Jin began to explain the habits of the jungle wolves in detail, analyzing various aspects and providing strategies for dealing with them in case of an encounter. Teacher, how do you distinguish the age of soul beasts? Yitian inquired about a key question. He had always been unclear about this, but it was particularly important for soul masters. Good question. Li Jin nodded and replied to Yitian. Generally, the age of soul beasts is primarily determined by their size and the color of the soul power they use when attacking. The color of the soul power corresponds to their strength. For example, a 10-year soul beast uses white soul power, a 100-year soul beast uses yellow, and so on. Of course, when facing unknown soul beasts, it is best not to look at their soul power. If it is something you cannot withstand, then you will face devastating danger. There is a significant difference between 1,000-year soul beasts and 100-year soul beasts. 100-year soul beasts may possess long-range attack capabilities, while 1,000-year soul beasts will definitely have long-range or area attack soul skills. Watching Li Jin speak nonstop, Yitian had to interrupt his lecture again. Teacher, if a soul master reaches 10,000 years, how do we distinguish the specific age? After all, the range of 10,000-year soul beasts is too vast. There should be a significant difference between a 10,000-year soul beast and a 90,000-year soul beast. This question is not the focus of this class. Li Jin pondered for a moment. The question you raised is a large category. Besides judging by the soul power fluctuations emitted by the soul beast, which, as mentioned earlier, is very dangerous. Therefore, for ordinary people, it is more important to categorize them. Every increase in the level of 10,000-year soul beasts brings significant changes in appearance. In our future classes, we will highlight the characteristics of some mainstream 10,000-year soul beasts at each stage. So when you go hunting soul beasts in the future, you can use this as a reference to determine the specific age of the soul beasts. After Li Jin finished speaking, he took out a small booklet from the podium. This is the content from your next year's textbooks. You don't need to think too much about it now. The key is to learn the current knowledge well. Thank you, teacher. Yitian nodded, looking at the thick textbook in Li Jin's hands, feeling a bit of a toothache. It was too thick, almost like the Xinhua dictionary. If he were to master it all, that would be terrifying. Chapter 82. Meeting Hulaina again after class. Yitian did not accompany Su Yu and Zhang Xing for practical training again. Instead, he planned to head to the soul hunting forest at the edge of the academy to train with the axe again. After practicing with Su Yu in the morning, he gained a new understanding of the axe technique. Now, he naturally needed to consolidate this knowledge and see if he could achieve new breakthroughs. During the continuous training, a sudden flash of inspiration struck Yitian. Was he being too rigid? Why wait for the axe to fall before trying to catch it? Why not control the rebound direction of the axe? By setting the rebound direction of the axe in advance to match his position, he could move while catching the axe, allowing him to attack and evade simultaneously. Otherwise, catching the axe with sheer brute force could lead to serious consequences, such as the enemy predicting his movements. If the enemy anticipated where the axe would land and attacked, should he still attempt to catch it? Moreover, if he was predicted while moving, wouldn't he be exposing himself to the enemy's soul skills? He recalled a saying from his past life: attack the enemy with 7 parts, Leave 3 parts for yourself. When using the spinning flying axe, he had always thrown it with all his strength, fully unleashing his killing potential, charging forward with a deadly momentum. However, once he charged in with such momentum, it became difficult to retract it. Since he only focused on killing the enemy, he didn't leave himself a way out, thus having no room to pull back, forcing him to rely on chance to catch the flying axes. He remembered a line from the I Ching in his past life: "The dragon in flight will have regrets," which was also referenced in the 18 palms of the dragon subduing. The essence of the dragon in flight will have regrets lies not in the word flight, but in regrets. It's like aged fine wine, smooth on the palate, but with an exceptionally rich aftertaste, which is embodied in the word regrets. The dragon in flight will have regrets. Excess cannot last. Hence, there must be a balance between release and retrieval. If 10 parts of force are released, then there should be 20 parts reserved within oneself. In short, one must leave some leeway, allowing for regrets and a flexible force that enables one to leave a way out while attacking and choosing where to land. He could challenge the difficulty, because when he could control the soul power on the axe to choose the rebound position, he would also be able to control the force that rebounds back when the axe bounces. Once again, immersed in training, Yitian lost track of time, finding the right direction and naturally becoming adept at it. At first, it was difficult, and there were times when Yitian even lost his balance trying to catch the axe. To conserve soul power, he didn't use the blood rush or the explosive step. However, during the stumbling training, he still made significant progress. He discovered that under his soul power's influence, the falling position of the spinning flying axe started to deviate, although it still couldn't accurately fly into his hand or reach his predetermined position. He could slightly interfere with its location, controlling the rebound position of the flying axe within a radius of 5 meters around him. Though this might seem inconspicuous, it was of great significance, indicating that everything he had thought about before was feasible. Just because he couldn't fully grasp it now didn't mean he wouldn't be able to master it in the future, as long as he chose the right path. He had no reason to fear not reaching the destination. After training for a while, Yitian tidied up and prepared to return to the dormitory to rest. He didn't exhaust himself to the point of fatigue or deplete his soul power. After all, one doesn't become fat overnight. He believed that with cumulative effort, he could definitely master the spinning flying axe completely. As he passed the edge of the soul-hunting forest, he looked up and saw a corner of the sky that was a vibrant blue, where a small and cute fox kite floated gracefully with its lively tail. He quietly admired it and suddenly took off running, skillfully weaving through the thorny forest to reach the other side of the soul-hunting forest. Hey, are you guys stupid? Don't use brute force. If you pull too hard, it'll fall. A girl in a light yellow dress wobbled her legs while sitting on a swaying tree branch, her long legs resembling those of a canary. She shouted at the several children pulling the kite, her raised eyebrows showing signs of annoyance. On a lush green lawn, 2 children were struggling to tug at the kite, but the little fox kite was hard to control. Even a slight change in wind direction at high altitude made it tremble precariously. The 2 children competed to pull it, fearing that the kite would fall. Clumsy, Hulaina finally couldn't help but jump down. She landed lightly and quickly grabbed the kite string. You idiots, it's not even Yitian who is flying it. The 2 boys surrounded her, watching as she raised her hand high, pulling the kite while running lightly across the grass, darting to the left and right. Yitian? Yin froze, realizing he was one of the 2 boys circling Hulaina. Hearing the name Yitian from her lips left him bewildered. He recalled that among the people he knew, there was only one person named Yitian, the arrogant new student from Xinghua campus. Confused, he looked at Hulaina, not understanding how she knew that annoying little brat named Yitian. The kite soared steadily higher in Hulaina's hands. Almost all the string let out. The strong wind at high altitude blew against the little fox kite, making her seem as if she would fly into the air with it. I'll pull you. A slender little boy hesitated for a moment, wiped his hands on his clothes, and reached out to grab Hulaina's hand. Fire Xiaomao, what are you doing? Yin immediately swatted the little boy's hand away. It's not your turn to pull Hulaina. Yin, what are you saying? Fire Xiaomao was immediately furious. We're good friends. What is wrong with holding hands? You're not a good friend at all. Where did you come from as a lackey? Get out of the way, or I'll beat you. Yin threatened, waving his fists. Hey, what are you 2 idiots doing? Hulaina suddenly turned her head and glared at the 2 quarreling boys, her gaze drifting behind Yin and Fire Xiaomao. Suddenly, she jumped up, lightly tapping her toes on the grass, soaring into the air. Yin and Fire Xiaomao watched her as she reached nearly 3 meters high, resembling a light butterfly. Yitian, Come and help fly the kite. Her voice was crisp, echoing as if resonating between heaven and earth. Yitian was taken aback. He didn't expect that he had just made an appearance when a sharp-eyed Hall.Welcome noticed him. Chapter 83. The Mysterious Girl. Yitian looked at Hall.Welcome and the two behind her, Yin and another little boy. Responding to her words, he swooped down from the branch like an eagle and walked over silently. Yin frowned at him, while the other lean little boy looked at him with curiosity. Hey, how do you know Nana? Yin asked Yitian. The academy is this big. It's easy to get to know each other. Yitian smiled and turned to the other person. And you are? Logic told him that this skinny monkey-like guy should not be Xiaoyu. I am Huo Xiaomao, a third-grade student, and my martial spirit is fire element. The lean little boy extended his hand to Yitian. Hello, I'm Yitian. Yitian shook his hand. Without much more conversation, Yitian took the line from Hall.Welcome and ran across the grass, with Hall.Welcome chasing after him. Yitian finished letting out the last of the line, leaving only a small end in his hand. He handed the end to the gloomy Yin, letting him hold it and continue to let out the kite. Having just finished training, he had no interest in flying kites. So it was best to pass this tedious task to Yin, who was very interested in it. They had just been running, and they happened to arrive at a villa near the Martial Soul Academy. Yitian jumped onto a pine tree by the villa's wall. He lay flat on his stomach, staring at the blue sky, his gaze following the white kite as it floated up and down. Hey, Yitian, Hall.Welcome called from below. Want to go for a walk in Martial Soul City? There's so much to see there. All kinds of stuff brought over from the Douluo Empire and the Heaven-Do Empire. You definitely wouldn't have imagined. Hearing the commotion, Yin, who was flying a kite with Huo Xiaomao, suddenly froze, then perked up his ears, not wanting to miss a single sound. I don't want to go. I just finished training and plan to rest for a while. Yitian shook his head. I'm from the Douluo Empire, and there's nothing much to see. In reality, he had no money. Yitian knew that going out shopping would definitely cost money. What a shame it would be to go out shopping without money. What if Yin and that Huo Xiaomao had money and decided to mock him about it? It wouldn't make sense to beat them up just because he had no money while they could afford to buy things. That would be too embarrassing if it got out. He thought to himself that he should find some time to go to the Martial Soul Hall's soul power testing point in the city to register and receive the monthly subsidy of 10 gold soul coins given to great soul masters by the Martial Soul Hall. The feeling of having no money in his pocket was quite terrible. You're from the Douluo Empire, but I'm not. I've lived in Martial Soul City since I was little and have never been to the Douluo Empire or the Heaven-Do Empire. I heard the Imperial City there is very prosperous. Hall.Welcome was like a curious little cat. Seeing that Yitian didn't respond to her, she pouted, wearing a skirt that made it inconvenient to climb trees. Unable to reach Yitian, she picked up some fallen pine cones from the ground to throw at him. Yitian didn't care about the loose balls that fell on him. I still want to lie down for a while and go to the cultural class to read books in the afternoon, learn about soul beasts. Reading books? How about this? You accompany me to shop in Soul Master City, and next time I'll accompany you to read books? Hall.Welcome pouted angrily. Yitian glanced at Hall.Welcome and thought to himself, am I someone who loves to read? I don't have money, and I can't really go shopping. He hesitated for a moment and pointed at Yin and Huo Xiaomao, saying, maybe another day. How about you let them go with you? Upon hearing this, Yin, who had just been glaring at Yitian and was very displeased, suddenly brightened up and happily blinked at Yitian with a joyful expression. Yitian was somewhat speechless. Yin really was a silly little kid. Hall.Welcome rolled her eyes at him. I don't want to go with a fool. Who is a fool? Huo Xiaomao muttered beside them. Hall.Welcome turned her head and glared with big eyes. You can't even fly a kite properly. Aren't you a fool? Ha ha ha, fool. Huo Xiaomao, you fool. Yin burst into laughter. Look at me, my kite is flying so well. Look, the kite is going to fall. Huo Xiaomao looked up at Yin and immediately shouted. Ah, Yin was suddenly stunned. Just now, in order to eavesdrop on Yitian and Hall.Welcome's conversation, he had completely ignored the kite's trajectory and accidentally let it fall. Yitian looked speechless at this scene. It was clear that Yan's intelligence was not high, just as Hall.Welcome had described him as a fool. When she saw her beloved little fox kite get into trouble and fall into the other courtyard, Hall.Welcome immediately panicked, jumped up, and quickly ran over while lifting her skirt. Yin and Huo Xiaomao were chasing after her. Yitian hesitated for a moment, but still followed. When he rushed over, he happened to see the line of the little fox kite being held by a girl. The girl was wearing a golden palace-style laundress, which seemed to be woven from golden threads without excessive decorative patterns, presenting a simple yet elegant style. The golden stand-up collar protected her snow-white and slender neck, while her long golden hair was casually draped behind her, not meticulously styled, contrasting sharply with her neatly arranged palace outfit. Hulaina, Yin, Huoxiaomao, and even Yitian were momentarily dazed upon seeing her. She was too noble, like a goddess. The girl glanced sideways and caught sight of the anxious Hulaina and the three boys, speaking in a lazy tone. "This courtyard is mine. Don't just wander in without reason." Her voice was crisp and pleasant, making it hard to resist a feeling of persuasion. "Can't we just fly kites?" Yin said angrily from his side. However, his voice was not loud and carried a hint of negotiation. Yan's family was also a notable soul master family in the Spear Hall. Though small in number, they had produced experts in every generation. So he usually spoke and acted with confidence. However, it was difficult for a young man to be truly assertive in front of a beautiful girl, especially with this girl's snow-like skin and stunning looks. The girl looked several years older than Hulaina, having passed the developmental stage of a little girl. She appeared to be around 12 or 13 years old, with a well-developed figure. If it weren't for her slightly immature face, Yitian might even mistake her for a 17 or 18-year-old young woman. Yitian couldn't help but marvel again at how early people developed in the Douluo Continent. Especially for soul masters, it's hard to distinguish age once they are over 12. He quietly watched the situation unfold, saying nothing, appearing almost invisible. He had no connections in the Spirit City. This girl had such a large villa with a yard in the Spirit Academy, so her background was easy to imagine. Matters of family connections should be left to Yin to handle as the leader. Chapter 84. Qianrenxue, do you know whose territory this house is? The girl pointed to the courtyard behind her. While I was reading, you all were outside making a ruckus, causing this fox-like thing to float over. We apologize. Just return the kite to us. Yin said in a negotiating tone. I can give you money. Money. The girl sneered coldly. Do I need money? Don't ruin my mood here, get out. Her mood seemed quite poor, her words laced with anger, as if she had something troubling her and was taking out on Hulaina and the others. Hulaina suddenly took a step forward, looking at her coldly. Hey, you're looking for trouble on purpose, right? You call that studying? What is the difference between you and a robber blocking the road for money? Is this courtyard so impressive? So what? The girl raised a little fox kite in her hand. If you have the guts, come and take it. Hey, do you want to fight? Hulaina stepped closer to the girl, as one of the strongest of the new generation. She was always very confident. You're not qualified. The girl looked around, seeing the crowd as cold smiles. If you want to fight, go ahead. All of you come at me. She looked at Hulaina. I know you. Don't think you can take this fox-like thing from me. Not even that woman Bibi Dong can do it. Is this Qianrenxue? Hearing what the girl said, Yitian was shocked. In the entire Spirit City, the only ones brave enough to call Bibi Dong that woman were Qian Daolu and Qianrenxue. Shouldn't she have gone to the Tiando Empire as an undercover agent? He himself was around 6 to 7 years old. He wasn't sure of his exact age. Hulaina was a bit over 9, so Qianrenxue, who was more than 3 years older than Hulaina, was probably between 12 and 13. This time frame likely coincided with Qianrenxue's period of going to the Tiando Empire. Yitian looked at Qianrenxue, deep in thought, considering Qianrenxue's age. She would soon go to the Heaven-Do Empire to impersonate Xueqinghe. He suddenly realized that perhaps Qianrenxue's trouble with Hulaina was not due to the little fox Fengzhen, but rather because Hulaina simply crossed her path. He understood that the relationship between Qianrenxue and Bibi Dong was quite strained. They had never acknowledged each other. Qianrenxue had been raised by Qian Daolu since childhood and later went directly to the Heaven-Do Empire, disguised as a man, and had been undercover for over a decade. So naturally, she had no interaction with Bibi Dong. Hulaina's relationship with Bibi Dong was akin to Tang San's with Yu Xiaojiang. Bibi Dong had devoted much of her love for her daughter to Hulaina, overcoming pressure from the Elder Hall and going against the consensus to appoint her as the Saintess, even providing her with 2 major soul bones. This amounted to even more than what Yu Xiaojiang had contributed to Tang San. As Bibi Dong's biological daughter, Qianrenxue could not help but long for her mother's love. She was merely acting out of frustration. Everything she desired, everything that originally belonged to her, had been taken by Hulaina. One can imagine Qianrenxue's attitude towards Hulaina. The fact that Qianrenxue had not actively sought her out all these years was already quite restrained. Now, because of the little fox Fengzhen, Hulaina had provoked Qianrenxue. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Yin and Huoxiaomao looked at the girl in confusion, unaware of who Bibi Dong was, as very few people would directly call the Pope by name. However, from the tone, they could tell that this girl must have a significant background. Sensing the hostility in her words, they moved closer to Hulaina. After all, This girl was quite arrogant, challenging a whole group of them. How could they tolerate that? When Hulaina heard Qian Rinchua's words, she was immediately enraged. After losing her parents, Bibi Dong had become like a parent to her. Hearing Qian Rinchua refer to Bibi Dong as that woman was intolerable. She immediately revealed her spirit rings and entered the martial spirit possession state, with 2 yellow spirit rings shining beneath her feet. Seeing the tense situation, Yitian felt uneasy. He had already considered retreating and was about to take Hulaina away. After all, it was just a small fox, nothing serious. It would not be worth it to clash with Qian Rinchua over such a trivial matter and give her an opportunity to exploit it. He was well aware that Qian Rinchua's 6-winged angel martial spirit was one of the top beast martial spirits on the continent, with few spirits able to compare in quality. Truly a god-level martial spirit. The key was that Qian Rinchua, like him, also had innate level 20 full soul power, giving her an edge from the start. Moreover, Qian Rinchua was a few years older than Hulaina. Given all these factors, even 10 Hulaina combined would not be a match for Qian Rinchua at this time. Looking at Hulaina's martial spirit possession state, Qian Rinchua sneered disdainfully. Disgusting vixen, you have a talent for seduction, but it's useless against me. As Hulaina revealed her martial spirit, Qian Rinchua naturally would not hold back. A torrent of soul power erupted from her. An array of golden light suddenly shone from her forehead, instantly spreading throughout her body. 3 soul rings appeared on her body, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Her hair transformed into shining golden strands, each glowing, and her clothes tore open at the back as 2 pairs of pure white wings erupted and spread out. Her body seemed to defy gravity as she slowly floated up, hovering a foot off the ground. Under the strong golden light, Qian Rinchua's eyes turned completely golden. A massive, indistinct phantom appeared behind her, and the only difference between the golden shadow and her was the number of wings. The golden shadow had 3 pairs, totaling 6 wings. Yin and Hua, Xiaomao's pupils involuntarily constricted. They felt an immense pressure emanating from this golden shadow martial spirit. It was the first time they had encountered such a powerful martial spirit. Yin couldn't help but whisper to Hulaina, "What kind of martial spirit is this?" His martial spirit was the ancient soul beast Flame Lord, a top-level beast martial spirit on the continent, slightly superior to the evil White Tiger. There were very few beast martial spirits on the continent that could make him feel pressure, but from this girl's martial spirit, he could clearly sense his own martial spirit trembling, a feeling of invincibility. Hulaina, as Bibi Dong's student, naturally knew about the angel martial spirit, which was a hallmark of the Spirit Hall. She looked at Qian Rinchua with a serious expression and said to Yin, "Hua Xiaomao, and Yitian, this is a legendary martial spirit, the top-tier martial spirit. Angels symbolize the representatives of gods, considered the inherited martial spirit of our Spirit Hall. Those who possess this martial spirit are usually either the Pope or from the Douluo Hall." Chapter 85, Wings of Nothingness. Yin and Hua Xiaomao were immediately stunned, looking at Qian Rinchua in disbelief. Then what background does this person have? Is she the Pope's successor, or someone from the Douluo Hall? She is neither the Pope's successor, nor is the Pope herself an angel martial spirit. She should be from the Douluo Hall, Hulaina said solemnly. She referred to Bibi Dong as the Pope outside as a form of respect to uphold Bibi Dong's authority, only calling her teacher when alone. As Bibi Dong's student, she naturally knew that Bibi Dong had no successor with the angel martial spirit, so this girl was undoubtedly from the Douluo Hall. Yitian was not as curious as the others. He was contemplating how to deal with the tense situation. From the soul power fluctuations emanating from Qian Rinchua, he could tell that her soul power level was quite high. Although she was still a 3-ring soul master, her soul power level was likely close to level 40. At her age, having nearly level 40 soul power was undoubtedly quite terrifying. When Tang San was around 12, he only had a little over 20 levels of soul power. And now, Hulaina was only in her 20s, still 2 levels away from becoming a 30-level soul master. Faced with Qian Rinchua, who surpassed her in soul power level, martial soul quality, and soul ring quantity, it was clear that she had no chance of winning. What should we do, Nana? Yin glanced at Qian Rinchua, feeling somewhat hesitant. How could they fight back? The 3 of them simply couldn't compete with her. He instinctively excluded Yitian from the equation. No one could insult His Holiness the Old Pope, not even the Elders' Hall. Hulaina looked at Yitian and said, "Yitian, you shouldn't get involved in this matter. You should leave." Although she had fought against Yitian a little, he hadn't shown his martial soul or revealed his true strength during that encounter. Plus, Since Yitian was a first-year freshman, Hulaina subconsciously believed that his strength wasn't impressive. Therefore, for Yitian's safety, Hulaina didn't want him to get involved in this incident. Yitian looked at the heavily enhanced Qianrenshua and then at Hulaina, feeling a bit of a headache. However, he did not really leave. If the situation were to be taken to heart, how would he meet people in the future? Would you not properly promote him? Moreover, he didn't even know what Xiaoyu was. In a certain sense, Hulaina and Qianrenshua represented two factions of the Spirit Hall. Hulaina represented the Pope's palace. Behind her stood, naturally, Pope Bibi Dong. Qianrenshua, on the other hand, represented the Douluo Palace and the Elder Hall, with the master of the Douluo Palace, Qian Daolu, standing behind her. At the same time, Qian Daolu also served as the grand offering of the Elder Hall. In the Spirit Hall, the strongest power should be the Elder Hall, which has more than 10 elders, all of whom are titled Douluo. Moreover, the first 7 elders are known as the 7 Great Offerings, and these 7 offerings are all Super Douluo above level 95. This power has always been in the hands of Grand Offering Qian Daolu. It wasn't until later, when Bibi Dong's strength reached or even surpassed that of Qian Daolu, that she managed to gain the support of some offerings from the Elder Hall. Based on Yitian's guess, Bibi Dong should still be in a developing stage and has not yet gained the support of the other offerings from the Elder Hall. After Qianrenshua returned from the Douluo Empire, she had a showdown with Bibi Dong, stating that she would use the Elder Hall and Douluo Palace to compete with her Pope's palace. It was at that time that Qianrenshua was informed by Qian Daolu that the power of the Spirit Hall had already been completely grasped by Bibi Dong, with the second offering, third offering, and other high-end combat powers supporting Bibi Dong. Therefore, it can be inferred that at least before Qianrenshua left, the power of the Douluo Palace and the Elder Hall should still be in the hands of Qian Daolu. Currently, the forces in Bibi Dong's hands are still quite weak, and aside from Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo, there should not be many strong supporters. Yitian was pondering whether he should plan for himself in the coming days. While Yitian was deep in thought, Yin opened his mouth, wanting to keep Yitian and face the Battle Spirit Master with a super martial soul together. Hulaina wasn't clear about Yitian's strength, but did he not know it himself? Last time in the practical class, he had instantaneously killed a great soul master. Such strength was not inferior to his own. Yitian's strength was not weak, and having him stay would increase their chances of winning. Yin ultimately decided to speak up to persuade Yitian to stay. No, Yitian, you should leave first. Hulaina turned to Yitian and thought for a moment to consider his feelings, saying, you go to the 6th floor, room 7 of the boys' dormitory in the Martial Soul District, and find my brother Xiaoyu. Have him come quickly. Hulaina felt a twinge of regret in her heart. She should have brought her reclusive brother along when they came out to fly kites today. If brother Xiaoyu were here, there wouldn't be such a situation, would there? She also knew she was not a match for the person opposite her. So while she wanted to send Yitian away, she also wanted him to summon Xiaoyu. Once Xiaoyu arrived, the siblings could use their martial soul fusion and charm. By then, even with the threefold suppression of the girl's martial soul, soul power, and soul rings in front of them, she was confident they could win the battle. Going to fetch help? Qianrenshua unfurled her angelic wings behind her, her body floating in midair, with her golden eyes emotionlessly watching Hulaina, Yitian, Yin, and Huoxiaomao. Going to fetch help? Sure, just climb out of here. She sneered at Hulaina. Aren't you that woman's disciple? Let me personally experience what level your strength has reached now. As soon as her words fell, Qianrenshua's wings flapped, dragging a golden radiance as she rushed towards Hulaina like a shooting star. The dazzling golden light, along with her splendid angel martial soul, burst forth, bringing a strong and sacred oppressive force. Faced with Qianrenshua's threat, Hulaina instantly sprang into action, her 2 yellow 100-year soul rings shining brightly. Without any hesitation, she unleashed her strongest attack. First soul skill, soul capture. Second soul skill, spirit ripple. Hulaina used her 2 soul powers in succession. Her first soul skill was a passive skill that, once activated, allowed her every action to have the ability to capture souls. Those with weak willpower would have no chance to resist in front of her. Even those with strong willpower would have their combat effectiveness greatly suppressed under the soul capture effect. Her second soul skill was a mental attack that impacted the enemy's soul with her spiritual fluctuations. This skill worked exceptionally well in conjunction with the first soul skill, soul capture, because under the influence of soul capture, the enemy's spirit would generally be disturbed and unable to concentrate, making them particularly vulnerable to the impact of spirit ripple. wrapped in a pink glow under the enhancement of her first soul skill. Hulaina's aura spread outwards. Then, a wave of shimmering light surged from her forehead towards Qian Renshua, which was her second soul skill, Spirit Ripple. How dare a minor skill try to show off here? I see you don't take me seriously at all. Qian Renshua sneered, completely unafraid of Hulaina's two major soul skills. Second soul skill, Void Wings. Her second soul ring shone, and as her angel wings flapped behind her, she suddenly became unreal. Everything around Qian Renshua seemed to distort, making it impossible for Hulaina's mental attack to lock onto her position, completely failing to affect her. Chapter 86. Battle with Qian Renshua. Facing the rapidly approaching Qian Renshua, Hulaina felt a bit flustered. She realized her opponent's speed was incredibly fast, directly bypassing the attack range of her soul skills. Surrounded by a golden light, Qian Renshua appeared to be phasing in and out, turning into an afterimage as she flew towards Hulaina. She was unaware of the effect of Qian Renshua's soul skill. Qian Renshua's second soul skill, Void Wings, was an extremely overpowered skill. Once activated, her whole body emitted a faint golden light, entering a state of void. In the void state, she was immune to physical attacks, 50 immune to energy attacks, and her speed increased by 20. Hulaina's second soul skill, Spirit Ripple, was a mental attack, and Qian Renshua's void state should not be immune to it. However, Qian Renshua's speed was too fast, and Hulaina's attack was dodged. Additionally, her six-winged angel martial soul contained purifying attributes, so the negative effects caused by Hulaina's first soul skill could not affect Qian Renshua. Facing the threat brought by Qian Renshua, Hulaina quickly leaned forward, her body touching the ground like a beast lying in wait. The next moment, she leaped up, springing into the air. As a beast spirit master, her combat ability in her original form was also not weak. At the same time, she extended her claws, and in the state of martial soul possession, Hulaina's claws were like daggers, swiftly slashing towards Qian Renshua. However, Qian Renshua still did not dodge. Hulaina's attack was physical damage, which posed no threat to Qian Renshua in her void state. Smack! Hulaina's claws passed through Qian Renshua's body without inflicting a single scratch. Yitian's heart sank. He was unclear about the effects of Qian Renshua's soul skill, but from the looks of it, it seemed quite unsolvable. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Truly worthy of a divine-level martial soul, with such a terrifying effect from her second soul skill. Hulaina missed her strike, and Qian Renshua let out a cold laugh as the golden light enveloping her suddenly dissipated, creating circles of dazzling halos in the air. She canceled her void wing state, regaining her physical form. In the void wing state, she was immune to physical attacks, which naturally meant she couldn't attack her enemies either. It was both a form of protection and a limitation. Qian Renshua's wings spread behind her, charging towards Hulaina like a golden meteor. As Qian Renshua rapidly approached Hulaina, Yitian immediately grew anxious. The previous battle had occurred too swiftly, and Yin and the little fire child had yet to react. Ding ding ding. Welcome to Yitian Continent. A new battle has begun. This exciting showdown features handsome Yitian against beautiful Birdman. The piercing BGM played, causing everyone present to be momentarily stunned. Yin couldn't help but twitch his lips. It was the second time he experienced Yitian's monstrous martial soul. Yitian showed no hesitation and directly summoned his Draven martial soul, entering the martial soul possession state, causing his body to grow taller instantly. The moment he entered the martial soul possession, he was very grateful that the Imperial Bond buff was applied to his Draven martial soul. Otherwise, it would have been difficult. He immediately activated Bloodthirsty Charge and Instant Burst Step, rushing towards Qian Renshua and Hulaina. Second soul skill, Flying Sparrow Snatch. He was still some distance away from Hulaina and Qian Renshua, and Qian Renshua's six-winged angel martial soul was known as the first martial soul that dominates the sky. If he ran directly towards them, he would undoubtedly just end up being a bystander. To save Hulaina, he could only use a dash skill. Under the effect of Flying Sparrow Snatch, his body suddenly leaped up, performing a 360-degree flip in midair like a diver, and then he dove down sharply. Qian Renshua's information was limited to Hulaina and Yin, and she was unaware of Yitian's background. At this moment, seeing Yitian suddenly charging towards her, she couldn't help but feel surprised. First soul skill, Angel Assault. The first soul ring lit up, and the golden halo around Qian Renshua instantly concentrated on her right fist. Then she suddenly punched towards Yitian. The condensed golden light appeared like a massive round shield from her hand, ready to clash head-on with Yitian's Flying Sparrow Snatch. Qianrenqiue's first soul skill, Angel Assault. When she punches, a golden light shield forms, providing both offense and defense, accompanied by a holy aura that can dissolve and suppress the target's soul power, making it a close-range single-target attack soul skill. Yitian was surrounded by silver lightning, and powerful soul power burst forth from his body, erupting with force. Although this was far from the destructive power of the spinning flying axe, it was incredibly swift. With a loud bang, Yitian faced off against Qianrenqiue's Angel Assault. After a brief collision in mid-air, the two figures instantly separated. Qianrenqiue's forward momentum halted, and she swayed in the air, unable to leverage the ground. On the other hand, Yitian was sent flying by a punch from below, soaring over 10 meters before landing. And he slid 5 meters on the ground before barely stabilizing himself, feeling a surge of blood and energy within. Damn, how fierce is Qianrenqiue? Thanks to Yitian's slower reflexes, despite the turmoil in his heart, he maintained a calm exterior. He had just used an assault skill to face Qianrenqiue's single-target skill, which undoubtedly put him at a disadvantage. From this unadorned clash, Yitian immediately sensed that Qianrenqiue's soul power was extremely unique. During their brief exchange, he felt an incredibly strange soul power. His own Noxian domineering soul power showed signs of dissolving when faced with this defensive soul power filled with a holy aura, unable to unleash its full might. Clearly, the super martial soul, the six-winged angel, also possessed special properties. This property might not be very apparent in a brief skirmish, but in a prolonged exchange or clash, it would undoubtedly be very useful. As the dusk sun illuminated the silhouettes of the two combatants, a chaotic yet majestic aura of the beautiful bird people descended. As the words fell, Yitian's cold brows furrowed, and he launched a sudden aerial assault, appearing as if in a daze, then executing a fierce and chilling attack, both sides shocked by the powerful moves. Qianrenqiue frowned, not expecting this guy to have some skills. The soul power from moments ago made her palms slightly tingle. The quality of the soul power was definitely not something a second-ring great soul master could unleash. Listening to the incessant, loud commentary, she felt a sense of incongruity, unable to hold back her internal complaints. What kind of nonsense is this? Why is it self-praising? Is this a martial soul for performing? From Holiana's earlier references, she understood that the guy who just exchanged blows with her was the handsome Yitian from the grotesque martial soul. So the beautiful bird person is. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but glance at herself, catching sight of the 3 pairs of wings on her back, and was momentarily stunned, then furious. Since her birth, she had never suffered such humiliation. Scoundrel, I'll take you down first. Qianrenqiue's brows shot up, a sharp killing intent erupting. Third soul skill, Holy Light Cross Slash. Scoundrel. Yitian was taken aback, glancing down at the microphone on his flying axe, and a cold sweat broke out. Just moments ago, his focus had been entirely on the battle, not paying attention to what the microphone had absurdly said, only recalling something about bird people. Such words couldn't be said carelessly. Who knows if Qidao Lu is nearby? If he hears his martial soul insulting the six-winged angel, wouldn't he just kill him with a single strike? Chapter 87. Let's go together. Yitian looked at Qianrenqiue, only to see her hands clasped together in front of her chest, forming a cross shape, and then a golden light burst forth from her body. Accompanied by a powerful divine force that was instantly activated, a cross was generated, surrounded by faint golden flames. In the next moment, the cross shot forward with a fierce momentum, growing longer in the wind, instantly transforming into a 3-meter-long cross slash. Seeing Hulaina and Yitian confront Qianrenqiue, Yin and Hua, Xiaomao naturally would not stand by. They immediately entered their battle spirit possession state. Yan's martial soul was very special. The ancient soul beast flame Lord Martial Soul, and in the possession state, he transformed like a green giant, his muscles suddenly bulging. Those coiled muscles were as tough as boulders, and his school uniform was instantly torn apart, leaving only a pair of specially made red elastic shorts. Hua Xiaomao, on the other hand, was a sensitive attack-type battle spirit master. In an instant of martial soul possession, his body did not grow taller, but even shrank a little. He grew a layer of fine fur, his arms elongated, and his posture slightly hunched, resembling a little monkey. Second soul skill, Lava Missile, Yin shouted, his first soul ring lighting up, and then he slammed a fist forward. As Yin swung his fist, a huge bulge appeared on his shoulder. This bulge then surged like waves from his shoulder to his hand, forming a massive lava that erupted from his hand, crashing towards Qian Rinchue's holy light cross slash. Second soul skill, Fireball. Hua Xiaomao's cheeks puffed up suddenly, resembling a croaking frog, as two large lumps formed, and then a gigantic fireball was shot out from his mouth. The direction of the fireball was exactly towards Qian Rinchue's holy light cross slash. Boom! The three soul skills collided in the air, releasing intense light. However, although Yin and Hua Xiaomao's soul skills were not weak, they still fell short compared to the power of Qian Rinchue's third soul skill, merely managing to block that cross slash for a moment. The next instant, the holy light cross slash, with a sharp momentum, struck the position where Yitian was located, and instantly exploded, dispersing a divine halo that obscured the situation inside. Yitian, are you okay? Seeing Yitian being sent flying over 10 meters by Qian Rinchue's blow, Hulaina was immediately anxious, tears almost falling. I'm fine. I dodged in the instant of the explosion. Yitian leaped out from the other side. With the enhancement of Blood Rage Sprint, his speed was increased by 50%, so it was naturally not so easy to be hit. At the same time, the two flying axes in his hands spun fiercely, already prepared to shoot out at any moment. Qian Rinxue was truly too strong. The suppression of her six-winged angel martial soul was astonishing. Moreover, there was a nearly 20-level gap between him and Qian Rinxue, which was an insurmountable chasm. If the Empire's bond buff had refreshed on the God King, Draven martial soul, he could have used his second martial soul to unleash Blood Rage and combined it with the Empire's bond buff for a fight. But now that the Empire's bond buff had refreshed on the Draven martial soul, there was no need to use the God King Draven martial soul anymore. Seeing that Yitian was fine, Hulaina was overjoyed and hurriedly moved closer to stand side by side with Yitian, confronting Qian Rinxue. Just now, she was utterly terrified. Qian Rinxue's move had shown no mercy, and Yitian had indeed been caught in the explosion of the holy light cross slash, the consequences of which would have been unimaginable. Seeing Hulaina and Yitian confronting her, Yin and Hua Xiaomao also felt the need to retreat to their side, the four of them bracing for a joint effort against Qian Rinxue. Qian Rinxue floated in the air, sneering, "Good, you four come at me together, so I don't have to waste effort taking you out one by one." She did not take Hulaina, Yitian, and the others seriously. Her soul power level was close to 40, so naturally she would not fear a few soul masters in their 20s. Give it a try. Hulaina gazed at Qian Rinxue, feeling somewhat heavy-hearted. Her martial soul and soul skills were suppressed under the six-winged angel, making her feel as if her strength was rendered useless. Yin and Hua Xiaomao were no exception, especially Yin, whose martial soul was of fire and earth attributes, possessing extreme heat, strong offense, and strong defense characteristics. He was a powerhouse among strength-type martial souls, but his martial soul had no air attack capability, and now his only ranged method was the lava missile. However, this move had limited power and could hardly pose any threat to the lofty six-winged angel martial soul. From the very beginning, this battle was unfair. The opponent not only suppressed their soul power, but was also a flying-type soul master. If she attacked from a high altitude without coming down to fight head-on, it would be like standing in an invincible position. Looking up at Qian Rinxue, who hovered high above, Yin frowned and said, "Laina, you go find Xie Yu, I'll hold the rear. If I can merge with Xie Yu's martial soul, then we won't have to fear her anymore. I'm not leaving. That woman is targeting me, and even if I wanted to run, I couldn't." Hulaina was very clever and immediately saw through Qian Rinxue's intentions. Now that the four of them were together, Qian Rinxue still had a hint of caution. If they were to scatter, they would truly be chased down and defeated. Yitian glanced at the soaring Qian Rinxue in the sky. She is a flying-type soul master. And Yin, you can't stop her at all. We must confront her head-on. We need to unite and fight together, using a team battle strategy to have a slight chance of victory. He quickly devised a response strategy. When the fight starts, follow my lead. My long-range attack ability is relatively strong, so I'll take the main offense. Yin, your defense is stronger, so you focus on defense and follow me. When that woman comes at us, you help block her. Hulaina, you focus on control. Use your soul ripple to disturb her and hinder her movements. I can see that her phasing state does not grant her immunity to your soul skills. If she enters a void state, use your soul skills to force her out. Xiaomao, you go distract her, using your soul skills from time to time to interrupt her attack rhythm and disrupt her, so she can't fully immerse herself in the battle. Yitian quickly finished speaking. Now that time is tight. There is simply not enough time to formulate a very detailed plan, so they could only come up with such a simple strategy. Good. Hulaina did not hesitate and immediately nodded, the scene of Yitian saving her still fresh in her mind. Yin hesitated for a moment, but also nodded. He had seen Yitian make a move a few times and was deeply impressed by the scene where Yitian shot down 10 targets with a single arrow. Now, facing a flying system soul master with limited attacking means, none of the 4 of them could do better than Yitian. No problem. He immediately nodded. Have you finished discussing? Kong Qianxue sneered from the sky. I am not afraid no matter how many of you come at me. She was very confident. As a being with a god-level martial soul, the 6-winged angel, an innate soul power at level 20. She completely looked down on a group of great soul masters who were a whole realm lower than her. Chapter 88. Battle Qianren Shui spread her wings behind her in the air, and a circle of golden halos rapidly expanded from her standing position, as if a gentle breeze was blowing around, with extraordinary might. Like an abyssal sea, Yitian's gaze became sharp. Qianren Shui was undoubtedly the most difficult opponent he had encountered. An expert can tell the outcome with just a gesture, and through the earlier exchange. Hulaina and Yin naturally couldn't be unaware of the strength of the girl before them. Although she was just casually standing there, Hulaina could still feel the innate sense of pressure emanating from Qianren Shui. It was as if the heart of the entire world had shifted to Qianren Shui, while everything around her became mere background. The people from the Douluo Palace are this strong? Yitian could sense the strength of his opponent, but it was impossible to overwhelm him with sheer momentum. The flying axes in his hands were spinning violently, and Yitian had already assumed an attacking posture. The battle was about to begin. Qianren Shui's beautiful eyes sparkled, her wings flapping behind her, drawing a golden arc in the air like the tail of a comet. In the next moment, she had used her first soul skill, Angel Strike, charging towards everyone. Boom! Qianren Shui's fist flew out, accompanied by a powerful light shield that burst forth with her punch. The spinning flying axe of Yitian crossed and flew out, creating a thunderous roar with a sharp momentum. At this moment, Qianren Shui's second spirit ring shone brightly, and in an instant, she became ethereal, passing through Yitian's spinning flying axe like a golden streak of light. With a casual motion, she unleashed her second punch, a very comfortable attack, Angel Assault. As a single target spirit skill of the first spirit ring, had a minimal consumption of soul power, allowing for free usage. However, her previous attack was merely a feint. This attack was the real deal. Seeing Qianren Shui charging in, Yin shouted, First spirit skill, Lava Armor. The spirit ring glowed, and a layer of magma instantly enveloped Yan's entire body, solidifying into armor resembling brown rock, covered with cracks through which red magma flowed. This spirit skill significantly enhanced Yan's strength and defense. However, as a first spirit skill, it could not be perfect. While amplifying strength and defense, it sacrificed Yan's speed. But since his current role was to act as Yitian's frontline, it didn't matter. Boom! Facing Qianren Shui's strike of Angel Assault, Yin was directly blasted away, staggering back over 5 meters before stabilizing himself. Qianren Shui frowned slightly. This guy's body was very tough, and his defense was too strong, taking her punch without any harm. Yin felt his slightly numbed arm and instantly infused it with soul power. This opponent was too strong. He could sense that the opponent's soul power had a purifying effect, dissolving his own soul power. A great opportunity. A smile appeared at the corner of Yitian's mouth. Qianren Shui had just attacked and had yet to withdraw her offensive, making it the perfect chance for a surprise attack. With a loud crash, he charged in. Yitian did not throw the spinning flying axe again, but instead held 2 axes, charging in like an assassin. He understood that if he used the flying axe to attack, Qianren Shui would undoubtedly evade by entering the ethereal state. Only by using the unexpected speed of the flying sparrow to interrupt Qianren Shui's soul ring skills could he truly harm her. The distance between the two instantly closed. In facing such a rapid assault, Qianren Shui did not use etherealization and immediately threw a punch. In front of opponents of the same rank or lower, Qianren Shui hardly ever encountered situations that required defense. Damn it, Yin couldn't help but curse, as his speed was somewhat sluggish, unable to keep up with Yitian's pace. While Yitian launched his attack, Hulaina and Hou were not idle either. They immediately rushed forward, flanking Qianren Shui from the left and right. With a loud bang, a piercing collision sound erupted as soul power surged. At the moment of impact between Yitian and Qianren Shui, Hulaina's mental attack and Hou fire attack also struck. Yitian was once again sent flying by Qianren Shui's punch. While spinning in the air, he wasn't idle. Two spinning flying axes quickly began to rotate, turning into a myriad of spinning light shadows that enveloped Qian Rinxue. The rotating flying axes grazed past the tip of Qian Rinxue's nose. The six-winged angel martial soul was truly powerful. Even though Yitian and the others' attacks were swift, they were still a bit slow. This slight delay allowed Qian Rinxue to weave through several attacks and approach Yitian directly. She did not attack Hulaina first, but intended to deal with this incessantly chattering and nagging suitor before anything else. Yitian landed from the air, unable to help but clutch his chest. As expected, ADC should not be too close. Flying Sparrow snatching the embrace was indeed very fast. However, in terms of lethality, it was somewhat lacking, especially since his soul power level was still far below Qian Rinxue's. In their recent clash, Qian Rinxue had only taken half a step back, but a single punch had sent him flying nearly 10 meters. At the moment he landed, Yitian did not attempt to launch another attack. Instead, he used his fierce sprint and instant explosive step to retrieve his axe. While picking up the axe, he casually dodged Qian Rinxue's attacks. Qian Rinxue spread her wings, her entire soul power exhibiting an overflowing state. Her soul power was abundant, and she did not need to worry about running out of it. This was the terrifying aspect of a divine-level martial soul. The recovery speed of soul power was incredibly fast, almost never resulting in a situation like Yu Xiaojiang's, where he was exhausted after just 3 shots. With a flash, the figure disappeared, slipping past the obstruction of Hulaina and Ho Xiaomao, and instantly charged towards Yitian. Angel Assault arrived before Yitian in an instant. Boom! Qian Rinxue, confident in her punch, actually missed. She did not give up and immediately swung her fists in succession. Bang! 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 With explosive soul power, the sky was filled with golden fist shadows. Qian Rinxue's punches seemed chaotic, yet they instantly sealed off all of Yitian's escape routes. As a granddaughter raised by a level 99 ultimate Douluo, the strength of Qian Rinxue's combat skills was evident. Thanks to his relatively slow reflexes, Yitian remained steady as a rock, his body seemingly weightless, like a falling leaf moving with Qian Rinxue's punches. He dodged several punches in quick succession. However, Qian Rinxue's attacks did not stop. Her fist techniques were bold and domineering, completely unrelated to showy moves, embodying an unparalleled dominance. This was determined by the techniques she learned. Qian Rinxue had been taught by Qian Daolu since childhood, and every attacking move had a solid foundation laid from a very young age. However, no matter how solid the fundamentals, they were useless if they couldn't hit the target. In the world of martial arts, nothing is unbreakable. Only speed is unbreakable. With the boost from his fierce sprint, Yitian's speed increased by 50%, making it very difficult for Qian Rinxue's attacks to land on him. Chapter 89. Dual axe style. As Yitian dodged to the side, he moved closer to the flying axe that was shot towards him, while Hulaina, Ho Xiaomao, and Yin were chasing from behind. The speed of these two was a bit fast, and they actually couldn't catch up, which made them feel somewhat embarrassed. Qian Rinxue's continuous attacks, more than 10 in total, were all evaded by Yitian. A few times he wanted to counterattack, but Yitian suppressed that urge. His intuition told him that if he dared to strike back, he would certainly face a thunderous blow. Qian Rinxue was very powerful, and the key was that she wasn't even using her full strength. After missing more than 20 punches, Qian Rinxue's expression slightly changed. Although it was minor, Yitian still caught it. Qian Rinxue's figure paused, and her soul power obviously surged, indicating that she was about to unleash her soul technique. It seemed like the best opportunity to dodge, but Yitian struck. It was actually the best opportunity to attack. If he waited for Qian Rinxue to release her soul technique, he estimated it would be quite difficult for him. Yitian instantly used Fei Chuan to seize the opportunity, charging forward fiercely and not giving Qian Rinxue any chance. He raised the 2 flying axes and started to spin them at close range, aiming directly at Qian Rinxue's face. At such a moment, he naturally couldn't hold back. He didn't think his attack would pose a lethal threat to Qian Rinxue. Who knows? Maybe there was a title Douluo watching from behind. Oh ho! Yitian was trying to maintain pressure on the beautiful bird person, looking for an opportunity to showcase his skills. Yitian launched a full-scale attack on the beautiful bird person, shouting, "I-O, air basketball dunk right over your head." The gold medal broadcaster's microphone was buzzing with chatter, even starting a segment of chaotic rap. Hulaina and Yin widened their eyes, staring blankly at this scene. Boom! Soul power exploded as Qian Rinxue extended her white wrist, and a golden shield burst forth, clashing closely with the two spinning flying axes in Yitian's hands. This time, Yitian didn't throw the flying axes. They spun directly in his hands, entangled with Qian Ringshu's light shield. A flash of light passed, and Qian Ringshu's body was knocked back, spitting out blood in midair. Yitian immediately retreated to catch the flying axe that had been launched far away. This was already his third time catching the axe. The power amplitude of the spinning axe had reached 80%. Qian Ringshu shot out like a kite with a broken string, but she did not fall to the ground. Instead, she struggled to stabilize her position in the air. Suddenly, she felt something wrong with her body, as if something was slipping away, a feeling of weakness filling her entire being, as if she had been poisoned. Her entire body shimmered with golden soul power, instantly enveloping her and purging the negative energy within her. If you only have this level, then it seems you won't be able to crawl out of this yard today, Qian Ringshu said lightly. If the blood at the corner of her mouth were wiped away, this scene would be complete. That previous flaw was actually a trap she had intentionally set. She didn't want to continue playing along with Yitian, the slippery rat, so she deliberately exposed a flaw, intending to lure him in and strike him down in one blow. However, she never expected that the attack power of Yitian's two axes would be so terrifying, shattering her angel assault and injuring her. Yitian couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Truly a god-level martial soul. Qian Ringshu, struck by two spinning flying axes enhanced by her Empire's binding buff and a 70% attack boost, only suffered a negligible injury. He was very sure that such an attack would be unbearable even for Yin Cheng, who would be severely injured. It would be best to act composed. It's better to smear the blood on your mouth evenly, Yitian chuckled. All of his soul power gathered onto the two spinning flying axes, which spun rapidly under the stimulation of his soul power. Qian Ringshu coldly glanced at her opponent, acting pretentious. Who gave you the courage to be reckless in front of me? Hey, Yitian, didn't we say we would go together? You're running so fast. I can't keep up at all. Yin complained while running. You scare me just now. Don't be impulsive. The four of us should stick together. Hulaina's concerned voice carried a hint of reproach. She hadn't expected that the opponent, who had always targeted her, would suddenly abandon her and turn to attack Yitian. Boom! Golden soul power enveloped her entire body. Qian Ringshu's wings trembled as she charged forward like a thunderclap, aiming to kill Yitian and the others. At this moment, Qian Ringshu finally unleashed her true power. You have to get past me first, Yin roared, standing nearly 2 meters tall in his martial soul embodiment, a true red giant. Qian Ringshu frowned, wanting to use her void wings to accelerate and bypass Yin to attack Yitian from behind. At this moment, she couldn't even care about Hulaina. Her mind focused solely on Yitian. This was the first time in her life she had been injured. Since her birth, aside from injuries during training, she had never been harmed by anyone else, let alone by a brat of a lower realm. She secretly resented this and thought this matter would never be over. Just as she was about to become incorporeal, Hulaina made her move. The undulating spirit attack was a mental assault, which Qian Ringshu could not immunize against. She could only rely on her powerful mental strength to withstand it, even though her mental strength was stronger. Facing a soul skill that attacked the mind still made her feel uncomfortable, her head pounding. Under Hulaina's mental impact, Qian Ringshu could not concentrate and could no longer maintain her incorporeal state. Yin faced Qian Ringshu head-on, continuously unleashing his second soul skill, Lava Missile, while the fiery little furball kept using Fireball to harass and distract Qian Ringshu. And at that moment, the spinning flying axes in Yitian's hands were unleashed. Two spinning flying axes came at her from two angles, both targeting very lethal vital areas. In the face of the incoming spinning axes, Qian Ringshu suddenly threw two punches. Her fists, protected by a light shield, struck the rotating edges of the axes. She was clever and did not directly take the hit. Instead, she intended to use her skill to deflect the two spinning axes off their trajectory, sending them flying away. Bang bang! Under the force of her two punches, the spinning axes were deflected, propelled 3 meters away from Yitian with a powerful rotational force. This was the result of his recent training. Although he couldn't guarantee that the spinning axes would fly directly into his hands, he was no longer at risk of missing completely. In the next moment, the two spinning axes launched again, from different angles and with different strengths, each producing a distinct whistling sound. This was the fourth time he had caught the spinning axes, and the additional attack power on the axes had accumulated to 90%. Compared to before, the power had changed drastically. The two piercing spinning axes rushed toward Qian Ringshu almost in the blink of an eye. Bang! Bang! This time, when Qianren struck the spinning axes, she felt a painful shock in her arm. Her attack failed to alter the trajectory of the spinning axes. The residual force of the spinning axes was still strong, with one aiming for Qianren's neck and the other for her forehead. Chapter 90, Four Axes. With a whoosh, Qianren flapped her wings to retreat, but still could not shake them off. One flying axe brushed past her cheek, the force of the wind cutting through her delicate skin. She felt an unbelievable sensation as her soul power failed to block the strong wind generated by the powerful soul force. At the same time, she unleashed two powerful punches, Angel Assault, striking the spinning axes, creating a piercing sound of friction. After the confrontation, the spinning axes were once again sent soaring into the sky, tracing a strange arc as they shot towards a point several meters away from Yitian. Yitian, having received consecutive flying axes, was currently in a state of fierce sprinting. The 50% speed boost made him incredibly fast. As soon as the flying axe was launched, he had already moved, positioning himself perfectly to catch it as it flew out. Yitian's spinning flying axe became increasingly skillful. After intense practice in this practical drill, he finally grasped the technique of catching the axe. He killed 7 parts of the enemy and kept 3 for himself. By controlling the soul power left on the spinning flying axe, he was able to manage its general trajectory, achieving a state of complete control, ready to regret at any moment. It was precisely because of this that he dared to throw the axe recklessly, without worrying about accidentally cutting down the young lady of the spear hall. The moment the axe was in hand, his bloodthirsty charge was refreshed, and the spinning flying axe once again struck out alternately. When the killing power of the spinning flying axe stacked up to the 5th time, any opponent with a similar level of realm became insignificant, with only death awaiting them. Even Qianren was no exception. This kind of attack boost was too terrifying. Qianren, who possessed a god-level martial soul, was actually being forced to retreat repeatedly. Her soul power nearly pushed to its limit. However, she still struggled to defend herself, with numerous scratches appearing on her body. These scratches were not caused by the flying axes hitting her, but were wounds inflicted by the soul power storm created by the spinning flying axes at close range. The killing power of the spinning flying axe had reached a terrifying 100 boost, with speed and power becoming increasingly astonishing. Even Yin, at the front line, felt a surge of fear, not daring to get too close to those 2 axes that resembled ferocious beasts, afraid of accidentally getting their heads chopped off. When the 2 spinning flying axes approached Yitian, the terrifying soul power storm generated by the rotation seemed like it was going to devour him. Yet the result was that they were easily caught and then killed out in an even more carefree manner. Qianren could no longer tolerate it. She truly could not endure this oppression. A mere great soul master had suppressed her to the point where she couldn't lift her head, leaving her covered in scratches. After being injured for the first time, she suffered countless injuries afterward. How could the proud and arrogant her endure this? Qianren let out a furious roar, her body twisting, and her 3rd soul ring shone brightly. She fiercely drew a cross on her chest, and her soul power erupted, creating a massive holy light cross slash. The sky was filled with holy light, carrying an unmatched momentum, attacking the 2 spinning flying axes. At the same time, she glared fiercely in the direction of Hall.Welcome, as it was this detestable person who occasionally interfered with mental attacks, preventing her from using her 2nd soul skill, Wings of Nullity. Otherwise, with her ability to become intangible, this situation would not have occurred. Although Yitian's spinning flying axes were infused with sharp soul power, their primary attack method still relied on the solidified weapon spirit flying axes for assault. Qianren once again drew a holy light cross in front of her chest and shot it towards Hall.Welcome, intending to force her back and prevent her from using mental attacks to interfere with her. This way, she could use her 2nd soul skill Wings of Nothingness to pass through the 2 terrifying spinning flying axes and rush towards that annoying, foul-mouthed brat to give him a good beating. The spinning flying axes whirled madly in Yitian's hands, resembling soul harvesters from hell. Even in the midst of violent rotation, the flying axes did not forget their serious narration. Battle, battle, battle. Yitian held the axe horizontally as the Birdman blocked in midair. The conflict was about to erupt. The Birdman shouted loudly, thunder roaring, as Yitian, empowered by the force of heaven and earth, showcased a strong offense and defense, making it difficult for the Birdman to cross the thunder pool. With an angry shout, the battle tactics changed in an instant, and amidst the flickering figures, a chaotic shadow battle formed. strong moves tested each other, causing shockwaves. Seeing Qian Rinchue's holy light cross slashing towards Yitian, Yitian naturally would not let Qian Rinchue have her way. His yellow soul rings glowed, and the first soul skill double penetration was activated. He suddenly unleashed the two spinning flying axes in his hands, like ferocious beasts. The two intensely rotating flying axes flashed with a hint of red light in the air, instantly dividing into four like shadow clones. The four spinning flying axes, each with a 100 attack power bonus, whirled through. Boom! The holy light exploded, and the four spinning flying axes directly shattered Qian Rinchue's two holy light crosses, crashing toward her chest. At a critical moment, Yitian's eyes sharpened, and he hurriedly recalled the force on the spinning flying axes, trying to pull them back. This offensive was too terrifying. He feared it would cause irreversible harm to Qian Rinchue. Whoosh whoosh. The two spinning flying axes flew back. But the other two did not heed Yitian's command and continued to charge towards Qian Rinchue. These axes were generated by the first soul skill double penetration and did not carry his special soul power, so they could not be recalled. They would only trigger a rebound mechanism upon contacting the target or being obstructed. Otherwise, they would keep attacking the opponent. The two spinning flying axes howled as they approached Qian Rinchue in the next second. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The massive flying axes spun wildly, their powerful attack tearing through the air and creating a wind that felt like a blade cutting through. Originally on the offensive, Qian Rinchue instantly responded with astonishing reflexes, crossing her hands to form a light shield from Angel Assault for defense. The spinning flying axes struck against Qian Rinchue's divine light shield, spinning at high speed, like death knocking at the door, with an infinite sense of crisis flickering. Yitian turned his head and looked at Yitian, who was still activating her soul ripple. He shouted, "Stop interfering. Let her become ethereal, or will be life-threatening." Yitian was taken aback for a moment, then quickly canceled her soul skill. She naturally would not want to take Qian Rinchue's life over a trivial matter. Yitian looked at Qian Rinchue and noticed that she was struggling to resist two rapidly spinning flying axes. At this moment, Qian Rinchue was using her first soul skill, Heavenly Strike. During the activation of this soul skill, she was unable to switch to her second soul skill, Wings of Nothingness. To use Wings of Nothingness, she had to deactivate the Holy Light Shield created by Heavenly Strike. However, she dared not deactivate the Holy Light Shield at this moment, as the two spinning flying axes were almost touching her face. If she were to deactivate the Holy Light Shield, she wouldn't have time to activate Wings of Nothingness and would be instantly torn to shreds by the two flying axes. Seeing this scene, Yitian's heart trembled, and an ominous premonition washed over him. He was unsure if anyone was protecting Qian Rinchue from behind, or if anyone would save her at a critical moment. He couldn't take the risk. If anything happened to Qian Rinchue, his fate would not be good, and neither would the outcomes for Yitian, Yin, and Xiaomao. Chapter 91. Struggle. There was no time to think. In the next moment, Yitian lunged forward fiercely. With the boost from blood rush in instant burst step, his speed reached its peak, leaving behind after images in the air. He could see that Qian Rinchue was already depleted of soul power and could not withstand the two spinning flying axes with full attack power. He had to stop them, to prevent the two flying axes from attacking Qian Rinchue. Yitian looked at Yitian, who shot out and opened her mouth to say something but did not speak. "What is this?" Yin was stunned, looking at Yitian in confusion, muttering to himself, "Is he going to deliver the final blow?" A second later, one layer of the two holy light shields enhanced by soul power burst under the fierce assault of the spinning flying axes. After shredding the holy light shield supported by Qian Rinchue's left hand, the spinning axes showed no signs of slowing down and violently targeted the holy light shield supported by her right hand. Qian Rinchue's face turned pale, and in an instant, she unleashed her soul power, channeling all her soul energy into the holy light shield formed by Heavenly Strike in her right hand. Initially, she was using one hand to support a holy light shield to block the spinning axes attacking from both sides. But now that one layer had been shredded, all the cutting force of the two axes was concentrated on the remaining holy light shield, increasing her pressure tremendously. This was her last line of defense. If it were breached, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, Yitian, leaving behind after images, approached Qian Rinchue. He had to get close before her holy light shield shattered and retrieve the spinning axes. Seeing the critical situation, Yitian jumped fiercely, his figure suddenly leaping out. With his purple soul ring flickering as he activated his second soul skill, Flying Sparrow, seizing embrace. In the air, he spread his body like a giant eagle unfurling its wings, drawing an arc in the sky, gracefully resembling a sparrow flying across the horizon. With this action, a fierce gust of wind howled out, as if it could split mountains and crack stones. In an instant, the two spinning axes flew out again, carrying all of Yitian's soul power, crashing down from the air. While performing Flying Sparrow's seizing embrace, he used the spinning axes. He aimed to intercept the two spinning flying axes with 100 attack power in front of Qian Rinxue. Seeing the two spinning axes charging at her again, Qian Rinxue felt a chilling shiver rapidly spreading from the back of her head throughout her body. This foul-mouthed brat actually wants to kill me. Despair filled her heart as she felt weak, pitiful, and helpless among the four spinning axes. It was as if she were a small boat in a stormy sea, about to be swallowed by the giant waves at any moment. A trickle of blood dripped from the corner of Qian Rinxue's mouth. Under the powerful cutting force of the spinning axes, her internal organs suffered significant damage. The spinning axes continued to grind against her. Qian Rinxue felt her arms go numb, as if she were about to lose sensation. She gritted her teeth tightly. She was Qian Rinxue, the inheritor of the six-winged angel bestowed by the gods, and she would definitely hold on. There was no way she wouldn't. With a loud bang, light burst forth, and sparks flew as the two later flying axes traced an arc and struck the side of the earlier spinning axe. The immense metallic sound was reminiscent of grinding sand between teeth. Qian Rinxue was pushed back by the tremendous force, the razor-sharp blades almost brushing against her nose, and she fell from the air like a kite with a broken string. She knelt on the ground, struggling to withstand this terrifying force. Yitian descended like a flash of lightning, appearing in front of Qian Rinxue, forcefully catching the two spinning flying axes. Looking at Qian Rinxue, who was kneeling on one knee, Yitian did not attack again and slowly put away the two flying axes he had just caught. He placed his hands behind his back, expressionless, gazing at Qian Rinxue with a calm and deep gaze resembling a lonely master. Qian Rinxue lifted her head and glared fiercely at her opponent. Looking at that youthful yet mature face, she felt a moment of daze. Had she almost been killed by this brat just now? She recalled how the little brat had sent the flying axes towards her and the strange words on those axes. Thinking of this, she suddenly became furious and lunged forward, her powerful fist energy erupting fiercely. She did not use any soul skills. Since this kid did not want to be ruthless, she would not make an exception either. She only wanted to beat this brat in front of her thoroughly. Because she was in the headquarters of the Spirit Hall, she didn't have to worry about anyone being harmful to her, so there were no elders to protect her, and her grandfather Qian Douluo was in the Douluo Hall. She had just been scared and was still a bit shaken, feeling weak all over. Unprepared, Yitian, who was trying to maintain an aloof persona, was knocked down to the ground by Qian Rinxue. Immediately after, a barrage of punches came raining down. Bang, bang, bang. Yitian was stunned. His character instantly collapsed before he even managed to get up. He never expected Qian Rinxue to play by her own rules and directly pounce on him. He internally complained, "Is this how you fight like a little rascal, worthy of your six-winged angel martial soul, and your identity as the young lady of the Spirit Hall?" Bang, bang, bang. Damn it. Yitian cursed in his heart, struggling to break free from Qian Rinxue's grip, but found it was impossible. Qian Rinxue's soul power carried a purifying and dissolving effect. Although she didn't use a soul skill on Yitian, she did suppress him with her soul power. Her soul power level was much higher than Yitian's, and the quality of the six-winged angel martial soul was slightly superior to that of the gold medal streamer Draven martial soul. Under the constraint of her powerful soul power, Yitian could only rely on his own strength to grab Qian Rinxue's right fist, and the two began to wrestle on the ground. In the distance, Hulaina, Yin, and Hua Xiaomao looked on in shock at the two rolling on the ground, feeling a bit at a loss. "Nana, what should we do?" Yin turned to Hulaina. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and pull them apart." Hulaina exclaimed anxiously. She didn't quite understand why Yitian was so foolishly knocked down. "Bastard, I'll kill you. I'll kill you." Qian Rinxue muttered as she rained down punches. She was venting, releasing all the embarrassment and humiliation she had previously felt onto the young, innocent face of this little brat. Yitian could no longer maintain his previous calm demeanor. He grabbed Qian Rinxue's golden hair and shouted angrily, "Let go. Hurry up and let go." "Ouch. Damn it. You better let me go." His face was covered with bruises, and Qian Rinxue, being able to use her soul power, naturally held a greater advantage. However, he could also tell that even though Qian Rinxue looked fierce, she wasn't really trying to kill him. Nevertheless, he had to break free. He wasn't a masochist. And if he continued to be beaten, he would really end up looking like a pig's head. Chapter 92. Biting you little bastard with a foul mouth. I'm going to tear your mouth apart today. Qian Ringshu grabbed the hand Yitian was using to pull her hair with one hand and pressed down hard on Yitian's head with the other. At that moment, under the erosion of Qian Ringshu's soul power, Yitian's soul power was retreating step by step, and he couldn't even maintain the state of his martial soul. Yitian felt that something was not right. Just now, it was only because of the enhancement from his martial soul that he was able to fight against Qian Ringshu. If he was forced to end the martial soul state and his strength was reduced again, wouldn't he be beaten into a fool by Qian Ringshu? At that moment, Hulaina, Yin, and Hua Xiaomao rushed over, wanting to separate the two. Yitian and Qian Rinshu were in a grappling state, unable to use their soul skills, and could only forcibly separate the two. Get away! Qian Rinshu turned her head and shouted, still in her martial soul possession state. Her 3 pairs of wings flaring as she suddenly soared into the air with Yitian. Let go of Yitian! Hulaina shouted loudly, wanting to use her soul skill to keep Qian Rinshu in place. However, after thinking for a moment, she gave up on this idea because the purification effect of the 6-winged angel would not greatly affect Qian Rinshu. But Yitian didn't have that kind of ability. If she used her soul skill, Qian Rinshu would likely be fine, but Yitian would probably be left disoriented. Yin and Hua Xiaomao were also helpless. Yan's long-range skills were not very impressive, and against the airborne Qian Rinshu, they had no effect. Hua Xiaomao's soul skill had a large attack range, and if used, it would be indiscriminate. Keep chasing. Hulaina raced along the ground, following Qian Rinshu's trajectory. Damn it, you crazy woman, what are you doing? Yitian fiercely tugged at Qian Rinshu's golden hair, pulling her head back in an effort to separate her. Yitian really had no other tricks left. His body was still a bit too small. A 6 or 7-year-old boy had not yet started to develop, and his physique was still tiny, with a little elephant trunk below. In contrast, the 12-year-old Qian Rinshu had already blossomed into a graceful figure. With her long body, she was now as tall as an average adult woman. The result of this was that Qian Rinshu could hit Yitian in the face. But Yitian's short arms couldn't reach Qian Rinshu's face. Helpless, Yitian could only fully utilize the essence of how girls fight, grabbing Qian Rinshu's golden hair and pulling it hard. He also wanted to slap Qian Rinshu's face and give her panda eyes, but his arm length didn't allow it. Just then, Yitian suddenly felt his body shrink again, and his heart sank. His martial soul possession state had been purified by Qian Rinshu's soul power, and his strength was once again reduced. At that moment, Qian Rinshu paused, looking at Yitian with a cold smile. You've lost your martial soul possession state and still dare to be so arrogant. Qian Rinshu swatted Yitian's hand away from her hair, twisted his arms behind his back to restrain him, and yanked him by the collar, pulling him forcefully in front of her, glaring at him with malice. Their faces just 10 centimeters apart. Yitian could even smell the fragrance of Qian Rinshu's breath. What exactly do you want to do? His hands were twisted behind his back, and Yitian gritted his teeth in pain. He silently cursed himself for showing off in front of Qian Rinshu. He should have just taken the axe and left without any fuss. Why put on a show? Who would have thought that Qian Rinshu couldn't take a joke? She actually ambushed him. Where's the elegance of a master? That high-class demeanor of sparing Tang San's life after a stick of incense. Where did it go? I really misjudged you. He couldn't help but complain in his heart. If Qian Rinshu had been as cunning as she was just now when facing Tang San, she wouldn't have lost her divine position. What? Are you trying to scare me? Qian Rinshu retorted, releasing her grip on Yitian's collar and grabbing his cheek, twisting it like opening a bottle cap, spinning it 360 degrees. As the young lady of the Spirit Hall, she naturally wouldn't harm her own people. Moreover, this own person looked like a little brat of only 7 or 8 years old. It is well known that she has always valued talent. Otherwise, she wouldn't have lost her divine position. Wow, you crazy woman, what are you doing? Yitian shouted, experiencing this kind of torture for the first time in his life. Qian Rinshu switched sides and grabbed Yitian's face again, starting to spin it hard, trying to make both sides symmetrical. After thinking for a moment, she said, I value talent. If you kneel and admit your mistake and become my subordinate, I will let you go. She initially wanted to directly take Yitian as her subordinate, but she felt a bit unwilling. After being so embarrassed earlier, she couldn't just let it slide. Kneeling is not considered an insulting posture in Douluo Continent. It is a way for the lower-ranked to show respect to the higher-ranked. Members of the Spirit Hall kneel before the Pope as a sign of respect. Although the Spirit Hall does not enforce this like the Empire's Emperor, Most soul masters voluntarily perform the kneeling ceremony to show respect. In Qian Rinchue's view, as the future pope, what's wrong with making Yitian kneel? Kneel and apologize? Yitian was taken aback. Growing up under the red flag as a good young man, he naturally had no interest in such feudal remnants. He was enraged by being pinched and could not tolerate this crazy woman demanding he kneel and apologize. "I'll kneel to your mother." He bared his teeth at Qian Rinchue, and looking at her pretty face so close, her delicate skin like sheep fat jade, and her dark, quiet big eyes made him momentarily stunned. The next moment, he snapped back to reality, and the pain on his face ignited his anger, causing him to retaliate fiercely. In his struggle, he suddenly stretched his neck and bit down hard on Qian Rinchue's delicate nose. He did not choose to bite her mouth, as that would be too vulgar and could easily result in a counterattack. The nose is one of the most vulnerable parts of the face. Once attacked, it could be excruciatingly painful. Qian Rinchue was caught off guard by this sudden attack. The blow to her nose triggered a chain reaction, causing her to cry uncontrollably, her face a complete mess. After such an attack, Qian Rinchue could no longer hold back her anger. Her long legs bent slightly, and she suddenly kneed Yitian in the abdomen. A sharp pain shot through him, and a wave of nausea surged, causing him to instinctively release his bite on Qian Rinchue's nose. Bang! Another knee strike came, and, in the midst of the pain, Yitian felt his vision darken. He saw Qian Rinchue's somewhat distorted face. Her big eyes were watery, with tears streaming uncontrollably. The attack on her nose had triggered her tear ducts, and she couldn't control it at all. On either side of her translucent nose, there were 2 rows of fine imprints, with traces of blood on them. Chapter 93. The first battle of the God King, there was a glimmer of golden light in her eyes, bright as a burning torch, filled with raging anger. Clearly, Yitian's recent disrespectful behavior had completely enraged Qian Rinchue, even causing her to lose some of her rationality. She wanted to let go and drop this little brat from the sky, smashing him to death, making his ugly face turn red and white from the impact. "Hurry! Follow me. We have to save Yitian," Hu Laina said anxiously, leading Yin and Hua Xiaomao to chase after the small figure in the sky. In terms of speed, they naturally couldn't match a flying soul master who could ignore terrain, especially since this flying soul master was stronger than they were. So, no matter how fast they tried to catch up, they could only watch the small figure in the distance get further away. Hey, your hand. Damn it. Don't let go." Yitian was a bit scared, experiencing fear for the first time in his life. This was dozens of meters above the ground. If he fell, wouldn't he die hard? Godi. In her rage, Qian Rinchue spared no effort and was about to throw Yitian down brutally. However, although Qian Rinchue was furious, she hadn't completely lost her rationality. She started to fly back, intending to throw Yitian towards Hu Laina and Yin below. Although the high distance would still make Yitian suffer greatly, if that big red hair guy was there to catch him, he should survive the fall. But Yitian didn't know that. He was dizzy from the 2 knee strikes from Qian Rinchue, his head spinning, unable to think much. Even if he did know, he wouldn't agree. Who knew if he would mess up? What if he ended up paralyzed from a fall? Feeling Qian Rinchue's grip on his hands loosening, Yitian cursed inwardly. "Damn it, just because the tiger doesn't show his power, you think I'm Hello Kitty?" A voice that penetrated heaven and earth boomed in Yitian's mind. "I'm the giant wave sweeping across the world." In the next moment, the air around him suddenly condensed, becoming like seawater. A giant wolf roared in the heavens and earth, a fierce howl erupting as if 100 or 1,000 giant wolves were responding to each other. The howls intertwined and rolled, as if they were about to explode everything within their reach. Yitian's body began to radiate dark purple light, as the soul power purified by Qian Rinchue's 6-winged angel spirit returned. The dark purple soul power, with an unmatched force, obliterated Qian Rinchue's angelic soul power. He broke free from Qian Rinchue's restraint, tightly grasping her wrist and pulling her arms apart. There was no longer any fear in his dark purple eyes. All that remained was excitement, pure excitement. His power ultimately gained the upper hand. The power of the god, King Dreus, martial soul, was terrifying. Merely activating it without entering the martial soul possession state already granted such immense strength. Qian Rinchue's hands were slowly pulled apart by him. He suddenly rolled over and pressed Qian Rinchue down, intent on forcing her to the ground. No matter what, being in the air was always disadvantageous to him. Qian Rinchue was dazed, offering no resistance whatsoever, as if she had completely surrendered. The roar of the giant wolf was deafening to her, and along with the wolf's howl, a surge of dark purple soul power rushed into her body. Under this dark purple soul power, she felt nothing, as if her soul had been extracted from her body. Standing in an absolute darkness, a light appeared in her eyes, and when she opened them, a pair of dark purple eyes appeared before her, sending a shiver through her heart. Qian Rengshu felt as if a raging beast had broken free from her restraints, her turbulent blood surging. For the second time in her life, she felt fear, a fear far surpassing the first. It seemed as if she was about to be surrounded by that terrifying purple light, which felt like a monstrous flood, with boundless darkness and despair descending upon her. "Grandpa, Grandpa," she wanted to shout, but the words wouldn't come out. Just as she was halfway through, she suddenly bit her tongue hard, waking up from the impact of the consciousness brought by that purple light. Feeling her hands restrained, Qian Rengshu's head abruptly collided with Yitian's nose. Ow! Yitian let out a cry of pain as a sharp ache surged through him, his nose tingling and tears streaming down his face. He desperately shook his head, baring his teeth and trying to bite Qian Renshue. His hands were each gripping one of Qian Renshue's arms, leaving only his teeth to use. He felt no shame in trying to bite Qian Renshue. After all, he was only 6 or 7 years old. It's perfectly normal to fight and bite at this age, right? Qian Renshue, seeing Yitian baring his teeth, instantly became furious. How could she fall for the same trick twice? You do the first move, I'll do the 15th. With that, she suddenly stretched out her neck, her lips curling slightly, and taking advantage of her long neck, she bit down hard on Yitian's nose. Ow, ow, ow. Yitian suddenly let out a cry, tears flowing like a broken faucet, unable to stop, and the pain made him roll his eyes. Qian Renshue acted first, biting down hard on Yitian's nose. If it weren't for the soul power protecting Yitian, she might have bitten his nose off. She held on to Yitian's nose tightly, thinking that biting someone else's nose would be disgusting. However, she didn't feel nauseous at all from Yitian. Instead, a milky fragrance wafted from his nose into her nostrils, surprisingly pleasant. Yitian is still young, only 6 or 7 years old, and the phrase "still has the smell of milk" describes him well. Naturally, he doesn't have the greasy and sweaty scent of an adult. However, Qian Rengshu couldn't stand it any longer. She felt a sticky, fishy liquid in her mouth, unsure if it was blood or mucus. But she couldn't check at that moment because she was currently spinning in the air with Yitian tumbling and drifting away. In the struggle, she could no longer maintain stable flight and was forced to land, rolling and wrestling on the ground. Yitian was very angry. He was actually countered by someone using their own tactics against him. He had just bitten Qian Renshue's nose and turned around to get bitten back. He grumbled in his heart, "What the hell is this?" Did Qian Renshue learn the trick of hitting the nose and biting the nose from that bastard? In the scuffle, he pressed Qian Renshue's head down forcefully, pinning her to the ground without any pity. Relying on the might of the god, King Darius, and his powerful soul power, he completely suppressed her and turned the situation around. The soul power of his god, King Darius' martial soul, carried the attribute of annihilation, which just happened to counter the purification and dissolution attributes of the six-winged angel martial soul. Moreover, the earlier scuffle had already placed Qian Renshue under 5 layers of the Noxian curse debuff. She hadn't had the chance to use her soul power to remove these negative effects, and now, even if she wanted to remove them, it was already impossible. Chapter 94. Suppression. The moment Yitian switched to the God King Darius's martial soul, he had already activated Blood Rage mode with the 5 layers of Noxian curse passive. In Blood Rage mode, each of his attacks would reapply 5 layers of Noxian curse to the target. They could now intertwine, but how could Qian Renshue's purification speed keep up with his attack frequency? Furthermore, Darius's martial soul was inherently a power-type martial soul, so in this back and forth, Qian Renshue was naturally no match for Yitian. After suppressing Qian Renshue, Yitian dipped his finger on his own nose and looked at the bloodstain, then glanced at the blood on Qian Renshue's lips, seemingly unable to believe it. This woman is really ruthless. I won't end up disfigured, will I? If I go out in the future with 2 rows of bite marks on my face, what will I do? Qian Renshue was struggling desperately. She felt her soul power being suppressed, shaken by the howls of wolves surrounding her. At this moment, she even found it hard to muster any strength. Yitian's palm was pressed firmly against her face, and through the gaps between his fingers, he saw Yitian touch the blood on his nose. This made her breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the sticky liquid earlier was blood from this little brat, Yitian, biting his own nose, not mucus. Looking at the dark purple figure behind Yitian, surrounded by a wolf-shaped shadow, though it wasn't very clear, how could Qian Renshue, the young lady of the Spirit Hall, not know what was happening? You little bastard, you actually have a twin martial soul. She muttered, let go of me, or I'll make you pay. With Yitian holding her head down, it was difficult for her to speak normally. Never seen before. Yitian said fiercely, huh? Who are you going to make pay? Right now, I'm the knife and you're the fish. You better behave. You probably don't know my identity. If you provoke me, I guarantee you won't be able to move an inch in the spear hall. With no other options, Qianrenxue had to resort to threats. Yitian was taken aback. Qianrenxue actually started shamelessly competing with his grandfather. Although he felt a bit worried, he remained calm. He knew that Qianrenxue had a very proud personality, one that could not be provoked easily, as provoking her could lead to many irrational actions. Otherwise, she wouldn't have let Tang San go multiple times, losing her own divine position. Are you an elementary school student? Yitian asked, continuing to press down on Qianrenxue. Nonsense, I'm clearly an intermediate student, Qianrenxue replied in a buzzing voice. Feeling Yitian's hand pressing against her face, she suddenly reacted and bit down hard on Yitian's tiger mouth. Ow! Yitian let out a miserable scream and hurriedly tried to pull his hand back. But he couldn't do it. His palm was firmly bitten by Qianrenxue, unable to be pulled away at all. You want me to let go? If I let go now, you won't let go. Yitian cursed. Damn, are you a dog? Seeing that he couldn't break free, he retaliated by pinching Qianrenxue's jaw tightly, forcing her to release her bite. Damn, you say you're not an elementary school student? If you can't win, you go report to your parents and let them stand up for you. What else could that be but elementary school behavior? After saying that, Yitian angrily added, and you bite people. Qianrenxue was momentarily taken aback. Who said I can't beat you? You just played dirty. If you have the guts, let's go outside and have a real fight to see who is better. After that, she added, you bit me first. Do you think I'm stupid? Why don't you look at your soul power level? Yitian continued, I'm an elementary school student, so what if I bite someone? If you argue with an elementary school student, what does that make you? Qianrenxue just realized that the little brat pinning her down was actually a junior student from a martial spirit academy. She was somewhat speechless. She had actually been taken down by a lower grade kid. If she reported this to her grandfather and let him come to seek justice for her, wouldn't her pride be trampled into the dust? How could someone as proud as her tolerate this? Looking at the boy in front of her, who was enveloped in purple aura, Qianrenxue slightly furrowed her brows and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke up. You let me go first. If I don't let go, what if you go back to ask your grandfather to bring a whole bunch of people to cause trouble? Yitian continued to provoke her. Are you afraid I'll use my family's influence? Huh. Qianrenxue sneered coldly. Don't worry. Qianrenxue, I guarantee with my integrity that if you let go, I absolutely won't use any other power against you. Despite saying this, Qianrenxue secretly contemplated that if this little brat let go, she would immediately strike back and make sure to knock him down. She didn't believe that she would lose to Yitian, who had no soul ring. It was just that she had been caught off guard earlier, and the weird soul power had invaded her body, creating such a passive situation. If it were to happen again, it would definitely not end up like this. Hearing Qianrenxue's promise, Yitian felt a huge sense of relief. Qianrenxue was indeed trustworthy in this regard. After all, if she were untrustworthy, she wouldn't have let her divine status slip away. Seeing a hint of cunning in Qianrenxue's eyes, Yitian sneered coldly in his heart. As a fully mature adult, he could easily see through the childish thoughts of Qianrenxue. If he let go, taking advantage of Qianrenxue's aerial superiority, wouldn't the earlier humiliation come back tenfold? All right, we agreed on this. I'll let go first, Yitian said while withdrawing the soul power that had invaded Qianrenxue's body, feeling the suppressed soul power returning within her. Qianrenxue was overjoyed and quickly used her soul power, attempting to forcibly break through the purple soul powers binding on her body. Bastat, Godi, she shouted, gathering her soul power in her hand and launching a powerful punch. However, in the next moment, a strong and aggressive soul power suddenly rebounded, instantly suppressing the golden soul power she had just gathered. You're playing dirty, you actually attacked me from behind? Yitian pressed down on Qianrenxue again, rendering her unable to move. He once again pinched her jaw tightly, with his blood fury activated. As long as Qianrenxue didn't completely escape his restraint, he could suppress her at any time. He had just tested her before and hadn't fully withdrawn his soul power. He could apply it again at any moment. Qianrenxue glared at Yitian, no longer speaking, her eyes appearing very cold, filled with anger, her teeth clenched, and she was seething with indignation. Why are you staring at me? Yitian looked at the blood on her lips, feeling a pang in his nose. It was from when she had bitten him. Chapter 95. The agreement, Yitian reached out and roughly wiped his hand across Qian Rinchua's lips, smearing the trace of blood at the corner of her mouth all over her lips, making them look like a fiery red lipstick. He smiled and said, "This way, it looks a bit fiercer, more suitable for your current situation." Qian Rinchue continued to glare at him without speaking, not understanding Yitian's intentions. All she knew was that this little brat was touching her lips with his dirty hands. Disgusting, vulgar, bad seed, little rascal, lecher. She felt indignant in her heart. Yitian felt a bit uneasy under the intense stare and widened his eyes to glare back. After a moment of contemplation, his lively eyes slightly shifted, and he suddenly said softly, "I can let go, but you have to promise me one thing." Qian Rinchue remained silent, just glaring at him fiercely. If looks could kill, Yitian estimated he would have been killed 100 times over. Think carefully. When Hulaina and the others come over and see this scene, you'll be famous for it. Qian Rinchue defeated by Yitian, Hulaina, and the others, rolling on the ground. Yitian threatened. Yitian believed that Qian Rinchue absolutely could not tolerate this scene. Being defeated by her mother's disciple was undoubtedly a great humiliation for her, even if this disciple had only put in a little effort. What agreement? Qian Rinchue asked. "I'm still young now. In a fair duel, I definitely can't beat you." Yitian flattered her slightly, then continued. "As for today's battle, we can wait a few years to duel again. Let's say 3 years. He thought carefully and felt that 3 years was still too rushed. He would only be around 10 years old then, not mature enough. How about 6 years later? I will have just graduated from the junior academy, and it won't be considered bullying a primary school student. We can duel then, and the loser will have to unconditionally fulfill 3 requests from the other person, no matter what they are." Qian Rinchue squinted her eyes, contemplating the pros and cons. She had just turned 12, and 6 years later, she would be 18. By then, her strength would likely reach the late Soul King stage, and with some effort, she might even challenge the Soul Emperor realm. As for this little rogue, in 6 years, he would probably only reach the Soul Respect level, close to Soul Zone. The gap would be increasingly apparent in the later stages. The difference between Soul Respect and Soul King or Soul Emperor was much greater than that between Great Soul Master and Soul Respect. Wouldn't this guy be easy to handle by then? As for the condition of fulfilling 3 requests unconditionally, didn't that align perfectly with her wishes? By then, she would have an extra henchman and slave. He would do the fighting if there was trouble, and if there wasn't, she could just beat him. Deal. We'll duel again in 6 years to settle today's matter. Qian Rinchue nodded. Then why aren't you letting go of me quickly? Deal. But you must not lay a hand on me again, Yitian warned uneasily. Otherwise, today's incident will become a hot topic at the Martial Soul Academy. Rest assured, I, Qian Rinchue, am a person of my word and will never go back on it. Yitian Ly bounced up from Qian Rinchue's body and quickly retreated, creating some distance. Although he knew Qian Rinchue was trustworthy, women's hearts are as deep as the ocean. Who knows what she was thinking? What if she found an opportunity to beat him up? Why are you running? Qian Rinchue coldly looked at him. Since they had made a pact, she naturally wouldn't break it. Not running. Do you want to make a pinky promise or a high five? Yitian paused, thinking it might be more formal to write a challenge letter. Pinky promise? High five? Qian Rinchue glanced at Yitian, looking at his innocent little face, and coldly spat out 2 words, childish. I'll come find you in 6 years. After saying this, her angelic wings spread out behind her, and she soared into the sky, flying off into the distance. Hey, keep my martial soul a secret too. Yitian waved his hand, looking like a good friend saying goodbye. In the distance, Qian Rinchue paused, slightly turned her head to glance at Yitian, touched her nose, and without saying anything, flew straight away. As she flew, she took out a small mirror from her treasure bag and carefully looked at it. Examining the 2 rows of tiny bite marks on her nose that were oozing blood made Qian Rinchue grit her teeth in anger, unable to resist the urge to grind her teeth and wanted to bite that little brat again. She then focused on her cherry lips and suddenly froze. She noticed that her lips, smeared with blood from that little brat's nose, contrasted against her jade-like cheeks, making her look exceptionally beautiful. Phew! Yitian let out a sigh of relief, finally sending this troublesome person away, although there was a possibility of exposing the secret of his twin martial souls. It wasn't a big deal. After tidying himself up a bit and retracting his God King Darius martial soul, Yitian began to head toward Hulina's direction. He had already spotted 3 figures rushing ahead, with Hulina leading the way. At that moment, she looked anxious, her beautiful face frowning with worry. Hey, Hulina, I'm over here. Yitian waved his hand, only to realize that his altitude didn't seem high enough as the dense forest obscured his figure. He jumped onto a tree to wave his hand, making himself more noticeable. Upon seeing Yitian bouncing on the tree, Hulina's anxious expression suddenly eased. If he could still bounce on a tree, it meant nothing serious had happened. She rushed over, the wind lifting her white ribbons and golden hair. When she reached Yitian, she looked in his eyes for a moment and suddenly bent down to gently hug him. In that instant, Yitian felt his heart leap. This hug came unexpectedly and without reason. At 6 or 7 years old, he was much smaller, shorter than Hulina. The hug felt a bit strange, and he had to stand on his tiptoes to reach her. He stretched out his hands, as if drawn by a magnet, gently resting them on Hulina's back and patting her lightly to comfort her. He could hear Hulina softly murmuring, "I thought I lost you over a kite, just like my parents." Seeing Yitian taken away by that mysterious girl had terrified Hulina. If it was because she wanted to get the kite that something happened to Yitian, she would regret it for life. "It's okay, I'm fine." At the critical moment, I bit her, and then she bit me back and tossed me down, Yitian said casually. This fact was hard to hide, especially with 2 rows of tiny bite marks still visible on his nose. Anyone with common sense could tell it was a bite mark. However, he didn't expose the fact that he bit Qian Rinchue's nose, as maintaining his good image was key. Chapter 96, Confession. Hulina suddenly burst into laughter. She let go of Yitian and carefully looked at the 2 rows of symmetrical bite marks on his nose. "Go back and apply some medicine, or you'll end up disfigured." She gently wiped away the faint bloodstains on Yitian's nose. Seeing that Yitian was fine, she felt relieved and teased. "Looks like you bit someone pretty hard. It seems you didn't hold back." Yin, who was nearby, looked at Yitian with a strange expression, slightly unhappy. But didn't say much since Yitian was only 6 or 7 years old. I bit her hand, and when she saw I wouldn't let go. "She bit my nose like a little dog," Yitian explained, touching his nose. It wasn't that he had a habit of touching his nose when lying. It was genuinely a bit painful. "Ahem, let's hurry back and retrieve the little fox kite," Yin interjected, interrupting Yitian and Hulina's conversation. "We won't run into that girl again, right?" Hua Xiaomao asked, clearly not fearless of Qian Rinchue, as her displayed strength was too formidable. Yitian said, "It shouldn't be." She left towards the direction of the spirit city and didn't return to the courtyard. "Let's go, let's get the kite back." Hulina naturally couldn't forget the original intention of this conflict. "Who is this person?" Yin frowned. "She is so powerful. We shouldn't have never heard of her, right?" "I don't know." Hulina thought for a moment. "I might go ask the teacher." Yitian was taken aback. This was not a good idea. If he brought up Qian Rinchue in front of Bibi Dong, he estimated that even Hulina wouldn't come out unscathed. "Cough, cough, cough, let's not go there. This is a conflict between our younger generation. If it gets to the elders, wouldn't that make us seem petty?" Yitian quickly stopped it. "Just asking a question should be fine, right?" Hulina hesitated for a moment. Yitian said, "Of course it's a problem. Think about it. From what that girl said, we can tell that she or the forces behind her are not on good terms with your teacher. If you try to find out more about her, won't your teacher know that you have an intersection with her?" Hulina replied, "Having an intersection isn't a big deal. After all, the academy is so small. It's normal to meet." Yitian continued, "If it were an ordinary person, that would definitely be the case. But this girl has forces behind her that are in conflict with your teacher. Do you think your teacher would know what would happen if you 2 met?" Then he added, "And once your teacher investigates, it will become clear that the 4 of us didn't gain anything good in front of that girl. This not only brings embarrassment to your teacher, but also leaves a bad impression on her in your eyes. Don't you think?" Recalling the scene of meeting Qian Rengshu, Hulina subconsciously nodded. "You seem to make a lot of sense." After thinking carefully, she realized that perhaps there were indeed conflicts between her teacher and the people from the Douluo Hall. As a disciple, she might not be able to relieve her teacher's worries, but she certainly couldn't add to them. Seeing that Hulina was convinced by him, Yitian breathed a sigh of relief. The relationship between Bibi Dong and Qian Rengshu was a bit complicated, and it was best for him not to get involved. The few of them chatted and laughed, discussing the battle they had just experienced while taking away the little fox kite that had fallen in the yard. After this battle, everyone lost their interest in flying kites and bid farewell to each other, each returning home. Yitian did not return to the dormitory, but instead headed towards Huang Ying's residence with 2 rows of imprints on his nose. He couldn't guarantee that Qian Rinchue wouldn't reveal the secret of his twin martial souls to Qian Douluo or others. Moreover, it was possible that someone had been secretly observing during the battle, and it was uncertain whether his current information had already reached the higher-ups of the Spirit Hall. If it got to Huang Ying's ears, Wouldn't this hidden situation make him feel disheartened? To avoid any misunderstandings, he planned to be honest with Huang Ying and provide a simple explanation about his second martial soul. On his way back, he had already thought of what to say. Yitian went straight to Huang Ying's residence and knocked on the door, only to find that he was not home. After pondering for a moment, Yitian began to frown and paced back and forth in front of Huang Ying's door, putting on an anxious expression. Half an hour later, Huang Ying leisurely returned from the side and saw Yitian circling in front of his door. "Hey, kid, what are you doing here?" In fact, he had returned a quarter of an hour ago. However, seeing Yitian anxiously pacing back and forth, he was a bit curious. So instead of approaching directly to ask, he observed from the side for a while, trying to figure out what Yitian was mumbling about while walking. This way, when he went out to inquire later, he could hit the nail on the head, clearly pointing out the issue and showcasing his authority as a teacher. However, after observing for quite a while, he still couldn't understand what was happening from Yitian's mutterings. He only knew that Yitian occasionally exclaimed things like, "Damn, my nose hurts, and similar expressions. Yitian saw Huang Ying arriving and immediately stopped in his tracks, his expression somewhat anxious and excited. He went straight to the point and said, "Teacher Huang, it seems my martial soul has a problem." "What?" Yitian's words startled Huang Ying. He knew very well that Yitian's martial soul was a mutated one, and it was a rather peculiar type. This kind of mutated martial soul represented instability, and it could potentially mutate into something undesirable. "What problem?" Huang Ying immediately inquired. Yitian was about to answer when he was covered mouth. "Don't rush to speak. Let's talk inside." He pulled Yitian and pushed the door open. In his small study, with concern in his tone, he said, "This is fine. Go ahead. What problem has your martial soul encountered?" "Teacher, I have gained another martial soul," Yitian said in a flustered manner. "What? You have another martial soul?" Huang Ying was taken aback, somewhat unable to react, as twin martial souls are indeed extremely rare. After a moment, he asked, "What kind of martial soul? How did it appear? Please explain carefully. I encountered a senior sister in the woods earlier, and we had a little conflict over a trivial matter. During the fight, I felt a surge of heat in my body, just like when my martial soul awakened back then, and then suddenly a new martial soul popped out from my body." Yitian spoke concisely and briefly recounted the events that had taken place near the soul-hunting forest. "You mentioned that during the battle, the stimulation from the six-winged angel martial soul led you to awaken a new martial soul?" Huang Ying was somewhat surprised, as twin martial souls are indeed extremely rare. Chapter 97, God King Martial Soul. Yitian said, "Yes, I was captured by the one who has the six-winged angel martial soul. Her soul power, which has the ability to purify and dissolve, invaded my body, making it impossible for me to condense my soul power. At that time, I seemed to hear a roar from within me, and then I felt a force wanting to roar out. Immediately after, I entered a state of martial soul possession and broke free from the restraints of the six-winged angel soul power. I didn't expect that you would turn misfortune into fortune and become a dual martial soul under pressure." Huang Ying nodded, which also explains why your soul power level has increased so rapidly. "Why?" Yitian asked. He was a bit confused. Could it be that Huang Ying knew about his innate level 20 soul power? "Because you have two martial souls," Huang Ying said. Innate soul power refers to the soul power that each martial soul carries innately. Except for divine-level martial souls, the upper limit for ordinary martial souls is level 10. Normally, even if dual martial souls awaken together, they cannot break through the innate level 10 limitation because there are no soul rings. So even if the soul power carried by the two martial souls exceeds level 10, it still cannot break through the limit. But you are different. You awakened your second martial soul after your first soul ring was obtained. Didn't you say before that a certain power appears every night at 12 o'clock, doubling the quality of your soul power for that day? That should be the sign of your second martial soul awakening. And because you awakened your second martial soul after obtaining a soul ring, the soul power carried by the second martial soul was not restricted, but directly transformed into your cultivation, which is why you have made such great progress in soul power level shortly after awakening. However, your situation is temporary. The soul power brought by the awakening of the second martial soul has probably been digested by you, so your cultivation speed should slow down from now on. That must be it. I was wondering why your soul power could increase so quickly. It turns out to be because of the dual martial souls," Huang Ying said, revealing a look of realization, convincing himself about the issue of Yitian's soul power level. Yitian looked at Huang Ying, who was confidently and seriously rambling, feeling somewhat speechless. But as a qualified listener, he could only pretend to be a good audience, occasionally shaking his head in shock. By the way, teacher, do you know who the person with the six-winged angel martial soul is? Yitian wanted to subtly inquire about some matters regarding Qianren. After all, through the original work, his understanding of Qianren was limited to events that occurred after she had been lurking in the Douluo Empire for nearly a decade. As for information from other periods, he had none at all. The girl you mentioned with the six-winged angel martial soul, I'm also not clear about her background. Huang Ying looked at Yitian thoughtfully. As a member of the Spirit Hall with a relatively high status, he naturally could not be unaware of the position of the six-winged angel martial soul within the Spirit Hall. Since the death of the previous pope, he had not heard of anyone inheriting the six-winged angel martial soul among this generation. Only the high priest of the Elder Hall and the master of the Douluo Hall in the entire Spirit Hall possessed the six-winged angel martial soul. However, an inheritor had appeared, and she was in the Martial Spirit Academy, where she was even encountered by her own student, resulting in a small conflict. Did this not carry some unusual significance? After a moment of contemplation, Huang Ying looked at Yitian seriously. Xiao Tian, you just need to know about this matter, and never let it be known. I will definitely keep quiet about the matter of the twin martial souls. Yitian nodded. Huh? Huang Ying shot him a displeased glance. I meant you should keep the matter of seeing the inheritor of the six-winged angel martial soul secret. This is certainly something of deep significance to the high priest. So let's not get involved. He reminded, if anyone asks you or investigates you, just say you are my disciple, Huang Ying, and for any matter, come to me to handle it. All right, thank you, teacher. Yitian nodded eagerly, feeling grateful to Huang Ying. Last time at the Academy's battle arena, he had cut off the hands of a senior student named Lu Zhou. Normally, such an incident would definitely attract the Academy's law enforcement team, leading to both parties' teachers determining responsibility and punishment. However, so much time had passed without anyone coming to him, as if that day's incident had never happened. It must have been Huang Ying who intervened to block all the troubles that could have come knocking. There's no need to be polite. Since you call me teacher, I must protect you, especially since this matter is not your fault. Huang Ying looked Yitian up and down, noticing the bruises left on his face and the prominent bite marks on his nose. He reached out and touched the bite mark on Yitian's nose. Aside from the bite, you didn't get hurt anywhere else, right? No. Yitian thought for a moment. I was kicked several times, but in my martial soul possession state, my defense is quite strong, so it's not a big deal. That's good. Huang Ying nodded. It seems your second martial soul is of high quality. Come, Xiao Tian, show me your second martial soul. Let me see what kind of martial soul it is that can match the soul power of the six-winged angel. Yitian did not hesitate, summoning his god king Darius' martial soul with a spin. A dark purple light flickered, and a gigantic figure slowly emerged behind Yitian, exuding a fierce aura as if it could sweep across the heavens and the earth. Waves of soul power rolled outwards, forming concentric circles of dark purple soul power ripples. Behind Yitian, the figure resembled an iron tower, with strong muscles that seemed capable of breaking through armor. He held a massive dark red giant axe, had a full head of silver hair, was tall and upright, and draped in a dark purple cloak. His sharp eyes burned with golden flames, as if they could incinerate the world. At his feet lay a dark red giant wolf, enveloped in a crimson glow. It looked as though every inch of its fur was stained with blood, which had dried into a dark red hue. Huang Ying was shocked, staring in horror at the divine King Darius' martial soul, unable to speak for a long time. This was the first time he had seen a dual martial soul, and also the first time he had encountered such a powerful one. He could feel that Yitian's second martial soul was stronger than the first, and not just by a little. Although he felt the first martial soul was strong, it did not reach a terrifying level. However, the martial soul before him was different. Its overwhelming aura was not something ordinary martial souls could compare to. It was even on par with the six-winged angel martial soul. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to break through the constraints of the six-winged angel soul power. Seeing Huang Ying in a daze, Yitian was taken aback for a moment before retracting his second martial soul. Chapter 98. Meeting the Pope, he knew that the shock from the divine King Darius' martial soul was too great. Others' martial souls were either weapons or animals or plants. Only Darius' martial soul was different, not only wielding a huge axe and clad in heavy armor, but also leading a dark red giant wolf, making it impossible to pinpoint accurately. This martial soul undoubtedly challenged conventional views. What exactly is this martial soul? Huang Ying's expression was somewhat blank. Is your martial soul embodiment in the form of a wolf or a human? My martial soul embodiment is still human, not a wolf. That wolf is merely a manifestation of a human-shaped martial soul's power. The martial soul itself is still human. Yitian Alliance. Come. Shall we try the martial soul embodiment? Huang forced himself to calm down. He couldn't afford to lose face in front of the students by being overly shocked. Yitian nodded, and a dark purple light burst forth. His arms stretched out, and his chest suddenly shook violently, causing his bones to crack and pop all over his body. His muscles swelled abruptly, stretching his clothing tight, and every muscle became well-defined, filling the surrounding air with a sense of deadly intent. The purple and dark red soul power surged, forming a thick layer of silver and purple armor on his body. The armor shimmered with a cold gleam, indicating that it was not just for show. Behind him, layers of soul power surged like flowing light, forming a long cloak that emitted a dark purple glow. His full head of black hair instantly transformed into silver, and his pitch-black eyes turned dark golden, with golden flames rising and burning in the center of his pupils. Etienne's height has changed the most, transforming from a little one around 1.30 meters to about 1.70 meters. Even his previously childish face has become resolute, and the dark purple cloak behind him billows without wind, exuding an aura of iron and blood. Around his body, there is a dark red giant wolf floating, as large as a steed, with muscles bulging all over and fangs like thorns. This martial spirit is simply incredible, noble and powerful, bloodthirsty and cruel, as if it were an incarnation of a god in the world. Huang said softly. Etienne's body shook violently, a divine-like power flooding through him. The hand gripping the giant axe was as hard as iron, as if it could split apart everything between heaven and earth. This was a completely new sensation. Earlier, during the battle with Qian Renshua, he had not fully revealed the divine might of the Darius martial soul. Now, upon careful reflection, he realized that he could freely control the armor on his body, as well as whether the giant axe in his hand and the giant wolf beside him would manifest. Looking at the dark red giant wolf that floated beside him, Yitian even felt that he could ride it, treating the giant wolf as a mount. Of course, he wouldn't perform such flashy maneuvers now. He couldn't keep stimulating Huang. Put away. Your martial soul is very special. The fact that it can fully manifest in the possession state is truly remarkable. It's indeed a mutated martial soul. Huang picked up the tea on the table and took a big gulp to conceal her inner shock. Yitian obediently stood aside and poured tea for Huang again. Your second martial soul cannot be used casually for now, and you cannot add soul rings to it indiscriminately. Remember, do not add soul rings to this martial soul, Huang warned solemnly. Okay, I understand. Yitian nodded. He wanted to add soul rings to his Darius martial soul, but he had to wait until he reached Soul King before configuring 10,000-year soul rings for it. I don't know much about twin martial souls either. After all, there have only been a few soul masters with twin martial souls on the entire continent. At this point, Huang paused and said, but you're lucky. If you were in another academy, you'd probably have to blindly figure things out by yourself. However, our martial soul palace's Pope has a twin martial soul. She might be able to point you in the right direction. You should go back and rest for now. Tomorrow, I will take you to meet her. I hope the Pope can offer some advice. Yitian was suddenly shocked, thinking to himself that it was bad. He was about to meet the Pope. He couldn't help but touch his nose, as the 2 rows of small imprints on it still ached faintly. Although Qian Renshua and Bibi Dong had a poor relationship, that was a matter between mother and daughter and had nothing to do with outsiders. He had just bitten Bibi Dong's daughter Qian Renshua on the nose. If Bibi Dong found out about this, it would truly be terrifying. Yitian couldn't help but shiver and take a deep breath. The next morning, Yitian and Huang appeared early in front of the Pope's palace. Huang had changed from her previously simple attire and was now wearing a formal red robe, topped with a ceremonial crown. As they were about to meet the Pope and had to show the highest level of etiquette, Yitian also put on the academy uniform, and the white cloak fluttered in the morning breeze. His face still bore the bruises from being struck by Qian Renshua yesterday, and the 2 rows of small bite marks on his nose were covered with a homemade band-aid. This wound was too conspicuous and embarrassing. He couldn't let anyone see it, especially not Bibi Dong. That teacher, you mustn't say I got bitten, okay? Yitian pointed to his nose, pretending to be shy. This is from His Holiness the Pope. As a soul master, to be bitten in battle, wouldn't that be a huge embarrassment if it got out? Looking at the shy Yitian, Huang gently rubbed his little head, her eyes sparkling with amusement. She could really understand Yitian's feelings. For a soul master, every title de law is an idol. and the Pope is the biggest one among them. In front of one's greatest idol, no one wants to lose face. Among ordinary children, fighting and biting are disgraceful acts that would lead to being looked down upon by peers, let alone in battles between soul masters. Teacher, did you remember? Yitian tugged at Huang Ying's clothing, his expression somewhat anxious. Stop pulling. Be careful not to wrinkle my cloak, Huang Ying said. All right, I won't say anything. Yitian let out a sigh of relief. Since teacher Huang didn't bring it up, it should be fine. Let's go at this time. His Holiness the Pope should already be in the papal palace. Huang Ying adjusted his perfectly smooth robe once more and slowly walked towards the papal palace. Seeing Huang Ying like this, Yitian was momentarily dazed and then hurried to catch up. Excuse me, Bishop, what brings you to the papal palace? Two guards in silver armor blocked Huang Ying's path. Yitian looked around and noticed that there were about 100 guards at the entrance of the Pope's hall. These guards were all dressed in white plate armor, holding long swords, standing around with vigilant expressions as they stared at Huang Ying. Facing the obstruction of over 100 guards, Huang Ying was not flustered and calmly said, I want to see the Pope. The guard's voice was emotionless. Please present your token. Your Excellency, the Cardinal. The attire of the red-clad cardinals of the Spirit Hall was easy to forge, but the main token was not. So the best way to verify one's identity was to check the token. Huang Ying expressionlessly raised his hand and displayed the token that represented his identity as a red-clad cardinal. Although Huang Ying was a teacher at the academy, he was not the master of the main hall. However, with his strength as an 88th level Soul Douluo, he could easily qualify to be a platinum cardinal of the two great empires. He simply wasn't interested in that position. Therefore, based on Huang Ying's strength, the Spirit Hall still granted him the identity of a red-clad cardinal representing the Spirit Main Hall. The guard took Huang Ying's token, looked at it, and then slightly bowed. His Holiness is currently handling official business. Please wait a moment. Your Excellency, the Cardinal, we will report to you shortly. Thank you. Huang Ying nodded and then walked to the side with Yitian to wait quietly. Seeing Yitian's gaze wandering over the guards, Huang Ying smiled and said, Do you feel that these guards are very different from the guards of the Empire? Yes. Yitian nodded. These guards are all soul masters, and their soul power levels are not low. Want to guess what level their soul power is? Huang Ying said with a smile. Yitian rolled his eyes, truly unaware of this, as these guardian warriors were just extras among extras. How could he remember them? He looked at the imposing guardian warriors and recalled that the minimum graduation standard for the Wuhuan Temple Academy was a 4-ring soul master. This group of guardian warriors should be at the level of 4-ring soul masters. He answered. Huang Ying smiled and shook his head. Guess again. 5-ring soul king? Yitian hesitated a bit. After all, the golden generation of the Wuhuan Temple only reached the soul king level when they came of age. Using them as guards would be a bit extravagant, wouldn't it? Wrong, Huang Ying said. The 5-ring Soul King is the minimum standard for the Holy Warriors. Holy Warriors? Yitian had no impression of them at all. In his memory, it seemed like even the Platinum Pope was just a side character. Huang Ying smiled lightly. As a teacher, he enjoyed clarifying doubts for his bewildered students. This was one of his few pleasures and his original intention for becoming a teacher at the academy. After you graduate, you can not only join the law enforcement team and teaching staff, but also enter the Night Order of Guardians. The Night Order Guardians is divided into 3 ranks: Holy Emperor Warriors, Douluo Warriors, and Holy Temple Warriors. The responsibility of the Holy Emperor Warriors is to protect the safety of the Pope's palace, directly under the Pope, with an entry requirement of a 6-ring Soul Emperor. The Douluo Warriors are responsible for guarding the safety of the Douluo Palace, directly under the Douluo Palace Master, with the same entry requirement of a 6-ring Soul Emperor. The responsibility of the Holy Temple Warriors is to protect the Platinum Temple located in the capitals of the 2 major empires, with a slightly lower entry requirement, which is 5-ring Soul King. Wow, Yitian squinted at the 100-man team ahead, somewhat unable to believe that they were all Soul Emperors. He had realized it before, but after traveling here, Yitian had a first-hand understanding of how powerful Soul Masters were. A Soul Emperor in an ordinary army is an existence that looks down on everything, going in and out as easily as eating and drinking. Seeing Yitian's reaction, Huang Ying was very satisfied. This is just the basic level requirement for the 3 major warrior groups. The leaders of the Holy Emperor Warriors and Douluo Warriors both possess the strength of titled Douluo. Another 2 unknown titled Douluos, Yitian thought to himself. A moment later, a Holy Emperor Warrior approached. Your Excellency the Pope, His Holiness the Pope requests your presence. Under the guidance of 2 Holy Emperor Warriors. Huang Ying, and Yitian arrived at the conference hall of the Pope's palace. In front of the towering 3-meter archway, Huang Ying smoothed out the non-existent wrinkles on his cloak again, making Yitian frown. The conference hall of the Pope's palace was very large, resembling a garage. With over 1,000 square meters, it was resplendent with gold and jade, with many seats available for the various bishops, team leaders, and palace masters of the Wuhuan Temple to hold discussions. A woman was sitting in the main seat of the conference hall. She was not very tall, dressed in a luxurious black robe with golden patterns, wearing a 9-curved purple gold crown, and holding a staff about 2 meters long, embedded with countless gems. The woman had fair skin and an almost perfect face, making her appear so distinctive. Especially the invisible noble and sacred aura she emanated made one involuntarily feel a sense of reverence. Yitian was stunned when he saw Bibi Dong. He had never encountered such a stunning and transcendent woman before. "Bishop Huang, what brings you to me?" A soft and melodious voice came, creating a feeling akin to a spring breeze. Huang Ying slightly bowed. With the strength of a soul de law, he was already considered a major figure, and there was no need for him to kneel. "Your Holiness, I have come to seek your guidance." "Oh," Bibi Dong said lightly, "what is it? Speak." "Your Holiness, I have heard that you possess a twin martial soul, so I would like to ask you some questions regarding twin martial souls." Huang Ying slightly lowered his head, not looking directly at Bibi Dong, as a sign of respect for the Pope. Upon hearing twin martial soul, Bibi Dong's pupils suddenly constricted for a moment, then quickly returned to calm. "You don't need to know these things. What significance do they hold for you?" She seemed a bit displeased. The twin martial soul was one of her taboo topics. She was most annoyed by inquiries about it, because compared to her own perfection, her 2 martial souls seemed somewhat flawed. Therefore, she generally would not showcase her martial souls in front of outsiders and disliked discussing matters related to martial souls. Seeing Bibi Dong's reaction, Huang Ying did not take it to heart. After all, the twin martial soul was a secret of the Pope, and anyone whose secret was pried into would naturally feel unhappy. Huang Ying said, "Not long ago, our spirit hall excavated a genius with innate full soul power from a village in a small branch hall in the Douluo Empire. Moreover, he is fortunate to possess the same twin martial souls as you. This child has extraordinary talent, and I hope to cultivate him into a strong figure who will become a pillar of our spirit hall in the future. However, I do not know much about twin martial souls. Last night, I searched through the Academy's library for an entire night, but unfortunately, I did not obtain any useful information. Therefore, I would like to bring him to meet your Holiness, who also possesses twin martial souls." After speaking, Huang Ying lowered his head and glanced sideways at Yitian, only to find that the boy was staring at the Pope without any respect. Seeing this scene, his face darkened instantly, almost unable to restrain himself from giving the boy 2 knocks on the head. It was undoubtedly very presumptuous to gaze at the Pope like that. He secretly regretted not having properly educated Yitian about etiquette beforehand. Chapter 100, Bibi Dong's Astonishment. Bibi Dong was taken aback. Twin martial souls were not simple. They were much rarer than geniuses with innate full soul power. She looked at the bruised Yitian beside Huang Ying and gently asked, "Is it you who possesses twin martial souls?" "Huh." Yitian was jolted out of his daze and exchanged glances with Bibi Dong, bewildered. "What?" Looking at the dazed Yitian, Huang Ying felt like covering his face. This kid usually seemed quite clever. How could he drop the ball at such a critical moment? "Your Holiness, he has lived in the countryside since childhood and is not familiar with etiquette. Please forgive him," he quickly explained for Yitian. "It's no trouble." Bibi Dong looked at Yitian, her voice very gentle. "So, you possess twin martial souls?" Yes. Yitian nodded quickly, and seeing Huang Ying with his head down, he also started to feel nervous. He had just been a bit lost in thought in front of Bibi Dong. A small shrimp facing a giant dragon should have the appropriate attitude. Those without strength yet arrogant typically meet a tragic end. Bibi Dong looked at Yitian and asked, "What is your name?" "Yitian, with E for easy and Tian for heaven. I didn't expect you to be like me, both possessing twin martial souls with innate full soul power," Bibi Dong said. "Such a situation is quite rare. However, twin martial souls present both an opportunity and a challenge for a soul master. If you use them properly, twin martial souls will naturally make you one of the few strong individuals in the world. However, if you use them incorrectly, twin martial souls will only become stumbling blocks on your path to cultivation. Please guide me, your Holiness," Yitian respectfully replied. He knew that in terms of the mysteries of twin martial souls, he couldn't compare to Bibi Dong. In fact, no one on the entire Douluo Continent understood twin martial souls better than Bibi Dong. Yitian only knows that after reaching a high-level soul master, equipping the second soul with powerful soul rings over 10,000 years old will bring double soul skills, soul power, and many physical attributes and enhancements during the fusion of soul rings. However, there are both advantages and disadvantages. Opportunities and risks have always coexisted. When fusing soul rings for twin martial souls, there's a chance of a martial soul backlash occurring. He is unclear about the solution to this problem. In the original work, Yu Xiaojiang once sought Bibi Dong's opinion on this issue, but Bibi Dong did not provide a response. As for how the final result was handled, Yitian is also unclear. It seems that after Tang San merged the second martial soul with the Haotian hammer, he didn't encounter any problems, and there was no soul ring backlash or martial soul conflict. However, he didn't dare to take the risk. By that time, Tang San had already passed the first 7 or 8 tests of the Sea God exam. He couldn't remember exactly how many, but he had already attained a semi-divine body, no longer a mere mortal. So, just because Tang San didn't encounter any problems, it doesn't mean that issues didn't exist. What if during his own fusion, there was a conflict in soul ring attributes, leading to his own destruction? In such a case, it would be better to consult the predecessors of twin martial souls, and Bibi Dong would be the most suitable. Is the Pope planning to take Yitian as a disciple? Huang Ying spoke up, saying that although he was Yitian's teacher, he hadn't really performed the formal ceremony of apprenticeship. Moreover, with the Pope's guidance, it would be better for Yitian's development. This was also the purpose of his visit. If Yitian had only awakened innate full soul power, he would still have confidence in providing guidance. But now that Yitian has awakened twin martial souls, he naturally wants to place him in better hands. Since he is your disciple, I will not covet what others cherish. Bibi Dong said, if it were a few years ago, I might have taken him as a disciple, but now I already have one disciple, and I am busy with my own affairs. If I were to teach 2 disciples at the same time, I wouldn't have enough time. Huang Ying was taken aback, not expecting the Pope to refuse. He slightly bowed and said, Your Holiness, you are extremely busy, and I have been presumptuous. However, I hope you can find some spare time amidst your busy schedule to guide Yitian on twin martial souls. As I have not researched this area and fear that I might mislead him, Yitian stared blankly at Huang Ying, feeling a bit moved, and sincerely bowed to Huang Ying. Once a teacher, always a father. Although we have not formally performed the ceremony of apprenticeship, I will never forget the kindness of my teacher for all my life. He could see that Huang Ying genuinely cared for him. This warmth was different from the utilitarian kindness shown by Stan and Huang Lin. Huang Ying did not want anything from him and was purely delighted by his talent. Once a teacher, always a father. Good. Huang Ying was taken aback and couldn't help but shed tears. Good child. Seeing the scene, Bibi Dong's indifferent expression softened a bit. Although I cannot accept him as my disciple, Yitian is a member of my spirit hall. As for the matter of twin martial spirits, I will certainly not hesitate to teach. She had indeed considered taking Yitian as her disciple for a moment, but after careful thought, she decided against it. She genuinely did not have the time. As a pope, she had many responsibilities, especially since she had just received information regarding the divine assessment and was about to participate in the divine trial, leaving her no energy to teach students. Even Hulaina was left to grow on her own in the Spirit Hall Academy without close guidance. However, it was somewhat unwilling for her to hand such a genius over to Qian Daolu. Bibi Dong was aware that although the principal of Xinglua Academy was a person of Qian Daolu, Huang Ying was not. He was just a very pure teacher who did not participate in the internal power struggles of the Spirit Hall. People like Huang Ying could probably only thrive in the Spirit Academy. Because the Spirit Academy did not hold much power, it could accommodate neutral figures like Huang Ying. However, being neutral does not guarantee that his students will be. If a genius with full innate spirit power and twin martial spirits could be nurtured from a young age, how much help would that be in the future? She herself was an example. After pondering for a moment, Bibi Dong said, however, although I don't have time to take him as a disciple, I have a disciple named Hulaina. If you have any questions, you can come with her to find me. In the end, she still did not plan to accept Yitian as a disciple. She disliked having male masters and male disciples. Thank you, Your Holiness. Huang Ying was overjoyed. Although the Pope could not take Yitian as a disciple, the purpose of this visit had at least been achieved. Whether or not he became a disciple was not important. What mattered was obtaining information about twin martial spirits. I have a little free time today. Since you have come to me, let me talk to you about twin martial spirits. Bibi Dong said, twin martial spirits are a double-edged sword. If used well, They are extraordinary and far exceed soul masters of the same rank. But if used poorly, they can lead to self-destruction. Chapter 101. Showcasing martial spirits. Having one more martial spirit can bring double the spirit power, double the spirit skills, and increase double the attributes. But also comes with danger. It is important to know that each time a soul ring is fused, there is a significant increase in physical strength, speed, and other aspects. However, if your physical quality cannot keep up with the enhancement from absorbing the soul ring, it can lead to a collapse of the body due to inability to bear it. One of the conditions for the existence of twin martial spirits is that either the two martial spirits must be mutually beneficial, or their qualities must be comparable and balanced. Speaking of this, Bibi Dong paused. My twin martial spirits are very special. They belong to two types of martial spirits that are mutually beneficial. She looked at Yitian. I want to see which type your martial spirit belongs to. Show it to me. Yitian was taken aback and thought to himself that it was not good. The divine king Drila's martial soul was fine and wouldn't cause any trouble. But the golden broadcaster Draven's martial soul was another matter. Who knows what kind of nonsense might come out? Cough, cough. Your Holiness the Pope, my martial soul is a mutated one, and one of the martial souls has some strange mutations. If it offends you, please forgive me. Yitian felt a bit awkward. Upon hearing this, Huang Ying was also stunned and suddenly remembered that this kid's martial soul did not play by the rules. If he said something disgusting to the Pope, wouldn't he be in big trouble? He quickly reminded, Your Holiness the Pope, Xiao Tian's martial soul has some strange mutations and often speaks nonsense. If it offends you, please forgive him. Oh, Bibi Dong smiled. Now you've piqued my curiosity. Twin martial souls are a type of mutated martial soul themselves. Come on, show me your martial soul, and let me see what is so special about it. It can even speak nonsense. Since the stakes had already been made clear, Yitian no longer hesitated. Look at the bleep, long live thin meat. Look at the bleep, long live thin meat. Huang Ying, o bibidong, emoticon piscando. Yitian, Yitian was completely confused, wondering if there was a mix-up. This was clearly the entrance BGM for male guests. One step forward is happiness. One step back is loneliness. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Yitian's stage. Today is Yitian's personal showcase. The lights should be turned off for Yitian. He looks quite eye-catching right now. Yitian slightly opened his mouth, feeling a bit at a loss, wondering what kind of absurdity this was. Bibi Dong couldn't help but twitch her lips. As the Pope, maintaining a calm demeanor at all times is essential, but this bizarre martial spirit is truly unheard of. What does this martial spirit mean by what it's saying? She asked. Huang Ying cautiously explained on the side. Your Holiness, this mutated martial spirit is a bit crazy and is not under Yitian's control. I also don't know what it's saying. Seeing Huang Ying speak, Yitian nodded vigorously. Yes, this martial spirit is crazy and talks nonsense. I can't understand it at all. Knock, knock, knock. Your Holiness, is there something happening? The BGM and commentary of the gold medal host Draven's martial spirit startled the patrolling Holy Emperor warriors outside, who then inquired at the wall door. It's fine, there's nothing going on here, Bibi Dong said to the outside, then looked at Yitian. All right, you can put away your martial spirit now. Seeing that Bibi Dong didn't seem angry, Yitian breathed a sigh of relief and put the martial spirit away. He felt fortunate that Draven hadn't said anything insulting this time. Otherwise, it might have been hard to explain. Your martial spirit is truly unique, Bibi Dong paused. However, despite being peculiar, the quality of your martial spirit's soul power is quite high. It should be considered a top-tier martial spirit. Based on the characteristics of the balance of twin martial spirits, your second martial spirit must also be impressive. Come on, show me your next martial spirit, so I can see if the soul power attributes conflict with your first martial spirit. Yitian nodded and summoned his divine king, Darius' martial soul again. However, this time he was cautious and did not summon the dark red wolf spirit and the dark red giant axe that surrounded him. He only summoned Darius himself. The presence of the dark red wolf spirit was difficult to explain. It would be unreasonable to say that his martial soul came with a mount, right? Bibi Dong was momentarily stunned as she looked at the divine king, Darius' martial soul, a look of surprise and shock appearing on her indifferent face. The quality of this martial soul is very high. Bibi Dong's expression became serious, unprecedentedly high. As someone who had encountered god-level martial souls, Bibi Dong naturally understood that the might emanating from divine king Darius was even no longer beneath the six-winged angel martial soul. This was still because Yitian did not summon the wolf spirit and the dark red giant axe. If he had summoned them, it would undoubtedly have become even more terrifying. Huang Ying had also noticed the differences in Yitian's martial soul compared to yesterday. But he did not ask about it here. Your Holiness the Pope, is there a problem with this martial soul? Yitian asked. He noticed that Bibidong's expression was very serious. It's a big problem. Do you remember what I said? Bibidong replied. The birth of twin martial souls must have a small difference in martial soul levels. Only then can a balance be formed. Otherwise, it will cause destructive effects on the soul master's body. Your first martial soul, while considered top tier, still has a significant gap compared to your second martial soul. She concluded, logically speaking, you shouldn't have twin martial souls because your second martial soul is too powerful. It would suppress your first martial soul, preventing it from awakening. Regarding Bibidong's doubts, Yitian did not think much of it, even though he was also unclear why he had awakened these two martial souls. However, he estimated that there should not be any incompatibility between his martial souls. After all, the Draven martial soul and the Darius martial soul are brothers. Even if their appearances are different, they are still siblings. Moreover, the two martial souls complement each other, and even the passive abilities of their martial soul skills are the same. If they were to counteract each other, it would mean the brothers harming one another. Is it because Xiao Tian's second martial soul awakened later? Huang Ying said from the side. Awaken later? Bibidong was taken aback. Are you saying his second martial soul did not awaken during the martial soul awakening ceremony? Huang Ying nodded. Xiao Tian's second martial soul awakened suddenly during a battle with a girl who had a six-winged angel martial soul yesterday. The dark path of Yitian is not good. Sure enough, upon hearing the phrase the girl with the six-winged angel martial soul, Bibidong, who originally had a calm and even somewhat gentle demeanor, instantly turned somber. Chapter 102. The disadvantages of twin martial souls. The atmosphere in the conference hall suddenly became tense. Yitian felt his heart suddenly shrink, as if it were being squeezed by a giant hand, making it hard for him to breathe. Huang Ying was no exception, feeling a sense of impending doom. He wasn't sure what he had said, but he felt as if the Pope before him was a monstrous flood, ready to engulf him at any moment. To resist this pervasive aura of terror, Yitian had no choice but to enter the state of the divine king Drax's martial soul possession. Seeing Yitian's pained expression, Huang Ying immediately stepped forward, standing in front of him, and shouted, Your Holiness, what's wrong? Bibidong came to her senses and withdrew the unconscious pressure she had been emitting. She regained her previous calm demeanor, though there was still a hint of coldness in her eyes. I'm sorry, I just thought of something unpleasant. She glanced at Yitian, who was in the martial soul possession state, and a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. Only he knew how powerful the aura she had unintentionally released was, and the fact that he could still hold on under the pressure of a super Douluo shocked her. Upon hearing Bibidong's words, Huang Ying paused for a moment, suddenly realizing something, her expression turning enlightened as she inwardly scolded herself for bringing up the wrong topic. It was well known that the previous Pope had the six-winged angel martial soul, and she must have reminded the Pope of something painful. Bibidong regained her composure. If it's something that can be achieved later, then it makes sense. However, your twin martial soul situation is quite problematic because your first martial soul is relatively weak while the second is very strong. Although the two martial souls haven't conflicted yet, it doesn't mean they won't in the future, especially when you add soul rings to the second martial soul. You must know that when fusing soul rings, your body S attributes will surge dramatically. And if the soul rings have a high enough age, your soul power might even increase several levels in an instant. Just think about it. What would happen if someone else practiced for years, or even over a decade, while you completed it in just half an hour? Bibidong retorted. Wouldn't that be like a flood bursting through, causing the body to burst? Yitian replied. Bibidong nodded. Exactly, that's indeed the case. So, in your upcoming training, you must not only cultivate your soul power, but also strengthen your body to prevent it from being unable to bear the surge of soul power and strength when you fuse soul rings for the second martial soul. But this only addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. Through physical training, you can merely ensure that the attributes added by the first 3 soul rings for the second martial soul won't overload you too much. As for the rest, we need to use a special method, soul bones, to disperse the attributes that your body cannot handle onto the soul bones, thereby reducing the pressure on you. For safety, you should have at least 4 to 5 soul bones. In the future, when you need to fuse soul rings for the second martial soul, as the Pope, I can provide you with 1 soul bone, but you must obtain the others yourself, as soul bones are extremely precious, and even I, as the Pope of the Spear Hall, cannot provide too many at once. Yitian was stunned, never expecting that Bibi Dong actually planned to give him a soul bone in the future. This is not simple. The role of a soul bone for a soul master goes without saying. As a mere elementary student, being promised a soul bone in the future shows that the Spirit Hall is quite generous to its own. Thank you, Your Holiness. Yitian deeply bowed. Don't be too happy too soon. This only solves the issue of soul ring backlash, and there's an even more important issue of martial soul backlash. Bibi Dong said lightly. Martial soul backlash? Yitian was taken aback, knowing that the main point was coming, which was also something Yu Xiaojing wanted to ask Bibi Dong about later. Yes, martial soul backlash. Bibi Dong nodded. When a martial soul fuses with a soul ring, it adds different attributes to each martial soul. As everyone knows, attribute conflict in soul rings is a very serious problem, and this issue can easily arise even within a single martial soul. For example, if you have a beast martial soul, but try to fuse a soul ring from a poisonous plant soul beast, a conflict will occur. For twin martial souls, this issue is magnified many times because the chances of error increase with more fused soul rings, and the consequences are more severe. Although twin martial souls have more means and soul skills than single martial souls, during battle, they can only use the skills of one martial soul. If they want to use the soul skills of the second martial soul, they must switch martial souls. After using a soul skill, the body will contain the attribute soul power left by the first martial soul's skill. If you switch to the second martial soul at this time, you must ensure that the soul ring attributes of the second martial soul match those of the first martial soul. Otherwise, a martial soul conflict will occur. In mild cases, the martial soul may be rendered useless, and in severe cases, it could result in death. Do you understand now? Bibi Dong asked Yitian. I understand. Yitian nodded. Bibi Dong's meaning was simple. When twin martial souls are fusing soul rings, comprehensive consideration must be taken. For example, if the first martial soul is a plant martial soul and the second martial soul is also a plant martial soul, if there is a poisonous soul ring among the plant martial souls, then the second martial soul, which is a beast martial soul, will be rendered useless. This is because the poisonous soul ring is incompatible with the beast martial soul, and once the martial souls are switched, a conflict will arise, leading to the death of the second martial soul due to the poison attribute of the first martial soul. The martial soul largely represents oneself. If the martial soul is poisoned, one's own condition will not be good either. This is indeed a tricky problem. Huang Ying spoke up. If the first martial soul is a poisonous beast martial soul and the second martial soul is a non-poisonous beast martial soul, what problems will arise? They will explode and die at the moment of awakening. Bibi Dong said flatly. What if the first martial soul is a fire attribute martial soul, but one of the soul rings of the second martial soul fused with a water attribute soul beast soul ring? Will there also be a martial soul conflict? Yitian asked. Smart. Bibi Dong nodded. This is quite difficult. You have to choose the soul beasts and soul rings that the two martial souls will fuse in advance. Huang Ying frowned, pondering deeply. This is quite challenging because many soul beasts carry multiple attributes, and without thoroughly absorbing the soul rings, ordinary people won't know what attributes they will get. Bibi Dong shook her head. Yitian thought for a moment. It seemed that his two brothers' martial souls didn't have any conflicting attributes, but it was still better to be cautious. One of his subordinates boldly asked, Your Holiness, have both of your dual martial soul rings been fully integrated? Huang Ying asked carefully. Bibi Dong, that's not something you should be concerned about. Bibi Dong shook her head and didn't elaborate on how many soul rings she had integrated. I have other matters to attend to. You may leave first. She waved her hand, signaling the dismissal. Chapter 103, Bibi Dong's strength on the way back to the academy. Huang Ying remained silent, pondering how to deal with Yitian's dual martial souls. Yitian seemed to be deep in thought, although Bibi Dong had not mentioned it before. He knew that Bibi Dong had indeed not fully activated the soul rings of her second martial soul, the soul-eating Spider Emperor. However, it was definitely not due to the backlash from her martial soul. This was because Bibi Dong's martial souls belonged to the same lineage, namely the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Eating Spider Emperor, which had similar attributes and types, and there was almost no possibility of a conflict between them. Yitian is still clear that at this time, Bibi Dong should not have obtained the inheritance of the Rakshasa god, but she should have already been preparing for it. He clearly remembers that Bibi Dong mentioned during the final battle that she had received the Rakshasa god inheritance 20 years ago. Moreover, when she received the inheritance, She already possessed the strength of a 99th level ultimate Douluo. Yitian roughly calculated the time. In the future war, Qian Renxue should be 36 years old, while the current Qian Renxue is only about 12. Bibi Dong probably officially began to accept the Rakshasa goddess inheritance when Qian Renxue was around 15 years old. Since Qian Renxue is currently 12, she has not yet started to receive the inheritance. This means that in 3 years, Bibi Dong's strength will reach the level of a 99th rank ultimate Douluo. As for Bibi Dong's current strength, Yitian thought carefully. Qian Sunji probably died suddenly 3 years ago. The reason for Qian Sunji's sudden death was that during the encirclement and killing of Tang San's mother, the Blue-Silver Emperor, he was injured by Tang Hao, who had obtained a 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone. Shortly after being carried back, he was devoured by Bibi Dong using the soul-devouring Spider Emperor. The period during which Xiao Wu's mother was hunted down was roughly the same as the time when Tang San's mother was sacrificed. The one who hunted Xiao Wu's mother was none other than Bibi Dong. This means that when Qian Sunji encircled and killed Tang San's mother, Bibi Dong took the opportunity to hunt Xiao Wu's mother, a 100,000-year soft bone charm rabbit, and obtained a 100,000-year spirit ring. Xiao Wu's mother's 100,000-year spirit ring ultimately became the red 7th spirit ring of Bibi Dong's second martial soul, the soul-devouring Spider Emperor. This signifies that Bibi Dong's soul-devouring Spider Emperor martial soul had already absorbed 6 spirit rings from spirit beasts of tens of thousands of years prior. These spirit rings would also bring her a massive amount of soul power. Moreover, the key point is that her first martial soul, the Death Spider Emperor, has a 9th spirit ring that is also a 100,000-year spirit ring. The source of this spirit ring is a top-tier spirit beast, the king among insect-type spirit beasts. The 100,000-year Death Spider Emperor, which is the original form of Bibi Dong's first martial soul. Additionally, this 100,000-year Death Spider Emperor dropped 2 spirit bones. As is well known, when spirit masters fuse spirit rings and spirit bones, it leads to a leap in their soul power and attributes. After more than a decade of hard training by Bibi Dong, along with the effects of 200,000-year red spirit rings and 6 black spirit rings close to 100,000 years in age, Bibi Dong's current soul power level is estimated to be at level 99. It is precisely because Bibi Dong fused with Xiao Wu's mother's 100,000-year spirit ring, reaching the human limit of tidal Douluo, that she did not continue to fuse spirit rings to enhance her soul power. Furthermore, she did not fuse spirit rings again for 20 years because she had no room for improvement other than becoming a god. From this, it can also be seen that 3 years ago, when Bibi Dong killed Qian Sunji, she likely already possessed the strength of a level 99 tidal Douluo. She chose to kill him when Qian Sunji was heavily injured, not because she couldn't defeat him in a fully powered state, but because she had just absorbed Xiao Wu's mother's spirit ring at that time, reaching the realm of level 99 tidal Douluo. In fact, logically speaking, she could have killed Qian Sunji much earlier since her first martial soul's 9th spirit ring is of a 100,000-year level. Tang Hao was originally a level 90 soul Douluo, and after receiving his wife's sacrifice, his soul power level directly broke through to level 92. Qiang Xunyi, a level 95 super Douluo, along with 2 other level 95 super Douluos, besieged Tang Hao, who was level 91 and had a 100,000-year spirit ring, resulting in him being severely injured. Since Tang Hao was able to reach level 92 and defeat level 95 Qian Sunji after absorbing a 100,000-year spirit ring and obtaining a flying spirit bone, then Bibi Dong, who was at level 90 and had absorbed the 100,000-year Death Spider Emperor spirit ring, would naturally not be much weaker. Moreover, the Death Spider Emperor that Bibi Dong killed also dropped 2 spirit bones, giving her an advantage in terms of attributes compared to Tang Hao. Not to mention that Bibi Dong has dual martial souls. As for whether the quality of the Blue-Silver Emperor, the king of Blue Silvergrass, is higher or that of the Death Spider Emperor, the king of insects, that's a matter of perspective. Yitian estimates that Bibi Dong could have killed Qiang Sunji long ago. But the main reason she didn't is Qiang Sunji's father, the 99th level limit Douluo, Qiandao Lu. Therefore, after Qiang Sunji was killed by Bibi Dong, even if Qiandao Lu knew that the murderer was Bibi Dong, he still didn't take action to avenge his son. This was not because he was worried about Qian Renxue being without a mother or felt guilty towards Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong had never cared for Qian Renxue, even for a day. She harbored hatred towards her. For Qian Renxue, having or not having this mother made little difference. If he truly felt guilty towards Bibi Dong as a father, Qiandao Lu would have certainly tried to stop Qiang Sunji's actions. The biggest reason is that Qiandao Lu simply couldn't kill Bibi Dong because they were on the same level. particularly after Bibi Dong fused with the inheritance of the Rakshasa god. Qian Lu even felt somewhat inferior and admitted in front of Qian Rengshu that he was not as good as Bibi Dong. He knew that Bibi Dong had the potential to become a god, while he did not. However, after accepting the Rakshasa god's inheritance, Bibi Dong was constrained, forcing her to use a significant portion of her strength to maintain the continuation of the divine inheritance. As a result, during the elite competition of high-level Soul Master Academies across the continent, Bibi Dong did not defeat Tang Hao and Xiao Wu, and even faced setbacks against Tang San in the Stardow Forest. Reflecting on this, Yitian couldn't help but sigh. After Xiao Wu's sacrifice, Tang San took 5 years to reach god level. In contrast, after giving birth to Qian Rengshu, Bibi Dong spent nearly 10 years cultivating herself to limit Douluo, surpassing her own master, and achieving revenge. How Tang San cultivated goes without saying. He had a smooth journey, sacrificing soul beasts over 100,000 years and wielding god-bestowed soul rings, even ultimately sacrificing Poseidon. Bibi Dong, however, was different. The Rakshasa god inheritance she accepted did not have anyone to sacrifice for her. She purely relied on her own strength to push through. Yitian guessed that the assessment for becoming a deity of evil is much more brutal and difficult than that for a benevolent deity. One can see this from the inheritance of the god of slaughter. This kind of evil god inheritance relies solely on oneself, without any guide. This is also why Bibi Dong ultimately sighed, noting that compared to Tang San and Qian Renshua, she spent a full 20 years becoming the Rakshasa god, and the price she paid was much greater than the two of them. Of course, compared to Tang Hao's grandfather, Tang Chun, she was still quite steady. Thinking back to the gentle expression of Bibi Dong in the Pope's palace just now, Yitian felt a slight tug in his heart, inexplicably feeling a bit heavy. Perhaps while Yu Xiaojiang, Lu Erlong, and Flanders were reveling in the martial world, Bibi Dong was honing her skills in the city of slaughter. Perhaps while Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong were fiercely fighting, Bibi Dong was hunting the Death Spider King, which had lived for 100,000 years. While Yu Xiaojiang was idly waiting to die in Nodding City, Bibi Dong was undergoing the assessment to become the Rakshasa god. Chapter 104. Reflection 1 Teacher. Which department of the Spirit Hall manages our academy? Yitian asked Huang Ying. Huang Ying looked at Yitian and said, the heads of the 3 major campuses of our Spirit Hall Academy are all elders from the Elder Hall, so in theory, the academy should be under the jurisdiction of the Elder Hall. Oh, then who is the head of our Xinghua campus? Yitian asked innocently. The head of our Xinghua campus is the porcupine Douluo. Huang Ying smiled, not suspecting anything about Yitian's question. It is very normal for a child to be curious about such a significant figure as a title Douluo. Besides, it's not unreasonable for a student to know who their head is. Yitian nodded. He had an impression of the CTND Ulu, who was the nemesis of Dugabo and also a subordinate of Qian Daolu in the Elder Hall. What about the deans of the Tiando Academy and the Wuhan Academy? Yitian asked again. The dean of the Wuhan Academy is Zhu Di Ulu, and the dean of the Tiando Academy is Shi Miao Di Ulu. Huang Ying replied. Yitian suddenly understood that the Wuhan campus was under Bibi Dong's influence, while the Tiando campus and the Xinghua campus were under Qian Daolu's control. Perhaps the academy didn't divide things so clearly, but the trend was obvious. Bibi Dong had only recently become the Pope and had very few followers. If he could become a trusted confidant, he might gain significant benefits in the future. The soul bone she promised could be seen as an attempt to recruit him. However, these things might not be meant for him, as he was still too young. A normal child wouldn't understand such schemes. The earlier actions were likely recruitment signals from Bibi Dong directed at his teacher, Huang Ying. With this thought, Yitian looked up at Huang Ying and found him deep in thought, seemingly pondering something. Yitian did not say anything. Bibi Dong believed that the situation in the Spirit Hall was already set. No matter what choice was made, the final outcome would be the same. At the entrance of the Wuhan Academy, Xinghua campus. You go back and rest first. I will go to the academy's library to check some information about twin spirit souls. After saying that, Huang Ying leaped into the air and disappeared after a few jumps. After Yi Tianmu sent Huang Ying away, he went straight back to the dormitory. Last night, only Zhang Xing and he were in the dorm. The applications for soul rings submitted by Zhu Zhujin and Zhao Yingjie to the academy had already been approved the day before. Yesterday, they went to the soul hunting forest next to the academy with the team leader from the academy to search for suitable soul beasts as soul rings. Upon returning to the dormitory, Zhang Xing was not inside, and Yitian didn't team mind. Zhang Xing was a training fanatic who particularly enjoyed exercising. so he was probably at the gravity training field. However, today he had no intention of going to the gravity training field to work out. He needed to think about his future plans. Twin martial spirits were both an opportunity and a challenge because they consumed too many resources, and it was best to have a complete set of soul bones attached. He was different from Tang San and Qian Renxue, who had advantages. Tang San had a bunch of 100,000-year soul beasts to sacrifice for him, providing soul rings and soul bones, along with his father's secret assistance and the martial skills and knowledge from his previous life in the Tang sect. Qian Renxue's grandfather, Qian Douluo, had even prepared a complete set of Angel Divine Armor soul bones for her. She only needed to reach the Soul Sage level to undergo the Angel 9 tests with Qian Douluo's help. As for himself, he had nothing, and aside from his special martial spirit, he could only rely on his advantage of foresight for the future. But this advantage could not currently be transformed into his own strength. Yitian squinted his eyes, his thoughts drifting. He had to speed up his cultivation, and it had to be significantly faster than Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue was also a level 20 innate soul power, and despite such a significant innate advantage, she only became a soul sage at the age of 30. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and the others spent 7 or 8 years less than Qian Renxue to become soul sages. Their talent and martial souls were far inferior to Qian Renxue's. Although Qian Renxue might have delayed her cultivation during her time in hiding, it still indicated that relying on one's talent and hard work might not be as effective as aligning oneself with the right people and flattering them. Therefore, following a step-by-step approach to cultivation was undoubtedly stubborn and undesirable. It was essential to stir things up. Where could I find opportunities that would allow for rapid cultivation? Yitian murmured, the ice and fire yin-yang eye in the sunset forest? He quickly shook his head. Although it was a good place, he didn't know its exact location. The sunset forest was vast and boundless, and finding such a small spot would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, even if he found it, there would be no way to obtain the divine herbs inside. The poison of Bo had stayed in the ice and fire yin-yang eye for a long time to suppress the toxins in his body. If he foolishly barged in, wouldn't he be seeking his own death? Douluo Bo was a lawless old man who wanted to kill Tang San upon discovering that he was Tang Hao's son. If it weren't for Tang San's knowledge from his previous life in the Tang sect, which allowed him to detoxify Douluo Bo and subdue him with his knowledge of poison, the entire Shrek Iron Triangle would have been annihilated. Yitian is very knowledgeable. He doesn't know any detoxification methods. Approaching carelessly could lead to certain death. Moreover, the key point is that he doesn't recognize those celestial items at all. Douluo Bo has guarded the treasure mountain for decades without realizing it. He is a titled Douluo, and his name even has the character Bo, indicating he is very knowledgeable, yet he couldn't discover these things. This is enough to show that perhaps there are no detailed records or documents left regarding these items. Yitian did not think he was more impressive than Douluo Bo, who could find things with a single glance. If he made a mistake, the consequences would likely not be good. Among this pile of celestial products, he estimated that he only recognized the strange fungi and heavenly chrysanthemum. Even so, he still needed to seek out Chrysanthemum Douluo to carefully observe his old chrysanthemum. Because the depiction of the strange fungi and heavenly chrysanthemum on the Wuhuan temple token was too vague, it was impossible to distinguish it from ordinary chrysanthemums. Among these titled Douluo, probably only Chrysanthemum Douluo knew the origins of these celestial herbal medicines. Yitian thought to himself, perhaps he could use Chrysanthemum Douluo to spread the news about the strange fungi and heavenly chrysanthemum and the heartbroken red, letting him deal with poison Douluo while he got 1 or 2 celestial herbs from him. Yueguan alone could suppress Douluo Bo, and if he brought along his old friend Ghost Douluo with their Wuhuan fusion technique, Douluo Bo would be nothing to worry about. After a moment, Yitian shook his head. Yueguan was not a kind person. If he released the news, he could indeed follow the clues to find the ice and fire yin-yang eye. But what did that have to do with him? Given Yueguan's character as a flower lover, if he truly found the celestial herbal medicine, would there be any left for him? He needed to think it over carefully. He couldn't act recklessly and had to come up with a well-rounded plan. Chapter 105, Reflection 2 Strength. Everything in Douluo Continent relies on strength to acquire opportunities, not just clever schemes. Yitian covered his face, for now. He couldn't touch any of it. Logically speaking, Tang San's greatest opportunities should be on Sea God Island and in the City of Slaughter. Sea God Island is a place for public opportunities. Among several deities, the Sea Goddess inheritance is open to the entire continent. As long as you are a person, You can participate in the assessment, which not only offers soul rings, but also rewards for soul power levels. The Shura god is the most stingy, leaving only a domain of the god of slaughter. To obtain the qualification to become a god, one must evolve the domain of the god of slaughter into the Shura domain. Evolving to the Shura domain merely grants the qualification to become a god. To truly inherit the divine position, one must possess Shura power comparable to the full strength of a limit Douluo. This is because the god of slaughter doesn't have experienced babies like Poseidon, the high priest of Sea God Island, or Douluo, the high priest of the angel god, to offer all their sea god power and angel power as sacrifices to the inheritor. The inheritor of the god of slaughter must forcibly cultivate Shura power comparable to the strength of a limit Douluo by themselves. Of course, if one is already a limit Douluo, then they only need to convert their soul power into Shura power. However, this conversion process is also very lengthy, and during this conversion, one's own strength will be affected. Bai Dong is an example, because her assessment for the Rakshasa god, like the Shura god assessment, also lacked experienced babies for sacrifices. It took her several decades. Compared to the Rakshasa god position assessment, the Shura god assessment is even more troublesome. Although the Rakshasa god position assessment is difficult, there's only one person taking the assessment. The Shura god, on the other hand, has a bunch of people undergoing the assessment. Among them, based on the Shura domain and the amount of Shura power, there's a troublesome order of inheritance. Currently, the first heir of the Shura god inheritance is Tang San's great-grandfather, Tang Chun. This guy has already completed most of the assessments for the Shura god test. He only lacks the last two steps, but he was betrayed by the Rakshasa god and was possessed by the blood-red nine-headed bat during the assessment. Yitian speculated that the blood-red nine-headed bat was just a part of the Shura god's assessment. Similar to the task in the Sea God assessment where Tang San had to kill the deep-sea demon whale king and the evil demon orca king. However, Tang Chin failed. After being possessed for so many years, Tang Chin's body had long been hollowed out by the blood-red nine-headed bat and was already ruined. Therefore, the so-called first in line to inherit the divine position was actually just a shell. When his consciousness recovered, it would be the day he perished. But even though Tang Chun was just a shell, he still stood in the first position of the Shura god's inheritance. To obtain the identity of the first-in-line heir, Tang Chun had to be killed. The most critical part was that the place of inheritance of the Shura god had also been sullied by the Rakshasa god. What a pitiful situation. With such tricks from the Shura god, finding an heir would be impossible for a lifetime. No wonder they were so shameless afterwards. Yitian sighed. Even though Tang Chun was in a state of possession by the blood-red nine-headed bat, his strength was still very strong, probably at the super Douluo level. Because Tang Chun, under the blood-red nine-headed bat's condition, feared by Bai Dong and Tang Hao, which indicated he did not possess the strength of a limit Douluo. But the key point was that if the blood-red nine-headed bat was killed, the lost consciousness of Tang Chun would awaken. At that time, with the return of his limit Douluo strength and the powerful Shura power within him, he would directly possess a demigod's body. Although this demigod could only exist for 3 days, after which his hollowed-out body would collapse from the immense power, 3 days was still a long time. 3 days was sufficient for anything. Tang Chun, the first-in-line heir to the Shura god position, would naturally not let his hard-earned life and the Shura god position be taken by outsiders. Before dying, he condensed all his life's Shura power and all his demigod power into a magic sword. This magic sword was the Shura magic sword used by Tang San later on. However, after its birth, it received the Shura god's recognition and divine power enhancement, transforming into a divine artifact. This shows just how stingy the Shura god was. He truly left nothing for the heir except for a broken domain. In comparison, the sea god left behind the sea god trident, a weapon he once used. The angel god not only left the divine artifact Angel Holy Sword, but also left behind 6 soul bones known as the Angel Divine Armor. When these 6 soul bones merged, they transformed into the divine artifact Angel Holy Armor. It was precisely because Tang Chun created this Shura magic sword that Tang San was able to successfully inherit the Shura god's divine position. Because the sword contained Tang Chin's lifelong power, the person inheriting the Shura magic sword was equivalent to inheriting his power. This was similar to the experiences of Qian Dao, Lu, and Poseidon. After Tang Chin's death, the only useful people left in the killing god domain on Douluo Continent were Bai Dong, Hulai Na, Tang Hao, and Tang San. However, apart from Tang San, Tang Hao, Bai Dong, and Hulai Na were only in the killing god domain and had not evolved to the Shura domain. Thus, the first-in-line heir became Tang San. However, although Tang Chun paved the way for Tang San, Tang San still intended to give up inheriting the Shura god position and insisted on inheriting the sea god position. This made the Shura god anxious. His pitiful inheritance place had already been destroyed by this little brat Tang San, and the only one left with the Shura domain was Tang San. If Tang San did not inherit his divine position, he would really have nothing left. Therefore, the Shura god resorted to many underhanded tactics later on, deliberately giving favors and forcibly helping Tang San turn the situation around. If the sea god had only given Tang San a little convenience during the assessment, it could barely be considered fair. Then the Shura god could only be described as shameless, even to the point of being extremely despicable, without any principles or bottom line. To protect Tang San, he gave Tang San more attribute boosts, exerting influence in the divine realm, persuading the food god and the nine-color goddess, and directly airdropping divine position inheritance to Oscar and Ning Rongrong. Otherwise, why would divine positions just fall from the sky? And two at that? Not only that, but these two divine positions fell on the heads of two support soul masters from the Shrek 7 monsters. Is there such good fortune in the world? As a law enforcement deity, the Shura god was shameless to such an extent that there was no one like him. But there was even more shamelessness. After Tang San was killed by Qianren and Bai Dong, his heart exploded. The Shura god shamelessly sought out the food god and the nine-colored goddess again. As a law enforcement deity who was a loophole in the divine realm's quality education, and a lawbreaker among the first-level deities, the food god and the nine-color goddess naturally dared not disobey the Shura god's orders. Under the Shura god's command, they, as a couple, personally left the divine realm after being called by Ning Rongrong and Oscar, and resurrected Tang San through Ning Rongrong and Oscar. Otherwise, how could two small fries like Oscar and Ning Rongrong have the power to resurrect a deity? Not only that, to help Tang San achieve victory, the Shura god even came up with a clever tactic of having Xiao Wu act as a sword sheath, forcefully stuffing his divine position into Tang San. In the later stages, it would be more accurate to say that Qianren and Bai Dong lost to Tang San, rather than to the shameless Shura god. Yitian estimated that during the final battle, if Tang San still couldn't defeat Bai Dong and Qianren, the Shura god might personally come from the divine realm to Douluo Continent and slash Qianren and Bai Dong with a single sword. Shelf announcement yesterday. I received news from the chief editor. Today, it is officially on the shelf. Thank you to all the lovely readers for your support. The performance of this book is, well, it's somewhat tragic. It seems I've done something thankless. The fact is, most people still prefer to see the main characters retracing the plot. This book currently has over 200,000 words, but the collections haven't even reached 10,000. The author writes on QQ Reading, and it's well known that the ratio of fan fiction collections to subscriptions is quite low, roughly 100:1. So the author ISNT begging for subscriptions. If you truly like it, please give a first subscription. I want to be dropping it. The performance of this book is so poor that if I want to drop it, I would have done so long ago and wouldn't have written it to this point. Chapter 83. Mysterious Girl. Douluo Temple Senior Volume Chapter 83. Mysterious Girl. Yitian glanced at Hulaina and the two behind her, Yin and another little boy. Responding to her words, he leaped out from the branches like an eagle and silently approached. Yin frowned at him, while the other skinny little boy looked at him with curiosity. Hey, how do you know Nana? Yin asked Yitian. The academy is this big. It's easy to get to know someone accidentally. Yitian smiled and looked at the other person. And you are? Rationality told him that this skinny monkey-like guy shouldn't be CAU. I'm Hua Xiaomao, a third-year student, and my martial soul is fire element. The skinny monkey-like little boy extended his hand to Yitian. Hello, Yitian. Yitian shook his hand. Without much more conversation, Yitian took the line from Hulaina and ran across the grass, with Hulaina chasing behind him. Yitian finished letting out the last bit of string, leaving only a small end in his hand. He handed the string end to the gloomy Yin, asking him to continue flying the kite. Having just finished training, he had no interest in flying kites and thought it was best to leave this tedious task to Yin, who was very interested in it. They had just been running and happened to arrive next to a villa near the Wuhuan campus. Yitian jumped onto a pine tree beside the villa, lay flat on his stomach, and stared blankly at the blue sky, following the white kite as it rose and fell in the air. Hey, Yitian, Hulaina called from below. Want to go for a walk in Wuhuan City? There's so many things there. all brought from the star Luo Empire and the Heaven-Do Empire. You wouldn't even imagine. Hearing the commotion, Yin, who was busy flying the kite with Hall.Welcome, suddenly froze, then perked up his ears, not wanting to miss a single sound. I don't want to go. I just finished training and plan to rest for a while. Yitian shook his head. I came from the star Luo Empire, and there's nothing much to see. In reality, he was short on money. Yitian knew that going out shopping meant spending money. How embarrassing would it be to go shopping without any cash? What if Yin and that Hall.Welcome had money and used the opportunity to mock him? It wouldn't be right to beat them up just because he was broke while they could afford to buy things. That would be too humiliating if it got out. He pondered that he should take some time to go to the Wuhuan temple in the city to register and collect the monthly subsidy of 10 gold soul coins given to great soul masters by the Wuhuan temple. The feeling of having no money in his pocket was really not pleasant at all. You're from the star Luo Empire, but I'm not. I've lived in Wuhuan City since I was little and have never been to the star Luo Empire or the Heaven-Do Empire. I've heard that the imperial city there is very prosperous. Hulaina said, resembling a curious little cat. Seeing that Yitian didn't respond, she pouted, wearing a skirt that made it inconvenient to climb the tree. Unable to reach Yitian, she picked up some fallen pine cones from the ground to throw at him. Yitian didn't care about the loose balls that fell on him. I'll lie down a bit longer. I'll go read some books on cultural classes in the afternoon and learn about soul beasts. Reading books. How about this? You accompany me to shop in Spirit City, and next time I'll accompany you to read? Hulaina pouted angrily. Yitian glanced at Hulaina and thought to himself, am I someone who loves to read? I don't have money, and I can't really go shopping all the time. He hesitated for a moment and pointed at Yin and Hall.Welcome, saying, let's do it another day, or you could take the two of them with you. Upon hearing this, Yin, who had just been glaring at Yitian and was quite displeased, suddenly broke into a smile, joyfully blinking at Yitian. Yitian was speechless. Yin was truly a silly little kid. Hulaina rolled her eyes at him. I don't want to go with an idiot. Who is the idiot? Hall.Welcome muttered beside them. Hulaina turned her head and glared with big eyes. Can't even fly a kite properly. Still not an idiot? Ha ha ha, idiot. Hall.Welcome. You silly fool. Yin burst into laughter. Look at me. I'm flying the kite so well. Look, look. The kite is about to fall. Hall.Welcome looked up at Yin and immediately shouted. Yin was suddenly dumbfounded. Just now, in order to eavesdrop on Yitian and Hulaina's conversation, he hadn't noticed the kite's trajectory at all and accidentally let it fall down. Yitian looked speechless at this scene. Yan's intelligence was indeed low, just as Hulaina described him as a fool. Seeing her beloved little fox kite in trouble, falling into the other courtyard, Hulaina immediately panicked, jumped up, and quickly ran over while lifting her skirt, with Yin and Hall.Welcome chasing behind her. Yitian hesitated for a moment, but still followed. When he rushed over, he happened to see the little fox kite's string being held by a young girl. The girl was wearing a golden palace-style long dress, which seemed to be woven from gold thread without excessive decorative patterns, and the style was simple yet elegant. The golden stand-up collar protected her snow-white and slender neck, and her long golden hair was casually draped behind her, not neatly styled, contrasting sharply with her tidy palace outfit. Hulaina, Yin, Hall.Welcome, and even Yitian were momentarily taken aback upon seeing her. She was too noble, resembling a goddess. The girl glanced sideways and noticed the anxious Hulaina and the three boys, speaking in a lazy tone. This courtyard is mine. Please don't enter without permission. Her voice was crisp and pleasant, making it hard not to feel a sense of conviction. Isn't it okay to fly a kite? Yin voiced his frustration from the side. However, his voice was not loud and carried a hint of negotiation. Yan's family was also a notable soul master family in the Spirit Hall. Although they were few in number, there had always been masters in every generation, so he usually spoke and acted with confidence. However, young men often found it difficult to stand firm in front of beautiful girls, especially this girl with snow-white skin and stunning features. The girl looked several years older than Hulaina. Having already passed the development stage of a little girl, she appeared to be around 12 or 13 years old, with a well-proportioned figure. If it weren't for the slight childishness in her complexion, Yitian might even mistake her for a 17 or 18-year-old young lady. Yitian couldn't help but marvel again at how early the people of Douluo Continent develop. Especially for soul masters, it's hard to distinguish age once they are over 12. He quietly watched the situation unfold, saying nothing, appearing almost invisible. He didn't have much of a background in Wuhuan City. This young girl had such a large villa with a yard in the Wuhuan Academy, so her background was easy to imagine. Matters of relying on one's father, mother, or family should be left to Yin to take the lead. Chapter 84. Qianren Xue, whose territory is this house? Do you know? The girl pointed at the villa behind her. While I was reading, you were making a big fuss outside, even letting this fox-like thing drift over. We apologize. Return this kite to us. Yin said in a negotiating tone, I can pay you. Money. The girl coldly laughed. Do I need money? Don't ruin my mood here. Get out. Her mood seemed quite bad, her words laced with anger, as if she had some worries and was taking it out on Hall.Welcome and the others. Hall.Welcome suddenly stepped forward, looking at her coldly. Hey, are you looking for trouble on purpose? You talk about studying? What is the difference between you and a robber blocking the road for money? Is this courtyard really yours? So what? The girl raised the small fox kite in her hand. If you have the guts, come and take it. Hey, are you being so domineering? Are you looking for fight? Hall.Welcome slowly walked in front of the girl. Being one of the strongest of the new generation, she was always very confident. You're not qualified. The girl glanced around, looking at everyone with a sneer. If you want to fight, go ahead. Come meet all together. She looked at Hall.Welcome. I know you. Don't think you can take this fox-like thing from me. Even Bibi Dong herself wouldn't be able to. This is Qianren Xue? Hearing the girl's words, Yitian was shocked. In the entire Wuhan city, the only ones daring to refer to Bibi Dong as that woman, aside from Qian Douluo and Qianren Xue, would be no one else. Shouldn't she have gone to the Douluo Empire as an undercover agent? He was now around 6 to 7 years old, and he wasn't exactly sure of his specific age. Hall.Welcome was over 9, so Qianren Xue, who was about 3 years older than Hall.Welcome, was probably between 12 and 13 years old. At this time, it was probably the period when Qianren Xue went to the Douluo Empire. Yitian looked at Qianren Xue, deep in thought. Given Qianren Xue's age, she would soon go to the Douluo Empire to impersonate Xue Qinghe. He suddenly understood that perhaps Qianren Xue's trouble with Hall.Welcome was not because of the little fox Feng Zhong, but simply because Hall.Welcome had accidentally crossed her path. He was aware that the relationship between Qianren Xue and Bibi Dong was very strained. They had never even acknowledged each other. Qianren Xue was raised by Qian Douluo since childhood and later went directly to the Douluo Empire, disguising herself as a man and lurking for over a decade. So naturally, she would not have any interaction with Bibi Dong. The relationship between Hall.Welcome and Bibi Dong was similar to that of Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang. Bibi Dong directed most of her maternal love towards Hall.Welcome, going against the pressure from the elder hall to make her the saintess, providing her with 2 powerful soul bones, and so on. All of this combined was even more than what Yu Xiaojiang had given to Tang San. As Bibi Dong's biological daughter, Qianren Xue could not help but yearn for her mother's love. She was just throwing a tantrum. Now, everything she wanted, everything that originally belonged to her, was taken by Hall.Welcome. It was easy to imagine Qianren Xue's attitude towards Hall.Welcome. Over the years, Qianren Xue had been very restrained, not taking the initiative to confront Hall.Welcome. Now, because of the little fox Feng Zhong, Hall.Welcome had provoked Qianren Xue. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Yin and Hua Xiaomao looked at the girl in confusion, not knowing who Bibi Dong was, as very few people would directly call the Pope by name. But from her tone, they could tell that this girl was not ordinary. And sensing the tension in her words, they moved closer to Hall.Welcome. After all, this girl was very arrogant, challenging their group. How could they tolerate that? Upon hearing Qianren Xue's words, Hall.Welcome was instantly furious. After losing her parents, Bibi Dong was like a mother to her. Seeing Qianren Xue refer to Bibi Dong as that woman, Hall.Welcome could not hold back. She immediately revealed her soul rings and entered her martial soul possession state. 2 yellow soul rings shining beneath her feet. Seeing the tense situation, Yitian secretly thought it was bad. In fact, he had already considered retreating and was preparing to take Hall.Welcome away. After all, it was just a little wind kite. It wasn't a big deal, and they could always make another one. It wouldn't be good to confront Qianren Xue over such a trivial matter and give her a reason to escalate things. He was quite aware of the situation. Qianren Xue's 6-winged angel martial soul was one of the top beast martial souls on the continent. With very few martial souls able to compare in quality, truly a divine-level martial soul. The key point was that Qianren Xue, like him, was a natural level 20 with full soul power, which meant she was a step ahead from the beginning. Furthermore, Qianren Xue was a few years older than Hall.Welcome. With all these conditions combined, at this moment, even 10 Hall.Welcomes together would not be a match for Qianren Xue. Looking at Hall.Welcome's martial soul possession state, Qianren Xue scoffed disdainfully, disgusting fox spirit. You have a talent for seduction, but it's useless against me. Seeing Hall.Welcome reveal her martial soul, Qianren Xue naturally would not be polite. A vast soul power surged forth. An array of golden light suddenly burst forth from her body. It was a brilliant golden light that spread from her forehead and instantly enveloped her entire body. 3 soul rings appeared in succession around her, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Her hair transformed into a shining golden color, every strand glowing, and her clothes ripped open at the back as 2 pairs of pure white wings burst forth. Her body seemed to defy gravity as it slowly floated upwards, hovering a foot above the ground. Under the intense golden light, Qianrenxue's eyes completely turned golden. A massive, indistinct shadow emerged behind her, the only difference from her own form being the number of wings, as the golden shadow had 3 pairs of 6 wings. Yin and Huoxiaomao's pupils involuntarily constricted. They felt an immense pressure from this golden shadow, martial soul. It was the first time they had encountered such a powerful martial soul. Yin couldn't help but whisper to Hulaina, "What kind of martial soul is this?" His own martial soul was the ancient soul beast Flame Lord, which was a top beast martial soul on the continent, even slightly superior to the evil White Tiger. Throughout the continent, there were very few beast martial souls that could make him feel pressured, but from this girl's martial soul, he could clearly sense his own martial soul trembling, feeling an insurmountable sense of powerlessness. As Bibi Dong's disciple, Hulaina naturally knew about the angel martial soul, which was the flagship martial soul of the Spirit Hall. She looked at Qianrenxue with a serious expression and said to Yin, Huoxiaomao, and Yitian, "This is a legendary martial soul, one of the top-tier martial souls. Angels symbolize the representatives of the gods and are considered the heritage martial soul of our Spirit Hall. Those who possess such a martial soul are usually either the Pope or from the Douluo Hall." Chapter 85. Wings of Nothingness. Douluo's Spirit Hall, Senior Text Volume, Chapter 85. Wings of Nothingness. Yin and Huoxiaomao were immediately taken aback, looking at Qianrenxue in disbelief. Then who is this person? The Pope's successor? Or someone from the Douluo Hall? She is not the successor of the Pope, and the Pope does not possess the angel martial soul. She should be from the Douluo Hall, Hulaina said solemnly. When she referred to Bibi Dong as the Pope outside, it was a matter of etiquette to maintain Bibi Dong's authority. Only when alone with Bibi Dong would she call her teacher. As Bibi Dong's student, she naturally knew that Bibi Dong had no successor with the angel martial soul. So this girl was undoubtedly from the Douluo Hall. Yitian was not as curious as the others. He was pondering how to deal with the tense situation. From his soul power fluctuations radiating from Qianrenxue, he could tell that her soul power level was quite high. Although she was still a 3-ring soul master, her soul power level was probably close to level 40. At her age, having soul power nearing level 40 was undoubtedly quite terrifying. When Tang San was around 12, he only had soul power in the 20s. Currently, Hulaina was also only in her 20s, still 2 levels away from becoming a 30-level soul master. Against Qianrenxue, whose soul power level, martial soul quality, and number of soul rings all surpassed hers, Hulaina had no chance of winning. "What should we do, Nana?" Yin looked at Qianrenxue, feeling a bit hesitant. How could they fight her? The 3 of them simply couldn't defeat her. He instinctively excluded Yitian from the equation. No one could insult His Holiness the former Pope, not even the elders. Hulaina turned to Yitian and said, "Yitian, you shouldn't get involved in this matter. You should leave." Although she had had a slight skirmish with Yitian before, he hadn't shown his martial soul or revealed his true strength during that encounter. Moreover, since Yitian was a first-year freshman, Hulaina instinctively thought his strength wasn't impressive. Therefore, for Yitian's safety, Hulaina didn't want him to get caught up in this incident. Yitian looked at the spectacularly enhanced Qianrenxue, then at Hulaina, feeling a bit of a headache. However, he did not actually leave. If he were to act from the heart in this situation, how would he face people in the future? Wouldn't Yin also need to promote him properly? Moreover, he didn't know anyone named Xieyu. In a certain sense, Hulaina and Qianrenxue represented 2 factions within the Spirit Hall. Hulaina represented the Pope's Hall. Standing behind her was naturally Pope Bibi Dong. On the other hand, Qianrenxue represented the Douluo Hall and the Elder Hall, with the Master of the Douluo Hall, Qiandaolu, standing behind her. At the same time, Qiandaolu also served as the grand offering of the Elder Hall. Within the Spirit Hall, the strongest force should be the Elder Hall, which has more than 10 elders, all of whom are titled Douluo. The first 7 of these elders are referred to as the 7 Great Offerings, all of whom are Super Douluo above level 95. This power has always been in the hands of Grand Offering Qiandaolu. It was not until later, when Bibi Dong's strength reached or even surpassed that of Qiandaolu, that she managed to gain the support of some offerings from the Elder Hall. According to Yitian's speculation, Bibi Dong should still be in a developmental stage. having not yet gained the support of the remaining offerings from the Elder Hall. This is because after Qian Rinxue returned from the Douluo Empire, she had a showdown with Bibi Dong, demanding that the Elder Hall and Douluo Hall stand against her Pope's Hall. It was at that time that Qian Rinxue was informed by Qian Daolu that the power of the Spirit Hall had already been fully grasped by Bibi Dong, with the second offering, third offering, and other high-end combat powers supporting Bibi Dong. Therefore, it can be inferred that at least before Qian Rinxue left, the power of the Douluo Hall and the Elder Hall should still have been under Qian Daolu's control. Currently, Bibi Dong's forces are still quite weak, and apart from the Ghost Douluo and the Chrysanthemum Douluo, there should be no other strong supporters. Yitian was thinking about whether he should plan for himself in the future. While Yitian was pondering, Yin opened his mouth, wanting to keep Yitian to face the soul Douluo with a super martial soul together. Hulaina was unclear about Yitian's strength, didn't he know? Last time in the practical class, he had killed a great soul master in one hit, and that power was not inferior to his. Yitian's strength was not weak. If he stayed, we would have a better chance of winning. In the end, Yin decided to persuade Yitian to stay. No, Yitian, you go first. Hulaina turned to Yitian and thought for a moment, wanting to save face for him. You go to the 6th floor, room 7 of the boys' dormitory in the Martial Soul Academy, and find my brother Xiaoyu. Tell him to come quickly. Hulaina felt a bit regretful in her heart. She should have brought her quiet brother along when she came out to fly kites today. If her brother Xiaoyu were here, there wouldn't be such a situation. She also knew that she was not a match for the person in front of her, so while she wanted to send Yitian away, she also wanted him to summon Xiaoyu. Once Xiaoyu arrived, the siblings would be able to use their martial soul fusion and charm. At that time, even facing the girl with the martial soul, soul power, and soul ring triple suppression in front of them, she was confident they could win. Going to get reinforcements? Qian Rinxue's angel wings spread behind her, her body hovering in midair, her golden eyes emotionlessly gazing at Hulaina, Yitian, Yin, and Hua Xiaomao. Want to get reinforcements? Fine, crawl out of here. She sneered at Hulaina. Aren't you that woman's disciple? Let me personally experience what level your current strength can reach. As soon as the words fell, Qian Rinxue's wings flapped, dragging a streak of golden light, and her whole person rushed towards Hulaina like a shooting star. The dazzling golden light and her magnificent angel martial soul simultaneously erupted, bringing a powerful and sacred aura of oppression. Faced with Qian Rinxue's threat, Hulaina moved instantly, and the 2 yellow 100-year soul rings on her body shone brightly. Without any hesitation, she unleashed her strongest attack. First soul skill, soul capture. Second soul skill, soul ripple. Hulaina used her 2 soul powers in succession. Her first soul skill was a passive skill. Once activated, every move she made could possess the ability to capture souls. Those with weak will would have no room for resistance in front of her. Even those with strong will would have their combat effectiveness greatly suppressed under the effect of soul capture. Her second soul skill was a mental attack, using her mental fluctuations to impact the enemy's soul. This skill worked very well in conjunction with the first soul skill, soul capture, because under the influence of soul capture, the enemy's mental state would generally be disturbed, unable to concentrate their spirit, and at that moment being hit by soul ripple would undoubtedly be fatal. With the first soul skill, soul capture, enhancing her, Hulaina was enveloped in a pink light that spread outwards. Then, a wave of shimmering light surged from the center of her brows, rushing towards Qian Rinxue. This was her second soul skill, soul ripple. Daring to show off in front of me with such trivial tricks, you clearly don't take me seriously. Qian Rinxue sneered, unafraid of Hulaina's 2 major soul skills. Second soul skill, void wings. Her second soul ring shone, and her angel wings flapped, making her appear unreal. Everything around Qian Rinxue seemed to twist, so much so that Hulaina's mental attack couldn't lock onto her position, completely ineffective against her. As Qian Rinxue rushed toward her at high speed, Hulaina felt a bit flustered. She realized her opponent was very fast, directly bypassing her soul skill attack range. Qian Rinxue was surrounded by golden light, her whole body seeming to fade, turning into a shadow as she flew towards Hulaina. She was unaware of the effects of Qian Rinxue's soul skill. Qian Rinxue's second soul skill, Void Wings, was an incredibly overpowered skill. Once activated, her whole body would emit a faint golden light, entering a void state. In the void state, she was immune to physical attacks, 50 immune to energy attacks, and her speed increased by 20. Hulaina's second soul skill, Soul Ripple, was a mental attack, and Qian Rinxue's void state should not be able to immunize against it. However, Qian Rinchua's speed was too fast. Hulaina's attack was evaded. Moreover, her six-winged angel martial soul had purification attributes, so the negative effects caused by Hulaina's first soul skill could not take effect on Qian Rinchua. Faced with the threat posed by Qian Rinchua, Hulaina quickly leaned forward, her body on all fours like a beast lying in wait. The next moment, she leaped fiercely, quickly launching herself into the air. As a beast soul master, her combat ability in her original form was also not weak. At the same time, she extended her claws. In the state of martial soul possession, Hulaina's claws were like daggers, slicing towards Qian Rinchua. However, Qian Rinchua still did not evade. Hulaina's attack was physical damage, which posed no threat to Qian Rinchua, who was in a void state. Smack! Hulaina's claws passed right through Qian Rinchua's body, causing not even a scratch. Yitian's heart sank. He was unclear about the effects of Qian Rinchua's soul skill, but it seemed quite unsolvable. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. No wonder it was a divine-level martial soul. The second soul skill had such terrifying effects. Hulaina's attack missed, and Qian Rinchua sneered as the golden light enveloping her body suddenly dispersed, creating circles of brilliant halos in the air. She released her void wing state and regained her physical form. In the void wing state, she was immune to physical attacks, but naturally could not attack her enemies, which was both a form of protection and a limitation. Qian Rinchua spread her wings behind her and charged towards Hulaina like a golden meteor. Seeing Qian Rinchua rapidly approaching Hulaina, Yitian immediately became anxious. The previous battle had happened too quickly, and Yin and the little fire boy had not reacted in time. Ding ding ding, welcome to Yitian Continent. A new battle has begun. This exciting duel is between the handsome Yitian and the beautiful Birdman. The piercing BGM played, causing everyone present to momentarily freeze. Yin couldn't help but twitch his lips. This was the second time he had experienced Yitian's monstrous martial soul. Yitian did not hesitate at all and directly summoned his Draven martial soul, entering the martial soul possession state, causing his body to grow tall. At the moment he activated his martial soul, he was very grateful that the Imperial Bond buff was applied to his Draven martial soul. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. He then instantly activated Bloodthirsty, Charge and Instant Blast Step, charging towards Qian Rinchua and Hulaina. Second soul skill, Flying Sparrow, Seizing Embrace. He was still some distance away from Hulaina and Qian Rinchua. And Qian Rinchua's six-winged angel martial soul was known as the #1 martial soul that dominated the sky. If he rushed over directly, he would undoubtedly just end up eating dust from behind. If he wanted to save Hulaina, he could only use a dashing skill. Under the effect of Flying Sparrow, Seizing Embrace, his body suddenly leaped up, performing a 360-degree flip in midair like a diver, and then sharply dove down. Qian Rinchua's information was limited to Hulaina and Yin, and she was not aware of Yitian's background. At this moment, seeing Yitian suddenly charging towards her, she couldn't help but be a bit surprised. First soul skill, Angel Assault. The first soul ring lit up, and the golden halo around Qian Rinchua instantly condensed towards her right fist, then suddenly swung a punch straight at Yitian. The concentrated golden light manifested as a massive round shield from her hand, ready to clash head-on with Yitian's Flying Sparrow, Seizing Embrace. Qian Rinchua's first soul skill, Angel Assault. When a punch is thrown, a golden light shield is formed, providing both offense and defense, accompanied by a holy aura, which has the effect of dissolving and suppressing the target's soul power, belonging to a close-range single-target attack soul skill. Yitian was surrounded by silver lightning, powerful soul power radiating from his body, and his strength erupted. Although this was far from the destructive power of the spinning flying axe, it was extremely swift. With a thunderous roar, Yitian faced Qian Rinchua's Angel Assault head-on, and after a brief collision in midair, the two figures instantly separated. Qian Rinchua's forward momentum halted, swaying in the air, as it was not the ground, and she couldn't leverage her strength. Meanwhile, Yitian was sent flying by a punch from below, soaring over 10 meters in the air before landing, and barely managing to steady himself after sliding 5 meters on the ground, his internal energy churning. Damn, how is Qian Rinchua so fierce? Thanks to Yitian's slower reflexes, although his heart was tumultuous, he maintained a calm exterior. He had just used an assault skill to attack Qian Rinchua's single-target skill, undoubtedly putting himself at a disadvantage. From this unadorned collision, Yitian immediately sensed that Qian Rinchua's soul power was extremely unique. In their brief exchange, a strange wave of soul power had come his way. His own Noxus domineering soul power showed signs of dissolving when faced with this defensive soul power infused with a holy aura, unable to unleash its full power. Clearly, the super martial soul, six-winged angel, also possessed special properties. This property might not be very apparent in a quick skirmish, but would undoubtedly be extremely useful in prolonged exchanges or clashes. As the dusk sun illuminated the silhouettes of the two in combat, amidst the chaos, the beautiful Birdman's overwhelming presence descended. With his words spoken, Yitian's expression turned serious, launching a sudden aerial attack. In a daze, he unleashed a strikingly fierce move. Both sides stunned by their strong techniques. Qian Ringshu frowned, not expecting this guy to have some skills. The soul power from her opponent made her palms sting slightly. The quality of this soul power was definitely not something a second-ring soul master could produce. Listening to the incessant, loud commentary, she felt a sense of dissonance. Unable to suppress her inner thoughts, what kind of rubbish is this? Why is it still self-praising? Is this a martial soul for acting? From Juliana's earlier mention, she understood that the guy who had just exchanged blows with her was the handsome Yitian referred to by that grotesque martial soul. Then the beautiful Birdman is... Thinking of this, she couldn't help but glance at herself, catching sight of the 3 pairs of wings behind her, and was momentarily stunned, then instantly furious. Since her birth, she had never endured such an insult. Letcher, I'll take you down first. Qian Ringshu's brows furrowed, her murderous intent erupting as she readied her 3rd soul skill. Holy Light Cross / Letcher. Yitian was taken aback, glancing down at the microphone on his flying axe, a cold sweat suddenly breaking out. Just now, all his attention was focused on the battle, and he hadn't paid attention to what the microphone was blabbering about. Only remembering it might have mentioned something about a Birdman. This kind of thing shouldn't be said carelessly. Who knows if Qingdao Lu is nearby? If he heard his martial soul insulting the 6-winged angel, wouldn't he just slap him to death directly? Chapter 87. Together, Yitian looked at Qian Ringshu, who had her hands clasped together in front of her chest, forming a cross shape. Then, a brilliant golden light surged within her. Accompanied by a powerful divine force that was instantly unleashed, a cross was formed, surrounded by faint golden flames. In the next moment, the cross flew forward with a sharp momentum, growing longer in the wind, and instantly transformed into a 3-meter-long cross slash. Seeing Huliana and Yitian confronting Qian Ringshu, Yin and Hua Xiaomao naturally would not stand by idly. They immediately entered their martial soul possession state. Yan's martial soul was very special, being the ancient soul beast flame Lord Martial Soul. In the possession state, he transformed like the Hulk, his muscles bulging significantly. Those sinewy muscles were as tough as rock, and his school uniform was instantly torn apart, leaving only a pair of specially made red elastic shorts. Hua Xiaomao, on the other hand, was a sensitive attack-type battle soul master. At the moment of martial soul possession, his body did not grow taller, but even shrank slightly. A layer of fine fur sprouted on his body, his arms elongated, and he slightly hunched over, resembling a small monkey. Second soul skill, Lava Missile, Yin shouted, his first soul ring lighting up, and then he punched out fiercely. As he swung his fist, a huge bulge appeared on his shoulder. Then this bulge surged like a wave, extending from his shoulder to his hand, forming a massive lava explosion that shot from his hand, crashing towards Qian Ringshu's Holy Light Cross slash. Second soul skill, Fireball. Hua Xiaomao's cheeks bulged suddenly, resembling a croaking frog, as 2 large bumps appeared, and then a gigantic fireball shot out from his mouth. The direction of the fireball was right at Qian Ringshu's Holy Light Cross slash. Boom! The 3 soul skills collided in midair, releasing a violent light. However, although Yin and Hua Xiaomao's soul skills were not weak, they still fell short compared to Qian Ringshu's 3rd soul skill, merely managing to block that cross slash for a moment. In the next instant, the Holy Light Cross slash struck the position where Yitian was and instantly exploded, the divine light scattering, obscuring the situation inside. Yitian, are you okay? Seeing Yitian sent flying more than 10 meters by Qian Ringshu's fierce blow, Huliana immediately became anxious, tears almost falling. I'm fine. I dodged at the moment of the explosion. Yitian leaped out from the other side. Under the effect of bloodthirsty charge, his speed was increased by 50%, so it was not so easy for him to be hit. Meanwhile, the 2 flying axes in his hand spun rapidly, ready to be launched at any moment. Qian Ringshu was simply too strong. The suppression from her 6-winged angel martial soul was astonishing. Moreover, there was a nearly 20-level gap between him and Qian Renxue, which was an insurmountable chasm. If the Empire's bond buff had refreshed on the God King Draven Martial Soul, he could still use his second Martial Soul to unleash Blood Rage and fight back with the Empire's bond buff. But now that the Empire's bond buff had refreshed on the Draven Martial Soul, there was no need to use the God King Draven Martial Soul anymore. Seeing Yitian was okay, Hulaina was overjoyed and quickly moved closer, standing side by side with Yitian, confronting Qian Renxue. Just now she was so scared. Qian Renxue's move had been deadly, and Yitian had truly been caught in the explosion of the Holy Light Cross slash, with unimaginable consequences. Seeing Hulaina and Yitian confronting her, Yin and Hua Xiaomao also felt the urge to retreat to their side, with the four of them on high alert, ready to deal with Qian Renxue together. Qian Renxue floated in the air, sneering, "Good, you four come at me together. So I won't have to waste effort taking you down one by one." She did not take Hulaina, Yitian, and the others seriously. With her soul power level close to 40, she naturally would not fear a few soul masters in her 20s. Give it a try. Hulaina's beautiful eyes fixed on Qian Renxue, feeling somewhat heavy-hearted. Her martial soul and soul skills were suppressed under the six-winged angel, leaving her with a sense of powerlessness. Yin and Hua Xiaomao felt the same, especially Yin, whose martial soul was fire and earth attributes, possessing extreme heat, strong attack, and strong defense characteristics, making him a powerhouse among strength-type martial souls. However, his martial soul lacked aerial capabilities, and now his only ranged means was the lava missile. But this skill had limited power and was ineffective against the high-flying six-winged angel martial soul. From the very beginning, this battle was unfair. The opponent not only suppressed their soul power, but was also a flying soul master. If she attacked from a high altitude without coming down to fight, it would be like standing on an unbeatable foundation. Yin looked up at the high-flying Qian Renxue, frowned, and said, "Nana, you go find Xie Yu, I'll hold back. If I confuse with Xie Yu's martial soul, then we won't have to fear her. I'm not leaving. This woman is targeting me. And even if I wanted to leave, I couldn't." Hulaina was very clever and immediately saw through Qian Renxue's intentions. Now that the four of them were combined, Qian Renxue still had a bit of caution. If they were to scatter, they would truly be picked off one by one. Yitian glanced at the towering Xue in the sky. She's a flying-type soul master, and Yin, you can't stop her at all. We can only face her head-on. We need to unite and fight together. Only in a team battle do we have a slight chance of victory. He quickly formulated a strategy. When the fight starts, follow my lead. My long-range attack capability is stronger, so I'll be the main attacker. Yin, your defense is strong, so you'll focus on defense and stick with me. When that woman attacks, you need a block for me. Hulaina, you'll focus on control, using your soul ripple to disturb her and hinder her movements. I can see that her phasing state cannot immunize her against your soul skills. If she enters the void state, use your soul skills to force her out. Xiaomao, you go and create disturbances, occasionally using your soul skills to interrupt her attack rhythm, making it difficult for her to fully engage in the battle. Yitian quickly finished speaking. With time pressing, there was simply not enough time to formulate a very detailed plan, so they could only come up with such a simple strategy. Good. Hulaina nodded without hesitation, the scene of Yitian saving her still fresh in her mind. Yin hesitated for a moment, then also nodded. He had seen Yitian make his move a few times and was deeply impressed by the moment when Yitian shot 10 targets with a single arrow. Now, facing a flying soul master and with limited offensive means, none of the four of them could do better than Yitian. No problem. He immediately nodded. Have you finished discussing? In the air, Qian Renxue sneered, "No matter how many of you come at me, I am not afraid." She was very confident. As a being with a divine-level martial soul, the six-winged angel, and an innate soul power of level 20, she completely looked down on a group of soul masters who were a full level lower than her. Chapter 88. Battle. Qian Renxue spread her wings in the air, and a circle of golden halos rapidly expanded from her upright position, like a gentle breeze sweeping around, exuding an extraordinary aura, as formidable as the abyssal sea. Yitian's gaze became sharp. Qian Renxue was undoubtedly the most difficult opponent he had encountered. An expert can discern skill with just a glance, and through their earlier confrontation, Hulaina and Yin naturally understood the strength of the girl before them, although she was just casually standing there. Hulaina could still feel the innate sense of oppression emanating from Qian Renxue. It was as if the heart of the entire world had shifted to Qian Renxue, with everything around her serving as mere backdrop. Are the people from the Douluo Palace really this strong? Yitian could feel the strength of his opponent. but it was impossible to overwhelm him with sheer momentum. The flying axes in his hands were spinning violently, and Yitian had already taken up an attacking stance. The battle was about to begin. Qian Rinxue's beautiful eyes sparkled. Her wings flapped behind her, drawing a golden arc in the air like the tail of a comet. In the next moment, she had unleashed her first soul skill, Angel Assault, charging towards everyone. Boom! Qian Rinxue's fist shot out, accompanied by a powerful light shield that surged forward with her punch. The spinning flying axe of Yitian crossed through the air with a thunderous roar, carrying a fierce momentum. At this moment, the second spirit ring of Qian Rinxue shone brightly, and then she instantly became ethereal, like a golden streak of light passing through Yitian's spinning flying axe. The second punch followed seamlessly, a very pleasant attack, Angel Strike. As a single target soul skill of the first spirit ring, consumes an absurdly small amount of soul power, allowing for casual use. However, her previous attack was merely a feint. This time, the attack was genuine. Seeing Qian Rinxue charging in, Yin shouted, "First spirit skill, lava armor." The spirit ring shimmered, and a layer of magma instantly enveloped Yan's entire body, solidifying immediately to form armor resembling brown rocks, covered with cracks through which red magma flowed. This soul skill significantly enhanced Yan's strength and defense. However, as a first spirit skill, it naturally couldn't be perfect. While amplifying strength and defense, it sacrificed Yan's speed. But his current role was to serve as the front line for Yitian, so that didn't matter much. Boom! Faced with Qian Rinxue's Angel Strike, Yin was directly blasted away, staggering back over 5 meters before stabilizing himself. Qian Rinxue frowned slightly. This guy's body was very tough, and his defense was too strong, taking her punch without any apparent damage. Feeling a slight numbness in his arm, Yin quickly infused his soul power. This opponent was too strong, and he could sense that the opponent's soul power had a purifying effect, dissolving his own soul power. A good opportunity. A smile appeared at the corner of Yitian's mouth. Qian Rinxue had just attacked and had not yet retracted her offensive, making it a perfect moment for a surprise attack. With a loud bang, he charged in. Yitian did not throw the spinning flying axe again, but instead held 2 axes, charging in like an assassin. He understood that if he attacked with the flying axe, Qian Rinxue would undoubtedly enter a phasing state to dodge. Only by using the flying sparrow to seize the opportunity and relying on unexpected speed to interrupt Qian Rinxue's soul ring skills could he truly harm her. The distance between the two closed instantly, and facing such a rapid offensive, Qian Rinxue also did not use phasing, instantly throwing a punch. In front of opponents of the same rank, or even lower, Qian Rinxue rarely encountered situations that required defense. Damn it, Yin couldn't help but curse inwardly. His speed was somewhat slow, and he couldn't keep up with Yitian's pace. As Yitian attacked, Hulaina and Huoxiaomao were not idle either, immediately rushing in from the left and right to flank Qian Rinxue. With a loud bang, a piercing collision sound erupted as soul power surged. When Yitian and Qian Rinxue clashed, Hulaina's mental attack and Huoxiaomao's fire attack also arrived. Yitian was once again sent flying by Qian Rinxue's punch. As he spun in the air, he didn't remain idle. 2 spinning flying axes instantly whirled to life, transforming into a myriad of rotating light and shadow that enveloped Qian Rinxue. The rotating flying axes brushed past the tip of Qian Rinxue's nose. The 6-winged angel martial soul was simply too powerful. Even though Yitian and the others' attacks were swift, they were still a bit slow. This slight delay allowed Qian Rinxue to weave through several attacks and close in on Yitian. She did not strike first at Hulaina, but planned to deal with this incessantly chattering lecher before addressing anything else. Yitian landed from the air, unable to help but cover his chest. As expected, ADC should not get too close. Flying Sparrow snatching the embrace was indeed very fast. However, in terms of lethality, it was quite lacking, especially since his soul power level was far below that of Qian Rinxue. In the previous hard clash, Qian Rinxue had only taken half a step back, but a single punch sent him flying nearly 10 meters. At the moment of landing, Yitian did not organize another attack, but instead used his bloodline sprint and instant explosive step to retrieve his axe. While picking up the axe, he casually dodged Qian Rinxue's attacks. Qian Rinxue spread her wings, and her entire being exuded a state of overflowing soul power. Her soul power was very abundant, and she didn't have to worry about running out of it. This was the terrifying aspect of a divine-level martial soul. The recovery speed of soul power was too fast, almost never experiencing the situation where Yu Shaojiang would be drained after 3 shots. With a flash, her figure disappeared, slipping past Hulaina and Xiaomao's obstruction, instantly charging towards Yitian. Angel Assault arrived before Yitian in an instant. Boom! Qian Rinchue's punch, which she believed was almost guaranteed to hit, actually missed. She did not give up and immediately continued to throw punches. Bang, bang, bang. The explosive soul power filled the air with golden fist shadows. Although Qian Rinchue's punches appeared chaotic, they instantly sealed off all of Yitian's evasion paths. As the granddaughter raised by a level 99 limit DAW, one could imagine the strength of Qian Rinchue's combat skills. Thanks to his slower reflexes, Yitian remained steady as an old dog, his body seemingly weightless, moving like a falling leaf with Qian Rinchue's punches. He continuously dodged her punches without delay. However, Qian Rinchue's attacks did not stop. Her boxing technique was grand and powerful, completely unrelated to flashy moves, embodying unmatched dominance. This was determined by the techniques she learned. Qian Rinchue had trained under Qian Douluo since childhood, and each attack was built on a foundation laid from a young age. However, no matter how solid the fundamentals, if one cannot hit the opponent, it is pointless. In the realm of martial arts, nothing is invulnerable. Only speed is invincible. With a boost from his bloodline sprint, Yitian's speed increased by 50%, making it difficult for Qian Rinchue's attacks to hit him. While Yitian was dodging, he was also closing in on the flying axe that was shot out, while Hulaina and Xiaomao chased from behind. The speed of the two was somewhat fast. They were actually unable to catch up, which made them feel a bit embarrassed. Qian Rinchue's continuous attacks, more than 10 in total, were all evaded by Yitian. There were a few times he wanted to counterattack, but Yitian suppressed that impulse because his instincts told him that daring to engage would lead to a thunderous strike. Qian Rinchue was very powerful, and most importantly, she hadn't even used her full strength. After more than 20 consecutive punches missed, Qian Rinchue's expression slightly changed. Although it was very subtle, Yitian still caught it. Qian Rinchue's movement paused, and her soul power clearly surged. This was a sign that she was about to unleash a soul skill. It seemed like the best opportunity to dodge, but Yitian attacked instead. This was actually the best opportunity for an attack. If he waited for Qian Rinchue to release her soul skill, he estimated it would be difficult for him. Yitian instantly used Flying Sparrow to seize the opportunity, charging forward fiercely, giving Qian Rinchue no chance. He lifted the two flying axes and began to spin them at close range, aiming directly at Qian Rinchue's face. At such a moment, he naturally couldn't hold back. He didn't believe his attack would pose a lethal threat to Qian Rinchue. It was possible that there was a titled Douluo watching from behind now. Yitian was trying to maintain pressure on the beautiful bird person, looking for an opportunity to showcase his skills. Yitian launched a full-scale attack on the beautiful bird person, shouting Ayo Arabati as he dunked right over them, with the golden microphone of the top broadcaster blaring continuously, even starting a segment of outrageous rap. Hulian and Yin widened their eyes, staring blankly at this scene. Boom! Soul power erupted as Qian Rinchue extended her delicate wrist, and a golden shield burst forth, clashing closely with the two spinning flying axes in Yitian's hands. This time, Yitian didn't throw the flying axes. They spun directly in his hands, entangled with Qian Rinchue's light shield. A flash of light passed by, and Qian Rinchue's body was sent flying back, spewing blood mid-air. Yitian immediately withdrew, preparing to catch the flying axe that had been ejected into the distance. This was already his third time catching the axe, and the power of the spinning axe had reached 80% of its maximum. Qian Rinchue flew out like a kite with a broken string, but she did not fall to the ground. Instead, she struggled to stabilize her body in mid-air. Suddenly, she felt something was wrong with her body, as if something was slipping away, and a sense of weakness filled her entire being, as if she had been poisoned. Her entire body was enveloped in flickering golden soul power, instantly purging and cleansing the negative energy within her. If this is all you have, then it seems you won't be able to crawl out of this courtyard today, Qian Rinchue said lightly. If she wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth, this battle would seem complete. That earlier flaw was actually a trap she had deliberately set. She didn't want to continue playing along with Yitian, the slippery rat, so she intentionally created a flaw, planning to bait him and deliver a decisive blow. However, she never expected that the attack power of Yitian's two axes would be so terrifying, shattering her angel assault and injuring her in the process. Yitian couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Truly, it was a god-level martial soul. Qian Rinchue was struck by two spinning flying axes. enhanced by her Empire's binding buff and a 70% attack boost, yet she only sustained a negligible amount of damage. He was quite certain that such an attack would have severely injured Yincheng. If you're going to act tough, you should at least smear that blood on your mouth evenly. Yitian chuckled. He gathered all his soul power into the two spinning flying axes, which began to spin rapidly under the stimulus of his soul power. Qian Rinxue cast a cold glance at her opponent, acting all high and mighty. Who gave you the courage to be reckless in front of me? Hey, Yitian, didn't you say we would go together? You're running so fast that I can't keep up. Yin complained while running. You scared me just now. Don't be impulsive. We should stick together. Hulaiina's concerned voice carried a hint of reproach. She hadn't expected that her opponent, who had always targeted her, would suddenly abandon her to attack Yitian. Boom! Golden soul power enveloped her body as Qian Rinxue flapped her wings and charged forward fiercely, like thunder, attacking Yitian and the others. At that moment, Qian Rinxue finally unleashed her true power. You have to get past me first, Yin roared, standing nearly 2 meters tall in his martial soul form, a true red giant. Qian Rinxue frowned, attempting to use her wings of void to accelerate and bypass Yin to strike at Yitian from behind. At that moment, she even disregarded Hulaiina. Her mind focused solely on Yitian. This was the first time in her life that she had been injured by someone. Since her birth, apart from injuries sustained during training, she had never been harmed by anyone else, let alone by a kid of a lower realm than hers. She silently cursed. This matter would never be settled. Just as she was about to enter her ethereal state, Hulaiina made her move. The ripple of her spirit was a mental attack that Qian Rinxue could not avoid. She could only withstand it with her powerful mental strength. Even though her mental strength was greater, facing a soul skill that attacked the mind still left her feeling uncomfortable and with a splitting headache. Under Hulaiina's mental impact, Qian Rinxue couldn't concentrate and could no longer maintain her ethereal state. Yin faced Qian Rinxue head-on, continuously using his second soul skill, Lava Missile, while Fire Xiao Mao kept bombarding her with fireballs to distract her attention. And at that moment, the spinning flying axe in Yitian's hand was unleashed. 2 spinning flying axes came at her from 2 angles, targeting very fatal spots. Faced with the incoming spinning flying axes, Qian Rinxue suddenly swung out 2 punches, her fists, protected by a light shield, striking the rotating edges of the flying axes. She was very clever. Instead of directly taking the hit, she planned to use her skill to deflect the 2 spinning flying axes off their trajectory and send them flying away. Bang! Bang! Under the force of her 2 punches, the spinning flying axes were deflected, propelled away with great rotational force to 3 meters away from Yitian. This was the result of his recent training. Although he couldn't guarantee that the spinning flying axes would fly directly into his hands, he wouldn't experience a situation where they went completely off course anymore. In the next moment, the 2 spinning flying axes launched again from different angles and with different strengths. Even the whistling sound was different. This was the 4th time catching the spinning flying axes, and the additional attack power on the axes had accumulated to 90%. Compared to before, their power had undergone a tremendous change. The 2 ear-piercing spinning flying axes almost instantly attacked Qian Rinxue again. Bang! Bang! This time, when Qian Rinxue struck the spinning flying axes, she actually felt her arm ache from the impact. Her attack failed to alter the trajectory of the spinning flying axes. The remaining force of the spinning flying axes was undiminished, with one sweeping towards Qian Rinxue's neck and the other spinning towards her forehead. Chapter 90, 4 Axes. With a whoosh, Qian Rinxue flapped her wings and retreated, yet she still couldn't escape. One flying axe brushed past her cheek. The fierce wind it created slicing her delicate skin. She felt an incredible disbelief that her soul power couldn't withstand this powerful soul wind. At the same time, she unleashed 2 powerful punches, Angel Assault, striking the spinning flying axes, producing a sharp friction sound. After the confrontation, the spinning flying axes were once again sent soaring into the sky, tracing a bizarre parabolic arc, and were propelled towards a direction several meters around Yitian. Yitian, having received consecutive flying axes, is currently in a state of fierce sprinting. The 50% speed boost makes him astonishingly fast. As soon as the flying axe was launched, he had already moved, positioning himself perfectly to catch it as it shot out. Yitian's rotating flying axe became increasingly proficient, and through high-intensity practice and this practical drill, he finally grasped the technique of receiving the axe. Kill 7 parts, keep 3 parts for oneself, by controlling the soul power left on the rotating flying axe. He was able to control the general direction of the axe's flight, achieving a state of mastery where he could regret at any time. It was precisely because of this that he dared to throw the axe with such recklessness, without worrying about accidentally cutting down the young lady of the Spear Hall. The moment the axe was in hand, his bloodthirsty charge was refreshed and triggered again, and the rotating flying axe struck out once more. When the killing power of the rotating flying axe stacked up to the 5th time, any opponent with a similar level of cultivation became insignificant, with only a dead end awaiting them. Even Qianrenxue was no exception. This kind of attack boost was too terrifying. The god-level spirit user, Qianrenxue, was actually being forced back repeatedly, her soul power nearly pushed to the limit. However, she still struggled to defend herself, with numerous scratches appearing on her body. These scratches were not caused by the flying axe itself, but were injuries inflicted by the soul power storm generated by the rotating flying axe at close range. The killing power of the rotating flying axe had reached a terrifying 100 increase, with speed and power becoming increasingly astonishing. Even Yin, who was in the front row, felt a wave of fear, not daring to get too close to those two flying axes that resembled ferocious beasts, fearing that he might accidentally lose his head. When the two rotating flying axes approached Yitian, the terrifying soul power storm generated by their rotation seemed like it would devour him. But the result was that they were effortlessly caught and then struck out in an even more unrestrained manner. Qianrenxue could no longer endure it. She simply could not tolerate this oppression. A mere great soul master was actually suppressing her to the point where she couldn't lift her head, leaving her covered in scratches. How could the proud and arrogant her endure being injured countless times after being hurt for the first time? Qianrenxue let out an angry roar, her body turning around, and her 3rd soul ring shone brightly. She fiercely drew a cross on her chest, and her soul power erupted, creating a huge holy light cross slash. The vast holy light surged forward with an unmatched momentum, striking at the two rotating flying axes. At the same time, she glared fiercely in the direction of Hall.Welcome, for it was this detestable person who had been intermittently interfering with her using mental attacks, preventing her from using her 2nd soul skill, Wings of Nothingness. Otherwise, with her ability to become ethereal, how could this happen? Although Yitian's spinning flying axes were infused with sharp soul power, their primary attack method still relied on the solidified weapon spirit flying axes. Qianrenxue once again drew a holy light cross in front of her, shooting it towards Hall.Welcome to force her back, preventing Hall.Welcome from using mental attacks to interfere with her. This way, she could use her 2nd soul skill, Wings of Nothingness, to pass through the two terrifying spinning flying axes and rush in front of that annoying little brat to give him a good beating. Boom! The spinning flying axes whirled madly in Yitian's hands, resembling soul harvesters from hell. Even in the midst of violent rotation, the flying axes did not forget their proper narration. Clash, clash, clash. Yitian held the axes horizontally, and the Birdman blocked in midair. The conflict was about to erupt. The Birdman shouted loudly, and thunder rumbled. With the power of the heavens bestowed upon him, Yitian had strong offense and defense, making it difficult for the Birdman to cross the thunder pool for a moment. With an angry shout, the battle tactics suddenly changed, his figure flickering, forming a chaotic shadow battle, strong moves testing each other, creating shockwaves. Seeing Qianrenxue's holy light cross attacking Hall.Welcome, Yitian naturally would not let Qianrenxue have her way. His yellow soul ring shone, and the 1st soul skill one-shot double hit was activated. He suddenly launched the two spinning flying axes, which were like ferocious beasts. The two violently spinning flying axes flashed a red light in the air, as if they were shadow clones, instantly splitting into 4. The 4 spinning flying axes, each with a 100 attack power increase, surged forward. Boom! The holy light exploded, and the 4 spinning flying axes directly shattered Qianrenxue's 2 holy light crosses, crashing towards her chest. At a crucial moment, Yitian's gaze sharpened, and he quickly retracted the power from the spinning flying axes, trying to pull them back. This offensive was too terrifying. He was worried it would cause irreversible injuries to Qianrenxue. Whoosh! The 2 spinning flying axes flew back. However, the other 2 did not obey Yitian's command and continued to charge at Qianrenxue. These axes were generated by the 1st soul skill one-shot double hit and did not carry his special soul power, so they could not be recalled. They would only trigger the rebound mechanism upon hitting the target or being obstructed. Otherwise, they would keep attacking the opponent. The 2 spinning flying axes whistled as they approached. In the next second, they were already in front of Qianrenxue. Boom! The massive flying axes spun wildly, their powerful attack tearing through the air and creating a wind as sharp as a knife. Originally on the offensive, Qian Rinxue instantly reacted with astonishing reflexes, crossing her arms to block, forming a light shield with angel assault for defense. The spinning flying axes struck against Qian Rinxue's divine light shield, spinning at high speed as if death itself was knocking on the door, flashing with infinite danger. Yitian turned his head and glanced at Hall.Welcome, who was still using her soul skill Soul Ripple. He shouted, "Stop interfering. Let her become ethereal, or there will be a life-threatening danger." Hall.Welcome was taken aback for a moment, then quickly canceled her soul skill. She naturally wouldn't want to take Qian Rinxue's life over a trivial matter. Yitian looked at Qian Rinxue and noticed that she was struggling to resist two rapidly spinning flying axes. At this moment, Qian Rinxue was using her first soul skill, Heavenly Assault. During the activation of this soul skill, she was unable to switch to her second soul skill, Wings of Nullity. To use Wings of Nullity, she had to deactivate the holy light shield created by Heavenly Assault. But now, she didn't dare to deactivate the holy light shield, as the two spinning flying axes were almost touching her face. If she deactivated the holy light shield, she wouldn't have time to use Wings of Nullity and would be torn to pieces by the two axes in an instant. Seeing this scene, Etienne's heart trembled, and an ominous premonition arose. He wasn't sure if anyone was protecting Qian Rinxue from behind, or if someone would save her at the critical moment. He couldn't take the risk. If anything happened to Qian Rinxue while he was involved, his fate wouldn't be good, and neither would the outcomes for Hall.Welcome, Yin, and Fire Xiaomao. Chapter 91. Struggle. There was no time to think. In the next moment, Yitian suddenly lunged forward. With a boost from bloodthirsty, charge and instant burst step, his speed reached its peak, leaving behind trails of afterimages in the air. He could see that Qian Rinxue was already drained of soul power and couldn't withstand the two spinning flying axes with full attack power. He had to stop them, to prevent the axes from striking Qian Rinxue. Hall.Welcome watched Yitian rush out, opening her mouth to say something but unable to speak. "What is this?" Yin was stunned, looking at Yitian with a confused expression, muttering to himself, "Is he going to finish her off?" A second later, one layer of the two holy light shields, empowered by soul power, burst under the fierce assault of the spinning axes. After shredding the holy light shield supported by Qian Rinxue's left hand, the spinning axes maintained their momentum, violently attacking the holy light shield supported by her right hand. Qian Rinxue's face turned pale, and in an instant her soul power erupted, gathering all her soul power into the holy light shield formed by Heavenly Assault in her right hand. Originally, she had one holy light shield in each hand to block the spinning axes coming from both sides. But now, with one layer shredded by the spinning axes, all the pressure was concentrated on the remaining holy light shield, increasing her burden tremendously. This was her last line of defense. If it were to be breached, the consequences would be unimaginable. At that moment, Yitian, accompanied by afterimages, approached Qian Rinxue. He had to get close before her holy light shield was destroyed and retrieve the spinning axes. Seeing the critical situation, Yitian leaped suddenly, his figure shooting out, the purple soul ring flashing, and he used his second soul skill, Flying Sparrow Snatching Embrace. He spread his body in the air like a giant eagle spreading its wings, drawing an arc in the sky, like a sparrow flying across the horizon. With this movement, a fierce wind howled out, as if it could split mountains and shatter stones. In an instant, the two spinning axes flew out again, carrying all of his soul power, crashing down from midair. While performing Flying Sparrow Snatching Embrace, he unleashed the spinning axes. He intended to interrupt the two axes with full attack power before them. As he saw two more spinning axes rushing towards him, Qian Rinxue felt a chilling tremor spreading rapidly from the back of her head to her entire body. This foul-mouthed brat actually wants to kill me. Despair filled her heart. She felt weak, pitiful, and helpless amidst the four spinning axes. It was like a small boat in a storm, about to be swallowed by the giant waves at any moment. A trickle of blood dripped from the corner of Qian Rinxue's mouth. Under the powerful, shredding force of the spinning axes, her internal organs sustained considerable damage. The spinning axes seemed to continue shredding. Qian Rinxue felt her arms go numb, as if she were about to lose consciousness. She gritted her teeth tightly. She was Qian Rinxue, the heir of the divine martial soul, six-winged angel, and she would hold on. She couldn't possibly give in. With a loud boom, light burst forth, and sparks flew as the two axes that arrived later struck the side of the previous spinning axe, creating a massive metallic clang that felt like biting sand with teeth. Qian Rinxue was pushed back by the tremendous force. the sharp blade almost brushing against her nose, and she fell from the air like a kite with a broken string. She kneeled on the ground, struggling to withstand this terrifying force. Yitian descended like a flash of lightning, appearing in front of Qian Rinchue's body, skillfully catching the two spinning flying axes that had just been thrown. Looking at Qian Rinchue, who was kneeling on one knee, Yitian did not attack again, slowly putting away the two spinning flying axes he had just caught. He placed his hands behind his back, expressionless as he looked at Qian Rinchue, his eyes calm and indifferent, resembling a lonely master. Qian Rinchue raised her head and glared fiercely at her opponent, looking at the youthful yet mature face. She felt a moment of daze. Had she almost been killed by this little brat? She recalled how the little brat had thrown the axe at her and the strange words on the flying axe. With this thought, she became furious and lunged forward, unleashing a fierce punch. She didn't use her soul skills. Since this brat didn't want to go all out, she naturally wouldn't either. She only wanted to give this little brat a good beating. In the headquarters of the Spirit Hall, without worrying about anyone harming her. She didn't have any elders around for protection, and her grandfather Douluo was in the Douluo Hall. She had just been scared, and now she was still somewhat shaken, feeling a bit weak all over. Caught off guard, Yitian, who was pretending to be high and mighty, was pushed down to the ground by Qian Rinchue. Immediately after, a barrage of punches came raining down. Bang, bang, bang. Yitian was stunned, and his persona collapsed instantly before he could even get up. He never expected Qian Rinchue to play by her own rules and directly pounce on him. He internally complained, "Is this how a little rascal fights? Does it befit your six-winged angel martial soul and the identity of the Martial Soul Palace's young lady?" Bang, bang, bang. Damn it, Yitian cursed inwardly. He struggled to break free from Qian Rinchue's grip, but found it impossible. Qian Rinchue's soul power carried a purifying and dissolving effect. Although she didn't use a soul skill on Yitian, she did suppress him with her soul power. Her soul power level was much higher than Yitian's, and the quality of her six-winged angel martial soul was slightly superior to that of the gold medal anchor Draven martial soul. Under the constraint of her powerful soul power, Yitian could only rely on his own strength to grasp Qian Rinchue's right fist, and then the two of them began to wrestle on the ground. In the distance, Hulaina, Yin, and Hua Xiaomao watched the two rolling on the ground in shock, feeling a bit at a loss. "Nana, what should we do?" Yin turned to Hulaina. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and pull them apart," Hulaina exclaimed anxiously. She also didn't quite understand why Yitian was foolishly knocked down. "Bastard, I'll kill you. I'll kill you, Qian Rinchue," she muttered while raining down a flurry of punches. She was venting, pouring all her previous embarrassment and discomfort onto the face of this annoying little brat. Yitian could no longer maintain his previous calm demeanor. He grabbed Qian Rinchue's golden hair and angrily shouted, "Let go! Hurry up and let go! Ouch, damn it, let me go!" His face was covered in bruises. Qian Rinchue could use soul power, which naturally gave her a greater advantage. However, he could also see that although Qian Rinchue looked fierce, she wasn't really trying to kill him. Regardless, he had to break free. He wasn't a masochist, and if he kept getting hit, he would really turn into a pig's head. Chapter 92, Biting You Foul-Mouthed Little Bastard. "I'm going to rip your mouth apart today." Qian Rinchue held onto the hand Yitian was using to pull her hair with one hand and press down hard on Yitian's head with the other. At this moment, under the erosion of Qian Rinchue's soul power, Yitian's soul power was retreating steadily, and he couldn't even maintain his martial soul manifestation. Yitian felt something was off. Just now, he was able to fight evenly with Qian Rinchue, thanks to the enhancement of his martial soul. If he were forced to end the martial soul possession state and his strength was reduced again, wouldn't he be beaten into a fool by Qian Rinchue? At that moment, Hulaina, Yin, and Hua Xiaomao rushed over, tried to pull the two apart. Yitian and Qian Rinchue were in such a tangled state that they couldn't use their soul skills and could only forcefully pull the two apart. "Get away!" Qian Rinchue turned her head and shouted, still maintaining her martial soul possessed state, with 3 pairs of wings behind her flashing as she suddenly soared into the air with Yitian. "Let go of Yitian!" Hulaina shouted loudly, intending to use her soul skill to keep Qian Rinchue back. However, after thinking for a moment, she abandoned this plan because the purification effect of the 6-winged angel wound tea be very effective against Qian Rinchue. But Yitian didn't have that capability. Once she used her soul skill, Qian Rinchue would likely be fine, but Yitian would probably be left dizzy. Yin and Fire Xiaomao were also helpless. Yan's ranged abilities were not very impressive, and facing Qian Rinchue in the sky had no effect at all. Fire Xiaomao's soul skill had a large attack range, and if used, it would be indiscriminate. "Chase, keep chasing." Hulaina sped along the ground, following Qian Ringshu's trajectory. Damn it, you crazy woman, what are you doing? Yitian fiercely tugged at Qian Ringshu's golden hair, trying hard to pull her head back and separate them. Yitian really had no other tricks left. His body was still a bit too small. A 6 or 7-year-old boy had not yet started to develop, and his body was still small, with a little elephant trunk below. In contrast, the 12-year-old Qian Ringshu had already blossomed into a graceful figure, with her long and slender body. She was no different in height from an average adult woman. The result was that Qian Ringshu could hit Yitian's face, but Yitian's short arms couldn't reach hers. In desperation, Yitian could only fully utilize the essence of how girls fight, grabbing Qian Ringshu's golden hair and pulling it hard. He wanted to slap Qian Ringshu's face and give her panda eyes, but his arm length simply wouldn't allow it. Just then, Yitian suddenly felt his body shrink again, and his heart sank. His martial soul's possession state was purified by Qian Ringshu's soul power, and his strength was reduced once more. Huh. At that moment, Qian Ringshu was taken aback for a moment, looking at Yitian with a cold smile. Humph. You don't even have your martial soul possession state anymore, yet you still dare to be so arrogant? Qian Ringshu slapped away Yitian's hand that was tugging at her hair, twisting his arms behind his back with one hand to restrain him. With the other hand, she grabbed Yitian by the collar and pulled him harshly in front of her, glaring at him fiercely, with only 10 centimeters between them. Yitian could even smell the fragrance of Qian Ringshu's breath. What exactly do you want to do? His hands were twisted behind him, causing him pain that made him grit his teeth. He silently lamented in his heart that he shouldn't have acted tough in front of Qian Ringshu. He should have just taken the axe and left. Why pose like this? Who would have thought Qian Ringshu couldn't take a joke? She actually sneak attacked him. Where's the demeanor of a master? That kind of high-class attitude of sparing Tang San's life after a stick of incense? I really misjudged you. He couldn't help but complain in his heart. If Qian Ringshu had been as cunning when facing Tang San, she wouldn't have lost her divine position. What? Are you trying to scare me? Qian Ringshu retorted, releasing her grip on Yitian's collar and grabbing his cheek, twisting it like opening a bottle cap, rotating it 360 degrees. As the young lady of the Spirit Hall, she obviously couldn't harm her own people. Besides, this own person looked like a 7 or 8-year-old kid. It was well known that she valued talent. Otherwise, she wouldn't have lost her divine position. Wow, you crazy woman, what are you doing? Yitian shouted, experiencing this kind of torture for the first time in his life. Qian Ringshu switched sides and grabbed Yitian's face again, starting to twist it hard, try to make it symmetrical. After thinking for a moment, she said, I value talent. If you can kneel and apologize and become my subordinate, I will let you go. She initially wanted to directly recruit Yitian as her subordinate, but she felt a bit unwilling, thinking it wouldn't be fair to let him off so easily after she had been so embarrassed. Kneeling is not considered a humiliating position in Douluo Continent. It's a sign of respect from the lower to the upper. Members of the Spirit Hall would kneel before the Pope. Although the Spirit Hall didn't enforce it like an imperial emperor, most soul masters would voluntarily perform the kneeling ceremony to show respect. In Qian Ringshu's view, as the future Pope, what would it matter if Yitian knelt, kneel, and apologize? Yitian was taken aback. Growing up as a good youth under the red flag, he naturally wasn't interested in such feudal remnants. He was furious, thinking that this crazy woman actually wanted him to kneel and apologize was simply intolerable. I won't kneel to you. He bared his teeth at Qian Ringshu, and looking at her delicate face up close, her skin like sheep fat jade and her dark, tranquil big eyes made him momentarily stunned. The next moment, he snapped back to reality, and the pain on his face ignited his anger, causing him to retaliate. In his struggle, he suddenly stretched his neck and bit down hard on Qian Ringshu's delicate nose. He chose not to bite her mouth, as that would be too vulgar and easy to get bitten back. The nose is one of the most vulnerable parts of the face. Once attacked, it could be extremely painful. Qian Ringshu was caught off guard by the sudden attack. The impact on her nose triggered a chain reaction, causing tears to flow uncontrollably, making her look utterly helpless. After such an attack, Qian Ringshu couldn't hold back her anger anymore. Her long legs bent slightly, and she suddenly kneed Yitian in the abdomen. The sharp pain in his abdomen made him feel nauseous, and he instinctively released his bite on Qian Ringshu's nose. Bang! Another knee strike came, and in the midst of intense pain, Yitian felt his vision darken, seeing Qian Ringshu's somewhat distorted face. Her big eyes were watery, with tears flowing continuously, as the attack on her nose triggered her tear ducts, which she couldn't control. On either side of her translucent nose, there were 2 rows of fine imprints with traces of blood. Chapter 93. The first battle of the God King, there was a glimmer of golden light in her eyes. Bright like a burning torch, filled with soaring rage. Clearly, Yitian's earlier disrespectful behavior had completely enraged Qian Renxue, even causing her to lose some of her rationality. She wanted to let go and drop this little brat from the sky to smash him to death, making his ugly face turn red and white from the fall. Hurry! Keep up! We need to rescue Yitian, Hulaina said anxiously, chasing after the small dot in the sky with Yin and Huoxiaomao. In terms of speed, they couldn't compare to the flying soul masters who could ignore terrain, especially since this flying soul master was stronger than them. So no matter how fast they accelerated, they could only watch as the distant dot grew farther away. Hey, your hand, damn it, don't let go. Yitian was a bit scared, feeling fear for the first time in his life. This was dozens of meters in the air. If he fell, wouldn't he die hard? Go die. In her rage, Qian Renxue didn't hold back at all and was about to throw Yitian down fiercely. However, although Qian Renxue was furious, she hadn't truly lost her mind. She began to fly back, planning to throw Yitian down towards Hulaina and Yin below, although the height would still make Yitian suffer greatly. If that big red-haired guy was there to catch him, he shouldn't die. But Yitian didn't know that. He was dazed from the two knee strikes from Qian Renxue, his head spinning and unable to think of much. Even if he did know, he wouldn't want to risk it. Who knows if Yin would fumble? What if he ended up paralyzed? Feeling Qian Renxue's grip on his hands loosening, Yitian cursed inwardly. Damn, just because the tiger doesn't show its power. You think I'm Hello Kitty? A voice that pierced through heaven and earth roared in Yitian's mind. I'm the giant wave sweeping through the world. In the next moment, the air around him suddenly condensed, becoming like seawater. A giant wolf roared between heaven and earth, and a sharp wolf howl suddenly erupted, as if 100 or 1,000 giant wolves were responding to each other. The howls of the wolves intertwined and rolled, as if they were going to explode everything within earshot. Yitian's body began to radiate dark purple light, the soul power purified by Qian Renxue's six-winged angel soul force returning to him. The dark purple soul power obliterated Qian Renxue's angel soul force with an unmatched might. He broke free from Qian Renxue's restraint, tightly grasping her wrist and pulling her arms apart. There was no trace of fear left in his dark purple eyes, only excitement. Pure excitement. His power ultimately gained the upper hand. The strength of the god King Driliz's martial soul was terrifying, even in its awakened state. Before entering the martial soul manifestation, it wielded such immense power. Qian Renxue's hands were slowly pulled apart by him. He suddenly flipped over, pressing Qian Renxue down beneath him, wanting to pin her to the ground. After all, being in the air was always disadvantageous for him. Qian Renxue was dazed, offering no resistance whatsoever, as if she had no will to fight back. The roar of the giant wolf was deafening and accompanied by the wolf's howl. A surge of dark purple soul power rushed into her body. Under this dark purple soul power, she felt nothing, as if her soul had been extracted from her body. Standing in an absolute darkness, a light appeared in her eyeball. She opened her eyes to see a pair of dark purple eyes before her, causing her heart to tremble. Qian Renxue felt as if there was a raging beast before her, having broken free from her restraints, its restless blood surging. For the second time in her life, she felt fear, and it was a fear far greater than the first. It seemed as if she was about to be enveloped by that terrifying purple light. This purple light felt like a ferocious flood, an endless darkness and despair descending from the heavens, shrouding her. Grandpa, Grandpa, she wanted to shout, but the words wouldn't come out. Just as she was halfway through her thoughts, she suddenly bit down on her tongue, awakening from the consciousness shock brought by that purple light. Feeling her hands restrained, Qian Renxue's head suddenly collided with Yitian's nose. A howl erupted. Yitian let out a miserable scream as a sharp pain shot through him, his nose tingling, and tears immediately fell. He desperately shook his head, baring his teeth, wanting to bite Qian Renxue. His hands were gripping Qian Renxue's arms, and at this moment, only his teeth could be used. He felt no shame in wanting to bite Qian Renxue. He was only 6 or 7 years old, after all. It was completely normal for kids his age to fight and bite, right? Qian Renxue, seeing Yitian baring his teeth, immediately became furious. How could she fall for the same trick twice? You do the first move, and I'll do the 15th. She suddenly stretched out her neck, slightly opened her mouth, and took advantage of her long neck to bite down hard on Yitian's nose. Ow, 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 ow. Yitian immediately let out a terrible scream, with tears flowing uncontrollably like a broken faucet, and the pain made him roll his eyes. Qian Rinxue took the initiative and bit down hard on Yitian's nose. If it weren't for Yitian currently having soul power protecting him, she might have bitten his nose off. She held onto Yitian's nose tightly without letting go. Initially, she thought biting someone else's nose would be disgusting, but from Yitian, she didn't feel any nausea. Instead, a milky scent wafted from his nose and her nostrils. Surprisingly pleasant. Yitian was still young, only 6 or 7 years old, and the phrase still carrying the smell of milk described him perfectly. Naturally, he wouldn't have the greasy or sweaty smell of an adult. However, Qian Rinxue couldn't tolerate it any longer. She felt a sticky, fishy liquid in her mouth. Unsure if it was blood or mucus, but she couldn't check now, as she was currently tumbling in the air, with Yitian careening off in the distance. In the midst of the struggle, she could no longer maintain stable flight and was forced to land, rolling and grappling on the ground. Yitian was very angry, as he had just bitten Qian Rinxue's nose and was bitten back immediately. He thought to himself, what is this? Did Qian Rinxue learn the trick of hitting someone's nose and biting their nose from that bastard? During the scuffle, he pressed Qian Rinxue's head down hard onto the ground without showing any mercy, relying on the might of the god King Darius and his powerful soul power. He completely suppressed her and turned the situation around. The soul power of his god, King Darius' martial soul, carried the attribute of annihilation, which perfectly countered the purification and dissolution attribute of the six-winged angel martial soul. Moreover, the recent struggle had already placed Qian Rinxue under 5 layers of Noxian curse debuff. She hadn't had time to use her soul power to remove these negative effects, and now, even if she wanted to, it was already too late to them. Chapter 94. Suppression. The moment Yitian switched to the God King Darius martial soul, he had already activated Blood Rage mode due to the 5 layers of Noxian curse passive. In Blood Rage mode, each of his attacks would reapply 5 layers of Noxian curse to the target. They were now entangled together, and Qian Rinxue's purification speed could not keep up with the frequency of his attacks. Additionally, since the Darius martial soul was a power-type martial soul, the balance of power meant that Qian Rinxue would naturally not be a match for Yitian. After suppressing Qian Rinxue, Yitian dipped his finger on his own nose. Looking at the bloodstain, then glancing at the blood on Qian Rinxue's lips, he seemed somewhat incredulous. This woman is really ruthless. I hope I won't end up disfigured. What if I go out in the future with 2 rows of bite marks? What will I do? Qian Rinxue was struggling desperately. She felt her soul power being suppressed, her mind shaken by the howls of wolves surrounding her. At this moment, she even found it hard to muster her strength. Yitian's palm was pressed firmly against her face, and through the gaps between his fingers, he saw Yitian touch the blood on his nose. This made her breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the sticky liquid earlier was blood that the little brat named Yitian had bitten out from his own nose, not snot. Looking at the dark purple shadow behind Yitian, with a wolf-shaped phantom surrounding him, although it was not very clear, how could Qian Rinxue, the young lady of the spirit hall, not know what was happening? You little bastard, you actually have a dual spirit, she said in a muffled voice. Let go of me, or I'll make you regret it. With Yitian pressing down on her head, it was difficult for her to speak normally. Haven't seen it. Yitian said fiercely, huh? Who are you going to make regret? Right now, I'm a knife and you're the fish meat. So behave yourself. You probably don't know my identity. If you provoke me, I guarantee you won't be able to move an inch in the spirit hall. With no other choice, Qian Rinxue could only threaten him. Yitian was taken aback. Qian Rinxue actually started shamelessly competing with his grandfather. Although he felt a bit worried, he remained calm. He knew that Qian Rinxue had a very proud personality, one that couldn't be provoked easily. Once provoked, she could easily lose her cool and do many irrational things. Otherwise, she wouldn't have let Tang San go multiple times, losing her divine position. Are you an elementary school student? Yitian asked, pressing down hard on Qian Rinxue. Nonsense. I'm clearly an intermediate student, Qian Rinxue replied, her voice buzzing. Feeling Yitian's hand pressing on her face, she suddenly reacted and bit down hard on Yitian's thumb. Ow! Yitian let out a miserable scream and hurriedly tried to withdraw his hand, but he couldn't do it. His palm was firmly bitten by Qian Rinxue, unable to pull back at all. You think I'll let go? If I let go now, you won't let go. Yitian cursed. Damn, are you a dog? Seeing he couldn't break free, he retaliated by pinching Qian Rinxue's jaw, forcing her to release her bite. Damn, you still say you're not an elementary school student? If you can't win, you report to your parents and let them come to your aid. ISNT, that one elementary school student does. After saying that, Yitian angrily added, you still bite people. Qian Rinxue was taken aback. Who said I can't beat you? You just play dirty, if you're brave. Let's go outside and have a real fight and see who is stronger. After saying that, she added, you bit me first. Do you think I'm stupid? Why don't you look at your soul power level? Yitian continued, I'm an elementary school student. What is wrong with me biting someone? If you take a little kid seriously, what are you if not an elementary school student? Qian Rinxue just realized that the little brat pinning her down was actually a junior student from a martial soul academy. She felt speechless, having been taken down by someone from a lower grade. If she reported this to her grandfather and let him come to seek justice for her, wouldn't her face be dragged through the mud? How could she, who was always proud and arrogant, tolerate this? Looking at the boy before her, who was surrounded by purple energy, Qian Rinxue frowned slightly. After thinking for a moment, she spoke. Let me go first. I want to let go. What if you go back and ask your grandfather to bring a whole gang of people to cause trouble? Yitian continued to provoke her. You afraid I'll use my family's power against you? Qian Rinxue scoffed coldly. Don't worry, Qian Rinxue, guarantee with my integrity that if you let go, I could definitely use any other forces against you. Though she said that, Qian Rinxue thought secretly that if this little brat let go, she would immediately strike back and definitely make him pay for this humiliation. She didn't believe she would lose to Yitian, who had no soul ring and was just a second martial soul. It was just that she had been caught off guard earlier, allowing this strange martial soul's power to invade her body, resulting in such a passive situation. If they were to do it again, such a thing would definitely not happen again. Hearing Qian Rinxue's promise, Yitian felt a great sense of relief. Qian Rinxue was indeed trustworthy in this regard. After all, if she were untrustworthy, she wouldn't have put her own divine position at risk. Seeing a glimmer of cunning in Qian Rinxue's eyes, Yitian sneered inwardly. As a fully mature adult, he could easily see through the thoughts of this young girl. If he let go, with Qian Rinxue's advantage, wouldn't the previous humiliation be returned tenfold? All right, it's settled then. I'll let go first, Yitian said while retracting the soul power he had infused into Qian Rinxue's body. Feeling the suppressed soul power returning within her, Qian Rinxue was overjoyed and quickly used her soul power, attempting to forcefully break free from Yitian's purple soul power binding her body. Bastat, Godi. Feeling the power returning, she shouted, gathering her soul power into her hand, and slammed a punch forward. However, the next moment, a powerful and aggressive soul power suddenly counterattacked, instantly suppressing the golden soul power she had painstakingly gathered. Hey, you're cheating. You actually ambushed me. Yitian quickly pressed down on Qian Rinxue again, preventing her from moving. He once again pinched Qian Rinxue's jaw with the blood rage buff. As long as Qian Rinxue didn't completely escape his grip, he could suppress her at any time. He had only tested the waters earlier and had completely withdrawn his soul power, so he could press it back at any moment. Qian Rinxue glared at Yitian, silent, her eyes cold and furious, her teeth clenched, feeling indignant. What are you glaring at me for? Yitian looked at the blood on her lips, feeling a pang in his nose. It was the result of her biting him. Chapter 95. Agreement. Yitian reached out and roughly wiped the blood from Qian Rinxue's lips, smearing the blood across her lips, making it look like red lipstick, creating a fiery red lip look. He smiled. This looks fiercer, more suitable for your current situation. Qian Rinxue continued to glare at him in silence, not understanding Yitian's intentions. All she knew was that this little brat was touching her lips with dirty hands. She felt disgusted, lewd, and wronged, thinking to herself, what a little rascal. Yitian felt a bit nervous under the intense gaze and widened his eyes to glare back. After a moment of contemplation, his lively eyes slightly shifted, and he suddenly said softly, I can let go, but you have to promise me one thing. Qian Rinxue remained silent, just staring at him fiercely. If looks could kill, Yitian estimated he would have been dead 100 times over. Think carefully. When Hulaina and the others come over and see this scene, you'll be famous. Qian Rinxue defeated by Yitian, Hulaina, and others, rolling on the ground. Yitian Tihritinit. Yitian believed that Qian Rinxue absolutely couldn't endure this scene. Being defeated by her mother's disciple was undoubtedly a great humiliation for her, even if this disciple had only exerted a little effort. What agreement? Qian Rinxue asked. I'm still young now, and in a fair duel, I definitely can't defeat you. Yitian flattered her slightly and continued. Today's battle, we can wait a few years to duel again. How about 3 years? He thought carefully and felt that 3 years was still too rushed. He would only be around 10 years old then, not mature enough. How about 6 years later? I'll just have graduated from junior college, and you won't be bullying an elementary student anymore. At that time, we can duel again. Whoever loses has to unconditionally agree to 3 requests from the other person, no matter what they are. Qian Rengshu squinted her eyes, considering the pros and cons. She had just turned 12, and in 6 years she would be 18. By then, her strength would likely reach the late Soul King stage, and with some effort, she might even challenge the Soul Emperor level. As for this little rogue, in 6 years, he would probably only reach the Soul Respect level, close to the Soul Sect level. The gap became more pronounced as Soul Masters progressed. The difference between Soul Respect and Soul King or Soul Emperor was much greater than the difference between a Great Soul Master and a Soul Respect. Wouldn't it be easy for this guy then? As for the unconditional completion of 3 requests, didn't that align perfectly with her own wishes? At that time, she would have an extra helper and slave. He would do the fighting when needed, and she could just hit him when there was nothing to do. Deal. We will duel again in 6 years to settle today's matter. Qian Rengshu nodded. Then why aren't you letting go of me? Deal. But you're not allowed to attack me again, Yitian warned with some unease. Otherwise, today's incident will become a hot topic at the Martial Soul Academy. Rest assured Qian Rengshu, am a person of my word and will never go back on it. Yitian Meng bounced off Qian Renshue and quickly retreated to create distance. Although he knew Qian Renshue was trustworthy, who could understand a woman's mind? What if she found an opportunity to beat him up? Why are you running? Qian Renshue coldly looked at him. Since they had made a pact, she naturally wouldn't break it. Not running. Do you want to make a pinky promise or a high five? Yitian paused, wondering if he should formally write a challenge letter instead. Pinky promise? High five? Qian Renshue glanced at Yitian, looking at his youthful face, and coldly uttered 2 words. Childish. I'll come find you in 6 years. After speaking, her angelic wings spread out behind her, and she soared into the sky, flying towards the distance. Hey, keep my martial soul a secret too. Yitian jumped and waved his hand, looking like a good friend saying goodbye. In the distance, Qian Renshue paused, slightly turned her head to glance at Yitian, touched her nose, and without saying a word, flew away. While flying, she took out a small mirror from her treasure bag and carefully looked at it. Examining the 2 rows of small teeth marks on her nose that were seeping blood, Qian Renshue felt resentful and couldn't help but grind her teeth. Wanted to bite that little brat a couple more times. She shifted her gaze to her cherry-red lips and suddenly froze. She noticed that her lips, evenly smeared with blood from the little brat's nose, contrasted beautifully with her jade-white cheeks, making her look exceptionally alluring. Phew, Yitian sighed, finally sending this troublesome person away. Although there was a possibility of exposing the secret of his twin martial souls, it wasn't a big deal. After tidying himself up a bit and putting away the God King Drea's martial soul, Yitian began to head towards Hulaina's direction. He had already seen 3 figures rushing ahead, with Hulaina at the forefront, her beautiful face filled with anxiety, brows furrowed, revealing a worried expression. Hey, Hulaina, I'm over here. Yitian waved his hand, only to realize that his altitude seemed insufficient as the dense forest obscured his figure. He jumped onto a tree to wave more conspicuously. Upon seeing Yitian bouncing on the tree, Hulaina's anxious expression suddenly eased. If he could still bounce on the tree, it meant nothing serious had happened. She rushed over, the wind lifting her white clothing and golden hair. She reached Yitian and, locking eyes with him for a moment, suddenly bent down and gently hugged him. In that instant, Yitian felt his heart race. This embrace came unexpectedly, without reason. At 6 or 7 years old, he was much smaller, shorter than Hulaina. The hug felt somewhat strange. He had to stand on his tiptoes to reach Hulaina. He extended his hands, as if drawn by a magnet, gently resting them on Hulaina's back, patting her lightly to offer comfort. He could hear Hulaina softly murmuring, I thought I lost you because of a kite, just like my mom and dad. Seeing Yitian taken away by that mysterious girl had terrified Hulaina. If something happened to Yitian because of her kite, she would regret it for life. It's okay, I'm fine. At a critical moment, I bit her, and then she bit me back and tossed me down, Yitian said casually. This fact was hard to conceal, as there were still 2 rows of fine teeth marks on his nose. Anyone with common sense could see they were bite marks. However, he didn't expose the fact that he had bitten Qian Renshue's nose. Maintaining his good image was key. Chapter 96. Confession Poof. Hulaina suddenly laughed. She let go of Yitian and carefully examined the 2 rows of symmetrical bite marks on his nostrils. Go back and put some medicine on that. Otherwise, you'll disfigure. She gently wiped away the faint bloodstains on Yitian's face. Seeing that Yitian was okay, she felt relieved and teased. Looks like you were a bit rough. It seems you bit others pretty hard too. Yin, who was standing nearby, looked at Yitian with a puzzled expression, slightly unhappy. But he couldn't say much since Yitian was only 6 or 7 years old. I bit her on the hand, and when she saw I wouldn't let go, she bit my nose like a little dog, Yitian said, rubbing his nose. It wasn't that he had a habit of touching his nose when he lied. It was just that it hurt a bit. Ahem, let's hurry back and get the little fox kite. Yin interjected, interrupting Yitian and Hulaina's conversation. We won't run into that person again, right? Hua, Xiaomao asked from his side, saying he wasn't afraid of Qian Renxue was impossible, especially given the overwhelming strength she had displayed. Yitian said, it shouldn't be the case. She left towards the direction of Wuhuan City and didn't return to the courtyard. Let's go get the kite back. Hulaina naturally couldn't forget the original intention of this conflict. Who is this person? Yin frowned. She's so powerful. We shouldn't have never heard of her. I don't know, Hulaina thought for a moment. Maybe I can ask the teacher. Yitian was taken aback. This was not a good idea. If he brought up Qian Renxue in front of Bibi Dong, he estimated that even Hulaina wouldn't come out unscathed. Cough, cough, cough. Maybe we should skip this. This is a conflict among the younger generation. If we bring it up in front of our elders, wouldn't that make us seem very petty? Yitian quickly intervened. Just asking a question should be fine, right? Hulaina hesitated for a moment. Yitian said, of course it's a problem. Think about it. From that girl's words, we can tell that she or the forces behind her are not on good terms with your teacher. If you go to inquire about her, won't your teacher find out that you have had contact with her? Having contact isn't a big deal. After all, the academy is so small. It's normal to meet. Hulaina replied. If it were an ordinary person, that would definitely be normal. But the forces behind that woman have a conflict with your teacher. Do you think your teacher won't know the consequences of your meeting? Yitian continued. Then your teacher would find out that the 4 of us didn't gain anything good in front of that girl, which not only embarrasses your teacher, but also leaves a bad impression of you in her mind. Don't you think so? Thinking of the scene when she met Qian Renxue, Hulaina subconsciously nodded. You seem to make a lot of sense. She thought carefully. Maybe it's not certain that the teacher has a conflict with the people from the Douluo Palace. As a disciple, she might not be able to relieve the teacher's worries, but she definitely shouldn't add to them. Seeing that Hulaina was persuaded by him, Yitian felt relieved. The relationship between Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue is a bit complicated, so it's best for him not to get involved. The few of them joked and chatted, nervously discussing the recent battle while taking away the little fox kite that had fallen in the yard. After this battle, everyone lost their interest in flying kites and said their goodbyes, each returning to their own homes. Yitian did not return to the dormitory, but instead headed towards Huang Ying's residence with 2 rows of imprints on his nose. He couldn't guarantee that Qian Renxue wouldn't reveal the secret of his twin martial souls to Qian Douluo or others. Moreover, it was possible that someone had been secretly observing during the battle, and it was uncertain whether his current information had already reached the higher-ups of the Spirit Hall. If it reached Huang Ying's ears, wouldn't this hidden situation make him feel disheartened? To avoid any misunderstandings, he planned to be honest with Huang Ying and give a simple explanation about his second martial soul. On his way back, he had already thought of what to say. Yitian went straight to Huang Ying's residence, knocked on the door, and found that he was not home. After pondering for a moment, Yitian began to frown and paced back and forth in front of Huang Ying's door, putting on an anxious face. Half an hour later, Huang Ying leisurely returned from the side and saw Yitian circling in front of his door. Hey, little guy, what are you doing here? In fact, he had already come back a quarter of an hour ago. He was just a bit curious when he saw Yitian anxiously pacing back and forth. So he didn't approach directly, but instead observed from the side for a while to figure out what Yitian was muttering about while pacing. This way, when he went out to inquire later, he could pinpoint the problem clearly and demonstrate his authority as a teacher. However, after observing for quite a while, he still couldn't understand what was going on from Yitian's mumblings. All he knew was that Yitian occasionally exclaimed phrases like, damn, my nose hurts, damn it. As soon as Yitian saw Huang Ying arrive, he immediately stopped in his tracks, looking rather anxious and excited. He got straight to the point and said, Teacher Huang, it seems that there's something wrong with my martial soul. What? Yitian's words startled Huang Ying. He knew very well that Yitian's martial soul was an anomalous one, and quite a peculiar type at that. Such anomalous martial souls represented instability, and it was possible for them to mutate into something undesirable. What problem? Huang Ying immediately inquired. Yitian was about to respond when he was covered mouth. Don't rush to speak. Let's talk inside. He pulled Yitian and pushed the door open. In his small study, with concern in his voice, he said, This is fine. Go ahead. What problem has your martial soul encountered? Teacher, I have another martial soul in my body. Yitian said anxiously. What? Another martial soul? Huang Ying was suddenly startled, somewhat taken aback, as after all, twin martial souls are extremely rare. After a moment, he asked, "What kind of martial soul is it? How did it appear? Please explain in detail. I encountered a senior sister in the woods earlier, and due to a minor dispute, during the battle, I felt a surge of heat in my body, just like when my martial soul awakened back then. And then suddenly a new martial soul emerged from my body." Yitian succinctly recounted the events that occurred near the soul-hunting forest. "You mentioned that during battle, the stimulation from the six-winged angel martial soul led you to awaken a new martial soul?" Huang Ying was somewhat surprised, as twin martial souls are indeed quite rare. Chapter 97. God King Martial Soul. Douluo's Martial Soul Palace Senior Text Volume, Chapter 97. God King Martial Soul. Yitian said, "Yes, I was captured by someone with the six-winged angel martial soul. Her soul power, which has the ability to purify and dissolve, invaded my body, preventing me from condensing my soul power. At that moment, I seemed to hear a roar from within, and then I felt a force wanting to roar out, followed by entering a state of martial soul possession, breaking free from the restraint of the six-winged angel's soul power. I didn't expect that you would unexpectedly benefit from his fortune, becoming a twin martial soul under pressure." Huang Ying nodded. "This also explains why your soul power level has increased so quickly." "Why?" Yitian asked, feeling somewhat confused. Did Huang Ying know about his innate level 20 soul power? "Because you have two martial souls," Huang Ying said. "Innate soul power refers to the soul power carried by each martial soul at birth. Except for divine-level martial souls, the upper limit for ordinary martial souls is level 10. Normally, even if twin martial souls awaken together, they cannot break through the innate level 10 limit because there are no soul rings. Therefore, even if the soul power carried by the two martial souls exceeds level 10, it still cannot break the limit. But you are different. You began to show signs of awakening your second martial soul only after your first martial soul awakened and you obtained your first soul ring. Didn't you say that every night at midnight, a certain power would appear that doubled the quality of your soul power for that day? That should be a sign of your second martial soul awakening. And because you awakened your second martial soul after obtaining the soul ring, the soul power carried by your second martial soul has not been restricted, but instead directly transformed into your cultivation. That's why you could make such significant progress in soul power level shortly after awakening. However, your situation is temporary. The soul power brought by the awakening of your second martial soul has probably been digested by you, so your cultivation speed should slow down from here on. That must be it. I was wondering why your soul power could increase so quickly. It turns out to be due to the twin martial souls," Huang Ying said, revealing a look of realization as he convinced himself regarding Yitian's soul power level issue. Yitian looked at Huang Ying, who was confidently rambling and making things up, feeling somewhat speechless. However, as a qualified listener, he could only pretend to be a good audience, nodding and shaking his head occasionally in shock. "By the way, teacher, do you know who the person with the six-winged angel martial soul is?" Yitian wanted to indirectly inquire about some matters regarding Qian Renshua. After all, through the original work, his understanding of Qian Renshua was limited to events that occurred after she had been lurking in the Douluo Empire for nearly 10 years. As for information from other periods, he had none at all. "The girl you mentioned with the six-winged angel martial soul, I'm not clear on the details either." Huang Ying looked at Yitian, seeming to ponder. As a member of the Spirit Hall with a significant status, he naturally couldn't be unaware of the position of the six-winged angel martial soul within the Spirit Hall. Moreover, since the passing of the former pope, he hadn't heard of anyone inheriting the six-winged angel martial soul among this generation. Only the high-ranking offerings in the Elder Hall and the master of the Douluo Hall possessed the six-winged angel martial soul. Yet now, there was an inheritor, and she appeared in the Martial Soul Academy, even being encountered by her own student, resulting in a minor conflict. Could there be some unusual significance to this? After a moment of contemplation, Huang Ying looked at Yitian with a serious expression. "Xiao Tian, you can know about this matter, but please keep it quiet. I definitely want to make a fuss about the twin martial souls." Yitian nodded. Huang Ying shot him an annoyed glance. "I mean, you should keep the matter of encountering the inheritor of the six-winged angel martial soul confidential. This must have deep meaning for the high offering, and it's best we don't get involved." He reminded, "If anyone asks you or investigates you, just say you are my disciple, Huang Ying, and whatever the matter is, come to me for handling." "Okay, thank you, teacher." Yitian nodded vigorously, filled with gratitude towards Huang Ying. Last time at the Academy's battle arena, he had cut off both hands of a senior student named Lu Zhou. Normally, Such an incident would definitely attract the Academy's enforcement team, leading to both sides' teachers determining responsibility and punishment. However, so much time had passed, and no one had come to him, as if that day's events had never happened. There must be some effort from Huang Ying to block all the trouble that could have come knocking. No need to be polite. Since you call me teacher, I have to protect you, and besides, this matter isn't your fault. Huang Ying looked Yitian up and down, noticing the bruises remaining on his face and the two prominent bite marks on his nose. He reached out to touch the bite mark on Yitian's nose. Aside from being bitten, you weren't injured anywhere else, right? No. Yitian thought for a moment. I was kicked several times, but in my martial soul-possessed state, my defense is quite strong, so it's not a big deal. That's good. Huang Ying nodded. It seems your second martial soul has a high quality. Come, Xiao Tian, show me your second martial soul. Let us see what kind of martial soul can harness the soul power of the six-winged angel. Yitian did not hesitate, summoning his God King Darius' martial soul with a spin. A dark purple light flickered as a massive figure slowly emerged behind Yitian, exuding a fierce aura as if it could sweep across the heavens and the earth. Waves of soul power spread out, forming ripples of dark purple soul energy. The figure behind Yitian resembled an iron tower, with strong muscles that seemed capable of breaking through armor. He held a massive dark red giant axe, had a head full of silver hair, and stood tall and upright, draped in a dark purple cloak. His sharp eyes burned with golden flames, as if they were going to incinerate the world. Beneath his feet lay a dark red giant wolf, cloaked in a nearby crimson glow. It was as if every inch of its fur had been soaked in blood, which then dried to a dark red hue. Huang Ying was stunned, staring in shock at the divine King Darius's martial soul, unable to speak for a long time. It was his first time seeing a twin martial soul, and it was also the first time he encountered such a powerful martial soul. He could feel that Yitian's second martial soul was stronger than the first, and not just by a little. Although he felt that Yitian's first martial soul was strong, it did not reach a terrifying level. However, the martial soul before him was different. Its overwhelming aura was beyond that of an ordinary martial soul. It was even not beneath the six-winged angel martial soul. Otherwise, it would not be able to break through the constraints of the six-winged angel soul power. Seeing Huang Ying dumbfounded, Yitian was taken aback for a moment before retracting his second martial soul. Chapter 98. Meeting the Pope, he knew that the shock of the divine King Darius's martial soul was too great. Other people's martial souls were either weapons, animals, or plants. Only Darius's martial soul was different, not only wielding a huge axe and wearing heavy armor, but also accompanied by a dark red giant wolf, making it impossible to pinpoint accurately. This kind of martial soul undoubtedly challenged conventional views. What exactly is this martial soul? Huang Ying looked somewhat dazed. Is your martial soul manifestation in the form of a wolf or a human? My martial soul manifestation is still a human, not a wolf. That wolf is merely a manifestation of the human-shaped martial soul's power. The martial soul itself is still human. Yitian explained. Come on, let's try the martial soul manifestation. Huang Ying forced himself to calm down. He couldn't afford to lose face in front of the students. Yitian nodded, and a burst of dark purple light erupted. His arms stretched out, and his chest suddenly jolted, causing his entire body to crack and pop as his muscles rapidly expanded, stretching his clothes tight. Every muscle became sharply defined, and even the surrounding air was filled with a sense of ominous intent. The purple and dark red soul powers surged, forming a thick layer of silver and purple armor on his body. The armor shimmered with a cold luster, indicating that it was anything but a mere facade. Behind him, layers of soul power surged like flowing light, creating a long cloak that emanated dark purple ghostly light. His full head of black hair instantly transformed into silver, and his pair of pitch-black eyes changed to dark golden, with golden flames rising and burning in the center of his pupils. Yitian's height changed the most, transforming from a small figure of about 1 meter 3 to around 1 meter 7. Even his once childish face has become resolute. The dark purple cloak behind him moves without wind, exuding an aura of iron and blood. Surrounding his body is a dark red giant wolf, floating beside him. The wolf is as large as a fine horse, with bulging muscles all over, and its fangs are like thorns. This martial soul is simply incredible, noble and powerful, bloodthirsty and cruel, as if it were an incarnation of a god in the world. Huang Ying said softly. Yitian's whole body trembled violently, a divine-like force flooding through him, and his grip on the giant axe was as hard as iron, as if he could cleave through everything in the world. This was a completely new sensation. During his earlier battle with Qian Renshue, he had not fully unleashed the might of Darius's martial soul, the God King. Now, as he carefully sensed it, he realized he could freely control the armor on his body, as well as whether the giant axe in his hand and the giant wolf beside him would manifest. Watching the dark red giant wolf floating beside him, Yitian even felt that he could ride it, using the giant wolf as a mount. Of course, he wouldn't perform such flashy maneuvers right now. He couldn't keep provoking Huang Ying. Put it away. Your martial soul is very special. The possession state can actually fully display the martial soul state. It truly is a mutated martial soul. Huang Ying picked up the tea on the table and took a big gulp to conceal her inner shock. Yitian, your second martial soul cannot be used casually for now, and you also cannot casually add soul rings to it. Remember, definitely do not add soul rings to this martial soul, Huang Ying warned solemnly. Okay, I understand. Yitian nodded. He needs to wait until he reaches Soul King before he can add soul rings to Darius's martial soul, and he plans to configure a 10,000-year soul ring for it. As for twin martial souls, I don't know much about them either. After all, there have only been a few soul masters with twin martial souls on the entire continent. At this point, Huang Ying paused. But you, kid, are lucky. If you were in other academies, you would probably have to figure things out blindly by yourself. But our martial soul hall's Pope has a twin martial soul. She might be able to point you in the right direction. You should go back and rest. Tomorrow I will take you to meet her. I hope the Pope can give some advice. Yitian was taken aback and thought to himself that it was not good. He was about to meet the Pope. He couldn't help but touch his nose, where the 2 rows of small imprints were still faintly painful. Although Qian Renshue and Bibi Dong were at odds, that was a matter between mother and daughter and had nothing to do with outsiders. He had just bitten Bibi Dong's daughter, Qian Renshue, on the nose. If Bibi Dong found out about it, that would truly be terrifying. Yitian couldn't help but shudder and draw in a cold breath. The next morning, Yitian arrived early with Huang Ying in front of the Pope's palace. Huang Ying had changed from her previously simple attire and donned a formal red robe, wearing a ceremonial crown on her head. After all, they were about to meet the Pope, and it was necessary to present the highest level of etiquette. Yitian also put on the academy uniform, and the white cape fluttered in the morning breeze. His face still bore the bruise left by Qian Renshue's punch from yesterday, and the 2 rows of small bite marks on his nose were covered by a homemade band-aid. This wound was too conspicuous and embarrassing, especially in front of Bibi Dong. That teacher, you can't say I was bitten, okay? Yitian pointed to his nose, feigning an awkward expression. This is from His Holiness the Pope. As a soul master, being bitten during a fight would be such a disgrace if it got out. Looking at the fidgety Yitian, Huang Ying gently rubbed his little head, her eyes sparkling with amusement. She could really understand Yitian's thoughts. For a soul master, every title Douluo is an idol, and the Pope is the biggest one among them. No one wants to lose face in front of their greatest idol. Among ordinary children, fighting and biting are considered disgraceful behaviors that would lead to being looked down upon by peers, let alone in a battle between soul masters. Teacher, did you remember? Yitian tugged at Huang Ying's clothes, looking somewhat anxious. Stop tugging. Be careful not to wrinkle my cloak, Huang Ying said. All right, I won't say anything. Yitian breathed a sigh of relief. Since Teacher Huang didn't bring up the matter, it should be fine. Let's go at this time. His Holiness the Pope should already be in the papal palace. Huang Ying straightened his wrinkle-free robe again and slowly walked towards the papal palace. Seeing Huang Ying like this, Yitian was momentarily stunned and then hurriedly followed. Excuse me, Bishop, what is your purpose in coming to the papal palace? 2 guards in silver armor blocked Huang Ying's way. Yitian looked around and noticed that there were about 100 guards at the entrance of the main hall of the Pope's palace. These guards were all dressed in white plate armor, holding long swords, standing around and watching Huang Ying with vigilant expressions. Faced with the obstruction of over 100 guards, Huang Ying remained calm and said lightly, I want to see the Pope. Chapter 99. Meeting Bibi Dong. The voice of the guard was devoid of emotion. The red robes of the Spirit Hall's cardinals could be easily forged, but the main token was not so easily replicated. So the best way to verify one's identity was to check the token. Huang Ying raised his hand indifferently, revealing the token that represented his identity as a cardinal. As a member of the Spirit Hall, Huang Ying was a teacher at the academy, but he was not the master of the main hall. However, with his level 88 soul Douluo strength, he was more than capable of being a platinum cardinal for the 2 major empires. It was just that he wasn't interested in that role. Therefore, based on Huang Ying's strength, the Spirit Hall still granted him the identity of a cardinal representing the Spirit Main Hall. The guard took Huang Ying's token, looked at it, and then slightly bowed, saying, "Your Holiness is currently handling official business. Please wait a moment, Cardinal. We will report to you right away." "Thank you." Huang Ying nodded and then walked aside with Yitian to wait quietly. Seeing Yitian's gaze wandering around the guards, Huang Ying smiled and said, "Do you feel that these guards are very different from the Empire's guards?" "Yes." Yitian nodded. "These guards are all soul masters, and their soul power levels are not low. Why don't you guess what level their soul power is?" Huang Ying said with a smile. Yitian rolled his eyes. He really didn't know. After all, these temple guards were just minor characters in the grand scheme of things. How could he remember them? He looked at the imposing temple guards and recalled that the minimum graduation standard at the Wuhuan Temple Academy was a 4-ring soul master. These temple guards should be at the level of 4-ring soul masters. He replied. Huang Ying chuckled and shook his head. "Guess again. 5-ring soul king?" Yitian hesitated. As the golden generation of the Wuhuan Temple barely reached the soul king level upon adulthood, using them as guards would be a bit extravagant, wouldn't it? "Wrong," Huang Ying said. "The minimum standard for the holy guards is a 5-ringed soul king." Holy guards? Yitian had no impression of them at all. In his memory, it seemed that even the platinum bishops were just there to pass the time. Huang Ying smiled calmly. As a teacher, he enjoyed clarifying doubts for his bewildered students. This was one of his few pleasures, and also the original intention behind his decision to become a teacher at the academy. After you graduate, not only can you join the law enforcement corps and the faculty, but you can also enter the Temple Knights. The Temple Knights are divided into 3 ranks: Holy Emperor Guards, Douluo Guards, and Holy Guards. The duty of the Holy Emperor Guards is to protect the safety of the Pope's palace, directly under the authority of His Holiness the Pope, with an entry requirement of 6-ringed Soul Emperor. The Douluo Guards are responsible for safeguarding the Douluo Palace, directly under the Douluo Palace Master, with the same requirement of a 6-ringed Soul Emperor. Meanwhile, the duty of the Holy Guards is to protect the Platinum Temple located in the capitals of the 2 great empires, with a slightly lower entry requirement of a 5-ringed Soul King. Damn, Yitian squinted at the 100-man team ahead, somewhat in disbelief that they were all Soul Emperors. He hadn't realized it before, but after his arrival, Yitian truly understood how powerful Soul Masters were. A Soul Emperor in an ordinary army would be an existence that could look down on everything, going in and out with ease, as if it were as simple as eating and drinking. Seeing Yitian's reaction, Huang Ying was quite satisfied. This is just the basic level requirement for the 3 major knight orders. The leaders of the Holy Emperor Guards and Douluo Guards possess the strength of title Douluo. Another 2 unknown title Douluo, Yitian thought to himself. A quarter of an hour later, a Holy Emperor Guard approached. "Your Excellency, the Pope requests your presence." Under the lead of 2 Holy Emperor Guards, Huang Ying and Yitian arrived at the meeting hall of the Pope's palace. Before the towering 3-meter archway, Huang Ying smoothed out the non-existent wrinkles on his cloak, causing Yitian to frown slightly. The meeting hall of the Pope's palace was enormous, akin to a garage, covering over 1,000 square meters. Surrounded by golden splendor and equipped with many seats for bishops, group leaders, and palace masters of the Wuhuan Temple to convene. A woman was seated at the main seat of the meeting hall. She wasn't very tall, dressed in a luxurious black robe with golden patterns, wearing a 9-curved purple gold crown, and holding a 2-meter-long scepter embedded with countless gems. The woman had fair skin and an almost perfect face, making her stand out remarkably. Especially the intangible nobility and sanctity exuding from her made one feel an irresistible urge to worship her. Yitian stared blankly at Bibi Dong, a woman of unparalleled grace and otherworldly beauty he had never seen before. "Bishop Huang, what do you want from me?" A soft and melodious voice came, bringing a refreshing feeling like a spring breeze. Huang Ying slightly bowed. With the strength of a Douluo, he was already considered a major figure and naturally didn't need to perform the kneeling ceremony. "Your Holiness, I have something to consult." "Oh," Bibi Dong said lightly, "what is it? Speak." "Your Holiness, I heard that you possess a twin martial soul, so I want to consult you about some matters regarding twin martial souls." Huang Ying slightly lowered his head, not looking directly at Bibi Dong, as a sign of respect for the Pope. Upon hearing about the twin martial soul, Bibi Dong's pupils suddenly constricted for a moment before instantly returning to calmness. "You don't need to know these things. What significance do they hold for you?" She seemed a bit displeased. The twin martial soul was one of her taboo topics, and she disliked it the most when people asked her about twin martial souls, because compared to her own perfection, her 2 martial souls seemed slightly flawed. Therefore, She generally wouldn't display her martial souls in front of outsiders and didn't like to discuss matters related to martial souls. Seeing Bibidong's reaction, Huang Ying didn't mind. After all, the twin martial soul was a secret of the Pope, and anyone having their secrets pried into would feel unhappy. Huang Ying said, not long ago, our spirit hall excavated a genius with innate full spirit power from a village in a small branch hall in the Douluo Empire. Moreover, fortunately, he possesses a twin martial soul, just like you. This child is exceptionally gifted, and I hope to cultivate him into a powerful figure who will become a mainstay of our spirit hall in the future. But I don't know much about twin martial souls. Last night, I spent the whole night searching in the academy library, but unfortunately, I couldn't find any useful information. So I wanted to bring him to meet your holiness, who also has a twin martial soul. After speaking, Huang Ying glanced sideways at Yitian, who was lowering his head, only to find that this dead child was staring at the Pope without any respect. Seeing the scene, he instantly felt his face darken and almost couldn't help but give this dead child 2 slaps. To scrutinize someone in front of the Pope was undoubtedly a very reckless act. He secretly regretted not properly teaching Yitian about etiquette earlier. Chapter 100, Bibidong Surprise O. Bibidong was momentarily stunned. A twin martial soul was not simple and was much rarer than a genius with innate full spirit power. She looked at Huang Ying's bruised Yitian and gently said, so it's you who possesses a twin martial soul. Ah, Yitian was startled awake from his daze and exchanged glances with Bibidong, saying, what? Looking at the dazed Yitian, Huang Ying wanted to cover his face. This kid usually seemed clever, but how did he drop the ball at such a critical moment? Your Holiness. He grew up in a village and is not familiar with etiquette. Please forgive him, he quickly explained for Yitian. It's no trouble, Bibidong said, looking at Yitian with a very gentle voice. So, it's you who possesses a twin martial soul. Yes, Yitian quickly nodded, noticing Huang Ying beside him lowering his head. And he started to feel nervous. He had just been a bit dazed in front of Bibidong. A small shrimp should have the attitude of facing a giant dragon. People who are arrogant without strength usually meet a miserable end. Bibidong looked at Yitian. What is your name? Yitian. Easy as in easy, heaven as in heaven. I didn't expect you to be like me. Both possessing a twin martial soul with innate, full spirit power, Bibidong said. This situation is quite rare. However, a twin martial soul for a spirit master is both an opportunity and a challenge. If you use it properly, the twin martial soul will naturally make you one of the rare strong ones in the world. But if used incorrectly, the twin martial soul will only be a stumbling block on your path to cultivation. I hope your holiness can guide me, Yitian said respectfully. As for the mysteries of the twin martial soul, he naturally knew he couldn't compare to Bibidong. In fact, no one on the entire Douluo Continent understood twin martial souls better than Bibidong. Yitian only knows that after reaching the high-level soul master stage, equipping the second martial soul with powerful soul rings of over 10,000 years will bring double soul skills, soul power, and many physical attributes and enhancements when fusing soul rings. However, this has both advantages and disadvantages. Opportunities and risks have always coexisted. When fusing soul rings for twin martial souls, there's a chance that the martial soul backlash may occur. He is unclear about the solution to this problem. In the original work, Yu Xiaojing once inquired about this issue with Bibidong, but Bibidong did not provide a response. As for how the final result was handled, Yitian is also unclear. It seems that after Tang San fused his second martial soul with the Haotian hammer, he did not encounter any problems. There was no soul ring backlash or martial soul conflict at all, but he did not dare to take the risk. At that time, Tang San had already passed the first 7 or 8 tests of the Sea God examination. He didn't remember exactly how many, but he had already possessed a demigod body and was no longer an ordinary person. Therefore, Tang San not having any problems did not mean that problems did not exist. What if he fused and encountered a soul ring attribute conflict, leading to an explosion and death? In such a case, it would be better to ask an elder with twin martial souls, and Bibidong would be the most suitable. Your Holiness, are you planning to take Yitian as your disciple? Huang Ying spoke up. Although I am his teacher, I have not truly conducted the disciple ceremony. Moreover, with the Pope's guidance, it would be better for his development. This was also the purpose of his visit. If Yitian only had innate, full soul power, he would still have confidence in providing guidance. But now that Yitian had awakened twin martial souls, he naturally wanted to hand him over to someone better. Since he is your disciple, I will naturally not take him from you, Bibidong said. A few years ago, I might have accepted him as a disciple. But now I have already taken one disciple, and I'm very busy with my affairs. If I were to teach 2 disciples at the same time, I wouldn't have enough time. Huang Ying was taken aback, not expecting the Pope to refuse. He slightly bowed and said, "Your Holiness, managing countless affairs is indeed a heavy burden, and I was too presumptuous. However, I hope you can spare some time amidst your busy schedule to guide Yitian in the area of twin martial souls. I have not researched this area and am afraid of leading him astray." Yitian stared blankly at Huang Ying, feeling a bit moved. He sincerely bowed to Huang Ying, calling a master, and thought, a master is ultimately like a father. Although we haven't performed the formal ceremony of apprenticeship, I will never forget the kindness of my teacher. He could tell that Huang Ying genuinely cared for him. This warmth was different from the utilitarian kindness from Stan and Huang Lin. Huang Ying didn't want anything from him, just pure joy at recognizing talent. A master is ultimately like a father. Good. Huang Ying was momentarily taken aback and couldn't help but shed tears. Good child. Seeing this scene, Bibidong's indifferent expression softened a bit. Although I can't take him as a disciple, Yitian is a person of my martial soul. Regarding dual martial souls, I will naturally impart my knowledge. Just now, she had indeed considered taking Yitian as her disciple, but after careful thought, she decided against it. She truly had no time. As a pope, she had many responsibilities, especially since she had just received the divine assessment and was about to participate in the divine trial, leaving her no energy to teach students. Even Huilina was left to fend for herself in the Martial Soul Academy without much guidance. However, it felt somewhat unwilling to hand over such a genius to Qian Daolu. Bibidong knew that although the principal of Xingluo Academy, the Spiked Law, was Qian Daolu's person, Huang Ying was not. He was just a very pure teacher who did not participate in the internal power struggles of the martial soul. People like Huang Ying could probably only thrive in the Martial Soul Academy. Because the Martial Soul Academy held no real power, it could accommodate neutral figures like Huang Ying. But Huang Ying's neutrality didn't guarantee the same for his students. If a genius with full innate soul power and dual martial souls could be nurtured from a young age, how much help would that be in the future? She herself was an example. After a moment of contemplation, Bibidong said, "Although I don't have time to take him as a disciple, I have a disciple named Huilina. If you have any questions in the future, you can come with her." Ultimately, she still didn't intend to take Yitian as a disciple. She disliked male masters and male disciples. "Thank you, Your Holiness," Huang Ying said, overjoyed. Although the Pope couldn't take Yitian as a disciple, the purpose of this visit had been achieved. Whether or not he became a disciple was not important. What mattered was obtaining information about dual martial souls. "Today, I have a little free time, since you came to find me. Let me talk to you about dual martial souls." Bibidong said that dual martial souls are a double-edged sword, if used well. They are extraordinary and far surpass soul masters of the same rank. But if used poorly, they can bring disaster. Chapter 101. Showcasing martial souls. Having an extra martial soul can bring double soul power, double soul skills, and increase attributes by double, but also brings danger. One must understand that each soul ring fused increases physical power, speed, and other aspects significantly. However, if your physical quality cannot keep up with the enhancement of absorbing soul rings, it can lead to physical collapse due to being unable to bear it. One of the conditions for the existence of dual martial souls is that either the two martial souls must support each other, or the qualities of the two martial souls must be comparable and balanced. At this point, Bibidong paused. "My dual martial souls are very special. They belong to two types of martial souls that are mutually supportive in attributes." She looked at Yitian. "I want to see which type your martial soul belongs to. Show it to me." Yitian was stunned for a moment, secretly thinking it was not good. The Divine King Drax's martial soul was fine and wouldn't cause any problems. But the Golden Broadcaster Draven's martial soul was another matter. Who knows what outrageous things might come out. "Ahem, Your Holiness, my martial soul is a mutated one, and one of its mutations is a bit strange. If it offends you, please forgive me." Yitian felt a bit awkward. Upon hearing this, Huang Ying was also taken aback, suddenly remembering that this kid's martial soul doesn't play by the rules. If he said something outrageous to annoy the Pope, wouldn't he be in big trouble? He quickly reminded, Your Holiness, Xiao Tian's martial soul is a bit strange due to its mutation, and it often talks nonsense. If it offends you, please forgive us." "Oh," Bibidong smiled. "Now I'm a bit curious about what you said. Twin martial souls are a type of mutated martial soul themselves. Come on, show me your martial soul, and let me see what makes it so special. It even talks nonsense." Since the stakes were already clear, Yitian no longer hesitated. "Look, long live the skinny meat. Look, long live the skinny meat." Huang Ying, oh, Bibidong. Yitian. Yitian was completely bewildered. Did he switch channels? This is the entrance BGM for male guests. A step forward is happiness, a step back is loneliness. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Yitian stage. Today is Yitian's solo show. The lights should be turned off for Yitian. Yitian looks quite eye-catching right now. Yitian slightly opened his mouth, feeling a bit of a loss. What is this nonsense? Bibi Dong couldn't help but twitch her lips. As the Pope, maintaining a calm demeanor is essential, but this bizarre martial spirit is truly unheard of. What does this martial spirit mean? She asked. Huang Ying cautiously explained from his side. Your Holiness, this mutated martial spirit is a bit crazy and is not under Yitian's control. I don't know what it's saying either. Seeing Huang Ying speak, Yitian nodded vigorously. Yes, this martial spirit is crazy and speaks nonsensically. It's completely incomprehensible. Knock, knock, knock. Your Holiness, is there something happening? The BGM and commentary of the gold medal host Draven's martial spirit startled the patrolling Holy Emperor warriors outside, who then inquired at the wall gate. It's fine, there's nothing going on here, Bibi Dong said to those outside, then turned to Yitian. All right, you can put away your martial spirit. Seeing that Bibi Dong didn't seem angry, Yitian sighed in relief and put away his martial spirit. He felt fortunate that Draven didn't say anything insulting this time. Otherwise, it would have been hard to explain. Your martial spirit is indeed quite unique, Bibi Dong paused. However, although it's strange, the quality of the soul power of your martial spirit is quite high. It should be considered a top-tier martial spirit. Given the characteristic of the soul quality balance of twin martial spirits, your second martial spirit is likely not bad either. Come on, show me your next martial spirit, so I can feel whether the soul power attributes conflict with those of your first martial spirit. Yitian nodded and summoned his divine king, Darius, martial soul again. However, this time he was cautious and did not summon the dark red wolf spirit and the dark red giant axe that surrounded him. He only summoned Darius himself. It was difficult to explain the presence of the dark red wolf spirit. After all, he couldn't just say that his martial soul came with a mount. Could he? Bibi Dong stared at the divine king, Darius' martial soul, momentarily stunned, with a look of surprise and shock appearing on her usually indifferent face. The quality of his martial soul is very high. Bibi Dong's expression became serious. Unprecedentedly so, as someone who had encountered divine-level martial souls. Bibi Dong knew that the aura emitted by Divine King Darius was even above that of the six-winged angel martial soul. This was still due to Yitian not summoning the wolf spirit and dark red giant axe. If he had summoned them, it would undoubtedly be even more terrifying. Huang Ying had also noticed the difference in Yitian's martial soul compared to yesterday, but he did not ask about it here. Your Holiness, is there a problem with this martial soul? Yitian inweited. He noticed that Bibi Dong's expression was very grave. It's serious. Do you remember what I said? Bibi Dong replied. The birth of twin martial souls must have a similar level. Otherwise, it would disrupt the balance and cause destructive effects on the soul master's body. Your first martial soul is indeed a top-level martial soul, but there is still a significant gap compared to your second martial soul. She concluded, logically speaking, you shouldn't have been able to awaken twin martial souls because your second martial soul is too powerful. It would suppress your first martial soul, making it impossible for it to awaken. Regarding Bibi Dong's doubts, Yitian did not think too much about it, even though he was also unclear why he awakened these two martial souls. But he estimated that there shouldn't be any incompatibility between his martial souls. After all, the Draven martial soul and Darius martial soul were brothers. Even though they had different skins, they were still true brothers. Moreover, the two martial souls complemented each other. And even the passive skills of the martial souls were the same. If they were to harm each other, it would be like brothers turning against one another. Is it because Xiao Tian's second martial soul awakened after birth? Huang Ying said from the side. After birth? Bibi Dong was taken aback. Are you saying that his second martial soul didn't awaken during the martial soul awakening ceremony? Huang Ying nodded. Xiao Tian's second martial soul awakened suddenly during a battle yesterday with a girl who possessed a six-winged angel martial soul. The dark path of Yitian is not good. Sure enough, upon hearing the 10 words, the girl with the six-winged angel martial soul, Bibi Dong, who originally had a calm face and even a somewhat gentle demeanor, instantly turned dark. Chapter 102. The Disadvantages of Twin Martial Souls. The atmosphere in the conference hall suddenly became tense. Yitian felt a sudden tightening in his heart, as if it were being gripped by a large hand, making it hard for him to breathe. Huang Ying was no exception, feeling a sense of impending doom. He was unsure of what he had said wrong. But the Pope before him felt like a ferocious beast, ready to engulf him at any moment. To resist this pervasive sense of terror, Yitian had no choice but to enter the Soul King Drilia's martial soul embodiment state. Seeing Yitian's pained expression, Huangying immediately stepped forward, standing in front of him, and shouted, "Your Holiness, what's wrong with you?" Bibi Dong came to her senses and retracted the unconscious aura she had been emitting. She regained her previous calm demeanor, although there was still a hint of coldness in her gaze. "I'm sorry, I just recalled some unpleasant matters." She glanced at Yitian in his martial soul embodiment state, and a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. Only he understood how powerful the aura she had inadvertently released was. The fact that he could withstand the pressure of a super Douluo left her astonished. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Huangying paused, suddenly realizing something, and a look of understanding appeared on her face as she inwardly scolded herself for bringing up the wrong topic. It was well known that the previous pope had the six-winged angel martial soul, so she must have reminded the pope of something painful. Bibi Dong regained her composure. If it were something you could achieve through natural means, that would make sense. However, your twin martial soul issue is quite significant, as your first martial soul is relatively weak, while the second one is very strong. Although the two martial souls haven't clashed yet, it doesn't mean they won't in the future, especially when you add soul rings to your second martial soul. You must know that when fusing soul rings, all physical attributes will surge. If the soul rings you fuse are of high age, your soul power could even increase by several levels. Just think about it. While others spend years, even over a decade, on their training, you could complete it in just half an hour. What do you think will happen? Isn't that like a flood breaking through, causing your body to burst? Yitian replied. Bibi Dong nodded. Exactly, that's the case. Therefore, in your upcoming training, you need to not only cultivate your soul power, but also strengthen your body to prevent the situation where your body can't withstand the surge of soul power and strength when fusing the soul rings for your second martial soul. But this is only a temporary solution. Through physical training, you can only ensure that the attributes added by the first 3 soul rings for your second martial soul won't impose too much burden on you. As for the rest, we need to use a special method, which is soul bones, to disperse those attributes that your body can endure onto the soul bones. This way, the pressure on your body will decrease. For safety's sake, you should have at least 4 to 5 soul bones to be secure. If in the future you need to fuse soul rings for your second martial soul, as the Pope, I can provide you with 1 soul bone. But for the others, you will need to obtain them yourself, as soul bones are incredibly precious. Even I, as the Pope of the Spirit Hall, cannot produce too many at once. Yitian was stunned, never expecting that Bibi Dong actually planned to give him a soul bone in the future. This is no small matter. The role of a soul bone for a soul master goes without saying. As a mere elementary student, being promised a soul bone in the future shows that the Spirit Hall is quite generous to its own people. Thank you, Your Holiness. Yitian bowed deeply. Don't be too happy too soon. This only addresses the soul ring backlash, and there's an even more important issue. The soul backlash. Bibi Dong said. Soul backlash? Yitian was taken aback, realizing that the main point was coming, which was also something Yu Xiaojing wanted to ask Bibi Dong later. Yes, soul backlash. Bibi Dong nodded. When a soul merges with a soul ring, it adds different attributes to each respective soul. As everyone knows, attribute conflict in soul rings is a serious issue. This problem can easily arise even in single spirit souls. For example, if you have a bee spirit but merge it with a toxic plant spirit soul ring, a conflict will occur. For twin spirits, this issue is magnified many times over because the number of soul rings being merged increases, which raises the chances of errors and makes the consequences more severe. Although twin spirits have more means and soul skills than single spirits, during battle, only one spirit skills can be used. To use the second spirit's soul skills, one must switch spirits. After casting a soul skill, the body will retain the soul power with the attribute left by the first spirit. If you switch to the second spirit, you must ensure that the soul ring attributes of your second spirit are compatible with those of the first spirit. Otherwise, a soul conflict will occur. In lighter cases, the spirit can be rendered useless. In severe cases, it can lead to death. Do you understand? Bibi Dong asked Yitian. I understand. Yitian nodded. Bibi Dong's meaning was simple. When twin spirits merge with soul rings, comprehensive consideration must be given. For example, if the first spirit is a plant spirit, and the second spirit is also a plant spirit, and if one of the plant spirit's soul rings is toxic, then the second spirit's bee spirit will be rendered useless. This is because the toxic soul ring is incompatible with the bee spirit. Once the spirit is switched, a conflict will occur, leading to the second spirit's B spirit being poisoned to death by the first spirit's toxic attribute. The spirit largely represents oneself. If the spirit is poisoned to death, then naturally, the person will not fare much better. This is really a tricky problem. Huang Ying interjected. If the first spirit is a toxic attribute B spirit, and the second spirit is a non-toxic B spirit, what problems will arise? It would explode and die during awakening. Bibi Dong said, what if the first spirit is a fire attribute spirit, but one of the soul rings of the second spirit merged with a water attribute soul, beast soul ring? Will there also be a soul conflict? Yitian asked. Smart. Bibi Dong nodded. This is quite difficult. You have to choose the soul beasts and soul rings that the two spirits will merge with in advance. Huang Ying frowned, deep in thought. This is quite difficult, because many soul beasts have multiple attributes, and without thoroughly absorbing the soul rings, ordinary people often don't know what attributes they will end up with. Bibi Dong shook her head. Yitian thought for a moment. It seemed that his two brothers' martial souls didn't have any conflicting attributes, but it was still better to be cautious. Excuse me for asking, Your Holiness. Have both of your twin martial soul rings been fully integrated? Huang Ying asked carefully. Bibi Dong, that's not something you should be concerned about. Bibi Dong shook her head and did not elaborate on how many soul rings she had integrated. I have other matters to attend to. You can leave now. She waved her hand, signaling the dismissal. Chapter 103. Bibi Dong's strength on the way back to the academy. Huang Ying remained silent, pondering how to deal with Yitian's twin martial souls. Yitian seemed to be deep in thought. Although Bibi Dong hadn't mentioned it before, he knew that she had indeed not fully equipped the soul rings for her second martial soul, the soul-eating Spider Emperor. However, it was definitely not due to a martial soul backlash. This was because Bibi Dong's martial souls were of the same lineage, namely the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Eating Spider Emperor, which had similar attributes and types, making it almost impossible for a conflict between martial souls to occur. Yitian is clear that at this time, Bibi Dong should not have received the inheritance of the Rakshasa god yet, but she should have already been preparing for it. He clearly remembers that Bibi Dong mentioned during the final battle that she had accepted the Rakshasa god inheritance 20 years ago. Moreover, at the time of receiving the inheritance, she already possessed the strength of a 99th level ultimate Douluo. Yitian roughly calculated the time. In the future war, Qian Rinxue should be 36 years old, while the current Qian Rinxue is only about 12. Bibi Dong will officially begin to accept the inheritance of the Rakshasa god when Qian Rinxue is around 15 years old. Since Qian Rinxue is currently 12, she has not yet started to receive the inheritance. This means that 3 years later, Bibi Dong's strength will reach the level of a 99th rank ultimate Douluo. As for Bibi Dong's current strength, Yitian thought carefully. Qian Sunji probably died suddenly 3 years ago. The reason for Qian Sunji's sudden death was that during the encirclement and killing of Tang San's mother, the Blue Silver Emperor, he was injured by Tang Hao, who had obtained a 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone. Shortly after being carried back, he was devoured by Bibi Dong using the soul-devouring Spider Emperor. The time when Xiao Wu's mother was hunted down was roughly the same as when Tang San's mother was sacrificed. The person who hunted Xiao Wu's mother was precisely Bibi Dong. This means that when Qian Sunji was encircling and killing Tang San's mother, Bibi Dong also took the opportunity to hunt down Xiao Wu's mother, a 100,000-year soft bone charm rabbit, and obtained a 100,000-year spirit ring. Xiao Wu's mother's 100,000-year spirit ring ultimately became the red 7th spirit ring of Bibi Dong's second martial soul, the soul-devouring Spider Emperor. This signifies that Bibi Dong's soul-devouring Spider Emperor martial soul had already absorbed 6 spirit rings from spirit beasts of tens of thousands of years prior. These spirit rings would also provide her with a massive amount of soul power. Moreover, the key point is that her first martial soul, the Death Spider Emperor, also has a 100,000-year spirit ring as its 9th spirit ring. The source of this spirit ring is a top-tier spirit beast, the king among insect-type spirit beasts. The 100,000-year Death Spider Emperor, which is the original form of Bibi Dong's first martial soul. Furthermore, this 100,000-year Death Spider Emperor produced 2 spirit bones. It is well known that when soul masters fuse spirit rings and spirit bones, it leads to a leap in their soul power and attributes. After more than 10 years of hard cultivation by Bibi Dong, combined with the effects of 2 100,000-year red spirit rings and 6 nearly 100,000-year black spirit rings, Bibi Dong's current soul power level is estimated to be at level 99. It is precisely because Bibi Dong reached the cultivation of a human limit Douluo after fusing Xiao Wu's mother's 100,000 year spirit ring that she did not continue to fuse spirit rings to increase her soul power. Moreover, for 20 years, she did not fuse spirit rings again because, aside from becoming a deity, she had no room for further progress. From this, it can also be seen that 3 years ago, when Bibi Dong killed Qian Sunji, she likely already possessed the strength of a level 99 limit Douluo. She chose to kill Qian Sunji when he was severely injured. Not because she couldn't defeat him in a fully powered state, but because she had just absorbed Xiao Wu's mother's spirit ring, reaching the cultivation of a level 99 limit Douluo at that time. Logically speaking, she could have killed Qian Sunji long ago, as her first martial soul's 9th spirit ring is at the 100,000 year level. Tang Hao was originally a level 90 soul Douluo, and after receiving his wife's sacrifice, his soul power level directly broke through to level 92. Qian Sunji, a level 95 super Douluo, along with 2 other level 95 super Douluos, besieged Tang Hao, who was at level 91 and had a 100,000 year spirit ring and ended up severely injured. Since Tang Hao could reach level 92 and defeat the level 95 Qian Sunji by absorbing a 100,000 year spirit ring and obtaining a flying spirit bone, then Bibi Dong, who was at level 90 and absorbed the 100,000 year Death Spider Emperor spirit ring, naturally wouldn't be far behind in strength. Moreover, the Death Spider Emperor that Bibi Dong killed also dropped 2 spirit bones, which gives her an advantage in attributes compared to Tang Hao. Not to mention that Bibi Dong has twin martial souls. As for whether the quality of the Blue Silver Emperor, the King of Blue Silvergrass, is higher or that of the Death Spider Emperor, the King of Insects, that is a matter of personal opinion and perspective. Yitian estimates that Bibi Dong could have killed Qian Xuanji long ago, but the main reason she didn't is because of Qian Xuanji's father, the 99th level limit Douluo, Qian Douluo. Therefore, after Qian Xuanji was killed by Bibi Dong, even if Qian Douluo knew that the murderer was Bibi Dong, he did not seek revenge for his son. This is not because he was worried about Qian Renshue not having a mother or felt guilty towards Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong had never cared for Qian Renshue, and she harbored hatred towards her. For Qian Renshue, having or not having this mother made little difference. If he truly felt guilty towards Bibi Dong, Qian Douluo, as a father, would not have allowed Qian Xuanji's actions to go unopposed. The biggest reason is that Qian Douluo simply cannot kill Bibi Dong because they're on the same level, especially after Bibi Dong fused with the inheritance of a Rakshasa god. Qian Douluo even felt somewhat inferior and admitted in front of Qian Renshue that he was not as good as Bibi Dong. He understood that Bibi Dong had the potential to become a god, while he did not. However, after receiving the Rakshasa god's inheritance, Bibi Dong was restricted and had to expend a significant portion of her strength to maintain the divine inheritance. As a result, during the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition, Bibi Dong did not leave Tang Hao and Xiao Wu behind, and even suffered losses when facing Tang San in the Stardow Forest. Thinking of this, Yitian couldn't help but feel emotional. After Xiao Wu's sacrifice, Tang San took 5 years to reach the divine level. In contrast, after giving birth to Qian Renshue, Bibi Dong spent nearly 10 years cultivating herself to the limit Douluo level, far surpassing her master and seeking revenge. How Tang San cultivated goes without saying. He had a smooth journey, relying on the sacrifices of soul beasts over 100,000 years, wielding divine granted soul rings, and even had Poseidon as a sacrifice in the end. Bibi Dong, however, was different. The Rakshasa god inheritance she received did not come with anyone's sacrifices. She relied purely on her own efforts to push through. Yitian speculated that the assessment for becoming a god for evil deities is much more brutal and difficult than that for benevolent deities. This can be seen from the inheritance of the god of slaughter, where the evil god relies entirely on oneself, with no guiding mentor. This is also why Bibi Dong ultimately sighed, reflecting on how she spent a full 20 years to become the Rakshasa god, paying a much greater price than Tang San and Qian Renshue combined. Of course, compared to Tang Hao's grandfather, Tang Chun, she was still quite stable. Remembering how Bibi Dong appeared gentle in the Pope's palace just now, Yitian felt a slight tug in his heart, inexplicably feeling a bit heavy. Perhaps while Yu Xiaojiang, Lu Erlong, and Flender were enjoying their adventures, Bibi Dong was honing her skills in the City of Slaughter. Perhaps when Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong were fiercely fighting, Bibi Dong was hunting the Death Spider Queen that had existed for 100,000 years. while Yu Shaojing was idly passing time in Nodding City. Bibi Dong was undergoing the assessment to become the Rakshasa god. Chapter 104. Reflection 1. Teacher, which department of the Spirit Hall manages our academy? Yitian asked Huang Ying. Huang Ying looked at Yitian and replied, the heads of the 3 major campuses of our Spirit Hall Academy are all elders from the Elder Hall. So logically speaking, the academy should be under the jurisdiction of the Elder Hall. Oh, then who is the head of our Xingluo campus? Which title Douluo? Yitian asked innocently. The head of our Xingluo campus is the Porcupine Douluo. Huang Ying smiled, not suspicious of Yitian's question. For a child, being curious about such prominent figures as title Douluo is very normal. Moreover, it's not unreasonable for a student to know who their head is. Yitian nodded. He had an impression of who was a nemesis of Dugabo and also one of the subordinates of Qian Daolu in the Elder Hall. What about the deans of the Tiando Academy and the Wuhan Academy? Yitian asked again. The dean of Wuhan Academy is Zhu Douluo, and the dean of Tiando Academy is Shi Miao Douluo. Huang Ying replied. Yitian instantly understood that the Wuhan campus was Bibi Dong's territory, while the Tiando campus and Xingluo campus were within Qian Daolu's sphere of influence. Perhaps the academy hadn't divided things so finely, but there was clearly a trend in that direction. Bibi Dong had only just become the pope a few years ago, and she had very few people at her disposal. If he could become a trusted confidant, he might gain considerable benefits in the future. The soul bone she promised should be considered an invitation to him. However, these things might not be meant for him, as he was still too young. A normal child wouldn't understand such schemes. The earlier actions were likely an invitation signal from Bibi Dong directed at his teacher, Huang Ying. With this in mind, Yitian glanced up at Huang Ying and found him wearing a solemn expression, seemingly deep in thought. Yitian did not say anything, and Bibi Dong knew that the situation in the Spirit Hall was already set. No matter how she chose, the final result would be the same. At the entrance of the Wuhan Academy, Xingluo campus. You go back and rest first. I'll go to the academy's library to check some information about twin spirits. After saying that, Huang Ying leaped up and disappeared after a few jumps. After sending Huang Ying off, Yitian went straight back to his dormitory. Last night, only Zhang Xing and he were in the dorm. The Soul Ring application reports submitted by Zhu Zhujin and Zhao Yingjie to the academy had already been approved the day before. Yesterday, they went to the soul hunting forest next to the academy with the team leader from the academy to search for suitable soul beasts for their soul rings. Upon returning to the dormitory, Zhang Xing was not inside, but Yitian didn't he mind. Zhang Xing was a training fanatic, particularly fond of exercising, and it was likely he was at the gravity training ground. However, today Yitian had no intention of going to the gravity training ground to train. He needed to think about his future plans. Having dual martial souls was both an opportunity and a challenge, as dual martial souls required a lot of resources, ideally needing a full set of soul bones to be effective. He was different from Tang San and Qian Renshua, who had significant advantages. Tang San had a plethora of 100,000-year soul beasts to sacrifice for him, providing soul rings and soul bones, with his father secretly assisting him, as well as the martial arts and knowledge from his previous life in the Tang sect. Qian Renshua's grandfather, Qian Daolu, had even prepared a complete set of Angel Divine Armor Soul Bones for her, allowing her to undergo the Angel 9 trials with his help once she reached the Soul Sage level. In contrast, he had nothing aside from his unique martial soul. He only relied on his foresight about the future. However, this advantage could not currently be transformed into his own strength. Yitian squinted his eyes, his thoughts drifting. He needed to accelerate his cultivation speed, and it had to be significantly faster than Qian Renshua. Qian Renshua also had a soul power of level 20 at birth, and despite such a great innate advantage, she only became a soul saint at the age of 30. The time it took Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and others to become soul saints was 7 to 8 years less than Qian Renshua. Their talents and martial souls were far inferior to hers. Although Qian Renshua might have delayed her training during her time in hiding, it still highlighted that relying solely on innate talent and hard work might not be as effective as knowing how to align oneself and flatter the right people. Therefore, a step-by-step approach to cultivation was undoubtedly stubborn and inadvisable. He had to create opportunities. Where could I find chances that would allow me to cultivate rapidly? Yitian murmured. Thinking of the ice and fire yin-yang eye in the sunset forest, he immediately shook his head. What was a good place? He didn't know its exact location. The sunset forest was vast and expansive, making it like searching for a needle in a haystack to find such a tiny spot. Moreover, even if he found it, there was no way to obtain the celestial herbs inside. The poisoned Douluo bow had stayed at the ice and fire yin-yang eye for a long time to suppress the toxins within him. Charging in foolishly would be akin to seeking his own death. Douluo Bo was a lawless eccentric who, knowing that Tang San was Tang Hao's son, even thought about killing him. If it weren't for Tang San's knowledge from his past life in the Tang sect, which allowed him to detoxify Douluo Bo and impress him with his poison knowledge, the entire Shrek Iron Triangle would have been annihilated. Yitian is very cautious. He doesn't know any so-called detoxification methods. Approaching recklessly could lead to a hard death. Moreover, the key is that he doesn't even recognize those treasures. Douluo Bo has guarded the treasure mountain for decades without realizing it. He is a titled Douluo, and his name even has the character Bo, meaning he is very knowledgeable. Yet he couldn't discover these things. This is enough to indicate that perhaps there are no detailed records or literature left about these items. Yitian did not think he was more impressive than Douluo Bo, who could find things at a glance. If he made a mistake, the next outcome wouldn't be good. Among this pile of celestial items, he estimated that he could only recognize the Qirong Tongtianju. Even then, he still needed to find Ju Duoyueguan to carefully observe his old chrysanthemum, because the Qirong Tongtianju depicted on the Wuhuan Palace token was too vague. It was impossible to tell the difference from an ordinary chrysanthemum. Among these titled Douluos, probably only Ju Duoyueguan knew the origins of these celestial herbs. Yitian pondered. Perhaps he could use Ju Duoyueguan's hand to release the news about Qirong Tongtianju and Shaanxi Duanchanghong, letting him deal with the poisoned Douluo, and then he could obtain 1 or 2 celestial herbs from him. Yueguan alone could suppress Douluo Bo, and if he brought along his old friend Ghost Douluo, with their martial soul fusion technique, Douluo Bo would be nothing to worry about. After a moment, Yitian shook his head. Yueguan was not a good person. If he released the news, he could indeed follow the clues to find the ice and fire yin-yang eye. But what did that have to do with him? With Yueguan's character as a flower lover, if he really found the celestial herbs, would there still be a share for himself? He needed to think this through carefully. He couldn't act recklessly and must come up with a comprehensive plan. Chapter 105. Reflection 2. Strength. Everything in Douluo Continent's opportunities must be obtained through strength, not just through strategy. Yitian covered his face. For now, he couldn't reach any of these opportunities. Logically speaking, Tang San's greatest opportunities should be on Sea God Island and in the City of Slaughter. Sea God Island is a place for public opportunities. Among the several deities, the Sea Goddess inheritance is open to the entire continent. Anyone can participate in the assessment, which not only offers soul rings, but also rewards for soul power levels. The Shura God is the most stingy, leaving only a domain of the God of Slaughter. To obtain the qualification to become a god, one must evolve the God of Slaughter's domain into the Shura domain. Evolving to the Shura domain only grants the qualification to become a god. To truly inherit the divine position, one must possess Shura power comparable to the full strength of a limit Douluo. This is because the God of Slaughter does not have experienced babies like Poseidon, the high priest of Sea God Island, or Qian Daolu, the high priest of the angel god, to sacrifice all their sea god power and angel power to the inheritor. The inheritor of the God of Slaughter must cultivate the Shura power comparable to that of a limit Douluo by themselves. Of course, if one is originally a limit Douluo, then they only need to convert their soul power into Shura power. However, this conversion process is also very lengthy, and during this process, one's own strength will be affected. Bibi Dong is an example of this. Because her assessment for the Rakshasa god, like the Shura god assessment, also lacked experienced babies for sacrifice, it took her several decades. Compared to the Rakshasa god assessment, the Shura god assessment is even more troublesome. Although the Rakshasa god assessment is difficult, there is only one person being assessed at a time. The Shura god assessment, on the other hand, has a bunch of people undergoing the assessment. Furthermore, based on the Shura domain and the amount of Shura power, there's a troublesome order of inheritance. Currently, the first heir of the Shura god inheritance is Tang San's great-grandfather, Tang Chun. This guy has actually completed most of the Shura god assessment, only missing the last 2 steps. However, he was sabotaged by the Rakshasa god and was possessed by the blood-red 9-headed bat during the assessment. Yitian speculated that the blood-red 9-headed bat was a part of the Shura god's trial, similar to the Sea god's trial where Tang San had to kill the deep-sea demon whale king and the evil spirit tiger whale king. However, Tang Chun failed. Having been possessed for so many years, Tang Chen's body had long been hollowed out by the blood-red 9-headed bat and was essentially ruined. Therefore, the so-called first successor to inherit the divine position was actually just a shell. When his consciousness recovered, it would be the day he died. But even if Tang Chun was just a shell, he still stood in the first position of the Shura god's inheritance. To obtain the identity of the first successor, Tang Chun had to be killed. The most critical point was that the place of inheritance of the Shura god had been tainted by the Rakshasa god. What a desolate, pitiful situation. With such ghostly operations from Shura god, it would be impossible to find a successor in a lifetime. No wonder they were so shameless later on. Yitian side. Even though Tang Chun was in a state of possession by the blood-red nine-headed bat, his strength was still formidable, likely at the level of Super Douluo, because Tang Chun, in the state of the blood-red nine-headed bat, feared Bibi Dong and Tang Hao. It indicated that he did not possess the power of a limit Douluo. But the key point was that if the blood-red nine-headed bat was killed, the lost consciousness of Tang Chun would awaken. At that time, with the return of his limit Douluo strength, combined with the powerful Shura power within him, he would directly possess a demigod body, although this demigod could only exist for 3 days, after which his hollowed-out body would collapse under the immense power. 3 days was still a significant amount of time. It was not just 3 seconds. In 3 days, no matter what he did, it would be enough. The first successor of the Shura god, Tang Chun, naturally would not allow himself to bequeath the divine position he had fought for all his life to outsiders. Before he died, he gathered all the Shura power he had refined throughout his life and all his demigod power into a magic sword. This magic sword became the Shura demon sword that Tang Sen used later. However, after its creation, it gained the recognition and divine power of the Shura god, thus transforming into a divine artifact. This shows just how stingy the Shura god was. He really left nothing for the successor except for a broken domain. In contrast, the sea god left behind the sea god trident, a weapon he had once used. The angel god not only left behind the divine artifact angel sword, but also left 6 soul bones known as angel god armor. These 6 soul bones combined into one formed the divine artifact angel armor. It was precisely because Tang Chun created the Shura demon sword that Tang San could smoothly inherit the divine position of the Shura god. Because the sword contained Tang Chen's lifetime power, the one who inherited the Shura demon sword would essentially inherit his strength. This was similar to the experiences of Qian Daolu and Poseidon. After Tang Chen's death, the only useful people left in the killing god domain on the Douluo Continent were Bibi Dong, Hulaina, Tang Hao, and Tang San. However, aside from Tang San, Tang Hao, Bibi Dong, and Hulaina were only in the killing god domain and had not evolved into the Shura domain. Thus, the first successor became Tang San. However, even though Tang Chun paved the way for Tang San, Tang San still intended to give up inheriting the Shura god position and insisted on inheriting the sea god position. This made the Shura god anxious, as his pitiful inheritance place had already been destroyed by this little brat Tang San. And the only one who possessed the Shura domain was Tang San. If Tang San did not inherit his divine position, he would truly have nothing left. Therefore, the Shura god engaged in many underhanded tactics later, deliberately providing leniency and backdoor opportunities to forcefully help Tang San turn the situation around. If the sea god only provided Tang San with a little convenience during the trial, which could be considered somewhat fair, then the Shura god could only be described as shameless, or even extremely shameless, with no morals or bottom line. To ensure Tang San's survival, he gave Tang San more attribute bonuses, exerting influence in the divine realm, persuading the food god and the 9-color goddess, and directly airdropping the divine position inheritance to Oscar and Ning Rongrong. Otherwise, why would divine positions fall from the sky, and 2 at once? Moreover, these 2 divine positions landed on the heads of 2 supporting soul masters from the Shrek 7 monsters. Is there such a good thing in the world? As a law-enforcing god, the Shura god was shameless to such an extent that it was unprecedented. But there was even more shamelessness. After Tang San was killed by Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong, with his heart exploded, the Shura god even more shamelessly sought out the food god and the 9-color goddess. As an exception in the divine realm's quality education, a law-enforcing deity who broke the law, and a top-tier god, the Shura god's words were naturally not to be ignored by the food god and the 9-color goddess. Under the Shura god's orders, the couple, after being called by Ning Rongrong and Oscar, personally left the divine realm and came to the Douluo Continent to resurrect Tang San through the hands of Ning Rongrong and Oscar. Otherwise, how could 2 small fries like Oscar and Ning Rongrong have the power to resurrect a deity? Not only that, to help Tang San achieve victory, the Shura god even came up with a little trick of letting Xiaowu serve as a sword sheath, forcefully stuffing his divine position into Tang San. In the later stages, rather than saying that Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong lost to Tang San, it would be more accurate to say that they lost to the shameless Shura god. Yitian estimated that during the final battle, if Tang San still couldn't defeat Bibi Dong and Qian Rinxue, the Shura god might personally come from the god realm to the Douluo Continent and cut down Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong with a single sword. Chapter 106. Reflection 3. Seeking first subscription. Sigh. Even though the Shura god position cannot be obtained, getting a domain should still be possible. Yitian thought for a moment that since he had a martial soul skill, he should have a better time after entering the City of Slaughter. After all, in the City of Slaughter, soul ring skills cannot be used, but soul bone skills can, and his martial soul skills are similar to soul bone skills. So he should not be restricted. Although the Shura god has a bad reputation, he still wants to obtain the Slaughter domain. Yitian couldn't help but pout, murmuring to himself, does this count as really fragrant? The Slaughter City can be considered later, but the Sea God Island is probably not an option. The Sea God Island has a grudge against the Spear Hall. A few years ago, Qian Douluo even led the Spirit Hall to attack Sea God Island, but they were forced to retreat after 2 titled Douluos were killed by Sea God Poseidon. Just based on my identity as a member of the Spirit Hall, if discovered, I would probably be executed directly by Poseidon. Besides, it's too harsh for someone who isn't a Sea Spirit Master to undergo the assessment. The difficulty has been raised more than tenfold, purely to make things difficult for my buddy Fat Tiger. The key point is that if the heir of the Sea God S9 trials doesn't appear, even if others complete the assessment, they will be forcibly kept on the island, becoming a part of Sea God Island, unable to leave for life. This is essentially a large prison. If it weren't for Tang San gaining the Sea God's recognition, the Shrek 7 would never have returned to the mainland. Initially, the 7 of them thought they could complete the assessment, take the benefits, and run away, which was simply a joke. In terms of real power, Sea God Island is much more terrifying than the Spear Hall. The entire sea is under the influence of Sea God Island, and even the Spirit Beast forces are no exception. Almost all of them pledge loyalty to Sea God Island. Because Spirit Beasts that do not pledge loyalty to the Sea God have mostly been exterminated by Sea Spirit Masters through assessments. For instance, the evil demon killer whale. They were wiped out by the Shrek 7 in conjunction with the demon soul great white shark during the Sea God assessment. The reason is that the evil demon killer whales did not pledge loyalty to the Sea God, while their food, the demon soul great white shark's king, is a pet of the Sea God. Thus, the evil demon killer whales suffered. The evil demon killer whales did nothing wrong. They were simply following the natural order. Is it a crime for wolves to eat sheep? Moreover, after 100,000 years of cultivation, even if sea spirit beasts do not completely transform into human forms like Xiao Wu, they can temporarily change into human forms like mermaids to go ashore and interact with humans. Strictly speaking, the evil demon killer whale king can also be considered half-human. So, is there any difference between the actions of Tang San and the others and those of the Spirit Hall when they hunted his mother? The deep-sea demon whale king is the same. It quietly lies at the bottom of the sea, sleeping and cultivating, waiting to transform into a dragon and become a god, without engaging in any troublesome actions. It only kills humans and spirit beasts that intrude into its territory, waking it from its sleep and disturbing its cultivation. And almost everyone in the Sea Spirit Master community knows its routine, and no one dares to provoke it, making it truly a pure-hearted spirit beast. As a result, because it did not submit to the Sea God, it was blinded in one eye. Later, it became a stepping stone for Tang San on his path to godhood, forcibly killed by the cheating Sea God and Shura God during Tang San's assessment. It truly is a case of injustice. More unjust than Do's situation. A person sits in the sea, and disaster falls from the sky. Yitian understood that going to Poseidon Island was like sending a meat bun to a dog, a one-way trip with no return. Escaping from Poseidon's pursuit on the sea was not very realistic, as Poseidon's strength in his hometown was comparable to that of a deity. As for whether he could trigger the 9 trials of the Sea God by going to take the assessment himself, that was uncertain. Yitian didn't have any extravagant hopes. Without obtaining the heart of the Sea God and the Sea God's recognition, it was almost impossible to pass the 9 trials of the Sea God. To obtain the heart of the Sea God, one must first acquire the Han Hai Qian Kuan shield from the Tian-Do royal family. This is quite a big hurdle. The Tian-Do royal family has held onto this broken shield for hundreds of years, yet no one has successfully recognized it as their own, indicating that it's a frustrating thing that depends on the person. Even if one goes to great lengths to obtain it, if the Sea God doesn't like you, it would be useless. The angel trial is also not an option, as one must possess an angel martial soul to take the test, which is a dead end. The known divine inheritances are also not viable. Their autonomy is too strong. No matter how much one does, it ultimately depends on whether the gods like you or not. So one shouldn't invest too much thought in that area. Yitian couldn't help but shake his head. Is Tang Chen not strong? Hasn't he put in enough effort? The Azura god helps Tang San so selflessly. If he had devoted even 1% of his attention to awakening Tang Chun from his confusion years ago, would Tang Chun have been drained by the nine-headed bat? This shameless Azura god could even go as far as resurrecting Tang San, but is unwilling to wake Tang Chun, who was lost after being secretly fed filth by the Rakshasa god in the City of Slaughter. To put it simply, the Azura god doesn't find Tang Chun pleasing enough. You don't deserve to be my successor. This is a typical case of planning relies on people, but success relies on the gods. I cannot entrust my future to whether those incompetent beings in the divine realm find me pleasing or not. Yitian shook his head and suddenly thought of Poseidon and Qiandaolu. Poseidon's talent is undeniably powerful, far surpassing that of the Shrek 6 monsters. The talent of the sea god S8 tests is even stronger than Tang San's. What she lacks might just be a Hanhai Qianquan shield or the favor of the sea god. As a genius of the sea god S8 tests, what reward did the sea god give Poseidon? It was the title of Grand Offering. Although the sea god granted Poseidon immense power, it also shackled her. It's like the golden hoop on Sun Wukong's head. With that thing, he is no longer the great sage equal to heaven, but rather just a dog for Buddha. No different from those mountain guardian beasts. If Tang Sung wants the monkey dead, he just needs to keep reciting the golden hoop spell. If the sea god wants Poseidon dead, all he needs is for Tang San to express his desire to complete the sea god S9 tests. This is even worse than the reward for the Shrek 6 monsters, who are less talented than Poseidon, because the sea god directly deprived her of her potential to become a deity, stifling her future. Her talent is stronger than that of the Shrek 7 monsters. Why do the other 6 have the qualifications to become gods while she does not? To put it bluntly, it's because the sea god does not have high hopes for Poseidon. You are not worthy to be my successor. You are only fit to be my successor's experienced baby. This is also why Poseidon once wanted to kill Tang San during the assessment. After cultivating for over 100 years, no one would want to hand over everything they have as a wedding dress to someone else. The assessment by the gods must be taken seriously. Yitian sighed, hoping not to be chosen by the gods as a successor, but instead become a mere experienced baby of a successor. The gods of Douluo Continent are actually not much different from humans. Yitian never believed he would become a person loved by everyone, like Tang San. Someone who is adored by gods and men alike, especially since his golden-rated broadcaster, Draven, had a bit of a foul mouth, which was quite off-putting. If he were really likable, Bibi Dong would have taken the initiative to accept him as a disciple. But in reality, that didn't happen, even after Huang Ying suggested it. Bibi Dong rejected the idea without hesitation. These deities were hard to deal with, and there was no new divine inheritance information. Yitian touched the small tooth mark on his nose and suddenly paused, slowly directing his gaze towards the northeast. That was where the Papal Hall was located. The Papal Hall loomed on the mountain, and even from his current position, he could see it. Perhaps there was still a way. He murmured. Chapter 107. Training Part 2 in the following days. Zhao Yingjie and Zhu Zhujin still hadn't returned and were still hunting soul beasts in the soul hunting forest. After overcoming Bibi Dong, Huang Ying began to teach Yitian individually. Every day after class, Yitian would go to teacher Huang for special training. In the mornings, he would team up with Zhang Xing to train together. Since the last battle with Qian Rinxue, Yitian's problem with wielding the axe had improved significantly, especially in terms of fluidity, which could barely be described as seamless. He also made substantial progress in distance control, being able to ensure the axe landed within a 3-meter range. After the last meeting with Bibi Dong, following Huang Ying's suggestion, Yitian intensified his physical strength training. Thus, he moved his morning exercises from the playground to the Academy's gravity training facility. Yitian changed the morning exercise venue, and his 2 companions, Su Yu and Zhang Xing, naturally followed suit. In the gravity training area, the intensity of the training increased significantly, and the effects of the workout were immediate. Every time they finished training, they felt a soreness in their backs and waists. As usual, there was no one around in the early morning, so Yitian and Zhang Xing opened the gate to the double gravity training zone. Su Yu did not live with them and looked down on this kind of strength training. She always believed that technique was paramount. Since it was just morning exercise, the intensity was moderate, and there were no overly intense movements that would leave them exhausted for the rest of the day, which was naturally unadvisable. After warming up with some weightlifting, Yitian began doing one-handed push-ups, alternating between his two hands. Under normal gravity, this could only be considered a warm-up exercise, but under double gravity, it was very effective. Zhangxing had a different plan from Yitian. His training focused mainly on squats and horse stances. As a defensive soul master, the stability of his lower body was the most important aspect. Moreover, his martial spirit was a shield, and his attack method was primarily based on charging. The stronger his leg strength, the greater the impact of his charge. Yitian was doing one-handed push-ups while thinking. Learning without thinking leads to confusion, and training is the same. Blindly working hard is not advisable. One must summarize gains and losses, ensuring that every effort is applied where it is needed. Yitian was quite dissatisfied with his current physical condition. The primary issue was his explosive power, which was lacking due to his own skills. Both overall and local explosive power needed further improvement. His current strong output capability relied entirely on the Empire's bond buff and the powerful enhancement of a spinning flying axe. Yitian's explosive power is not very strong because he lacks technical training. In other words, he currently possesses brute strength but does not have enough skills to fully utilize that strength. However, after practicing the instant burst step technique, his overall explosive power has improved a bit. Yet, Yitian feels that this explosion is quite one-dimensional, and its effectiveness in dealing damage to enemies is not very significant. He needs to play to his strengths. What are his strengths? Yitian asks himself. My greatest strength is that my attack power is exceptionally fierce right now. And in terms of offense, I can even suppress Qian Rengshu with the power of a soul master at the second ring. Yitian squinted his eyes, thinking that his strengths should be further developed. Besides applying it to his soul skills, how could he train his body to make his spinning axe attack more powerful? He recalled the scene when he first learned the soul skill, spinning axe, where Draven was boredly spinning a dagger with his fingers. The attack of the spinning axe was precisely achieved by rotating the axe with his fingers and then applying soul power to create a terrifying strangulation force to injure others. Wasn't it? He thought to himself. The attributes of the soul skill can't be changed, but the strength of his finger rotation can. If he strengthens the force of his fingers, wouldn't the power of the spinning axe be able to reach new heights? But how should he train the strength of his fingers? Yitian pondered that simply doing push-ups wouldn't work, and training grip strength wasn't reliable either. He remembered the techniques of the one-finger Zen and the mighty Vajra finger from his previous life. He decided to pass on the mighty Vajra finger, as its training method involved poking sandbags, doors, and stones with fingers. He wasn't Kato Takashi, so there was no need to poke others with his fingers. However, practicing the one-finger Zen was still necessary. The steadier and stronger the fingers, the more proficient and powerful he would become when spinning the axe. Yitian, who was easily doing one-handed push-ups, switched to using one finger. Thud! Unable to support himself, Yitian fell to the ground. It was still a bit too much for him, and he almost broke his finger. He had to try slowly, step by step. Yitian once again began his self-abuse process, starting with his 5 fingers, gradually reducing them, pushing his body to the limits it could withstand. This way, his arm strength and finger power would be enhanced. Even if he couldn't hold on, Yitian wouldn't use his soul power to forcefully support himself, as that wouldn't achieve the training effect he desired. Deceiving oneself was clearly meaningless. In the gravity training room, Yitian tried again and again, falling repeatedly. Although it was somewhat awkward, he was still very excited. Boss, we should leave now, Zhangxing said, sweating profusely and wiping his face with a towel. You go ahead. I'll train a bit longer. Yitian didn't turn around, continuing to do one-handed 2-finger push-ups while waving his hand to Zhangxing normally, according to Yitian's past habits. He should have finished training by now, but today he had adopted a new training method that was proving effective, so he planned to practice a couple more sets. All right then, just remember to take it easy. Zhangxing looked at Yitian, who was training his fingers, and couldn't help but frown. He opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. As a training fanatic, Yitian occasionally came up with some quirky moves. Not long after Zhangxing left, the door opened again. Hulaina, after her crushing defeat against Qian Rinchua last time, had also been training diligently, frequently going back and forth between her mimicry training ground and the gravity training room. After getting familiar with Yitian, she also learned about his background, a lonely orphan who forged iron in a remote mountain village. This made her feel a bit more fond of him. After all, they were both down-and-out people, and at least Yitian had an older brother. However, it puzzled her. She had started training from a young age. But where did Yitian get such impressive skills? Then Hulaina saw an astonishing scene. Yitian in the gravity training room, bare-chested, sweat pouring down like rain. His legs suspended in the air, performing push-ups with 2 fingers, alternating every 20 reps. What kind of strength is this? Hulaina, like Suyu, believed that technique was king and that the body merely served to better support soul power. The main reason she frequently trained in the gravity room was due to Bibi Dong's orders. Even so, she rarely engaged in strength training like weightlifting. Most of her training focused on enhancing her techniques. Watching Yitian drenched in sweat, she couldn't help but recall the scene when she first met him. Only this time, she was the one sweating profusely. They really did get to know each other through fighting. Chapter 108. Sparring. Hulaina squinted her eyes. Regarding the outcome of her previous battle with Yitian, she had always thought it was because her skills were not mature enough. Now that she thought about it, perhaps it wasn't the case. It might be due to the gap in strength. After all, during that fight, neither side had used their martial souls. And the strength Yitian was displaying now could rival the state of many soul masters after using their martial souls, capable of achieving a 1 force over 10 skills effect. Yitian felt someone and stopped, seeing Hulaina outside, staring in shock. He smiled slightly, took a towel to wipe off his sweat, and put on his clothes. "What are you doing here at the gravity training ground?" he asked. "Aren't you supposed to be at the mimicry training ground? The first time you saw me was in the gravity training ground, right?" Hulaina glared at Yitian. Despite her young age, she had a captivating charm. "This is my territory. You just occupied it without saying a word. And then you ask me why I'm here? Hee. What do you mean by yours and mine? This is a public place." Yitian shook his clothes and put them on. What kind of strange training method is this? Hulaina didn't quite understand the purpose of Yitian's training. "I'm training my fingers." Yitian extended 2 fingers, pointed to his own eyes, and then pointed to Hulaina's eyes. "Why are you training your fingers?" Hulaina was a bit confused. She couldn't figure out why training fingers was necessary. "To poke people? Cough, cough, it's just to exercise my explosive power." Yitian adjusted his wrinkled clothes. Although he didn't have much muscle, he was actually quite strong. He struck a pose. There weren't any intimidating muscle lines, but Hulaina could sense that it was filled with explosive power. "Aren't you afraid of training yourself into a mess?" Hulaina frowned and suddenly said, "How could that be?" Yitian didn't team mind. This was a scientific training method. In his past life, the Shaolin masters trained like this, and he had never seen anyone injure themselves. In fact, his training method was quite different from that of ordinary people. Due to the existence of the martial soul, he needed a stronger body. Yitian explained briefly. In order to better withstand the impact brought by the fusion of twin martial souls and soul rings in the future, he had to have a powerful physique. "Is it a problem with the martial soul? I suggest you ask your teacher about it," Hulaina said after pondering for a moment. "As soul masters, soul power cultivation is the top priority." Yitian nodded, not wanting to argue with her. Debating with a girl would not end well, and he could tell that Hulaina meant well. Seeing this, Hulaina said no more and turned to begin her own training in the gravity training room. Her training was more scientific compared to Yitian's, with movements that resembled dancing, which was very pleasing to the eye. As a refined girl, she certainly couldn't train like Yitian. What if she ended up becoming a muscular woman? Yishin paused his training, sitting on the side, resting while watching Hulaina train. He finally understood why Hulaina monopolized this layer of the gravity training ground, not allowing others to come in to train. Because Hulaina's training movements were somewhat reminiscent of the elegance of yoga from his past life, some of the movements were quite intimate and had a larger scale. Yitian touched his nose, but did not avoid the situation. For a small scene, well, a small scene. Hulaina glanced at Yitian, her gaze intense. "Hey, why aren't you training anymore? You need to balance work and rest." "I'll take a break first." Yitian's little face was serious. "You've rested long enough. It should be enough by now. Come train with me." Hulaina's big eyes twinkled mischievously. "Train together?" Yitian was slightly taken aback. "It wasn't suitable for sparring in the gravity training area. We won't use our martial souls, just a normal spar." Hulaina narrowed her big eyes, looking like a little fox. From their last battle, she was clear that Yitian's strength lay in long-range attacks and in close combat. She might not necessarily lose to him. She still felt a bit unsatisfied about being knocked down by Yitian last time and wanted to reclaim her pride. Last time, she had trained for a long time and was somewhat exhausted, which allowed Yitian to take advantage of the situation. This time, the roles were reversed. It was Yitian who had trained for a long time and was drained of energy, while she had just started training and hadn't consumed much stamina yet. Her earlier training was more of a warm-up. With his shift, capturing Yitian, this little brat, would be a piece of cake, right? You want to spar? Yitian was slightly surprised. He wasn't an idiot and could clearly see the little girl's thoughts. Girls tend to hold grudges. Now Hulaina wanted to reclaim her pride. All right, Yitian nodded. Although the previous training consumed a tremendous amount of physical strength, he had held back during his training. The plan for a day lies in the morning. Morning exercises are always aimed at waking up the body, and he never exhausts himself. Moreover, after training with Huang Ying for a few days, he had improved in various aspects and was no longer the brute force fighter he used to be. Now that Hulaina proposed a spar, it was exactly what he wanted. Come on, Yitian stood up, casually moved his neck, and waved at Hulaina, signaling her to make the first move. You smell terrible. Who want to spar with you? Hulaina pouted in disdain. Why don't you go take a shower before we spar? Take a shower and then spar? Yitian chuckled. He certainly understood Hulaina's meaning, but that didn't stop him from letting his imagination run wild. Right, Hulaina nodded, looking at Yitian's inexplicable smile with confusion. What are you laughing about? Nothing. Just wait for me for 3 minutes. Yitian turned around and headed towards the bathhouse at the back of the training ground. The bathhouse was right next to the training area, specially prepared for the students training here. After all, they couldn't go to class smelling awful after training. The bathhouse was quite simple, lacking the rumored showerheads and faucets, but there was a pool of spring water in the center, similar to a swimming pool. Around the pool, there were various wooden tubs. Since it was spring water, large streams of water continuously bubbled up from the ground. To prevent flooding, there were 2 drainage channels along the upper edge of the pool to carry away excess water. Students coming here to bathe had to use the wooden tubs at the edge of the pool to fetch water. Of course, they could also jump directly into the pool to wash, as the water was fresh and wouldn't turn into a stinking pool after too many people had bathed in it. Yitian looked around and decided to jump in directly to wash up. It was early morning, and usually there weren't many people around here. He jumped in smoothly and quickly wiped his body. Yitian glanced at his little elephant trunk, and a hint of sadness crossed his mind. This was something that prehistoric giant pythons would have. Chapter 109. Sparring 4 updates. Yitian took a quick shower, finishing in 5 minutes. When he came out, Hulaina was practicing various swift kicks. Her movements were quite methodical, with good elasticity and mobility, showing few flaws, obviously a result of rigorous training. After a few days of training with Huang Ying, Yitian could compare the gap in skill. This was no mere show. How is it? Hulaina asked after finishing a set. She had just completed her warm-up, and a few glistening beads of sweat on her nose made her look quite adorable. Not bad. Not bad, you're quite skilled. Yitian replied somehat perfunctorid, nodding. Is that it? Tell me the truth. Hulaina was clearly dissatisfied with such a dismissive answer. It's all show, lots of routines, flowery punches, and embroidered legs. The silence was the most uncomfortable. Ahem, your flexibility is great, and your techniques are actually quite good, but your strength and speed still need improvement. Perhaps Yitian was not very good in practical application. After all, he had too much formal training. But when it came to spouting empty rhetoric, he could easily convince a little girl under 10 years old without issue. Seeing Hulaina deep in thought, he continued, also, I noticed you're quite fixated on routines. In combat, the most important thing is adaptability. Just master speed, accuracy, and ferocity. No moves are better than having moves. After spewing a lot of nonsense, Yitian finally offered some valuable insights to prove he wasn't just talking empty words. He mimicked Hulaina's earlier demonstration, but executed it with lower and faster kicks, striking like a whirlwind. After practicing the instant burst step, he instinctively applied that soul power explosion technique to various maneuvers. Thus, his kicks appeared very powerful and shocking, like a man of the wind. After a series of combos, Yitian moved more than 10 meters in an instant and turned back to see Hulaina in a daze. What's wrong? Yitian squinted, walked in front of Hulaina, and pretended to poke her in the eye. Oh, what are you doing? So annoying. Hulaina jumped in surprise, pouting and swatting Yitian's finger away. Why are you spacing out? Did you see my moves? Yitian asked. It was disrespectful to be dazed while he was showcasing his skills. I saw it, Hulaina nodded. How did you do that? Why can you apply one soul skill to both your footwork and your attacks? Yitian was somewhat at a loss for words and could only explain. It's something you can only understand through practice. It's hard to articulate. It's like everyone learns to walk just by crawling. But if you ask which muscles or nerves are involved in walking, I can only apologize. Really? Hulaina looked at Yitian suspiciously. Little brat, you're not hiding anything, are you? Speak properly. Yitian glanced at Hulaina, starting to seriously babble. If you train like I do, you might just grasp it. Train like you do? You mean like self-harm? Hulaina retorted angrily. That's not self-harm. You all only train a few body parts, but I'm different. I'm training even my fingers. When you can't see me, I'm training other parts too. Only by training my whole body can I make my body respond like my fingers. This was not just nonsense from Yitian. It was very reasonable and also his direction for future improvement. Is that so? Hulaina was somewhat swayed, thinking it over. It really was the case. Her master, Bai Dong, had been very busy lately, rarely seen, and she had to rely more on the academy's teachers for training. Yes, Yitian nodded. Balance is the most important thing. Practicing horse stance will benefit you. Yitian taught Hulaina to adopt a horse stance, a technique passed down from Huang Ying, which was also set as the major subject for Zhongxing by Huang Ying. Naturally, Yitian learned it as well. Is this useful? Hulaina felt a bit awkward. She had to admit that this posture really didn't look very good. Yitian patted Hulaina's slender waist. Suck in your stomach. You need to achieve the unity of waist and horse stance. Imagine riding a fierce horse beneath your abdomen. You must continuously subdue it. After saying so much, he asked, "Can you demonstrate?" Hulaina felt a bit embarrassed by the posture, which was somewhat similar to the squatting action Yitian had when they first met in the soul hunting forest. All right, Yitian nodded, adopting the horse stance, and said to Hulaina, "Come on, try to attack me. If I move, it counts as your win." Hulaina's eyes brightened, and a hint of cunning flashed across her face as Yitian transformed from a training partner into a punching bag. She was indeed interested in giving a try. Creating some distance, Hulaina let out a delicate shout and executed a fierce side kick towards Yitian. Bang! Yitian easily caught it, standing firm as a mountain, without a hint of tremor. Yitian smiled slightly. Although the impact was considerable, it couldn't shake his stance. Come again. Having a live target was a waste if not used. Hulaina was also unreserved, launching a fierce attack towards Yitian. Now that no one was around, she didn't have to hold back. Hulaina's attacks were quite powerful, with many ruthless moves aimed directly at vital points. However, she altered the focus of her techniques. For example, a move originally aimed at the eyes was changed to target the nostrils, but this made it seem somewhat awkward. While the moves were fierce, their lethality was greatly reduced. It's fine, I can hit any part. Otherwise, the power can't be unleashed. Yitian couldn't help but twitch his nose, predicting failure. He had almost fallen for it just now. This was simply not following the usual patterns. Who sticks their fingers in their nose during practice? Upon hearing this, Hulaina's eyebrows moved slightly, and she no longer worried about hurting Yitian. Her moves became sharper. However, she still maintained a sense of restraint, avoiding strikes to lethal areas. Yet, Yitian stood unmoving like a mountain. No matter how fierce Hulaina's attacks were, he effortlessly blocked them, remaining unfazed. After a powerful downward strike was easily deflected by Yitian, Hulaina felt her legs go weak, instantly losing her balance and falling straight down. With someone helping him practice stability, Yitian was enjoying it quite a bit, even imagining the storm getting fiercer. As a result, Hulaina suddenly fell. He quickly reached out to catch her slender waist, stabilizing her in a very classic posture. He felt a bit speechless. Perhaps he had been too forceful. "Are you all right?" Yitian asked grumpily, touching her forehead. "I told you to try your best. No need to hold back, right? We don't have a deep-seated grudge," he teased, noticing that Hulaina was still breathing fine, just a little exhausted from overexerting herself. Chapter 110, Friends Return. Hearing Yitian's words, Hulaina's pretty face flushed, and she mumbled, "You said to give it my all and not to hold back, you little liar." All right. So how about this training move? Not bad, right? Yitian asked. "It's really impressive. I might have to trouble you constantly in the future." In this posture, Hulaina felt a bit embarrassed. However, the technique she had just used seemed genuinely useful. If she could maintain stability and balance during combat, it would indeed be quite beneficial. This move was something Bibi Dong had never taught her. After all, as a noble and elegant pope, how could she perform such a stance that looked like squatting to relieve oneself? Wouldn't that be embarrassing? We're all classmates. There's no need to be troublesome. Yitian chuckled, slightly tightening his hold around Hulaina's waist. Making a few jokes could help strengthen their relationship. Being too shy wouldn't be good. Hulaina's face turned even redder. Although Yitian was younger, she still felt a bit embarrassed. At that moment, the training room door opened and several students chatting enthusiastically walked in. Upon seeing the scene, the air suddenly became tense. In the gravity training room, one could hear a pin drop. The crowd stared wide-eyed at each other, in their eyes. Hulaina was blushing and lying in Yitian's arms. "Oh no, did we walk into the wrong place?" Zhao Yingjie looked around, deliberately avoiding looking ahead. Yeah, I saw nothing. Zhu Zhujin glanced at Zhao Yingjia, and the two exchanged silent nods. In unison, they said, "We walked into the wrong place. We saw nothing. Nothing at all." After saying this, they prepared to turn and leave. Zhang Xing was still in a daze, completely unaware of the situation. Recalling the earlier scene where Yitian had said, "You go ahead. I'll practice a bit longer." He now just wanted to complain. What practice? You sly guy. No wonder you wanted to send me away. It turns out you were having a private meeting with a girl here. Seeing this, Hulaina quickly stood up, her small hand stealthily reaching out to twist Yitian's waist hard. Yitian, caught off guard, immediately gasped and quickly composed himself, waving his hand nonchalantly. "We were just sparring. Hulaina accidentally twisted her ankle, and I was helping her." He pointed to Hulaina. "This is my friend, Hulaina. She's a bit older than you, so you can call her Senior Hu." Hulaina shot Yitian an annoyed glance, feeling displeased. "What do you mean by a bit older? Does she really look that old?" Then he introduced Hulaina. "These three are my dormmates. The one who looks quite robust is Zhang Xing. The one who seems a bit shifty is Zhao Yingjia, and the shy one is Zhu Zhujin. Hello, I'm Hulaina from the 3rd year of the Wuhuan campus. Nice to meet you." Hulaina had calmed down. The faint blush on her face had disappeared, and she exuded an aura of aloofness that was hard to ignore. Zhang Xing, Zhao Yingjia, and Zhu Zhujin were instantly taken aback, feeling as if the senior in front of them had suddenly transformed, making them hesitant to look directly at her, even wanting to bow down. "Hello, senior. Hello, senior." In front of Hulaina, Zhang Xing, Zhu Zhujin, and Zhao Yingjia felt utterly embarrassed, their bodies trembling involuntarily, hearts racing, faces flushed, and they couldn't even articulate a coherent sentence. Yitian was a bit confused. What was going on? That optimistic and lively Zhang Xing, the atmosphere maker, had turned into a stuttering mess. As for the originally shy and introverted Zhu Zhujin, he now looked even redder than a monkey's butt. The normally quiet him couldn't utter a single word, just lowering his head and staring intently at his toes, not daring to lift his head at all. Yitian looked at Hulaina. Hulaina shook her head helplessly, slightly raised her hands, and wore an innocent expression. This situation was not something she could control. It was a natural effect of her Tianhu, martial soul. Even without entering martial soul possession or using soul skills, she would unconsciously emit a heavy seductive aura that affected those around her. According to Bibi Dong, this situation could only be completely reined in when her strength reached a certain level, allowing her to fully control her martial soul. The seductive aura emitted by her every move was the reason why Hulaina had very few friends, as it was difficult for ordinary people to interact with her. This was also why her relationship with Yitian improved, as he was not affected by the allure and could be a good friend. "You guys chat first. I'll be leaving." She smiled and didn't stay any longer. "Goodbye." Yitian nodded, not insisting on her staying, with the current state of his companions. Hulaina felt uncomfortable staying there. After Hulaina left, Yitian looked at Zhu Zhujin and Zhao Yingjia. He noticed that after obtaining their soul rings, both Zhu Zhujin and Zhao Yingjia had undergone some subtle changes. After acquiring their soul rings, they seemed to appear a bit more capable, looking more spirited overall. Especially Zhu Zhujin, who was originally shy and timid, now had a sense of a beast lying in wait after merging with the soul ring. "How was your return from the soul hunting forest? What age soul rings did you obtain?" Yitian asked. Upon hearing Yitian's words, the two smiled slightly, and their soul power surged, with a yellow 100-year soul ring rising from each of them. Yitian carefully examined the soul rings of the two, trying to determine their age by color, but he was disappointed. He couldn't tell just by looking at the soul rings. "Congratulations, congratulations." Yitian smiled, but didn't say much more. He didn't inquire about soul skills, as they were somewhat private matters. Compared to Yitian's adult mindset, Zhang Xing was more straightforward and directly asked, "Congratulations, congratulations. Let's see what your soul ring skills are." Zhu Zhujin and Zhao Yingjia had just obtained their soul rings and were very excited. Upon hearing Zhang Xing's question, their excitement grew even more. They had been waiting for this question. If Yitian and Zhang Xing didn't ask, how could they show off? For them, good things should be shared with friends, especially since they were in the same dormitory. Hiding things was no fun. Zhao Yingjia smiled mysteriously and said, "My martial soul is the rune dagger. Before going, I consulted Teacher Huang. So, for this soul ring selection, I chose the Blade Mantis, which has very strong offensive capabilities. The Blade Mantis is characterized by its extremely fast attack speed and its sharp arm blades, which correspond perfectly to my two rune daggers. Whether it's speed or enhancing the sharpness of the rune daggers, it's a great choice for me. As he spoke, his circle of yellow soul rings suddenly flickered, and a halo burst forth from his body, spreading to his pair of daggers. Chapter 111. Simulation Training Ground. Zhao Yingjia's rune daggers were originally dull and lacked luster, covered in various black runes. But after infusing them with soul power, those black runes instantly burst forth with dazzling brilliance, resembling two light swords. Wow, second brother, your soul skill looks really cool. Zhangxing couldn't help but exclaim. Yitian couldn't help but squint his eyes. Zhao Yingjia looked quite like a Jedi in this state. However, he felt that the effect of this soul skill wasn't very strong. Perhaps it was due to the deep influences from his past life that made him place great importance on the charge skill. If it were up to him, he would prefer to use stealth or charge-type soul skills. After all, stealth is the essence of an assassin. Upon hearing Zhangxing's praise, Zhao Yingjia smiled and said, "My soul skill is called Rune Enhancement, which can greatly enhance the power of the rune dagger and allows me to break through soul power defenses. Moreover, Rune Enhancement can not only strengthen weapons, but also enhance the soul master themselves. Once activated, my physical attributes will increase by 10%. After speaking, Zhao Yingjia struck out in midair, and a rune-glowing dagger slashed through the air, leaving a brilliant trail with a whoosh. Yitian nodded. It seemed that Teacher Huang was indeed professional. If it were just simple weapon enhancement, it would be rather useless, but if it also strengthens the body, then that would be great. Very great from now on. You will be the main output in our team." Yitian gave Zhao Yingjia a thumbs up. "Huh, not at all, boss. You are the main output." Zhao Yingjia scratched his head, looking humble. "I'm just the deputy, the secondary output." He had heard Zhangxing mention that Yitian had taken down a level 20 defensive soul master with 2 flying axes. In terms of lethality, his 2 small daggers couldn't compare at all. "Hey, what about you, fourth?" Zhangxing shifted his gaze to Zhu Jin. "Your martial soul is the Nether Spirit Cat. I've heard that its quality is quite good and it holds a respectable position among beast martial souls. What is your soul skill?" This was knowledge Yitian had shared with Zhangxing, but he didn't explain the status of the Nether Spirit Cat in the Douluo Empire. It was evident that the relationships within the Douluo royal family were quite distorted, while the internal struggles of other royal families were covert. The Douluo Empire was all out in the open. As a subordinate royal family, the Nether Spirit Cat clan was naturally closely related to the evil-eyed White Tiger family. Zhu Jin, with his timid and honest personality, was destined to be a sacrificial lamb in the royal struggles. "My soul skill is called Shadow Stab." Zhu Jin smiled slightly and entered the martial soul possession state. After the possession, Zhu Jin's eyes changed color. His left eye turned dark green, his right eye bright blue, and his hands transformed into cat claws. Yitian was slightly taken aback. No wonder he could use the martial soul fusion technique with the evil-eye White Tiger martial soul. It was simply too similar. When Zhu Jin entered the martial soul embodiment state, a faint illusion trailed behind him as he moved, making it very difficult to capture his position. This was a characteristic of the Nether Spirit Cat martial soul, making his attacks elusive and hard to defend against. Suddenly, a shadow flickered, and Zhu Jin transformed into a phantom, rushing forward and abruptly appearing 3 meters away. His 5 claws were pointed like a sword, covered with sharp black soul power, and he thrust forward violently, causing the air to crackle loudly. Yitian was slightly taken aback. Zhu Jin's first soul skill actually included a charge. Moreover, it seemed to have quite impressive destructive power. Overall, as a first soul skill, it was indeed quite good. Alright, our dormitory configuration is exceptionally strong. My soul skill also has offensive capabilities, and once we start fighting, it will be devastating. Zhangxing was quite excited. Our dormitory's configuration is a bit extreme. Yitian furrowed his brow. If we are to compete in the future, we will at least need an auxiliary soul master, a healing soul master, and a control soul master. He had not forgotten that going to extremes would not end well. The Elephant Armor Academy was a prime example. If he were to create an all-offensive formation, how would that be any different from them? He recalled that in the Douluo Continent, control-type soul masters were the real deal. They were fierce in one-on-one battles, even fiercer in team fights, and served as the core of the team. Their team didn't have a single control-type soul master, which meant they had no core. Rather than a team fight, it would be more accurate to say it was just a bunch of people brandishing weapons. Perhaps they could bring AI Erla over. That way, they would have an auxiliary soul master join. Then they would still need 1 healing soul master and 1 control soul master. What do we need control and healing for? For a moment, Zhang Xing's mind was racing, and he shouted, "The best defense is offense. Let's go for an all-output formation. I'll charge in front, and you guys follow me to take them out in one fell swoop." Yitian stared at Zhang Xing, feeling a bit reluctant to speak. If he really rushed in like that, wouldn't it be like delivering food? Don't argue with kids, otherwise it will never end. Let's have Huang Ying call them instead. He thought, all right, let's tidy up. We need to go to class. Yitian had to interrupt the three who were chatting enthusiastically. Huang Ying had been very busy lately. After learning the secret of Yitian's twin martial souls from Bai Bai Dong, he had been working on arranging a simulated training ground for the students in the class. In fact, the academy had a dedicated simulated training ground, which was very spacious and particularly friendly to soul masters with beast martial souls and plant martial souls. Because in the soul hunting forest next to the academy, many simulated training grounds have been designated, where various soul beasts and plants were kept, which could greatly meet the needs of various martial souls. However, some peculiar martial souls were a bit difficult to handle. For example, Yan's Flame Lord Martial Soul. The best training ground for his martial soul should be in extremely hot places like a volcanic crater, but there were no volcanoes in the entire Soul Master City. Therefore, to meet his needs, the Academy could only arrange for him to train next to the Super Furnace in the Blacksmith Association's branch in Soul Master City. For Zhang Xing, Zhao Yingjia, Zhu Zhujin, AI Air, and others, the arrangement for simulated training grounds were quite easy. Huang Ying frowned. But how can Yitian's martial soul achieve the purpose of simulated training? He felt a bit troubled. A humanoid martial soul, according to the rules of beast martial souls, should train best among people. But he was already among the crowd. Wouldn't that mean it couldn't demonstrate the superiority of simulated training? He needed to understand the characteristics of Yitian's martial soul and then prescribe the right remedy, using the characteristics to achieve the goal of simulated training. Huang Ying took out Yitian's enrollment file from his desk. As the homeroom teacher, he had all the information about the students in the class. His gaze moved to the martial soul section. Mutated Blacksmith Martial Soul. Chapter 112. 3 years later, what the hell is a mutated Blacksmith Martial Soul? Huang Ying was filled with frustration and almost cursed it out loud. Who wrote this information? What the hell is a Blacksmith Martial Soul? A blacksmith's martial soul should be wielding a hammer. How could it possibly hold a flying axe? He tossed Yitian's file aside, cursing the people from the Sunset City branch for being incompetent. When Yitian activated his martial soul, it was like performing in a play. After thinking carefully, he decided to call the kid over to ask him in person. Huang Ying stood up and left the room. After class, Huang Ying kept Yitian behind. Xiao Tian, I'm now preparing to arrange a simulated training ground for you. Tell me, what are the characteristics of your martial soul? Gold medal anchor, Yitian said without thinking. Gold medal host. Huang Ying was taken aback. What is that? It's just a host, similar to the commentators in the fighting arena, explaining the events to the audience. Yitian replied. Huang Ying looked puzzled, secretly thinking that it was no wonder he had a mutated martial soul. There were all sorts of strange situations. In comparison, Yitian's second martial soul seemed a bit more normal. I understand now. Huang Ying nodded thoughtfully, considering what kind of simulated training environment to arrange for Yitian. Yitian looked at Huang Ying and recalled the moments when he obtained his martial soul skills twice. The first time was at Draven's Glory Execution Ground. The second time was on the battlefield between two armies. No matter how you look at it, the characteristics of Draven's martial soul shouldn't be that of Streamer. A gold medal streamer is just a skin. Draven's core should still be the executioner and the general. It shouldn't be reversed. That teacher, I remembered. My martial soul characteristic shouldn't be the executioner. He quickly corrected himself. It's the executioner and the general. Gold medal streamer? Executioner? General? Huang Ying muttered to himself. And with each name he mentioned, his expression became increasingly odd. He suddenly recalled the mutated blacksmith martial soul in Yitian's profile, instantly feeling as uncomfortable as if he had swallowed a fly. Bang, bang, bang. Ow, what the hell? Yitian suddenly covered his head and jumped up, instinctively blurting out his catchphrase. Teacher, why are you hitting me? He was a bit confused, having been inexplicably hit several times on the head. Your martial soul characteristics are a bit too many. Don't try to mislead me. Honestly confess. What are your martial soul characteristics? Huang Ying said with a dark face. Streamer. Executioner. General. Yitian said word by word. Are you sure? Huang Ying expressed doubt. Multiple characteristics of a martial soul are often interrelated. But these three characteristics of Yitian seemed completely unrelated, even to the point of not being connected at all. Sure. All right, you can go now. Huang Ying waved his hand. Yitian left thoughtfully, secretly complaining. Is my next martial soul manifestation environment going to be a slaughterhouse? Am I going to change my secondary profession from blacksmith to butcher? He shook his head vigorously. If that were the case, it would be too unbearable. However, if training in the slaughterhouse could yield faster results, he could only grit his teeth and participate. Under Huang Ying's organization, Zhu Zhujin, Zhang Xing, Zhao Yingjie, Su Yu, and AI Air began to consciously work together. Huang Ying had the idea of integrating them into a team. After all, they were the most talented individuals in the class. He had carefully selected them, forcibly taking them from many teachers. As for Yak and Yin, those two would eventually return to the Martial Soul District. They already had their own Soul Master team there, so he didn't need to arrange much for them here. Zhang Xing's aggressive approach was the best defense, but his reckless strategy declared bankruptcy under Huang Ying's pressure, and he started obediently acting as a frontline meat shield. Huang Ying valued them highly, believing that as long as they were given some time, their future achievements wouldn't be too poor. However, in Huang Ying's view, Yitian's future was limitless. His talent was simply terrifying, especially since he possessed a second martial soul. If it didn't meet an untimely end, he would likely become an almost invincible super title Douluo in 30 years. With the addition of Zhang Xing, Su Yu, AI Air, and others, Yitian's days were a bit easier. After all, with 5 more people, Huang Ying's attention was dispersed, and he wouldn't focus all his training efforts on him. As a soul Douluo, Huang Ying was different from the theoretical types like Yu Xiaojiang. He would occasionally come down to personally guide, teaching students about the application of soul power. So when they trained, it was a mix of pain and joy. Currently, in the Academy's theoretical courses, aside from the essential course on soul beast characteristics, Yitian was basically absent. Occasionally, the teachers would call roll, and that was when Zhu Zhujin would showcase his special skill, completely changing his originally gentle personality and shouting out with full vigor. At that moment, each student would meet Hulaina, either train the axe-throwing skills next to the hunting soul forest, or go to the Pope's Palace with Hulaina to listen to Bibi Dong's lecture. 3 years later, in Spirit City, not long after leaving the bustling streets, a very imposing and solemn church came into view, with a high semicircular arch and a huge white cross-shaped holy sword standing on top. While the windows below were very narrow, the square was already crowded with people, pointing at a group of individuals in the center of the square, filled with a sense of excitement. In the center of the square stood a row of upright cross-shaped holy swords, identical to the holy sword held by the 6-winged angel statue on the back of the main hall. On that row of cross-shaped holy swords in the center of the square, a row of muscular men were tied up. These muscular men had blue faces and sharp teeth, exuding a fierce aura, with faint red light flickering in their eyes. The surrounding crowd occasionally threw stones, wooden blocks, and spit at them, with the sound of curses mixing into a chaotic uproar. Kill this group of evil soul masters. Someone spat upwards. These dogs have been killing people to train, and recently they have destroyed several villages. It was too tragic. I saw it with my own eyes. The entire village was left with nothing. Not even the crying infants were spared. They are simply inhuman. I heard that the soul masters of the law enforcement team disguised themselves as ordinary merchant teams, running back and forth between the Douluo Empire and the Heaven Do Empire, lying in wait for a full 6 months before capturing them. The crowd below was discussing fervently, commenting on the prisoners in the center of the square. Get lost, damned Spirit Hall. You'll be annihilated. You'll be killed. The imprisoned individuals roared in defiance. Lord Blood God will eventually eradicate you, leaving no trace of you Spirit Hall on the continent. Behind this group of muscular men stood a group of law enforcement personnel from the Spirit Hall, led by a middle-aged man wearing a wide white robe with golden edges. He quietly watched the prisoners roar and shout, without speaking, dignified and solemn, while several men and women in white robes stood behind him, clean and tidy. Beside these white-robed individuals sat a young boy. The boy tightly closed his eyes, seemingly accustomed to the scene before him, completely indifferent. Around him, red light flickered, and surging soul power erupted from his body, forming waves of soul power ripples. Chapter 113. Current situations. The boy is Yitian. Fortunately, Huang Ying did not let him train in the slaughterhouse. After careful consideration, Huang Ying realized that Yitian's martial soul, the executioner, was not a butcher. If he went to the slaughterhouse, it would undoubtedly be the wrong direction. Therefore, his simulated training environment could only be the execution ground, as training in such a place would greatly benefit his soul power growth. Every time he trained soul power in the presence of executed criminals, It would excite his draven martial soul, accelerating the fluctuations of soul power, and for a period afterward, his training speed would increase by about 20%. Thus, Huang Ying pulled some strings, making sure that each time there was an execution, he would be near the personnel of the Spirit Hall's law enforcement team, hoping to let Yitian execute the criminals. To achieve this, Huang Ying casually mentioned to the law enforcement team that Yitian was a very timid guy, so they brought Yitian to see the world, letting him execute criminals to build his courage. The Spirit Hall's law enforcement team did not suspect anything. Executing criminals was not a big deal, and passing on the task could also help train newcomers, so why not? Behind the law enforcement team was the Judgment Hall of the Spirit Hall. The Judgment Hall is the headquarters of the Spirit Hall's law enforcement team, coordinating all law enforcement activities of the Spirit Hall, including eliminating evil soul masters, traitors, rogue soul beasts, and those deemed extremely wicked. If the Holy Knight Corps, the Holy Emperor Corps, and the Douluo Corps are the backbone of the Spirit Hall's defenses, then the Judgment Hall managing the law enforcement team is the sword of the Spirit Hall, wielded by the Pope to expand territories. The master of the Judgment Hall is the Judgment Elder of the Spirit Hall. The Judgment Elder holds a very high position in the Spirit Hall, not only as the master of the Judgment Hall, but also as a member of the Elder Hall, and his status is only second to that of the offerings. The offerings of the Spirit Hall hold a transcendent status. Only those who are super Douluo of level 95 or above and have made significant contributions to the Spirit Hall can become offerings. When the popes of the Spirit Hall retire, they become offerings hidden behind the scenes of the Spirit Hall, existing as a foundation. Thus, the offerings of the Spirit Hall can choose not to participate in any actions of the Spirit Hall, ignore the Pope's orders, and at certain times, may even challenge the Pope. The Judgment Elders, being second only to the offerings, reflect their significant status in the Spirit Hall. The important responsibility of the Judgment Elders is to eliminate all powerful opponents against the Spirit Hall. However, the Judgment Elder, who should originally have been a confidant of Pope Bibi Dong, is instead held by the Grand Offering Qian Daolu. Therefore, Bibi Dong, this Pope, holds a somewhat hollow title in the Spirit Hall. Her power has been largely undermined by Qian Daolu. Apart from the Holy Emperor Corps, all other forces are not in her hands, and even within the Holy Emperor Corps, there are many of Qian Daolu's people. Yitian was considering whether he should take the opportunity to confront Huang Ying and bring her along to fully support Bibi Dong. Currently, he had a good relationship with Hulayina and occasionally attended classes with Bibi Dong. Logically speaking, aligning with Bibi Dong seemed to be a natural choice. Moreover, in the next 10 years, Bibi Dong would begin to exert her influence, gaining the support of the 6 offerings of the Elder Hall, and gradually taking control of the entire Spirit Hall. Joining at this time would be like adding fuel to the fire, while merging after Bibi Dong had consolidated her power would simply be icing on the cake. However, Yitian noticed that Huang Ying did not seem to have any intention of choosing a faction. Therefore, Yitian did not act rashly. He was just an insignificant small fry, and focusing on his cultivation was the right path at this stage. Only by becoming a significant figure could he establish a foothold in this world of soul masters. Everything else would be mere illusions without substantial strength. Yitian is very smart and understands that Huang Ying is a very simple person. To be precise, Huang Ying is a very pure person. He doesn't have many hidden agendas. Although he loves to observe secretly, it is ultimately for the benefit of his students. To Huang Ying, he is just a teacher, and the changes in power above him have nothing to do with him at all. He just wants to educate his students well and achieve the title of Douluo. Over the past 3 years, Huang Ying has been tirelessly cultivating Yitian, Zhangxing, Suyu, and others. Because they have performed excellently, Huang Ying has arranged simulated training grounds for Zhangxing, Zhu Jin, Zhao Yingjia, AI Air, Suyu, and others. Among them, AI Air's simulated training ground is a bar in Soul Master City where he regularly performs and plays the guqin, allowing him to earn money while also training. Zhao Yingjia's training ground is the same as Zhangxing's, which is the Academy's soul fighting arena. Through constant sparring, their martial spirits are progressing rapidly. Zhu Jin's training ground is located in the soul hunting forest next to the Academy. Huang Ying used his influence to find a dark forest for Zhu Jin in the soul hunting forest. Since Zhu Jin has a somewhat timid personality, Huang Ying brought in a bunch of cat-like soul beasts for him to fight against while training in the simulated environment. This not only met the requirement for a simulated training ground, but also greatly trained Zhu Jin's courage, completely changing his cowardly nature. Suyu's martial spirit simulated training ground is the most peculiar because her martial spirit is an umbrella, making training on rainy days the best. However, rainy days are hard to come by, so to simulate the effect of rain, Huang Ying arranged for her to train under a waterfall every day. This made Su Yu miserable, as she harbored resentment towards Huang Ying, even finding Yitian and AI air somewhat displeasing. Compared to her harsh training environment, their training grounds were far too comfortable, especially Yitian. Not only does he have the execution ground as a simulated training ground, but he also trains in the large soul fighting arena in Soul Master City. Because his Draven martial spirit comes with a gold metal streamer skin, training in the soul fighting arena also speeds up his progress, although it can only enhance it by about 10% compared to the execution ground. For this reason, teacher Huang Ying once again utilized his soul, Douluo strength, and influence. He rented a private booth on the second floor of the large soul fighting arena in Soul Master City for Yitian, allowing him to train there from time to time. Originally, Yitian planned to enter the large soul fighting arena and fight personally, but he was stopped by Huang Ying. Huang Ying believed that Yitian's strength was not sufficient, and recklessly entering the soul fighting arena could lead to unforeseen incidents. The quality of soul masters participating in events at the large soul fighting arena in Soul Master City is much higher than in other cities. After all, this is the holy land of soul masters, and those living here are formidable characters. Given Yitian's current strength, it is still a bit too much for him. Furthermore, the Spirit Hall is currently at odds with the Empire in sections. If he were allowed to enter the soul fighting arena, Huang Ying feared that the soul master families behind the arena might secretly make trouble and target the talents of the Spirit Hall. There have been precedents for this. Previously, there were incidents where talented students had accidents in the soul fighting arena, and they were quite strange and suspicious. However, due to the rules of the large soul fighting arena, the Spirit Hall could only swallow their grievances. To prevent such incidents from happening again, the Spirit Hall decided to resolve this issue once and for all. This is also why the Spirit Hall is spending massive resources to build the Academy's soul fighting arena in the central location of the three major campuses. However, it is regrettable that the Academy's soul fighting arena cannot become Yitian's simulated training ground. This is because the Academy's soul fighting arena does not have the bloody slaughter or the passionate streamers like those in the City S soul fighting arena. Therefore, he can only train in the City S soul fighting arena. AI Air's brother AI Ku and Yen, the two key figures Huang Ying invited to stimulate competition among students and create a good training atmosphere, did not achieve the desired effect. Yitian's sudden emergence overshadowed the brilliance of the two talented students from the Martial Spirit campus, Yen and AI Ku. As a result, Yen and AI Ku repeatedly suffered setbacks, failing to intimidate the other students or motivate them to work harder in their training. Chapter 114. Execution after the first academic year. AI Ku and Yen had already left the Xinghua campus and returned to their respective Martial Spirit campuses. Yen left with regrets, as he did not defeat AI Ku during that year. AI Ku has been low-key since that running incident. After realizing his brother AI Air's supportive martial spirit, he made no further moves. His mindset seems to have stabilized, giving him a sense that the future is in his control. Even when Zhang Xing and Yin occasionally provoked him, AI Ku showed no reaction. After the first academic year ended, he had a conversation with AI Air and then directly returned to the Martial Spirit campus. After AI Ku left, Yin lost his target and soon returned to the Martial Spirit campus as well. Although Yin left the class, the Martial Spirit campus is not far from the Xinghua campus. Yitian has a very good relationship with Hall.Welcome, so it is inevitable that there would be many interactions with Yin, which made Yin feel very uncomfortable towards Yitian. Originally, it was the trio of Yin, Hall.Welcome, and Xiaoyu, but suddenly an ulterior motive guy joined in. As for Xiaoyu, Yitian has a decent impression of him. He is a very mature child, perhaps due to being orphaned. As the older brother, Xiaoyu is not as arrogant as Yin, nor as naive as Hall.Welcome. However, Yitian has little interaction with him. They can only be considered nodding acquaintances. After all, Xiaoyu stands on the same side as Yin and is not warm towards Yitian. The outsider, Yitian does not care about Xiaoyu's attitude. What he cherishes is Hall.Welcome, and he has nothing to do with Yin and Xiaoyu. The temperature is rising. Yitian opened his eyes and looked at the noon sun. It was almost 1:15 noon, and the execution was about to begin. This would be the highlight of the day, as the Soul Master bound to the cross sword was the legendary evil Soul Master, the kind that practiced by killing. However, before he could become a significant threat, he was caught by the Spear Hall's enforcement team and eliminated. Within the Spear Hall, although Qin Douluo and Bibi Dong were at odds, as the Judgment Elder, he did not sit idly by, at least in maintaining the peace of the Soul Master world. He had made commendable efforts. Under his crackdown, large-scale evil Soul Master organizations had not appeared. They were either eradicated by him or had retreated into the City of Slaughter. For those powerful evil Soul Masters who were difficult to control, the Spirit Hall's enforcement team would deal with them on the spot to avoid future troubles. As for the captured evil Soul Masters, the Spirit Hall would not imprison them or spare their lives. They were generally taken to the center of the square for immediate execution. The purpose of this was not for anything else, but merely to publicize the actions of the Spirit Hall and to gain more fame. After all, they had contributed to the peace of the continent, and naturally, they needed to be remembered by the people. The commander of the execution took out a soul guide device resembling a pocket watch and checked the time. Seeing that it was almost time, he stepped forward and raised the cross sword high. Instantly, the people in the square, who had been angry, hateful, and noisy, suddenly fell silent, as if a pin drop could be heard. The only sound left in the entire square was the wind rustling through the clothes. As the most violent institution of the Spirit Hall, the enforcement team naturally commanded great authority. Yitian had witnessed this scene many times and was not surprised. He quietly watched the unfolding scene, feeling his martial soul tremble slightly, a feeling of excitement. Every time a criminal was executed, his Draven martial soul would become very excited. Yitian even felt a bit itchy, wondering if he used the spinning flying axe instead of the Soul Hall's fire punishment. Would the stimulation to Draven's martial soul become even stronger? However, for the martial soul enforcement team, executing criminals in front of the Judgment Sanctuary is a very sacred act. If he were to use the spinning flying axe, it would undoubtedly turn the place into a bloody scene, which wouldn't work at all. The captain of this martial soul enforcement team was a middle-aged man, and Yitian didn't have much interaction with him. He was also unsure of the man's cultivation level, only knowing that he should be very strong. The middle-aged man raised the holy cross sword, his voice not loud, but resonating throughout the square. Poor sinner, you have been deceived by the devil, foolishly seeking to obtain evil power. Your martial souls, your bodies are filled with filth and sin. The middle-aged man's voice carried a certain charm that made one involuntarily want to submit. I am the captain of the 13th squad of the Martial Soul Hall's enforcement team. Now, I represent the Martial Soul Hall, represent the six-winged angel god, and represent the innocent victims of Douluo Continent. To eradicate you. Burn them, burn them. The surrounding crowd, initially sparse, then orderly, shouted loudly. For ordinary people, these evil attribute soul masters are undoubtedly the greatest threat. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he gave Yitian a glance. Yitian focused his mind, reining in the surging soul power throughout his body, and walked forward. The method of execution was simple. It involved directly using a torch to ignite the matches under the feet of the prisoners. To prevent any accidents, these prisoners had already had their martial souls shattered and their soul power completely sealed before being brought in, and now they were even weaker than ordinary people. Don't kill me, I repent. Isn't your six-winged angel god of the Spirit Hall known for being tolerant and merciful? I sincerely repent. One evil soul master, unwilling to accept death, was struggling desperately, trying to save his own life. Yitian was taken aback. Most of these evil soul masters were desperate individuals, very tough, and it was rare to encounter such spineless ones. The six-winged angel was naturally tolerant and merciful. Whether to forgive you or accept your repentance was her business. My only responsibility is to take you to see her. Yitian smiled, knowing that these people were not good at all. Killing them 10 times would still be too few. Seeing no hope for survival, several evil soul masters suddenly burst into crazy laughter, their voices sharp and piercing. You self-righteous bunch, this world is one of the survival of the fittest, yet you want to go against the natural order. Burn me alive, and I will watch you and your gods be slaughtered in the flames. Your halls burned to ashes, you trampled in a blood mud, while we remain unyielding. We will ultimately rule the entire Douluo Continent. Yitian was slightly taken aback. This burly man was a prophet? What he was saying at this moment was indeed the future state of the Spirit Hall. Moreover, the evil soul masters had not been eradicated. Instead, they had actually risen in power. Madmen, a truly disgusting bunch of monsters. Truly evil, these guys really deserve to die. Burn her. The surrounding onlookers began to shout at the top of their lungs. Amidst the shouts, Yitian felt the Draven spirit begin to resonate. Clearly, this scene had triggered a response from the Draven spirit, hitting the G-spot of the Draven spirit. Yitian felt a surge of joy, as this meant that his cultivation speed would greatly increase in the future. The crowd around him became excited, and without hesitation, Yitian waved the torch in his hand, igniting the wood underneath the row of condemned criminals on the pyre. The red flames surged up, towering over a person, enveloping the group of evil soul masters, forcing them to struggle and scream in the fierce fire before ultimately dying. Yitian appeared particularly calm at this scene. He had experienced such scenes too many times over the past 3 years and had long since remained unfazed. The group of evil soul masters laughed madly and cursed wildly, their shrill voices echoing continuously. Finally, amidst the thunderous cheers of the surrounding crowd, this row of criminals and the pyre were reduced to ashes. Chapter 115. Bar after the execution was completed, the law enforcement team nodded at Yitian and then left one after another. The ashes left behind would be handled by specialized personnel. The onlookers also began to disperse, leaving Yitian standing alone, gazing at the layers of ashes on the ground. He sighed, reflecting on how many people had turned to ash in his hands over the years. Although the execution had ended, Yitian did not leave immediately. His draven martial soul was currently in a resonance phase, making this time for cultivation particularly effective. By late evening, Zhang Xing and Zhao Yingjie strolled along the street. Zhang Xing was quite tall, now standing over 1.7 meters, looking nothing like a boy close to 10 years old. As for Zhao Yingjie, he had not changed much, which made the duo quite a contrast in height. They knew that Yitian was currently working part-time, so after just finishing their cultivation at the academy, they came here to find him. Zhang Xing and Zhao Yingjie prefer the atmosphere of Soul Master City, although the academy was good. They had been there for years and had explored it thoroughly, leaving little sense of novelty. Hey, you guys arrived just in time. Noticing someone approaching, Yitian turned and saw Zhang Xing and Zhao Yingjie. These guys disliked watching executions, so they always timed their arrival. Where's Su Yu and Zhu Zhujin? He asked. Zhu Zhujin is still cultivating in the soul-hunting forest and probably won't be back for a while. Su Yu went to the bar ahead of us. Zhang Xing replied. Then let's go find AI Air and listen to some music. Yitian nodded. Compared to the execution site, Su Yu preferred to hang out in the bar where AI Air was. There were many bars along the streets of Soul Master City. Entertainment options on Douluo Continent were limited, and cultivation for Soul Masters was also an extremely monotonous affair. A Soul Master-esque cultivation could not solely rely on the meager subsidies from the Spirit Hall to proceed smoothly. Not all Soul Masters were willing to sign contracts to serve nobles or sections. Therefore, for a living, many Soul Masters also took part-time jobs, leading others to hunt soul beasts in the soul-hunting forest to obtain soul rings, doing similar work to that of guide. Some powerful Soul Masters would hunt in the Stardow Forest, acquiring precious materials like fur and body parts from soul beasts to sell to those in need. Although the Stardow Forest was a place to get rich, one had to be careful. During the day, the thrill of danger was palpable, and the music and laughter in the bars at night became the best way for Soul Masters to relieve stress and relax. During the day, the holy light illuminated the religious atmosphere of Soul Master City, while at night, it took on a more urban vibe. Walking on such a street and feeling this atmosphere, Yitian felt as if he were in a different world. The slight restlessness in his heart from the execution earlier gradually calmed down. Compared to the extravagant Douluo Imperial City, I still prefer the tranquility of Soul Master City, Zhang Xing said, with his hands in his pockets, looking languid. Yitian smiled and didn't say anything, occasionally glancing at Zhang Xing, who looked like a little adult, which was quite amusing. But his silence didn't mean that no one was talking. Zhao Yingjie shot a glance at Zhang Xing. You've never been to the Xingluo Imperial City. So what are you rambling about? Zhu Laosi said, what is the problem? Do you have an issue? Zhang Xing pouted. Xiao-san, be more respectful in front of your second brother. Zhao Yingjie said. Big brother hasn't said anything. Do you think you can interrupt? Zhang Xing protested, quickly pulling Yitian off the battlefield. Do you understand the order of seniority? I'm your second brother. Just remember that. Zhao Yingjie emphasized. Zhao Xiao. Do you want to try my fist that's as big as a sand bowl? Zhang Xing clenched his fists, bouncing around in front of Zhao Yingjie. Let's try then. Bang, bang. The sound was quite crisp. Hey, big brother, what are you doing? Oh no, big brother, you can't do that. If you keep arguing, your head will be in trouble. Clearly, it was Zhao Xiao who was looking for trouble. Bang. Oh no. In the bars of Soul Master City, there are generally only 2 types. The first type of bar caters to a specific class and circle of people in Soul Master City. These bars are relatively formal. For example, bars specifically for ordinary people and bars that Soul Masters go to. Although there are no explicit rules, it is an unspoken rule that outsiders generally do not enter bars meant only for that particular circle to avoid conflicts. The second type of bar does not have such concerns. In second type bars, people of all identities can enter, where everyone drinks, chats, boasts, flirts, builds connections, and learns various skills. All kinds of things happen. The bar that Yitian is visiting this time is the first type, a place where only soul masters can enter and consume. This bar is called the Imprint of the Sunset. It is an old-fashioned small bar filled with a literary atmosphere. The Imprint of the Sunset looks somewhat worn, and compared to the exaggerated scale of other bars, it is much smaller. Upon entering the main door, there is a metallic passage lined with various murals on both sides. Yitian subconsciously glanced around. Most of the murals in the corridor depicted scenes of angels slaying demons. He roughly understood the coldness of these murals, telling the story of the origins of the Spirit Hall and the deeds of the six-winged angels purging all evil soul masters. The corridor was illuminated by blue fluorite lamps, creating a very good atmosphere. In the corridor, the melodious sound of the guqin could be heard coming from the bar. As soon as he stepped out of the metal corridor, what came into Yitian's view was a black-haired woman with hair cascading to her shoulders, sitting in front of the bar's guqin stool, playing a beautiful piece on the guqin. Shouldn't AI Air be playing the guqin? Also, hasn't Suyu already arrived at the bar? Where is she? Yitian asked. I don't know. Su Lauda should have arrived a long time ago. Zhang Xing said with a frown, quietly adding, could it be that Su Lauda went out to have fun with AI Air alone? No way. We had an agreement. How could she stand us up? Zhao Yingjie shook his head in disbelief. Let's go in and take a look. Yitian said as he peered inside and moved forward. Clap, clap, clap. The dice rolled up and down in the wooden cup, and a hand that was pale to the point of being almost transparent suddenly pressed down on the cup, causing the table to fall into silence. The girl shaking the dice glanced left and right, her charming eyes slightly uplifted, and she looked at everyone with an imposing gaze. Bet steady. If you have the fate to win money, you must also have the courage to lose it. Betting big and winning big means your ancestors' graves are smoking high, while betting big and winning small means you can only blame yourself for not having gold in your fate. The girl looked to be only around 10 years old, speaking like an old gambler who had been in the casino for decades. I'll ask again, have you placed your bets? Chapter 116, Steady. This was just a small game inside the bar. A circle of gamblers surrounded the table, each with a pile of gold soul coins in front of them. Under the light, the gold soul coins sparkled, making people's eyes shine. The table was surrounded by young people, the oldest looking no more than 17 or 18, many of whom were students from the Spear Hall Academy. Yitian was taken aback by this scene. What kind of operation is this? Does Suyu have this kind of talent? Zhao Yingjie was also stunned. As a diligent student of the Wuhuan Academy, he had been focused on his training under the influence of the two cultivation fanatics, Yitian and Zhang Xing, and had never seen such a scene before. Last time, Su Lauda mentioned she found a very interesting game, and from now on, all expenses for us little brothers will be covered by her. Zhang Xing wore a smile, not expecting it to be gambling. Although there was a subsidy from the Wuhuan Hall, soul masters spent a huge amount of gold soul coins just to buy some small items for their training. That subsidy was only enough for meals. Could this be a good way to get rich? Yitian pondered whether he had a chance to get in on it too. Unlike Zhang Xing and the others, he was truly poor. Let's go, let's take a look. Zhao Yingjie said excitedly, looking eager to try. Yitian glanced at him, seeing that Zhao Yingjie was getting a bit too excited. If he really went on stage, he would surely end up with nothing left to lose. A few of them went over and patted Suyu's shoulder. Oh, you guys are here. Cheer for me from the back, and watch how Sister Yu dominates the stage. Suyu suddenly slammed the table and turned to shout, damn it. Hurry up and place your bets. Zhao Yingjie and Zhang Xing both shrank back their necks. As the so-called Big Boss Su in their eyes, Suyu was much more intimidating than the so-called Big Boss E. The unscrupulous Big Boss E only learned how to knock heads from Teacher Huang. Yitian looked at the fierce-looking Suyu, his lips twitching. He sighed inwardly, wondering when that under a little lowly Suyu became so violent. He didn't disturb Suyu as she wreaked havoc, continuing to watch her performance, curious about what was special about the dice throwing in the Douluo Continent. AI Air, standing next to Suyu, looked around at the people and tugged at Suyu's sleeve under the table. Sister Xiaoyu, it's enough if you want a bit more. Slap. Suyu turned her hand and gave him a loud slap on his hand. Not done. Not done. Let them lose their pants before leaving today. Let them be arrogant. If I don't take action, they'll think we are easy to bully. The people at the table were divided into two sides. One side with 7 young men, all students from the Martial Soul Academy. Ai Hua, Yi Fei, Li Ran, Go Peng, Ka Lu, Ma Xiang, and Li Jin, their faces already flushed. They were from the Martial Soul Academy's Martial Soul District. To be precise, they were under AI Air's brother, AI Ko. The other side consisted of 5 people: Yitian, Zhao Yingjie, Zhang Xing, AI Air, and a servant, standing behind Suyu, staring in awe at the girl skillfully shaking the cup and placing bets. This girl is a master, Yitian thought to himself. He glanced at the gambling table and gave up on the idea of trying to make a quick profit. In this place, using soul power was not allowed. Winning or losing depended entirely on one's own abilities. He hadn't frequented nightclubs much in his previous life and wasn't well versed in this skill. Most of the gold soul coins on the table had already piled up in front of Suyu. Come on. She scrunched her nose, the tip slightly raised, showing off to the 7 people opposite her. Originally, AI Air came to gamble. Today, as usual, AI Air came here to practice. And AI, Ku's underlings somehow got wind of AI Air being here as a chain player. They conspired to provoke AI Air to compete at the gambling table, offering odds of 2 to 1, hoping to severely trick AI Air. Their calculations were good. AI Air was completely inexperienced in gambling, not even understanding the rules, and probably couldn't even count the dice points. Even with the 2 to 1 odds, they were confident of victory. However, they didn't expect AI Air to be a well-behaved student who completely ignored their provocations and went straight to play the Guqin. AI Hua and the others originally wanted to ridicule AI Air, but failed to do so and felt resentful. They began to mock AI Air, telling him to get lost and to let the beautiful ladies come to perform. This behavior, however, collided with the oncoming Suyu. How could Suyu bear this temper? Since Huang Ying arranged a simulated training environment for them, there were no restrictions on entering and leaving the academy. After sunset, she had originally arranged to go to the bar with Yitian, Zhu Zhujin, Zhao Yingjie, and Zhang Xing to listen to AI airplay. Disliking the sinister atmosphere of the execution ground, she arrived early. At the entrance, Suyu, with a cold face, listened to AI Hua and the others' mockery and immediately went to AI Air for money. AI Air had no shortage of money, being gentle by nature. He immediately took out the money and handed it over with both hands. Suyu only patted AI Air on the shoulder. Don't be afraid. With Sister Xiaoyu here, no one dares to bully you. Leave these little rascals to me. Let us go gamble. AI Air was taken aback, then helplessly looked at this arrogant girl. But Suyu burst into laughter. As soon as she smiled, all her arrogance and demeanor vanished, revealing just a child who had succeeded in teasing others. However, AI Air was indeed someone who would panic even when placing bets, and in the blink of an eye, most of the gold soul coins had been transferred to the other side, leaving only a few scattered ones. AI Hua was shaking the cup with one hand and betting with a playful grin while watching AI Air and Suyu. Suyu was furious, snatched the cup, and ordered AI Air to stand behind her and place bets. Strangely enough, as soon as she took over, the tide of the game immediately changed. Suyu didn't specify whether AI Air should bet high or low, but every time AI Air hesitated to place a bet, it turned out that he won most of the time. AI Air kept winning, gradually gaining confidence, and the gold coins hit the table with a powerful sound. AI Hua and the others could only watch as their bets were continuously taken away. In the end, the few of them had to take out more money to put in, urging the best gambler, AI Hua, to take one more gamble. This was exactly what Yitian, Zhang Xing, Zhu Zhujin, and the others saw when they arrived. At this moment, Suyu had locked the cup, and AI Air bet all his gold coins on high, while AI Hua had no choice but to bet everything on low. The two bettors were separated by a foot, their eyes red as they stared at each other. At this moment, even the usually gentle AI Air was not so gentle anymore. It was now purely a gamble of luck, with no more strategy to speak of. If they won, they would win it all, but if they lost, AI Hua and the others would likely end up leaving without their pants. Steady! Zhang Xing shouted from his side. Steady! AI Air was motivated and also shouted. Steady! AI Hua gritted his teeth. He was AI Air's cousin, and among these people, his family business was the largest, and he had invested the most money. Yet now he was losing everything, even though he had plenty of pocket money. This time he had secretly taken money from home, and returning empty-handed would surely lead to a bad outcome. Chapter 117. High-stakes gambling. Suyu was triumphant, smiling radiantly as she casually revealed the cup. AI Hua leaned over to take a look, and darkness enveloped him, nearly causing him to faint on the spot. As if to deliberately anger him, the 3 dice all showed 6s, an enormous win. Leopard! Zhang Xing shouted in excitement. Boss Su is amazing. Boss Su is awesome. Zhao Yingjia cheered from the side. Yishin stared at Su Yu for a while, muttering to himself again, "This is a master. Ah, this is a master. Leave the pants. Leave the pants." Su Yu clapped her hands, laughing and jumping. "That little bit of money on your table isn't even half of it. Today I'm feeling generous. If you take off your pants and go back, we'll call it even." After saying that, she looked at Zhang Xing, Zhao Yingjia, AI, heir, and waved her fair little hand. "What are you still dawdling for? Put it away. Later, Sister will take you all on a shopping spree." This was a strange term she picked up from Yitian, supposedly from his hometown. She thought it fit the occasion, so she used it herself. "Let me handle it. You all keep an eye on these bastards, and don't let them flip the table." Yitian hurriedly stopped the eager Zhang Xing and Zhao Yingjia from rushing over to collect the money. He wasn't interested in whether AI Hua and the others would take off their pants. After all, he had already removed his clothes. He took off his school uniform's outer robe, tied both sleeves in tight knots, and stuffed gold soul coins into it, lifting it up to reveal a bulging bag. As a poor person, he naturally didn't have a storage-type soul-guiding device. Zhao Yingjia and Zhang Xing couldn't help but cover their eyes, unable to bear to look, wishing they could stay further away from Yitian. It was too embarrassing. Big Brother Yi is not intimidating at all. He is far behind Big Brother Su. I could practically claim over 10 years' worth of subsidies for this. Yitian weighed the gold soul coins and spoke to AI Heir. However, AI Heir was not pleased. Seeing AI Hua's face turn as red as liver, he anxiously tugged at Su Yu's sleeve. All right, let them go this time. No need to go to extremes. If we don't go to extremes, don't you find it fun?" Su Yu flicked her sleeve and pouted. She pointed at Yitian, who was holding the gold soul coins and grinning like a flower. What Yitian said is right when dealing with enemies. We must be as ruthless as autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves, leaving no one behind. Fun, as ruthless as autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves? AI Heir bitterly smiled, glancing at the excited Su Yu and the money-hungry Yitian. He felt that he might never understand what was in the hearts of these two leaders. Wise, mature, calm, and wise Big Brother Yi, who prioritizes the bigger picture, becoming a bit less clever after getting the money. If Yitian knew his thoughts, he would definitely give him a serious reprimand and then confiscate all his pocket money, making him truly feel the harshness of society. AI Hua slammed his palm on the table with all his might, as if ready to devour Yitian, Su Yu, and the others. Yitian took a step back, pressing his hand against the edge of the table, ready to transform into the Crow Brother and flip the table to leave. This was a bar, and fighting was inconvenient. Moreover, the Spirit Soul City was a sacred place for spirit masters. If they casually fought, they would be sent to the Spirit Soul Enforcement Team. Fighting with spirit abilities was not advisable. Therefore, Yitian planned to use the table as a defense, flipping it over to create an obstacle to block AI Hua and the others' actions. He was confident that if AI Hua got red-eyed and wanted to make a move, he absolutely wouldn't be able to touch a single hair on him. He had practiced the instant burst step for several years, and it was second nature to him. Not only him, but even AI Heir, Zhang Xing, and others had completely mastered it. The imagined scene of a brawl did not occur. AI Hua slowly moved his hand away, leaving a small emerald pendant on the table. The pendant was not large, but at its center was a deep emerald green, as if all the jade color of the pendant was flowing from that point. The Holy Soul Crystal, a rare find. This table full of gold soul coins wouldn't be enough to buy it, even if it were 10 times more. AI Hua had already lost his cool, and he had staked his father's treasure, which his mother had secretly taken from his father for him to cultivate. What the hell is this? Yitian was slightly taken aback. As a poor person, he naturally didn't understand what it was. This is the Holy Soul Crystal. AI Heir gasped when he saw the pendant on the table. He came from a distinguished background, not to mention being well-informed. At least he wouldn't be ignorant and immediately recognize the origin of this item. He said to Yitian, "In the path of spirit masters, every step must be solid and cannot be built on falsehoods, but the wonders of heaven and earth are beyond human understanding. This Holy Soul Crystal is a great item for cultivating spirit power. When cultivating, keeping the pendant on you can greatly enhance your cultivation speed. The higher the realm, the greater the efficiency." Damn, there's such a thing? Yitian was momentarily stunned. Then he looked up at AI Hua. He saw that AI Hua's face was ashen. His eyes were red, and the hand gripping the table edge was slightly trembling. This guy has lost it, Yitian thought with delight. This was the typical mentality of a gambler. The 3 great illusions of life. I can turn the tables. Generally, people with this mentality could only end up losing everything. It's settled, Yitian thought. I'll let you have it. Let's bet again. If I lose, this is yours. He gasped. Suyu's eyes seemed to light up with the emerald color. She stared at the holy soul crystal for a while, then jumped up, slamming the table like AI Hua. It's a deal. Wait, don't just think about taking advantage. What if you lose? AI Hua looked at AI Air with a sinister expression. Seeing the fierce-looking AI Hua, AI Air was taken aback, and he tugged at Suyu's sleeve again, whispering, "We've already won enough today. Let's not push our luck." Slap. Suyu gave AI Air's arm another slap. "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We can't miss it. If we win that thing, we could easily buy this bar." But AI Air was a bit hesitant. Yitian, holding a bag full of gold soul coins, stared at the cold-eyed AI Hua without backing down, his gaze turning icy. And his voice chilled. "What do you say we should do? To deal with a gambler who has lost his mind, one must let him understand what it means to go bankrupt." AI Hua sneered, pointing at Suyu. "If you lose, this girl comes with us." "You're talking nonsense." Zhang Xing suddenly rushed over from behind, slamming the table, gritting his teeth, his cheek muscles bulging as if he could bite through iron. Over the years, he had trained himself to be increasingly strong, almost like a bodybuilder. Zhao Engjie also stepped forward, ready to fight, regardless of whether Spirit Soul City allowed it or not. AI Air pulled Suyu's sleeve, taking a small step back, wanting to take Suyu away from the scene. Chapter 118. Discovered Yitian picked up the bag filled with gold soul coins, intending to leave. Greed can lead to downfall. Suyu had already earned enough today. If they continued, it might be a bit unstable. Although he didn't know what methods Suyu used, he guessed they weren't anything reputable. Moreover, AI Hua seemed to have lost his cool, displaying a gambler's desire to turn the tables. But human hearts are hard to read. What if this guy was just pretending, and everything now was a scheme to trick Suyu? One could see this from his cousin AI Ku. They were a bunch of schemers. The previous speculation was reasonable. "Let's bet." Suyu raised her hand. Everyone was startled, about to persuade her otherwise. But then she said, "But do you know who I am? What can your pathetic holy soul crystal exchange for?" AI Hua was taken aback for a moment, glancing at Suyu. "You won't have to serve me for a lifetime. Don't worry, just for one night, and I'll return you safely by tomorrow morning. I guarantee you won't regret it." Whether or not to regret is not for you to decide. Suyu stuck out her tongue and made a face. "Let's bet." She jumped onto the table, sitting sideways, one hand pressing down on the cup. AI Air, put all our bets on the line. AI Air, with a cold face, did not move. He knew Suyu's temperament. But he also understood that AI Hua was not a good person. He was all too clear about how powerful his family was in Spirit Soul City. Yitian looked at Suyu and did not try to dissuade him. He knew Suyu's character well. At this point, any attempt to persuade him would be pointless unless he knocked Suyu out and carried him back. However, if the only way to solve the problem was by knocking someone out, it would be better to knock out AI Hua and the others instead. In Douluo Continent, both boys and girls develop early. AI Hua was already around 13 or 14 years old. It would not be surprising for other noble youths to have had many romantic encounters. For example, Ma Fatty from the Shrek 7 Devils was already fooling around in brothels at a young age. If Suyu were to lose himself, wouldn't he end up being taken advantage of? Therefore, this gamble could only be won, not lost. Well, even if he lost, he would still have to default. If violence isn't the solution, then what's the point of cultivating to become a soul master? Everyone present was in a state of urgency. Yitian blinked at his two roommates, discreetly extending a finger from a hidden spot under the table, shaking it to signal them not to rush. Then he clenched his fist tightly, indicating that they were ready to fight at any moment. The two roommates immediately understood, exchanged glances, and smiled at each other. However, Ire was not one of Yitian's roommates and didn't catch on to their meaning due to their limited interactions. He became a bit anxious and pulled Yitian aside, saying, "Boss Yitian, you're the only one who can step up now. Sister Xiaoya won't listen to us at all. Don't panic, trust your teammates. And be ready to play the urgent and cheerful tune." Yitian pretended to give Ire a hint. "If we win, the gold soul coins will belong to you guys. But the sacred soul crystals must come to me." Suyu patted Ire's shoulder boldly, saying, "Be obedient and listen to me. You won't go wrong." Ire calmed down and stopped speaking. He knew that Suyu was not a girl who could be easily manipulated. After all, she was known as Boss Su. Yitian was unsure whether AI Air understood his hint. He placed the golden soul coin on the table with a duong sound and pushed it over. AI Air exchanged glances with Yitian and the others again, but said nothing. He stood quietly, glancing in the direction of the door. In fact, Yitian had overestimated AI Hua. AI Hua was already dizzy, his blood rushing to his head. It was a miracle he hadn't had a hemorrhage. let alone come up with any schemes. As a true gambler, he never considered the few young men across from him. A cousin of the same lineage, the young master of a heavily armored defensive soul master family, and a genius from an assassin family were not the type to default on their debts. He judged others by himself, subconsciously believing that the guys opposite were as upright as he was. However, he didn't realize that from the moment the dice started shaking, the supposedly upright guys were already harboring ulterior motives. The dice rolled in the bowl, and both sides stared wide-eyed, as if everything around them was inaudible and invisible. The whole world revolved around this one bowl. Suyu slammed the bowl down with a paw, silencing the sound of the dice. Place your bets, place your bets. One round to determine life and death. Those betting for money would die for money. Those betting for crystals would die for crystals. And those betting for girls would die for girls. No hesitations. Place your bets steadily. I'm about to reveal. Suyu shouted. Steady. Yitian shouted. Steady. Eur. Zhang Xing and the others followed suit. Steady. AI Hua and the others also shouted. AI Air still bet on big, and AI Hua still bet on small. Suyu suddenly lifted the bowl, raised her arms, and started laughing. Inside the bowl, there were 3 sixes, undoubtedly a massive win. AI Air's face turned ashen, feeling utterly hopeless. This was secretly given to him by his mother. If he lost, wouldn't his father break his legs? Leopard. Zhang Xing shouted wildly. Long live sister you. Long live sister you. Zhao Yingjia and AI Air followed in shouting. Yitian did not join in the cheers. His gaze was fixed on AI Hua and the others, wary of them acting out of desperation. What cannot be obtained will ultimately remain unattainable. Suyu smiled as she reached out to grab the pendant of the Holy Soul Crystal. Wait! Gao Peng next to AI Hua shouted loudly. Suyu was taken aback. Gao Peng snatched the bowl from Suyu's hand, and, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he gently tapped the bottom of the bowl with his finger. To everyone's surprise, the half-inch thick tabletop beneath the bowl actually bounced slightly, causing the 3 dice on top to flip over. Cheating! You're cheating! Karu suddenly jumped onto the table, pointing at Yitian and the others, shouting. Cheating! You guys want to die! AI Hua, as if reborn, shouted with a voice as loud as thunder. Suyu quickly jumped off the table. Her trick had been exposed. Although AI Hua, Gao Peng, and Karu might not fully understand how Suyu cheated, the fact that the board under the bowl could vibrate was undoubtedly suspicious. In truth, Suyu was merely performing a small trick. Having practiced under the waterfall for a long time, enduring the impact of flowing water every day, she had developed a high level of control over her body. Moreover, having been exposed to the constant sound of rushing water, her hearing had become extraordinarily sharp, allowing her to distinguish the sounds of the dice sliding and stopping on the wooden board. Additionally, this was not her first time at this bar. This was a place where AI Air practiced, and Yitian and the others occasionally came to visit. So Suyu had already set things up here. Otherwise, how would she have money to gamble? Chapter 119. Retreat. When Suyu came to gamble, she was completely confident. Her strategy was simple. If she heard that she was winning, she would remain still. If the opponent was winning, she would lightly tap to turn the tables. However, AI Hua had been blinded by greed and had not considered that this seemingly gentle and noble girl was actually a skilled cheater. Now that the ruse was revealed, the 7 people opposite her wore dark expressions and advanced menacingly. Cheating? What does cheating matter? There's no gambling without cheating. Don't think this girl is kind-hearted and won't play dirty. Let's retreat. Suyu shouted loudly, but in the blink of an eye, she swiftly retreated through the door and disappeared without a trace. AI Hua and the others were still in a daze, completely not expecting this girl to be so unscrupulous. Yitian transformed into Crow Brother and kicked over the table. Just before the table toppled, he moved like lightning, grabbing the sacred soul crystal with one hand and snatching the bag full of golden soul coins from the table with the other, throwing it over his shoulder and running away. He turned and dashed towards the door, as if he had eyes in the back of his head. It wasn't that Yitian didn't want to fight. Rather, if he were caught by the enforcement team for hitting someone, it was uncertain whether he could keep his position as an executioner, but more importantly, that big bag of golden soul coins would definitely be gone. Plus, he still had a sacred soul crystal in his hand. No matter how hot it was, could the stuff on the gambling table be accounted for afterward? Moreover, as a disciple of the Soul de Law, a high-level talent of the Spirit Hall who often listened to lectures from His Holiness the Pope, what could they do to him for a measly trinket? He didn't believe that a title Douluo would shamelessly come looking for him over a child's gambling incident. The world is vast, but cultivation is paramount. For the sake of this sacred soul crystal that could speed up his training, Yitian was willing to risk it. Zhang Xing, AI Air, and Zhao Yingjia faced off against 7 people for a very brief moment. Zhang Xing picked up a chair, pretending to advance. Just as AI Hua and the others were about to dodge, the 3 of them turned and fled at high speed. Under the moonlight, 5 shadows dashed out from the brightly lit sunset mark bar, heading in 3 completely different directions. Split up, split up. Everyone run first. We'll meet at the old place. Su Yu's voice echoed through the night. The old place, the old place. Yitian shouted, straining his throat. AI Air, Zhao Yingjia, and Zhang Xing looked bewildered. Boss, which is the old place? The old place is that place. Which place is that? Zhang Xing and the others. AI Hua and the other 7. Everyone present looked confused, completely unaware of where these 2 were endlessly referring to as the old place. Not getting it, not smart at all. Seeing this, what she meant was to make everyone run around aimlessly. The so-called old place was just to confuse AI Hua and the others. Since the items were all in Yitian's hands, they only needed to share the firepower for him. Su Yu ran ahead, with Yitian closely following. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Yitian whistled wildly at Su Yu. What are you doing? Su Yu shot him a puzzled glance. Yitian sudendi agilerated, rubbing against Su Yu and forcefully stuffing an object in her hands. Run fast. Steady. Su Yu blinked her big eyes and nodded fiercely at Yitian, then accelerated sharply and dashed to the side. Yitianza was running wildly with a heavy burden on his back, the sound of gold soul coins clinking inside the sack. Chase, chase, chase. Get the money and the holy soul crystals back. AI Hua shouted from behind. We can't lose the holy soul crystals. Who are we chasing? The one with the bag. Ayuayed. In the Douluo city, at the residence of Douluo, 3 people sat facing each other. A guest in a black robe had his gaze lingering on the colorful flowers blooming in the courtyard. Your Holiness, are you really going to send this year's students to the mysterious canyon for training? A soft voice broke the silence. After a long pause, Bibi Dawn nodded yes. Jade must be carved to become a tool. The trials between life and death can best stimulate a person's potential. Is your Holiness truly determined? Yuan looked directly at Bibi Dawn. As the Dean of the Soul Master Academy, he naturally did not want his students to go to the so-called Death Canyon for what could be a death sentence. That's not the question you should be asking. Since you've chosen the path of a Soul Master, there is only the road ahead, not the road behind. You should understand my situation. I urgently need talent and must allow the new generation of Soul Masters to grow up and take over various positions in the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong replied calmly. Yuan pondered for a long time and nodded, understood. But with their current strength, I'm afraid they will be completely wiped out. Bibi Dong said, while this matter is urgent, there is no need to rush at this moment. What I want is a rapidly rising new generation of Soul Masters, not corpses. Right now, the mysterious canyon has no facilities. Once they enter, it is practically a death sentence. She shook her head and looked at Ghost Awe. I plan to launch this training program in 3 years and select the future leadership team of the Spirit Hall. Therefore, Ghost Awe, this matter needs your arrangement. I want to establish a complete logistics base there to greatly ensure the student's safety. Understood, Your Holiness. Ghost Doa slightly bowed his body. I will arrange this immediately. I will reorganize the military and supplies and can set off at any time. Very good. Bibi Dong nodded, then looked at Zhu Douluo. Although the Death Canyon training program is set for 3 years from now, we need to start preparing now to let the students adapt to killing. She pondered for a moment. Wasn't a stronghold of evil soul masters just broken recently? Let's send the low-level evil soul masters there for the students to exterminate, to train their practical combat experience. There just happens to be a group of descendants of evil soul masters inside. Their strength is not strong, making them perfect targets for the students' training. Zhu Douluo nodded. Descendants of evil soul masters? Bibi Dong was taken aback. These evil soul masters are so rampant, they could still breed openly. These evil soul masters go to various villages to abduct women, imprisoning them as breeding tools for their offspring. Yuan's voice was deep. Bibi Dong's eyes narrowed. Her jade hand clenched tightly under her robe, crushing the armrest of the chair into powder. Kill all the older ones. Her tone was somewhat chilling. The younger ones will be the students' prey. All right, I will arrange it immediately. Let's prepare the students of our Soul Master Academy for training. It's good for them to see blood in advance. Yuan nodded. Very good. Bibi Dong slammed the table, stood up, and left the hall. Just as Bibi Dong stepped out of Zhu Douluo's residence and stood among the blooming flowers, she heard Yuan's low voice behind her. Douluo has not been the spirit city for these years, and suddenly appeared in the Tiando imperial city. Does your holiness know what is going on? There is no need to say more about this matter. You do not need to interfere with Qiandaoliu's affairs. Bibi Dong replied and walked straight out. Chapter 120. The invincible Yitian got lost as Bibi Dong stepped out of Zhu Douluo's residence. Hulaina immediately followed behind her. Teacher. Bibi Dong glanced at her student. How is it? Isn't Zhu Douluo's residence beautiful? Yes, yes. Zhu Douluo has all kinds of rare flowers and plants. Hulaina replied. Outside the Zhu Douluo residence was a wide and flat road, running north and south, leading directly to the papal palace. Bibi Dong only brought Hulaina with her and did not take the members of the Holy Emperor Knight group, as most of them were from the previous Pope's administration. At this time, the night was deep and quiet, and this was not the red light district of the Spirit City, where pedestrians had vanished. The moonlight spilled onto the polished bluestone pavement, giving it a unique chill. Bibi Dong paused for a moment, gently stroked Hulaina's head, and said, "Let's take a walk." Before Hulaina could respond, Bibi Dong had already let go and started walking slowly down the path with her hands behind her back. The master and disciple walked in silence for a long time, before Bibi Dong suddenly asked, "Laina, have you ever killed anyone?" "No." Hulaina shook her head. He could tell that the teacher was lost in thought. Having followed the teacher since childhood, he had never participated in the bloody battles between soul masters. No one knew this better than Bibi Dong, so there was no need to ask. If the teacher orders you to kill Laina, Bibi Dong looked at Hulaina, would you kill or not? Hulaina was taken aback for a moment and said, "The teacher's enemies are my enemies. Whoever the teacher wants to kill, that is who I want to kill." Bibi Dong looked at Hulaina, wanting to say something, but a burst of noise suddenly shattered the silence. It seemed a group of people was chasing each other, rapidly approaching from behind. At such a late hour, someone dared to cause trouble on the streets of the Spirit City. Hulaina became alert. But Bibi Dong remained with her hands behind her back, simply turning her gaze toward the ruckus. Bang clang, bang clang. Hearing this sound, Bibi Dong and Hulaina's expressions suddenly became strange. "Hulaina, what is that?" Bibi Dong. In the moonlight, a group of people appeared at the end of the long street. One person was carrying a large bag, making a clinking sound as he ran away at top speed. For people were closely following behind, already in their martial spirit possession state, with the leader wielding a large sword resembling an ancient zither. The other person had also entered the martial spirit possession state, with hands transformed into dog paws and dog ears on his head. The four leaped up from behind, attacking the person carrying the large bag. In a combined attack, their soul power surged, and their soul rings flickered, all displaying 2 yellow and 1 purple, indicating their soul respect level. The cooperation among the four was extremely clever, spreading out around the person in front and launching a fierce attack. Some with sweeping blows that created a low wind sound, blocking all spaces around the opponent. "Small tricks, do you dare to harm me?" Yitian let out a cold snort and suddenly accelerated, dodging the attacks from behind. Seeking death. Seeing Yitian evade the attack, Ai Hua immediately became furious, drawing out his long sword martial spirit that resembled an ancient zither, with the first soul ring flashing, and his soul skill activated instantly. Yitian felt a gust of wind beneath his feet as 2 green whirlwinds rose from his soles. In an instant, his explosive footwork unfolded, and his speed suddenly surged, creating a gap in the distance. He felt a bit frustrated. He had already shaken off the group of Wang Dan behind him. However, in the dark and chaotic Wuhuan city, having stayed in the Wuhuan campus for so long, he surprisingly lost his sense of direction and forgot which way would lead him back to the academy. Without knowing the way, Yitian ended up wandering in circles in Wuhuan city, only to encounter Ai Hua and a few others who were lingering around this area. Suddenly, from the alley ahead, a gigantic totem pole surged toward him, reaching his chest in an instant, but he grasped it tightly with one hand. The massive totem pole swung towards him like a heavy artillery shell, carrying a powerful roar with immense force at its end. Yitian can actually catch it in one go. The opponent is unable to break free in their urgency. "You, a support-type soul master, dare to attack me?" Yitian recognized the newcomer. It was Karu from Ai Hua's group. Taking advantage of his familiarity with every nook and cranny of Spirit City, where he grew up, Karu had taken a shortcut to intercept Yitian. Karu's martial soul was a totem. Although it looked quite rough, like a giant pillar, it was actually a strong support-type martial soul, similar to a staff. By planting different totem poles into the ground, he could provide various support effects for his teammates. Normally, such a soul master would stay at the back to apply collective buff effects for their teammates, and would never use their martial soul as a weapon. However, after losing the Sacred Soul Crystal, AI Hua's group was desperate, and even the support-type Soul Masters could no longer sit idly by, starting to wield their totem poles to forcefully join the battle. "Let go!" Karu shouted angrily. He felt somewhat helpless, without any offensive soul skills. He found himself unable to retract his martial soul after being caught by an assault-type Soul Master. "Fine, I'll let go." Yitian smiled, and as he flicked his wrist, a burst of shockwave rebounded along the totem pillar, causing Karu's mouth to crack and bleed. Wang Dan's second soul skill, Bloodthirst. Karu roared, and the totem pillar in his hands suddenly flickered, the ancient totem on it glowing and radiating strands of blood-red light. His martial soul instantly transformed into a dazzling light, casting a strange crimson glow in all directions. Under the red light, Karu's eyes turned bloodshot, his veins bulged, and his already tall body swelled slightly, emitting low growls from his mouth. With the enhancement of Bloodthirst, Karu's power surged, and he suddenly regained his spirit, letting out a loud roar as he flexed his arms. His strength was astonishing. Yitian was actually lifted by him while holding the totem martial soul. The remaining three cheered and charged at Yitian from behind. "You must be still half asleep." Yitian lifted into the air, smiled slightly, and leaped, kicking Karu in the face. Then, he used his right hand to summon a strangely shaped flying axe, a flash of green light, and with a horizontal swing, he sent AI Hua, who was attacking from behind, flying along with his sword. Yitian executed a backhand horizontal slash, while the microphone on the back of the flying axe narrated the scene, smashing fiercely on a Go Peng's dog head, sending him flying several meters away into a street shop. "Not bad, quick reaction," Bibi Dong said, lightly from a distance. The ability to perform such a flying kick and two horizontal slashes in mid-air showcased Yitian's agility and flexibility, which were extraordinary. What was even more remarkable was the calmness he displayed while airborne, showing an extreme confidence. While his opponents were using lethal moves, Yitian remained composed and did not retaliate with anger. Chapter 121. Kneeling down, Bibi Dong stood with her hands behind her back, as if watching a play, while the narrator Hulaina had a not-so-good expression, silently praying for Yitian. As a student of the Martial Soul Academy, fighting on the street at midnight and getting caught by the Pope would not end well, no matter how one looked at it. She was somewhat worried that the teacher would punish Yitian by revoking his right to attend classes with her. Yitian spun 360 degrees in the air and landed gracefully. He exerted force again, and the flying axe began to spin violently, emitting a howling sound like a raging wind. Yitian spun and wielded the flying axe, then suddenly hurled it, the axe drawing a sharp arc as it shattered the totem pillar, emanating a crimson light. This was a beneficial buff that couldn't be left intact. The principle of attacking the healer first couldn't be violated. "Everyone attack!" Ihua shouted. The second soul skill, Death Roll. Li Ran, who was behind Ihua, suddenly charged out, his body covered in scales, resembling a lizard man. Li Ran's martial soul, the crocodile, was an incredibly powerful beast martial soul, with terrifying strength and defense. He had just arrived. After all, crocodile martial souls were not known for their speed. Yitian was not afraid and did not use soul skills. He suddenly swung his axe and chopped down. It was just the simplest swing, but strangely bypassed Li Ran's attack and fiercely smashed into Li Ran's like a microphone. Yitian didn't want to take the lives of these few people, nor did he want to seriously injure them. If he didn't seriously injure them, it wouldn't alert the enforcement department of the Wuhuan Academy, and then AI Hua and the others wouldn't be able to deal with him through official channels. If he were to seriously injure AI Hua and the others, that would be a big problem. Cheating during gambling, robbing treasures after cheating, and then seriously injuring the victims, if this were to get out. Yitian assured that even if the Academy's law enforcement department didn't deal with him, Huang Ying would still give him a harsh lesson. He repeatedly swung his flying axe. Though it seemed like an ordinary move, it was exceptionally fierce. Each strike made his opponent fearful, not daring to block its sharpness. "Teacher, should I go and stop them?" Hulaina asked softly from his side. "Why stop them?" Bibi Dong chuckled lightly. "With music, commentary, and performance, why should we intervene?" Yitian paused for a moment, contemplating whether to defeat this group of bastards before leaving or to just make a run for it right now. Previously, he had managed to escape several times using his second soul skill, Flying Sparrow seizing the embrace, but he was ultimately blocked by these 7 people. Now only 4 had shown up, so it was likely that 3 more were outside waiting for him. Zhang Xing, Zhao Yingjie, and those bastards. "Do you really think I'll let you go just like that?" Yitian felt a surge of anger. Who would have thought that the invincible him would get lost at a critical moment? After being chased for so long, he decided to deal with them first before anything else. Otherwise, it would never end. Yitian suddenly sprang up, stretching his body in the air like a giant black eagle spreading its wings. With this movement, a fierce and powerful wind surged down, as if it were splitting mountains and cracking rocks. This was his second soul skill, Flying Sparrow seizing the embrace, carrying the weight of his entire body. Striking down like a bolt of lightning, whipping down from the sky, AI Air raised his sword to block, the large sword resembling an ancient zither. As the axe and sword clashed, a series of piercing metallic sounds echoed sharply, the fierce wind rising and falling. Yitian's axe maintained its momentum, slashing down on AI Hua's shoulder like a long knife. The heavy blade pressed down on AI Hua's large sword, driving it hard into his shoulder, causing him to let out a muffled groan, and his knees buckled as he knelt down. Crack! A crisp sound of bones breaking was heard. Yitian was taken aback for a moment, secretly thinking it was bad. Although the axe did not directly hit AI's body, the force carried by the axe was immense, and this blow probably shattered AI's scapula. Damn, you useless fools, I haven't even used my full strength, and you're already kneeling down. If I put in some effort, wouldn't I accidentally kill you? Time to get out of here. Yitian cursed angrily, as Yitian was about to leave with his axe. AI Hua let out a tragic howl and suddenly unleashed a powerful will, abandoning his sword to firmly grip Yitian's flying axe with his hand, not allowing him to leave. He didn't believe Yitian would dare to kill him here. At that moment, Go Peng, who had been knocked away by Yitian earlier, pounced over like a vicious dog, his sharp claws reaching for the back of Yitian's neck. Yitian didn't even look, and with a quick grip, a flying axe suddenly appeared in his left hand. With a sharp sound, he struck fiercely. His waist and abdomen suddenly exerted force, twisting his body to channel all his strength into the flying axe, using the back of the blade to thrust upward. As if he had eyes on the back of his head, this powerful strike accurately hit the rapidly descending Go Peng. Crack! The sound of bones breaking rang out again. The microphone on the flying axe effortlessly broke Go Peng's arms and continued its force, striking heavily against his chest. Go Peng didn't even have time to grunt before he fell from the air, crashing into the surrounding shops. Yitian turned to Karoo and the others and said, "Come on, come chase me. If you come over, this is the end for you." Seeing the few people who dared to be angry but couldn't say anything, Yitian felt a huge relief in his heart. Anyone being chased for several streets would feel uncomfortable. He picked up the bag filled with gold soul coins and planned to make a run for it. "Nana, go take them down," Bibi Dong said expressionlessly. As the Pope, she naturally couldn't personally deal with such trivial matters. "As you command, teacher," Hulaina responded. "Bright moon and clear breeze, you really have good taste." Hulaina spoke up. "It's none of your business. If you don't want to die, get out of my sight." AI Hua shouted, covering his shoulder as he was currently very angry. Yitian was suddenly taken aback. He recognized that voice very well. A sense of ominous premonition rose in his heart as he turned to look at Hulaina and winked at her. Hulaina was momentarily stunned, subtly squinting her eyes, her large eyes rolling around before she slightly glanced sideways. Yitian understood and followed Hulaina's gaze. It was okay not to look, but once he did, his heart sank. A tall figure in a black robe stood by the street. Although the robe obscured their features, the extraordinary aura could only belong to Bibi Dong. He quickly retracted his martial soul, put down the large bag of gold soul coins in his hand, and obediently stood beside Hulaina, no longer daring to act arrogantly. AI Hua stood up from his kneeling position, glaring at Yitian. The large sword in his hand, resembling an ancient zither, shimmered slightly. Clearly, this matter was not over. Regardless of the identities of the two black-robed figures before him, they could not leave without retrieving the sacred soul crystal. Hulaina smiled at Yitian, wanting to pinch him, but under Bibi Dong's watchful eye, she dared not make any other moves. She turned her head, and her expression suddenly changed. AI Hua, Karoo, Liran, Go Peng, what are you all doing? Chapter 122. Deducting subsidies. Hulaina's voice carried a hint of inexplicable allure. This was the passive effect of her first soul skill, soul capture and soul snatch. Under Hulaina's soul skill, the already furious AI Hua and the others were instantly dazed, standing there blankly, completely unaware of who they were, where they were, or what they were supposed to do. The surroundings were so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Snap! Hulaina snapped her fingers, and the group trembled, waking from their stupor. Hulaina! The four felt a sense of bewilderment. As students from the Martial Soul Academy, they naturally knew Hulaina's great name. In fact, they often sought trouble with Hulaina and Xieyu in the past. However, after being taught a harsh lesson several times, they were left with a deep psychological shadow regarding Hulaina. Their martial souls were not of the mental attribute, nor did they have any mental attribute soul skills. So under Hulaina's enchantment, they had no ability to fight back. At that moment, Douluo and Gueda also arrived at the scene. As a titled Douluo, it was impossible for them not to be aware of what was happening around them, especially since it involved the Pope. Your Holiness the Pope, what is this? Douluo Yueguan asked, somewhat confused. Just a few kids fighting. Bibi Dong replied lightly. What's going on? Yueguan stepped forward, nonchalantly inquiring. Hearing that soft voice, Yitian was startled, realizing this was the principal of the Martial Soul Academy, Yueguan, whose martial soul was the rare and precious herb, the heavenly chrysanthemum. Not good. Yitian inwardly groaned. As the principal of the Martial Soul Academy, his attention was naturally drawn there. He discreetly glanced at Bibi Dong, realizing that this time he would likely have to exert himself. After all, he often attended classes with Hulaina, so he could barely be considered a half-disciple and had seen Douluo a few times, though he had never approached him to chat. He hoped Douluo would not make things difficult for him because of this connection. Ai Hua and the others were also startled. Growing up in Martial Soul City, they naturally knew who Douluo was, especially since he was their principal. The students exchanged glances, and it was Ai Hua, relying on his family's influence in Martial Soul City, who gathered a bit of courage and boldly declared, "This kid stole our money." "Why did he steal your money?" Yueguan asked. "He lost to us in gambling, and then he cheated us. Ai Hua had not finished explaining when he suddenly realized he had let something slip, and the others glared at him fiercely. Karu quietly moved his foot over and stomped hard on Ai Hua's foot. "Oh," Yueguan nodded, "so there's also gambling involved. But I know this kid, Yitian. He has always been poor and destitute. How could he have money to lose to you?" Hearing this, Yitian's face darkened. How did his identity as a poor person spread so widely? Even the title Douluo knows about it. It was others who lost. Ai Hua pointed at Yitian, saying he cheated and still came to steal money, even taking the sacred soul crystal my mother gave me. Ai Hua wasn't stupid. At this moment, he seized the opportunity to throw dirt at Yitian. Regardless of whether he actually cheated or not, it was decided that it was him. Yitian was taken aback and cursed Ai Hua in his heart for being so insidious, but he didn't refute it and kept a calm facade. He understood the situation. Was the current issue really about cheating? A dignified title Douluo wouldn't waste time on trivial matters like cheating and swindling money. Right now, Douluo might be getting ready to deal with someone. Not for any other reason, but for the students under his jurisdiction. Why were they so useless? Unable to defeat a little brat from Xinglua Academy? If you gamble and lose, you have to be prepared to lose. Douluo's face showed a hint of anger as he glanced at Yitian, making Yitian shudder involuntarily. As for the Holy Spirit Crystal, Douluo didn't take it seriously. As a 95th level Super Douluo, it was merely a trinket to him. If you can't afford to lose and still gamble, that's tarnishing the reputation of our Wuhuan Hall. He continued. Douluo's words were indeed very reasonable. The students had learned a lesson. Yitian nodded slightly, maintaining his composure, and coldly glanced at Ai Hua and a few others, suddenly devising a plan in his mind. Yitian said, "It's just that Ai Hua and the others want to use gambling to insult my companions, and even put their bad ideas on my female classmate. That's why I took action against them." "Bad ideas?" Douluo raised an eyebrow and looked at Yitian, wanting him to elaborate. Yitian was suddenly at a loss for words, lowering his head, and suddenly fell silent. He thought to himself, too much is as bad as too little. This is enough. The man in the black robe behind Douluo lightly coughed. Douluo, who was about to ask a question, paused and did not continue to target Yitian. Yitian let out a slow breath. He knew that if this matter continued to develop, it would not end well for him, so it was most appropriate to bring out Bibi Dong. He understood that if the reason for his actions was to protect his female classmate, Bibi Dong would definitely stand up for him. Douluo squinted his eyes, looking at the group of students with hidden agendas, and suddenly broke into a smile. With that smile, the gloom instantly dissipated, the rain cleared, and there was an enchanting charm akin to that of a woman. Yitian couldn't help but shiver all over. Quickly focusing his eyes on his nose and then on his heart, looking down at his toes with the demeanor of a good child admitting his mistake. "Well," said Douluo, "our academy hasn't hosted a major competition in a long time, and the spirit of martial arts isn't strong. Instead of spending time in bars and brothels, it's better to stretch our muscles and study soul skills. The establishment of the 3 major campuses was originally intended to facilitate competitions between the academies. But after the new pope took office, there was discord with the Elder Hall. The people in the Elder Hall were worried that the open and covert struggles within the Spirit Hall would be brought into the academy. Therefore, in recent years, the 3 major campuses haven't held any academy competitions. The students looked at Douluo, who had a gentle expression and spoke eloquently, feeling as if they had escaped death. Even Yitian's expression slowly relaxed. Yitian is from the Luo campus, so it's inconvenient for me to punish him. Douluo paused as he said this. Yitian let out a sigh, and was about to gesture, said softly. The Soul Master Hall provides subsidies in gold soul coins to assist low-level soul masters in their training, not for you to gamble. Since you're not doing the right thing, this benefit will be cancelled from now on. Douluo raised his orchid finger, pointing at Ai Hua and the others. Since you all like to strengthen your bodies, then go back to the camp, and each of you do 3 months of hard labor for me. It was as if a thunderbolt had struck the heads of the crowd, and everyone looked up at each other in dismay. For these young soul masters from noble families, whether there was a subsidy or not was of little consequence, but 3 months of hard labor was simply a matter of life and death. Yitian was already stunned. Losing his subsidy meant that he would truly have no source of income in the future. He lamented in his heart. How would he survive from now on? Chapter 123. Holy Soul Crystal Stone. Douluo waved his sleeve and turned to leave. The principal, or rather Ai Hua, gathered more courage and stepped out from the crowd. My Holy Soul Crystal Stone was swindled away by this kid. You must stand up for me. That was what I snatched, not swindled away. If you have the ability, but take it back. What is the point of telling your parents and teachers? That's not what a man does. Yitian retorted defiantly. He couldn't show weakness at this moment. He needed Douluo to help Ai Hua get back the Holy Soul Crystal Stone. With his subsidy cut off, if he couldn't get the Holy Soul Crystal Stone, it would be a huge loss. Douluo glanced back at him. This kid has poor gambling habits. And you still want to gamble with him? Go take it back yourself. He seemed to be in a good mood, chuckling a few times as he walked away, leaving a group of students dejected. Douluo nodded slightly at the figure in the black robe. The figure in the black robe softly said, I'm quite idle. Add that kid in too. Yes, sir. A few people slowly left. Hulaina made a face at Yitian, waved her hand, and quickly followed Bibi Dong out. Seeing everyone leave, Yitian hurriedly picked up the large bag of gold soul coins by his feet, slung it over his shoulder, and chased after Hulaina. Ai Hua was stunned. After a moment, he suddenly roared, Chase after them. We need to get the Holy Soul Crystal Stone back. However, by this time, Yitian had already vanished from sight. Following after Hulaina and the others, Yitian found the correct path back to the Luo campus. Yitian returned from outside the school without any obstacles. As soon as he walked in, Zhang Xing anxiously said, Boss, why did you come back so late? We were all worried sick. If you hadn't come back soon, we were planning to go look for you. Damn, you guys are such a bunch of idiots. Running away so fast. With a duong, Yitian threw a bag of gold soul coins onto the desk in the dormitory. Boss, you can't be lost, right? Zhu, who had just returned from the soul hunting forest, asked. It was obvious that he was lost. Otherwise, with his speed, he should have been back long ago. Suyu suddenly spoke up, sitting on Yitian's bed, her long legs swinging off the edge. Do you think I'm like you guys? Just wandering around aimlessly? Yitian replied irritably. I'm very busy. He reached out to Suyu. Give me the Holy Soul Crystal to have a look. This is what I won. Are you serious? Suyu pouted, looking displeased. I even snatched this. Well, loss. I ran into the dean of the Martial Soul Academy, Douluo, on the way back, and he canceled my monthly allowance. Speaking of this, Yitian felt a bit distressed. What does that matter? Suyu took out the Holy Soul Crystal and handed it to Yitian. This thing is very precious, rare and valuable, enough for you to receive subsidies for decades. How do you use this? Yitian asked. Just keep it on you while cultivating, Suyu said. To be precise, the Holy Soul Crystal has the effect of gathering soul power from the environment. Yitian looked at it. Although the Holy Soul Crystal was not large, its radius was 3 meters. This meant that within a 3-meter radius of the Holy Soul Crystal, one could gain a boost in cultivation speed. At this moment, Zhang Xing also spoke up. Yeah, I just tried it. From my current position, I can already feel the benefits of the Holy Soul Crystal. My cultivation efficiency is about 10% faster than before. Yitian held the Holy Soul Crystal in silence, as his bed was occupied by Suyu, and he could only sit cross-legged at the table. Listening to his own breathing, he felt the world suddenly quiet down, entering a mysterious meditative state. With each breath, he sensed the soul power swirling within his body, flowing through the meridians. This effect was powerful, almost comparable to his training in the Grand Soul Arena in Soul City. What a treasure! With this thing, the speed of cultivation has greatly increased. No wonder that guy AI Hua looks like he is desperate. Yitian carefully examined the Holy Soul Crystal. However, AI Hua would likely not give up easily. His status in the family was not high, and he shouldn't have something like this. AI Air said, "I'm afraid that AI Hua's family will come looking for us." "What are you afraid of?" "We have Teacher Huang. Would they dare to come and forcefully take it?" Su Yu said with a fearless expression. After hearing Su Yu's words, Yitian nodded. "That's true. Let's go meet Teacher Huang. To avoid retaliation, it's better to let Teacher Huang know. If Teacher Huang asks us to stay and cultivate, then we will, and if not, we will leave it to Teacher Huang to handle." "That's a good idea." Zhang Xing agreed. "If Teacher Huang lets us stay, it means that the forces behind AI Hua are not that formidable. If he asks us to hand it over, then it shows that Teacher Huang also cannot deal with the forces behind AI Hua." "AI Air, does your AI family have a title, Douluo?" Su Yu asked. AI Air remained silent for a long time, and then quietly said, "The AI family has one title Douluo, but that title Douluo is not AI Hua's father." Seeing AL's expression, Yitian immediately had an inkling, but the basic principle of being a person is to see through but not to speak out. He could tell that among all the people present, Al and Zhu Zhujin were likely the two who had the most on their minds. He could probably guess a bit about Zhu Zhujin's troubles, but he had no idea about AL's issues at all. Yitian stood up and said, "Let's go. We should find Teacher Huang now. Isn't it a bit late? Why don't we wait until tomorrow's class to go?" Zhang Xing replied, "We should go now to avoid any prolonged complications." Yitian recalled AI Hua's menacing appearance and felt that this guy might pull some tricks. The group chatted as they walked towards Huang Ying's dormitory. "Hey, Yitian, when will you reach the Soul Master level?" Su Yu asked casually. As the leader of the team, she always referred to herself as the big sister, completely disregarding Yitian, the so-called big boss. "In just a few days." Yitian replied. His soul power level had already reached 29. He was just a thin layer away from breaking through to level 30. In fact, today's visit to Huang Ying was not just about the Holy Soul Crystal, but also about the third soul ring. "How come you're so fast?" Su Yu wrinkled her nose and glanced at Yitian. "Your speed is rare in the entire Martial Soul Academy. No, it should be rare in the entire Soul Master World. There are reasons for my fast cultivation speed." Yitian paused and explained. "My martial soul is a humanoid martial soul, so as long as I cultivate in a human gathering place, I can trigger the effect of a mimetic cultivation environment, which makes my martial soul naturally cultivate faster than yours. Secondly, my martial soul's original form is that of an executioner. Cultivating in the execution ground will also trigger the mimetic cultivation effect again. Thirdly, my martial soul has the characteristics of both an executioner and a gold medal host, which means it also has the characteristics of a gold medal commentator. Therefore, cultivating in the Grand Soul Arena will trigger the mimetic cultivation effect once more. These three mimetic cultivation environments stack together, and since my martial soul inherently has full soul power, my cultivation speed is naturally much faster than yours." Chapter 124, Leaving the Crystal. Yitian talkit illusionantly. This is indeed a fact. Even if he hasn't consumed any celestial herbs or other bizarre things, his cultivation speed is still astonishingly fast. His cultivation speed is even faster than Tang San and Qianren Xue. During his 6 years of study at Nodding Academy, Tang San only progressed from level 10 to level 27 in soul power, and the current Tang San may have just awakened his martial soul in Holy Soul Village. Or perhaps he has just entered Nodding Academy to study. And who is Qianren Xue? The young lady of the Spirit Hall, with innate level 20 full soul power. Backed by the formidable Qian Daolu of the Spirit Hall, she has access to everything one could wish for. At the age of 12, she was only a 3-ring soul master, close to becoming a 4-ring soul sect. What's more, Tang San's speed is achieved without any external aids, solely relying on the cultivation of the Xiantian skill. Once he starts to exert himself, it will be incredible. Yitian secretly pondered. I need to be faster and more stable. This holy soul crystal must be protected at all costs. I really envy you. My martial soul can only trigger a simulated cultivation environment when it rains. Su Yu shook his head, wishing there was a place where it rained all year round. Isn't a waterfall just that? Zhang Xing interjected from his side. How can the effect of a waterfall compare to that of a rainy day? Suyupotiv, giving Zhang Xing a fierce glare. And besides, is it a place for people to stay under a waterfall? Why don't you go train your body under the waterfall? The more Suyu spoke, the angrier he became. Tomorrow you must go and try it out. Experience the feeling of being washed by the waterfall. Yitian smiled. Suyu had been cultivating under the waterfall for 3 years, and her resentment was quite deep. However, although the environment for cultivation under the waterfall was harsh, the improvements to oneself were evident. While training the soul power, one could also enhance physical strength. Knock, knock, knock. Yitian knocked on Huang Ying's door. He felt that, given teacher Huang's tendency to observe quietly, he should have noticed their arrival long ago. Stop knocking, just come in. Huang Ying's voice came from inside. Pushing the door open, Yitian saw Huang Ying already seated, waiting for their arrival. As a dedicated teacher who loved to patrol and observe from the shadows, he had known about Yitian and the others' movements since they left. For the past 3 years, the eagle derived from his soul, Skill Eagle's eye had been circling around the academy dormitory. As a mentally sound and normal person, Huang Ying certainly wasn't peeping on the elementary school students. He was there to ensure the safety of Yitian and the others. As a soul master, although he had not entered the core of the power struggle, ever since the new pope took office, the entire Wuhuan temple indeed felt like it was stirring with activity. As a genius with innate full soul power and dual martial souls, Yitian naturally became the target of various factions vying for his support. Huang Ying did not want these internal struggles to involve her still-growing disciple, so it was quite necessary to observe secretly and provide appropriate protection. What do you need from me so late at night? Huang Ying asked. Although she could observe secretly, she couldn't eavesdrop on the conversation between Yitian and the others. Teacher, we were in the middle of talking when Yitian directly interrupted and took over the conversation. Yitian said, Teacher, earlier we gambled with the people from the Wuhuan campus, and we won a sacred soul crystal through our skills. However, those people are quite unwilling to accept it and seem to want to cause trouble, trying to take back the sacred soul crystal by special means. He handed the sacred soul crystal in his hand to Huang Ying. This thing is very useful for cultivation, so we want to keep it. I don't know if the teacher supports this. It can increase and improve cultivation efficiency. They're all good things. Yitian was somewhat anxious. He had a rough idea of why Su Yu and Zhang Xing's group had not shown up lately. Perhaps it was not a mid-course failure, but rather a final one. Even the most outstanding Hulaina barely reached the soul sage level in the later stages. It was easy to imagine the cultivation levels of Zhang Xing and others, who were a few years younger than Hulaina. If it weren't for his unexpected variable, this interesting group would probably have perished under the sea god's mysterious AoE at Jialing Pass. Huang Ying took the Holy Soul Crystal from Yitian's hand, looked at the dragon's eye on the crystal, weighed it carefully for a moment, and said, This is indeed a good thing. For soul masters below the soul sage level, it is a rare treasure. If you can obtain it, combined with a simulated training environment, your cultivation speed will greatly increase. Hearing Huang Ying's words, Yitian was taken aback, pondering in his heart. No wonder Douluo didn't care about this thing at all. If it really was universally applicable across all realms, Douluo would not have brushed it off so lightly. Teacher Huang means we can keep this? Suyu asked. She was somewhat excited. Regardless of how much it could speed up cultivation, just the appearance of the Holy Soul Crystal made it necessary to keep it. Although this thing only worked for those below the Soul Sage level, it was still a rare cultivation treasure, and keeping it wouldn't be easy. Huang Ying pondered for a moment. Carefully explain how you obtained it. Facing teacher Huang's inquiry, Yitian did not hide anything and directly told him everything. In his heart, teacher Huang was one of their own, so there was no need for concealment. Huang Ying's expression was somewhat strange as he looked at this group of students with some helplessness and said irritably, So, you guys not only cheated, but after being discovered, you directly fought back. Not only did you steal money, but you also robbed the Holy Soul Crystal? As he spoke, he suddenly became furious and raised his hand, swiftly knocking on each person's head. Bang, 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 ouch, oh no, ow. Zhu Jin held his head, looking aggrieved. Teacher Huang, I didn't participate in this matter. I was still training in the simulated environment of the soul-hunting forest. Bang, another knock on the head. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Zhu Jin cried out in pain, with 2 symmetrical bumps on either side of his head, looking a bit prominent. You all are one entity. They got the Holy Soul Crystal and a bag of gold soul coins, and you don't get to share? Huang Ying said sternly, You are one entity, so you must share in both blessings and hardships. It's too urgent to wash your hands of it. You deserve to be punished. Zhu Jin stopped talking. He had only been making a casual remark and didn't really think that way. You got this holy soul crystal for the AI family in Wuhan City. Huang Ying glanced at AI Heir, who remained silent, and continued, I don't know much about the AI family. I only know that their martial soul is very strange. They are a mysterious family and act very low-key in Wuhan City. Therefore, so you looked hopeful. Can we keep this pendant? It's not impossible to keep it, as it is indeed beneficial for your cultivation. Huang Ying nodded. At that time, you can say you won it at the gambling table. As for cheating, deny it all and say that AI Hua and others lost and were unhappy, looking for an excuse to take back the Holy Soul Crystal. Chapter 125, named Huang Ying, was not a naive person. There was no need for naivety in the realm of soul masters. If it was beneficial for cultivation, what was it to snatch a Holy Soul Crystal? Moreover, it was others who came to them first. Long live Teacher Huang! Suyu exclaimed as she took the Holy Soul Crystal from Huang Ying's hand and jumped up in cheer. Seeing this, Huang Ying also smiled knowingly. He was quite satisfied with Suyu. Although she sometimes had a bit of a temper like a little girl, she was very hard-working in her cultivation. Training under the waterfall for 3 years showed a willpower that was not comparable to ordinary people. Huang Ying waved his hand. You all go back first. I will arrange this matter. Just then, Zhao Ying suddenly spoke up. Teacher Huang, I've reached level 20 and am preparing to fuse my spirit ring. Should I report to the academy, or how? Feeling embarrassed in front of him, men shouldn't be so wishy-washy. Huang Ying glanced at him and said, if you want to report to the academy, then go. Zhao Yingjie scratched his head awkwardly. Isn't this being a little modest? Teacher Huang, will you be free? There's no time like the present. Tomorrow you can come with me to the Stardow Forest. Huang Ying was always decisive. Teacher Huang, I want to go too. I have 29 levels of soul power now and will break through in the next few days. It's just right to solve it this time to avoid troubling Teacher Huang again. Yitian said, I want to go too. I want to go too. Suyu jumped up and raised her hand, looking ecstatic. Didn't you just go to the Stardow Forest to fuse your second spirit ring not long ago? Huang Ying glanced at Suyu. What are you going for? Just to cause trouble? Just think of it as training in the Stardow Forest. Suyu was somewhat excited. The days spent training under the waterfall were just too boring. Looking at Suyu, who seemed eager to try, Huang Ying shook his head and firmly refused. The Stardow Forest is not a joke. No one can guarantee if there will be any accidents. It's better not to go to the Stardow Forest. We can only achieve teamwork by going to the Stardow Forest together. Suyu insisted. Yes. Zhang Xing also eagerly said, we act as a group, and we won't panic in future cooperation. His cultivation was about the same as Suyu's. Last time, it was Teacher Huang who took him and Suyu to the Stardow Forest to obtain spirit rings. AI Heir and Zhu Jin did not speak. AI Heir's second spirit ring was not obtained from the Stardow Forest with Huang Ying, but was acquired by reporting to the academy and going to the soul hunting forest under the guidance of the enforcement team. As for Zhu Jin, his progress was relatively slow, currently only at 19 levels of soul power, and he was not yet able to fuse his second spirit ring. Huang Ying scanned everyone. Let us not mention this matter again. You all focus on your cultivation. Tomorrow Zhao Yingjie and Yitian will accompany me to the Stardow Forest. This is not a game. The more you go, the more dangerous it becomes. After all, I can't cover everything, and your cooperation experience is still too little. It's not safe to rush there. Everyone had no choice but to return to their dorms silently. Once Teacher Huang made up his mind, it was very hard to change it. After leaving Huang Ying's residence, Suyu handed the Holy Soul Crystal to Yitian and said proudly, aren't you still a bit short of breaking through to level 30? Take this for a few days so you can become a 3-ring soul master sooner. Otherwise, if you can't break through in the Stardow Forest, it would be too embarrassing. Yes. Boss, once you break through to a 3-ring soul master, we won't have to worry about that AI anymore. Zhao Yingjie said from his side. When AI Hua and those guys come looking for trouble again, we'll just beat them up. As if the boss is afraid of AI now. Zhang Xing still remembered when they first entered school, how Yitian had effortlessly defeated the senior students. Then I won't be polite. Yitian did not refuse and directly took the item from Suyu's hand, hanging it around his neck, finding it quite useful in the past few days. After several people left, Huang Ying's door was knocked on again. This time, he did not know in advance who was coming. The hawks he had secretly placed for observation were all stationed near the student dormitory. Principal, why are you here? Huang Ying was somewhat surprised to see the person outside the door. Although the stinging porcupine Douluo was the principal of the Xinglua campus, as a title Douluo, He usually did not concern himself with the trivial matters of the school, mainly just holding a title. Much like many professors in various colleges who didn't really participate in teaching. There is a command from the Wuhuan campus. Stinging porcupine Douluo said in a deep voice. A command from the Wuhuan campus? Huang Ying was slightly taken aback, feeling somewhat puzzled. Although the Wuhuan campus was stronger than the Xingluo campus, there were still peer units. And there was no such thing as a command in that sense. Looking at stinging porcupine Douluo's expression, Huang Ying's heart sank, feeling that something bad had happened. Stinging porcupine Douluo sat down in a room, holding the teacup in his hand, and slowly began to speak. This afternoon, I received news that His Holiness the Pope wants to summon the talents of the Wuhuan Academy to hunt in the soul-hunting forest. Hunt? Huang Ying was slightly stunned, wondering what they were hunting for, as the soul-hunting forest was established to provide soul rings for low-level soul masters, right? If it was used for hunting, wouldn't all the previous efforts be in vain? Stinging porcupine Douluo shook his head. It is not hunting soul beasts, but rather hunting soul masters. Some time ago, the law enforcement team destroyed an evil soul master stronghold, capturing a group of evil soul masters and their descendants and escorting them to Wuhuan City. The Pope intends to imprison this group of evil soul masters in the soul-hunting forest, and this time, sending the Academy's talents there's not just for simple hunting. In fact, it is for them to kill the evil soul masters and see blood in advance. After listening, Huang Ying was silent for a moment and said, "Actually, this may not be a bad thing. Our current education still lacks bloodiness. They will eventually take this step, and experiencing the brutality of soul masters in advance is not necessarily a bad thing." After a pause, he asked, "What is the strength of this group of evil soul masters?" You also know that the strength of evil soul masters is generally stronger than that of ordinary soul masters at the same level. Most of this group of evil soul masters are at the great soul master level, with a small number at the soul sovereign level. Stinging porcupine Douluo explained. Evil soul masters that are too weak perished under the attack of the law enforcement team, while those that were too strong were killed on the spot. Soul sovereign level evil soul masters are not easy to deal with. Without attribute restraint, ordinary soul masters probably need to be at the soul sect level to kill them. Huang Ying's expression also became somewhat serious. Huang Ying asked, "Are there any restrictions on the talent sent out?" The Wuhuan Academy has quite a few experts, and among the students currently enrolled, there are some at the soul sect level. Stinging porcupine Douluo smiled helplessly. The Pope has set a rule that the talents participating must be students under 15 years old. Since the students participating in the hunt will be working as a team, even if their strength is not as good as that of the evil soul masters, they can still win by numbers. Many students over 15 years old would already exceed the strength of those evil soul masters. And if they were to go in as a team, it would be meaningless. That makes sense. Huang Ying nodded. This was a good thing for the students, and they should actively participate. He thought for a moment and said, "The number of evil soul masters is limited. So this time the hunt should logically be a case of more monks than meat. Are there any restrictions for each campus?" Stinging porcupine Douluo said, "Each campus can send out a maximum of one team, and except for the Wuhuan campus, other campuses are participating voluntarily." He paused. "However, there is one exception. Your disciple Yitian has been specifically named by the Pope." Chapter 126. Heading to the Stardo Great Forest early the next morning, Zhao Yingjie and Yitian arrived at Huang Ying's residence, waiting for Huang Ying to take them to the Stardo Great Forest. "You two came quite early." Huang Ying smiled at the two students and said, "Last night, I thought it over carefully. What you said does make some sense. It is not advisable to only cultivate in the academy. Practical combat is very necessary. Go call Su Yu, AI Air, Zhang Xing, and Zhu Zhujin over." Okay, I'll go now," Zhao Yingjie said excitedly, turning around and happily going to gather the others. Yitian was slightly taken aback, not understanding why Huang Ying suddenly changed his mind. "Teacher Huang, is something wrong?" After pondering for a moment, he asked, "Is there a competition at the academy? So we need to practice together in advance." "Competition?" Huang Ying smiled. "You are quite clever. It could be considered a competition, I suppose." He did not explain further. For these young children, informing them in advance that they would be participating in the hunt for evil soul masters would undoubtedly be too cruel. He planned to take this opportunity to go to the Stardo Forest and test the level of cooperation among the students. If their cooperation was high, he could confidently let them participate in the hunt for evil soul masters. If their cooperation was low, like a pile of loose sand, he would have to report to the academy, abandon this team opportunity, and let Yitian go alone. As for Yitian, he was quite at ease. As Yitian's teacher, Huang Ying undoubtedly understood Yitian's true strength better than anyone else, and once he advanced to the Soul Master rank, there would be a qualitative change. Mentioning the competition made Yitian ponder. There was a very significant competition among Soul Master Academies on the continent, the elite competition for high-level Soul Master Academies across the continent. The next edition of this competition would probably be held in 3 years. Could it be that Teacher Huang wants us to participate in the next elite competition for high-level Soul Master Academies? He thought. However, he couldn't be certain. In 3 years, his strength might not reach the Soul Sect level, or at most just the Soul Sect. This level of power might be sufficient in other academies on the continent, but in the Spirit Hall Academy, it would not be impressive. After all, they were still in the lower grades. And many senior Soul Master seniors had undoubtedly reached the Soul Sect level, although the original work did not describe it in detail. It did mention in passing that the champion of this elite competition for high-level Soul Master Academies went to the Spirit Hall. Before long, everyone gathered at Huang Ying's residence. Su Yu, Zhang Xing, and Zhao Yingjie had excited expressions on their faces. As a group of fighters, they naturally would not be afraid. Zhu Zhu was a bit anxious. Although Huang Ying had them fight against feline soul beasts in the soul hunting forest, some ingrained fears were hard to change. At this moment, he thought, if the feline ferocious beasts in the soul hunting forest are so terrifying, wouldn't the wild soul beasts in the Stardew forest be even more horrifying? Elvin was quiet, his face expressionless, and it was hard to tell what he was thinking. Once everyone had arrived, Huang Ying spoke up. Yesterday you said you wanted to act as a team and train your cooperation skills, so I will grant you that wish. This time, I won't intervene. Everything will depend on you. Don't, Teacher Huang. If you're not there to support us, how can we let go? Zhang Xing wailed. I can't follow you all your lives. You'll have to grow up and become independent eventually. Huang Ying said irritably. All right, off you go. You are all young. I'm always around you, which might annoy you. You all have been to the Stardew forest and know the area. Go find suitable soul beasts for yourselves. I will follow you secretly, and if you encounter any soul beast that you cannot handle or any unexpected situations, I will step in. This was also his plan. Evil soul masters were even more dangerous than soul beasts. If the students couldn't handle soul beasts on their own, facing evil soul masters would mean certain death. Yes, Yitian nodded. He understood that he could not develop a dependency. In the end, one must rely on oneself. Moreover, this time he planned to hunt a 1,000-year soul beast for a soul ring. The specific age would depend on the soul beast, but for beasts of this level, perhaps they wouldn't even need Huang Ying's help. They would be enough to defeat it themselves. After Huang Ying briefed the 6 on some precautions, he vanished, stepping on the back of a falcon and flying away. Boss, what do we do now? Zhang Xing asked, feeling a bit anxious without Huang Ying by their side. What are you afraid of? Yitian simideth. Teacher Huang is watching us from the side. If we encounter a danger we can't handle, he will intervene. He felt quite confident in his heart, with an 88th level soul, Douluo, secretly protecting them. As long as they didn't recklessly enter the core area of the Stardew Great Forest, they would be basically safe. At that moment, the 6 of them took off in the direction they had set, heading straight for the Stardew Great Forest next to Soul Master City. Soul Master City is located in the center of the 2 great empires, and the Stardew Great Forest spans across both empires. So Soul Master City is very close to the Stardew Great Forest. When establishing Soul Master City, the Spirit Hall also considered the demand for hunting soul beasts conveniently. After a day of hurried travel, Yitian, Su Yu, and the others had already arrived at the outskirts of the Stardew Great Forest. Although they had not yet reached their destination, the air along the way had noticeably become fresher, and breathing had become much smoother. Although Yitian and the others had been traveling for more than a day, their spirits were high. Ever since entering the Spirit Hall Academy, they had been busy with intense study and training, with hardly any time to relax. Even during their last trip to the Stardew Forest with Huang Ying, they were exhausted and had no mood to appreciate the scenery around them. Over the past 3 years, Zhao Yingjie, Zhang Xing, and Su Yu had taken breaks to go home during the Academy's holidays. However, Yitian had not rested. He had no home here and could only focus on diligent training at the Academy. Fortunately, he had Zhu Zhujin accompanying him. Due to family reasons, Zhu Zhujin had also not returned to his own family, and he felt to Yitian like an abandoned child. Do we have any strategic plans for encountering soul beasts? Su Yu asked. Boss Su, do we need any strategies or plans? Zhang Xing, who had been feeling down, suddenly became excited and said, as long as AI Air gives us good buffs, we can charge an all at once and smash that soul master to bits. Simple and rough, I think it works. Zhao Yingjie chimed in from the side. Isn't that just a scattered mess? So you shot a glare at Zhao Yingjia and Zhang Xing. I disagree. We must have some principles to follow. Yitian smiled as he watched them argue and did not respond. Chapter 127, Control System Soul Master. Douluo, Senior of the Spirit Hall, Main Text Volume Chapter 127, Control System Soul Master. Noticing Yitian's smiling face, so you turn to look at him. If everyone rushes in blindly, wouldn't that be like a pile of scattered sand? No. Yitian Vokit. We should be 6 grains of sand instead. Suyu was speechless, angrily saying, "You're driving me crazy." Yitian smiled and said, "Just a joke." However, Suyu is right. We must have some rules to follow. If we fight in a chaotic manner, what would that be called, a team battle? So how should we face the enemy? The mindless supporter Zhang Xing asked. Based on the characteristics of our martial souls, we should reasonably allocate our responsibilities. Yitian pondered for a moment and arranged, I am a strong attack-type soul master, and a ranged one at that. So I will stay in the back to output damage and use my powerful attack to tear apart the enemy's formation. He looked at Zhang Xing and instructed Zhang Xing. You are a defensive martial soul. Once the enemy appears, you need to take the lead and use your heavy shield to protect your teammates. Absolutely. Zhang Xing immediately shouted. If anyone wants to harm my brothers, they have to step over my corpse first. Yitian glanced at Zhang Xing, who was overly excited, and said, Don't get too worked up yet. Our team doesn't have a standard control-type soul master, and your second soul skill has a control effect. So your duty is to control the opponent and protect your teammates. You need to remember your task. During combat, don't let your emotions get the best of you and rush in, or you'll be letting your teammates down. Zhang Xing scratched his head and replied, I'll definitely pay attention and prioritize the overall situation. Yitian continued to arrange. Zhao Yingjia and Zhu Zhujin are sensitive attack-type soul masters. So your task is to attack the opponent from both sides. Be sure to look for opportunities. After I attack, you should look for chances to strike. When you do attack, choose to target those opponents who are in poor condition, prioritizing the attack on support-type soul masters, especially those of the healing type. As a seasoned league player, he has always adhered to the strategy of taking out the healers first in a fight. You will stay by my side to provide beneficial soul skills to our teammates, so you don't have to worry about your safety. Yitian was very confident. If it were an average person, they would definitely not be able to get close to him. Moreover, even if someone did get close, he could just pick up his axe and strike. If that still didn't work, he could switch to his Darius soul, and, at that point, who could withstand him in close combat? AI air nodded. By then, he would be able to shake off his senior, unlike Zhang Xing and the others. AI Air did not refer to Yitian as boss, but rather as senior. What about me? What about me? So you wave his hand. I am a strong attack-type soul master. I want to lead the charge. Yitian said, Your martial soul has 2 forms, and you can cooperate with anyone in battle. Very flexibly. However, I suggest you follow behind Zhang Xing. He can act as a shield while you act as a spear, coordinating both offense and defense. He recalled Su Yu's martial soul in its umbrella form. Moreover, your martial soul has strong defense in umbrella form, which can help Zhang Xing block some attacks he might not notice. Of course, this is just a preliminary strategy. When it comes to actual combat, we can't be too rigid. We still need to be flexible and adapt to the situation. Yitian thought for a moment. Since there was no team center, he would have to become the center of the team. Relying on his extraordinary attacking ability, he forcibly controlled the situation on the battlefield, scattering the opponent's formation and overwhelming them, making it difficult for them to raise their heads. This could barely be considered control, Yitian thought. A soul master who controls the battlefield could also be considered a control-type soul master. Yes, a very impressive control-type soul master. In the Stardew Forest, ancient trees towered. Thick vines intertwined, and the primitive jungle was dense. The vegetation was so abundant that there were no paths. The shadows of the trees were heavy, making it impossible to see the true scene within. The 6 of them, led by Yitian, set off lightly, chattering excitedly along the way. This outing was to obtain soul rings for themselves, which was already something that thrilled them greatly. Moreover, it was their first team action, and they were filled with confidence. Coming to the Stardew Forest, they were eager to showcase their skills. Thus, the long journey not only did not make them feel tired, but instead invigorated them, putting them in the best condition they had ever experienced. Yitian, do you have any plans for your soul ring? Suyu asked as they walked. Yitian said, I have some thoughts. I plan to fuse with a soul beast that has very high physical strength, preferably one whose soul skill enhances physical attributes. After all, the body is the foundation of revolution. His considerations are quite simple. Firstly, the attack power of his martial soul skill-rotating flying axe is already quite terrifying. Pursuing maximum attack power is not a good thing for him. He needs a more comprehensive state. Moreover, he has to consider the fusion soul ring for his second martial soul. The second martial soul is the God King Draven, and based on Draven's attributes, it can be anticipated that the greatest benefit from this martial soul is physical quality. If his own physical strength is not high enough, coupled with the enhancement of the body during the fusion of the soul ring, wouldn't it lead to a situation where he cannot withstand the boost and would explode from the overwhelming power? Therefore, physical strength is very important to him. This is also the advice given to him by Bibi Dong and Huang Ying. Physical quality? So he was somewhat puzzled. As a strong attack type battle soul master, shouldn't you choose some soul beasts with stronger killing abilities? Yitian smiled and said, we need several plans. Obtaining a soul ring inherently involves a lot of luck. Plans can't keep up with changes. Everything depends on the soul beast we encounter. If we come across something better, we definitely shouldn't miss it. Over the past 3 years, she had sparred with Yitian many times, but as the number of sparring sessions increased, she became more acutely aware of the gap between her and Yitian. This was also why she gritted her teeth and persisted under the big waterfall for 3 years. She didn't want to fall too far behind, so she had been diligently training. Yitian looked at Zhao Yingjie and asked, what about you, Xiao'er? What are your plans? What type of soul ring are you thinking of merging with your rune dagger? He wanted to hear Zhao Yingjie's opinion. Zhao Yingjie's first soul skill enhanced his body and martial soul. In his view, as a sensitive attack type, soul master planning to go down the assassin route, it would be best for Zhao Yingjie's second soul skill to be a type that allows for charging or stealth. I actually want to merge with a soul beast soul ring that can make me invisible or mask my aura, making it easier to launch surprise attacks. Zhao Yingjie was not foolish and naturally understood his disadvantages. That might be hard to find. Yitian looked around. Soul beasts that can become invisible or mask their aura are probably not something we can find, especially since we don't have any reconnaissance-type martial souls. Zhao Yingjie nodded in agreement. We'll have to take it one step at a time and rely on luck. After all, we're just roaming around the outskirts of the Stardow Forest, and if we encounter something suitable, we'll hunt it. Chapter 128, Opening the Way, haha. Should we find a few soul beasts to practice on? Zhang Xing suggested. The Stardow Forest is rich in soul beast resources. It's a great place for training. Forget it. We're here to obtain soul rings, not to kill soul beasts for practice. Yitian shook his head and explained in a sense, soul beasts are a necessary resource for us soul masters, and we need to cherish this resource. If we kill too many low-level soul beasts for no reason, it will be difficult for our future generations to obtain soul rings. Suyu wrinkled her small nose, her brow furrowed. Hunting soul beasts is the law of the jungle. But soul beasts also have lives and emotions. I really don't know if we soul masters can be considered justice? Yitian paused for a moment. Justice is something that is assigned by humans. Absolute justice does not actually exist. He explained it's like wolves and sheep. Sheep are killed and eaten by wolves. And to many people, wolves are evil. But when you protect the sheep from the wolves, to the sheep, you are justice. However, the wolf will starve as a result. And to the wolf, you are evil. We're the same. If we don't hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings, we can't become stronger. And the soul beast will turn around and hunt us instead. Suyu nodded thoughtfully and whispered, so, what benefits us is justice, and what harms us is evil. That's just your own viewpoint. Yitian shook his head. Generally speaking, what benefits the majority is justice, and what harms the majority is defined as evil. Suyu was silent for a moment before saying, then let's not kill soul beasts indiscriminately. We'll only choose what we need. Of course, if we encounter soul beasts that attack us, that's another matter. Yitian smiled slightly and stopped discussing those endless nonsense topics. Do you think we might encounter a soul beast that has lived for 100,000 years? The atmosphere became lively and Zhang Xing jumped out. Can you speak human language? Suyu glared at Zhang Xing. If we do encounter one, I'll leave you behind as a distraction. Is 100,000-year soul beast a cabbage? Yitian shot Zhang Xing an annoyed look. You better not talk nonsense. After a pause, he corrected himself. Stop bringing up irrelevant things. What do you think a 100,000-year soul beast is like? Zhang Xing asked curiously, clearly not knowing when to quit. A 100,000-year soul beast must be as big as a mountain, fierce and terrifying, very scary. Suyu said with certainty. It might be a beautiful woman. Yitian said with a smile. Suyu wrinkled her nose and made a face, Keep dreaming. A beautiful woman might just eat you. A beautiful soul beast won't eat you, but it will steal your heart. Yitian continued to joke. So you spat lightly. Don't start with that. You weirdo. Weirdo. Yitian was taken aback, touching his nose. He was naturally aware of the nicknames some classmates gave him. What weirdo? They just can't see clearly, Yitian said nonchalantly, walking with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of a skilled person. All roads lead to the Spirit City. They're just stubborn and don't know how to adapt. And it'll stay that way. Keep dreaming. The others collectively looked down on Yitian. Before long, they began to head deeper into the Douluo forest. Yitian looked at the dark starry forest and pondered for a moment before saying, once we enter the starry forest, we must remain vigilant at all times. We will only navigate about 10 kilometers along the periphery and must not venture deeper. Every night, we need to leave the starry forest and rest outside. Safety comes first. Su Yu, Zhang Xing, and the others nodded in agreement. At this moment, Su Laoda stepped down and handed the position over to Laoda. Yitian had the frontline member Zhang Xing walk at the very front, while he and Su Yu positioned themselves on either side of Zhang Xing. Zhao Yingjie and Zhu Zhujin followed closely behind him and Su Yu. As for AI Air, the support, he was placed in the middle of the entire team because his martial soul was the weakest, making it difficult for him to defend himself in times of crisis. Why do I feel something's off since we came in? Zhang Xing whispered. I didn't feel this way when I came with teacher Huang last time. Yeah, I feel the same way. Something's not quite right here. Are we being watched by something? It's not surprising. Without teacher Huang's imposing presence to suppress us, it's normal for us to be targeted by some soul beasts. Yitian looked around, but did not see anything lying in ambush. He reminded them, this is the Douluo forest, where soul beasts are clustered. This situation is completely normal. There's no need to panic. Maintain the formation and don't give these soul beasts a chance. Faced with the crisis, the group remained calm, gathering their formation closely together, backs against each other, always alert to the sound around them. Suddenly, a rustling sound of leaves was heard. The group turned to look. A few weak soul beasts were peering at them from not far ahead, but they did not launch an attack. Instead, they seemed somewhat afraid of their presence and were slowly retreating. Yitian and the others let out a sigh of relief, their anxious hearts finally settling down. Earlier this morning, he had sensed that today's Imperial Bond buff was bestowed upon the second martial soul, the God King Darius. Thus, he quietly activated the powerful soul power of the God King Darius's martial soul, letting out a sudden low roar. The soul power fluctuation of the 29th level soul master erupted, and a strong aura immediately spread outward. Instantly, the low-level soul beasts lurking nearby panicked and scattered in all directions. Although the 29th level soul power was not particularly high, most of the surrounding soul beasts were of 10-year level, making it quite threatening to them, especially with the aura containing a divine-level martial soul. Yitian relied on the might of his god-level martial soul to drive away low-level soul beasts. This greatly saved them trouble. Otherwise, they might have had to fight their way through. After entering the Douluo Great Forest, the six quickly advanced in a straight line, gradually delving deeper into the outskirts. Under the deterrence of Yitian's Darius martial soul, they walked for nearly half an hour without encountering any attacks from soul beasts. After all, this was just the outskirts where humans frequently appeared. Moreover, members of the martial soul enforcement team even came here every year to capture soul beasts for the soul hunting forest, so generally speaking, there were no significant dangers here. Yitian occasionally released his soul power to threaten the surroundings. He did this not only to deter the soul beasts, but also for deeper meanings. Although his rank was not high, the powerful aura carried by his divine-level martial soul was enough to scare away some ordinary 10-year soul beasts. Those with weaker strength naturally were not suitable targets for them. The ones that were not frightened away were likely to be powerful 100-year or 1,000-year soul beasts. Which were their hunting targets? Chapter 129. There's a situation the terrain of the Douluo forest is very complex, and because not many people walk there are no paths at all. Naturally, the task of clearing the way fell to Zhang Xing. He used his giant shield martial soul and held it in front of him. As he pushed forward, it was as if he were a bulldozer, forcibly creating a path through the thorns without affecting everyone's speed of progress. The others closely followed Zhang Xing, enhancing their vision and hearing to a heightened state, carefully observing their surroundings. The cultural courses in the academy had specifically discussed knowledge about soul beasts. Soul beasts are highly aggressive, and some high-level soul beasts that have developed intelligence harbor a strong hatred for humans, who hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings. Moreover, the teachers had mentioned that some soul beasts are gregarious. Although they are not strong individually, they win by numbers, such as many insect-type soul beasts. When facing herds of beasts and swarms of insects, unless the soul master possesses incredible strength, it is very difficult to resist. Therefore, when acting in the Douluo Forest, it is crucial to identify what soul beast territory one is currently in. Once entering the range of gregarious soul beasts, especially creatures like the wind and thunder sparrow that Yitian and Huang encountered last time, one must be extremely cautious and cannot afford any mistakes. Otherwise, they may face disastrous consequences. This is because gregarious soul beasts usually have a very powerful leader. The group traveled for about an hour. By this time, it was already noon. During this hour, they had encountered quite a few soul beasts, but most were 10-year and 100-year ones, all of which had been driven away under pressure. Occasionally, some oblivious ones were dealt with by Su Yu. Yitian looked at the increasingly dense forest ahead and called for everyone to stop. We have probably advanced nearly 8 kilometers into the Douluo Forest. We can't continue any further. If we go on, we will stray far from the areas where many human soul masters are active. At that point, we might encounter soul beasts that are 10,000 years old. For our team, we can still fight against 1,000-year soul beasts. But 10,000-year soul beasts are very difficult to deal with. Wandering around in the Douluo Forest is not advisable. Our target is too large, and it can easily attract the attention of powerful soul beasts. Yitian found a place near a water source to set up camp. He was very cautious, choosing a location that was not in a deep water area, but next to a small stream, which also avoided the risk of unknown creatures attacking from the water. He arranged, "All right, everyone take a break for a while. We will set up camp here, prepare traps, and then use this place as a base to go out and search for suitable soul beasts." Yitian's voice relaxed everyone who had been on edge. Together, they cleared a circle of thorns around them, creating an open space of nearly 100 square meters. This was mainly to prevent nearby plants from providing opportunities for many soul beasts, such as spider snakes, to attack. To avoid the sudden ambush of such creatures that came with their own camouflage, Yitian and the others cleared the surrounding area, making it bare, and set up many simple traps around. Everyone sat on the ground and began to take out their prepared rations. High-end ingredients often require the simplest cooking methods. After 2 hours of busyness, no one had the mood to care about what tasted good or bad. Zhang Xing took a bite of his ration and mumbled, "I realize it's still more comfortable with Teacher Huang. Although we ran quite a bit, at least we don't have to be so on edge like this." Yitian held water and dry food. "Be content. I'm still sitting here eating and drinking, while Teacher Huang is probably observing from some tree. No wonder there are so many soul beast hunting teams with bosses in Soul Beast City. This is too troublesome." Su Yu felt the dry food in her hand was tasteless, like chewing wax. "This is more interesting. After all, we can't always be under Teacher Huang's wing." Yitian thought for a moment and suddenly looked shocked, his face somewhat pale as he said, "When we arrived, we lightened our load and left many supplies in Teacher Huang's treasure bag. If we don't find a way, we might face a food shortage crisis in just a couple of days. Ah, how frustrating." Su Yu covered her face. "Teacher Huang ran off with my little bag, and I specifically bought a lot of delicious food before I came. Sister Yu, don't worry. The Douluo Forest is rich in resources. We won't starve." Al comforted softly from the side. "Is it a matter of starving or not?" Su Yu was heartbroken. "I'm talking about my sweet and sour pork. Sweet and sour ribs. And now there's no sweet and sour sauce. Why do you always love eating such sour and sweet things? Be careful of cavities." Yitian reminded from the side. "Oomph." Su Yu bared her teeth at Yitian, revealing a set of fine silver teeth. "Look out, cavities are impossible. It's never going to happen in this lifetime. Are we going to start hunting now?" Zhang Xing seemed eager. "We can eat some wild game. I've heard wild soul beasts taste quite good. Whether it's good or not, you won't know until you try it." Zhao Yingjia licked his lips. "Then let us go hunting. We'll have wild game for dinner tonight." Su Yu swallowed the last piece of dry food in her hand, as this thing was just too hard to eat. Yitian couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He had just said to take care of the wild soul beasts, but now he was going to hunt them. Would it really be enjoyable later? This area still belonged to the outskirts of the Douluo Great Forest, where high-level soul beasts were rare and relatively safe, allowing everyone to still boast and chat casually. After Yitian finished his dry rations, he stopped chatting and began to cultivate. He was only at level 29 and needed to break through to level 30 in the next couple of days. The current priority for everyone was to help Zhao Yingjia kill a suitable Millennium Soul Beast. They needed to rest well now, as they would need to explore later and also hunt for food in the evening. Therefore, it was essential to adjust to a good state in this relatively safe place. At the same time, AI Air summoned his martial soul, a simple yet exquisite ancient zither, and laid it flat on the ground. Are you planning to play the zither for a while? Suyu tilted her head to take a look, thinking it might be better not to in this environment. No, my martial soul is the ancient zither. The strings are very sensitive to vibrations. If anything living approaches, I will sense it. AI Air smiled and said, You all can rest easy. I'll take care of the task of watching the surroundings. After all, I was the one who exerted the least energy earlier. Everyone immediately felt reassured. This method was indeed more reliable, at least more so than relying on their own eyes. Half an hour later, AI Air suddenly shouted, Everyone get up, something is approaching. It's wandering outside the woods right now. Chapter 130. The appearance of the scaled leopard Zhang Xing immediately stood up, holding a giant shield to protect the others. Yitian and Suyu positioned themselves to the left and right of AI Air, while Zhu Zhujin and Zhao Yingjie prepared on either side. Everyone released their martial souls, including Yitian. However, Yitian was clever. The moment he released his martial soul, he retracted the two axes from his Draven martial soul. In a place like this, it was better not to make too much noise to avoid attracting more soul beasts. But if a battle broke out, there would be no other choice. The rustling sound grew from small to loud. Everyone could clearly feel how quickly the unknown creature was approaching. Zhu Zhujin, can you see what it is? Yitian said solemnly. Your martial soul is best suited for this environment, but don't go out of our line of sight. After all, having spent 3 years in the soul-hunting forest with a pair of feline soul beasts, Zhu Zhujin had built up his courage. He quietly leaped up, his claws extended, and swiftly climbed up a nearby large tree to look in the direction of the sound. His martial soul was the nether spirit cat, which was much better than Zhao Yingjie in terms of speed and stealth. No one in the team was more suited to be a scout than him. Cats have excellent vision, even at night, and it was still midday. Soon, Zhu Zhujin's voice came back. It's a creature similar to a leopard, but it has no fur. Instead, it has scales, and there's a horn on its forehead. It looks extremely fierce and terrifying. Boss, what kind of soul beast is this? Zhang Xing turned to ask Yitian. How would I know? I haven't attended theory classes much lately, so I don't know much about soul beasts. Yitian shook his head. Although he had once made up his mind to thoroughly memorize the soul beast encyclopedia, he had not yet taken action. I know this type of soul master, AI Air said in a deep voice. This is a scale leopard, a very aggressive soul beast. If its scales are gray, it is a 100-year soul beast. If they are blue, it is a 1,000-year soul beast. If the scales completely turn silver, it has reached 10,000 years of cultivation. And once a scale leopard reaches 100,000 years, its entire body will turn golden. AI Air is the only student among the group who loves theoretical classes. He may not know everything about various soul beasts, but at least he won't be completely in the dark. The scales of this leopard are gray, but the color is quite deep, giving a feeling of transitioning to blue. Zhu Zhujin said, This should be a scale leopard with cultivation close to 1,000 years. AI Air looked at Zhao Yingjie. From the perspective of a soul master, the scale leopard should be classified as an agility attack type, with very strong aggression. The scale leopard is a relatively rare soul beast, and is one of the few that possesses 2 soul skills. One of its soul skills is Lightning Flash, and the second is Scale Shot. The first skill, Lightning Flash, allows it to pounce on its opponent with lightning speed, enabling a preemptive attack. The second skill, Scale Shot, launches its own scales like flying daggers, unleashing a devastating attack on the enemy. However, Scale Shot consumes all of its scales, and if it exhausts all its scales, the scale leopard will enter a weakened state. Without the protection of its scales, the scale leopard will become very vulnerable. AI Air's explanation was very detailed, covering all aspects of the scale leopard comprehensively. Yitian also looked at Zhao Yingjie. How about it? Do you want to choose? The second soul skill of the scale leopard, Scale Launch, is of no use to you, but the first soul skill, Lightning Flash, is quite good. Zhao Yingjie looked a bit conflicted. Although he often skipped classes like Yitian, he still had the necessary common sense. Usually, 100-year and 1,000-year soul beasts only have one innate skill, while the scale leopard is special in having 2. Regardless of the circumstances, this is considered an excellent innate talent among soul beasts. The key point is that the soul skills possessed by the scale leopard are exactly the kind he needs. As an assassin-type agile attack soul master, without lightning-fast attacks, what kind of assassin would he be? Seeing Zhao Yingjie hesitating, Yitian did not make any suggestions. Such a lifelong decision should be made by the person concerned. What were we waiting for? Suyu, who couldn't bear to watch, suddenly spoke up. This thing is rare. It's a blessing that we can encounter it. Life is a gamble. The most taboo thing is to hesitate and be indecisive. For you, this leopard is a leopard, the kind that can kill anything. Even if you don't obtain the first soul skill, you can at least grow some scales to enhance your physical strength. Suyu looked at Yitian. As Yitian said, the body is the foundation of revolution. Regardless, with the attribute boost from a scale leopard's soul ring, you won't lose out. Moreover, while soul B skills have certain impact on soul ring skills, they're not absolute. You can't expect to get whatever soul skill you want. Don't think about a better future. Seizing the present is the way to go. Being too greedy often leads to losing everything. Zhao Yingjie suddenly realized, what you said, Boss Su, is very true. I've been a bit greedy, always thinking that there might be something better ahead. He gritted his teeth and said, all right, I've made my decision. There aren't many hundred-year soul bees for me to choose from anyway, and opportunities like this don't come often. Zhao Yingjie said with determination, I have a feeling that this scale leopard is a good omen, a genuine leopard of 3 sixes. If I miss it, things will only go downhill from there. Is there such a move? Yitian looked at the two little gamblers in astonishment. When Suyu first mentioned it, he didn't understand the implication of her words, thinking it was nonsense about leopard being a leopard. It wasn't until Zhao Yingjie spoke that he understood that the leopard Suyu referred to was 3 sixes. At that moment, he felt a wave of realization and just wanted to give Suyu a double thumbs up. How's it going? Is the scale leopard still around? Yitian asked while moving towards Zhu Zhujin. It's coming. Zhu Zhujin suddenly leaped from the branches and swiftly dashed towards Yitian and the others. Everyone prepared for battle. And Yitian shouted, form up. Don't let this thing take us out one by one. Just as he spoke, the scale leopard pounced like a gray lightning bolt. The first target of the attack was Zhu Zhujin, who was running. The scale leopard, being a feline soul beast, has top-notch speed and reflexes. Moreover, its inherent attributes are wind and metal, making its speed and attack power quite formidable. Its 2 front claws shot out, and the gray scales radiated a layer of light that wasn't bright but shimmered like ripples. The scale leopard used its skill, Lightning Flash, and its body lunged forward like a bolt of lightning, aiming straight for Zhu Zhujin's back. Thanks to the powerful instincts of the soul beast, it only needed to strike at vital points. If Zhu Zhujin were hit, it would likely result in severe injuries. Chapter 131. Fierce Battle. Zhu Zhujin's martial soul, the Nether Spirit Cat, is considered top tier among agile attack soul beasts, but that's of the Nether Spirit Cat itself. Zhu Zhujin was only in a martial soul possession state, not in the true form of the martial soul. As the crisis approached, Zhu Zhujin's Nether Spirit Cat martial soul had already been released. Faced with the scale leopard's pounce, he did not dare to be careless. Black light surged from his hands as he lunged forward, creating ghostly afterimages that allowed him to evade the scale leopard's lightning flash. Having battled in the soul-hunting forest for 3 years, Zhu Zhujin was not foolish. He understood that he couldn't match the scale leopard in terms of speed. If he continued to run forward foolishly, he would surely get hit. So, at the critical moment, he used his soul skill, Shadow Thrust, to take advantage of the skill's brief advance effect to evade the scale leopard's lightning flash. Don't even think about hurting my little brother. Zhang Xing had already rushed out. At the same time, a melodious sound of a zither echoed, and everyone felt a jolt as a layer of soul power like a thin veil suddenly appeared around them. All of them felt a surge as their attributes increased. At the same time, a giant shield, the size of a door, suddenly appeared between the scale leopard and Zhu Zhujin, blocking the path of the scale leopard's charge. The scale leopard's speed was impressive, and its attack power was also formidable. Facing Zhang Xing's interception, it did not retreat. One of its front paws slammed hard against Zhang Xing's twin town shield. It aimed to leap over Zhang Xing to attack Zhu Zhujin behind. As a leopard, its instincts were sharp, and it sensed that this guy in front was not easy to kill. However, just then, Zhang Xing's second soul skill, Heavy Shield Charge, activated. He raised his shield, and his whole body was suddenly enveloped in golden light, charging towards the scale leopard like a massive cannonball, tearing the air with white streaks. The scale leopard was halfway through its leap, and in the air, it had no leverage to change its form to evade the incoming attack. Boom! With a loud bang, Zhang Xing transformed into a bulldozer and crashed solidly into the scale leopard, sending it flying over 10 meters away. Zhang Xing's second soul skill, Heavy Shield Charge, was derived from the iron-armored rhino on the branches. Its specific effect is to raise the shield and transform into a dominant state. charging towards a designated area or target, pushing aside enemies in its path, and continuously dealing damage in front of it. The farther the charge distance, the higher the damage dealt, and the greater the chance of stunning enemies. The scale leopard staggered as it stood up. Although Zhang Xing's blow seemed earth-shattering, it was not enough to completely defeat it. After all, Zhang Xing's martial soul was only a shield, lacking in lethal power. Moreover, the scale leopard didn't even trigger the stun effect. This scale leopard was quite old, nearing 1,000 years, and usually, soul beasts of this age require at least a 3-ring soul master to deal with them. In terms of rank, the scale leopard had an advantage over Zhang Xing, but the distance of the charge was close, so it did not trigger the stun effect. However, although heavy shield charge was not enough to harm it, the instant delay was inevitable. Just at that moment, a pink light flashed in the air, and the nearly 1,000-year-old scale leopard let out a terrible cry as its recently risen body was once again sent flying. Sui Wei's death umbrella struck at the most opportune moment. With a thud, the scale leopard was knocked down again, blood oozing from its wounds. Although Sui Wei's death umbrella was a first soul skill, its attack power was considerable, capable of breaking through soul power and dealing massive damage. Yitian was not in a hurry to take action. He wanted to refine the cooperation between his teammates. Although this scaled leopard had nearly 1,000 years of cultivation, it was still not enough in front of him. With a single spinning flying axe thrown down, there was no possibility of escape. At the same time, Zhao Yingjia also rushed forward, his dual rune daggers shimmering with brilliant light. Yitian served as the tactical core from the rear, commanding everyone's actions. Pay attention to team coordination. I'm talking about you, Zhao Yingjia. Don't abandon the team formation just because you have a slight advantage. You need to flank from the side. Who told you to charge directly like an idiot? Do you think you're a shield warrior like Zhang Xing? Zhu Jin, what are you doing? Don't just stand there in a daze. Are you still reminiscing after dodging an attack? Go. The opponent has taken several soul skills and is getting back up, and you're still in a daze. Remember to flank from the side. Don't engage head-on. Suyu, follow Zhang Xing. Don't just hang back and use Deadly Umbrella. This is my position. Turn your martial soul into a spear. Follow behind Zhang Xing and form an offensive and defensive balance to support him with firepower. After a flurry of commands, Yitian turned his gaze to AI air beside him, only to find him looking seriously at the battlefield ahead, his fingers dancing rapidly. The once gentle sound of the guqin suddenly became urgent. Waves of sky blue ripples emanated from AI air's guqin and spread forward. As the blue ripples brushed past, Yitian felt the air around him drop suddenly, as if he had walked into a cold storage on a hot day, causing goosebumps to rise all over his body. At the same time, blue light began to flicker around him, quickly spreading throughout his body and condensing into a thin, form-fitting battle armor. This armor resembled fish scales, with tightly packed pieces covering him completely, airtight and wrapping around every part of his body. However, despite the dense scales, it did not hinder his movement, and he could hardly feel the weight of the armor. Not only Yitian, but also Suyu, Zhang Xing, and others in the front, when touched by the sky blue ripples, were all enveloped in a layer of fish-scale battle armor that looked as if it was woven from ice. What is this? Yitian looked at AI Air with some surprise, feeling a surge of emotions. With 2 consecutive soul skills being large area group buffs, it seemed that AI Air was the core figure of the entire team. Such a powerful support-type soul master is a hot commodity in any soul beast team. What's going on? Suyu, Zhang Xing, and the others all wore puzzled expressions, but it was obviously not a good time to ask questions. Come on. This is AI Air's group buff. Let's take this soul beast down in one go. Yitian shouted from behind. Pay attention, don't steal kills. Remember to let Zhao Yingjia have the last hit. Hearing Yitian's words, the others trusted him and charged forward again. Bang! The scale leopard slammed against Zhang Xing's twin mountain shield, causing the shield to tremble, but did not break through the defense. Suyu was advancing alongside Zhang Xing, using his giant shield as cover. She transformed her 1,000-blade umbrella into a spear form and thrust it forward fiercely like a roaring dragon. With a clang, it struck the scale leopard's horn, causing it to stagger. Just as the scale leopard was pushed back and had yet to regain its footing, Zhu Jin activated Shadow Strike, transforming into an illusion and swiftly clawing at the scale leopard's abdomen. He was smart enough to know that the creature's armored body might not be vulnerable to attacks on other parts, but striking the soft abdomen would definitely be effective. Clang! Blood splattered as the relatively soft armor on the scale leopard's abdomen was torn apart, leaving a massive gash. Chapter 132, Resolution. Zhu Jin's strike succeeded, and his second soul ring began to flicker, seemingly wanting to press the advantage and unleash his second soul skill to expand the upper hand. As the battlefield commander, Yitian naturally saw this scene and recalled AI Air's earlier explanation about the scale leopard. He shouted, "Don't be reckless. You are assassins. After one strike, distance yourselves from the target and assess the situation before attacking again." He understood that the scale leopard still had its trump card left to play. Upon hearing Yitian's voice, Zhu Jin hesitated for a moment and immediately retreated, his agile figure leaping 3 meters away in an instant, creating distance. However, seeing that the scale leopard was on the verge of being killed, Zhu Jin naturally did not want to give up just like that. He wanted to take advantage of the momentum to finish it off. So he lunged forward fiercely, wielding 2 rune daggers that looked like light swords, aiming to stab the scale leopard in the eye for a fatal blow. Damn it, this idiot shouldn't have become an assassin. He's even more reckless than Zhang Xing. Yitian thought to himself, realizing the danger. He noticed that the scale leopard's eyes were blood red, its armored body was flaring up, and its scales were standing on end, looking as if it were about to explode. "Quick, hide. This thing is about to unleash its ultimate move," Yitian shouted while activating the instant burst step and blood rush, quickly approaching to stop it. Zhao Yingjie, who was rushing forward, was taken aback, a bad feeling instantly spreading around him. He was less than half a meter away from the scale leopard and could clearly see the scales on its body trembling, as if they were sharp blades about to shoot out at high speed. Second soul skill, Umbrella Dance Whirlwind. And the long spear in her hand transformed into a parasol shape. A flash of pink light passed by, and the thousands of blades on the 1,000-blade parasol began to spin, swirling out and turning into a storm of blades, fiercely sweeping towards the scale leopard. At this critical moment, she couldn't afford to hold back. At this distance, if Zhao Yingjie was hit by the scale shot by the scale leopard, wouldn't he be turned into a sieve? Watch this, Zhang Xing suddenly shouted, his first soul ring flashing. Instead of charging with his shield, he pulled out a small round shield from behind the massive wall shield. First soul skill, Shield Strike Go. He held the round shield and threw it at the scale leopard as if he were tossing a discus. The scales on the scale leopard's body shook rapidly, resembling thousands of hummingbirds flapping their wings, buzzing incessantly. Just as its scales were about to shoot out, a round shield with sharp edges flew in and struck its horn. When the round shield collided with the horn, sparks flew everywhere. Everything went quiet. The scale leopard, struck by the round shield, didn't even sway, but the scales that were about to burst out suddenly stopped. The scale leopard was momentarily dazed, a look of confusion flashing in its eyes. The next moment, it was caught in the dense storm of blades. Su Yu's second soul skill, Umbrella Dance Whirlwind, was relentlessly shredding the scale leopard with thousands of blades. The sounds of blades clashing against scales ringing out. At the same time, under the instant burst step and blood rush, Yitian also arrived at the scene in the first instance. He did not immediately check the fate of the scale leopard, but instead looked at the stunned Zhao Yingjie. At this moment, Zhao Yingjie stood silently with 2 rune daggers in hand, frozen in place, the recent scene having scared him quite a bit, and he was still trembling in fear, unable to come back to his senses. Yitian looked at Zhao Yingjie, who was in a daze, frowned, and pondered how to give him a profound and meaningful lesson. After all, this battle was Zhao Yingjie's first, and it should not leave him with psychological trauma. As a mentally sound adult, Yitian understood that even small incidents from childhood could affect a person's entire life. However, while he thought this way, others did not consider so much. Bang! Su Yu jumped up and gave Zhao Yingjie a sharp knock on the head, bringing him back from his stupor. "Are you looking for death? Listen to the command. This is not a drill. You almost got shot to pieces just now." Then she suddenly felt it wasn't enough, raised her hand again, and gave Zhao Yingjie a series of knocks. Bang, bang, bang. Zhao Yingjie scrambled away, covering his head. "I want to do it again, I swear. I'll never be so reckless again. Sister Yu, spare me." Bang. Ouch. Spare you? Damn, you just scare me to death. Take another knock on the head. Yitian looked at the 2 people playing and joking around, a slight smile appearing on his face. He realized he had been overthinking. Matters between young people should be resolved by young people themselves. All right, stop messing around. Xiao, why aren't you going to finish him off? The body of a scale leopard is still twitching. If we delay any longer, it will die. As he spoke, he stepped forward and turned the fallen scale leopard over. Yitian noticed that the scale leopard, which had endured Su Yu's devastating blow, was on the verge of death, its scales shattered and its body covered in blood. There was a long gash on the scale leopard's abdomen, oozing blood, revealing its internal organs. The scale leopard looked somewhat strange, its body twitching continuously, covered in wounds. And the scales that enveloped its body seemed to have failed to provide the necessary defense. Oh. Sister, you stop hitting it. We have important matters to attend to. Zhao Yingjie quickly raised his hand in surrender, still feeling a sense of awe toward Suyu. Suyu was also not the kind of person who lacked discretion. She pointed at the scale leopard, indicating for Zhao Yingjie to hurry up. Zhao Yingjie nodded, took out 2 daggers, and without any hesitation, plunged them into the scale leopard's head, instantly killing it. Immediately, a dazzling ring of yellow soul rings appeared with the scale leopard's death. Huh! Zhao Yingjie suddenly exclaimed, reaching out to touch the scales on the scale leopard's body, discovering that these scales were not solid at all and could be easily torn off. What's going on? Yitian was taken aback. According to AI Air, the scales of the scale leopard should have high defensive power. How could they be easily pulled off like fish scales? He crouched down and felt the body of the scale leopard, discovering that the scales all over its body were weak and fragile. The scale leopard had strong defenses, second only to defensive soul beasts. So logically, Sister Xiao Yu's move shouldn't have been able to kill it. AI Air also walked over and touched it. He frowned. The scales of the scale leopard were damaged, merely hanging on by a thread, and did not feel like they were truly growing from the body. Yitian recalled how the scale leopard scales had spread out earlier, standing upright as if about to shoot out, but at the critical moment, they wilted and did not shoot out. Zhang Xing raised his hand. I understand now. The scale leopard's skill scale dart involves peeling off all its scales from its body to use as darts. But at the moment it was peeling off, I interrupted its soul skill. So those detached scales couldn't be launched and couldn't defend itself either. Interrupted? The scale leopard's skill can be interrupted? Yitian was taken aback and confused. This skill didn't seem like a guided skill. Chapter 133. High-end ingredients. This skill of the scale leopard is activated through the operation of its soul power and the trembling of its body muscles. So there shouldn't be a concept of interruption. AI Air said. Of course, ordinary means won't work. But one of the effects of my first soul skill shield strike is to interrupt the opponent's soul power flow, allowing me to disrupt their skill. Zhang Xing said proudly. Just now, I used my martial soul twin mountain shield to perform a shield strike, forcibly interrupting the scale leopard skill. Otherwise, Xiao Air might have been shot out like an idiot. Smart. Yitian gave Zhang Xing a thumbs up. It's precisely because you interrupted the scale leopard's skill that it couldn't shoot out its scales nor retract them, directly rendering it useless. Naturally, Zhang Xing returned a thumbs up. Who said our team doesn't have control-type soul masters? Isn't this control? If someone causes trouble, I'll just hit them with my shield and turn them into an idiot. I see you're about to become an idiot. Suyu said angrily. Your broken shield just happened to work this time. It won't be so lucky next time. Nonsense. Who said that? Ouch. Why are you hitting me? Zhang Xing cried, covering his head. 3 days without a beating, and you'll be climbing the walls. You probably don't know how powerful your sister Yu is. Stop messing around. Yitian called the playful group to a halt, then looked at Zhao Yingjie. Xiao Air, it's your turn to absorb the soul ring now. We'll protect you. Here it comes, here it comes. Zhao Yingjie sat cross-legged with excitement and immediately began absorbing the scale leopard's soul ring. The yellow soul ring transformed into a stream of light that merged into his body, instantly enveloping Zhao Yingjie in a faint yellow glow. Yitian and the others surrounded Zhao Yingjie, keeping a vigilant watch on their surroundings. Absorbing a soul ring must not be disturbed, otherwise, the lightest consequence would be a failed fusion, and the worst could lead to death due to a soul ring backlash. I wonder what Zhao Xiao's soul skill is. Suyu sat on the ground, resting her chin on her knees, murmuring to herself. It can't be scale projection, right? But he doesn't have any scales on him. If he acquired that soul skill, then it's likely hair projection. Yitian, however, was not idle. He reached out to touch the scale leopard. And after killing the soul beast, what was the most important thing to do? Of course, it was to check for treasures. He wanted to see if there were any soul bones to be found. After searching for a while, he regretfully discovered that this scale leopard did not contribute any soul bones. Is my hand very black? Yitian looked at his blood-stained red hand and shook his head. The probability of finding a soul bone with just a touch was still quite low. What are you doing? Suyu glanced at Yitian and immediately understood. You want to feel for soul bones? Where would a 100-year-old beast get soul bones? Don't even think about it. How would I know if I don't give it a try? If a person has no dreams, what's the difference from being a salted fish? Yitian smiled and shook his arm vigorously, causing the blood on his hand to scatter due to the surge of soul power. AI Air explained beside him. The probability of soul bone appearing is only 1 in 1,000, or even lower. Generally speaking, only soul beasts that are extremely powerful and experience some special circumstances at the time of death are likely to produce soul bones after their death. Unlike every soul beast that will produce a soul ring. Yitian nodded. He certainly knew about these things, but he had to try and see if he was the child of fate. Just as Zhao Yingjie was absorbing the soul ring, Yitian made a simple barbecue grill using a thick tree branch, preparing to skin the leopard and clean it before skewering it on a sturdy branch. As a self-sufficient person, this little task was naturally a piece of cake for him. The leopard was covered in scales, and the meat inside was dark red and very elastic, with fine white fat marbling evenly distributed, giving it the feel of a premium steak. Yitian cut the tenderloin of the scale leopard into strips, while Suyu was making skewers for the meat. Zhang Xing and others were busy eyeing the meat. AI Air placed his guqin on the ground, using the vibrations of the strings to sense if any unwanted guests were approaching. Wow, it smells so good. What is that? Zhao Yingjie opened his eyes and saw the bonfire in front of him. So what soul skill did you get? Yitian asked while grilling the meat. Speaking of soul skills, Zhao Yingjie cheerfully said, the soul skill is good. To be precise, I got the first skill of the scale leopard, similar to lightning flash. Lightning flash? Suyu glanced at Wang beside her, feeling a bit regretful that Zhao Yingjie didn't get a soul skill like hair launch. Otherwise, it would have been very interesting. Yes, the soul skill is called cross-moon viewing, Zhao Yingjie explained. The effect of the soul skill is dual daggers form a cross shape, then enter an ambush state, instantly dashing in front of the target, causing double soul power damage. That's good. This soul skill is very suitable for you. Combined with the rune enhancement of your first soul skill, it can unleash extremely strong lethality instantly. Yitian analyzed it. Let's not talk about soul skills for now. How much longer until the meat is done? Suyu stared intently at the meat skewer in Yitian's hand. It'll be ready soon. Don't rush. Eating undercooked meat will upset your stomach. If you get diarrhea in the Stardow Forest, you'll just have to do it in front of everyone. I certainly wouldn't dare let anyone go far. Yitian said lightly. Pa. Can not talk like that? Suyu glared at Yitian. Yitian smiled faintly and didn't he respond. We don't have any seasoning. Will this barbecue taste good? Suyu was a bit worried. It won't taste great, but it definitely won't be worse than bland rations. Yitian shook his head. Move quickly. Starting a fire in the Stardow Forest is very dangerous. If it weren't for the lack of rations, I wouldn't be doing this. In fact, if he hadn't known that Huang Ying was nearby, he wouldn't have started a bonfire in the Stardow Forest. Soul beasts are not like wild beasts. They don't fear flames. For soul beasts, flames are like a lighthouse in the dark, only attracting the attention of predators in the night. Without adding any seasoning, he first took a strip of meat and began roasting it over the bonfire, continuously turning it with the branches in his hand. Before long, golden oil began to ooze from the meat, and a rich aroma instantly filled the air. The others watched with their mouths watering, staring eagerly at the scene. After several days of hard work and only eating rations, the smell of meat was naturally hard to resist. Once he finished distributing the roasted meat, Yitian took a few bites. The rich juice spread in his mouth. Despite the scale leopard being covered in scales, its meat was extremely tender. As the savory juice filled his belly, not only did his mouth taste sweet, but a wave of warmth also spread within him, dispersing the day's tension and fatigue in an instant. So delicious. I didn't expect something without any seasoning could taste this good. Suyu sat on the ground, patting her little belly, looking satisfied. That's natural. High-quality ingredients often only need the simplest cooking methods. Yitian wiped the grease from his mouth. After several days of eating rations, he felt like he might turn into a bird. Chapter 134. Something up the scale leopard was quite large, and the food problem for the next few days was solved, but being in the Stardow Forest kept everyone on high alert. Once they settled down, fatigue would hit them instantly. However, pressure brings motivation. The purpose of entering the Stardow Forest this time was to train the whole team and cultivate their teamwork. Teamwork requires constant combat coordination to develop, and this dangerous environment is the best training ground. If the group can coordinate perfectly, their combat effectiveness will improve qualitatively. As night fell, Yitian flattened the bonfire. Everyone was soul masters, and with soul power in their bodies, they weren't afraid of a night's chill. This small bonfire, besides bringing a lot of trouble, couldn't provide any warmth. Everyone tired after a day's work. Let us rest early. I'll keep watch at night. I contributed the least during the day, so I'll do a bit more at night. Thanks for your hard work. It's pitch black, and it's hard for us to observe anything with our bare eyes. Yitian patted AI Air on the shoulder and said to the others, "We have 5 people, and we'll take turns every hour, staying with AI Air while he keeps watch. After all, AI Air is a support-type soul master, so it's safer to have someone protecting him." The night was so quiet that they could hear the wind rustling through the branches. The others weren't delicate, and they lay down to sleep on the ground. Yitian and AI Air sat side by side, taking their turn to keep watch. AI Air's state was quite peculiar. He sat cross-legged with his eyes slightly closed, seemingly in a drowsy state. His Guqin martial soul was placed flat on his legs, and his hands were gently resting on the strings. This allowed him to intuitively sense all the vibrations around him. In case of any unexpected situation, he would be instantly awakened. Seeing this, Yitian also felt at ease, folding his arms and gazing up at the starry sky. Tonight, he did not enter a meditative state for cultivation. He wasn't bold enough to cultivate in such a place. Yitian glanced at AI Air, who was in a dozing state. He originally wanted to strike up a conversation with him, but it seemed there was no opportunity. Yitian could sense that something was off with AI Air, who seemed to have worries buried deep inside. He originally wanted to be a caring older brother and offer some guidance, but from AI Air's behavior, it seemed that AI Air did not want outsiders to know about certain matters regarding his family. Yitian looked at the towering ancient trees of the Douluo Forest, lost in thought. At this stage, the Douluo Forest should be in a phase where without the tiger in the mountain, the monkeys are king. A group of powerful beings were asleep, indulging in the feast of the heavenly dream ice silkworm. So on the surface, only the 2 soul beasts, De Ming and Air Ming, were holding up the scene. He knew the whereabouts of many soul beasts over 100,000 years old, and was also aware of the trace of a rather rare million-year-old soul beast. This could be considered an important piece of information. Although it might not serve any purpose at this stage, it could potentially be put to good use in the future. Just as Yitian was lost in thought, suddenly, AI Air's eyelids twitched, and he quickly opened his eyes. The hand he had placed on the Guqin was trembling slightly. Yitian sensed the movement of AI Air beside him. "What's wrong, AI Air?" he asked. AI Air replied in a low voice, "Something is coming towards us. The one in front has heavy footsteps and is quite large, while the one behind has lighter steps, but is in great numbers. Is it a group of soul beasts hunting?" Yitian was suddenly startled. In the Douluo Forest, what was truly terrifying was not the solitary soul beasts, but the pack-oriented soul beasts. The saying many ants can kill an elephant was no joke. It was highly likely. AI Air also nodded in agreement. "Get up. Everyone get up." Yitian hurriedly called to wake everyone. "There's a situation. We need to retreat to the side." Fang Xin, Suyue, and the others all sprang up without a word, quickly assembling into a unified formation. The Douluo Forest in the wild is very dangerous. We can't act like headless flies. You all stay here on high alert while I go check the situation. Yitian instructed. "Don't, let's go together." Zhang Xing said. "We have formed a formation, and even if we face a threat, we can still fight." "Yes, yes," Suyu said anxiously. "It's too dangerous to act alone in a place like this. We are a team. Even if someone needs to scout, it should be me. My martial soul is more suited for reconnaissance." Zhu Zhujin quickly spoke up. "It's fine, I'll just go see what's going on. If there's any danger, I won't act recklessly." Yitian shook his head and turned to probe forward, carefully avoiding the traps he had previously set. Yitian ventured into the forest. The ancient trees were numerous, blocking out the sky and sunlight, while some old vines as thick as water tanks sprawled across the ground. Yitian tightened his body and used his soul power to seal off his own aura. This was taught by the teacher in the soul power application course, and is one of the wilderness survival principles. Because the Empire's binding buff is applied to the divine, King Drella's martial soul, and the current environment is indeed not suitable for utilizing Draven's martial soul. Yitian directly activated his second martial soul and entered the martial soul possession state. Purple and dark red soul power surged, forming a thick layer of silver and purple armor on his body, with a cloak emanating a dark purple ghostly light behind him. His full head of black hair instantly transformed into silver, and his pair of pitch-black eyes turned into dark golden ones, with golden flames rising and burning in the center of his pupils. His height also increased from 1.6 meters to 1.8 meters, making him look nothing like a child under 10 years old. Instead, he gave off the feeling of a tough man, appearing very reliable and trustworthy at first glance. However, during the possession, he did not summon the wolf spirit, as its large size would make it inconvenient to move through the dense forest. while traversing the dense forest. A fist-sized spider suddenly dropped down on a silk thread, its venomous fangs gleaming, almost brushing against Yitian's face, giving him quite a scare. Bang! Yitian thought for a moment, and then threw a punch, causing meat paste to splatter. He wasn't worried about being poisoned. The martial soul of the god King Dreus was extremely powerful, with armored protection all over his body, and even his fists were covered with a layer of gloves. Even if there was poison, it wouldn't harm him. Boom! Sure enough, in the distance, the grass and trees shook, and a soul beast nearly 3 meters long rushed over. It looked like a cheetah but had a pair of horns. Its fur was red, resembling flames, and its large claws were sharp and glinted with cold light. However, this soul beast appeared to be in a panic, with numerous wounds on its body, and even its tail had been severed by some creature. What is this? What is chasing it from behind? Yitian was somewhat surprised. It was obvious that the bad breath he had smelled earlier came from this soul beast. However, this soul beast did not feel powerful to him. In fact, he had a sense that suppressing it would be extremely easy. To facilitate future reading, you can click on the bookmark below to save this reading record, and you'll be able to see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Douluo's Wuhuan Temple Senior, please recommend this book to your friends. Thank you for your support. Chapter 135 Encounter with Soul Master at this moment. The 3-meter-long soul beast, with its crimson eyes, looked over in this direction, sensing movement ahead. Roar! With a loud roar, the mountain shook, and the beast transformed into a flash of fire, instantly pouncing over. It was incredibly fast, accompanied by a foul wind. Aren't you running for your life? Why come here to seek death? Yitian was furious and charged forward. He originally wanted to lure the soul beast away because the direction it was heading was precisely where everyone had set up camp. If this soul beast crashed in, it would undoubtedly bring along other unknown creatures. But if the soul beast was seeking death on its own, that was another matter. Get away from me! A roar. The 3-meter-long ferocious beast, resembling a white tiger, lunged at him. Its sharp claws, resembling gleaming sickles, came crashing down directly. Yitian made no other movements. His body slightly sank, and a layer of soul power instantly enveloped his hand as he reached out forward. Behind him, a purple cloak fluttered, radiating brilliant light and exuding an unparalleled aura. The celestial demon lord and the earthly Tai Sui deity refer to this kind of presence. The flame-like soul beast, startled, had its red fur standing on end. It arched its body, bracing for the attack, and unleashed its most ferocious strike. Bang! Yitian tightly clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and suddenly struck out with a powerful punch. As his soul power erupted, the armor around him instantly shimmered with purple light. The flame soul beast opened its massive jaws and slammed its large claws forward, attacking with all its might from multiple angles. With a loud boom, the ground trembled lightly, and then this place shook violently. Although there was a significant size difference between the man and the beast, their strength was not determined by physical size. The flame soul beast let out a painful roar. It was actually injured from the blow, staggering backward before falling down. Yitian's punch was simply too fierce for it to withstand. Yitian's punch shattered the giant claw of the flame soul beast, breaking off one of its more than 2-foot-long snow-white fangs, with blood flowing. The god king Dreus' martial soul was too strong. Even without using soul skills or the blood-colored giant axe that came with his martial soul, he could easily suppress this soul beast. Yitian had a clear understanding of the age of this flame soul beast. During their initial confrontation, the flame soul beast was surrounded by flickering yellow soul power, indicating it was undoubtedly a century-old soul beast. However, judging by the power exhibited by the flame soul beast, it should rank quite high among soul beasts and was already close to 1,000 years of cultivation. The ground was stained with blood, and a broken fong lay there like a bright knife blade. Blood dripped from the flame beast's mouth as it rolled over and got back on its feet. At that moment, its expression changed. It was no longer arrogant, and its gaze towards Yitian was filled with fear. 1 layer of bleeding. Yitian murmured to himself. He felt that he could deal with this dragging soul beast without needing to trigger the blood fury state with 5 layers of bleeding. With just 3 punches and 2 kicks, he could resolve it. The flame soul beast's eyes flickered with ferocity as it crouched, hiding its sharp claws and baring its snow-white fangs. This was not retreat, but rather a gathering of power. With wolves in front and tigers behind, its remaining rationality had been exhausted. The flame soul beast, driven by its ferocity, completely disregarded whether it could win or not, letting out a roar that shook the heavens as it fiercely counterattacked. its giant claw and blood-filled maw suddenly coming into view. Bang! 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 3 consecutive punches. One punch broke the flame soul beast's giant claw. One punch shattered its skull. The last punch pierced through its chest, creating a bloody hole. The battle was over. The flame soul beast fell to the ground with a loud crash, blood gushing out. The entire fight lasted only a few seconds. Yitian picked up the corpse of the flame soul beast, intending to throw it far away. Just as Yitian took a step forward suddenly, a voice filled with hostility rang out. Stop. Huh. Yitian was taken aback, glancing down at the utterly dead flame soul beast. He quickly retracted the overwhelming aura of his terrifying god-level martial soul. Were there human soul masters chasing this flame soul beast? He thought to himself, this is bad. How did I end up in such a clutch situation? It was clearly the middle of the night in the Stardew Forest, chasing a century-old soul beast around. It was obvious that this group was very strong, or at least there was a capable leader among them. I hope I don't run into those 2 old geezers. The legendary dragon and snake. Yitian thought that Mengaran should be around 11 years old now, very likely preparing to fuse her second soul ring. Soon after, a group of 9 people emerged, 8 men and 1 woman. Among them, 7 were young men and 1 was a middle-aged man. Oh no, it's not the legendary dragon and snake. Yitian immediately noticed 2 of the young men among the 7, who had particularly cold expressions. It wasn't he because these 2 had a lot of hostility. Rather, they looked almost identical, as if they were carved from the same mold. Among the 7, there were also 2 burly men, similar in build to Zhang Xing, very robust, clearly 2 defensive-type soul masters. In the center of these 2 was the only female in the group, an extremely beautiful girl dressed in a gold and red uniform, with dark red, long hair reminiscent of flames. Although she was a girl, her figure was exceptionally well-proportioned and tall, notably taller than the surrounding group of young men. Yitian estimated that the woman was nearly 1.8 meters tall. This friend, the crimson flame links in your hands, is exactly what my friend needs. Could you go to us? A white-haired man in a blue outfit stepped forward, his voice loud and full of energy. Ahem. Yitian felt a bit awkward and raised the crimson flame links in his hand that the white-haired man mentioned. Do you want the soul ring of the soul beast? Sorry, but this thing crashed into the camp, and I accidentally killed it. Yitian looked at the few people in front of him and had a strange feeling, as if he had seen them somewhere before. Did you kill him? One of the women among the 8 suddenly changed her expression and said angrily, We chased for half the night, and you just killed him in 1 blow? Yitian looked at the group of people in front of him with a strange expression, secretly scoffing in his heart. How could it take half a night to chase down a century-old soul beast? What kind of level is this? One of the middle-aged men among the 8 stepped forward. He also had a full head of red hair, and his eyes shone with brilliance. He did not use his martial soul, and no soul rings appeared around him. But Yitian felt a sense of danger from him, like a flood or a fierce beast. It was clear that this middle-aged man was the leader of the group. He scrutinized Yitian carefully, and with his soul emperor-level strength, he could easily discern Yitian's cultivation level. The moment he laid eyes on Yitian, his gaze was drawn to the pendant at Yitian's collar, which was inlaid with a holy soul crystal. Instantly, his eyes narrowed. With his experience, he naturally recognized what that was. Moreover, the middle-aged man also noticed that Yitian was not very old. Combined with the fact that Yitian had previously mentioned the Crimson Flame Weasel crashing into the camp, he concluded that there must be more talented individuals behind Yitian. Considering all these factors, he deduced that Yitian was also a student from some advanced Soul Master Academy, and that his background was quite formidable. After all, it was impossible for a young Soul Master in society to possess strength close to that of a soul respect, and most importantly, ordinary people would not have access to holy soul crystals. Since he was a student from an advanced Soul Master Academy, it was only natural that there would be powerful teachers leading the group. He asked, I am Huashan, a teacher from the Qihua Academy. May I ask which academy you are from? The 4 Elements Academy and Qihua Academy? Yitian was taken aback. No wonder he felt like he had seen them somewhere before. Looking ahead, the irritable girl was likely Huo Wu, and the white-haired man beside her was probably Feng Xiaotian, who possessed the martial soul of the Gale, 2-headed wolf. He found it somewhat strange. Wasn't Feng Xiaotian from the Shenfeng Academy? Why was he running around with people from Qihua Academy? So awkward. Have they already started to flatter each other this early? Facing the people from Qihua Academy, Yitian was not flustered. He knew that Teacher Huang was watching from the side, and no matter how arrogant the 4 Elements Academy was, they wouldn't dare to act against the Spear Hall. He smiled, appearing calm and unbothered, and cupped his hands in greeting, saying, "Hello, Senior Huashan. I am a student from the Spirit Hall Academy." A student from the Spirit Hall? Huashan was taken aback, but he did not doubt it much. After all, this place was relatively close to Spirit City, so it was quite normal to encounter students from the Spirit Hall Academy. Although he couldn't determine the exact age of the person in front of him, he could make a rough guess from the youthful face. He estimated that Yitian was no older than 15. Is being a student from the Spirit Hall really that impressive? We chased for half a night, only to have you mess it up? It's truly infuriating. Huowu seethed with anger, thinking to herself, so annoying, so annoying. Oh, sorry, in this wild and desolate place. I didn't expect this to be your prey that you were hunting. Yitian was polite and restrained. After all, Huangying was still secretly observing and had not truly revealed herself. It was best to avoid trouble, if possible. All right, Huowu, since the soul beast is dead, there's no point in saying so much. This time it's still your own lack of strength. Otherwise, why would there be so many issues? You need to reflect on yourselves, Huashan said earnestly. He didn't care much about a 100-year-old soul beast. It would be irrational to provoke the Spirit Hall over such a trivial matter. Moreover, strictly speaking, what happened was indeed not the other party's fault. Huowu snorted coldly, pouting and casting a sideways glance at Yitian, her eyes filled with anger. If looks could kill, Yitian would probably be in danger. Seeing Huowu's childish demeanor, Feng Xiaoyan's expression was also not good, looking at Yitian with an unfriendly gaze. He had no ill feelings towards Yitian himself, but what his goddess disliked was something he detested. Yitian curled his lips in disdain at Feng Xiaotian, the sycophant, clearly capable of conquering through strength, yet choosing to fawn. Ignoring the fiery gaze of Huowu, Yitian even subtly shot her a contemptuous glance. He knew Huowu was a proud and self-respecting girl, prone to being petty, who could hold on to a minor grievance for a lifetime. Just because Tang San defeated the Blaze team using his fire immunity ability, she made it a condition for him to defeat Tang San in order to date Feng Xiaotian. Moreover, she was insistent on both herself and Tang San perishing together. In simple terms, she was a spoiled girl, surrounded by people who indulged and flattered her, making her somewhat unclear about her own position. But Yitian was not swayed by this. If you glare at me, I'll just disdain you a bit. Letting this fragile girl feel what it means to dislike me while being unable to do anything about it. Seeing Huowu's expression, Huashan smiled at Yitian. No worries, you don't need to think too much. I originally intended for the students to train themselves by letting that soul beast escape, but unexpectedly, you resolved it in just a few moves. Huashan shook his head, sighing. The Spirit Hall Academy truly has hidden talents. Thank you for the compliment, Senior Huashan. Yitian replied with a light smile. By the way, may I ask who your leading teacher is? Perhaps I know them. Huashan smiled. Our leading teacher is Teacher Huangying. I wonder if Senior Huashan knows her. Yitian did not hide it. Huangying was one of the top teachers at the Xinglua campus, second only to the principal, the Porcupine Douluo. He believed that Teacher Huang's reputation should be enough to impress the group before him, as there were no titled Douluos in the entire Blaze Academy. Teacher Huang's strength should have already reached the combat ceiling of the Four Elements Academy. The name of the Breaking Sun Arrow God is known throughout the entire Spirit Master world. Huashan clasped his hands, asking if he could meet this senior. He then pointed to the students behind him. We have wandered in the Stardow Forest for half the night and haven't set up camp yet. It would be good for everyone to gather for mutual support. Yitian was taken aback and couldn't help but marvel at how famous Teacher Huang was. The title of Breaking Sun Arrow God was much stronger than any of the titles like Jade Douluo or Poison Douluo. If he were to cultivate and become a titled Douluo in the future, wouldn't he have to be called Breaking Sun Douluo? Looking at the admiring Huashan, Yitian wiped his nose, feeling a bit awkward. It was hard to refuse. If he declined, it would imply that he had something to hide. Although Huashan appeared to be a nice guy now, if he wasn't a student of the Wuhuan Temple Academy, the situation would likely be very different. Well then, let's go together. Yitian chuckled softly, but it seemed that his senior wouldn't get his wish today. Teacher Huang, in order to train them, would intervene unless absolutely necessary in the Stardow Forest this time. Oh, there's such a saying? Huashan squinted his eyes and casually complimented. The teaching methods of the Wuhuan Temple Academy are truly profound. Yitian glanced at him without saying a word. In his view, the Four Elements Academy was not a group of fierce individuals. He also did not believe that the volcano would offend the Spirit Hall Academy for the sake of a 100-year-old beast. The Four Elements Academy was not a sect. And at this stage, there was no conflict with the Spirit Hall. When the group returned to the camp, Zhang Xing and the others were on high alert. displaying great discipline in their actions, no longer the previous laxity. Yitian, who are they? Su Yu asked warily, as they continued to maintain their formation. Yitian smiled. These people are students and teachers from the Blaze Academy. They came to the Douluo Forest to hunt soul masters for soul rings. And the commotion just now was them chasing a soul beast. Yitian's words made the companions lower their guard. In a dangerous place like the Douluo Forest, encountering human soul masters is indeed quite rare. Chapter 137. Communication. Zhangxing said, "What a coincidence. We are also here to hunt soul beasts to increase our soul rings." When Huashan saw Yinjun and Zhangxing and the others on high alert, he was also surprised. He could tell that this group of people were still children, probably around the same age as Huowu. However, the soul power levels of the people here were generally much higher than that of Huowu, who was a genius from the Element Academy, while this place suddenly had a group of them. If he had any doubts about Yitian and the others before, he could basically confirm it now. After all, apart from the Wuhuan Temple Academy, there probably isn't any other academy that could have so many talented students. You came alone to hunt soul beasts. Huashan smiled and asked Zhangxing and the others, "Where is your supervising teacher?" Yitian glanced at Huashan without leaving a trace and suddenly felt a hint of vigilance in his heart. He had already informed Huashan of the situation earlier, but the fact that Huashan was now asking clearly indicated some suspicion, wanting to verify from others. What? Is it not allowed? However, as a casino boss, reading people's expressions and understanding their hearts is a mandatory skill. She said, "The teacher is only playing a protective role from the shadows and will not be on our team. Otherwise, how can it serve the purpose of training and cooperation? The Douluo Forest is not a trivial place. If you encounter danger, do you think your teacher can react in time?" Huashan's companion, Huowu, stepped forward to ask. "Our teacher Huang has the martial soul of the breaking sun bow, with a range of nearly 10 kilometers. What danger could he possibly not sense? This area we are in is under teacher Huang's surveillance. What danger could he miss?" She pointed to the corpse of the scale leopard on the ground. "In fact, we have already completed our mission to hunt soul beasts for soul rings. As soon as we entered the Douluo Forest, Teacher Huang drove a very precious dual attribute soul beast over for us to kill and obtain soul rings. Now our task is to train here, to refine our teamwork through battles with the soul beasts in the Douluo Forest." So you look proud, pretending to be arrogant, not taking the people from the Blaze Academy seriously at all. Cough, cough, cough. Not far away, Huang Ying, who was secretly observing while leaning against a tree branch, suddenly coughed. He touched his nose, pondering how this little girl knew that it was me who drove that scale leopard over. The Blaze Academy was stunned by Su Yu's words, and even Huashan no longer dared to harbor any small thoughts. As a soul emperor, he didn't understand the powers at the level of soul, but he had heard of the renowned breaking sun arrow god and knew that Huang Ying had an extremely long range. Generally speaking, a long range also implies a far field of vision, so all their actions could be said to be under Huang Ying's watchful eye. With this in mind, he reined in his thoughts and decided to spend the night here, planning to take the students to hunt soul beasts tomorrow. After hearing Su Yu's words, Huo also calmed down and no longer felt angry about the earlier incident with the red fire civet. She curiously looked at the group of boys around her age. The girl who had just spoken was wearing the uniform of the Martial Soul Hall, with her long black hair cascading behind her, strikingly beautiful, and her bright, big eyes sparkled, evoking an involuntary sense of affection. After all, there were only two girls present, her and Su Yu, among all the boys, which naturally fostered a sense of closeness. Huashan smiled slightly. "We are all human soul masters, so it's good to look out for each other in the Douluo Forest. Moreover, you are all young people. You can communicate well," Huashan said politely. The Blaze Academy was not an organization like a sect. Most of the students under him would have their own paths after graduation, with only a few staying at the school. Some would enter sects, some would join the Empire, and others would go to the Martial Soul Hall. Now that they had the opportunity to interact with the geniuses from the Martial Soul Hall Academy, they naturally couldn't let it pass. Friendships among children are easy to establish, and it could be useful for future plans. After all, the Martial Soul Hall is the most powerful among many factions. "It's all right, come sit down. Everyone don't be polite. It's really not easy to meet fellow humans in the Douluo Forest. We are indeed fated." Seeing Huashan being so polite, Zhangxing was very warm-hearted. Huowu and the others were sizing up Su Yu, and compared to the others, this girl was the most dazzling. As for Feng Xiaodian, his eyes were fixed on Huowu, completely ignoring Su Yu, Yitian, and the others. Yitian joined the team and discreetly winked at Suyu, giving her a thumbs up to signal that she did a great job. Suyu wrinkled her little nose and tilted her head up at Yitian, looking unimpressed. When Huashan and the others arrived at the camp, two of them quickly set up 2 large tents, each of which could accommodate 4 people for resting. The group of people sleeping on the ground looked eagerly at their busy work, creating an awkward atmosphere. Suyu watched the busy members of the Blaze Academy, and her good mood suddenly disappeared. She reached out and poked Yitian's waist. "What are you doing?" Yitian turned his head to look. Suyu nodded towards the Blaze Academy's tent, making her meaning clear. All right, I'll go buy a tent." Seeing the surrounding friends all looking expectantly, Yitian had no choice but to ask the Blaze Academy members if they had any extra tents. Although tents couldn't block the attacks of soul beasts, they could at least keep the surrounding mosquitoes at bay. He approached Huashan and tried to negotiate to buy a large tent for 2 gold soul coins, using the large bag of gold soul coins that Suyu had conned him out of at the bar last time. Although the subsidy from Douluo had been cancelled, his financial situation was unprecedentedly strong now. 2 gold soul coins wouldn't make him blink. Hey, our tents are made of exquisite leather. You can't buy one for just 2 gold soul coins." Huashan didn't give Yitian a good face when he approached. I'm not very familiar with the prices. How many gold soul coins is your tent?" Yitian remained calm on the surface, though he felt a bit embarrassed inside. Pretending to be generous, money is not a problem. "One tent costs 200 gold soul coins," Huashan said sweetly. 200 gold soul coins? Yitian squinted his eyes. This was outrageous. It was practically extortion. He only had a few dozen gold soul coins on him. After all, he didn't have a storage soul guide, and carrying 200 gold soul coins would be quite a large bag, which was really inconvenient. "Our tents are made from bison leather combined with special potions, which have the effect of repelling poisonous insects. They are definitely not comparable to ordinary goods." Huashan pointed at the exquisitely designed tent. Yitian looked at it and thought that this thing was indeed unusual. From far away, he could smell a faint sandalwood scent, which must have some effect in repelling mosquitoes. Chapter 138, Fire Dance. Douluo Hall, Senior Text Volume Chapter 138, Fire Dance. Our treasure bag has been taken by Teacher Huang, and we don't have enough gold soul coins on us. How about we buy it on credit first? When Teacher Huang comes, we can get it from him." Yitian spoke in a negotiating tone. In fact, he didn't have any money with Huang Ying. However, he thought that 200 gold soul coins shouldn't be a large sum for Huang Ying. It would be nice to slightly take advantage of the teacher. No need to be polite. We are all human soul masters, and we should help each other in the Stardew Forest. I have one here. I'll just give it to you, little brother Yitian. Huashan smiled and took out a large bundle from his storage soul guide and handed it to Yitian. He didn't doubt that Yitian had no money. He could clearly sense the unusual soul power fluctuations around Yitian, which was emitted by the Holy Soul Crystal on Yitian's neck. A Holy Soul Crystal was worth more than all his possessions, so it was naturally impossible for Yitian to afford a tent worth 200 gold soul coins. Using a mere tent to befriend a talented soul master from the Wuhuan Academy was essentially a risk-free investment with high returns. Ha. Thank you, Senior Huashan. I won't be polite, Yitian said, taking the tent from Huashan's hands with a joyful heart, and he returned to the team, where everyone began to set up enthusiastically. Where is this bracket supposed to be fixed? Suyu held a fixing bracket and paused for a moment, saying softly, "It seems we installed it wrong." "I'm not too sure either." Yitian was also a bit confused. The tents in Douluo were clearly not as convenient as the tents from his previous life. Setting them up required skill, and forcing the installation might cause it to collapse at midnight. While Yitian was still studying it, Zhang Xing had already dashed out to the front of the Qihua Academy team. He smiled and said, "Brothers from Qihua Academy, how do you set up that tent? This is our first time doing this, and we're a bit clueless. Can you help us out?" Zhang Xing was always quite familiar with people. Although Huashan's politeness didn't have much effect on Yitian and Suyu, it earned Zhang Xing's goodwill. Invited by Zhang Xing, Huashan appeared very enthusiastic, smiling and saying, "No problem. It's a small matter." He arranged for the Qihua Academy people to help set up the tent, while asking, "This little friend, may I ask your name? What grade are you in?" Zhang Xing scratched his head and smiled. "My name is Zhang Xing. I'm a third-year student." "Third year?" Huashan was taken aback. Third-year students were probably only about 10 years old. Yet at this age, having the strength of a great soul master was remarkable. Only the first genius, Huowu, from Qihua Academy, could suppress Zhang Xing in talent. Huashan smiled slightly. "Having such strength at this age, your future is limitless." "Haha, not at all." Zhang Xing scratched his head. "I'm just average, The talents of the two leaders are even better than mine. Huashan pondered for a moment and did not persist in questioning everything like a census officer. As a Soul Emperor, his senses were very keen, and he had secretly observed the conversations of Yitian and the others earlier. He naturally knew that the two leaders Zhongxing referred to were the girl from earlier and Yitian, whom he had encountered in the forest. He wasn't sure about Su Yu's strength, but he had a rough idea of Yitian's. The previous Red Fire Lynx was a soul beast around 700 years old, of above-average quality, with a violent fire attribute, and was quite a tough opponent among 100-year soul beasts. The Red Fire Lynx was very strong in attack. Even an average soul master would have to put in a lot of effort to subdue it. This was also why his students had not managed to take it down immediately. Yet, such a powerful 100-year soul beast had been defeated by Yitian in less than 3 rounds before they arrived. This level of strength couldn't help but attract his attention. He thought to himself, the strength of the Wuhuan Academy is truly formidable. The overall champion of this Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament will probably be taken by the Wuhuan Academy again. Through the tent setup, Yitian and the others began to get a preliminary understanding of the Qihua Academy people. The two identical-looking twins were named Huiyun and Huiyu, with their martial soul being the Fire Crane. The two muscular men who looked like defense-type soul masters were named Huachue and Huijun. Although they seemed fierce, their personalities were actually very gentle, and their martial souls were not defensive, but rather supportive. As for Huowu, who appeared the most gentle and beautiful, she had the worst temper in the entire Qihua Academy team. While everyone was busy, Huowu started a conversation with Su Yu. After all, there were only the two of them as girls, and Huowu was displeased with Yitian, not Su Yu. How long do you plan to train here? Huowu asked while helping Su Yu set up the tent. Just a few days. Once that guy Yitian advances to Soul Master and obtains his soul ring, we will leave, Su Yu said, slightly emphasizing the word Soul Master. As a thoughtful girl, she could naturally tell that Huowu had some hostility towards Yitian, so she wanted to remind Huowu not to overestimate herself. Huowu couldn't believe it. He is going to become a Soul Master? How old is he? How old are you? Su Yu asked. I'm 12 this year, Huowu said proudly. Usually, when she mentioned her age and cultivation level, it was when she wanted to be praised. He is only 10 this year. Su Yu smiled, carefully observing Huowu's expression, secretly amused. She enjoyed seeing others show such a naive reaction. Huowu's expression changed. She was currently 12 years old with only level 25 soul power, which had always been her pride. But that annoying guy had nearly level 30 soul power at only 10 years old. It was simply unimaginable. Huowu felt like she had been dealt a ton of damage. Seeing Huowu's expression as if she had eaten a fly, Su Yu's big eyes narrowed, turning into 2 crescent moons, feeling very pleased, even putting extra effort into setting up the tent. She asked Huowu, do you know who among you will be getting the soul ring? Huowu was candid. It's our team member Huolai. His soul power has reached level 20, and he needs a suitable soul ring to break through to the Great Soul Master Realm. Huolai. Su Yu glanced at that person in the crowd and whispered, is he the one with the leopard head and ringed eyes? Leopard head and ringed eyes? Huowu was slightly taken aback, then chuckled, yes, that's him. Your description is quite apt. Huolai's martial soul is the fire leopard. Oh, right. Huowu, what is your martial soul? Su Yu asked casually. My martial soul is Fire Shadow, which is the shadow of my own body as a martial soul. Huowu smiled and said, soul skills are a taboo for soul beasts, but martial souls are not, as they are displayed openly. Chapter 139, Splitting Up Actions. Douluo's Wuhan Hall, Senior Text Volume, Chapter 139, Splitting Up Actions. You also have a human-shaped martial soul? Su Yu was suddenly startled. Having a humanoid martial soul had significant advantages in cultivation. The key point was that cultivating among a crowd was equivalent to entering a simulated cultivation environment, which greatly accelerated the efficiency of soul power refinement. Yitian was a prime example. Right. Huowu nodded and looked at Su Yu. What is your martial soul? What level of soul power do you have? My martial soul is an umbrella, and my soul power level is 23. Su Yu replied with a smile. An umbrella? Are you a support type? Huowu was somewhat surprised, as Su Yu's temperament didn't seem gentle enough for a support type. Of course not. I'm a close combat type. Su Yu laughed and looked at Huowu Shuang. Is your brother's martial soul also Fire Shadow? No. My brother's martial soul is Fire Dragon. Huowu said, Fire Dragon, similar to the blue lightning tyrant dragon? Su Yu was somewhat surprised. Regardless of the martial soul, any that had a connection to dragons or phoenixes was basically a top-tier martial soul. Pretty much. Huowu didn't elaborate further, seeming to have her own reasons. Oh, those two who look exactly the same, what's their story? How do you usually tell them apart? Huo Wu smiled and said, that's Hui Yin and Hui Yu. Their appearances and martial souls are the same. Even their soul skills are identical, so we distinguish them by their names. If they don't cooperate, we can't tell them apart. Yitian glanced at Su Yu and Huo Wu's direction, while Feng Xiaotian's attention was entirely focused on Huo Wu, looking like he wanted to interject, but couldn't find the opportunity. After eavesdropping on the conversation between the two girls for a while, he felt a strange sensation. Why would a 12-year-old girl be led around by a 10-year-old boy? Su Yu is a scheming dog, he silently thought. With the help of the people from the Flame Academy, they quickly set up the tent, and everyone stopped chatting and entered the tent to rest. Compared to the spacious interior of the Flame Academy, Yitian and the others felt a bit cramped, but it was much better than lying outside. Damn! Huang Ying looked at the branch under him and suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. When facing the Flame Academy, he had no intention of showing himself. He merely wanted to test Yitian and the others' reactions to strangers. After all, the opponents soul masters would face in the future are not soul beasts, but fellow human soul masters. Without sufficient cunning, even the strongest power would just be a sharp sword in someone else's hands. Yitian's performance is commendable, giving off a vibe of a little adult. Aside from accidentally exposing the sacred soul crystal on his neck, there isn't much to criticize. This sacred soul crystal lacks enough allure for the teachers of the Flame Academy. After all, there are still connections. However, if they encounter casual soul masters from society, it might not be the same. People die for wealth, and birds die for food. Not everyone can resist such temptation. In contrast to Yitian, Su Yu's performance is quite stunning, leaving no room for error and greatly intimidating the enemy. There was no conversation throughout the night. In the morning, Yitian and the others had leftover roasted meat from yesterday. The Flame Academy team was quick, and in no time, they had tidied up and finished breakfast. The few of them were still dressed as they were yesterday. Do the little geniuses want to join us? Huishan asked politely. No need. Our main priority is to develop our teamwork skills. If we were to team up with Senior Huishan, it would go against the original intention of this mission. Yitian declined gracefully. All right, that's ambitious. Huishan smiled, then said seriously, be careful. Anything can happen in the Stardow Forest. Even on the outskirts, there may be 10,000-year soul beasts. Even if you have Teacher Huang protecting you, be cautious. Because soul beasts have all kinds of abilities and may lead to delays in rescue. Yitian cupped his hands to Volcano and said, thank you for the reminder, Senior Volcano. We will definitely be cautious. All right, we will take our leave now. If you ever come to the Yitian Empire, feel free to visit us at the Blaze Academy. After finishing his words, Volcano turned around and led the team away. Goodbye, Su Yu. Huo Wu waved at Su Yu, then turned her head to glare fiercely at Yitian. Goodbye, Xiao Wu. Su Yu also waved her hand. Yitian touched his nose, feeling somewhat puzzled about how Su Yu could get along with Huo Wu. Zhang Xing walked over and nudged Yitian with his shoulder, grinning mischievously. Boss, it seems like Huo Wu is interested in you. Are your eyes not working properly? Yitian shot him an annoyed glare. Is this look of mine meant for you? No. Zhang Xing quickly waved his hands and took a step back, fully aware that this look signified a headache. But boss, you might want to consider it, Zhao Yingjie said with a lewd grin. I think Huo Wu is pretty and talented. Seems like a good match for you. Are you blind? Can't you see that white-haired guy next to Huo Wu? Su Yu scolded from the side. White-haired? Zhao Yingjie was taken aback, pondering for a moment before asking, what's that white-haired guy's name? And why is there one white-haired among a bunch of red-haired? That guy is Feng Xiaotian, from the Elemental Academy's Shenfeng Academy. AI air chimed in. What does Shenfeng Academy have to do with Qihua Academy? Zhu Zhujin interjected. I feel like that Feng Xiaotian has been keeping his eyes on Huo Wu. Su Yu shot Zhu Zhujin a glance and pouted. You worthless guy. You were secretly watching Huo Wu earlier. Your eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. Have you clashed gazes with that white-haired guy many times? Oh, the crowd erupted in teasing. Ahem, that's not true at all. It completely doesn't exist. Zhu Zhujin's face turned red. Yitian simileth. If Su Yu weren't present, the topic would probably have gone further. However, Huo Wu's talent is indeed very high. Not lower than that of the Shrek 7 monsters, and even slightly higher than Daimu Bai. In the next Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition, Daimu Bai, having consumed the celestial herb, is just a bit higher than Huo Wu. If he hadn't eaten it, the situation would be hard to say. Hey, Yitian, what did you break through to level 30 soul power? Su Yu asked. I originally wanted you and Zhao Yingjie to obtain soul rings together. But now Zhao Yingjie has gotten his, and you haven't broken through yet. Soon, in the next couple of days, Yitian said helplessly. I didn't expect Xiao Air to solve the soul ring problem as soon as he arrived at Douluo Forest. Bosu, was that scaled leopard really brought by Teacher Huang? Zhao Yingjie asked from the side. How would I know? Su Yu chuckled. I was kidding them. But there is indeed such a possibility. She looked at Yitian. Should we take down this tent? No need, this is our camp. We will be stationed here for the next few days. Yitian shook his head. You can move around freely, but don't go too deep. It's best to patrol the outskirts and figure out what soul beasts are nearby. Yitian said. Aren't you going to move with us? Su Yu asked. I plan to cultivate a bit more in the camp, aiming to break through to level 30 by tomorrow, so we can leave Douluo Forest earlier. That's fine. We'll go explore the surroundings, and you can focus on your cultivation and think about what kind of soul beast you want for your third soul ring. Su Yu turned to her teammates. Now, let's form a formation as we go out. Everything will follow my commands. Zhang Xing and I will take the lead. Zhu Zhu and Zhao Yingjie will be on the flanks, and AI Air will be in the middle. Let's go. Chapter 140, New Delicacies Watching Them Leave. Yitian wasn't worried about their safety. This morning, he had caught a glimpse of a golden eagle soaring through the sky. He was very familiar with that golden eagle because he had soared through the skies on its back several times. It was summoned by Huang Ying's soul skill, Eagle's Eye. An eagle's eye can split into 4 eagles, easily taking care of himself, Su Yu, Zhang Xing, and the others. About to become a soul venerable, Yitian still had plans for his third soul ring. He intended to choose a soul beast around 5,000 years old. A soul beast of this cultivation level would roughly be at the soul zone stage, and capturing it might still require some effort. Yitian was cultivating in the camp. Although he was in a meditative state, he still kept part of his attention on the surrounding environment, remaining vigilant for any potential dangers. 3 hours later, Yitian was startled awake from his cultivation and looked up at the forest ahead, where a series of rustling sounds were coming from. It was Zhang Xing and Su Yu returning. Yitian, look what I have in my hand. Su Yu jogged over, waving his snow-white fur. What is this? Where did you get it? Ha, this is the fur of a white wolf I found on the way. It's so soft and feels so nice. Su Yu said excitedly, draping the entire wolf pelt over her shoulders like a cloak and spinning around. How'd you find white wolf fur? Yitian asked, somewhat puzzled. This is clearly a crafted item. Was it left behind by a soul master here? Who cares who left it? It belongs to me now. Su Yu said with a smile. Tonight, we're having extra food. Let's see what prey we have caught. Yitian was feeling a bit annoyed. The thing he disliked the most was when others made him guess this and that. Guess your sister, he thought to himself. Su Yu stuck out her tongue and made a funny face. You're really no fun, clearly not that big, yet acting so old-fashioned. She walked over and took the prey from Zhang Xing's hands, a pink rabbit, and happily exclaimed, Ding, 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 it's a soft-boned rabbit. She waved the rabbit by its ears. Rabbit meat is delicious, but because there are too many small bones, it can be troublesome to eat. However, the soft-boned rabbit is an exception. Its meat is very tender. The bones are soft and elastic, and you can even eat it without spitting out the bones, which is very convenient. Plus, the soft-boned rabbit's fur is beautiful, pink in color, and I could use it to make a little hat or gloves. Is the soft-boned rabbit still a delicacy? Yitian's mouth twitched, and he sighed inwardly. The lowly is fierce. Su Yu is indeed a weirdo for not liking the cute pink rabbit. No, that's not right. Su Yu likes it very much. She just likes to eat it. Xiao Wu fainted in the bathroom. In the Douluo Forest, everyone was tasting the cute little rabbit. Su Yu tilted her body, sitting sideways on the white wolf skin, leisurely shredding the rabbit meat into thin strips. Although she seemed impatient and her movements were eager, each action was graceful, and the way she tore the meat resembled a beautiful scene. After eating the rabbit meat, Su Yu slightly squinted her big eyes. Not bad, not bad. Although there aren't many seasonings, as Yitian said, high-end ingredients often only require the simplest cooking methods. Her expression and words made Yitian's fingers itch. He tore off a rabbit leg and stuffed it into his mouth, enjoying it immensely. The rabbit meat melted in his mouth, and those tiny bones felt like tendons. Very chewy and truly delicious. If it weren't for being in the Douluo Forest right now, I would really want AI Air to play a tune. Hiccup. Su Yu let out a big hiccup. A girl should be more refined. How could you just hiccup like that? Yitian teased. That's no different from farting in public. Who are you to care? You're the one who farts. Su Yu glared at him fiercely, then lay down on the wolf skin in a very ungraceful manner. Yitian glanced at the fierce and terrifying wolf head on the wolf skin, feeling a chill in his heart. He turned to Ayer and asked, Do you know what kind of wolf spirit beast this wolf skin comes from? I feel like something is off. Among wolf spirit beasts, there are only a few with snow-white fur. Ayer thought for a moment and said, The snow wolf has fur as white as snow, without a hint of impurity, similar to the wolf skin in Sister Xiaoya's hands. However, AI changed the subject, although the fur color is comparable to that of snow wolf. Snow wolves live in the extreme north, far away from the Stardew forest. Could it have been brought here by a spirit master from the extreme north? Suyu asked. Not very likely. The key point is that the snow wolf has a relatively small head and doesn't look this fierce. It should not be a snow wolf. AI shook his head. Then what kind of wolf is this? Suyu turned to glance at the fierce wolf head beside her, immediately feeling goosebumps rise. She stood up, rubbed her arms, and frowned, saying the texture and color of this wolf skin are quite nice. But this wolf head is too disgusting, giving off a creepy feeling. I need to cut off this wolf's head. AI said, just based on the fur color. It's impossible to tell what kind it is. Each type of spirit beast can have a few special cases. This might even be an albino gray wolf. And since this wolf skin has been processed, many details are unclear, so I can't determine it either. Yitian stared at the white wolf skin and frowned, saying, from the characteristics of the wolf's head, it looks very much like a Gale Demon Wolf. Gale Demon Wolf. AI's expression changed, murmuring, the fur of a Gale Demon Wolf should be bluish-gray. How could there be such pure white as snow? Yitian was a bit speechless. Didn't you just say that there are exceptions in every species? Ayer's expression changed suddenly as he snatched the fur from Suyu's hands and said in a low voice, the Gale Demon Wolf can also have pure white variants, which is the royal bloodline of the Gale Demon Wolf. Royal bloodline? Yitian was slightly taken aback. What does that mean? Is there anything special about the white Gale Demon Wolf? Ayer said, the Gale Demon Wolf is not considered a high-level spirit beast. It can only be classified as a medium spirit beast. Their terrifying aspect is their large numbers, but there are also variants among them. And the Gale Demon Wolf with pure white fur is one example. The pure white Gale Demon Wolf is innately superior to ordinary Gale Demon Wolves. It is truly a high-level spirit beast. They are the natural leaders of the Gale Demon Wolf pack and may even become a 100,000-year spirit beast in the future. Suyu lifted the white wolf skin, shook it vigorously, and examined it closely. Are you saying this fur is from an extremely precious Gale Demon Wolf King? Exactly. Ayer nodded. Then, will we be retaliated against by the Gale Demon Wolves? Suyu was worried, feeling that something was off. The wolf skin in her hands seemed a bit hot. Chapter 141 Gale Demon Wolf. Ayer shook his head and said, if there are Gale Demon Wolves nearby, then we would naturally be besieged and retaliated against, and it would be a relentless kind of attack. But we are on the side of the Stardew Great Forest near Wuhuan City, where there are no Gale Demon Wolves inhabiting, so there is no need to worry. Phew, that's good. So you let out a long sigh. Wolf packs are never easy to handle. If we were besieged, it would likely be very troublesome. Who says there are no Gale Demon Wolves living in the Stardew Great Forest around Wuhuan City? Yitian's eyes sharpened, and he said solemnly, the Gale Demon Wolf does not have a fixed habitat. They're like a group of evil spirits. Wherever there is meat to eat, they will go there. No way. I remember reading that the Gale Demon Wolf prefers human flesh, so they usually gather in densely populated areas. There are few people around Wuhuan City, so there shouldn't be such things. Ayer looked at Yitian with some confusion. Under normal circumstances, that is indeed the case. But there are exceptions, Yitian said with a serious expression. Although the Gale Demon Wolf inhabits the Stardew Great Forest, they are one of the very few spirit beasts that occasionally come out to attack human villages and towns. For Gale Demon Wolves, humans are the most delicious food. Because there are not many human villages near Wuhuan City, but the number of spirit masters is high. The Gale Demon Wolves usually inhabit the area surrounding the Douluo Empire and the Tiando Empire. However, there is one situation where the Gale Demon Wolves will migrate from the borders of the two empires. That is, when the two empires send large armies to encircle them. Due to the overwhelming number of Gale Demon Wolves and their unpopularity among spirit beasts, they do not dare to move deeper into the Stardew Great Forest. Pressured by the human army, countless Gale Demon Wolves will break up and move toward Wuhuan City, waiting for the situation to calm down before returning to the borders of the two empires. How do you know all this? Suyu looked at Yitian with some confusion. You rarely attend the theoretical classes at the academy. Although you often say you need to study theory well, in fact, you haven't really studied much at all. Yitian felt embarrassed and thought to himself, isn't it okay to just talk about it? He explained, although I'm not interested in many theoretical courses, I specifically looked into this area because I might join the law enforcement team in the future, and at that time, I'll encounter things related to evil soul masters. What does the Gale Demon Wolf have to do with evil soul masters? Et eux rasqued, somewhat confused. His knowledge in this area came only from the Soul Beast Encyclopedia. Knowledge about evil soul masters was something only advanced students would study. The Gale Demon Wolf is even more terrifying than evil soul masters. Yitian Alliance. The Gale Demon Wolf has a peculiar nature and can mate with almost any creature of similar size. It especially loves to abduct human women. After mating with a human woman, it gives birth to a creature called a wolf thief, which is half wolf and half human. The wolf thief possesses the physique, speed, and some innate abilities of the Gale Demon Wolf, along with a certain level of human intelligence. They're extremely bloodthirsty and lustful. Wherever there are wolf thieves, the people living there will be unfortunate. These wolf thieves not only plunder, but also kill humans to use as their food. Women are temporarily kept as breeding tools. Those who are not pregnant will also become their food. Oh my god, what kind of disgusting things are these? Suyu's small face turned pale, and goosebumps rose on her skin as she threw the pure white Gale Demon Wolf skin far away. Why do such disgusting soul beasts exist? Why don't we eradicate them completely? Suyu felt a bit uneasy, her heart racing, and even took out her water bottle to wash her hands. Yitian shook his head. It's hard to kill them. The Stormwind Demon Wolf tribe has a large population, scattered across the borders of the two great empires. Once they sense a threat, they will hide in the Douluo forest. Our human soul masters are extremely limited in number. If we concentrate our attacks, the Stormwind Demon Wolves would have long escaped. If we spread out, we wouldn't gain anything at all. Even if high-level soul masters take action, it's difficult to uproot them completely because they are too dispersed. Each wolf pack has hundreds of wolves, and there are countless Stormwind Demon Wolf packs throughout the Douluo forest. Moreover, the most critical point is that the Stormwind Demon Wolves are a species that, aside from killing, also enjoys mating. They're in heat all year round, capable of giving birth to 2 to 3 litters of wolf pups each year. It's impossible to kill them all. It would just be a waste of effort. Yitian shook his head. The Spirit Hall had invested great effort, gathering countless soul masters to fight for several years. Yet the number of Gale Demon Wolves not only did not decrease, but actually increased. Why did it increase? Suyu was puzzled. We have been killing them, and while we may not have exterminated them, they should have diminished, right? It's because they feel the crisis. So the Gale Demon Wolves are desperately breeding to grow their population. AI Air expressed his opinion from the side. Yitian said, this is indeed one aspect. But more importantly, the frequent actions of human soul masters have had a serious impact on the soul beasts at the periphery of the Douluo forest. This has forced many soul beasts that feed on the wind wolf to migrate deeper into the Douluo forest, leaving the wind wolf without any natural enemies to balance them, allowing them to develop without restraint. If this continues, will the continent soon be occupied by the wind wolf? Zhang Xing was astonished. Rodent soul beasts can survive better than the wind wolf. Has the continent been occupied by rodent soul beasts? Yitian said, every creature has its predator. Although the wind wolf is despicable, its status among soul beasts is not high. The scale leopard, flame bear, earth king, and saber-toothed boar in the Douluo forest are all their natural enemies. That incident was caused by human soul masters forcibly intervening in nature and driving away the wind wolf's enemies, which led to the subsequent events. Eventually, after the human soul masters ended their actions and withdrew from the Douluo forest, many soul beasts returned and cleaned up the entire wind wolf pack, allowing everything to return to tranquility. Since that incident, the Spirit Hall has only occasionally suppressed the wind wolf and wolf thieves, exterminating them when discovered. But they will no longer expend a large amount of manpower and resources to invade the Douluo forest. Speaking of the wind wolf and wolf thieves, Yitian was also filled with righteous indignation. Such creatures truly deserve to be killed. Do you think this wolf skin will attract the wind wolf? Suyu's voice trembled slightly. During our exploration, we picked up this wolf skin from a branch. Could it be that someone is trying to set us up? At this moment, even the usually carefree Zhang Xing could not remain calm. Set us up? No way. There's no one else here, and besides, they're a wind wolf in the vicinity of the Douluo Forest Spirit City. Zhao Yingjie was also a bit unsettled. Chapter 142. The storm is coming. The wind is full of the building. Who knows if there will be? Suyu frowned. I also feel that something is off. This wolf skin should be quite valuable. So why did it appear around us? Yitian Ruo was lost in thought. Could it be that Feng Xiaotian was up to something? This licking dog had a martial soul called the twin-headed Gale Demon Wolf, which was a mutated and enhanced form of the Gale Demon Wolf. However, the martial soul wouldn't possess some of the inherent traits of the Gale Demon Wolf, so Feng Xiaotian still appeared quite normal. An evil martial soul often refers to the evil properties of the martial soul rather than the personality of the martial soul itself. The Gale Demon Wolf is a wind attribute soul beast, and if viewed solely from the attribute perspective, it does not belong to the evil soul beast faction. However, the only ones around were their group and the group from the Chihua Academy, making Feng Xiaotian very suspicious. Yitian knew that many beast spirit masters would choose to hunt soul beasts that correspond to their martial spirits as soul rings, because the compatibility would be very high. If Feng Xiaotian were to hunt a Gale Demon Wolf with royal bloodline as a soul ring, it was also quite possible. Surely, Feng Xiaotian wouldn't do something unethical just because of a minor conflict between me and Huowu, right? Do you know when the two empires usually have large-scale actions? Yitian asked. He glanced around at everyone, feeling a sense of foreboding. There are not that many coincidences in the world, and it's impossible for pies to fall from the sky, so it's naturally impossible for wolf skins to fall either. I don't know. I'm also unaware of the matters concerning the Xingluo Empire and the Tiando Empire. AI Air shook his head. I know a little. Zhu Zhujin suddenly spoke up. I don't know about the Tiando Empire, but I do know that the Xingluo Empire has significant military mobilizations every June, reportedly to clear out soul beasts attacking towns. Zhu Zhujin's voice trembled slightly. The air suddenly fell silent. So, does this mean that there might really be Gale Demon Wolves in this forest we're in? AI Air also became uneasy, being well-versed in the textbooks. He naturally understood how terrifying such group soul beasts could be. So, someone is plotting against us. Su Yu's expression changed as she pointed at the pure white Gale Demon Wolf skin and said, "This thing is not far from our camp. Even if I don't discover it, if it attracts a pack of wolves, we will be in trouble. Then what are we waiting for? Let us move quickly. What if the Gale Demon Wolves come over?" Zhang Xing shouted anxiously. "There is no need to panic." Yitian waved his hand. "Teacher Huang is still in the forest with us. Are we really afraid of a pack of wolves? However, for safety's sake, let us throw this thing away and head back to Spirit City. All right, let us first withdraw from the outskirts, and after confirming that everything is fine, we'll come back to help you obtain the soul ring." Yitian's earlier description of the Gale Demon Wolves made Su Yu feel a bit of fear. The few of them hurriedly began to turn around and retreat. Yitian felt a bit regretful, thinking that he shouldn't have provided such detailed information about the Gale Demon Wolf earlier. This left a shadow in his companions' hearts, and if they really encountered the Gale Demon Wolf, the situation would likely be dire. Being timid before the battle was a big taboo. Huang Ying, standing aside, looked at the group's actions with some confusion. How did these fearless kids suddenly start to panic and retreat? Although his eagle was always watching Yitian and the others, it couldn't eavesdrop on their conversation, so he naturally didn't know what was happening. He didn't pay much attention to Su Yu picking up the wolf skin. In the Stardew Forest, even finding a hanging sheep wasn't a big deal. Huang Ying didn't summon the 4 eagles from the Eye of the Eagle to save soul power. More importantly, if he summoned too many eagles, the field of vision he experienced would increase, and the images transmitted to his brain would not be a cohesive whole, but rather fragmented. Additionally, with the images he saw himself, he would have 5 images in his mind simultaneously. Analyzing and comprehensively processing the information from these 5 images would consume more than 5 times his usual mental energy. Such a large consumption might be bearable for a while, but if maintained for long, it would surely lead to mental breakdown. Therefore, under normal circumstances, he only summoned 1 eagle to circle above Yitian and the others. When Yitian and Su Yu acted separately earlier, he had summoned 2 eagles to look after them. Seeing Yitian and the others' unusual behavior, Huang Ying felt puzzled and focused his gaze on the wolf skin Su Yu had thrown down for a moment. "The Gale Demon Wolf of the Bloodline of Kings?" Huang Ying murmured. As a knowledgeable teacher at the Spirit Hall Academy, he naturally knew what this was. He once again summoned a golden eagle to patrol around Yitian and the others, investigating any possible situations. Under the near-godly perspective of Huang Ying's eagle eye, everything happening around was within his sight, and the rustling sounds in the forest couldn't escape his notice. Sure enough, it was this kind of thing. Huang Ying's expression became serious as he looked at Yitian and the others, contemplating how to handle it. Forget it. One can't see the rainbow without experiencing the storm, he thought. Let these lucky kids feel the cruelty of the soul master world. Although the Gale Demon Wolf was terrifying, it was still far inferior compared to evil soul masters. Huang Ying looked at his eagle, and his mind settled. If he had known he could fly using the eagle eye, he would never have taken this risk. But now it was different. He was half a flying-type soul master and could easily escape from the Gale Demon Wolf's encirclement at any time. With newfound confidence, he naturally acted without panic. Huang Ying directly summoned 4 eagles and then stepped onto an eagle, instantly soaring into the sky. Yitian and his companions threw down the wolf skin and turned to retreat. Along the way, they remained very vigilant, as this was the Douluo Forest, where danger could lurk at any moment. They had to be careful not to encounter the wind-howling demon wolf, or they might fall into trouble in front of other soul beasts. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened, a chilling wind blew around them, and the branches in the forest swayed, creating a sense of impending storm. Yitian looked back at the sky in the east and through the dense trees. He discovered that patches of dark clouds were rapidly approaching. The clouds were advancing very quickly, covering half of the sky. It was indeed a case of misfortune coming in pairs. What kind of weather was this? Yitian felt a bit irritated. He had no idea when the rain would start. Igaya Eiselfaunet. We're going to be soaked, and it's a pity about our tent. We worked so hard to set up. Suyu expressed her regret. Then she indignantly said, Damn the Gale Wolf. If it weren't for this, we could be in our warm tent. March quickly. We need to get out of here. Fighting in the starry great forest during the rain would be very unfavorable for us. Yitian commanded with the authority of a captain. Chapter 143. The Dance of the Pack Wolves. Yitian suddenly called a halt to everyone, gently twitching his nose. There's a stench in the air. We're not lucky. A wolf pack has arrived. As if to confirm his words, a fierce wind suddenly swept from the east, carrying a faint smell of blood and rot that everyone could smell. The expressions on everyone's faces changed. Yitian looked back, and although the pack of storm wolves had not yet appeared, there was a feeling of dark clouds looming over the city. He was very decisive. We are currently in the starry forest and can't leave. We can't run away now, so while it's still not raining, let's make some torches. When the wolf pack arrives, we'll set the starry forest on fire. Will setting the forest on fire cause a major incident? Yitian shook his head. I'm not afraid. There are plenty of fire-type soul beasts in the Douluo Forest, yet there has never been a major wildfire, which shows that the soul beasts here are good at fire prevention. Moreover, we are only using it to drive away the Gale demon wolves. Are Gale demon wolves afraid of fire? Suyu asked while igniting the grass and trees in the forest. They're not very afraid, but it will still have some effect. Yitian said, as long as the fire is big enough, non-fire-type soul beasts will be affected. The group hurriedly set fire to the forest they passed while retreating. At this point, there were no other soul beasts in the surrounding forest. Soul beasts have a stronger perception ability than humans. They had already retreated when the Gale demon wolves began to gather. The stench coming from the forest behind them grew stronger, and the foul wind made Yitian and his companions uneasy. The wolves are coming, the wolves are coming. Zhang Xing couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, his hand holding the shield trembling slightly. Don't panic, Teacher Huang is still behind us. Stay steady. Suyu comforted the group, but her slightly trembling hand revealed her own unease. This is just training, don't worry. A pack of pups doesn't scare us at all. Yitian forced a smile to reassure them. No matter how many wolves there are, what does it matter? Don't worry about the number of opponents. The space around us is limited. Even if there are thousands of them, we will only face a dozen at a time. When the time comes, we will fight back to back and carve a bloody path through the wildfires. That's right. No matter how many there are, they can only attack from 4 directions. Besides, with the fire as cover, we have nothing to fear. Are we really going to be scared of just a few dozen Gale demon wolves? Suyu's expression turned slightly fierce. Let's do it. Today, Grandpa Zhang is the wolf-slaying warrior. Zhang Xing suddenly slammed his shield. The wolf pack isn't scary. Let's maintain our formation, and whatever we do, don't panic. Yitian reminded them seriously. Everyone's life is in each other's hands. Trust yourselves. Just then, pairs of green eyes appeared, reflecting cold, sharp light, staring intently at Suyu in the crowd. She was the only female and carried the strongest aura of the Gale Demon Wolf King bloodline, making her the primary target of the wolf pack. Don't retreat. If you do, you'll step out of the fire's coverage. Stay steady, watch them, watch these pups, and don't be afraid. Yitian whispered a reminder. Are Gale demon wolves like dogs? If you don't fear them, will they fear you? Suyu asked quietly, staring at the wolf pack. Not really, but it feels more dignified this way. Yitian replied casually. Suyu was speechless as she looked at the endless stream of Gale demon wolves approaching. Hundreds and thousands of them. Although they were all elites from the Spirit Hall Academy and had experienced many battles, they had never seen so many wolves gather together. The green eyes flickered under the impending night, shining brightly and sending chills down their spines. The grayish-blue wolf pack, these beings deemed demons by humans, appearing in such large numbers felt like a chaotic dance of demons. Damn it, there are wolves ahead too. so you looked around and couldn't help but curse. We're completely surrounded. Wolves in front and behind. Yitian frowned. This is really troublesome. He looked up at the sky, but didn't see the golden eagle circling above, which made him doubt whether Huang Ying was still nearby. If Huang Ying wasn't there, it would be a real problem. Is your grandpa, Zhang, afraid of a few lousy wolves? Zhang Xing suddenly pulled out a small round shield from his wall shield and threw it. The round shield flew like a discus, hitting a grayish-blue gale demon wolf 100 steps away, causing it to fall in a pool of blood with its neck cut open. After killing a gale demon wolf, Zhang Xing's round shield seemed to be attracted by a magnet and instantly flew back to the wall shield. Yitian was taken aback for a moment. He had never seen Zhang Xing use a round shield before and didn't expect that this defensive soul master was actually not weak in ranged attacks. The pack of wolves surrounded the corpse of the dead wolf and stopped in their tracks, seemingly realizing that the strong enemy ahead would not easily yield. It was unclear which wolf let out a long howl, but the surrounding wolves all gathered around and began to tear the corpse of the dead wolf. Yitian shivered violently. In his impression, wolf packs were always very united, and they would never use such cruel methods on their injured and dying companions. There's an idiom that goes, in cahoots like wolves. The cahoots refers to those wolves that have stumbled into hunters' traps and had their legs caught in snares. Logically speaking, such useless creatures should be discarded by the pack, but that is not the case. The wolf pack would carry these disabled members on their backs and take them along to hunt. However, the Gale demon wolves were different. They showed no mercy when it came to slaughtering their kind. The dead wolf had its belly torn open, and its still warm, pink intestines spilled out, quickly devoured in an instant. These Gale demon wolves seem like they haven't eaten in a long time. We spelled. They've probably been chased hard by the two great empires. Suyu suddenly chuckled coldly. They're just a pack of stray dogs. Let us not run. They haven't eaten for so long. Their combat strength is greatly weakened. Air seemed to want to say something, but Yitian was quick to poke him, signaling him not to say too much. Of course, the hungry wolves are the most terrifying, but Suyu must rally her spirits and continue to fight. Otherwise, she risks losing confidence in battle and developing a fear of combat. After the pack of wolves has torn apart the corpses, they slowly retreat. But their howls still echo around, and the stench of wolf urine grows stronger. Yitian and the others formed a circle, standing in a slightly sunken lowland. This was not a good defensive terrain, but at this moment they had no choice. Due to various issues, the address has changed, so please save the new address to avoid getting lost. The webpage content is slow. Please download the AIU Novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page and download the AIU Novel app to read the latest chapters. The new by Chu Gu provides you with the fastest updates for Douluo's Wuhuan Temple Senior, Chapter 143. The Pack of Wolves Dance Wildly is available for free reading. HTTPS, Chapter 144, Kill, Kill, Kill. Looking around, wolf shadows were constantly flashing, and there were countless swift wind demon wolves lurking from all directions. Boss, let's fight our way out. I figured out. Most of these are a pack of swift wind demon wolves that are less than 10 years old. Zhang Xing said fiercely. Don't panic. Too many ants can kill an elephant. We're not strong enough to ignore their numbers. Yitian shook his head. Why haven't these dogs attacked yet? Suyu asked, a bit confused. Sister Yu, Air interjected. The swift wind demon wolves are waiting for it to get dark. Dark? The swift wind demon wolves can see in the night while their prey cannot. This is a great opportunity for them to hunt. So the fiercer they become as it gets later. Air said. I heard that wolf demons only appear at night. Zhu Jin quietly reminded from the side. Nonsense. Yitian shouted sharply. Having studied the information on swift wind demon wolves, he naturally knew what kind of creature the wolf demon was. The wolf demon is said to be the wolf god in rural legends, possessing a human form and commanding wolf packs to hunt in all directions. It particularly enjoys hunting humans, and a legend goes that soul masters cannot eradicate swift wind demon wolves because of the wisdom of the wolf demon. What is a wolf demon? Suyu asked, her voice very calm, showing no signs of emotional fluctuation. The wolf demon is a creature that is both human and wolf. Air was about to speak, but was interrupted by Yitian. Yitian said, there's no need to pay any attention to the wolf demon. Do you remember what I said earlier? The half-human, half-wolf monsters born from the fusion of the Gale demon wolf and humans are called wolf thieves. Remember, that is the wolf demon. Suyu said fiercely, that has nothing to be afraid of. We're not afraid of soul beasts. Why would we fear such a thing that is neither human nor beast? Seeing that everyone was no longer suspicious, Yitian breathed a slight sigh of relief. He knew very well about the legends of the wolf demon. He suspected that the legendary wolf demon was not a wolf thief, but rather a Gale demon wolf that had lived for 100,000 years, which might have taken on a human form. We don't need to worry about the wolf demon, Yitian said with a serious expression, but the Gale demon wolf pack is definitely waiting for nightfall. Humans can't see well at night, and soul beasts are definitely fierce in the dark. We have fire. Zhangxing pointed to the blazing flames around them. We want to be invisible at night. Don't worry, Yitian said in a deep voice. There is still half an hour until nightfall. We might still have a chance before it gets dark. When he said this, his expression was emotionless, and his eyes were fixed on the distance. At this point, the sky had darkened, and the pack of wolves lowered their bodies, moving forward in small steps with their claws raised. In the dim gray, countless pairs of glowing green eyes were flickering. Ire turned to look at the surrounding flames, and suddenly said excitedly, "Let's go. Let's move in the direction the fire is spreading. We can shake off these Gale demon wolves." "What the hell? Do we have a chance to survive if we go into the flames?" Zhangxing whispered, "We'll get roasted." Yitian suddenly shook with excitement and exclaimed, "Ire's soul skills. Red Phoenix, Feather Garment, and Ice Armor. That's right. With the protection of these two soul skills, we need not fear the flames. We can definitely break through." Ire was a bit excited. It was time for him, as a support-type soul master, to turn the tide. "Let's charge out," Yitian shouted decisively. "Kill." A flurry of soul rings shone, and soul power surged like waves, stirring up all around. Ire's phoenix zither instantly unfolded, and the melodious and urgent sound of the zither flowed, instantly enhancing everyone's state. The swirling clouds changed slightly, with muffled thunder rumbling, and flames spreading like wildfire. The battle clouds thickened, and from the depths of the old forest, a new chapter of fierce combat began. The setting sun illuminated the silhouettes of the two sides clashing, and amidst the chaos, the battle had already ignited, with serious commentary starting, accompanied by the surging background music. Zhangxing held the shield, and Suyu held the umbrella, both clearing the way at the front, with Yitian closely following behind. Zhu and Zhao Yingjie flanked Ire, one on each side. The wolf pack was already charging, running faster and faster, their manes flying in the wind, with green light blazing in their eyes. In their eyes, Yitian and the others had become fresh prey. "Die for me." Yitian's hands wielded the flying axes wildly, spinning like a storm, constantly killing and retracting, stirring up a large area of blood and gore. Years of practice had allowed him to skillfully use the spinning flying axes, accurately grasping the landing spots of the axes without missing. However, he could only manage 2 spinning flying axes at most. If he tried to use more, he wouldn't be able to react in time. Thus, he did not use the first strike double penetration but steadily employed the 2-axe flow for slaughter. Although the Empire Bond buff was immediately applied to the God King Dreus' martial soul today, it did not significantly affect Yitian. After all, whether or not the Empire Bond buff was in effect, cutting down these Gale magic wolves was just a single strike. Each time the spinning flying axe struck out, several Gale magic wolves turned into severed limbs, flying through the air. He continuously caught the spinning flying axes to refresh his bloodthirsty charge effect, maintaining a high-frequency attack throughout the city. The microphone next to him was vibrating. "Kill, kill, kill." Yitian was showcasing a shocking scene, dominating the battlefield. Under the blazing firelight, the shadows of the wolves flickered, and slaughter was the only movement, igniting a cacophony of sounds. The wolves at the front kept falling one after another. And this time the wolf pack was not distracted by the corpses of the dead wolves. Like humans, once they entered battle mode, they would not be sidetracked by trivial matters, charging recklessly. Zhangxing, the soul master, had bulging muscles and veins. He held a huge wall shield with his left hand in front to block the wind blades occasionally emitted by the Gale magic wolves behind him. With his right hand, he wielded a small round shield, sharp at the edges, slashing down the approaching Gale magic wolves. To fully protect his teammates, Suyu did not retract her 1,000-blade umbrella. She transformed into a Valkyrie state and charged. Instead, she maintained the umbrella form, helping Zhangxing dismantle the firepower, using the sharp edge to kill the surrounding Gale magic wolves. The team's roles were clearly defined, with Zhangxing and Suyu primarily responsible for defense. Yitian is the main attacker, responsible for eliminating the incoming Gale demon wolves' firepower points, causing their formation to scatter and preventing them from organizing a coherent offensive. However, no matter how fast or strong Yitian's attacks are, there's still some stragglers that manage to break through. Therefore, Zhu Zhujin and Zhao Yingjie have a simple task: to guard the surroundings and kill the Gale demon wolves that charge in after withstanding Yitian's assault, protecting everyone from close-range attacks. Meanwhile, the team support, AI Air, continuously replenishes the status of his teammates. The Ice Shield and Phoenix Feather Robe he casts have certain limits to their endurance. Now, they're leaping through the flames while also fighting against the Gale Demon Wolves, causing the protective layer on them to deplete quickly. If not replenished in time, teammates might get burned by the flames. It is precisely because of the flames restrictions that they have not been completely surrounded by the Gale Demon Wolves, allowing them to struggle and fight their way out. Chapter 145, Charging Towards the Wolf King. Bossy, have you seen that pure white Gale Demon Wolf? AI suddenly asked. Yitian looked up, but all he saw was a patch of bluish-gray with countless wolf shadows darting about, making it hard to see anything different. There, behind that tree, Ire pointed. Yitian raised his head and noticed a peculiar white wolf standing behind an ancient tree, its color unusual. It did not attack, merely wandering around nearby, but its eerie green eyes were fixed intently in this direction, with long fur around its neck flowing like a stallion's mane. It looked like a general commanding thousands of troops from a high vantage point. The pure, white Gale Demon Wolf? Yitian suddenly realized that this was the king among the Gale Demon Wolves, the leader of the pack, indicating its ferocity. Capture the king to catch the thief? AI asked in a low voice. Yes, capture the king to catch the thief. Yitian replied decisively. Faced with the orderly wolf pack, only by taking down their leader would there be a slim chance of survival. Otherwise, retreating from the flames would only allow the wolves to surround them again. It won't come closer. How can we lure it in? Suyu also realized and said solemnly. The white Gale Demon Wolf King was extremely cautious, always remaining deep within the dense forest. Although Yitian's range is astonishing, it is difficult to truly achieve an effect, as the Wolf King lurks behind many giant trees. Not taking risks. That wolf probably has had conflicts with humans before, as it knows how to find good cover and hide behind it to give commands. Unfortunately, this is a dense forest, otherwise I would definitely tear it into pieces. Since it is unwilling to come out, Yitian suddenly lets out a roar like a dragon's, and I have no choice but to charge forward and deal with this bastard. Suyu and Zhangxing only heard a thunderous roar from behind. Get out of the way. You all retreat quickly. I'll go kill that Wolf King and come right over. The few of them paused, only to see Yitian leap into the air, shooting out like lightning. Yitian used his second soul skill, Flying Sparrow, snatching the embrace. Zhangxing and Suyu were taken aback as Yitian charged into the wolf pack, like a shadow diving into a raging tsunami. Let's follow the boss and charge in. Zhangxing shouted, raising his shield to rush into the wolf pack after Yitian. Don't rush in. Suyu also yelled, reaching out with his left hand to grab the collar on the back of Zhangxing's shirt. Get back. How can we just watch Yitian take risks alone? Zhangxing's eyes were red. What do you want to do? Yitian has assault skills. He can retreat at any time. What about you? What do you have? If you go in, you'll only cause him trouble. Protect the people behind us. Suyu's roar was even louder. She cursed Yitian in her heart for being such a jerk, always thinking of showing off instead of teamwork. He just ran off without giving her a chance to stop him. Zhangxing was stunned for a moment, then shouted and led his teammates to break through. As the shield of the team, he was now the true core, with the lives of his teammates resting solely on him. The Wind Fury Demon Wolves were soul beasts with innate skills, but most of them were under 10 years old, unable to fully unleash the power of their skills. However, there are some in this group with a century of cultivation, capable of skillfully using their innate skill, Windblade, without Zhangxing's massive shield, resembling a door. A single round of wind blades from these century-old Wind Fury Demon Wolves could turn everyone present into mincemeat. In the blink of an eye, Yitian, like lightning, crashed into the wolf pack. Yitian twirled the dual spinning throwing axes as if dancing with a whirlwind, slaughtering the swift wind magic wolves that charged forward. The air shattered, and the two spinning axes shot towards the pure white wind magic wolf king behind the forest. The momentum of the spinning axes was fierce, their howls in the air chilling like ghostly wails, and with a flash of red light, they instantly split into 4 spinning axes. All 4 axes were at full power and had already been caught by Yitian more than 5 times. Therefore, their lethality had increased to a full 100%. If these 4 spinning axes were suddenly launched, they would undoubtedly hit their target. However, as Yitian burst out of the formation, the Wolf King had already sensed the danger and had gathered strength in its limbs. As Yitian's spinning throwing axe just broke through, the Wolf King suddenly leaped up from thin air, its body fast as the wind, brushing past the gleaming blade. However, despite this, the Wolf King still encountered a slight mishap. It never expected that Yitian's throwing axe would suddenly split in midair, transforming into 4 axes. 2 of them brushed against its belly, completely missing, but the other 2 sliced through one of its front limbs, tearing it apart like a meat grinder, reducing it to a pile of flesh. The ball went in, hitting the bullseye, killing intent surging, resembling a demon. The ultimate move revealed, Yitian unleashed his unique weapon. Exhausting all his abilities, reversing the situation, the blade shimmering with phosphorescence, like a net, severing a leg of his opponent, spectacular, thrilling. Unfortunately, Zhang Xing exclaimed regretfully. He had been quietly observing Yitian's movements while trying to break through. Suyu, with her sharp umbrella blade, killed a charging Gale demon wolf, secretly lamenting. So close. Awoo. The Gale demon wolf's king glared fiercely at Yitian and howled angrily at the sky. Although it had lost a leg, it did not flee. Instead, it pounced towards Yitian, clearly enraged. The Wolf Clan is a proud race, and the Wolf King certainly didn't need to say anything. Now, a human who wasn't particularly strong had actually broken through their charge and approached it closely. How could it endure that? Moreover, surrounded by the throng of wolves. This was its territory, and it naturally wouldn't show fear, or else how could it command respect? Ha! Good beast! Yitian laughed wildly at the sky. If this creature were to run away, he would have to exert effort to chase it down, but now that this wolf was seeking its own death, he could only fulfill its wish. 2 Gale demon wolves had already leaped in front of Yitian, aiming for his neck. Yitian waved his hand fiercely, and the 2 spinning flying axes shot out and then swiftly returned, their residual force crushing the skulls of 2 Gale demon wolves. At this moment, Yitian was already surrounded by the wolf pack, but he showed no fear. The scene reminded him of the vision he had seen while inheriting the martial soul skills, where Draven and Darius charged through thousands of troops, fighting amidst knee-deep blood. He let out a loud laugh, and the spinning flying axes once again cut through, the flash of blades sending a shower of bloody wolf heads flying. He shouted in the heat of battle, as the flying axes in his hands whirled into a circle of blades, surrounded by the severed limbs of the ferocious wolves. Chapter 146, Slaying the King. The slaughter by Yitian left Zhang Xing, Suyu, Zhao Yingjie, and others in a state of turmoil. That swirling white light couldn't possibly be a flying axe. It was like an enraged dragon dancing through the air, fierce and sharp, cutting through the chaos without missing a single strike. Each blow drawing blood and sending severed limbs flying. A blurred white figure, mixed with a fierce wind, approached Yitian amidst countless gray wolves. Suyu suddenly saw the Wolf King, whose front limbs had been severed by Yitian, using its powerful hind legs to leap from the wolf pack, dodging the flying axe in midair and pouncing down. She wanted to warn him, but it was already too late. This pounce by the Wolf King was nothing short of extraordinary for a soul beast. Yitian just threw the spinning flying axe, cleaving a fierce wind wolf on his right. The spinning flying axe could not be retrieved yet. The White Wolf King seized this opportunity to attack. No one knows how long it has been lurking among the wolf pack. The fierce wind wolf is a brutal soul beast once it bares its fangs. It must see blood. Yitian saw a white shadow flash by and felt a gust of bloody wind, knowing that the Wolf King had arrived before him. Unfortunately, the power of his flying axe was extremely strong. Unless it could cut through 7 or 8 wolves, it would not return to his hand. At this critical moment, he could only swing it forward. The Gale Wolf King opened its massive bloody mouth, aiming to bite down on Yitian's arm and tear off a piece of flesh. Ilauda, Zhang Xing exclaimed. You dare to show off your petty skills in front of me? You really don't take me seriously, Yitian sneered. I throw out my double axes just to lure you in. My speed is 50% faster than yours. Do you really think you can hurt me? Yitian coldly stared at the pair of wolf eyes before him, chuckling as he extended his hand, fingers curled into claws, and suddenly grasped the throat of the wind demon Wolf King. With a flick of his fingers, his soul power surged forth like a raging river. He applied the explosive momentum technique of the instant burst step to his fingers, and, as the force erupted, the soul power flowed like countless steel needles shooting out, causing a spray of blood from the Wolf King's throat. At the same time, the spinning flying axe whistled back, returning to Yitian's hand. With the axe in hand, he only lacked the prey. He then spun and slashed, the arc of the blade resembling an expansive ocean, blood splattering everywhere. The soul rings flickered, and the flying sparrow seizing embrace was activated. Accompanied by the soaring blood, Yitian leaped into the air, spinning 360 degrees, and shot down like lightning, creating a cacophony that obliterated the wind demon wolves surrounding his companions. It was as if he was effortlessly taking the enemy general's head amidst the chaos. Yitian paused slightly. Was this a mix-up? Long live Ilauda! Zhang Xing shouted. Well done, Yitian, Suyu exclaimed. Kill. Suyu swung her 1,000-blade umbrella, and her second soul skill, Umbrella Dance Whirlwind, was unleashed, with dense blades covering the wolf pack like a torrential storm. In an instant, a number of wolf corpses fell. Yitian casually killed a bunch of Gale Demon Wolves and had already returned to the side of Xiao Hua and the others. Boss is mighty, killing the Wolf King as if it were a piece of cake. Zhang Xing exclaimed loudly. Awesome boss. The others cheered along. This kid has some skills. His reactions are incredibly quick, truly worthy of being my disciple, thought Huang Ying, who was observing silently as he put down his longbow and grinned. Hey, this is nothing. There's even more powerful stuff he hasn't shown yet. Yitian Simidet. The Wolf King he just killed was a Millennium Soul Beast. If it were someone else, they could never have done it so easily. Even a Soul Master at half his level would have suffered at the hands of this Wolf King. If it weren't for him luring the enemy deep into their ranks and deliberately exposing a weakness to entice the Wolf King into a risky move to kill it, the difficulty would have been considerable. Of course, the key factor was still the effect of Bloodthirsty Charge. The boost from his martial spirit skill was even greater than that of Soul Bone skills, instantly increasing his reaction speed by 50%. Who could withstand that? Let's go, let's retreat. This group of Gale Demon Wolves is now leaderless, a scattered mess. Not worth worrying about, Yitian said with great confidence. He thought to himself, charging into the enemy ranks and beheading their king felt so exhilarating. Boss isn't done yet. AI Air's voice was hoarse, laced with panic. The wolf pack is coming again. What? Even Yitian was taken aback this time. The wolf pack is ruthlessly vicious. Once the Wolf King is killed, the leaderless wolves should retreat immediately, waiting to regroup for another fierce battle to decide on a new Wolf King. How could it be that the Wolf King died and they still didn't retreat? Everyone looked around and saw that the previous group of wolves was lingering around the severed body of the Wolf King that Yitian had just split in two, refusing to leave. Behind them, hundreds and thousands of Gale Demon Wolves were rushing over. The new wolf pack had arrived, howling in response to the earlier pack, and the latter was actually gathering towards the former thousands of wolves. This isn't just a group of wolves, it's two packs. Yitian couldn't help but curse. This was not a good omen. With two wolf packs, how far off are the third and fourth? The situation had reverted to square one in an instant. The green of the forest was completely covered by the mottled gray and white of the wolf pack, the wolves running low to the ground, appearing from a distance like a gray-white surface, writhing. The eyes of the Gale Demon Wolves glinted with a chilling ferocity, fixating on Yitian and his group. However, due to the increasingly large fire, they did not rush in immediately. Charge, charge, charge. There are more and more Gale Demon Wolves. Yitian shouted. Charge out. Suyu also yelled, opening her 1,000-blade umbrella, using it as a shield in front of her, watching the umbrella tips wreak havoc. Yitian swung the spinning flying axe, constantly moving his hands, unleashing an attack as fierce as a torrent, pouring all his firepower forward. Bloodlight bloomed in the forest. It was unclear how many wolves had fallen, nor how many continued to charge through the rain of blood. The number of wolf corpses increased, yet the wolf pack showed no signs of stopping. Yitian's movements became increasingly rapid. His wildly flailing hands could hardly be described as graceful, even giving off a vibe reminiscent of a charlatan performing tricks. A hint of unease was visible on his face. Teacher Huang Ying had yet to appear. He was responsible for 80% of the firepower in this situation. If anyone else were to take his place, they would be done for in an instant. Forget about soul lords. Even a soul sect would be of no use. Boss, it's possible that multiple storm demon wolf packs from the Douluo Empire and the Heavendoe Empire have migrated here. For some reason, several large packs have gathered together. There may be more than one alpha wolf among them. AI Air said loudly. What do you mean? Yitian sensed the unusual tone in AI Air's words. Wolf packs have territories. It's impossible for several packs to mix together like this. The wolves here are abnormal. Someone must have left something nearby to attract so many storm demon wolves. Euel explained. Chapter 147. Crisis, is someone plotting against us? Yitian's gaze flickered as he pondered who might be targeting his group. What should we do, boss? This situation is getting worse. We're surrounded by them outside the fire circle. Even if we break through here, we'll just end up in another encircled area. Zhang Xing said anxiously. Using a wall shield the size of a door to block so many attacks was taking a significant toll on him. His soul power was rapidly depleting. If he had to hold on any longer, he feared he would exhaust his soul power and become physically unable to continue. Everyone was momentarily at a loss. "Damn it!" Yitian exclaimed in frustration, cursing loudly. "Which bastard dares to mess with us? You damn sycophant, if I catch you again, I will make sure you have nothing left." He directed his ire at Feng Xiaotan, who was the most suspicious among those present, vowing to investigate and reclaim their dignity later. "We can't wait any longer. Our remaining soul power is dwindling. If we run out of soul power and the wolf pack charges us, we will have no chance to resist," Suyu said anxiously. Yitian nodded, pondering for a moment as he looked at the deep starry forest, and said decisively, "We must retreat. We will withdraw to the interior of the starry forest." "Withdraw to the interior?" Suyu asked in disbelief, looking astonished. "Aren't we going to seek death by going inside?" "No, there are swift wind demon wolves everywhere now. We can't fight our way out of the starry forest," Yitian replied. "Even if we manage to escape, the swift wind demon wolves will chase us down. Attempting to break out is a dead end." At this moment, he had subconsciously forgotten about Huang Ying. He couldn't always rely on having backup. What if Huang Ying accidentally overlooked something? "I understand now." Suyu's eyes lit up. "Yitian, you are indeed clever. What are you guys talking about?" Zhang Xing, in a panic and sweating profusely, exclaimed anxiously, "We need to break through quickly. Isn't going to the interior seeking death? The interior of the starry forest is very dangerous." Yitian explained. "There are many fierce characters in the Stardow forest. They can tolerate us few scattered soldiers, but they will definitely not tolerate the countless gale demonic wolves in the mountains." Yes. Suyu nodded and said, "If it were ordinary times, it would be very dangerous for us to enter the inner part of the Stardow forest. But now it's different. The number of gale demonic wolves is too high. Once we follow them in, it will surely attract the attention of the powerful soul beasts within the Stardow forest. And we, the weak and pitiful, will naturally not be noticed." Yitian smiled and said, "When the time comes, the overwhelming stench emitted by these gale demon wolves will surely perfectly conceal our scent." Zhang Xing shook his head and replied, "But in this situation, how can we break through?" Yitian looked around. "Light the torches." Everyone lit their torches and made the flames bigger. Taking advantage of the fire, we charged into the depths of the starry forest. A mournful and piercing scream suddenly echoed, so loud that it drowned out all the howls of the wolves in the area. A violent rumble came from afar, like thunder shaking the earth, as if the entire forest was quaking. Continuous howls and roars erupted, and a strong soul power emanated from a distance. People even heard the sound of eagles soaring through the sky. "What is that sound?" Suyu's voice trembled slightly. "Could it be a 10,000-year level gale demon wolf?" Iuel exclaimed. The wolf howl carried a hint of sorrow. It seemed to be engaged in a battle with something. Yitian's expression changed drastically, realizing the gravity of the situation. "No wonder teacher Huang hasn't come to rescue us. He must be held up by something. Quickly, let's use our soul power to stir the air, increase the flames, and then charge out." Yitian gritted his teeth. There is no way back. The blazing fire illuminated the surroundings, and those with less soul power began to advance into the depths of the starry forest. Zhang Xing stood firm, with his sword drawn in front of everyone. "Everyone stay close to me." Zhao Yingjie and Zhu Zhujin also positioned themselves behind Zhang Xing. Yitian suddenly raised his hand, spinning the flying axe like two large fans, stirring the surrounding flames and directing them towards the depths of the starry forest. "Charge! Rush in with the flames!" He shouted loudly. "Charge!" The group surged forward, their combined strength resembling a flood breaking through a dam, possessing an overwhelming force. The wolf pack ahead was stunned by this momentum, and they hesitated slightly, but their ferocity soon returned, and after a brief moment, they charged at the group with the same intensity. Yitian and others used the effect of the ice shield applied by AI air to throw the burning trees around them at the wolf pack. The massive burning torches traced a path that illuminated the night sky, with flames rolling and splashing among the wolves. The heat and brightness created an opening in the wolf pack. Although the soul beasts were not afraid of the firelight, they still felt a hint of fear in the face of the flames that were burning close to them. Yitian wielded dual axes, frantically slicing through the air, continuously harvesting the group of fierce wind wolves like evil spirits ahead. Meanwhile, Zhao Yingjie, Zhu Zhujin, AI Air, and others threw torches at the wolf pack, channeling their soul power to stir the air and spread the flames. Faced with the overwhelming fire, the wind wolves chose to retreat. Yitian and the others, wrapped in their feathered garments, quickly surrounded Zhang Xing and charged through the gap. However, at that moment, a high-pitched, piercing wolf howl pierced the night sky, echoing in the heavens with a chilling momentum. Yitian suddenly turned around and saw a white wolf slowly walking out, looking up at the sky. The white wolf howled at the heavens. Humans could hardly imagine that a wolf could possess such grace. It was strong and noble, its entire body enveloped in a shimmering white light. The pure white giant wolf had black soul power surging and burning like flames, showcasing its status as a 10,000-year soul beast. A chilling aura spread out. Is this really the Wolf King? Yitian looked back, but the flying axe in his hand did not stop. It continued to spin and strike, taking down a pack of wolves. I knew it, among so many wolves. There must be a 10,000-year Gale demon wolf. Yitian's expression was grim. He was now in a critical situation. In front and behind him, layers upon layers of gray and white wolf shadows surged, and if he didn't charge forward, they would become meat on the chopping block once the surrounding trees were burned down. Yitian was covered in blood, his face exuding a murderous aura, and the flying axe in his hand was as frenzied as a ferocious dragon, fiercely watching the wild wolves closing in around him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Blades of wind shot in from all directions. The number of Gale demon wolves was increasing, and the century-old soul beasts among them began to exert their strength, using their innate skills to break the formation of Yitian and the others. Quick dodge! Yitian shouted sharply. Zhang Xing's wall shield could only protect one side, and there was no way to defend against the wind blades coming from all directions. They could only rely on their agile bodies to evade. Chapter 148. Turning the tide. The group was certainly not incompetent. Their instant explosion movement technique had been honed to perfection over the years. As soon as the wind blade shot out, they reacted quickly and swiftly made evasive maneuvers. During the charge, the group's formation was completely shattered for the first time, becoming a scattered mess. Yitian gazed at the distant white wind demon Wolf King, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. This Wolf King was far too clever, and the surrounding wolf pack was attacking in an orderly manner, almost like an army. Zhang Xing wielded his massive wall shield, charging through a group of wolves. Thanks to the invulnerability effect of his second soul skill, Heavy Shield Charge, he carved a bloody path through the pack. At this moment, he was leaning against a giant tree, firmly holding the wall shield in front of him to withstand the attacks of more than 10 wind demon wolves. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhujin climbed onto a branch the moment the wolf pack broke through, moving swiftly through the trees to evade the surrounding wolves' attacks. His martial soul, the Nether Spirit Cat, gave him a unique advantage in this regard. Seeing Zhang Xing struggling, Zhu Zhujin leaped down from the trunk, creating a blurred black shadow as he plunged into the pack of wolves in front of Zhang Xing to help him break the firepower. Sulauda! Zhang Xing shouted from a distance as he caught his breath. Yitian and Zhao Yingjie turned around and saw a giant gray wolf, about the size of a donkey, suddenly leaped from the pack of wolves and pounced towards Su Yu's head. However, Su Yu's 1,000-blade umbrella was bitten by a Gale demon wolf at her feet, making it impossible to pull it out, leaving her completely exposed to the giant wolf's claws. Sister Yu, AI Air panicked, grabbing the head of the Chiefing Qin, seemingly trying to pull out a giant sword like his brother Yak and cousin AI Hua. But he was disappointed. His martial spirit was a Qin, a true Qin, not a giant sword like the other members of his family. His eyes reddened as he could only continuously cast buffs on Su Yu, enhancing her Hong-E feather garments and Cold Ice protective shield to the maximum. He didn't even have time to care for himself, as he was also separated from the crowd by a wind blade. A Gale demon wolf charged at him, leaving a bloody and messy wound on his shoulder. Cross Moon. Zhao Yingjie positioned 2 rune daggers resembling light swords in a cross shape, drawing a bright cross trajectory in the air to help AI Air out of trouble. His task was to protect AI Air, and naturally, he couldn't let the support-type Soul Master in their team perish here. Compared to Su Yu's safety, he was more worried about AI Air. After all, Su Yu was very strong. Yitian also noticed Su Yu's situation. In an instant, a pack of wild wolves isolated Su Yu and the entire team. Su Yu looked up at the fierce wind magic wolf in the sky. The 1,000 Blades umbrella, which was bitten by the wind magic wolf beneath her, instantly transformed into a sharp spear. She thrust it fiercely, piercing through the wind magic wolf below her, and then flipped the spear to try to strike the descending wind magic wolf. However, her speed was not as swift as Yitian's, and she couldn't complete the sequence of movements in such a short time. Blood splattered as the wind magic wolf bit into her spear along with her slender arm, causing her arm to be exposed to the bone. In fact, this was still a result of Su Yu's quick reaction. The teeth of the wind magic wolf could easily pierce through bone, and even steel would be crushed. At a critical moment, she used the spear to block the wolf's sharp fangs. Otherwise, that bite would have shattered her arm into pieces. Enduring the intense pain, Su Yu discarded her sword and opened the gathered spear into an umbrella shape, the rapidly protruding blades mutilating the wind magic wolf. Suddenly, a cunning wind magic wolf pounced from behind Su Yu, its front paws radiating yellow soul power, aiming for her back. Su Yu turned around and forcefully struck the leaping wind magic wolf with her umbrella, the sharp edges slicing open half of its head, spilling hot wolf blood. Using the recoil from this blow, Su Yu leaped into the air, her 1,000 blades umbrella spinning rapidly like a propeller. This was her ability. Her 1,000 blades umbrella was composed of thousands of sharp blades. Once soul power was attached to these blades, and they spun quickly, they could create airflow, allowing her to rise into the air. Although her speed was not fast, she could barely be considered a flying soul master. However, this major disadvantage became particularly fatal at that moment. A wind magic wolf leaped up, pouncing towards the airborne Su Yu. Su Yu kicked out, forcefully sending it flying. Don't go up. Going up makes you a target. Yitian shouted from not far away. He noticed the large, pure white wind magic wolf king was stirring, its black soul power boiling and burning. The wolf king wanted to use wind blades. The wind blades emitted by a 10,000-year soul beast were not something a century-old wind magic wolf could compare to. In the midst of battling the wolf pack, the wolf king would be cautious and wouldn't unleash such a wide-ranging attack. But if Su Yu took to the air, the wolf king would have no such concerns. Yitian roared angrily, swinging his arm in a wide arc, unleashing all his power against the wolf king. This time, he held nothing back, secretly sighing in his heart. Why did the buffs from the two empires refresh on the divine King Dreus martial soul? 4 rotating flying axes shot out in succession, slicing through the air and leaving white trails as they fell into the wolf pack, splattering blood. The 4 rotating flying axes, carrying a fierce killing intent, carved a bloody path through the pack, arriving before the wolf king. A hint of disdain flickered in the wolf king's bright green eyes. The 4 rotating flying axes were not a perpetual motion machine, and after slaughtering a large number of wind magic wolves, their power had diminished significantly. The wolf king gave up on attacking Su Yu with wind blades and suddenly extended its forelimb wrapped in black soul power, swinging it towards the incoming 4 rotating flying axes. Clang, clang, clang. The wolf king's sharp claws collided with Yitian's rotating flying axes, creating sparks. In the next moment, the 4 rotating flying axes bounced back violently. The wolf king looked down at its forelimb, a hint of astonishment flashing in its eyes. It could clearly feel its vitality draining. Although it wasn't severe and wouldn't have an immediate impact, this sensation drove it a bit crazy. In the depths of the dense forest, to save his companions from peril, Yitian fought furiously with his axe, conflict on the verge of breaking out. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed unmatched divine power, fierce offense and defense, the howl of the blue wolf under the moon, strong probing moves, each shockwave resonating. Yitian, ignoring the golden broadcaster who was messing around, forcibly operated 4 spinning flying axes, making his way towards Su Yu's position to kill. Su Yu, come here, come to me. He shouted madly, covering Su Yu while quickly closing the distance. He dared not use the flying sparrow to directly charge in. Right now, Su Yu was surrounded by a pack of wolves, and he could only grit his teeth and hold on with the support of his spinning flying axes. If he forced himself to use the charged soul skill, Su Yu would be torn apart in the gap of the charge. Chapter 149. The God King moves. As Yitian and others struggled, Huang Ying encountered trouble as well. He was intercepted by several wind wolves of the 10,000-year level. Among them was even one that had surpassed 60,000 years, its strength incredible. However, Huang Ying was an 88th level soul Douluo, only 2 ranks away from being a title Douluo. With his martial soul being a bow and arrow, Huang Ying's full power was terrifying. The numerous wind wolves surrounding him instantly turned to dust, and even one 10,000-year wind wolf was blasted away, suffering heavy injuries. Facing an existence like Huang Ying, the wind wolves, with their bloodline rank among soul beasts, needed to be close to 100,000 years in cultivation to withstand him. A terrifying wolf howl echoed. In an instant, a white figure rushed in, blocking Huang Ying's fierce offensive. Amidst the violent rumble, Huang Ying rode the eagle, dodging the aftermath of the battle. The physical strength of human soul masters is not inferior to that of soul beasts. While this residual force might be insignificant before soul beasts, it was different for soul masters and could pose a life-threatening danger. Huang Ying had some concerns. He was worried about Yitian and the others. However, he was not panicking. Earlier, he had checked and confirmed that the Wolf King of the Wind Wolf Pack there had already been slain by Yitian. Unless something unexpected happened, they should have retreated by now. He was unaware that a 10,000-year wind wolf had rushed over. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so calm. Huang Ying's arrows flew like beads, the sharp arrows turning into a brilliant laser, slicing through the forest and causing explosive sounds like the earth shattering. The incoming figure was knocked back 100 meters by Huang Ying's fierce attack. An angry howl erupted. This soul beast was also a wind wolf, over 5 meters long, extremely robust, with mane like a lion and thorn-like fangs glimmering with a golden sheen. With the appearance of this wind wolf, several 10,000-year wind wolves began to circle around Huang Ying, looking ready to attack at any moment. Damn it, Huang Ying was somewhat annoyed. He hadn't expected this incident and to encounter the migrating wind wolf army. As a teacher of the academy, he naturally understood how troublesome these creatures were. Once surrounded, it was almost a fight to the death situation. At this moment, he was in a difficult position. Although he was not afraid of these soul beasts, he had no way to escape for the time being. Although he could use his eagle to fly, he was surrounded by 6 10,000-year wind wolves. If he directly tried to flee in front of so many eyes, he would undoubtedly become the target of the wind wolves. He certainly didn't think that his summoned eagle, primarily used for reconnaissance, would be faster than the wind blades spat out by the wind wolves. "You're seeking your own death," Huang Ying shouted, the breaking dawn bow in his hand resonating, a fierce killing intent gathering. With a loud boom, the brilliant arrow light erupted, illuminating the forest like a great sun exploding, and a fierce aura rolled out. Suyu was fighting among the pack of wolves, and after falling from the sky, she found that her calf had been cut by a wind wolf's wind blade, blood streaming down. Suyu, don't be afraid, keep an eye on my position," Yitian said as he approached Suyu while paying attention to the movements of the Wolf King in the distance. Suddenly, he felt a tremor in his heart. The Wolf King that had been watching from the forest was now nowhere to be seen. A strong wind swept in. Yitian suddenly turned his head and saw the white wolf shadow, the true Wolf King. It was as large as a pony, with bulging muscles all over its body, and its fangs resembled white thorns. The strong, fishy smell emanating from its gaping maw was overwhelming as it lunged toward him. It was so massive and powerful. Yet when it launched its attack, it was completely silent. Its eyes were a vivid green, capable of displaying emotional fluctuations like a human's, filled with a cruel smile. The white mane danced wildly in the wind. This incredible giant wolf was like a demon from hell, strong, bloodthirsty, and brutal, ready to drag anyone down to hell. Damn! Yitian gave up on the 4 spinning flying axes that bounced back. He unleashed the instant burst step to its fullest, bending his legs and suddenly rolling towards Suyu with the explosive force of the technique. At the moment the Wolf King struck, he realized in his heart that he couldn't dodge. If he forced himself to evade, the outcome would definitely be dire. "Yitian, behind you. You're seeking your own death." A voice that was authoritative, grand, and deafening rang in his ears. Within those few words lay boundless killing intent and hostility. Suyu's eyes widened in shock as she looked at the scene in disbelief, her mouth forming a Na shape. It was Yitian speaking, and the booming voice sounded like a great bell, as if an ancient deity was murmuring. She noticed that Yitian was already enveloped in a dark purple light. A tall figure stepped out from the light, and a fierce aura surged like waves, scattering soul power and forming circles of dark purple soul energy. Yitian wielded a massive dark red giant axe, with flowing silver hair, tall and upright. Behind him, a dark purple cloak billowed upwards, constantly swirling. His sharp eyes burned with golden flames. Beneath him, he rode a dark red giant wolf. The wolf was enveloped in a crimson glow, connecting Yitian and the giant wolf as if they were one entity, without a hint of discord. Suyu looked around and found that the surrounding wind demon wolves were all intimidated, not daring to overstep or even look up at the imposing figure that resembled a giant god. Yitian was momentarily taken aback, observing the reactions of the Gale demon wolves around him, and suddenly understood that these wolves were afraid of him. To be precise, they were afraid of the wolf spirit, the dark red, giant wolf spirit beneath him. Damn, If I had known these Gale demon wolves were afraid of this thing, I should have used the divine King Dreas Martial's soul right away. He regretted it deeply. Who would have thought there was this connection? In that instant, the outcome of life and death had completely reversed. Yitian did not use the dark red giant axe in his hand. He simply extended his fist and struck fiercely on the Wolf King's head. At the moment of contact with the Wolf King, Yitian felt his punching power suddenly double. Previously, the Wolf King had taken 4 of his spinning, throwing axes, which had already stacked 4 layers of Noxian curse. Just now, this punch was enough to reach 5 layers of debuff, triggering the Blood Fury state. Blood Fury, he roared in his heart. Yitian raised the dark red giant axe in his hand, and the blood-colored aura brought by blood fury surrounded him, with crimson light soaring into the sky. Facing the howling wind, he shouted sharply, and the giant axe in his hand was like a flying, angry dragon. The intelligence diminishing absolute severance. Chapter 150, Blood Fury Unleashed. Yitian was surrounded by a fierce aura, as the giant wolf beneath him sprinted with wild abandon, moving like a thunderbolt, carrying a momentum like rolling thunder. He slashed upward with his giant axe, cutting through the Wolf King's armpit, leaving a wound deep enough to see the bone. His violent strike pierced through the Wolf King's body. The sound of cracking bones echoed as the horse-sized Wolf King stumbled on its hind legs. Suyu watched in astonishment as Yitian struck the Wolf King, forcing this millennia-old Gale demon wolf to retreat. Boss is mighty, Zhang Xing roared. Though he didn't fully understand what was happening, the current situation was undoubtedly in their favor. Yitian turned to look at the Wolf King. He saw that the white wolf had slowly gotten up, its green eyes shining even brighter, like evil gems. How could a mere level 29 soul master injure it? Zhang Xing, Zhao Ingjia, Zhu Zhujin, AI Air, you all hurry and leave, take Suyu away first. Yitian's voice was incredibly imposing, like a great bell, concealing a ferocious brutality. As the wielder of the martial soul of Drelos, known as the original Annihilation God King, Yitian naturally inherited a hint of Drelos' aura. He stepped forward, ignoring the Wolf King ahead, casting aside all plans and strategies, with only the giant axe in his hand firmly in mind. He had already activated Blood Fury, and with the Empire's bond buff enhancing his attack, he was far beyond what an ordinary soul master could compare to. The most crucial factor was that his giant wolf spirit had an extraordinary suppressive power over these wolf-type soul beasts, limiting their strength to less than 50% of their full potential. Drelos, the God King, was the leader of the wolf spirits, daring to battle against dragons and the Guardian God King, which speaks volumes about the rank of these giant wolves. They were nowhere near comparable to these Gale magic wolves. And this particular Gale magic wolf had just reached the 10,000-year cultivation level. Now, it was being suppressed by the wolf spirit. Yitian was not afraid at all. He planned to kill it. He raised the giant axe high above his head, as if to tear apart the entire sky. Although Yitian had no strength now, he exuded a hint of momentum. The White Wolf King seemed to tremble in fear, not daring to approach, while the other wolves merely circled around. I am the giant wave sweeping through the world. The voice of Darius echoed within his martial soul. He felt a terrifying pulse, as if an infinite power was erupting. The dreadful force surged through his body like flames, the irregular pulsations threatening to tear him apart. His vision began to redden, and the blood-red glow intensified. The giant axe felt light in his hands, as if it were weightless. The scent of wolf blood was absent, and his heart craved slaughter. I will never tolerate cowardice. I will carve a bloody path and never retreat. Unmatched power. Everyone heard his voice explode in the night amidst the howls of wolves, like an ancient god murmuring, shaking the entire wolf pack. I am the giant wave sweeping through the world. He trembled with rage, divine violence pouring into his body. His grip on the giant axe solid as iron. Almost simultaneously, he and the White Wolf King charged at each other. The wolves moved like white lightning, while Yitian resembled an enraged deity. Amidst the flames, Yitian spun and swung the giant axe. The dark red giant axe roared like an angry dragon, carving a massive arc in the air, leaving behind an inexplicable trajectory. Yitian didn't know how he executed this move. He had no clue. It was just a random strike. The moment the Blood Fury state was activated, his blood surged and his mind exploded. Then he didn't care about anything anymore. Just kill. No one could describe the sharp energy of that strike, like a raging wave sweeping across the world, carrying an unbeatable force. A slaughter in all directions. The blade light of the giant axe resembled a full moon, and the running white wolf suddenly split in two, starting from its chest, cleaved apart by the axe blade. Blood splattered, and the Wolf King's blood erupted all at once, blooming in midair like a bright red flower. No one had ever witnessed such a scene. All the blood in the Wolf King's body surged out in an instant, instantly gathering into a blood-red energy that flowed into Yitian's body. Yitian, Suyu exclaimed. The moment the pure white Wolf King died, all the evil wolves were shocked and suddenly leaped into the air, pouncing towards Yitian to kill him. A slaughter in all directions. Yitian roared, with golden flames burning in his scarlet eyes, endless rage erupting. Blood fury was unleashed. Blood must be used to quell the anger. The giant axe flew through the air, its blade shining like a vast river or ocean, sweeping across the body of the wicked wolf, blood waves rolling like tides. Surging forth, Yitian transformed into a blood-colored whirlwind among the wolf pack, slaughtering all in his path. The giant wolf spirit beneath him howled fiercely, biting down on the fur of a wolf's neck and severing its head, then using a claw to rip out the heart of another giant wolf. With the destruction of 2 wolf kings, he finally became the last straw that broke the camel's back for the pack. All the Gale demon wolves suddenly lost their composure, retreating frantically to avoid the blood-glowing man. It was terrifying. Even the vicious Gale demon wolves dared not look him in the eye. I will not tolerate cowardice. Yitian roared, don't turn your back on me, or watch your head. He fought through the pack, determined to fight to the death. His words were abnormal, only repeating a few lines over and over. With each swing of his axe, he cut through the forest from one end to the other, then back again, without blinking. He had been consumed by blood rage. Truly, once blood rage starts, intelligence drops by 100. He was in the legendary hemorrhagic state. Boss, what are you doing? The wolves are running. Zhang Xing shouted hoarsely from behind. The wolves are running, come back. Yitian, on the wolf's back, remained expressionless, completely ignoring the scattered wolves around him, even chasing after them. The slaughter continued as Yitian swung his giant axe, each strike taking down a large number of Gale demon wolves. Countless blades of wind rushed toward him. He didn't dodge, allowing them to strike his body, leaving scars. But he was unafraid, seemingly without any sense of pain. His giant axe moved like a blood-colored storm, sweeping through the pack, leaving a trail of blood and carnage. As he killed, streams of blood-colored energy gathered around him. With the influx of that energy, his gruesome wounds began to heal, as if he had never been injured at all. Boss, ahead is the depths of the starry forest. We've already scared off the wolves. There's no need to charge in. Zhang Xing shouted from behind. Come back, come back. Suyu, limping with an injured leg, chased after them, shouting. Yitian remained expressionless, ignoring the scattered wolves around him, continuing his pursuit. The killing went on as he wielded his axe, each blow taking down more Gale demon wolves. Damn it, what's happening? Huang Ying, not an idiot, sensed something unusual happening with Yitian and his group. However, he had no way to intervene. Just moments ago, he had tried to send out an eagle to scout the situation, but was thwarted by the Gale demon wolves. Surrounded by 6,000-year soul beasts, he couldn't focus on controlling the eagle to dodge attacks. Martial soul, true body. Huang Ying was furious. He dared not delay any longer. He poured all his energy into unleashing his strongest technique. The breaking sun bow flickered with golden flames, the bowstring drawn like a full moon. Golden flames surged upward like the rising sun. Sixth soul skill, sunset afterglow. With the breaking sun bow fully drawn and the massive amplification from his martial soul true body, the arrow in Huang Ying's hand lost its physical form, slowly taking shape into a 40-meter-long arrow. This was his killing move. The surrounding Gale demon wolves felt a chill in their hearts, their furs standing on end as they sensed the threat of death. Huang Ying shouted, and the arrow shot out like a laser, erupting with a thunderous sound. The air exploded, producing a sound like rolling thunder, accompanied by a torrent of golden flames, creating a terrifying spectacle that shook the forest. Roar! The 6 Gale demon wolves counterattacked, unleashing beams of green divine light to withstand Huang Ying's attack. In the distance, some Gale demon wolves screamed in agony as the battle between Huang Ying and the Wolf King was accompanied by powerful waves of soul power. In the air, layers of ripples spread out, causing the 100-year and 1,000-year Gale demon wolves to roll and scream. In the clash, Huang Ying unleashed another killing move. 1,000-year Gale demon wolf faced a grave crisis, caught in Huang Ying's terrifying barrage of arrows. Its offense was stifled, but could not withstand Huang Ying's torrential assault. Boom! 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 In a struggle, a Gale demon wolf bled from its mouth and nose, on the brink of collapse like a scarecrow being battered. blood splattering as its body trembled violently. It shook all over, desperately trying to alleviate the soul power that Huang Ying had shot into its body. Even so, it could not hold on, cracks appearing on its surface, threatening to explode. Kill! Huang Ying shouted, launching another assault, ruthless and unyielding, pushing forward with all his strength, determined to suppress all opponents. Boom! That Gale Demon Wolf was struck again by the arrow, sent flying into a nearby tree, where it exploded on impact, turning into a puddle of blood and flesh. One by one, Huang Ying's voice was cold, laced with overwhelming, killing intent. Oh! The pack of wolves charged in again, the battle reigniting in the starry forest. Yitian was still chasing the fleeing Gale Demon Wolves. The wolf spirit beneath him was much swifter than the Gale Demon Wolves, and the fleeing wolf pack could not escape his pursuit. It was like mowing down grass. Wherever he passed, not a blade remained. Big boss, slow down. Slow down. Zhang Xing shouted from behind, panting heavily. The 1,000 blades umbrella spun rapidly, and Su Yu, with an injured calf, was swept along by the airflow, spiraling in the sky. The group followed Yitian deep into the starry forest. Something's not right with him. He seems to have lost his mind. Su Yu said, his martial soul is so strange, so terrifying. Did Big Boss use some sort of berserk soul skill? Zhang Xing offered his insights from behind. Big Boss has a twin martial soul. He must have used the second one, a martial soul that can't be controlled, perhaps leading to some sort of loss of control. AI Air said, twin martial souls? Su Yu was taken aback, then cursed loudly, this damn guy's hiding things. Turns out he has a second martial soul. As students of the Martial Soul Hall Academy, they had basic knowledge and naturally understood what twin martial souls entailed. Forget about the twin martial souls and loss of control. Explain it more clearly. Zhang Xing asked AI Air, a bit anxious. This stretch of road was a slope. He stepped on a shield, using his martial soul as a sled, and charged down the slope with his companions in pursuit of Yitian. It's unclear. Mutated martial souls are rare, and twin martial souls are legendary. A mutated martial soul combined with a twin martial soul is simply unheard of. AI Air shook his head from a distance, granting Yitian the enhancements of the Phoenix Feather Cloak and Ice Shield. Forget about that for now. We need to catch up and wake up the boss first. If we rush into the depths and encounter some powerful soul beast, won't that be the end? Zhang Xing shouted anxiously. The group had already broken away from the outskirts of the starry forest and entered the mixed area. The mixed area accounted for about 40% of the maximum radius of 100 kilometers within the starry forest. It was also the area with the most diverse types of soul beasts and the highest cultivation years. Mainly, it was a habitat for 100-year, 1,000-year, and 10,000-year soul beasts. Even 100-year soul beasts needed the strength of their packs to survive in this area. Seeing the vast expanse of primitive forest, Zhang Xing trembled a bit. What kind of things existed in this cursed area where even the Gale Demon Wolves were unwilling to tread? I say, Big Boss, let us take it slow. He shouted loudly, hoping Yitian would hear him. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he saw Yitian riding the giant wolf charging straight in, killing the last few Gale Demon Wolves ahead. He has wiped out the Gale Demon Wolves. He should calm down now. Su Yu murmured to herself as she glided through the air, holding her umbrella. Yitian did not stop his steps. Instead, he headed deeper into the Stardow forest, as if something there was attracting him. Seeing this, the others quickly followed. They couldn't afford to lose Yitian in such a place. In the primitive forest, the fallen leaves were piled several feet thick, many of which had long since decayed into fertile soil. Some vines were thicker than water barrels, and the large trees blocked out the sky, their trunks massive, resembling giant umbrellas. In the forest, ancient trees grew in clusters, and the sounds of beasts roaring echoed around them. The mixed area of the Stardow forest was even harsher than the surrounding environment, making it impossible for ordinary people to survive. Where did the boss run off to? Zhang Xing was a bit confused. It seemed they had lost track of Yitian. How could he just disappear like that? Su Yu looked suspicious. Upon reaching this place, she dared not continue gliding in the air. If a fierce soul beast, like a human-faced demon spider, was lurking in the trees, she would be in danger. There are footprints. These are from the giant wolf under the boss. If we follow them, we should be able to find him, Zhang Xing said confidently. Su Yu nodded in agreement. The group followed the trail, moving cautiously in Yitian's footsteps, which felt safer since if Yitian could traverse this area, then they should be able to as well. Chapter 152. Searching for soul beasts. What is going on? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Yitian suddenly felt surprised looking at the giant wolf beneath him, feeling a bit of a headache. This reaction is a bit intense. Something's not right. Yitian felt strange. He sensed himself and realized his strength had once again improved, achieving a new breakthrough. Originally, he estimated it would take another 2 to 3 days to reach level 30 soul power, but the earlier battle allowed him to break through early. This was a good thing. It saved him a few days of effort, but the situation was a bit bizarre. Why did I lose my rationality? My IQ just dropped 100 points. He pondered carefully. In fact, this was not the first time he had entered a blood rage state. A few years ago, he had sneaked into the soul-hunting forest to test some soul beasts inside. Back then, although he was high, he didn't lose his rationality like he did now. Yitian gently rubbed his head, recalling the events that had transpired earlier. After defeating the Wolf King and routing the wolf pack, driven by a certain obsession in his heart, he hurried deep into the starry forest with red eyes. The mountains and forests here became increasingly steep and primitive, and he even crossed a few patches of swamp. Damn, the martial soul skill of the God King Dreus is actually so terrifying. He remembered how he had split the Wolf King in half with a single axe strike. The power displayed in the game, which was ordinary in the past, was now incredibly frightening. Could it be because of devastating slaughter? Yitian pondered carefully about the skill massacre all directions, but he felt somewhat confused. This skill had only been unleashed suddenly earlier, and now that he had regained his rationality, he could only remember the form of the skill, but not its essence. In other words, he was currently unable to execute this soul skill. Suddenly, he understood the reason for his loss of reason. The massacre all-direction soul skill absorbed the opponent's life force to heal injuries. And within the life force of living beings, there often lay the essence and spirit of that being. The Bloodwind Demon Wolf, being a bloodthirsty and perverse species, had a particularly foul essence and spirit. He had killed too many and absorbed too much life force from the Bloodwind Demon Wolves, including one that was at least 10,000 years old. The spiritual power contained within the essence and spirit of these wolves surged into his mind, clashing with his own spiritual power, and under the stimulation of blood fury. It caused him to completely lose consciousness and turn into a killing machine. As he looked around, he murmured to himself, although massacre all directions is useful, the side effects are too obvious. If it happens like this again next time, it won't just be a drop in IQ by 100, it would be turning into a madman. It seems I need to get a head soul bone to boost my spiritual power. Otherwise, this cannot continue. Yitian was very sure that his mental strength should be much stronger than that of an ordinary person. In the situation just now, if it had been a normal 10-year-old boy from the Douluo Continent, he would probably have gone mad. He gently tapped his head, trying to make himself a bit more alert. The result of the mental clash was that he now had a splitting headache. He wondered how Zhang Xing, Suyu, and the others were doing. Yitian murmured to himself, the Wolf King has been killed, and most of the Gale Demon Wolves have been scattered by me into a pile of loose sand. Moreover, due to the Gale Demon Wolves, there haven't been many soul beasts in that generation. If nothing unexpected happens, they should be safe. He looked around. Ahead, the giant trees were sparse. The ground was hard and dry, with piles of scattered rocks, and a sinister aura permeated the area. This region was clearly different, giving a sense of danger. There were wisps of miasma present, and even when soul beasts occasionally passed through here, they would show great fear, unwilling to stay long, fleeing in panic, and were very wary of this place. Yitian had not yet settled his martial soul avatar state, strolling through the forest on the wolf spirit. He vaguely felt that there was a powerful soul beast here that suited him well. This was because the wolf spirit had brought him here when he was in a daze. In fact, the wolf spirit was himself, having just broken through to level 30. He subconsciously wanted to obtain his third soul ring. I want to see if a man's sixth sense is really accurate. He felt a slight stir in his heart and noticed something unusual. Ahead was a pool of water, and by the edge of the pool was a cave. In front of the cave was an open area scattered with bones everywhere. It looked like prey that had been eaten by some creature, with beast bones carelessly discarded. Yitian approached slowly, and before he reached the cave entrance, he felt a chilling and fierce aura rushing towards him. It was extremely terrifying here. He was having second thoughts. Could there be a soul beast here that has existed for tens of thousands of years? He thought to himself, regardless of whether such a soul beast is suitable for me, the key issue is that I can't defeat it. Even if I could, I wouldn't be able to absorb it. Exceeding the limit of years by too much would lead to explosive death. However, since he was already so close, it was impossible to just leave without taking a look. In this mixed area, he refused to believe that there would be any truly formidable characters. Yitian took a deep breath and strode towards the water pool, reaching the open area. Then, with a thought, the wolf spirit's tail swept across, sending a huge stone on the ground into the water pool. With a splash, the water sprayed up several meters high, and the sudden sound shattered the silence of the place. This area was the territory of a soul beast, and such a commotion was undoubtedly a provocation. If the soul beast were present in its territory at that moment, it would definitely come out to investigate. Yitian quickly withdrew and hid behind a large rock, wanting to see what kind of soul beast would emerge. If he could take it down, he would. If it turned out to be a tough character, he would have to make a run for it. Sensing the commotion ahead, Yitian's heart skipped a beat. The soul beast was coming out. He noticed movement in the water pool, creating ripples, and a shadow appeared from beneath the surface, seemingly about to reveal its true form. It's actually underwater. I thought it was hiding in a cave. Yitian fixated on the activity in the water pool. However, the soul beast was not moving quickly. Instead, it seemed a bit sluggish, slowly swimming towards the shore, looking in no hurry at all. Is this a king? So slow? Yitian thought to himself, his pants already off. It was still dawdling. Splash! Splash! A series of splashes echoed. Damn, what came out is not a king, but a bare head. Yitian was taken aback, staring intently at the water surface, where a bare head was emerging. That massive bare head was like a statue, its dark golden fur devoid of any blemishes, reflecting a hint of metallic luster, giving a sense that it wasn't made of flesh and blood. The bear's eyes were devoid of any emotion, and the dark golden pupils were filled with indifference and cruelty. Chapter 153. Dark Golden Terror Claw Bear Splash. Splash! Amidst the splashing water, the giant bear fully revealed itself. The giant bear was covered in dark golden fur, and its arms were particularly robust, broad shoulders resembling city walls. At the end of its thick arms were razor-sharp dark golden claws, each claw measuring over a meter in length. As it spread its muscular arms, the claws slicing through the air emitted a faint hissing sound. What is this? Yitian's heart trembled. Is this the dark golden terror claw bear? Although he had never seen this creature before, he had heard legends about the dark golden terror claw bear. In fact, he had looked up information about it in the Wuhuan Academy's books. However, the Academy's description of the dark golden terror claw bear was minimal, merely stating it was not inferior to the Titan giant ape. But just because the Academy didn't know much didn't mean Yitian was unaware. The dark golden terror claw bear is known as the Earth Ripper. It is one of the most powerful soul beasts, a war maniac of the forest. Generally speaking, soul beasts have specific tendencies in their abilities, such as speed, attack, defense, and so on. However, the dark golden terror claw bear is an anomaly. It excels in both attack and defense, a complete contradiction. Its dark golden fur possesses extremely strong defensive capabilities, while its terrifying giant claws boast immense offensive power. It is said that the most powerful dark golden terror claw bears even possess the strength to contend with dragons. And indeed, the dark golden terror claw bear is considered a super soul beast. Moreover, it is highly suitable for Yitian himself. Yitian now needs a strong physique to support his future soul ring fusion with the God King Dreus martial soul. The dark gold fearclaw bear, on the other hand, has formidable attack and defense capabilities that are definitely among the top in the spirit beast world. If he were to use the dark gold fearclaw bear as a soul ring, it would be a perfect choice, enhancing his strengths while compensating for his weaknesses. The question is whether to do it himself or to ask Teacher Huang for help. Yitian pondered. He had no way of determining the age of this dark gold fearclaw bear. If its age was too high, attempting to take it on would be a death wish. As far as he knew, there were very few dark gold fearclaw bears that could be hunted that were over 10,000 years old. After reaching 10,000 years of cultivation, these creatures became almost monstrous and were difficult for even titled Douluos to handle. The world of spirit beasts is even more brutal than that of spirit masters. There is a popular saying in the spirit master world: there are no useless martial souls, only useless spirit masters. But there is no such saying in the spirit beast world. In the spirit beast realm, while cultivation is certainly important, the type of spirit beast also determines strength. Even among 10,000-year spirit beasts, the differences can be vast. For example, compare to Xiao Wu's soft bone rabbit. Erming's Titan giant ape is on a completely different level. Similarly, even among 100-year spirit beasts, differences in species can lead to drastically different power levels. The Titan giant ape, at the 100 to 1,000-year cultivation level, can rival ordinary 10,000-year spirit beasts. A prime example is the million-year cultivation dream ice silkworm, which, in terms of combat power, can only match an ordinary 10,000-year spirit beast. In comparison, A million-year cultivation ice silkworm is not much different from a Titan giant ape at the 100-year cultivation level. This illustrates just how important racial talent is. The types of martial souls for spirit masters are essentially similar to the bloodline races of spirit beasts. A dark gold fearclaw bear of about 3 meters should not be too old. Yitian murmured to himself. He was hesitant to take the risk. Although there was a cave near the pond, he couldn't be sure if the dark gold fearclaw bear would change its position upon sensing something unusual. Moreover, he didn't know where Huang Ying was. What if he found him and the dark gold fearclaw bear had already run away? Such a rare creature is truly a sight to behold once in 100 years. Just as he hesitated, the dark gold fearclaw bear fully emerged from the pond, its nose twitching as if it were sniffing something. Its soul power surged as it shook its body violently, the dark gold fur rippling like steel needles. And the water droplets clinging to it were instantly flung away, causing its damp fur to dry rapidly. From the soul power fluctuations emitted when it shook its fur, Yitian could conclude that this dark gold fearclaw bear's cultivation should be over 1,000 years. The purple aura it displayed was a sign of a 1,000-year spirit beast, and it was not an ordinary one, at least having over 2,000 years of cultivation. Can I break through the dark gold fearclaw bear's defenses? Yitian asked himself. The dark gold fearclaw bear's attack and defense capabilities are concentrated in its hands, but its defensive abilities are extraordinary, with almost no weaknesses throughout its body. The attack power of an average 30-level spirit master is simply insufficient to penetrate the defenses of the dark gold fearclaw bear. Even if it stood still for you to attack, you wouldn't be able to move it. Just as Yitian hesitated, the dark gold fearclaw bear seemed to catch a whiff of something unusual with its twitching nose. Using its keen sense of smell, it detected traces of an intruder. Its gaze fixed on the boulder where Yitian was hiding. Yitian was taken aback for a moment, suddenly realizing what was going on. He had just experienced a bloody massacre, and he was still covered in a large amount of blood. The smell of blood here was as conspicuous as pouring a bucket of fresh blood into the ocean, which would attract a large number of sharks. However, this was the territory of the dark gold terraclaw bear, so naturally, no other soul beast came following the scent of blood. The dark gold terraclaw bear's nose was still twitching. Its sense of smell was not much different from that of a dog. It could tell at a glance that there was something behind the giant rock. The dark gold terraclaw bear was over 3 meters long, extremely robust, and it didn't seem to have the slightest hint of fear as it directly approached Yitian's location. It seemed there was no way to escape. Yitian glanced at the dark red giant axe in his hand. Previously, he had been able to kill with a single blow, and he hadn't been able to assess the situation. He didn't know if his axe would have the armor-piercing effect of the Black Cutter. In the background story, the current owner of the Black Cutter was Darius, so it was unreasonable that the more powerful God King, Darius Wun-Ti, have the enhancement of this divine weapon. As he pondered, the dark gold terraclaw bear had already approached the giant rock in front of him. The bear's power was terrifying. Known as a being with muscles for brains, capable of doing things that required no thought. With a thunderous roar, the dark gold terraclaw bear suddenly extended its sharp claws, and a layer of dark golden light burst forth from its fur. This layer of light did not radiate outward. It was just contained within its fur. One could see that the dark golden hairs stood upright in an instant, resembling steel needles. Its already thick arms swelled significantly, and its bare paw, which was over 1/2 meter long, was already exaggerated. But as it swung, the enormous bare paw actually expanded in the air to nearly 4 times its original size, turning from its original size to over 2 meters. Chapter 154. Confronting the dark gold terraclaw bear, the terrifying claws glimmered with dark golden light as they sliced toward the giant rock in front of Yitian. With a tearing sound, the enormous and hard giant rock was instantly cut open under the dark gold terraclaw bear's gigantic claws, as if it were fragile tofu. The cross-section of the rock was extremely smooth and polished, indicating just how sharp the dark gold terraclaw bear's claws were. There was no retreat. Amidst the dust, Yitian stood atop the wolf spirit, wielding the giant axe. With the overwhelming aura emitted by his god-level martial soul, he pressed down toward the dark gold terraclaw bear. A level 30 without soul rings could take on a dark gold terraclaw bear that had existed for 3,000 years. At level 30 without soul rings, equipped with a God King martial soul, Blood Rage buff, Empire Bond buff, and the enhancement of Bloodthirsty Charge with various statuses stacked, there was no reason he couldn't win. He would kill this clumsy bear, and then the soul ring of this ultimate soul beast would become his 3rd soul ring. The dark gold terraclaw bear was momentarily stunned, seemingly feeling it was somewhat unbelievable, given its status in the soul beast world. No one had dared to confront it so directly. The dark gold terrorclaw bear, with its fierce aura, stared at Yitian with its large eyes like copper bells. Locking eyes with him, its pupils glowing with a menacing golden light. In an instant, the dark gold terrorclaw bear erupted, charging forward with incredible speed, accompanied by its terrifying killing intent, causing the ground to tremble with each step it took. Though it was massive, its speed was still not slow. But in terms of defense and attack, it was not particularly outstanding. Yitian silently recalled the characteristics of the dark gold terrorclaw bear in his heart. The wolf spirit beneath him leaped up, deftly avoiding the attack, moving sideways to evade. He still hadn't figured out the dark gold terrorclaw bear's details. So wasn't he wise to act recklessly? Boom! Ahead was a pile of rubble, which had directly smashed through, completely disregarding it, like a hot knife through butter. It wasn't just its claws that were formidable. Even its physical impact was incredibly fierce. If an ordinary soul beast were to be grazed by that blow, it would either be dead or severely injured. Yitian somewhat understood why the dark golden terrorclaw bear was called one of the ultimate soul beasts. Who? The dark golden terrorclaw bear swung its arm and swept across. It was incredibly swift. Despite its large size, it didn't feel clumsy at all, bringing with it a terrifying gale. Yitian dodged again, and his arm struck directly against the giant rock, causing many boulders to shatter and debris to scatter. The dark golden claw bear roared, the sound echoing loudly in the area, shaking the heavens and the earth. Yitian was somewhat startled. The ancient dark gold fearclaw bear was so fierce. How terrifying must the bear king sleeping in the Star-Do great forest be? Not far away, what was that sound? In the mountains and forests, Zhu felt that even his own voice was trembling. His martial soul was the nether spirit cat, which gave him a very strong perception ability, allowing him to clearly sense the overwhelming evil spirit ahead. The strings of the phoenix resting Qin AI heir's hands were vibrating violently, and he whispered, "A battle has occurred up ahead. But I don't know who the combatants are. It can't be the boss and an unknown soul beast, right?" Zhangxing quickly replied, "It must be him. We followed the path. He trampled through the grass and trees. If it weren't for him, who else could it be?" "So you said confidently. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry over and help." Zhangxing immediately became excited. But it's a bit strange not to hear the boss's music or commentary. It's nothing to get used to. His martial soul feels much more imposing than that chatterbox martial soul. That one keeps rambling on, it's so annoying. So you pouted. Follow me, follow me." Zhangxing held up his shield to clear the way, like a bulldozer traversing the Star-Do Great Forest. Fortunately, this area was the territory of the dark gold fearclaw bear. Otherwise, with the noise they were making, who knows what kind of soul beast they might attract. In the open space by the water pond, the battle between Yitian and the dark gold terrorclaw bear has begun. After several tests, he has figured out the dark gold terrorclaw bear's details. The bear's attack power and defense are very strong, but its attack speed and reaction speed, while not exactly disadvantages, are only average at best. However, these two aspects are Yitian's advantages, with the enhancement of bloodthirsty charge and instant burst technique. His speed is astonishing, but it's currently inconvenient to use bloodthirsty charge, as Dre's martial soul cannot refresh the axe. Therefore, he is very cautious, only activating bloodthirsty charge when attacking, and immediately canceling it after the attack to conserve his soul power and internal energy. Roar. The dark gold terror claw bear roars, its limbs blocking the way, descending like a heavenly hook, tearing the ground apart with deep ravines. Yitian took the initiative, using his extraordinary speed to rush to the side, exerting all his strength to strike the dark gold terrorclaw bear with his dark red giant axe. Bang! The sound was exceptionally deafening. The dark golden fur on the dark gold terrorclaw bear was even harder than steel, and when struck, it emitted a terrifying metallic resonance. However, this strike was not in vain. Although it didn't inflict serious injury on the dark gold terrorclaw bear, it did break through its fur, exposing the white flesh underneath. Wow, that's not flesh, that's fat. Yitian felt a chill in his heart. The power of this axe could definitely cleave the previous Wolf King. This was a monster with a tough body that made it difficult to breach its defenses. It was covered in resilient fur, thick fat, and had solid muscles inside. To break through these 3 layers of defense, it had to be defeated right here. Roar! The dark gold terrorclaw bear was enraged and launched another attack, its 2 sharp claws lunging out in succession, determined to tear Yitian apart. Clang, clang, clang. Yitian fought while avoiding the sharp attacks, taking advantage of several encounters to inflict the Noxian might debuff 5 times on the dark gold Terraclaw bear. Then, blood surged up to the sky. His blood was burning and boiling, enveloping him in a crimson glow. Yitian once again entered the blood rage state. At the same time, a bloody wolf-head giant axe appeared above the dark gold Terraclaw bear's head. The giant axe emitted a dark purple glow, continuously siphoning the life force from the dark gold Terraclaw bear. Looking at the strange axe above the dark gold Terraclaw bear's head, Yitian sighed inwardly. What a pity I can't use the Noxian guillotine. Otherwise, no matter how high the dark gold Terraclaw bear's defense is, it would be useless in front of me. Roar. The dark gold Terraclaw bear roared, repeatedly reaching for the blood rage mark on its head, but grasped at nothing several times. That thing was merely an illusion. Unless it used a purifying ability like that of the six-winged angel spirit, it would be impossible to dispel it. Feeling the life force constantly draining from its body and its increasingly weakened state, the dark gold Terraclaw bear went mad and roared furiously. It then launched an even more ferocious assault on Yitian. Chapter 155. Fierce battle with the dark gold Terraclaw bear. Losing its sanity is the best. Yitian sneered, and the wolf spirit beneath him leaped up, dodging the dark gold Terraclaw bear's attack. In midair, it spun around and delivered a heavy axe strike to the bear's forehead. Puff! Blood splattered, and this axe strike had a remarkable effect, leaving a deep wound down to the bone on the dark gold Terraclaw bear's forehead, causing blood to seep into the bear's eyes. Haha, I understand now. Yitian laughed skyward, feeling a surge of emotions within him. The reason for the situation was partly due to his attack power being doubled under the enhancement of blood rage. On the other hand, the dark gold Terraclaw bear was attacked by his giant axe, leaving a debuff effect. Although this ability was not counted among the spirit skills, it did not mean this ability was non-existent. Each of his attacks would inflict bleeding on the dark gold Terraclaw bear and leave a layer of slashing effect from the giant axe. In other words, when causing damage to the enemy, it would also apply a slashing effect that reduced the target's armor by 5% for 6 seconds. Moreover, attacking with the giant axe granted an additional benefit: Frenzy. Passive ability Frenzy. While dealing physical damage, it would provide a 20% increase in movement speed for 2 seconds. This meant that now, facing the dark gold Terraclaw bear, he didn't even need to forcefully activate Blood Rush. He could simply attack normally. The 20% speed increase was enough for him to dodge the dark gold Terraclaw bear's attacks. Now you can't hit me, and I've reduced your defense by 30%. What do you have to fight me with? Yitian sneered. I'm determined to obtain this third soul ring. His eyes were peculiar as he observed carefully. It was clear that the dark gold Terraclaw bear's attack methods were very simple and crude, merely consisting of a chop, a horizontal slash, and a lift. The reason it was so strong was due to its powerful attacks and its naturally tough and thick skin, a solid body that was an innate advantage. However, these advantages were basically nullified in front of him. Although the dark gold Terraclaw bear's defense was strong, under Yitian's continuous attacks, it transformed from dark gold to bright red. The bear was covered in wounds of various sizes, and the loss of blood and life force made its eyes grow increasingly fierce. Advance when the enemy retreats, retreat when the enemy advances, and strike when the enemy tires. Yitian took the initiative, wielding a giant axe, riding a wolf at full speed, charging towards the dark gold claw bear. At that moment, he pushed his strength to the limit, with blood light flowing on the giant axe, radiating a chilling cold light, exuding an unstoppable momentum. Bang! 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 The dark gold claw bear roared, swinging its sharp claws to counterattack, showing no fear at all, directly clashing its claws against Yitian's giant axe. The sound was deafening, and sparks flew. The giant axe in Yitian's hand seemed to transform into a streak of bloodlight, soaring and dancing, the blade's light surging, enveloping the dark gold claw bear. He applied the explosive footwork technique to the giant axe, causing rocks to shatter and trees to snap. Wherever the fierce giant axe passed, all obstacles were cleaved apart, instilling fear. Boom! The ground was split open, revealing a massive chasm, and the hard mountain walls were sliced through as if they were tofu, then exploded, sending dirt and stones flying. The battle between the man and the bear was extremely intense, destroying everything in their path. Roar! The dark gold claw bear let out a long howl, its fur bristling as a layer of dark gold soul power emerged on its surface, its strength surging wildly as it crazily waved its terrifying claws. Clang! It began to go berserk, nearly sending Yitian flying with a swipe. At this moment, The dark gold claw bear was covered in wounds, oozing bright red blood. These wounds had not healed, not even forming scabs, and blood was flowing freely. The power of Noxus had taken its toll on the dark gold claw bear, causing its condition to deteriorate with each battle, growing weaker and weaker. Yitian exerted all his efforts, his figure like a wolf spirit racing forward, every leap and slash terrifying. As long as he kept fighting the dark gold terror claw bear, he could continuously refresh the bleeding passive on it. Even if it took time, he could wear the dark gold terror claw bear down. It was evident that the dark red axe had become even more terrifying, causing the bear to grow increasingly wary with each collision. Especially as Yitian pushed his power to the limit, the axe light multiplied, striking forward with blow after blow, making the dark gold terror claw bear's eyes turn red. Bang, bang, bang. The powerful forelimbs of the dark gold terror claw bear kept smashing against the giant axe. Attempting to turn the tide, Yitian accelerated, almost frantically. With a series of light sounds, the giant axe cut through the dark golden fur of the terrifying claw bear, leaving behind one bloody mark after another, with blood splattering everywhere. Yitian furrowed his brow. The dark gold terror claw bear was truly terrifying. Withstanding such a powerful attack and still holding on was nothing short of a miracle, proving its reputation as the ultimate spirit beast. Ahead, the dark gold terror claw bear's fur stood on end, its coat covered in a dark golden soul power, repeatedly blocking Yitian's large axe. Roaring, the dark gold terror claw bear let out a long howl, its eyes cold and fierce. It was now drenched in blood, no longer displaying the aura of a king of spirit beasts. This made it feel insulted, as a dignified ultimate spirit beast looking down on all other spirit beasts. It was now suffering such a significant loss. Its massive mouth opened wide, roaring in anger, even wanting to swallow Yitian whole. Clang, 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 the momentum of Yitian was even more overwhelming, his great axe dancing like a vast river or ocean, the blade's light shimmering like a silk ribbon. He leaped into the air, striking continuously at the dark golden claw bear, showing no intention of retreat, determined to fight to the death. In the distance, Zhangxing and others were connecting. Even from such a distance, they could sense the sharp fluctuations of soul power coming from the front. So you turn the umbrella shaft, leaping into the air to observe the situation ahead. From far away, she spotted Yitian's figure at a glance. Yitian is fighting a giant bear that resembles a gibbon. The bear, with its deformed arms, far surpasses the monster seen earlier. Its fur shines, and no boulder can wear it down. The aura of malice is overwhelming. Can human strength really contend with this? Standing in front of it, one feels so small and utterly powerless. Suyu is somewhat dazed, never expecting Yitian's strength to be so formidable. She shouts to her companions on the ground. We need to hurry over. Yitian is battling a fierce soul beast. We need to help him. Zhangxing doesn't hesitate and starts to pick up speed. The nearly exhausted soul power is almost fully recovered under the enhancement of AI Air's first soul skill, Feathered Cloak. Can we really make a difference against such a powerful soul beast? Wouldn't we just add to the chaos? Zhu Jin feels a bit uncertain. We can at least provide Yitian with some buffs. AI Air says, plucking his instrument. As a support-type soul beast, he is qualified to say this. Chapter 156, Fury Kill. The few of them rush to the battlefield. Zhangxing is about to shout out loud when Suyu covers his mouth. Suyu says, what are you making noise for? He is currently focused on battling the giant bear. If we disturb him, it might distract him. This giant bear is very powerful. Any mistake could lead to irreparable consequences. Yitian had actually noticed the arrival of his companions behind him, but he had no time to pay attention to anything else. During battle, the worst thing to do was to get distracted. He urged the wolf spirit beneath him to turn sharply and struck the dark golden claw bear on the top of its head with an axe, causing it to stagger and crash into a large tree behind it. AI Air's eyes suddenly narrowed. Sister Xiaoyu was right. We should just observe for now. It's not a good idea for us to intervene in this battle. The defense of this giant bear is too high, and even if we go over, we probably won't be able to break through its defense. No way. Zhao Yingjie couldn't believe it, instinctively saying, what level of soul beast is this? I feel like it's even stronger than the 10,000-year level Wind Demon Wolf King we faced earlier. He turned his gaze to AI Air, the only top student among them, whose answer would undoubtedly be the most authoritative. I'm not sure. I don't know any information about this type of soul beast. AI Air shook his head. Although he was a top student, he was not an encyclopedia. How could he know about such rare and obscure soul beasts? As he spoke, He held the lute in one hand and began to play with the other. Red and blue soul power fluctuations surged forth, instantly spreading to Yitian's location. Yitian felt his body lighten, and he became much swifter, with the earlier fatigue completely swept away. He felt refreshed, and his soul power recovery speed significantly increased. He understood that this was AI Air's first soul skill, Hong Yuchang. Immediately after, he was enveloped in a blue halo and a layer of fine fish scale-like ice armor quickly formed around him. Even the frenzied aura brought on by blood rage was greatly reduced, giving him a feeling of being calm and unperturbed, as if his heart was made of ice, unaffected by the collapse of the heavens. Yitian was underneath the wolf spirit, its limbs bent as it leaped up suddenly, instantly creating distance from the dark golden claw bear. "Don't come over. This soul beast is very fierce. Your attacks might not be able to break its defense," he shouted to his companions behind him. Indeed, with the combined strength of the great soul masters, they were utterly insignificant in front of the 1,000-year dark golden claw bear. Unable to shake it at all, he even felt that the dark golden claw bear could use its soul skill, dark golden claw, to tear Zhang Xing and his shield into pieces. The others felt a chill in their hearts. They weren't idiots. Seeing this scene, they understood that if they rushed in, they would probably just add to Yitian's troubles. "We must quickly strengthen our abilities. Otherwise, we won't be able to keep up with Yitian." Suyu looked at a few of his companions. "Yeah." Zhang Xing nodded in agreement. He was the earliest to know Yitian, and since that time Yitian stood up for him in the soul fighting arena, he naturally understood how hard Yitian worked. When they were resting, Yitian was meditating. When they were in theory class, Yitian was chopping wood in the grove. If he didn't catch up soon, he would be too ashamed to follow Yitian anymore. As a defensive soul master, he couldn't just shout from behind Yitian. The battle was reaching its climax. Yitian looked somewhat fatigued, exhausted, and covered in sweat. His Spirit Hall Academy uniform wrapped in Dreas martial soul armor was already tattered, almost turning into rags. "Who?" The dark golden claw bear's breath was heavy. The airflow it expelled from its nostrils was like sword energy, possessing immense impact, causing nearby rubble to scatter and leaves to dance. It was fighting desperately, as its skin and flesh were torn, with hardly any good flesh left, blood everywhere. The dark golden claw bear's eyes were dark golden, cold and merciless, carrying a bloodthirsty and brutal aura. Its 2-meter-long claws were like broad blades, easily capable of slicing through an opponent's bones, incredibly sharp. Roar! With a loud roar, the dark golden claw bear fought fiercely. Its whole body was trembling, and it had lost a lot of weight, burning its own fat, which was its reserve strength. When it became physically exhausted and its soul power depleted, it would use this. This was the instinct of bear-type soul beasts, and naturally the last resort of the dark golden claw bear. It seemed as if a mysterious power was erupting within the dark golden claw bear, causing its murderous aura to surge. "What is going on?" Yitian was suddenly alarmed. Was this thing like an indestructible cockroach? "My tiger mouth is cracked and bleeding, and this thing can still recover?" He noticed that the dark golden claw bear's body, which was originally bloodied and mangled, was now showing signs of flesh regrowth, as if it was trying to forcibly heal itself. This was too bizarre. It actually had regenerative abilities. Yitian was shocked. "What the hell is this? Is this Mundo?" Whoosh. Yitian was sprinting like a wolf, and he wasn't foolish. The dark gold fearclaw bear was about to unleash a big move, so he certainly couldn't just stand there foolishly watching. Interrupting, it was the way to go. Yitian rushed forward. Even if the dark gold claw bear counterattacked in its dying moments, he had to fight it to the death. If it managed to unleash a powerful move, who knew what might happen? Although he wasn't clear on what big moves the dark gold claw bear had. He swung his axe. The axe contained a surge of soul power as it struck the dark gold claw bear. With a poof, a blood hole appeared, and blood burst forth. The dark gold claw bear roared and flew away. However, it was undeterred, still roaring, as its old fur wildly shed, only to have new, fine fur grow back in the blink of an eye. But the size of the dark gold claw bear was shrinking more and more, going from over 3 meters to less than 3 meters. "You still want to turn the tide? Impossible. You can only flip over." Yitian's eyes sparkled like lightning as he used his strongest power to mimic his previous devastating attacks and charged forward fiercely. He felt a bit uncomfortable. He hadn't fully mastered this skill yet, and at present, it was merely a form without substance. The power of Yitian is terrifying, as the powerful impact generated while charging with the wolf spirit brings forth a formidable momentum, striking like a series of slashes against Huashan. With over a dozen axes landing on the dark gold claw bear, a a flurry of blood blossoms erupts. The dark gold claw bear roars in fury. It begins to flee, trying to evade Yitian's giant axe. The excessive drain on its vitality makes it too afraid to continue, prompting it to attempt to leap into the water to escape. The people behind Yitian were incredibly excited. Just moments ago, this soul beast was ferocious, but now it was fleeing, covered in blood, as if possessed by a war god. "Go for it, boss," Zhang Xing shouted, visibly thrilled. Yitian sneered, riding on the wolf spirit. While the dark gold fearclaw bear couldn't possibly escape from him, he used the spinning axe technique to violently throw the giant axe in his hand towards the bear's back heart. Chapter 157. Killing the dark gold fearclaw bear, the massive blood axe carved an inexplicable trajectory in the air, spinning and tearing through it like a blood-red whirlwind, showcasing earth-shattering power. However, using this giant axe did not truly trigger the effect of the spinning axe technique, and the thrown axe would not return. This was because Draven's spinning axe was specially made, and its appearance did not resemble a traditional axe. Moreover, the crucial point was that when using the spinning axe, Draven's axe would automatically complete half of the flying axe, transforming into a dual-blade knife like Thanos's, which allowed for such strong power and the ability to return to his hand. The blood axe did not have this function. It could only be thrown like an axe from the Axe Gang, albeit much larger. Blood spattered as the dark gold fearclaw bear staggered violently. The massive blood axe lodged deep into its back heart, leaving behind an extremely terrifying wound. Originally, its back was one of the highest defensive positions on its body, but the earlier burning of fat had significantly weakened it. Additionally, Yitian had applied a cutting buff, reducing its defense by 30%. This was particularly fatal. Roar! It howled, its bare ears perked up, listening for movement behind it, sensing Yitian's location, and then it lunged back in an instant. It was a desperate counterattack. Want to take Yitian down with it. The struggle of a cornered beast. Yitian sneered, of course. He wouldn't be foolish enough to fall for it. How could this be possible? God, why can't I kill it? Su Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. What a terrifying ability. What breed of giant bear is this? Does it have immortality? AI Air was also shocked. It was terrifying. This giant bear's bloodline was definitely among the top in the soul beast world. Kill! The wolf spirit leaped up, leaving several claw marks on the dark gold fearclaw bear. With the Yitians activating the blood axe in sync, the bloodthirsty dash is also initiated, causing his combat power to soar to its peak, with each axe strike being terrifyingly boundless. Boom! After clashing with the dark gold terrorclaw bear dozens of times, Yitian was convinced that this soul beast was done for. Although it seemed crazy, its strength was actually waning. With the boost from his bloodthirsty charge, his speed was much faster than that of the dark gold terrorclaw bear, and he struck its head with consecutive axe blows. With a loud bang, the dark gold terrorclaw bear finally collapsed, flying sideways, covered in blood. Its skin on the top of its head turned inside out, revealing the skull underneath. With a roar, its body began to twitch, lying there, drenched in blood, unable to stand up again. Was it going to die? Yitian gasped for breath, feeling exhausted today. If it weren't for AI Air continuously boosting his Hongyi Yuchong, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold on. Holding a giant axe, he stepped forward slowly, feeling uneasy and unsure whether the dark gold fearclaw bear was truly dead. He had to smash its head to feel at ease. Yitian approached and immediately started slashing wildly. Thu, thu, thu. In the end, the dark golden fearclaw bear was covered in deep wounds, and eventually, it burst open, blood splattering everywhere. It was only when the soul power surged from the dark golden fearclaw bear, revealing a brilliant purple soul ring, that Yitian stopped. It worked. In the distance, Zhang Xing shouted, "Is it finally dead?" Su Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. The dark golden fearclaw bear was dead, and its massive corpse was bleeding out, turning into a small stream. Yitian released his martial soul possession state, lying tattered and exhausted on the back of the dark gold terrorclaw bear, too drained to move a muscle as he gasped for breath. After a grueling battle, he had finally defeated this formidable opponent. Yitian lay on the body of the dark gold terrorclaw bear. A circle of dazzling bright purple soul rings appeared with the death of the dark gold terrorclaw bear. Yitian stared closely at the soul ring, then turned to AI Air. "Shao AI, how many years do you think this soul ring is?" He didn't understand these things. In fact, a poor student is still a poor student. He wouldn't become a top student just because he crossed over, and in this regard, he remained the same. After a brief observation, AI Air said solemnly, It's probably around 3,000 years of cultivation. With your current soul power level of 30, absorbing it might be a bit too much. Too much? Yitian retorted. Yes. The limit age for a soul ring at level 30 is roughly around 1,007 to 800 years, and this one exceeds that limit by a whole lot. If you try to fuse with it, it could be dangerous. AI Air looked at Yitian and explained, I know your second soul ring was a 1,000-year soul ring, and you have experience fusing with soul rings that exceeded the limit before. But this soul beast is not ordinary. Based on the previous battle scene, its strength is stronger than that of an average 10,000-year soul beast. Therefore, fusing with its soul ring could place a significant burden on you. I hope you choose wisely. Yitian nodded, knowing that AI Air meant well. Looking at the worried crowd, he explained, I understand, but it's no problem. If it's just a 3,000-year soul beast, there shouldn't be any issues. The limit on absorbing soul rings mainly tests the soul master's physical strength and mental strength. As for physical strength, there's no need to say much. I have innate divine strength, so I will definitely meet the standard. As for mental strength, I don't need it at this stage. Soul masters require strong mental power because absorbing soul rings can cause soul shocks, but soul shocks only occur with 10,000-year soul beasts. There is no such risk when absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring. Soul shocks? The others were momentarily taken aback. Even AI Air was not very clear about it. They were just beginner students, and such advanced knowledge is typically learned only after reaching a corresponding soul power level. What is a soul shock? Why does it only occur when a 10,000-year soul beast dies? Suyu asked. It's because I initially planned to fuse with a soul ring that exceeds the limit on years. Therefore, Yitian had done ample homework on this aspect. Yitian Dao. Soul shock is a special ability generated by high-level soul beasts before their souls dissipate after death. Only soul beasts over 10,000 years old possess this ability. Generally speaking, absorbing the soul ring of a 10,000-year soul beast requires at least level 50 soul power. At level 50, a soul master's various functions have reached a certain level, and their mental strength has also developed to a certain extent. However, even so, one must be particularly cautious when absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring. In addition to the energy contained in the soul ring, there is also the danger of soul shock. For adults, especially soul masters above level 50, the complete maturity of the body and the maturity of mental strength greatly reduce the effects of the soul shock. Generally speaking, soul masters will not be harmed. Yitian Simidet. His spiritual power was already at an adult level, and even much higher. Logically, he should have been able to integrate a 10,000-year soul beast's soul ring by now. The reason he did not focus on the 10,000-year soul beast was that he had not undergone physical tempering. He was unsure whether he would be unable to withstand the pressure when integrating the 10,000-year soul ring, which could lead to his body collapsing. Chapter 158, Absorbing the Soul Ring. Yitian remembered that Tang San, who had undergone the refinement of the immortal grade, had nearly died during the fusion with the 10,000-year-old abyssal spider. His current physical strength was indeed high, but he had not inflated to the point of thinking he was stronger than Tang San after the refinement of the golden body at the Eye of Ice and Fire. The key point was that a 1,000-year level dark golden fearclaw bear was not inferior to an ordinary soul beast of 10,000 years. Moreover, fusing with a 1,000-year dark golden fearclaw bear didn't even require worrying about soul fluctuations. It was simply too cost-effective. So hurry up and fuse. We'll protect you here. After you finish, we can return to the academy. I don't want to stay in this cursed place for another moment. Suyu waved his hand. I just wonder how Teacher Huang is doing. Yitian paused, recalling that he should have been fighting the Gale Demon Wolf, which was likely a highly skilled one. There was no way to help. They would be hurt by the aftermath of the battle if they rushed over. Suyu shook his head. At this point, everyone fell silent, secretly praying for Huang Ying. Come help me. Let's move this bear to that cave over there. Yitian pointed to the large cave next to the water pool. Why? Isn't it better to leave it here? This soul beast just died. There shouldn't be any other soul beasts passing by. Suyu replied. Better safe than sorry. Yitian lifted the dark golden fearclaw bear and found it extremely heavy, like a lump of iron. An average person probably couldn't even lift its claws. Zhang Xing came to help. One pulled the head and the other pulled the legs. But they only managed to flip the dark golden fearclaw bear over, not lift it. What the hell is this thing? Why is it so heavy? Zhang Xing's face turned red from the strain, nearly unable to catch his breath. Come on, this thing is called the dark golden fearclaw bear. It's a super rare and super powerful soul beast. Yitian was explaining the information about the soul beast while calling everyone to start lifting the corpse. He was pulling the head of the dark gold terraclaw bear. Zhao Yingjie and Zhu Zhujin were in charge of the bear's legs. AI Air and Suyu each took one of the bear's claws. The tall and strong Zhang Xing summoned his martial soul and supported it on the back of the dark gold terraclaw bear. Everyone worked together and put in a lot of effort to carry the bear's corpse into the incredibly foul-smelling bear cave. Suyu let out a sigh and leaned against the cave wall. I was just worried about what to do if there was another nest of bears inside. Yitian was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "The dark gold fearsome bear is a solitary creature. Once it reaches adulthood, it will leave its parents. So there's really no need to worry so much." He looked at the dark gold fearsome bear with some confusion, wondering why it felt so heavy. It definitely wasn't this heavy during the previous fierce battle. Now it had turned into a lump of iron. He had already wasted quite a bit of time, so he decided to absorb the spirit ring first. It only lasted for an hour, and if he delayed any longer, it would disappear, which wouldn't be good. Yitian told a joke to lighten the mood. "How long has this taken? Hurry up and act." Suyu rolled her eyes at Yitian, then covered her nostrils with her clothing. It was just too smelly here. Zhang Xing and the others didn't have this concern. They had already been splattered with wolf blood during the fierce battle with the Gale Demon Wolf, and after being accustomed to the pungent smell for so long, the odor in the dark gold fearsome bear's cave was nothing. The ground in the cave was a bit rough. So Yitian directly sat cross-legged on the body of the dark gold fearsome bear and immediately began to absorb the spirit ring. The purple spirit ring turned into a stream of light and merged into his body, causing Yitian to be enveloped in a faint layer of purple. The others didn't ask too much about Yitian's dual martial souls, as everyone had their own secrets. Zhang Xing looked at Yitian with envy. According to Yitian, the dark gold fearsome bear was a soul beast with outstanding attack and defense, which was very suitable for him. Although the quality of the spirit ring was most related to its age, the type of soul beast was also extremely important. A powerful soul beast would naturally provide a strong spirit ring and powerful soul skills. The dark purple light gradually merged into Yitian's body, but he remained motionless, with faint red light flickering on him from time to time. The soul power fluctuations of the soul beast are so strong. It feels particularly domineering, possessing an air of dominance over the world. Zhang Xing murmured as he watched Yitian. This must be the quality of the soul power of a super soul beast. Suyu stared intently at Yitian and whispered, "Should we also look for a super soul beast for a spirit ring in the future? Such existences are rare, and even if we encounter one, we might not be able to defeat it." AI Air shook his head, not optimistic. He was a rather pessimistic person. At this moment, Yitian felt a massive flow of heat suddenly surge into his body, like scalding magma flowing into his blood. "Damn it, every time I merge with a spirit ring, it's a torture." He gritted his teeth and endured fiercely, believing that one must endure hardships to achieve greatness. If one wishes to show off in front of others, one must suffer behind the scenes. As a top-tier soul beast, the dark gold, fearsome bear's dominance determined the ferocity of the spirit ring it formed. Without a strong physique, it would be impossible to subdue it. Although the energy contained in the spirit ring didn't have the dark gold, fearsome bear's soul consciousness, it was still unruly and rampaged within Yitian's body. Under the powerful soul power fluctuations, Yitian felt as if a volcano was about to erupt within him. The boss is reacting quite violently. Could something go wrong? Zhang Xing frowned and said, "This never happened when we merged. When we merged our spirit rings. It was all very standard, but this time Yitian is merging with a soul beast bloodline that's very strong, and the spirit ring's age exceeds his own limits. So it's normal for him to feel pain." AI Air explained. Suyu blinked her big eyes, staring closely at Yitian, then slowly let out a breath. She said, "His current situation should still be considered okay. I once read in a book that if there's a backlash during the spirit ring fusion, the body will start to collapse, and the blood will be pressured by the soul power, bursting out from the pores and leading to explosion and death. So serious? Then Yitian's situation is still acceptable?" Zhang Xing's expression tightened immediately. Yitian's previous school uniform had been shattered during the battle with the dark golden terraclaw bear. Now, after merging with the soul ring, it was further torn apart by the surging soul power, leaving him bare-chested. Zhang Xing noticed that although Yitian was in great pain, he did not exhibit the terrifying condition that Suyu had described. Aside from the intense trembling of his soul power, there were no other reactions, and he let out a sigh of relief. "It should be fine now. Yitian looks just like I do after eating too many chili peppers and going to the bathroom in the morning." Zhang Xing patted his chest. Everyone, Chapter 159, Touching the Soul Bone. During the fusion process, One wraps their own soul power around the soul power contained within the soul ring. As they combine, a transformation unexpectedly begins, making their soul power exceptionally flexible and even more robust. The soul power from the dark gold terror claw bear soul ring, under continuous guidance. Yitian's soul power surged and fluctuated, boiling like flames, twisting and turning as it traversed through various meridians. He felt that the soul rings and soul power intertwined seamlessly with his own, perfectly integrated and inseparable. Suddenly, he sensed a moment of disorientation. He found himself back on a battlefield where he had previously fused with the Wind and Thunder Sparrow, the place where Darius and Draven were clashing. However, this time his perspective was not on Draven, but shifted to his older brother Darius. To him, everyone except Darius appeared as shadowy figures, their features indistinguishable, including Draven. In his eyes, Darius seemed like a giant deity descending upon the battlefield filled with magic, charging forward with a thunderous roar, his massive axe cleaving through the air, tracing a trajectory that resembled a divine miracle. Yitian's gaze followed Darius's axe closely. Darius's giant axe was as domineering as the vast rivers and oceans, making Yitian feel almost suffocated. That one swing seemed capable of splitting the earth in half. Yitian was immersed in the charm of that axe. Suddenly, he felt as if the whole world was spinning. The dark enemy forces were being annihilated by Darius in one stroke, blood splattering like a torrential downpour, pressing down over his head like crimson, flowing clouds racing by. Yitian suddenly woke up, drenched in cold sweat, shaken by the killing intent contained in Darius's axe. Damn, this is a massacre, he shouted in his heart. Just moments ago, he had obtained Darius's Q skill, Decimate, from the illusion. He thought that by applying soul rings to Draven, he would only gain Draven's skills, but he never expected to also acquire Darius's skill. He let out a sigh of relief. This is a good thing. After all, Darius's skills are only 4. But he needs to fuse 9 soul rings to Draven's martial soul before he can start applying soul rings to Darius's martial soul. If Darius's skills require the fusion of soul rings with his martial soul, it would probably take a long time. This is good news. Previously, he had only grasped the form of Decimate, but now he has fully mastered the entire skill. Decimate, wielding his axe around himself, it strikes nearby enemies. Enemies hit by the axe blade will suffer immense damage and be affected by the Noxian Might effect. Each time the axe blade hits an opponent, a portion of their life force will be absorbed to replenish his own, with the amount depending on the opponent's injury level. Moreover, the absorption from the dark golden fearsome bear brought him great benefits, significantly enhancing his soul power. Before absorbing the soul ring, his soul power level was 30. But after absorbing this 3,000-year-old soul ring, his soul power skyrocketed, breaking through to level 32. This is all thanks to the dark golden fearsome bear. The quality of the soul master contained in its soul ring is exceptionally high and far surpasses that of ordinary soul beasts. Yitian woke up. The first thing he saw was Zhang Xing's big face. He pushed Zhang Xing's head away with one hand and said, "What are you doing? Why are you getting so close? How is it?" Suyu came over and gently poked Yitian's body, nodding in approval. "It seems that after you fuse with the soul ring, your body has become a bit taller and more impressive, and even your muscles have developed a lot." Yitian knocked Suyu's hand away and said irritably, "What are you looking at? Be careful of getting a needle in your eye." He turned to Zhang Xing and asked, "Old 3, do you have any clean clothes? Give me a piece." Zhang Xing spread his hands, indicating he couldn't help. His own school uniform was tattered. Where would he get a uniform for Yitian? "It's fine, you're not a girl, what are you shy about?" Suyu said boldly. Yeah, you're right." Yitian was a bit speechless and decided not to argue with a girl. As a mentally sound adult, caring for intellectually disabled children is a must. "What is your soul ring skill?" Suyu asked without a hint of hesitation. "I'll talk about it later. Let me touch the treasure first and test my luck," Yitian said with a beaming smile. He flipped over and looked at the massive corpse of the dark golden terror claw bear, rubbing his hands together, eager to try. "It's time to loot the box." "What treasure?" Zhang Xing looked confused. "Senior, he wants to see if the dark golden terror claw bear has any soul bones, right?" AI Air said with a smile. "Uft. With your luck, what soul bones can you get? Let your little you sister take the lead," Suyu said proudly, patting her small chest. "Touching soul bones is just like gambling with dice, right? I'm a gambling god. I can definitely get something good. Come on, let me try." She rushed up eagerly, limping slightly, her big eyes shining with the unique light of a gambler, her blood-stained little face full of excitement. Yitian glanced at Suyu. then at the corpse of the dark golden claw bear, and then back at Suyu, continuing to look at the corpse. He remembered the last time at the bar called Sunset, where Suyu had killed fiercely, single-handedly cornering AI Hua and his group to the point where they were almost pressed into their underwear. He also recalled his own past. As a seasoned veteran with negative character value, a staunch non-tycoon player, Yitian is quite impressive. He nodded vigorously, saying, "You come? It's all yours." As a well-known puppet master, it's better to leave such matters to the little red people. Suyu squinted her big eyes, looking like a small gambler, and reached out to touch the dark golden claw bear. Yitian stared nervously at Suyu, carefully observing her every move. The dark gold terror claw bear was an ultimate soul beast. If it were to produce a soul bone, it would be the ultimate soul bone. Whether in terms of attribute enhancement or the strength of skills, it would far exceed the soul bones of other soul beasts. After a short while, a hint of excitement suddenly appeared on Suyu's face as she drew out the thousand-blade umbrella and slashed at the corpse of the dark gold terror claw bear. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. An incredibly sharp thousand-blade umbrella merely cut through the skin of the dark gold terror claw bear's corpse, not injuring the internal flesh at all. "What the hell is this thing? It's so hard," Suyu exclaimed in disbelief. "This bear is already dead, and there's no soul power circulating in its body, so there's no soul power protection. How can its physical body be so tough? Did you find something?" Yitian asked with surprise, as Suyu's reaction clearly indicated she should have discovered something. "I just probed the soul power into the dark gold terror claw bear's body and found something shiny in its left hand," Suyu said excitedly. "If nothing unexpected happens, this is a soul bone." However, her brows furrowed as she gestured at the left hand of the dark gold terror claw bear, saying in confusion, "It seems like there aren't any soul bones on the palms among the 6 major soul bones, only forearm soul bones. And this position doesn't look like a forearm. Left hand soul bone." Yitian suddenly jolted, almost jumping up. "What kind of luck is this? What kind of divine luck is this?" The others hurried over, as they had only heard of soul bones but had never seen one, and they were naturally very curious. "Hand soul bone?" The academic Ace AI Air leaned forward, looking astonished. "I only know there are 6 types of soul bones. Head soul bone, left and right arm soul bones, left and right leg soul bones, and trunk soul bone. The soul bone on the palm shouldn't count as one of these parts, right? Let me try." Yitian squeezed over, placing his hand on the left hand of the dark gold terror claw bear, carefully sensing the situation inside. The dark gold terror claw bear was already dead, and even its soul ring had been absorbed, so logically, there shouldn't be any more fluctuations of soul power. But now, the left hand of the dark gold terror claw bear was emitting a strong fluctuation of soul power, which was clearly a soul bone. He entered the divine King Darius's martial spirit state, using the blood axe to chop down the entire forearm of the dark gold terror claw bear, as if chopping wood. After carefully removing the flesh from the left hand of the dark gold terror claw bear, half an hour later, he finally cleaned it up, revealing a complete piece of bone inside. This bone was dark gold in color, but it was different from the traditional hand-arm soul bones. To be precise, this was a bone from the palm. The bone resembling a palm was not large, but 5 slender blades appeared at the front, resembling a miniature version of claws. The dark golden halo flowed like water waves over the blades, giving it a feeling of a divine weapon. Is this a new type? There are more than just 6 types of soul bones. The crowd looked puzzled. After all, they were only third-year students. Although they had learned some knowledge about soul masters, they couldn't say they understood it in detail or comprehensively. "Ha! This is an external soul bone." Yitian was overjoyed. Happiness came so suddenly that he wasn't prepared at all. He wasn't very surprised that the dark gold terror claw bear dropped a soul bone, because as an extremely rare and powerful soul beast, the probability of it dropping a soul bone was quite high. Moreover, the dark gold terror claw bear was forced to death by his ability to bleed and break armor, and it seemed to be filled with resentment. The deeper the resentment, the higher the probability of dropping a soul bone. However, even so, the appearance of an external soul bone was something he never expected, let alone that it was a soul bone from the palm of the dark gold terror claw bear. That was something he didn't even dare to imagine. External soul bone? The several companions were stunned. They had never heard of this term. Ichienru looked at the external soul bone in his hand like a precious treasure, turning it over and over without stopping. He explained, "External soul bones are a magical existence, a special type beyond the 6 major categories of soul bones. If the probability of a regular soul bone appearing from a soul beast is 1 in 1,000, then the probability of an external soul bone appearing is even less than 1 in 10,000. Moreover, The condition for absorbing an external soul bone is that one must first absorb the soul ring of the soul beast from which the soul bone dropped. The crowd immediately gasped in surprise. Wow, does that mean only you can absorb the soul bone? Suyu looked at the scene in shock. She murmured, although soul bones are extremely rare, they can still be forcibly extracted after fusion. But you said this external soul bone seems to have no such restriction. Doesn't that mean you're completely safe? Yitian nodded. Yes, if a weak soul master fuses with a soul bone and it is discovered, there is a high possibility that lawless individuals will appear, killing and robbing, and they will dig out the fused soul bone. However, there's no such concern with external soul bones, so there's no need to worry about being targeted. Yitian toyed with the spirit bone in his hand. The strongest attack of the dark gold terror claw bear lies in its terrifying claws. This part of the spirit bone can be said to be the best spirit bone that the dark gold terror claw bear can produce. Boss, you really have good luck, Zhang Xing said with a smile, clearly showing that he had no opinion on the ownership of this spirit bone. This spirit beast was defeated solely by Yitian. What's more important is that this external spirit bone can only be absorbed by the person who has absorbed the spirit ring of that spirit beast. Others cannot absorb it even if they want to. What do you mean Yitian is lucky? Suyu immediately became unhappy. This spirit bone was opened by me. It's clearly my good luck. Yitian nodded and praised. Yes, Suyu, your luck is simply off the charts. From now on, you will be our team's little lucky star, our mascot, our little red person. He was grinning from ear to ear. Although it was a left-hand bone, he was still very satisfied, happy as a fool, based on the information he had from his previous life. Yitian knew that while the soul bone enhancement effect from other parts of the dark golden terror claw bear were also strong, most of them leaned towards defense. Only the palm bone exhibited the terrifying attack capability of the terror claw. Although the two claws of the dark golden terror claw bear looked similar, in reality, the bear was right-pawed, so its right claw was somewhat stronger. However, one should be content. The left palm bone was also a priceless treasure. This soul bone was definitely stronger than the unevolved 8 spider lances. After all, the dark golden terror claw bear was far superior to the faceless spider. In this era, he had never heard of a soul master who could rely on the enhancement of a soul bone to transform from an obscure minor character into a prominent figure. But the soul bone of the dark golden terror claw bear was different, especially the soul bone on its claw, which had the power to almost reverse fate. Even if an ordinary soul master obtained it, with a poor soul ring configuration, they could still become a strong individual based solely on this soul bone. This was because the palm bone of the dark golden terror claw bear could fully display the bear soul skills, rather than randomly generating soul skills. However, the soul skills from a left and right palm bones could not compare to those of a real dark golden terror claw bear. After all, the skills of a soul bone were certainly not as powerful as the original, and a human soul master's body was far inferior to that of the dark golden terror claw bear. But even in its weakened state, it could rival some extraordinary soul skills, with the quality of the soul bone comparable to an ordinary 100,000-year soul bone. More importantly, the terror claw soul skill within the palm bone could grow alongside the soul master, just like the dark golden terror claw bear itself. In his hands, there might even be a chance to surpass the soul skills of a real dark golden terror claw bear. After all, Tang San evolved his 8 spider lances into the wings of the sea god, and the potential of the dark golden terror claw was even greater than that of the 8 spider lances. To avoid any long delays, I will fuse this soul bone right now. Yitian was somewhat impatient. You should absorb it quickly. We need to figure out how to contact Teacher Huang, and I wonder how he is doing right now. Suyu said with some concern. I don't have anything like a cloud-piercing arrow. Otherwise, we could contact him from afar. Zhang Xing regretted a bit. In that case, Yitian thought for a moment and looked at Zhang Xing. Zhao, Ingjiazhuzhujin, and AI Air. You all take off your clothes and cloaks, then let Suyu wrap them together to weave a huge flag. Then hang it on a tall tree nearby. Teacher Huang has the eye of the eagle. If he resolves his troubles and comes looking for us, he will definitely see this flag made of our school uniforms, and at that point we can be saved. Chapter 161. Soul Bone Skills. Good idea. I can fly for a short period. I can hang this flag up high, and since this is the territory of the dark golden terror claw bear, ordinary soul beasts wouldn't dare to venture here. Suyu nodded. I'll leave this matter to you. Be careful when hanging the flag. I'll absorb this soul bone first. Yitian said. He sat down in place with the left palm bone of the dark golden terror claw bear in hand, channeling the soul power he had just broken through to merge the soul bone with himself. It was clear to see that the left palm bone, under the influence of his soul power, seemed to melt into a pool of dark golden liquid that slowly seeped into his left hand. The liquid formed from the left palm bone of the dark golden terror claw bear flowed into Yitian's palm. At first, he felt very comfortable, as if a warm liquid was enveloping his left hand. He could see that his entire left hand had turned dark golden, and faintly, it seemed like something was about to emerge from his palm. Damn, is merging with a soul bone this painful? Yitian was shocked. It was like one wave had not yet settled before another rose. With fingers connected to his heart, it felt as if his hand was being burned in fire. And the pain was even greater than merging with a soul ring. Unlike the soul power within a soul ring, the soul skills carried by the palm bone of the dark golden terror claw were incredibly domineering. This pain was all concentrated in Yitian's hand bones, making him feel an urge to cut off his own hand. The intense pain made Yitian feel as if the wildly erupting dark golden terror claw was about to completely tear apart his left palm bone in an instant. That frenzied intent rapidly expanded upward, aiming to invade his arm and occupy his entire body inch by inch, completely dissolving him within. I can kill the living. How can a dead thing turn the tide? Yitian reprimanded fiercely in his heart. He summoned his God King Drax's martial soul, allowing the powerful aura of the God King to spread to his palm, forcibly suppressing the violent aura belonging to the dark golden terror claw bear that was on his palm. No matter how domineering the soul bone of the dark golden terror claw bear was, in front of the Drax martial soul, it was merely a trembling little kitten. As the magnificent aura of Drax surged forth, the palm of the dark golden terror claw bear instantly quieted down, no longer exhibiting any wildness. The previously violent energy seemed to have never existed. Subsequently, the golden energy also ceased its invasion of Yitian's body, beginning to gather in his left hand and starting to transform it. Although it was still very painful, it was completely different from the previous feeling of being swallowed whole. Yitian's perception penetrated into his left palm, discovering that his entire right hand was undergoing a peculiar transformation. His hand bones were cracking little by little, and with each small crack, a surge of dark golden energy flowed into it. Now his hand bones resembled a mold, and the golden energy transformed from the soul bone of the dark gold terror bear was like cement being infused drop by drop. This process was by no means easy. It felt as if someone was shattering all your hand bones bit by bit and injecting steel into them. What the hell? Is this like Wolverine's transformation? Injecting adamantium? Yitian's mind was filled with curses, wishing he could get some anesthetic to numb himself. This feeling was truly unbearable. The key point was that this change was not very quick. The energy transformed from the dark gold fearsome bear's soul bone seeped in very slowly, taking a full half-hour to completely integrate. Yitian looked at his hand bones. At this moment, his left palm had completely turned into a dark golden color, filled with an imposing dark golden aura. His left hand had slightly enlarged, and the bones had become somewhat deformed, resembling the bones of a beast, with bone tips taking on a claw-like shape. He felt golden energy converging, fully merging into the bones, and then these energies formed threads of patterns on the bones. These patterns resembled ancient runes, exuding an inexplicable aura, containing skills related to the dark golden claw bear. Each line seemed to embody profound and mysterious power, as if activating these patterns could unleash tremendous might. Let's give it a try. With a thought, a powerful force erupted from his hand. He raised his left hand, and with a whoosh, 5 beams of dark golden light burst forth from his 5 fingers. These beams were about half a meter long, wide at the top and narrow at the bottom, resembling sharp blades, with dark golden light flowing like water waves. The moment the dark golden blades appeared, even the air was torn apart, and Yitian's entire left hand had turned dark golden. His fingers and the blades were seamlessly integrated, indistinguishable from each other. These 5 blades seemed like extensions of his fingers. Immediately afterward, the dark golden light surged back from his left palm, flowing up along his left arm. And in an instant, it spread throughout his body. It appeared as if Yitian was surrounded by a holy light, giving him an aura of sacred brilliance. Yitian took a deep breath, feeling refreshed as all previous pain vanished. He slightly moved his 5 fingers, and the 5 blades extending from his fingertips began to dance along. With the ease of using his own limbs, there was no sense of awkwardness at all, as if these 5 blades were like claws that had grown out from his hands. Yitian's claw slashed towards the wall. With a loud crash, the wall, as hard as yellow granite, was effortlessly torn apart, as if cutting through a piece of tofu, without any sense of resistance. What sharp claws! Yitian was astonished. The soul skill from the dark golden fear claw bear's left-hand soul bone was truly overbearing. If this claw were to grab a person, there would undoubtedly be terrifying consequences, and the opponent could very likely be torn apart completely. Yitian seemed to sense something. He looked up and saw Huang Ying staring at him. Cough, cough, cough. Teacher Huang, when did you arrive? Yitian smiled and said, there was a problem on your side earlier, and we were all worried it was serious. Looking at the dark golden color on his palm, he slightly moved his mind, and the blade suddenly disappeared quietly as if melting like ice and snow, and his right hand returned to normal. All the dark golden energy had been retracted, showing no signs of abnormality. When you fused with the soul bone, I saw the flag made from our school uniforms hanging outside the cave, so I came over, Huang Ying said. Teacher, what exactly happened earlier? What kind of opponent did you encounter? Yitian hurriedly asked, as he had noticed a lot of commotion around during the fierce battle earlier. It was nothing major. I encountered 6 wind demon wolves of 10,000 years level. It took a lot of effort to break out from their encirclement. Huang Ying waved his hand, seemingly indifferent, as if the earlier incident was not worth mentioning at all. Chapter 162. Third Soul Skill. Yitian noticed that Huang Ying was also covered in blood, and his complexion was slightly pale, looking somewhat weak. Are you okay, teacher? Yitian asked with concern. It's nothing. Huang Ying waved his hand, pointing to the bloodstains on his body. This is all the blood left by those Gale demon wolves. They surrounded me with 6 heads, but I didn't expect to kill 2 of them before they fled. The reason he looked a bit weak was that he had used his martial soul true form, which had drained some of his physical strength. I'll be fine after a few days of rest. Yitian nodded. The martial soul true body is a powerful move, a desperate measure. Using this skill means going all out. Once the martial soul true body is activated, one can use all soul skills below the 7th ring, except for the martial soul true body itself, without limit for 30 minutes. Its power is 150% of the original. Of course, after each use of the martial soul true body, the soul master's attributes will be weakened by 50%, requiring 7 days to recover. This means that Teacher Huang is currently in a weakened state, with only about 50% of his full strength. The arrival of the Gale Demon Wolf this time is somewhat suspicious. Do you know the reason, teacher? Yitian did not directly express his thoughts, as it involves Feng Xiaotian. I'm not sure. Huang Ying shook her head and said, at that time, I was focused on your movements and did not notice the activity around me. This time, the Gale Demon Wolf is very likely not a coincidence, but someone deliberately lured it here to harm us. Teacher, we encountered a group from the Blaze Academy. Yitian said, I know, their appearance was right under my nose. Then do you know what happened when they left? Did they leave a piece of the fur from one of the Gale Demon Wolf King's lineage on the branches? I'm not sure. After they left, I didn't pay attention to them anymore. Huang Ying's eyes sharpened. Are you saying it was the Blaze Academy people who did this? Yitian voiced his guess. It's not the Fire Academy, but there is a student from the Wind God Academy in the Fire Academy, whose martial soul is a variant of the Swift Wind Demon Wolf, the Swift Wind Two-Headed Wolf. Could it be him causing trouble? Huang Ying nodded. It's possible, but just a wolf skin would be hard to attract such a large scale of Swift Wind Demon Wolves. The breakthrough point in this matter should be that student named Feng Xiaotian from the Wind God Academy. So how should we handle this? Yitian asked. As this incident nearly led to their annihilation, it certainly couldn't just end like this. I will get rid of the martial soul law enforcement team to investigate, and then we will wait for news from the law enforcement team. At this stage, it is most important for you to focus on your training. Huang Ying said, you all performed very well this time, moving freely among the wolf pack, especially Yitian. The scene of you jumping up to kill the Wolf King was simply stunning. He looked at Su Yu, Zhang Xing, and the others. However, this cooperation also revealed some of your shortcomings, which is that your strength is still not enough. You will need to train even harder next. You can't let Yitian pull away the gap. After we go back, I will double my training content. Zhang Xing gritted his teeth and said. The others also nodded. No one wanted to be the one left behind. Then, Teacher Huang, when are we going back? Su Yu asked. Yitian was somewhat worried. Huang Ying was in a weakened state, and if they continued to stay in the Stardow Forest, it would undoubtedly put them in a dangerous situation. He hadn't forgotten that there were still a few thousand-year wind demon wolves prowling outside. They didn't have any skills similar to the martial soul true body, so their strength should still be intact. The key point was that wolves, like dogs, had a very keen sense of smell. It was not a good idea for their group to hide in the cave of the Dark Golden Terror Claw Bear. If the wind demon wolves wanted to find them, it would be incredibly easy. He didn't believe that high-level wind demon wolves, which had existed for tens of thousands of years, would fear the aura emitted by 3,000-year Dark Golden Terror Claw Bear. Moreover, With the death of the dark golden terror claw bear, its lingering aura would gradually fade, until it could no longer conceal their presence. Huang shook his head and said, "There's no need to worry. Although we've only killed 2 wind demon wolves, the others are also not in good shape. Each of them is seriously injured, and their enemies here are not just me, but also other soul beasts residing in this area." "That's good." Yitian breathed a long sigh of relief. "Was it the soul bone skill you obtained after fusing with the soul bone of the dark golden terror claw bear?" Huang Ying reached out to touch the scratches on the wall, feeling a bit shocked. The power of this skill far exceeded the limits of a 3-ring soul master. It truly lived up to the reputation of the Earth Ripper's soul skills. He didn't know much about the dark golden terror claw bear, after all. He had never seen one, and there were no records of anyone possessing the soul bone of a dark golden terror claw bear. Yitian nodded. "Yes. This skill is the skill of the dark gold terror claw bear itself, and the dark gold terror claw bear is a soul beast with extreme attack and defense capabilities. Therefore, after merging the soul ring of the dark gold terror claw bear, my physical strength has increased significantly, and the attack power of my martial soul has not weakened. Instead, it has been further enhanced." "Very good." Huang Ying nodded in satisfaction. The strategy he set for Yitian was to prioritize soul beasts with good attack and defense capabilities when considering soul rings. Because his second martial soul, God King Draven, is too domineering, if the physical strength is not greatly enhanced, it will lead to a situation where the body cannot keep up with the demands, which is preparation for the second martial soul. "By the way, Yitian, what is your soul ring skill?" Suyu asked from the side. She was curious about what kind of soul skill such a powerful soul beast would produce. "Boss, hurry up and tell us." Zhang Xing also spoke up. "The soul skill brought to me by the dark gold terror claw bear soul ring is a skill that increases physical condition." Yitian replied without hesitation. "I named this skill unity of form and spirit. The specific effect of the skill is to expand the effect of the martial soul attachment, achieving a high degree of unity between my spirit and body, allowing me to control a deeper level of power. This state can be maintained for about half an hour, with a specific duration depending on my mental strength. During this half hour, my physical strength, power, resistance, speed, and flexibility will all increase significantly. The most critical point is that in this state, I can perceive everything within 100 meters around me. This means I can keenly sense every move of my opponent, even the twitching of every muscle, and anticipate their intentions before they make a move." After Yitian finished speaking, everyone was stunned, their hearts churning with immense waves. This soul skill was truly terrifying, completely unlike the effects that a third soul skill should possess. Chapter 163, Doubt. "With this soul skill, wouldn't you be invincible?" Huang Ying frowned and asked if there were any drawbacks. Yitian nodded. "If you want to observe the opponent's detailed movements, it will greatly consume your mental power. Once the mental power is exhausted too much, it may even lead to fainting. Very powerful. If you use this soul skill well, it will be a stroke of genius." Huang Ying nodded and said, "When merging with a beast martial soul that has strong defensive capabilities, it is easy to give birth to some protective or transformation-type soul skills. Your skill is technically the same, but its ability is even stronger." Yitian nodded and said, "Yes, once unity of form and spirit is activated, both attack and defense will be significantly enhanced. Ordinary poison attribute attacks and some similar weakening attacks won't pose much of a threat to me." Huang Ying said, "That's right. For soul masters, the first priority is to preserve their own lives. This ability to protect oneself is more valuable than destructive soul skills. So, Teacher Huang, when are we going back?" Suyu said, covering her calf. Although she had applied emergency treatment to her calf and bandaged it with her clothing, it was still quite rudimentary, and the wound continued to throb faintly. She was a bit worried that this wound would leave an unsightly scar. Huang Ying said, "We'll go back today. The aura of the dark golden terror bear here hasn't dissipated yet, and it will soon fade. I'll meditate here for 3 hours, and after that, we will leave." After finishing his words, Huang Ying took out some food and water from his treasure bag and handed it to everyone, having just experienced a fierce battle. "You must be starving. Let us replenish some energy first, so we can depart conveniently later." After saying this, he immediately sat cross-legged and began to meditate and recover himself. He had only been worried about Yitian's condition earlier, which is why he didn't meditate immediately. Yitian and the others took the dry food handed over by Huang Ying and began to eat heartily. Suyu also happily got her sweet and sour pork ribs and similar dishes and started to enjoy them. Yitian poked the corpse of the dark golden claw bear and flicked its claws, producing a clanging sound. This bear corpse was practically full of treasures. If we could take it to Spirit City and sell it, we would probably make a fortune. Observing the claws of the dark golden terror claw bear, Yitian said, "This thing is top-notch for making weapons." AI replied, "Then let's ask Teacher Huang later if his storage soul guide can hold it. If it can fit, then the rest no problem." Suyu, with her mouth full of food and a look of happiness, even felt the pain in her calves ease a bit. She mumbled while eating, "That's a problem. Ordinary storage soul guides are generally not big, usually only about 1 square meter in range. I see Teacher Huang is quite frugal. Whether it can fit is still a question. Looks like it's time to get a storage-type soul guide." Yitian looked at the others and asked doubtfully, "Why don't you guys have any storage-type soul guides?" He was somewhat puzzled, not to mention AI Air, whose family seemed a bit complicated, but Suyu and Zhangxing Zhao Ingjiet definitely came from decent backgrounds. They shouldn't lack such essential items for home and travel. Even Zhu Zhujin, a noble of the Douluo Empire, had none, indicating that this kid didn't seem to be favored at home. This left him confused. Zhu Zhujin had great talent. Innate level 8 soul power was definitely not bad. Why wasn't he valued? Indeed, matters of the royal family were often absurd and incomprehensible, he thought. The Zhu family of the Douluo Empire, a family that controlled the position of the empress, could also be considered part of the royal family. The Douluo Empire had advantages over the Heaven Do Empire. If the two families truly had the intent, they should select 2 highly compatible soul masters and then use the power of the nation to cultivate them into super Douluos. That way, the 2 super Douluos could use their martial soul fusion technique to transform into the Nether White Tiger and even barely reach God level, thus not being restricted by the Spirit Hall. They could even become the foundation of the empire, a true killing weapon, preventing any future mishaps regarding the throne. Suyu rolled her eyes. Soul guides are very precious, especially storage soul guides. These are quality items passed down through generations. No one on the continent knows how to refine them now, so it's safe to say that for every one used, another is lost. Yes. Soul guides are treasures of the world. How could they just give us one? Zhang Xing said, "We're still quite weak. If we go out with a soul guide, we'd be like a fat sheep and might attract some ill-intentioned soul masters. So how can we get a soul guide?" Yitian knew that these things were common on the neighboring Sun-Moon continent, but were rare treasures on Douluo Continent. If someone engaged in the business of reselling them, it would be incredibly profitable. He asked, "Where can we buy one?" Last time he won some money at the gambling table, which was just enough to buy a soul guide. In the extraordinary world, not having storage equipment was indeed very inconvenient. While others could carry a small warehouse when going out, he could only carry a small bundle. This uniform didn't even have a pocket. He wondered if the designer of the Spirit Hall was out of their mind. AI Air thought for a moment. They occasionally appear at auction houses, but the prices are very high, probably in the thousands to tens of thousands of gold soul coins. So expensive? Yitian was taken aback. He remembered that besides Oscar, Xiao Wu, and Ma Hongjun, all the Shrek 7 monsters had storage-type soul guides. They must all be wealthy. He couldn't help but sigh. Yu Xiaojiang was quite capable, having given Tang San a top-tier storage soul guide, and he still had other soul guides. Even if it's expensive, we need to get one, without investment. How can there be returns? Yitian said, "You would want to sleep on the ground when you go out later." He planned to gather funds from everyone to jointly acquire a storage soul guide as shared team property. "No worries. Once I reach the Soul Emperor realm, I can go home and get a storage soul guide." Suyu smiled, not at all taking Yitian's suggestion. "I'm the same." Zhang Xing raised his hand. "But boss, if you're short on money, I can lend you some. Good brothers are loyal." Yitian gave a thumbs up. "We'll discuss this further when we get back. For now, let us go check a few places and see the specific prices." "Was it really that white-haired guy from the Fire Academy who did this?" Zhang Xing asked. Everyone immediately turned their attention to him. "I'm just guessing. The specific situation is still unclear. We'll know after the investigation." Yitian shook his head, refraining from drawing conclusions. After all, with Feng Xiaotian's strength, he probably couldn't create such a big scene. Chapter 164, Wolf Thief. 3 hours later, Huang Ying woke from his meditation. "Let's go. I've recovered quite a bit. As for the aftereffects left by my martial soul's true form, that can only be restored with time." He unleashed his martial soul, and 8 soul rings shone out, summoning 4 eagles. "Teacher, can we take the corpse of this dark golden terror claw bear back?" Yitian pointed to the ground and said straightforwardly, "I plan to sell some materials." Huang Ying waved his hand, and a flash of light passed. The corpse of the dark golden terror claw bear that lay on the ground instantly disappeared. As Yitian's teacher, he naturally knew that his disciple was quite poor, so it was only reasonable to help him take back this war trophy. Huang Ying was the first to step onto the back of one of the eagles and looked at everyone. There are 3 eagles left, so you can pair up. He arranged. Zhao Yingjia, you and Zhu Zhujin are in a group. AI Air and Zhongxing are in a group, so you're injured. So it'll be hard for you to stand on the eagle's back. Yitian, you're in a group with her. Remember to take care of her, and don't let her fall off the eagle's back. I'm not that fragile. Suyu retorted stubbornly. Even if I fall, I can use an umbrella to glide. Stop chatting and get on. We're leaving. Huang Ying glared at her. Oh, finally. They had exited the Stardow Forest, and everyone's hearts finally relaxed. The past 2 nights in the Stardow Forest had been nerve-wracking, making them restless. Let us hurry a bit more. We can rest at the town ahead. Huang Ying smiled. Aren't we going directly back to Spirit City? Zhongxing asked. He knew that with Huang Ying's speed, they should be able to return to Spirit City in just a few hours. So you looked at Huang Ying. Teacher Huang, are you still injured? Are we planning to recuperate at the town ahead? Huang Ying didn't respond, but looked at Yitian and nodded his head, signaling him to explain. Yitian was a bit confused. Seeing the situation, even a fool would know it was definitely not due to injuries. After pondering for a moment, he remembered the Gale Demon Wolves in the Stardow Great Forest and suddenly realized. Teacher, are you worried that the Gale Demon Wolves from the Stardow Great Forest will come out and threaten the safety of the town? So you want us to go down and guard the town? Smart. Huang Ying nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, strictly speaking, this town is located on the border of the Yitian Empire. Although there are troops stationed and our Wuhuan Hall has a branch there, the number of soul masters is quite small. If the Gale Demon Wolves launch a surprise attack there, it could cause heavy casualties and even abduct many women to give birth to wolf bandits that are even more despicable than evil soul masters. Since we know about this, we naturally cannot ignore it. Such disgusting creatures should be exterminated. Suyu was disgusted by the wolf bandits mentioned by Huang Ying, even though she had not encountered them yet. Zhongxing was furious. Damn it, last time we were chased by the Gale Demon Wolves, it was a nightmare. If it weren't for using air-size armor to hide in the flames and charge through, we would have been torn apart and eaten by those things long ago. Now that we're in the town, this is our territory, and I must settle the score with those disgusting creatures. We must settle the score. I almost got bitten to death. Zhu and Zhao Yingjia felt the same way. Teacher, will we encounter the legendary wolf bandits this time? Yitian asked. He was quite interested in such wolf-like creatures. We should encounter them. Wolf bandits mostly appear alongside Gale Demon Wolves. They are essentially one and the same. Since the Gale Demon Wolves have migrated here, the wolf bandits are probably not far behind. A hint of killing intent flashed in Huang Ying's eyes. Teacher Huang, what is the strength of the wolf bandits? Suyu asked. They had already seen the strength of the Gale Demon Wolves, but had never encountered this new breed of wolf bandits. Huang Ying explained. Wolf bandits are a hybrid of humans and Gale Demon Wolves. They combine human characteristics and the traits of soul beasts. As we all know, a soul beast must undergo a long period of cultivation to grow and possess strong combat power, which results in their long lifespans. Humans, on the other hand, grow very quickly, often achieving results equivalent to a soul beast's thousands of years of cultivation in just a decade or 2. But we have a critical flaw. Our lifespans are not long. Unless we reach the super tidal Douluo stage, our lifespan is even shorter than the time it takes some soul beasts to take a nap. Wolf bandits, however, balance both aspects. They are born with powerful soul power and only need about 10 years of growth to possess the strength of a soul master at level 20 or 30. They can also somewhat manipulate wind elements and are extremely bloodthirsty. Once they encounter prey, it's a fight to the death, making them very difficult to deal with. After Huang Ying finished speaking, everyone fell silent. Having the strength of a soul venerable at just around 10 years old is something that even among humans, only a few talented individuals can achieve. For instance, Stan and Huang Lin, after a lifetime of effort, only reached that level. Moreover, most humans, due to the limitations of their innate soul power, can't even become soul masters. If this continues, won't these wolf bandits become invincible after cultivating for hundreds of years? Suyu asked the critical question. Good question. Huang Ying smiled and said, nature is fair. The growth cycle of wolf bandits is similar to that of humans, but essentially, they're still soul beasts and do not possess martial souls. So, when they mature at around 14 or 15, they are fully developed with no further room for improvement. To continue getting stronger, they must undergo a long cultivation process like soul beasts. However, since they are hybrids of Gale Demon Wolves and humans, If ranked by bloodline in the soul beast world, they would barely qualify as low-level soul beasts. Thus, their peak combat power is basically capped at the level of a 30-level soul venerable. To date, Gale demon wolves have existed for over 100,000 years. But wolf bandits have never been seen for even 10,000 years. These creatures are ultimately limited in succession. No wonder they can only harass humans and cannot deliver any lethal blows. Yes, having the strength of a soul venerable at maturity sounds tempting, but it is also a shackle. Huang Ying smiled and said, if I guard the city, no matter how many wolf bandits come, they won't be able to sense me and will be wiped out. Yitian did not think that Huang Ying was bragging. Huang Ying's range could reach 3,000 meters, and if he had enough soul power, that would be like an anti-aircraft gun. Suddenly, Huang Ying's expression changed, his face turning ashen, his eyes sharp, revealing a chilling light. There was a situation below, and everyone tensed up. We need to go down now. His voice was filled with a cold, killing intent. Everyone's hearts sank, realizing that something might have happened below. Otherwise, Huang Ying wouldn't have reacted so strongly. The eagle flapped its wings and shot out fiercely, while Yitian and the others held tightly onto the eagle's neck, trying to stabilize their bodies. Chapter 165. A horrific scene. What is going on? Is there a Gale demon wolf or a wolf thief down there? Zhang Xing looked at Yitian. I don't know, let's go down and see. Yitian shook his head, but judging by Huang Ying's expression, this matter should not be simple. The eagle flew through the gale. In no time, they soared dozens of miles and arrived at a small village, instantly leaving everyone dumbfounded. This was a scene that the six of them would find hard to forget for a lifetime. The entire village was permeated with a bloody stench, and it was filled with corpses. Body after body lay on the ground. Dark red blood pooled around, turning the ground blood red like a hellish slaughterhouse. Some corpses were sprawled out, some curled up, still preserving the scene of their death, allowing one to vividly imagine the torment they endured. Their blood had long since dried up, leaving behind a reckless splash of red on the ground, like ink smeared on paper. Their wounds appeared to be slashed open by sharp blades, while others looked as if parts of their bodies had been bitten off by something. The faces of the corpses in the village were all twisted in agony. Some were clutching at things desperately, their bodies hunched over, seemingly suffering immense pain in their final moments. Among the corpses, some Gale demon wolves roamed about, gnawing on the bones of the dead, making a cracking sound, completely turning the scene into a hell on earth. Yitian gasped in shock. He noticed Huang Ying was investigating the situation of the deceased and hurried over to find out more. Teacher, did all of this happen because of the Gale demon wolves? Yitian's voice was filled with repressed rage, and this scene reminded him of his hometown, Homri village, in the Douluo Continent. He stepped forward to examine the body of a middle-aged man and discovered a wound on the neck, which seemed to be a bite mark. It was as if the neck had been brutally bitten open by someone. The cold wind howled as it blew through the village filled with corpses, and the cries of the dead echoed, making people's hearts tremble. A few piercing wolf howls rang out. The remaining Gale demon wolves in the area began to bare their teeth and slowly approached Yitian and the others. The pack of wolves crouched low, running in small steps with their claws raised. They were all stained with bright red blood, and one could even see the remnants of flesh stuck in their bared teeth. They ran faster and faster, growing in number, with fresh blood continuously shaking loose from their flowing manes, and their eyes glowed green. In their eyes, Yitian and the others had already become fresh prey. As Yitian and the others were about to take action, Huang Ying directly summoned the Breaking Sun Bow and shouted, "Fourth soul skill, Storm Arrow Rain." He fiercely pulled the bowstring, concentrating infinite divine light in his hand, and a massive arrow glowing with a bright red light appeared, exuding terrifying soul power. Even Yitian and the others beside him could feel the power contained in this move. Huang Ying did not shoot at the wolf pack, but instead shot into the sky. The giant arrow roared as it flew, its sound resembling that of a dragon, as if a colossal ancient dragon was howling. The giant arrow exploded in mid-air, transforming into thousands of arrow rain that descended, but with a powerful shockwave. It struck the wolf pack on the ground like a sudden storm. Everything was over. The wolf pack attacking the village was instantly shredded, pierced through by the dense arrows, leaving only a pile of bloody remnants. Yitian and the others shivered violently. Teacher Huang, a top soul Douluo, unleashed his power with a vengeance, and it was terrifying. If these Gale demon wolves were to be dealt with by them, it would likely take some time to kill them all. Cleaning up these Gale demon wolves seemed trivial to Huang Ying. He coldly said, All the women in this village have been taken away. There are still many clues left behind. From the scene, it appears that the Gale Demon Wolves left only a little over an hour ago. This batch of Gale Demon Wolves likely numbers in the thousands, sweeping through like the wind and killing everyone in this village. If we follow the traces along the way, there might still be a chance for rescue. Yitian and the others were stirred. They had just been shocked by the sight of the corpses all over the ground, feeling their stomachs churning and unable to carefully observe their surroundings. At this moment, prompted by Huang Ying, they noticed that most of the dead bodies were adult males. There were only a few female corpses among the pile, and they were all elderly women. Yitian's mind filled with thoughts of the fate of the abducted women, and he couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling goosebumps all over his body. Were they taken by the Wind Fury Demon Wolves to be used as breeding tools for the wolf bandits? Su Yu's eyes were red, unsure if it was from anger or sorrow. They must be killed. Let's chase after them and rescue the villagers. Zhang Xing shouted, Teacher, can you find the trace of these Wind Fury Demon Wolves? We'll go and slay all these damned Wind Fury Demon Wolves. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation. Yitian felt that these Gale Demon Wolves were indeed a menace, and if they were not eliminated, the world would not know peace. Follow me. Huang Ying once again used the eagle's eye to summon 4 eagles and charged ahead. Yitian and the 6 others clung tightly to the back of the eagle, following closely behind. Originally, Huang Ying did not intend to take Yitian and the others along, wanting them to go to Soul Master City to report the news and have the enforcement team come quickly. However, after some thought, he realized that such a significant event was likely already known to Soul Master City, and Yitian and the others would probably be making a wasted trip. It would be better to act together with him to punish evil and promote good, rescuing the villagers as part of their training. Soon they would be fighting against evil soul masters, and if they could accumulate a bit more experience in advance, they wouldn't panic later. Outside the village was a broad road, located at the border of the Tiando Empire, connecting to Soul Master City, hence the wide road. At this moment, the sky and earth were gray, with mounds of earth rising, occasionally interrupted by dilapidated houses standing among the mounds. Huang Ying led Yitian and the others out of the village, tracking nearly 100 miles until they approached a valley at noon. Ahead was likely a wolf den. Huang Ying stood on the eagle, his soul power swirling around him, forming a protective shield, unaffected by the sharp winds. However, Yitian and the others were in a more precarious situation. They were all crouched tightly on the eagle's back, burying their heads deep into the eagle's golden feathers to avoid the wind that felt like a blade. Teacher, is this wolf den newly established by the storm demon wolves that have migrated here, or were they originally dwelling here? Yitian asked. It should be a newly established wolf den. This is right under the eyes of our Soul Master City. If it had existed originally, we would have definitely discovered it. Huang Ying said with a cold smile. Moreover, the storm demon wolves are cunning and ruthless creatures that do not understand patience. They are inherently marked by slaughter. If they had originally existed here, the surrounding villages would have long been slaughtered until no one was left. Chapter 166. Charge and Huang Ying pointed to the valley and said, We must be cautious. There is likely to be an existence at the 10,000-year level among those storm demon wolves, and there could be thousands of them resting inside. He was still unaware that Yitian had killed a 10,000-year level storm demon wolf. Teacher, you just used your martial soul, true form. ISNT had a big deal that all your attributes are down by half. Huang Ying's condition made Yitian a bit worried. It's nothing. Huang Ying waved his hand without looking back and said, If it's just a few 10,000-year level storm demon wolves, I can still handle it. Seeing Huang Ying say this, Yitian and the others naturally didn't say more. They'd already reached the door, and they absolutely could not just leave in defeat. I've already observed clearly from the sky. This valley is not a dead end. There's an exit behind it. Huang Ying pointed to the entrance of the valley and said at that time, I will take the initiative and lure the 10,000-year storm demon wolves and a large number of 1,000-year storm demon wolves out from the other side, while you take this opportunity to charge in from the front and rescue the villagers imprisoned in the cave. Can you manage that? Yes. You all don't act yet. Wait for me to lure the large group of storm demon wolves away before you act. I will notify you with an eagle cry. Huang Ying stood atop the eagle, while Yitian and the others had already landed before the valley. Understood. We will wait for Teacher's eagle cry as the signal. Everyone nodded in response. Huang Ying nodded to the group, then soared into the air, charging into the valley. Yitian pointed to the valley ahead, which resembled an abyss, and said seriously, Everyone be careful. Although Teacher Huang will draw some of them away, it doesn't mean we are completely safe. There may still be some that slip through. The six of them held their breaths and quickly approached. The valley was filled with numerous wolf paw prints, and there were fresh red bloodstains on the cliff. From the color of the blood, it was evident that a pack of wolves had passed through not long ago. The six of them stood back to back, holding their breaths as they advanced step by step towards the entrance of the valley. However, they did not rush in, as they had agreed with Teacher Huang to signal with an eagle's cry. After a moment, the valley echoed with dense explosions and the sounds of wolf howls. The howling of the pack was terrifying, sending chills down their spines. Those pressed against the valley felt the entire area tremble slightly with the sound of the howls. Wow, how many wolves are there? Zhang Xing exclaimed, struggling to swallow. There could be hundreds or even thousands of swift-wind demon wolves. Yitian estimated a number. Can Teacher Huang handle it? Suyu tightened the bandage on her Cav school uniform to avoid affecting their actions later. Yitian is not worried about Huang Ying's safety. Teacher Huang has the advantage in the air. If it weren't for the concern about the safety of the villagers inside being captured, he could stand alone in the air and eliminate this pack of wolves. Boss, are you saying that if the wolf pack feels an irreversible crisis, they will kill the villagers inside? Zhang Xing stared wide-eyed. Yitian Dao, wolves are very ruthless creatures. When they face a crisis, such as the survival of their population, they will kill their own young, not to mention the villagers who have been captured. Sigh, there are often soul beasts causing trouble in the wild. I don't understand why the two great empires don't relocate the villagers outside the city for protection. Suyu sighed while bandaging her calf. The villagers still have farmland to cultivate outside the city. If they enter the city, they would starve, right? Yitian shook his head. In fact, soul beasts don't have much living space now. The ones that come out to cause trouble are still a minority. I stayed in a mountain village for more than 3 years and didn't see a single soul beast causing trouble. He looked at the injury on Suyu's leg. Your calf looks a bit serious. You shouldn't participate in this operation. Just wait for us outside the valley. It's nothing. I didn't hurt the bone. It won't affect my actions. Suyu shook her head and said carelessly. Shortly after, a sharp eagle cry came, and Yitian's group suddenly jolted and looked towards the valley. That's Teacher Huang's signal. We can set off now. Yitian waved his hand and his companions got ready to act. You guys go rescue the people. I'll attract some swift-wind demon wolves along the way. Yitian arranged. That's too dangerous. Let's act together. Zhang Xing was a bit worried. Have you forgotten our primary mission? Yitian said, our primary task is to bring back the captured villagers. If we all go together, who will rescue them? What if the remaining swift-wind demon wolves sense something is off and rush in to kill the villagers? But Zhang Xing wanted to say more, only to be interrupted by Suyu. There's no buts. We listen to Yitian. Right now, he is the captain, and this is not the time to argue. Yitian arranged. All right, I'll go in first and lead the remaining storm wolves to the valley entrance over there. You all take the opportunity to go in, find the cave where the villagers are held, and rescue them. He reminded, be careful of the storm wolves hiding in the dark. Don't get caught off guard and, he said with a serious expression, priority is to protect your own lives before thinking about saving others. Don't take unnecessary risks to become martyrs. Compared to the villagers' lives, Yitian still felt that his companions were more important. Everyone was momentarily stunned, then nodded solemnly. Well, let's stop the chatter. I'm going first. After Yitian finished speaking, he didn't say much more to his teammates, leaped up, and instantly disappeared. Awoo! He leaned against my shoulder and heard the BGM. Yitian was immediately stunned. Is Legend of the Hungry Wolf the battle theme played at this time? Butcher number 1 was ready. From now on, this place is called Yitian Valley. All the wolf cubs inside. Come out. All wolves, get out here. Yitian twitched his mouth fiercely. Although it was chaotic, this was exactly the effect he wanted, drawing aggro to the max. He swung his spinning flying axe, hitting a swift wind wolf that was prowling in the valley, stepping forward on its corpse. Along the way, swift wind wolves howled and immediately pounced towards him. He directly unleashed a spinning step and threw out an axe. The moment he entered, he had already used his third soul skill, entering a state of unity of form and spirit. Everything around him was under his control, with no blind spots in a 360-degree range, eliminating the possibility of being ambushed by unknown creatures. In this state, he could clearly sense every movement and even see the intricate patterns on the flowers and grass on the ground. He could even notice the dust on the fur of the surrounding swift wind wolves, including the trembling of their muscles, all in minute detail. Undoubtedly, if these swift wind wolves launched an attack, he could predict their movements and prepare before the attack even began, always a step ahead. Most importantly, after entering the unity of form and spirit state, he could sense the movements of the villagers who had been captured and brought into the valley. Otherwise, how could he search for the 100 or so villagers taken away in such a large valley with so many caves? Puff! A spinning flying axe shot out, exploding a millennium-level swift wind wolf into a mist of blood. Chapter 167. One man slaughters a pack of wolves. Yitian's hands move continuously, with two spinning flying axes killing nonstop, each throw resulting in a large spray of blood. These swift wind wolves were no longer worth mentioning after he advanced to the 3-ring soul master rank. He was proficient in both close combat and ranged attacks. A large swift wind wolf bared its teeth at Yitian, its limbs slightly crouched, clearly ready to attack at any moment. Behind it followed more than a dozen swift wind wolves, each revealing snow-white fangs about a foot long, their gray-blue fur bristling, exuding a fierce aura. Most of these soul masters were around 100 years old, resembling young calves, filled with ferocity, drooling as they prepared to attack. Yitian looked at them coldly. Without uttering a word, quickly waving his arms, the dual-hand spinning flying axes whirled rapidly, then alternately struck out. In the air, the first soul skill was instantly activated, and the two spinning flying axes instantly split into 4, erupting with the sound of wind and thunder, as the flying axes shot forward with a fierce wind. He was about to unleash the 4-axe flow. Although he was still somewhat unskilled and occasionally lost an axe, the fundamentals of the 2-axe flow were stable, and progressing from the original foundation was the way to go. Roar! The beast's roar shook the heavens, as a dozen gale demon wolves scattered and lunged forward, all roaring with their snow-white fangs looking fierce and terrifying. However, Yitian's bloodthirsty charge and unity of form and spirit enhanced his combat speed so much that his movements were as swift as the wind and as fierce as lightning. In his rapid assault, these gale demon wolves couldn't even react and were continuously killed one after another. After absorbing the soul ring of the dark gold Terraclaw bear, Yitian's rotating flying axe saw a significant increase in attack power. If the swift wind magic wolves were hit, they would only have one fate death. He shot down more than 20 swift wind magic wolves in one breath, leaving not a single intact corpse. They were all cut into 2 or even 4 pieces by the rotating flying axe. The ground was a mess, extremely terrifying, with blood staining a part of the valley, flowing in a gushing manner. At this moment, Zhang Xing, Zhao Yingjia, Su Yu, and others had also formed a battle formation to charge out, centered around Zhang Xing. They forged themselves into an iron wall, advancing steadily and cautiously. Any swift wind magic wolves daring to attack would be torn to shreds. Suddenly, Yitian noticed some human footprints on the ground, staggered and chaotic, some even stained with blood, in a place gathered with wolves. The appearance of human footprints could only indicate abducted villagers. There couldn't be anyone else. In his perception, everything was incredibly clear. He followed the footprints and directed his attention into the cave, searching for the whereabouts of the kidnapped villagers. He noticed that this cave should strictly be considered a subterranean cavern. It was heavy with moisture, carrying the sour smell caused by being submerged in water for too long, mixed with the stench of moss and aquatic plants. Damn, hiding people in such a cave makes rescue quite difficult, Yitian thought to himself. The cave below was somewhat deep, and his spirit and body unity wasn't like divine consciousness. It couldn't cover every aspect. Descending further from the cave entrance, it was pitch black and nothing could be perceived. However, even though he couldn't pinpoint the villagers' exact location, at least he had a general idea of their whereabouts. No longer like a headless fly, Yitian shouted to his companions. Over there, 50 meters away in the southwest wind, there's a big hole where the kidnapped villagers are being held. You go down to rescue them while I clear out the gale demon wolves here. All right. Hearing Yitian's words, the others felt a rush of joy and responded in unison. When they first arrived, they had been searching for the villagers. But although the valley was not large, it was crisscrossed with ravines, and there were many openings on the cliffs. No one knew in which hole the villagers were being held. Searching one by one was obviously unrealistic, but since Yitian could pinpoint the location now, it couldn't be better. We don't know what's inside the cave, so you must ensure your safety. There might be ambushes from the gale demon wolves inside, Yitian advised. With my 120 hearts, I'll stand to the front. No one can cross me to harm my teammates. Zhang Xing's twin mountain shields clanged loudly. You be careful up there, Suyu reminded Yitian at the cave entrance. Don't worry. Don't I have a second martial soul? Why should you be concerned about me? Yitian glanced at the scattered wolf pack rushing towards him and waved his hand, signaling them to be at ease. Although the powerful gale demon wolves in this area had been lured away by Huang Ying, there were still quite a few left. If these Gale demon wolves united, they would be a significant force, and it would be a fool's dream for an ordinary person to take them down. The remaining Gale demon wolves had their fur bristled, fangs bared, clearly ready to fight to the death. Gale demon wolves were a ferocious soul beast, showing almost no fear. As long as the Wolf King existed, they would obey orders and tear apart any intruders without mercy. Now that the Wolf King had been lured away by Huang Ying, these Gale demon wolves, although appearing fierce, were actually disorganized and unable to mount a coordinated attack. Yitian continued to practice his four-axe flow, constantly killing them all. The four spinning flying axes alternated in a relentless assault, rotating back and forth, shooting them down with a series of thuds. Howling in the distance, the Gale demon wolves went insane at the sight, their eyes glowing with bloodlust. Although they rushed forward one after another, they were utterly powerless against that human. Far too outmatched. Yitian raced through the valley, leaving a trail of blood and slaughter in his wake. His senses were incredibly sharp, and he skillfully wielded his spinning flying axes to take down several Gale demon wolves along the way. Each of these slain Gale demon wolves measured several meters in length, and if ordinary people saw them in the outside world, it would surely cause a panic. So far, he had killed over 100 Gale demon wolves, their corpses surrounded by glowing halos of various sizes, known as soul rings. Most of these were white soul rings, with a small number being yellow 100-year soul rings, and only a very few were purple 1,000-year soul rings. These soul rings resembled neon lights, and at night, the valley would shine magnificently under the glow of so many soul rings. Coupled with Yitian's golden broadcaster Draven's witty remarks and the loud background music of the Hungry Wolf legend, it would even give a feel of a sophisticated disco. Suddenly, several Gale demon wolves burst out from a cave, some with fresh blood dripping from their mouths, and one even carried a severed human arm in its jaws. Yitian said nothing, and the spinning flying axe directly cut through, accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder, as well as a terrifying whirring noise. With a thud, it beheaded a Gale demon wolf, causing its head to shatter. The spinning flying axe, undeterred, continued to charge forward. The sound of thud, thud, thud echoed continuously. Many Gale demon wolves fell to the ground, some lightly injured and crippled, others severely wounded and dead, turning into a mist of blood that floated away. Yitian remained calm from beginning to end, as if taking a leisurely stroll. Shooting the soul beast was like that of a merciless demon god. Even the extremely ferocious Gale demon wolf felt a shiver in its heart. Chapter 168, Annihilation. Yitian swiftly slayed the Gale demon wolves, with four spinning flying axes surrounding him, making it impossible for any creature to approach. Compared to the divine King Darius's warrior spirit, Draven's warrior spirit is more powerful in terms of mass battle lethality. Each time the spinning flying axes struck, they caused massive casualties with a wider attack range. The enemies couldn't come close or escape. He suddenly pushed off the ground, leaping like a released arrow, incredibly fast, heading towards certain caves in the valley. In a state of unity of form and spirit, Yitian's perception was astonishing, having already noticed many wolf cubs in the surrounding caves. These cubs were not as ferocious as their parents yet, round and chubby, resembling little puppies. But Yitian didn't care. After witnessing the tragic scene in the nearby village, he intended to kill the wolf cubs inside. To eradicate the roots, these little creatures could not be left alive. Yitian danced with the spinning flying axe, suddenly stepping forward, activating the instant explosion technique, and leaped into the air like a great rock. In the world around him, it was as if a thunderclap had erupted. Yitian jumped fiercely, and the soul power behind him burst forth with a loud explosion. When he landed, he was already nearly 50 meters away, in front of a cave. Swish! At that moment, a terrifying green light shot up, and a blade of wind pierced through the dust, slicing directly towards him. The chilling cold light was soul-stirring, as if it could split the void, possessing astonishing destructive power. This attack was well prepared. A Millennium-level Gale demon wolf lay in ambush within the cave, launching its attack the instant he landed, aiming to behead Yitian with a single strike. This wind blade was not simple. It was a lethal move that the Gale demon wolf had been accumulating for a long time. If another soul master had come, they would likely have been caught off guard and cut in half. But Yitian was different. In the state of unification of form and spirit, he could detect even the slightest movement in detail. He was well prepared for this strike. His left hand reached out, fingers spread wide, and a flash of golden light appeared in his palm, immediately unfolding into a brilliant dark golden glow as 5 half-meter-long light blades shot out in an instant. This was the soul skill of the Dark Golden Claw Bear's left palm, soul bone, Dark Golden Claw. Yitian waved his left hand, and the Dark Golden Terror Claw swung out fiercely, emitting a terrifying golden light that bloomed in the void. Swish! The sharp wind blade collided with the Dark Golden Terror Claw, like bubbles under sunlight, instantly dissipating without leaving a trace. This swift-wind demon wolf was very cunning. As soon as its attack failed, it immediately dashed into the cave, wanting to use the darkness to cover its tracks. The cave was pitch black, and Yitian stood still, using his keen spiritual sense to begin sensing everything around him, trying to locate the lurking swift-wind demon wolf in the cave. At the same time, in a state of unity of form and spirit, it seemed as if divine fire was flickering in Yitian's eyes, representing his abundant mental power sweeping in all directions, on high alert. Suddenly, a green light surged behind Yitian, almost instantaneously closing in, slashing toward his neck, aiming to sever his head. The wind blade of this swift-wind demon wolf was very powerful, even surpassing the speed of sound. If he waited to hear the sound before counterattacking, his head would have already fallen to the ground. Swish! As Yitian turned around, the Dark Golden Fear Claw had already struck out, hitting the wind blade again and scattering it. Found it! Yitian shouted sharply. I can see your trace at a glance. Caught in the act. His body twisted, and two rotating flying axes alternately struck out, accompanied by bursts of wind and thunder, carrying a fierce killing intent. Howl! In the distance, a cry of the swift-wind demon wolf echoed, its strategy failing against Yitian. With the unity of form and spirit, his martial soul, mind, and body were highly integrated, so no movement could escape his perception. In the darkness, the rotating flying axes continuously struck out. The recently ambushed swift-wind demon wolf had been dismembered into 8 pieces, dead as a rock. However, Yitian did not stop. There were still many young swift-wind demon wolves inside. These little creatures had been hidden by the swift-wind demon wolf in the deepest part of the cave. But Yitian still found them. There was no time to lament the innocence of these whimpering pups, which hadn't even opened their eyes yet, resembling little dog pups. Yitian directly swung his axe twice, turning them into a pile of blood and flesh. No snowflake in an avalanche is innocent. Huh. Just as Yitian was about to turn and leave the cave, he paused. In his sensing, there was actually a creature at the deepest part of the cave, and it was humanoid. A wolf thief? Didn't he think the creature inside was a kidnapped villager? Because in his sensing, this humanoid creature was not weak. The aura it unconsciously emitted was very powerful. If described in terms of soul power, it was probably around a 3-ring soul master. In an instant, Yitian shifted his body and directly activated his second soul skill, Flying Sparrow, seizing the embrace, charging in. With the enhancement of the instant burst step, this move was strengthened by almost double, breaking the sound barrier and tearing through the air, leaving behind white streaks. In the cave's crevice, a silver light struck down, like a thunderbolt granting mercy to the earth, mixed with a faint dark golden hue. Boom! The cave trembled, giant stones rolled, and a section of the cave was completely collapsed, burying the creature inside. 5 beams of dark golden light flashed through the darkness. With a splat, foul-smelling fresh blood splattered out, and 5 massive fissures were torn open in the cave, as if cutting tofu, revealing the incredible power. I might not have time to play hide and seek with you. Yitian sneered. He gently moved the rubble, revealing the true appearance of the wolf thief. A humanoid creature over 2 meters tall was dug out. It was about 2 meters tall, with a solid physique and muscles like hardened stone. Even more peculiar was that its hair was a bluish gray, the same color as the Gale demon wolf. Its body was heavily furred, looking like a wild man, with protruding lips that revealed 2 canine teeth nearly 10 times larger than average, and its face had something that looked like grease paint smeared on it. What a bizarre sight. Yitian kicked the wolf thief. He looked at his left hand, glowing with golden light, feeling like he had discovered a powerful weapon. That was to combine his soul bone skill, Dark Golden Claw, with his second soul skill, Flying Sparrow, seizing the embrace, resulting in an extremely deadly effect. The Dark Golden Claw was the signature skill of the Dark Golden Claw Bear. Although this skill seemed ordinary and unremarkable, its actual power was earth-shattering. The Dark Golden Claw Bear established its position as an ultimate soul beast precisely because of this move. If the Dark Golden Claw Bear lost the Dark Golden Claw skill, it would become nothing more than a punching bag, falling from the top of the soul beast hierarchy to become an unremarkable contender. One can only imagine how strong this skill is. However, the weakness of the Dark Golden Claw skill was also very obvious. Its attack range was somewhat awkward, only effective in close combat. After all, once it became famous, many people would know about the power of the Dark Golden Claw and would intentionally avoid its sharpness. On the other hand, Flying Sparrow seizing the embrace was a functional skill, with a large charging range and an accompanying invulnerability effect. Its only downside was insufficient attack power. Although in terms of general soul skills, its attacking capability was not bad. Compared to the spinning flying axe, it was like heaven and earth. Therefore, Yitian merely regarded Flying Sparrow, seizing the embrace, as a displacement skill. But now, combining it with the Dark Golden Claw changed everything. Achieving a characteristic where 1 + 1 is greater than 2. The key was that when using Flying Sparrow, seizing the embrace, the surrounding rippling silver lightning would completely conceal the golden glow of the Dark Golden Claw. From the outside, it would be impossible to tell that the Dark Golden Claw was being used, making it a perfect ambush. Jumping over in an invulnerable state and striking with a claw, who could withstand it? Chapter 169. Deep into the cellar, after Yitian cleaned up the wolf cubs in the cave, he entered several more caves, using the same methods to clear out the young wolves. While clearing the young wolves, he had also seen a few wolf thieves that looked like little monkeys, and they too were killed in their cradles. Why haven't they come out yet? Yitian looked at the deep cave where the villagers were imprisoned and thought to himself, this group of Gale demonic wolves is truly despicable, putting their own wolf cubs in warm, dry caves while leaving the villagers in damp caves underground. He was somewhat worried about the safety of Su Yu and the others, and quickly leaped into the large cave. Time was pressing, and no one knew how long Teacher Huang could distract that group of Gale demonic wolves. If the main force among them returned halfway through, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhang Xing, Zhaoingjia, Zhu Zhujin, Su Yu Ai Air. Yitian shouted at the top of his lungs, but received no response. So deep? Yitian was taken aback. Could this be an underground karst cave? But after thinking about it, he still didn't enter. Someone had to stay outside. Otherwise, if Gale demonic wolves returned later, it would be like catching turtles in a jar. Meanwhile, below the ground, Su Yu, Zhang Xing, and the others were huddled together, with Zhang Xing cautiously leading the way with his shield. The environment was truly terrible. It was hard not to think of legendary monsters and ghosts. Monsters, please leave. Monsters, please leave. So you kept murmuring. I say, Su boss, can you stop chanting? Your chanting is making me uneasy. Zhang Xing cautiously voiced his opinion. But if I don't chant, I feel uneasy. Su Yu replied, holding the 1,000-blade umbrella as she walked ahead, her heart feeling a bit nervous as she looked around. No matter how brave she was still essentially a child and naturally scared of these supernatural things. Do you guys feel it's getting colder in here? Su Yu asked. Yeah, it's getting colder. Luckily, I got a new school uniform from Teacher Huang. Otherwise, I would freeze to death coming in here without a shirt. Zhao Ingjia rubbed his arms. The further we are from the surface, the colder it gets, Ai Air said softly. My feathered attire is useless for warmth, and the ice protection only makes things colder. Do you want to take my cloak? No. Wrapping myself in a cloak will be inconvenient during battle. Su Yu shook her head to refuse. Zhu Zhujin remained silent, as he had entered his martial spirit state, and his eyes glimmered slightly in the darkness. Ulfor, why do you look like you're not cold at all? Zhang Xing curiously looked at Zhu Zhujin. My martial spirit is the nether spirit cat, which has a dark attribute. This little cold and darkness are nothing to me. I actually feel quite good here. Zhu Zhujin smiled. Damn, you have sharp senses, so keep an eye on your surroundings and report back immediately if anything happens. Zhang Xing instructed. And let us not make any mistakes after all this effort. Zhu Zhujin nodded. Don't worry, my vision is not affected here. Besides some bloody footprints, there is nothing else. From these footprints, it seems boss didn't he make a wrong judgment. What can we tell from these footprints? Su Yu asked. These footprints are chaotic. There are wolf ones and human ones. Zhu Zhujin paused. The human footprints are somewhat large, at least 1.5 times bigger than normal. Probably from wolf thieves. Wolf thieves? Su Yu instantly felt a chill run down her spine, her heart shivering slightly. The dark cave seemed endless. She took a breath of cold, damp air, suppressing her discomfort. These damned things should not exist in this world. If I see one, I'll kill it. There are normal human footprints now, but I don't know if they belong to the kidnapped villagers, Zhu Zhujin said gravely, pointing at the muddy ground. The group widened their eyes to look, vaguely seeing chaotic footprints. It's not just one person's footprints, and the shoe prints are so small, it's not a man's. These must be from the kidnapped villagers. The group followed the footprints. Suyu activated her soul power, using it as a light source. She noticed a small hole in the wall, positioned between two stones and level with the wall. It was hard to see without attention. This is a dog hole. Should we crawl in? Zhang Xing frowned and asked. You're talking nonsense. This is clearly a wolf hole. Zhao Yingjie countered, actually trying to ease the overly tense atmosphere. Suyu shot an annoyed glance at the two lively ones, and her gloomy mood slightly lessened. She reminded them, no matter what kind of hole it is, we can't crawl in. If there's a wolf thief or a gale demonic wolf inside, we wouldn't be able to counterattack the moment we crawl in. Wouldn't that be sending ourselves to death? And should we break the door? Ai said, who will break it? I will. Suyu shrank her thousand-blade umbrella into spear form, declaring, watch me pierce this hole to pieces with one thrust. If there's danger. Zhang Xing gently patted his shield, confidently saying, Su Ba said it first. What if there's an ambush inside? I should break it. I'll rush in without fear of any attack. It'll just hit my shield, and you guys can counterattack. Zhang Xing took the lead with his shield, lowering his voice. I just hope the villagers inside are still alive. That would be great. Suyu followed behind, using one hand to illuminate Zhang Xing with her soul power, while the other hand held her thousand-blade umbrella steady, nodding vigorously, her whole body tense. She was ready, prepared to strike like a dragon at any moment. Zhang Xing let out a low shout, spinning his giant shield above his head, then activated his second soul skill. Heavy shield charge. The giant shield crashed into the center of the rock with tremendous force. His martial spirit was said to be the Twin Town Shield, representing his terrifying strength, and he himself had immense arm strength. Under his strike, that small hole instantly collapsed. Suyu, who had long been ready, thrust her spear-like thousand-blade umbrella forward, pushing off the ground with all her might and charging in like a female leopard. Zhao Yingjie swiftly drew his runic dagger, instantly enhancing it with runes, transforming it into two swords of light, and stepped forward. Oh, it sounded like a ghost screaming in the night. A chilling wail echoed, swirling around, resonating in the narrow cave, not knowing which direction it came from. Be careful, something strange is inside. Form a square, back to back. Zhang Xing quickly said. Although he looked large, Zhang Xing moved very quickly, suddenly shielding everyone behind him, using his shield to block the front. I poke something, I'm inside. Chapter 170. Villagers Suyu withdrew the thousand-blade umbrella, which had transformed into a spear, looking at the large bloodstain on it, and said fiercely, I must have killed it. I just used the spiral force, and the moment I pulled it out, I also violently vibrated the spear with soul power. This thrust could even create a half-meter hole. I also poke something. Since we both went through at the same time, it should be dead, right? Zhao Yingjie also spoke from the side. As soon as he finished speaking, a strange figure suddenly appeared behind him, clawing and pouncing towards him, with a chilling wind that made the hairs on one's body stand on end. The mysterious figure lunged fiercely, its sharp claws like daggers closing in overhead. A fierce burst of soul power erupted, seemingly intending to twist Zhao Yingjie's head off, accompanied by a strong, nauseating stench that almost made him faint. Zhao Yingjie let out a gasp, unable to open his eyes due to the foul smell, and before he could react, it seemed he was about to be clawed to death. You dare to hurt my partner over my dead body. Zhang Xing shouted sharply. The first soul skill activated, and the shield strike was unleashed. The giant shield shook violently, crashing into the shadow, and then a second burst of power disrupted its soul energy's flow, causing it to halt abruptly as if it had lost power. Suyu struck like lightning, channeling soul power into the spear formed from the thousand-blade umbrella, which surged forward like a mighty wave, crashing into the shadow. The shadow was struck and let out a strange howl, falling back and crashing against the mountain wall. It was a wolf bandit, a soul master-level wolf bandit. Who? What the hell is this? Zhang Xing roared. Your good days are over. We are students of the Spirit Hall. You beasts, come out and die. Is there anyone else? So you turned to ask Zhu Zhujin. Zhu Zhujin shook his head, looking around, his vision unaffected here. I haven't seen any for now, but I don't know if there are more wolf bandits inside. Suyu approached to examine the corpse of the wolf bandit closely. There were two wolf bandits guarding this place. One was killed by Zhao Yingjie and Suyu the moment the door was broken, while the other was killed just now during the ambush. Ugh, this thing is disgusting. It doesn't look human at all, more like a combination of a monkey and a wolf. Ugh, Suyu spat angrily, this filthy and evil creature. I will destroy everyone I see. Zhao Yingjie nodded. Indeed, such things shouldn't exist in this world. It's a pity our strength isn't enough. When we become stronger in the future, we must cleanse them thoroughly. Where are the villagers? How wide is this place? How deep do these damn things dig? This should be dug out by the wolf bandits, according to the cave. It looks like a massive project, but it's actually not difficult. AI Air said, looking ahead, the passage is getting narrower. It shouldn't be too deep inside. Let's go, hurry up. We can't waste any more time here. We must avoid any changes above. Suyu urged everyone to move forward. I'll clear the way. Don't be impulsive. Zhang Xing continued to push forward with his twin earthquake shield. The path ahead grew narrower, and what was once wide enough for 3 or 4 people to walk side by side could now only barely accommodate Zhang Xing with his shield. After passing a narrow path, the cave ahead widened again. The moment they stepped out of the narrow path, a woman's shriek pierced Zhang Xing's ears like a steel needle. Suyu's hand trembled, nearly stabbing out with a spear. But the critical moment, the shimmering light from the soul rings allowed her to see everything clearly. Her hand suddenly softened, and she forcefully retracted the spear. Just then, a figure lunged from the side, raising a stone the size of a grinding disc and smashing it down towards him. AI Air was much more perceptive than Suyu at this moment. He stepped forward, skillfully snatching the stone from the person's hand and then forcefully pushing them to the ground. Although he was a support-type soul master, he was still a soul master. And against ordinary people, he was more than enough to overpower them. It was a stout woman, dressed like a peasant, in tattered clothes, panting on the ground like a wild beast, gritting her teeth and still trying to stand up to fight. AI Air took a step forward, his hand gliding over the Chiefing Qin, and the soft music instantly calmed the frenzied woman. We are from the Spirit Hall, here to rescue you, AI Air said softly. His voice seemed to have a kind of magic that slowly calmed the woman, who was as restless as a beast. The woman clutched her head and cried out, pounding the ground. Spirit Hall adults, why did you take so long to come? Our village is dead. She wailed, her voice breaking, mourning on the ground. Suyu and the others suddenly fell silent. In such a situation, words felt unnecessary. They focused their gaze ahead, with a light radiating from AI Air's Chiefing Qin. He saw that they were in a space much larger than the narrow path outside, at least 10 times bigger. The flickering soul power barely illuminated the end of the cave. Disheveled women covered their bodies with dirty burlap, huddled against the earthen wall for warmth, trembling but silent. Suyu looked into their eyes and felt as if she were staring into black wells, devoid of any luster, like living corpses. On the ground lay over a dozen corpses, all female, their bodies a terrifying ashen gray, seemingly dead for some time. These corpses were gruesome, their clothes torn, with some having chunks bitten off their chests, others with their thighs ripped apart, and some bent into irregular shapes. The congealed blood on the ground had turned black. Yes, it's these people, AI Air said softly. Their hairstyles and attire are all typical of peasant women from the Yitian Empire. These are the villagers abducted by the wind demon wolf. The group nodded. Suyu took a deep breath. I can't imagine what kind of suffering they've endured. These disgusting creatures truly deserve to die. The few of them stepped closer to the women, their gazes sweeping over. Suyu felt her limbs grow weak and powerless, as if a heavy stone pressed down on her heart, making it hard to breathe. Many of the women were completely naked or wearing tattered rags that barely covered them. Due to hunger, cold, and fear, these women seemed to have lost their minds, not looking up or speaking, weakly exhaling. Zhang Xing also dared not look, his face grimacing, covering his eyes with his hand, and asked Suyu, Boss Su, it seems these people are all out of it. How can we save them? Suyu paused for a moment, silently shook her head. Everyone here had suffered, seemingly having lost their will to live like walking corpses. Getting them out would be quite difficult. Chapter 171. Finding the villagers, Suyu grew increasingly frustrated, standing up and shouting. We are from the Spirit Hall, here to rescue you. Everyone, please gather yourselves, and let's rush out of this wolf den together. His words immediately had an effect. The dazed women seemed to have found a glimmer of hope. Their dull eyes suddenly began to move, revealing an unusual eagerness, though still tinged with caution. At that moment, a low voice spoke up. Spirit Hall adults, have the magic wolves outside been eliminated? Just as Suyu was about to respond, AI Air suddenly stepped forward and said, The magic wolves have been eliminated by us. Everything is safe now. Come with us. We will take you to the city. The woman trembled, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes, followed by complete relaxation. Her body seemed to have the bones drawn out, sliding softly down the wall until she sat on the ground, trembling and covering her face with her hands. After a long while, She let out a sharp scream and began to cry loudly. The tears of all the women were stirred by this wail. They beat the ground, and their cries filled the vast cavern, sending chills down people's spines and leaving them at a loss for what to do. Su Yu, Zhang Xing, and the others were still just a group of children. They had never witnessed such a scene, standing there dumbfounded, unable to say a word. I'll take care of it. He stepped forward. He sat cross-legged and summoned the Qifeng Qin, playing it here. He didn't use any soul techniques, only letting the melodious sound of the Qin soothe the crowd and help them calm down. If this continued, it would be difficult to save this group of people. After a moment, the cavern was filled only with the gentle sound of the Qin, and the woman's wailing had ceased, all eyes fixed on AI Air. This place is not somewhere we can linger. We need to get out now. AI Air said to everyone. This time, no one objected. For these villagers who had been abducted, this place was like a den of demons, and they naturally wanted to leave as soon as possible. The group made their way back with over 100 villagers. Since these villagers had been pushed directly into the cavern when they were brought down, many of them were unable to move well. AI Air could only use the Hongyi Yuchong on some women in better physical condition and let them help those who were less mobile. Xiao AI, not bad. We speak, and no one pays attention, but when you speak, it works so well. Su Yu asked curiously. My Qifeng Qin has a hypnotic effect on ordinary people. AI Air said apologetically. These people have been greatly traumatized. If we don't use some extraordinary methods, we won't be able to get them out. Su Yu nodded. This is understandable. We are still in a dangerous situation. Yitian is outside dealing with the wind demon wolf. We can't afford to waste any time. These issues can wait until we're safe, and the doctors can treat them then. The journey out went smoothly, without encountering any danger. But looking at the nearly 5-meter-high cave entrance, everyone's faces were somewhat grim. This 5 meters was not a significant height for them, but for these women, it felt like an insurmountable barrier. Yitian sensed the rustling sounds in the cave and was instantly delighted, rushing over. Not long ago, he had cleared out the Gale demon wolves in this valley once again, and had also destroyed several caves where they were breeding their young. He had figured out that the tough characters among the Gale demon wolves had been taken away by Huang Ying, leaving behind only a few thousand-year-level Gale demon wolves and a bunch of old, weak, sick, and disabled ones. These creatures were naturally weak in Yitian's hands, with no ability to resist at all, and he easily cleared them all away in no time. Don't worry, I'll help you. Yitian leaped into the cave. He also saw the villagers' miserable state, and his heart tightened painfully. How can we help? Su Yu asked. Are you going to carry everyone up? That would be too slow. I'll just carve out a path. Yitian said in a deep voice, turning away to avoid the dazed and desperate gazes of the villagers. With a wave of his soul power, his left hand trembled, and the dark golden claw extended, the half-meter-long blade scraping against the wall. Using the sharp dark golden claw, he forcefully carved out a simple climbing ladder on the cave wall. This place is dangerous. We will send you to the nearest town. Yitian turned to reassure the villagers. Just now, AI Air had explained some things to him, so he wouldn't mention that the Gale demon wolves might come back, choosing instead to speak positively about everything. When will teacher Huang return? Su Yu asked in a lowered voice. I don't know. Let's get the villagers out first. Teacher Huang is an 88th level soul Douluo. Even if he can't use his martial soul form, he definitely won't be ambushed by a group of beasts. Yitian replied. How can we let teacher Huang know our whereabouts? Su Yu asked. That's simple. Yitian turned to a middle-aged woman among the villagers. Excuse me. What is the name of the nearest town from here? The middle-aged woman's dull eyes slightly moved, looking carefully at Yitian. Then, she suddenly let out a scream, retreating behind others, not daring to look at him at all, and did not answer Yitian's question. Yitian touched his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. How could he be scary? He had always thought of himself as handsome, with red lips and white teeth, looking quite dashing. In the end, it was still AI Air who stepped in to comfort the middle-aged woman and inquire about news. He told Yitian that the nearest town was called Qingmin Town. As for the reason why the villager was afraid of Yitian just now, it was because he had just killed too many people, and the overwhelming killing intent and malevolence on him had yet to dissipate. When he spoke with ordinary people, he would inadvertently release this aura, which would intimidate their spirits. Yitian said, Since that's the case, let's leave a message here, saying that we took people to Qingmin Town. If teacher Huang solves the problem, he will definitely find the message here. Good idea. Where should we write this so that it's more conspicuous? As AI Air spoke, he took out his fountain pen. As a top student, carrying a fountain pen with him was simply reasonable. Yitian was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head and said, It's too slow to write this way. I'll just carve it directly. After saying that, He used Flying Sparrow, seizing the heart, and leaped up from the ground, instantly reaching the mountainside of Shaoshan Valley. Then he unleashed his dark gold claws, using the sharp claws as a pen. On the mountainside, he wrote in a rough and crooked manner the big characters. Teacher Huang, we are in Qingmin Town. As a poor student whose handwriting wasn't even that good, the characters he wrote with his claws could truly be described as chicken scratching. Big brother E, what are you writing? Are you sure Teacher Huang can understand it? Zhang Xing expressed serious doubts about this. These characters look like ghostwriting. I hope Teacher Huang can recognize them. Suyu couldn't help but squint her eyes, trying hard to make out the iron drawing and silver hook. Speak properly. If you can't even recognize these big characters, you really deserve to have your eyes poked out. Yitian waved his hand and said irritably, as long as the meaning is conveyed, there's no need to get caught up in these trivial details. I know that. Let's go. We need to settle this group of villagers in Qingmin Town. AI air communicated with a middle-aged female farmer, asking her to lead the way. Chapter 172. Encounter with wolf thieves because they managed to escape the wolf den. Everyone was very efficient as they headed towards Qingmin Town. All right, barring any accidents, we should reach the nearest small town before dark. After traveling more than 10 miles away from the valley, Yitian and the others let out a sigh of relief. However, due to the lack of transportation like carriages, the journey was quite difficult for everyone. Even though AI Air's soul skills did not consume much soul power, he couldn't continuously empower over 100 people for long periods. I wonder when the law enforcement team from the Wuhuan Hall will realize what's happening? Suyu asked. They had passed through several villages along the way, and the once prosperous villages and towns were now deserted, with various houses burned down and signs of scorched trees. Many villages had charred bodies on the ground, including the elderly, women, and children, some of whom had even been disemboweled, a scene too horrific to bear. Seeing such scenes again, Yitian and the others were still filled with rage and vowed to wipe out these damned creatures completely. The chaos and the burning of villages couldn't have been caused by ordinary gale magic wolves, but rather by wolf thieves. Only such humanoid beings would commit acts of arson. The group continued on until they approached Qingmin Town in the evening. Ilauda, why hasn't Teacher Huang arrived yet? Is something wrong? Zhang Xing asked, leaning over. It shouldn't be. Teacher Huang's strength would not be defeated by a group of gale magic wolves, and besides, Teacher Huang can fly. If things get tough, he can escape using the eagle. Yitian reassured him. That's right, with Teacher Huang's level 88 soul Douluo strength. It's impossible for him to be defeated by a group of gale magic wolves unless a 100,000-year soul beast appears. Suyu nodded in agreement. 100,000-year soul beasts are hidden deep within the Douluo forest and won't appear at all. If a 100,000-year soul beast really showed up, our title Douluo would never stand by and do nothing. Yitian is not worried at all about the appearance of a 100,000-year soul beast. Right now, in the Douluo forest, there are only 200,000-year soul beasts, Daming and Erming, active. These two soul beasts are unlikely to come forward for the wind demon wolf. There are shouts of killing in the distance. Yitian's ears were sensitive, and he faintly heard some unusual noises coming from ahead. He immediately exerted himself, leaping into the air, using his strength to jump onto a large tree, and peering into the distance with the last bit of dim light. He noticed that a town in the distance was surrounded by high walls, and the civilians inside were fending off a group of humanoid creatures. These humanoid creatures were all 2 to 3 meters tall, covered in long hair, resembling wild men. They surged forward, battling the village's army at the base of the town's walls. The thousands of border troops from the Yitian Empire were clad in shiny iron armor and well-trained. The front ranks formed a shield formation, while the rear troops held long spears behind them. There were also archers at the back, continuously bending their bows and shooting arrows, and heavy crossbows were set up on the city walls. Although these dozens of wolf bandits were terrifyingly strong, they were still unable to break through in a short time. Wolf bandits were a fearsome existence. A group of 500 wolf bandits had combat power greater than that of the Spartan 300, easily able to match an army of 10,000. The nearly 1,000 soldiers of the Yitian Empire could only barely resist, relying on the cover of the walls and the crossbow arrows on them. If they were to be drawn into an open area and their formation was disrupted by the wolf bandits, it would lead to a bloody massacre. What happened, Yitian? Suyu asked from below. It's the wolf bandits, Yitian said in a deep voice. A group of wolf bandits is attacking Qingmin Town. What? Suyu exclaimed in shock. The wolf bandits have reached Qingmin Town? What's the situation? Can Qingmin Town hold out? Yitian said, there shouldn't be any problems. Qingmen Town is located on the border of the Tiando Empire. It is a crucial border stronghold with a considerable number of troops stationed inside. The walls are thick and sturdy, like city walls. As long as there is no chaos inside, it is generally difficult for ordinary wolf bandits to break in. He has already understood the intentions of these wolf bandits. Based in the Stardow Forest, they attack many villages, abducting the women inside to bear their offspring. This snowball-like development is extremely terrifying. In the past, the Empire and the Spirit Hall would immediately send large armies and experts to exterminate them. The town in the distance is quite prosperous, with a large population. Due to its location on the border, the villagers have become wealthy through trade with the two major empires, resulting in a fierce local culture. After the disaster caused by the windstorm demon wolves, people from the surrounding villages came to the town to seek refuge. Under the leadership of the town mayor, they formed a defensive system that surprisingly proved effective. Moreover, there are quite a few experts in the town patrolling the city walls, killing the windstorm demon wolves and wolf bandits, along with archers. Therefore, even though the windstorm demon wolves have frequently caused disturbances these past few days, the town remains stable and hasn't been torn apart like the villages outside. Suddenly, a wolf howl came from the wolf bandits, and a pack of windstorm demon wolves sprang out from the forest. This group of windstorm demon wolves is not just ordinary wolves, but wolf cavalry. Each windstorm demon wolf, as large as a calf, has a wolf bandit sitting on its back. They cooperate very well, and even their soul power can merge with each other to some extent. Although it doesn't reach the effect of a martial soul fusion skill, it can barely achieve the effect of a martial soul combined attack skill. This is bad. Something is happening. Upon seeing this, Yitian immediately knew that without external assistance, Qingmen Town would likely not be able to hold out. If the windstorm demon wolves and wolf bandits unite as wolf cavalry, they would surely break through the army arrayed in front of the town. Once the town loses the protection of its army, that wall would be virtually useless, unable to withstand the charging wolf cavalry. These wolf bandits would leap onto the city walls with the windstorm demon wolves, kill the crossbowmen on the walls, and breach the city gates. At that moment, the thousands of people in the town would collapse, becoming like meat on a chopping board, at the mercy of the windstorm demon wolves and wolf bandits. There are quite a few windstorm demon wolves in this forest. Everyone prepare for defense. Yitian looked at the others, paused for a moment, and quietly said to a few companions, "The situation ahead is serious. There are about 100 wolf bandits attacking the town. We need to go support the town's army. Let's go together," everyone said in unison. Yitian shook his head and said, "No, we still have some villagers to protect. If we all go, what will happen to them?" He continued, "Ire should stay behind. You can stabilize their emotions here, and when the time comes, you can provide us with buffs." Ire nodded. As a support-type soul master, he wasn't reckless enough to charge into battle with Yitian and the others. "Suyu, stay behind. Your strength is strong and will perfectly complement Ire in protecting the villagers," Yitian said in a deep voice. In fact, it was because Suyu had an injury on her leg. Going down into the cave earlier had caused her wound to reopen. Yitian was worried that if she continued to charge forward a few more times, her legs would give out. Suyu did not refute this. She was well aware of her own condition and thought it would be better not to become a burden. "Xiaoxi, you should stay too. Your martial soul is not suited for charging. It's more suitable for assassination." Without a second thought, Yitian excluded Zhu Zhujin, as the one suitable for charging was the evil-eyed white tiger. Zhu Zhujin nodded as well. In fact, he wanted to go with Yitian to save people. But he had always been shy and not good at refusing others, so he subconsciously nodded. Now that he wanted to regret it, he felt a bit embarrassed. Chapter 173, Breakout. Yitian said, "Old 3, you and Old 2 come with me. Old 3, your martial soul, the shield, is the most suitable for causing trouble on the battlefield. Although this isn't exactly a battlefield, it's not far off. Old 2, your martial soul is the rune dagger, which leans more toward an assassin, but your soul skills are more suited for a warrior, making you more suitable for direct combat compared to Zhu Zhujin. Later, the three of us will form a group. Old 3, you will be in charge of defense. Old 2, you will assist Old 3 in dealing with enemies that come close, and I will provide long-range output from the back. This battle plan may be simple and crude, but I must say it is very practical and has no drawbacks." Good. The two naturally had no objections, and, after a few previous battles, they had already adapted to each other, so there were no issues with coordination. "All right, AI Air, buff us up and get ready to charge." Yitian revealed a slight grin. He was prepared to rush forward and catch the group of wolf bandits off guard. Not in numbers, but in precision. Boom, boom, boom. Being invincible also comes with a hint of sadness. The invincible Yitian has arrived. Everyone step aside. As a man with a reputation, I must enter with explosive BGM and narration. Let's use the instant burst step together. With the three of them activating their movement technique, a small whirlwind rose beneath their feet, making them move so fast that they seemed to leave only shadows as they quickly approached the 100 or so wolf bandits ahead. Just as they were about to close in, one of the leaders among the bandits noticed something was amiss and immediately roared, causing some of the bandits to react. However, the ones charging forward were just ordinary wolf bandits, with no wolf cavalry cooperating with the swift wind wolves. Those wolf cavalry were still charging towards the army. In their eyes, the three little ghosts behind them clearly posed a lesser threat than the large army ahead. The situation was urgent. We needed to eliminate these few wolf bandits before coordinating to take down those wolf cavalry. Yitian frowned. He had already noticed that the formation of the army ahead had been torn apart by the wolf bandits, and now it relied entirely on the crossbows on the city wall for support. If the firepower from above were to cease, the army below would completely collapse, becoming the souls under the claws of the wolf cavalry. Whirling flying axes, a double penetration, Yitian showed no hesitation, unleashing his full power as he charged forward, his flying axe spinning like a violent whirlwind. In an instant, he struck out in rapid succession, splitting into four in midair, bringing a chilling, killing intent with him. The four spinning flying axes whirled through the air, howling like thunder, faster than lightning, cutting the four wolf bandits in half. This is the charm of the spinning flying axe. In team battles, it is a definite killing weapon, most suitable for group fights, growing stronger and fiercer as the battle continues. Just now, the group of wolf bandits was not concentrated enough. Otherwise, he could have killed even more. You deal with these simple wolf bandits. I will use long-range firepower to strike the wolf cavalry at the front and support the army. Yitian shouted. The situation was critical, and he had to dismantle the enemy's firepower. Otherwise, if the army was breached, they would be in great danger facing those wolf cavalry. Yitian still saw clearly that these wolf cavalry had at least level 30 soul power or above. Although they hadn't reached the soul master level, they were not far off. If these wolf cavalry were allowed to attack them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Boss, you focus on the distance. I'll protect your safety. Kill, Zhang Xing shouted, charging forward with a giant shield in his left hand and a small shield for slashing in his right. The wolf thieves were very tricky. Their strength ranged from level 20 to 30, and if they didn't cooperate, Zhang Xing might not be able to handle a few of them. However, when he and Zhao Yingjie worked together, they could achieve a synergy greater than the sum of their parts. As the wolf thieves charged towards them, Zhang Xing directly used his first soul skill, Shield Strike, to interrupt the soul power operation of the wolf thieves, causing them to momentarily pause. This was the characteristic of his soul skill. Although he was a defensive soul master, he could also be considered a control type in the team. The first soul skill could interrupt the opponent's skill that was halfway released. His second soul skill had a stunning effect. When facing close enemies, he could shake his shield while taking their attacks, temporarily controlling the enemies. Then, taking advantage of the moment, Zhao Yingjie struck, driving the rune-enhanced dagger deep into the throat of a wolf thief. It wasn't that Zhao Yingjie didn't want to stab the eyes. It was just that the wolf thieves were too tall, requiring a jump to reach their eyes, which was not convenient. If two wolf thieves appeared at the same time, Zhang Xing would use his small shield to activate his soul skill again, achieving a double control effect. Zhao Yingjie also had two rune daggers, perfectly complementing each other. However, if three wolf thieves charge at the same time, then it would be Yitian's turn to act. In fact, such a situation had never occurred. Although Yitian focused his attention on the wolf cavalry in front, in a state of unity of body and spirit, he was aware of everything happening around him. If multiple wolf thieves attacked together, he would temporarily give up on the wolf cavalry and choose to eliminate the excess wolf thieves. After all, he couldn't put himself and his teammates in danger for the sake of unrelated individuals. In fact, he had been observing the state of the army ahead. If the army was completely breached by the wolf cavalry and could no longer hold the town, he would retreat with his teammates at the first opportunity. As far as possible, he could save people, but only within his capabilities. If it required sacrificing himself or his teammates to save others, then sorry, that was impossible. Fortunately, the general defending the city was not an idiot. Even with heavy casualties, they still fought to the death. This was not an internal conflict among humans where one could surrender. This was a battle between humans and soul beasts, a fight to the death. Surrendering would mean becoming food for the beasts, and one's wife and daughters would become breeding tools for them. After Yitian achieved the unity of form and spirit, His spiritual perception became extraordinarily keen. Although, from a human perspective, the wolf bandits all looked the same, it was not so in terms of sensing. Among them, one wolf bandit exuded a powerful aura, standing out like a crane among chickens compared to the others, making him very conspicuous. Yitian whispered to his companions, 30 meters ahead. That guy with braided hair is the leader of this pack of wolf thieves. If we kill him, these guys will be leaderless. Let's go. Capture the thief and first capture king. Zhang Xing, holding the shield, was about to charge forward. Don't panic. Yitian quickly stopped Zhang Xing. Now is not the time to act. The strength of that wolf bandit leader is very strong. Moreover, it has merged with the swift wind magic wolf under its command. If we don't coordinate, rushing in would be seeking our own death. Chapter 174. Charge. Yitian stared at the army below the city wall, hoping their commander could be a bit clearer-headed and coordinate with them for the charge. With the three of them, it would be difficult to strike a decisive blow against the more than 100 wolf bandits, especially since they were wolf cavalry. General, we have reinforcements. Someone in the army shouted, pointing at Yitian and the others. What do they count as reinforcements? The general barked. Just a few half-grown kids. How can they be reliable? A soldier with a long spear as his martial spirit roared at the general. But if we don't attack now, we won't have another chance to strike. Let's have the brothers give it a shot. If we succeed, we might still have a chance to survive. The general frowned. How can we fight? Each of these wolf cavalry has nearly the strength of a soul master. If we abandon this ironclad formation and charge in, it will be seeking our own death. He glanced toward Yitian and the others, feeling a bit conflicted. The wolf cavalry ahead were indeed too ferocious. Right now, they were only relying on the heavy crossbows on the city wall to intimidate the wolf cavalry, preventing them from charging with full force. He could see that the wolf cavalry didn't seem eager to charge recklessly. They were surrounding but not attacking, occasionally sending out a wind blade to undermine the morale of the army. It was like a pack of wolves hunting. They first encircled and trapped, waiting for their prey to become disorganized before they would strike. The young man with the long spear urged, I can tell that those three kids are not weak, and they are wearing the uniform of the Spirit Hall. Now that they are here to help us, if we don't respond, how will the Spirit Hall look at us? The general was still in a dilemma. In a short period of time, Yitian and his two companions had already killed over 20 rogue wolves, and Yitian even managed to slay 2 wolf cavalry. Their performance finally caught the attention of the wolf bandit leader. The leader suddenly gestured, and dozens of wolf cavalry turned to face Yitian and the others, seemingly ready to charge at any moment. A heavy aura of menace approached them. Damn, what is going on, boss? Zhang Xing was startled, and even his hand gripping the shield trembled involuntarily. If these dozens of wolf cavalry charged, they would likely be finished. Zhao Yingjie also felt a shiver of fear. He felt he couldn't even handle a single wolf cavalry, let alone dozens charging at once. Don't panic, let's retreat slowly. Yitian forced himself to calm down. As the captain, he couldn't let his teammates panic. He was now vaguely regretting it. In the face of the wolf bandit strategy of boiling frogs in warm water, the army ahead seemed to have no intention of making a desperate last stand. They three were about to be sold out. Yitian said, don't panic. If this group of wolf cavalry charges, just hold on to me, and I will use my second martial soul to take you away on a wolf. All right, boss, you're also a wolf cavalry. Zhao Yingjie suddenly felt a surge of joy at the thought of Yitian's dark red giant wolf, and his earlier despair vanished. What is a wolf cavalry? Zhang Xing corrected. It's clearly wolf cavalry king. As long as they are not wolf riders, it's fine. Yitian said calmly, which was also where his confidence lay. If he didn't have some skills, how could he bring his friends to risk it all? Seeing the wolf cavalry turn around, the general was suddenly shaken. And then he shouted, charge. Let the cavalry in the town charge. Kill these bastards. A general capable of commanding thousands of troops couldn't possibly be a fool. Just now, there was no hope, so they couldn't charge. Now that the opportunity had come, how could they let it slip away? Hundreds of cavalry charged forward at full gallop. How? The wolf bandit leader raised his arm and shouted. In an instant, all the wolf cavalry moved, as if responding to his call. Dozens of wolf cavalry soared into the air like dragons, spinning in the sky, just pretending to charge at Yitian and the others. But they were actually more concerned about the thousands of soldiers ahead. The wolf howls opened the curtain to the battle. The giant wolf under the wolf bandit leader roared, and dozens of riders followed it, launching a charge in an instant. The city guards raised their lances and shouted loudly, with no turning back now. They increased their speed, which gave them great confidence, and the momentum of hundreds charging down was like thunder, carrying overwhelming power. Calm down. The cavalry commander pointed his spear. Archers. The town's cavalry was now only a few dozen meters away from the wolf cavalry. With the command from the commander, hundreds of cavalry neatly drew their corner bows, nocked their arrows, and dozens of feathers pointed at the wolf cavalry. The wolf cavalry remained expressionless, their wolf fur flying wildly in the wind, and there was a cold glint in their green eyes. Kill! 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 The soldiers of the town shouted. They could already smell the stench from the wolf cavalry, and the commander suddenly swung down his whip. Howl! All the wolf cavalry flashed with a green light, and the soul power surged. Whether it was the wolf bandits or the swift wind demon wolves beneath them, they all had soul skills. Streams of wind blades shot out. Hundreds of wind blades instantly intertwined into a large net, descending upon the charging town cavalry. The wind blades howled, sharp as real blades, and the leading war horses were dismembered by the wind blades, turning both horse and rider into blood and mud. More wind blades pierced through the bodies of the cavalry, causing large splashes of blood. After the wolf cavalry unleashed their wind blades, they did not continue to use their soul skills, but instead roared and waved their large claws, charging at the city guards like a group of madmen. The leading wolf bandit urged the swift wind demon wolf, brushing past the city guards' war horses. The city guards' lances missed the wolf cavalry's bodies. In that moment of passing, a cold light flashed, and several heads flew up into the air, leaving the city guards on their saddles as headless corpses. More than 100 city guards suffered heavy casualties in an instant. Shield bearers pushed forward, infantry advanced, and the soul masters at the back prepared themselves, with all the firepower on the city walls aimed at the wolf cavalry. The general's eyes turned red as he growled. There was no way back. He had to go all in. Second, third, get ready, we charge. Upon seeing this scene, Yitian's eyes turned bloodshot. He had underestimated these wolf cavalry, not expecting such heavy casualties to occur in just an instant. Anger flashed in his eyes. Dark golden flames filled his gaze, and his dark purple cloak flew high. His heavy and exquisite plate armor adorned him, and his white hair fluttered. Howl! The dark red wolf spirit howled towards the sky, shaking the entire battlefield, causing all the wolf cavalry and bandits to tremble, feeling a sense of panic and an impending doom. Yitian instantly activated the divine spirit of Darius. He pulled his two companions onto the back of the wolf spirit. You two sit back to back. I'll take care of the enemies in front, and you guys handle the ones shooting from behind. All right, we'll sit back to back. Zhang Xing will ride the giant wolf backward, holding the giant shield to protect Yitian's back. Zhao Ingjia sat behind Zhang Xing, ensuring that his rune dagger could strike at any moment. My dagger is a bit short. Zhao Ingjia looked at the dagger in his hand, feeling a bit uncomfortable. What kind of cavalry brings a dagger to battle? Zhang Xing also felt speechless and muttered softly. Boss Su's spirit can transform into a spear. She seems more suited for this. Let's talk. She has an injury on her leg. If you don't go into battle, are we supposed to let Zhu Jin scratch with her claws on the wolf's back? Yitian fixed his gaze ahead, ready to charge. We're going in. Chapter 175. Rampaging everywhere, Yitian Su charged forward like a wild wolf, recklessly attacking dozens of fierce wolf riders. The defending cavalry ahead had lost 80% of their numbers in an instant due to the onslaught of the wolf riders. Now, only a little over 20 remained alive. Yitian was perfectly aligned with them in the charge. A merciless cold laugh erupted among the wolf riders. To these bloodthirsty wolf bandits, humans were merely food. A few wolf bandits let out sharp, eerie howls and rushed forward, preparing to annihilate the remaining defenders. One wolf bandit charged at Yitian, wielding wind blades with its swift wind wolf. The sharp blades sliced through the air, violently spinning towards Yitian and the wolf spirit form beside him. The wind blades spun ominously. The wolf bandit leader turned away with a sneer, no longer looking back. It had seen too many heads roll and bodies dismembered, just like those defending cavalry had been slaughtered moments ago. Suddenly, the wolf bandit leader felt a warmth at the back of its neck. It reached back and found a sticky patch of blood. Could it be that the humans had their heads severed with such force that blood could splatter so far? The wolf bandit leader trembled violently. If the human wolf rider's blood had indeed splattered Tianzhong away, then there could only be one possibility. The wolf bandit leader abruptly turned around and saw one wolf bandit, along with its swift wind wolf, cleaved in two. A figure drenched in blood soared into the air atop a wolf. Clad in armor stained with gore, it wielded a heavy, blood-colored battle axe. It swept past several wolf riders, the massive axe cleaving the wolf bandits in half. The dark red wolf spirit beneath him mercilessly slashed at the surrounding swift wind wolves, fresh blood bursting forth from them once more. All the wolf bandits could hardly believe their eyes. They felt their bodies tremble involuntarily. The figure atop the dark red giant wolf appeared extremely tall and irresistibly imposing. Its dark purple cloak billowed in the furious roar, accompanied by a wild wind. Over 100 wolf bandits were terrified by his roar. It sounded like a roaring giant spirit shooting through a bronze bell, like sailors hearing the long lament of a dragon from the depths of the silent, boundless sea, evoking a terrifying urge to worship. This was the suppression of bloodlines, the power from the giant wolf spirit of the astral realm. The god King Dreus was the very embodiment of the wolf pack. The aura that Yitian exuded at this moment was undoubtedly akin to facing a giant god for these gale wind demon wolves and wolf thieves, greatly diminishing their strength. If Yitian's power were even a bit stronger, he wouldn't even need to raise a hand. Just a shake of his tiger-like body would be enough to make these wolf packs submit. Of course, even if he could subdue them, Yitian had no intention of sparing the lives of these wolf thieves. With a fierce shout, he commanded, "Kill them all." The surrounding metals first vibrated in response to this roar, whether it was iron swords or metal armor plates. The blood axe in Yitian's hand emitted a blinding blood glow, making it impossible for people to open their eyes. The city defense general suppressed the awe in his heart, waved the command flag fiercely, and with all his strength, expelled the breath from his lungs. "Charge, kill them all," he roared, along with his nearly 1,000 subordinates. They felt no fear anymore. In their roars, their bloodlines surged, and blood flowed like lava through their limbs and bones. The roar spread out in all directions like a tidal wave. "Kill, kill, kill. Massacre all around." Yitian shouted. "Massacre all around." Zhao Yingjie and Zhang Xing followed suit, roaring wildly. The sound of their roars swept across the ground. Yitian swung his giant axe, and wherever he went, the wind began to flow backward. The sound of the wind mixed with roars. With just his own strength, it felt as if thousands of people on galloping steeds were rushing in from the void. The sound of iron armor clashing and swords ringing like thunder. Zhang Xing and Zhao Yingjie felt their hearts racing wildly. They followed suit and shouted loudly, as if millions of needles were piercing their entire bodies. Yitian swung the giant axe, transforming it into a brilliant arc, raising a sharp bloodlight. The power of the giant axe, the explosive force of soul power, the enhancement for martial soul skills, and the strength of his own physical body, along with the power of the wolf spirit charge, all stacked together. The martial soul skill swept through, unstoppable, and none of the wolf bandits present could withstand it. Wherever he passed, there was a scene of carnage. He fought among the wolf bandits, moving with dominance, and no one could block his advance. Blood rage unleashed. It was either you die or I die. Kill. The wolf bandit leader was furious. Although he was intimidated by Yitian's aura, the continuous deaths of his companions enraged him. His claw-like hands danced wildly, and the wind blades shot toward Yitian's head like flying snakes. Under his command, the remaining wolf bandits simultaneously launched wind blade attacks at the three of Yitian. "Third brother, hurry up, raise the shield." Zhao Yingjie shouted frantically. "As long as the shield is up, nothing will happen behind." Zhang Xing suddenly extended his arms and raised the giant shield, even protecting the wolf spirit's rear. In fact, the wolf spirit was transformed from Yitian's martial soul, supported by immense soul power. As long as Yitian was safe, the wolf spirit wouldn't mind even being pierced by 1,000 arrows. "Dare to show off your petty tricks in front of me." Yitian smashed the wind blades in front of him with a single swing of the axe. The wolf spirit beneath him leaped slightly and charged forward in an instant, swinging the giant axe to cut down the wolf bandit leader. The wolf bandit leader's eyes were evil, a green and cruel hue, and his face was painted. Seeing Yitian attacking, he showed no fear. His claws surged violently, unleashing thousands of green lights toward Yitian. With the wolf spirit charging beneath him, Yitian leaped up, using the gravitational acceleration from the jump to raise his blood axe high. He infused all his divine soul power into it and released a devastating strike from above. It was like splitting Mount Hua. The blade light on the blood axe was a full meter long, carving a bloody mark in the sky. The enormous figure in midair resembled a descending giant deity as Yitian roared like thunder, bringing the blood axe down with immense force. All the attacks from the wolf bandit leader were futile, shattering upon contact. In this strike, there was no doubt the wolf bandit leader was cleaved in two by the blood axe, both man and wolf cut down in one blow. In the moment of slaying the wolf bandit leader, the effect of devastating slaughter manifested, instantly absorbing the essence of the leader's blood and transforming it into life essence to nourish himself. At the same time, a violent emotion surged into Yitian's mind, igniting a bloodthirsty desire for slaughter. "Steady!" Zhang Xing shouted. "Steady!" Zhao Yingjia also cried out wildly. Yitian Meng bit his tongue sharply, forcibly suppressing the violent emotions within him. After accepting the complete kill all directions in the inheritance illusion and mastering it, the violent and unwilling emotions carried by the life essence absorbed through kill all directions seemed not to severely affect his rationality as it did last time. He also roared, "Steady!" Chapter 176. Huang Ying's arrival. The leader is dead. The surrounding wolf thieves and Gale demon wolves clearly saw this sudden change, which shook their spirits. The area was filled with human troops, with arrows and spears continuously flying towards them. They were not invincible. If struck by a spear in a vital spot, they would still face life-threatening danger. Moreover, Yitian's bloodline suppression made it impossible for them to exert much strength. Under multiple pressures, they instantly collapsed, not daring to continue fighting, scattering like birds and beasts, fleeing into the surrounding forests. Hold the southeast. That's where Su Yu and the others are resting. We must not drive this group of wolf thieves over there. Yitian handed Sautust, using the speed of the wolf spirit to kill several wolf bandits fleeing in that direction. Should we chase them? Zhang Xing asked. A desperate enemy is not to be pursued. Yitian waved his hand. If we chase them into their den, wouldn't they be seeking our own death? The defending army also did not pursue. Seeing the wolf bandits retreat, they returned to the town. The wolf bandits, born from the combination of the Gale, demon wolf, and humans, were not much inferior to humans in intelligence. If we rashly pursued, we might fall into an ambush. Everything came to an end. The town mayor hurriedly came over with a few people to greet Yitian and the others. The mayor was an old man, slightly hunched, with a plump body and a face full of worry. He appeared reserved and a bit nervous. As an ordinary person, he had never seen such a grand occasion. "I am the mayor of Qingmin Town, and this is the commander of Qingmin Town. We thank the little heroes from the Spirit Hall for their rescue." He cupped his hands towards Yitian and the other two. "Thank you, three. If it weren't for you little heroes today, our town would have been in danger." The commander also cupped his hands towards Yitian and the others. "You're too polite. I am a student of the Spirit Hall Academy. I was hunting soul beasts in the Stardow Forest these past few days, and I didn't expect such an incident to occur." Yitian said, "But you don't need to worry. Our teacher has already seen through the situation here. And soon the Spirit Soul Law Enforcement team will come to eliminate these rampaging soul beasts." That's good, that's good. The commander let out a sigh of relief. Most of the people in their army were ordinary humans. Facing the extremely vicious soul beasts, what chance did they have? Yitian recalled Su Yu and the others still in the woods, and quickly said, "Esteemed General, when we were returning from the Starry Forest, we discovered the tracks of the Gale Wolf demons. We followed them and eliminated them, rescuing the villagers who had been captured by the wolves. They are all injured and unable to move, and they are currently being housed less than 3 kilometers from here. We kindly ask that you send someone to bring them back to the town." The mayor and the general were immediately shocked. They both knew that the Gale Wolf demons would abduct villagers, but they had never thought that those who were captured could be rescued. Once the Gale Wolf demons sensed danger, they would kill all the wolf pups and the captured villagers, believing there was no way out. In previous rescue attempts, they usually only managed to recover the corpses of the abducted villagers. The town sent people out, and soon they brought back the group of villagers protected by Su Yu, Ai Air, and Zhu Jin. Su Yu and the others were stunned as they looked at the scene outside the town, which resembled a slaughterhouse. Because so many people had died, the entire entrance of the town was stained red with blood, and the stench made people want to vomit. Dezue Bajongxing had already shared what had happened earlier with Su Yu, Zhu Jin, and Ai Air. Su Yu glanced at Yitian and said, "Next time, bring me along. No matter what, my spear is better than Zhao Yingjia's dagger. Your martial soul is an umbrella." Yitian corrected had forgefully. "Look for a book." Su Yu's face darkened, and she huffed without saying another word, just staring blankly at the soldiers busy at the town entrance. Ai Air, on the other hand, played the piano nearby. His music had a calming effect, greatly alleviating the despair among the town's residents. "Let's go into the town." Yitian waved his hand. The continuous battles had worn him out. Using his martial soul was quite exhausting. He felt like he could eat a whole cow right now. The group arrived in the town, and the mayor treated them like VIPs, serving them delicious food and drinks. Yitian refused the good wine. "Mayor, doesn't Qingmin Town have a station spirit hall?" Yitian was somewhat puzzled. This town was not small, so there should logically be a branch of the Spirit Hall. The town mayor sighed and said, yes, there's a branch of the Spirit Hall here, and the branch master is a soul master. When the wind demon wolf attacked, he knew he couldn't hold out, so he left the town to seek help in Spirit City. We still don't know whether he is dead or alive. Yitian nodded. Generally, soul masters had no chance against these wolf bandits and swift wind magic wolves. He was able to cleave the wolf bandit leader to death with a single axe thanks to the Empire's bond buff. The suppression power of the god King Draven's martial soul against the wolf race and his blood rage state. If it were someone else, even a soul sect master wouldn't be able to resolve it as cleanly as he did. Since that's the case, there should be a response soon. Yitian nodded. According to the law enforcement team's procedures, they should arrive here in a few days. Originally, Yitian intended to summarize the situation, but suddenly his gaze sharpened, and he hurriedly shouted, Teacher, we are here. He noticed the golden eagle soaring overhead. In this area, it was undoubtedly Huang Ying. Huang Ying looked at the group and nodded, saying with a smile, I used some methods to gradually wear down that group of swift wind magic wolves, which took a lot of time. When I returned, it was a bit late. After seeing the markings you left in the valley, I rushed over immediately. Teacher Huang, you killed all those swift wind magic wolves? Zhang Xing asked incredulously. Huang Ying nodded slightly. Seeing this, Yitian quickly handed over the tea. Teacher, you've been in continuous battles without much rest. I'll immediately have the town mayor prepare some food. Huang Ying nodded without refusal. He had indeed suffered significant exhaustion this time. When the town mayor and the military commander learned of Sol Doa's arrival, their hearts were instantly reassured, and the clouds of worry that had lingered for days dissipated in an instant. The two immediately came to pay their respects. After Huang Ying understood the situation, he nodded to Yitian and the others. I will report this situation to the palace, and you will be rewarded for it. As a teacher, nothing makes me happier than seeing my students succeed. He looked at the mayor of Qingmin Town and the military commander. I will rest here for a few days, waiting for the Martial Soul Palace's enforcement team and your Yitian Empire's reinforcements to arrive. Thank you, Master Huang. With your assistance, our small town can surely rest easy. The mayor and the military commander bowed to Huang Ying. Currently, there are only a few visible titled Douluos, especially rare for the Empire. What does a top-level soul Douluo represent? Naturally, it goes without saying. Chapter 177. New Soul Bone. After sending off the mayor and the military commander, Huang Ying kept a few students behind. Your experiences these past few days have far exceeded the training plan I set earlier. However, you all performed quite well, and this is worth rewarding. I have something here. Let's see who is suitable for it. Saying this, Huang Ying took out a glowing object with a green light from his storage soul guide. Oh, what is this? Yitian leaned over to take a look and found that the object surrounded by the green light was a soul bone, and it was a head soul bone. Teacher Huang, this is a soul bone. Zhang Xing looked at Huang Ying with some surprise. Everyone was well aware of the value of soul bone. Currently, they are practically unavailable on the market. Even if one wanted to buy it, they couldn't find it. According to what Huang Ying had said earlier, she actually wanted to give him this soul bone as a reward. How could this not astonish everyone? No teacher from any academy had ever been able to do something like this. Yitian shook his head and said, Teacher Huang, cultivation is our own matter. How can I let you spend money? Ha ha ha. Huang Ying laughed heartily, feeling somewhat gratified as he said, You still have a kind heart and are thinking of me. He shook his head and said, This soul bone was obtained from a wolf bandit, but it doesn't hold much value for me. However, it's different for you. I don't lack money, and at my level, I don't need cultivation resources. I could just sell this soul bone for money, but it's better to give it to you. Everyone was at a loss for words, feeling incredibly fortunate to have a teacher like Huang Ying. It was truly a blessing. The group didn't express their gratitude verbally, but silently remembered Huang Ying's kindness in their hearts. Seeing the atmosphere was a bit heavy, Yitian spoke to ease it. Teacher Huang, can a thing like a soul bone be produced by a creature that's neither human nor soul beast, like a wolf bandit? Huang Ying smiled at the question. I'm a teacher, and I haven't had many opportunities to deal with wolf bandits. Whether this soul bone was produced by it or obtained from other soul beasts, I can't say for sure. Perhaps the law enforcement team understands it better. He looked at Yitian and the others. Except for Yitian, none of you have soul bones. You can discuss among yourselves. Originally, he intended to directly bestow this soul bone to Yitian, as Yitian would need a strong physique when fusing the second spirit ring in the future. And each fusion of a soul bone would bring a series of attribute enhancements. However, Yitian had just acquired an external soul bone. If he directly gave this head soul bone to Yitian, it might cause resentment among the other students and create discord within the team. Therefore, He decided to let the students discuss it themselves. I already have the most precious external soul bone. The ownership of this head soul bone is for you to decide. I choose to withdraw. Yitian was the first to express his stance. His thoughts aligned with Huang Ying's. If everyone only thought of themselves when it came to good things, how could the team continue? Moreover, soul bones come in various grades, and this soul bone, obtained from a wolf bandit, is unlikely to be very high level. Rushing to stuff into his head would only lead to regret later when better soul bones come along. Furthermore, he knew that the best reward in the next Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite competition would be a mental-type head soul bone. Fusing with that would be much more beneficial than this wolf bandit soul bone. His divine king Drea's spirit had attached skills like blood rage and rampant killing, which were extreme emotional skills that could easily lead to reckless actions. If he could fuse with that wisdom-gathering mental head bone, it would greatly enhance his mental strength and help him remain calm in critical situations. As for the potential backlash from the attributes when applying soul rings to the divine king Drea's spirit in the future, he didn't care. With the external soul bone of the dark gold Fearclaw bear's left paw, most difficulties had already been resolved. External soul bones are a special type among soul bones. In terms of their value to soul masters, they rank just below 10,000-year soul rings. This is because external soul bones can grow stronger alongside their owner, meaning their attached attributes and skill strengths are variable. Due to the growth potential of external soul bones, they can bear part of the excessive power that the owner cannot withstand when the owner absorbs soul rings, leading to transformation and evolution through this absorbed power. This way, it achieves multiple benefits. Not only does it solve the danger of excessive attributes causing the owner to explode, but also allows the dark gold Fearclaw bear's left paw bone to evolve to a higher level. Why could Tang San's 8 spider lances evolve into the sea god wings? Wasn't it because he absorbed soul rings that far exceeded his limits multiple times? With all the unmanageable attributes being infused into the 8 spider lances, over time, the 8 spider lances naturally underwent a tremendous change due to absorbing excessive attributes, leading to a qualitative transformation from quantitative changes. Since Tang San could achieve this, Yitian felt that he was no exception. Twin martial souls have more advantages than a single martial soul, allowing more attributes to be attached to external soul bones, promoting their transformation and evolution. Yitian's departure left the others looking at each other, momentarily unsure of how to speak up. After all, soul bones are not something trivial. It is absolutely unlikely that one would give it up for no reason. However, they truly recognized Yitian's status as the leader and felt a surge of admiration for him. Huang Ying also glanced at Yitian with appreciation. It was indeed not easy to stay true to oneself in the face of such a tremendous temptation. He was quite certain that with Yitian's prestige, if he expressed a desire for that soul bone, no one would dare to refute him. Even if they felt a bit uncomfortable inside, they wouldn't show it publicly. Zhang Xing scratched his head and asked with a smile, "Hey, Huang Laoshe, what is the skill of this soul bone?" Huang Ying shook his head. "I haven't merged with it, so how could I possibly know its functions?" After a pause, he contemplated for a moment and said, "However, the wolf thief I killed had the wind blade skill, as well as the ability to transform into a wind element. There's also a skill that concentrated all its strength to unleash a powerful strike. It's hard to say which specific skill this soul bone possesses right now." Everyone fell into deep thought. When Huang Ying mentioned the ability to transform into a wind element, Yitian suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. Wasn't that similar to Qian Rinchue's second soul skill, Void Wings? That skill is truly remarkable. Last time, if Ulaina hadn't been there to use mental interference, he would have had no way to deal with Qian Rinchue in her void state. Driven by curiosity, Yitian asked, "Teacher, does that skill of transforming into a wind element mean that the person becomes a gust of wind and is immune to external attacks?" Huang Ying shook his head. Once transformed into an elemental form, one is only immune to physical attacks. If faced with energy attacks, it still can't defend itself. The wolf thief tried to turn into a wind element to escape, but I shot him with an arrow and blew him up on the spot. Yitian nodded slightly. It seemed that this skill was not that impressive, far inferior to Qian Rinchue's Void Wings. Qian Rinchue's Void Wings not only immunized physical damage, but also had great resistance to energy damage. It could definitely be considered the top defensive soul skill. Chapter 73. Huang Ying's gaze swept around, wanting to know if anyone else could do it, even if it was just like Yak, who could complete the starting move. That would be quite good. "I got it." So you suddenly spoke up. "I think I've mastered this footwork." Huang Ying looked at Su Yu with some surprise and slight joy. "You should give a try." Su Yu stepped onto the track, her small face serious. She kicked off her boots, seriously warmed up her ankles, and then half-squatted to gather her strength. Then her body shook violently, and a blue soul power storm appeared on her calves. Under the explosion of this soul power, she dashed out forcefully. So fast. This speed, isn't it comparable to Yak? The little girl, Suyu, completely transformed into a streak of light. Although she was a delicate girl, her training was quite rigorous. During this time, she became very familiar with Zhang Xing, Zhu Zhujin, and Zhao Yingjie, as they often trained together. Especially in practicing against the wooden dummy, she had given Zhang Xing, Zhu Zhujin, and Zhao Yingjie a lot of guidance. Thanks to her occasional sharp-tongued teaching, Zhang Xing had not continued to get beaten up badly. Suyu's initial speed in the instant blast footwork, while not as fast as Yak's, was steady, with everything being solid and reliable. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. With the enhancement of the instant blast footwork, Suyu charged forward fiercely, her speed gradually increasing, getting faster and faster. This performance left many people astonished. Where did this little girl come from? Why is she so fierce? In the end, after running nearly 200 meters, she came to a stop at the corner. Her instant blast footwork was very authentic, truly an instant explosion. Therefore, she couldn't T-turn while using the instant blast footwork, because once she decided to turn, she had to slow down. And once she slowed down, the soul power storm on her legs naturally couldn't be maintained. Suyu's movements were very light. The blue soul power storm dissipated, and with a light tap, she effortlessly stopped her body. You made a face at Yak, not missing any chance to hit Yak. Hey, how did this little girl stop using her feet? Isn't the instant blast footwork supposed to stop with the face? Yin, you didn't even have a chance to stop with your face, Yak said coldly. But if it were to stop with your face, that big face of yours would surely be very suitable. Yin was slightly taken aback, looking at Yak in surprise. This was the first time he had seen Yak so angry. Yin suddenly understood that Yak's previous indifference was fake. He must still be upset inside. After all, 2 new students had completed this soul skill, and he hadn't succeeded and even embarrassingly attempted to stop with his face. How could he not be angry? Yin chuckled. I'm different from you. Do I need footwork? I don't practice at all, but you're different. You can't do it well, so you can only use your face to stop. Yak's face darkened, and he turned his head to look at Suyu with interest, no longer paying attention to Yin. Never argue with a fool, because you'll become a fool too, and then the fool will defeat you with their years of foolish experience. As a wise person, he naturally looked down on arguing with a brute like Yin. Not bad, not bad. Huang nodded in satisfaction, her previously dark face blossoming into a smile, like a blooming old chrysanthemum. Thank you, Teacher Huang, for the guidance. Suyu nodded, but there was not a hint of joy on her delicate face. She looked in Yitian's direction, frowning slightly, thinking, I clearly followed the content that the teacher explained in secret, doing it exactly right. Why can't I turn and spiral like him? Could this be some unconventional trick? This little girl is so fierce. Yitian was slightly stunned. The last time Suyu came to ask him for advice, he thought she was just his little fan. But he never expected that Suyu was so terrifying. With such high talent, truly someone who could just do it at a glance. If he hadn't experienced that illusion of the battlefield with Draven and personally merged into Draven's body to feel it, he wouldn't have the confidence to use the authentic instant blast footwork directly. It seems at this time, not only Yitian and Zhang Xing are good seedlings, but this Suyu is not bad either. Huang Ying thought to herself. Still, the boss is impressive. Zhang Xing, Zhu Zhujin, and Zhao Yingjie came to Yitian's side. We have just scratched the surface, and boss, you've even learned to turn. Just practice more when you go back. What is the difference between mastering it a bit earlier and a bit later? Yitian smiled slightly, naturally not wanting to dampen his roommate's spirits. Encouraging diligent kids is essential. But why isn't Ire stepping up? Zhu Zhujin looked at Ire, who was standing in the crowd. Ire had not taken a single step from the beginning, seemingly uninterested in Huang Ying's soul power imparting teaching. Not sure. Everyone has different thoughts. After all, Ire is a support-type soul master. Yitian turned to look at Ire. Ire suddenly sensed something, looked up, and met Yitian's gaze. He was slightly taken aback, then smiled at Yitian. Support-type soul masters need this kind of self-created soul skill with footwork more, right? Zhu Zhujin said. Is this 100,000 wise? Yitian was somewhat speechless. I don't know either. Ire is just there. Why don't you go ask him? Forget it. I only have a nodding acquaintance with him. Zhu Zhujin quickly shook his head. He just felt that Ire was simply very similar to himself. Boss, why is Suyu's instant blast footwork clearly better than Yak's, but her speed isn't as fast as his? Zhang Xing asked Yitian with some confusion. Suyu's soul power explosion is not as strong as Yak's. Yitian explained with a smile. Yak's soul power explosion at the start was more than double that of Suyu's. Moreover, Yak's soul power level is higher. His meridians are more resilient, and his body and soul power coordination are more exquisite. However, Yak seems to have been a bit anxious. Zhang Xing and the others were all stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. The boss loves to say some very funny things in a serious manner. What are you laughing at? Suyu suddenly walked over curiously. The boss said Yak used too much force at the start just now, so he fell. Zhang Xing quickly shared the amusing incident. Synopsis: traveling to the Douluo Continent, awakening the Noxian Empire's bond martial soul, entering the martial soul hall, growing stronger from the perspective of the martial soul hall. Welcome to the Yitian Alliance, the top of the elementary school application for battle. Not with the main character group. The main character has his own teammates and story, no system.